On this special day we gather before the goddess Gaia to witness Alan Alves and Avril Garcia enter into the sacred marriage covenant. The sacred marriage covenant is the blessing of the earth goddess Gaia, the holiest union in the world. The bride and groom have expressed their wishes willing to. In the southern part of the Duchy of South the Ace region Senga town. Alves family manor. In this century-old manor over 200 guests are now gathered dressed in splendid attire, smiling and chatting with each other. The center of conversation was Alan and Avril. Alan is the heir of the Alves family, having inherited his father's estate and the title of Baron. Avril is the eldest daughter of Viscount Garcia, marrying down to the Alves family whose foundation is only a barony. Settling down now. From now on just live a steady life. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Avril, Alan felt a flood of emotions. He was an outsider born into this world 18 years ago. This world is splendid with fighting spirit, magic and many cultivation professions filled with the powerful forces he had dreamed of in his past life. Unfortunately, his talent in cultivation was not ideal. He started training in fighting spirit at age 10 and by age 18, without a day of slack, he had only barely reached the 9th rank warrior. The cultivation of warriors has 10 realms: apprentice warrior, warrior, great warrior, starfire warrior, moonlight warrior, sun crown warrior, war king, saint warrior, demigod, quasi-god. Each realm has 10 ranks, with 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest. Different cultivation professions have different titles such as knights, mages, etc. According to Alan's understanding, there are realms beyond the 10th rank quasi-god, but those seem to belong to the domain of gods existing only in ancient legends. His current goal is merely to become a starfire warrior. But at his current cultivation speed it would take at least 2 years to become a great warrior, and he might never become a starfire warrior in his lifetime. Alan, get ready. Just as Alan made up his mind to focus more on family, Avril whispered softly in his ear. All right. Alan came back to his senses and realized the wedding had reached the final step. Children, you may kiss each other. Kissing before the mother goddess will allow your love and fate to merge into each other's souls, making you one. Old Soren the priest stood with his back to the 3-meter-tall statue of Gaia, facing Alan and Avril, smiling kindly as he slowly spread his arms. Alan and Avril looked at each other, their faces breaking into bright smiles. The next moment they embraced tightly, one lowering his head, the other tiptoeing, and performed the kiss ceremony. Detected the host expanding the family. The family system is now activated. Starting to distribute activation gift pack. Congratulations host, you have received 100 cubic meter system space, 10-year combat cultivation card, 10-year magic cultivation card, bronze level combat talent card, bronze level magic talent card. Items have been stored in the system space. Use immediately. Note: expanding the family will yield rating rewards, including but not limited to increasing family population and building family territory. Ratings are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, bronze, silver, gold, platinum. The higher the rating, the richer the rewards. As soon as the kiss ceremony ended, a series of cold voices rang out in Alan's mind. System. Alan trembled, almost fainting from shock. As a loyal fan of action novels, how could he not know what this meant? Don't use it yet. Alan took a deep breath, suppressed the surging excitement in his heart and refocused on the wedding. The kiss ceremony was the final step of the wedding, but that didn't mean the wedding was over. The wedding banquet would continue until evening. Before that he had to entertain the relatives and friends who came to congratulate him. 5 hours later it was close to midnight. After seeing off the nearby guests and arranging rooms for those who needed to stay overnight, Alan carried a slightly tipsy Avril back to the bedroom. Alan, you're not drunk, are you? Avril wrapped her arms around Alan's neck and kissed his cheek. Alan spun around with her in his arms, laughing. Do I look like I'm drunk? Good, you're not drunk. Avril lifted her chin slightly, placed her hand on the button of Alan's collar and tapped it gently. Dare to hit me? Tonight I must teach you a lesson. Alan put on an angry expression, threw Avril onto the bed, then took off his coat and playfully pounced on her. He and Avril had known each other since childhood sweethearts with deep feelings. His great-grandfather in his youth was a close friend of Avril's great-grandfather. Together they rose from commoners to barons, and the two families had always been on good terms. Even when Avril's father became a viscount, it did not weaken the friendship with the Alves family, instead he took even more care of them. 4 years ago, when he was 14, his parents led the family knights to hunt in the Hundred Valley Forest and fell under the claws of a powerful thunder eagle, causing the family to fall into turmoil. Avril's father stepped in at that time, helping him, who had no management experience, stabilize the family and later arranged the engagement between him and Avril. This was a great kindness, so he had always cherished Avril. Now that the system had arrived, soon he would no longer need the support of the Garcia family but instead repay them. "Alan, what's wrong?" Seeing Alan's expression change, Avril, who had been stripped to her undergarments, asked softly. "Nothing, just remembered I forgot to give the servants their bonuses. I'll arrange it tomorrow. Now let's get down to business." Alan chuckled and gently tapped Avril's nose. Avril blushed and proactively offered her sweet lips. She had also been waiting for this day for a long time, marrying the one she loved. The next morning, Alan got up early, personally saw off the guests who had stayed overnight, and then returned to the hall. "Now it's F1 time. System, can you introduce your functions? Brother Tong, are you there?" Alan tried to call the system, but there was no response, whether speaking aloud or silently in his mind. Passive, huh? Alan scratched his chin and decided to put it aside for now. When the system activated yesterday, it said that expanding the family would yield rewards. There was no rush, if there were many ways to expand the family and he could plan slowly later. For now, let's first check the activation gift pack and enhance his strength as soon as possible. A flash of light and 4 cards of different colors appeared in Alan's hand. 1 10-year combat cultivation card, 1 10-year magic cultivation card, 1 bronze level combat talent card, and 1 bronze level magic talent card. Talent first. Use. AI Luan tried to command in his mind, and the 2 cultivation talent cards instantly turned into streams of light, exploding and then falling upon him. AI Luan's expression changed slightly. He felt a warmth all over his body. But the warmth came and went quickly. When it disappeared, AI Luan carefully sensed. There was no special feeling, just that his body felt lighter and his mind was more relaxed. Bronze level talent. AI Luan clenched his fist, a hint of surprise on his face. There are 10 levels of cultivation talent: beginner, intermediate, advanced, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, amethyst, saint, and divine. When he was 10, he went to the county city to test his talent. His combat talent was intermediate and his magic talent was intermediate. Although having any cultivation talent was a blessing, the level was indeed average. Now it has jumped directly to double bronze level. If the system had come 8 years earlier, he might already be a star warrior or a star mage. But it's not too late now. With a cheat, what else could he be unsatisfied with? All in. AI Luan snapped his fingers excitedly and used both cultivation cards. The next second, the combat chi and magic power inside AI Luan began to surge wildly, growing to the point where his body ached. He quickly entered a cultivation state to control them. About 5 minutes later, the growth of combat chi and magic power finally stopped. AI Luan could not suppress his joy, taking deep breaths to calm his excitement. His combat chi level jumped from 9th rank warrior to 3rd rank great warrior, and his magic power level went from nothing directly to 10th rank apprentice mage. The improvement was enormous. Just sitting still, he could intuitively feel the surging power inside him. Awesome. Too awesome. But as he smiled, AI Luan's brow suddenly furrowed. He used the talent cards first for a reason, mainly to see how the cultivation cards calculate the cultivation based on the original talent or the enhanced talent. It was obvious, calculated based on the original talent. With intermediate combat talent, cultivating for 10 years would roughly bring him from 9th rank warrior to 3rd rank great warrior. If calculated with the enhanced bronze level talent, he could have at least reached 1st rank star warrior. But it's not a big problem. If pressing F1 once isn't enough, pressing it multiple times will do. Quantity makes up for quality. Besides, with bronze level talent already in hand, his own cultivation would also improve quickly. The urgent task now is to find a way to use the system to strengthen the family. The simplest way is to have more children, marry more wives, and have more offspring. But AI Wayer just married me, so this path cannot be taken for now. Got it. The Night Order can be expanded, the territory's infrastructure can be upgraded, and we can also attract some population from the wilderness. Let the butler handle it. Do it today. AI Luan always acted swiftly. Once decided, he immediately asked a maid to summon the butler Tom. After hearing AI Luan's orders, Tom showed a surprised expression and asked tentatively, "Baron, have you truly decided?" Without a doubt, expanding the Night Order is an extremely wise choice. But taking in the wilderness people might increase the family's financial burden. The butler of the Alvis family was originally his grandfather, and now it is him. This place is also a home to him, and he does not want this family to face difficulties. Tom, do as I say. AI Lewin nodded expressionlessly considering Tom's loyalty and explained a little, I am already a great warrior. The family's gold coins will only increase. As you wish, respected Baron Alvis. Hearing AI Lewin's words, Tom's slightly dim eyes lit up and then he hurriedly exited the hall. AI Lewin had intended to cultivate combat chi and experience the power of bronze-level talent, but just as he changed into casual clothes he heard a call from the back room. Darling. AI Lewin quickly entered the back room, sat by the bed and held AI Wei-er in his arms. AI Wei-er kissed AI Lewin on the cheek, a happy smile on her face, and asked, AI Lewin, has my father returned? Yes, he left before dawn. You know it's harvest season now, so he can't stay away from his territory for too long. AI Lewin helped AI Wei-er tidy her hair, explaining softly. AI Wei-er frowned and said, it's all your fault. I told you to rest early, but now I couldn't even see my father off. It's so rude. AI Lewin grinned mischievously and pinched AI Wei-er's cheek. I remember you said, continue. Nonsense. I did not. AI Wei-er's face instantly turned red. She shyly twisted AI Lewin's waist. Haha. After spending some tender moments with AI Wei-er, AI Lewin went to the family treasure room, took some herbs and magic potions and asked the chef to prepare nourishing food for AI Wei-er. Then he began his work. As a baron he had many things to deal with every day. In particular, this month was the harvest period for wheat and rye. These two grains are nutritious and priced higher, providing half of the Alvis family's income. Soon a month passed. Baron, the Knight Order has reached 100 members, all apprentice warriors above 5th rank, fully equipped with armor and warhorses. Total cost 303 gold coins. Should we continue recruiting knights? Baron, the territory's total population has reached 30000, of which 6000 are wilderness people recently accepted. Building new villages and distributing grain cost 140 gold coins. Should we arrange for them to reclaim wasteland? AI Lewin sat in the hall listening to the reports of Tom and the family Knight Order Captain Spike. AI Lewin thought for a moment and said, Spike, recruit 12 more knights. I need 1 captain, 1 vice captain, 10 knight leaders and 10 squads of 10 knights. Tom, arrange for the wilderness people to reclaim wasteland. The land near the new village is relatively poor, so only sow barley and oats. By the way, register all the new knights and wilderness people. This must be done today. Go. Yes, Baron. Tom and Spike bowed slightly, saluted and left the hall. Ah, still poor. AI Lewin looked at the 2 pieces of parchment on the table and sighed softly. Excluding fixed assets and inventory, the family's cash still stands at 1550 gold coins. The purchasing power of 1550 gold coins is huge. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin is enough to buy a high-quality barley bread. If calculated by the grain prices of this world, these 1550 gold coins are more spendable than 60 million soft RMB in the previous life, with a purchasing power ratio of 1:4. But there are too many places to spend money now. Territory population, territory strength, territory infrastructure all require money to invest. If he spends freely, these 1550 gold coins might barely last 3 months. Now it's all up to the system. The strength and population of the family territory have been improved, which definitely counts as strengthening the family. He is already waiting for the reward. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Alan intended to accompany Avril for a stroll in the garden. No sooner had he set down his knife and fork than the battle chi within his body began to churn uncontrollably. A sharp gleam flashed in Alan's eyes. He swiftly sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing and began to control the battle chi. The air in the dining room suddenly began to stir. Wisps of pale yellow battle chi emerged and continuously seeped into Alan's body. Break. When the battle chi within him expanded to a critical point, Alan let out a cold shout. His entire body erupted with battle chi, throwing the dining room into chaos. A soft thud echoed in his mind as Alan relaxed, completely lying on the ground and gasping for breath. 4th stage Great Warrior. Feeling the abundant battle chi within him, a smile curled at the corners of Alan's mouth. As expected of a bronze tier battle chi talent. Had it been an intermediate tier talent, even 2 years of arduous training might not guarantee a breakthrough within the Great Warrior realm. Alan, have you broken through? Avril helped him up in delight, planting kisses on his cheek again and again. Alan nodded. Yes. It feels like my cultivation speed has increased significantly since turning 18, perhaps because my body has fully matured. Then I must work harder too. Avril clenched her little fist, speaking with great determination. She was now an 8th stage mage, not far from becoming a great mage. Alan affectionately ruffled her hair and said softly, "I will support you wholeheartedly. When Tom goes to the county town to sell grain, I'll have him buy a bottle of 2nd stage mana boosting potion." Upon hearing this, Avril shook her head repeatedly. "No, absolutely not. A 2nd stage mana boosting potion costs 500 gold coins. You can't spend money on such things, the family has many other expenses." A warmth filled Alan's heart. He embraced Avril and whispered in her ear, "You are my wife, my most precious treasure. You deserve everything I have. It's settled. Unless you wish to refuse my love." Amen. At these words Avril could no longer refuse. She nodded, moved, and raised her head to give Alan a long deep kiss. Detected family territory, population increased. Rating intermediate. Congratulations, host received 5-year battle chi cultivation card, wheat beer brewing technique. Detected family territory, strength increased. Rating advanced. Congratulations, host received 10-year battle chi cultivation card, 3rd stage flame knight set. Suddenly the system notification sounded. Did Tom and Spike manage it? Alan thought with delight. This was good news. First, it confirmed that the system worked as intended. Second, the rewards had arrived and were quite generous for his current situation. After escorting Avril to her room, Alan instructed the maids to clean the dining room and made his way to the hall. As expected, within a few minutes Tom and Spike arrived together, holding a thick stack of parchment to report on the day's work. Alan checked the registration forms and looked at Tom. "Tom, prepare our brewery. My father left me a recipe for wheat beer and I intend to try it." "My lord, will new tools be needed?" Tom asked. The Alvis family brewery had been idle for 2 years. Restarting production would require a complete overhaul. "Not for now." Alan waved his hand to dismiss them. There were many varieties of wheat beer and he didn't yet know which type the system had provided. After Tom and Spike left, Alan retrieved the rewards from the system space and used both cultivation cards. So satisfying. Alan closed his eyes and savored the feeling. The battle chi granted by the system was different from self-cultivation. Breakthroughs came swiftly. With 15 years of battle chi cultivation poured in just 1 minute, he soared from 4th stage Great Warrior to 7th stage Great Warrior. Cultivation grew harder with each stage, so unlike yesterday, 10 years of cultivation had only raised him by 4 stages. Cracking his joints, Alan sent the waiting maids to rest and turned his attention to the remaining 2 rewards. A notebook detailing the brewing method for wheat beer. A fiery red 3rd stage flame knight set card. Compared to the wheat beer brewing technique, Alan was more interested in the flame knight set as it directly enhanced his combat strength. In this world where power reigns supreme, one could never afford to be weak. A neighing cry rang out as a warhorse appeared in the living room, its eyes glowing red, clad in black armor and standing over 2 meters at the shoulder. A complete set of black-red knight armor hung on the horse's back, including a helmet, boots, 2 longswords and a spear. 3rd stage fire nightmare. 3rd stage fire attribute set. Alan swallowed hard and punched the air in excitement. In this world, magical beasts and equipment had ranks from 1 to 10 corresponding to the 10 cultivation stages of humans. A 3rd stage warhorse mount would sell for at least 300 gold coins in the county town. Some newly titled barons with small poor territories would be hard-pressed to produce such cash. The flame set was worth much more than the fire nightmare. Although each piece was 2nd stage, when combined they displayed 3rd stage power. His father had owned a 3rd stage ice set worth 800 gold coins. Not bad, this is my style. Alan eagerly donned the flame set and mounted the fire nightmare. Activating his battle chi, the set converted it into flame battle chi that swirled around him. The fire nightmare also released its magic, its entire body shrouded in dark red flames, making Alan appear fierce and bloodthirsty. A true upgrade. Alan drew the long sword from his left hip and traced a ring of fire before him. The vast majority of people had attribute-less battle chi and magic, and he was no exception. Only by using attribute equipment or special battle techniques and spells as a medium could one unleash elemental attacks. The difference in power was enormous. At the same stage, if the attack power of attribute-less battle chi was 1, then attribute battle chi was 3. Originally he had planned to sell some goods and grit his teeth to buy a set in the county town. Now it was saved. After a brief experience, Alan changed back into casual clothes, led the fire nightmare to the garden and took out the final reward. Oh, isn't this wheat beer 100 times better than the common barley beer on the market? It would sell like wildfire. But I can't take on such a large cake right now. I'll need to ask my father-in-law for help and find some distributors to offload the sales hassle. My main focus must remain on strengthening the family. A month later, Alan hosted a banquet inviting 7 barons and 2 viscounts. Their fiefs were not far from Mori ancient town, with the farthest being only a day's ride away. They were all Alan's neighbors, and one of the viscounts was even his father-in-law, Joe Garcia. Ha ha. Alvis, you are truly my best friend. After several rounds of wine, the pot-bellied Viscount John stood up, raising a glass of pale beer to toast with Alan. Alan downed his glass in one gulp and laughed heartily. Viscount John, it is my honor to be your friend. I have always believed in one saying, the more friends the more paths. So I choose to cooperate with all of you excellent nobles, making money together. Everyone's prosperity is true prosperity. Hearing Alan's words, the other barons also stood up and raised their glasses to drink. Only his father-in-law seemed displeased, drinking silently with his head down. Well said. Let's make money together. Alvis, from today on we are brothers. Alvis, I suggest you build more breweries. Philip is right. I can send craftsmen to help you free of charge. Seeing this harmonious scene, Alan's face was full of smiles, but inwardly he was indifferent, paying no heed to their words. His pale beer had been on the market for half a month. The market response was excellent, and it had already wiped out all the barley beer on the shelves. After learning this, those smiling tigers came to him every few days, hinting that they wanted to buy his pale beer recipe and take a share. That suited him perfectly, though he couldn't give away the recipe. Cooperation was feasible. The cost of a barrel of raw beer was less than 1 silver coin. He sold each barrel to these nobles for 4 silver coins, and they would resell it at an even higher price. The 7 barons and 2 viscounts joined forces to form a merchant caravan, securing all the beer business outside the county town. Just as Alan said, they made money together. Of course, as the original producer, he earned the most. He only needed to brew the beer and do nothing else, just lie back and collect the money. With the current production efficiency of the brewery, he could produce about 1,000 barrels of pale beer a month, with a net profit of around 300 gold coins. Though 300 may seem small, before the family system appeared, the Alvis family's total cash was less than 2,000 gold coins. Absolute profiteering. Moreover, Alan had already ordered the expansion of the brewery, and the production efficiency of pale beer was increasing daily. This month's net profit might be 300 gold coins, but next month could reach 1,000. In short, with pale beer, Alan no longer had to worry about running out of money, at least not at this stage. He could focus on strengthening his family. Once his strength improved to a certain level, these nobles would likely come to repay him with interest. Near midnight. Except for Alan and his father-in-law, the others were all dead drunk. Alan handed the drunkards over to Tom for arrangements and took his father-in-law into the living room of the residential suite. Alan, is the banquet over? Avril, still awake, hurried over to help support her father. Yes, it's done. Alan sat on the sofa, channeling his battle chi to dispel the drunkenness. Alan, you didn't need to share the beer business with them. I have a decent relationship with Count William. No one in the Ace region dares touch you. Joe took a sip of warm water and sighed. He was pleased that his son-in-law had the ability to make money, but it pained him to see him giving away profits. Count William is precisely the one I worry about. In the face of absolute profit, even my own shadow might stab me in the back. Alan said with a cold laugh. Alan had met Count William before. When his father took him to visit, the Count's face was always cold before the gift was presented, but after receiving it he became amiable. A man with power, influence and a voracious appetite, one must be cautious. Moreover, the county town was too far away. If he cooperated with Count William, he might not get a satisfactory price and would face envy and harassment from all sides. Caravans being robbed, taverns being smashed, these were unavoidable, and he would have to bear them alone. The current situation was good. By joining forces with 7 barons and 2 viscounts, he still held the lion's share and maintained stable income. In the face of such a vast commercial alliance, even Count William couldn't interfere. Regardless of your title here, it's all about the money. Joe wanted to say a few good words for Count William, but remembering that his relationship with the Count was built on money, he ultimately said nothing. Avril interjected at the right moment, "Father, how is Annie? When I saw her last time she said she would visit me often but she never came. It's not you forbidding her, is it?" "How could it be me? Annie is training, she's striving to become an archmage." Joe waved his hands frantically, afraid Avril might misunderstand. Unlike Alan's father, who was devoted to one woman, Joe already had 9 sons but only 2 daughters, so he doted on them. What a talent, Alan thought to himself. He remembered Annie was only just 15, and though she was playful and mischievous, she had already reached the level of a 10th tier mage. Her talent was likely at the bronze tier, and silver tier was not impossible. After all, before the system arrived he had trained desperately and only reached the 9th tier warrior at 18. After arranging a room for his father-in-law, Alan carried Avril into the bedroom. As they slipped under the covers, Avril shrank toward the edge of the bed and said weakly, "Alan, can I rest today?" "Of course, take a good rest these 2 days. Alan moved over, pulled Avril into his arms and gently kissed her cheek. Feeling Alan's affection, Avril nestled into his arms and asked, "Alan, would you like to take a few lovers?" Hearing this, the corners of Alan's mouth curled up slightly, but he quickly flattened them. In this world, lovers and mistresses both referred to concubines. The reason he had been so diligent these past 2 months was not only to increase the true family population but also to make Avril voluntarily loosen her restrictions. The system's functional requirements were clear: he couldn't have only one woman. Sure enough, Avril, who had grown up in the noble circle, had no objection to her husband taking lovers. It had only been 2 months and she had already brought it up. He. "Air, you know I only love you." After a moment's contemplation, Alan gently lifted Air's delicate face and kissed her deeply. In his past life he had also been in love and knew what women liked to hear. So he could not simply agree, he had to coax her. "I know, but I cannot let you become a laughingstock. You are a baron, you cannot have only one woman. Your father before." Although being devoted is a virtuous quality, many people laughed at him behind his back. Air said gravely, embodying the mindset of the nobility. She did not care at all about how many mistresses Alan had. After all, she was the wife, and any mistress who entered the household would have to obey her. Even her own father had 5 mistresses. Alan was so capable, he could not be perceived as incompetent in the eyes of other nobles merely because of her. Most importantly, she truly could not bear it anymore. If this continued, she would not even have time to cultivate. As Air's words faded, Alan let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "Very well. Since it is your wish, I agree. But such matters also require fate. One cannot simply pick up someone from the roadside. Let us take it slow. Leave it to me to handle." Air said excitedly, "And has also reached marriageable age. What do you think of her?" "My father thinks highly of you, he should agree." "I will follow your judgment, your happiness matters more than anything." Alan nodded repeatedly. And not only possessed outstanding cultivation talent but was also extraordinarily beautiful, he found it impossible to refuse. He had not expected Air to recommend Anne. It seemed his thinking had become calcified, much like the ancient past in his previous life, where having shared empresses was instead celebrated as a fine tale. Freya from the Reen family is very pretty, she is 16 this year and you just met her father." "Corinne from the Benjamin family, we used to play together in childhood. However, her family has moved near the county city, so I will write to her tomorrow. And then there is Isabella from the Hewitt family, she is a grand mage." Hearing Alan agree, Air began counting on her fingers, growing ever more excited as she spoke. Alan chuckled dumbly and shook his head. The girls Air had chosen were all of marriageable age from noble families. The marriage of noble women was hardly so simple, such matters were decided by the patriarchs of their clans. However, regarding Anne. The next morning Alan had breakfast with Air, then donned full armor and rode his fire nightmare horse to patrol his territory. After 2 months of construction, his territory had prospered considerably. New taverns, new inns, a new mercenary guild, and more. Now, in addition to the original 30,000 inhabitants, thousands of outsiders came and went daily, greatly strengthening the commercial atmosphere of the territory. Thanks to these successful developments, Alan had recently received 2 more rewards, 2 cards granting 5 years of battle chi cultivation and a whiskey brewing technique. With 10 years of battle chi cultivated and a month of grueling training added, he had barely reached the 9th rank Great Warrior level. To become a Starlight Warrior, he still needed time to accumulate. The whiskey brewing technique was quite useful, he particularly enjoyed whiskey on the rocks. Alas, whiskey required at least 3 years of fermentation, so he would not be able to drink it anytime soon. "Baron." Passing by Banshan village, the settlement closest to Hundred Valley Forest, an anxious cry reached Alan's ears. Alan turned his head and saw an 8th-rank squire knight, his armor engraved with the Alwai family's totem column sigil. This was one of their family's knights. Alan immediately urged his horse forward and asked, "What is the matter?" Blood stained the squire's armor and the stains were not yet dry. Clearly he had just been in combat. "Baron. A horde of goblins attacked Banshan village. We happened to be patrolling nearby at the time, but the goblins moved with terrifying speed. Over 100 civilians were killed and many women were abducted. Captain Sakuki has already led men in pursuit." Under these extraordinary circumstances, the knight did not dismount to offer formal greetings but reported directly from horseback. "Damn it! You damn creatures daring to run wild on my territory." Alan cursed inwardly, drew the long spear from his back and immediately spurred the fire nightmare toward Hundred Valley Forest. Goblins were humanoid demonic beasts, blue-faced, fanged, short and ugly, with a nature both cruel and licentious. They were humanity's most detested demonic beasts without exception. For anyone whom the goblins encountered and could overpower, the men would be killed in brutal fashion and the women would be seized and violated. There were no exceptions. He had to personally intervene in this battle, and he had to win decisively. If he did not annihilate that entire pack of goblins, no merchants would dare come to his territory in the future, and even the original residents might relocate. Soon Alan spotted traces of combat. In the wasteland near Hundred Valley Forest there were numerous corpses of goblins and women, and even 2 knights lay dead. Alan's killing intent deepened and he struck the fire nightmare firmly on its shoulder and neck. Roar! The fire nightmare erupted with magical power, flames instantly engulfing its entire body. As if sensing Alan's fury, it let out a bestial roar unlike any it had ever made before. At that same moment Alan activated his 3rd-rank flame armor, his entire figure shrouded in blazing fire. On the other side, at the outskirts of Hundred Valley Forest. "Charge!" Sakuki wielded his long sword and ordered his knight squad to pursue the goblin group a short distance ahead. More than half of the members of the knight squad were new recruits who had just joined, with an average cultivation level of only 10th-rank squire knights. Their comprehensive combat strength was not particularly formidable. Yet this group of goblins was even weaker. By rough estimation their average level was around mid-tier 1. Demonic beasts did not possess cultivation realms as refined as humans. Aside from tiers there were only 4 subdivisions: early, mid, late and peak. Thud. Suddenly a knight was launched backward from the dense forest ahead, crashing down at Sakuki's feet. Sakuki looked closely and realized it was the captain of the 5th squad, an 8th-rank knight whose breastplate had caved in. He was already lifeless. To strike an 8th-rank knight into such a state, how powerful must the enemy be? He himself was merely a 3rd-rank great warrior. Could he withstand this? Sakuki tightened his grip on his long sword and stared toward the dense forest. Gurk, accompanied by a hoarse roar, a goblin standing over 3 meters tall burst from the forest carrying a massive club embedded with sharp stone fragments. Tier 3 mid-stage. Sensing the magical aura radiating from this colossal goblin, Sakuki's body instantly tensed. A Tier 3 mid-stage goblin possessed cultivation comparable to a Tier 4 to 6 Grand Knight. He had the ability to fight it, yet he held not the slightest assurance of victory. Bang! Just as Sakuki was about to order a retreat, a sonic boom erupted beside his ear. Sakuki felt a rush of heat near his ear as a crimson streak of light flashed past his head, shooting toward the colossal goblin and splitting it cleanly in 2. He turned to look. A ball of flame raced toward them at incredible speed, and within it he could faintly discern the silhouette of a warhorse and its rider. Sakuki's long-held anxiety finally eased and he exhaled a long breath. Baron. Alan's arrival greatly boosted the morale of the knights. Everyone had witnessed the scene moments ago. A mid-tier 3rd-order goblin had appeared only to be effortlessly slain by Alan, felled with a single thrust of his spear. Leave none alive. Alan roared, charging into the dense forest. He retrieved his spear from the ground, then switched to dual swords. The forest was teeming with goblins, all fleeing in the same direction. A few of the goblins carried women on their shoulders. You're asking for death. Alan swung his dual swords, unleashing one fiery slash after another, cleaving goblins in half with each strike. Squeak. The goblin horde fell into chaos. They realized they had bitten off more than they could chew, hastily dropping the women they carried and scattering in all directions. Alan pursued the direction with the most goblins. As for the other directions and the rescued women, he left them to the knights. If they couldn't even handle the small fry, the Night Order might as well disband on the spot. Swish. Flame slashes howled through the air, continuously reaping goblin lives. In less than a minute not a single goblin remained standing within Alan's sight. Alan was about to turn and continue his assault when he heard a woman's sharp cry from ahead. He urged his fire mare forward. Emerging from the forest into a clearing, Alan saw a mercenary squad locked in battle with a group of goblins. The squad consisted of 5 members, 3 men and 2 women. But among these 5 only one young woman remained standing, the others lay motionless on the ground. The girl still fighting was strikingly beautiful. She was a 4th Order archmage clad in a white long dress, her hair cascading to her waist. Gripping a staff, she used magic to keep the goblins at bay. Alan thought, time for a classic rescue of the damsel. He sheathed his dual swords, retrieved his spear and leaped lightly into the center of the battlefield, placing himself protectively in front of the white-clad mage. The next instant Alan vanished from his spot, charging into the goblin horde like a thunderbolt. Boom! Crack! Wherever his spear swept, flames surged without cease. Goblins were blasted into charred chunks, exploding violently. So strong! The white-clad mage parted her lips, her eyes filled with shock. This powerful flame knight, could he be a Starfire knight? Before she could react, the surrounding 20-odd goblins had all been slain by Alan. Alan tucked his spear behind him, walked slowly to the white-clad mage, removed his helmet and asked softly, "Lady Mage, are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you. If it weren't for you." "Ah." She remembered her companions mid-sentence and hurriedly went to check on them. Alan also stepped forward to help. Regrettably, among the 3 men and 1 woman lying on the ground, only the female swordswoman, a 3rd Order great warrior, was still alive. However, she had suffered a severe neck wound and needed immediate treatment. It was worth noting that the female swordswoman was also exceptionally beautiful. Though the time and place were hardly appropriate, Alan couldn't help but let his mind wander. Alan reached behind him, retrieved a vial of hemostatic potion from the system space and briefly treated the female swordswoman's wound. Then he looked at the white-clad mage and said, "Lady Mage, your companion needs care. Perhaps I can help." "Yes, please, Sir Knight." The white-clad mage nodded repeatedly. She was already flustered and at a loss, so Alan's initiative helped dispel her confusion. "They can't be brought along. Do you need?" Alan placed the female swordswoman onto the firemare's back, then raised a hand and flames surged in his palm. Hearing this, the white-clad mage paused, her eyes reddening slightly, but in the end she nodded firmly. It was better to let them rest peacefully here than to be devoured by beasts. Very well. Alan cast 3 balls of flame, reducing the 3 corpses to ash. Then he pulled the white-clad mage into his embrace, leaped onto the firemare's back and turned back toward the forest. The white-clad mage's body was stiff. She leaned against Alan without moving, keeping one hand pressed on the female swordswoman's waist, afraid she might fall. By the time Alan returned to the forest, the battle had already ended. No living goblins were in sight. The knights were comforting the women who had been captured and searching the area, determined not to let a single goblin escape. Baron. That mid-tier 3rd Order giant goblin from earlier was likely the leader of this group. As Alan returned, Spike immediately approached him. Ahem. Alan nodded slightly. Small goblin groups were indeed like this, a powerful leader commanding a host of lesser minions. If they encountered a goblin group with relatively balanced strength and no leader, it might be a vanguard squad sent by a goblin tribe requiring extra caution. "Spike, I'll head off now. You can handle things here, right?" "I've got this, Baron. By the way, notify the people of Banshan village, families that lost someone today are exempt from taxes for 2 years. For families left with only children, arrange for the children to work at the manor." "Understood, Baron." Ahem. After giving his instructions, Alan took his leave first. Are you a noble?" The white-clad mage, still leaning in Alan's arms, shifted slightly and asked, blushing. Alan's hand was placed rather high, which made her quite shy. Alan made no move to adjust his position. Instead, he wrapped both arms around the white-clad mage and said softly, "Sengu Town is my fiefdom." "Oh. I know you. The Alvis family's wheat beer is excellent." Fully embraced by Alan, the white-clad mage realized his intentions. She lowered her head, her cheeks burning, and dared not move. Noticing this, Alan allowed a faint smirk to curl at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit the noble title was quite useful. Coupled with his handsome looks and the display of strength earlier, he might just seal the deal with a little more effort. By the way, all of you are fairly strong. How could those low-level goblins give you so much trouble? As they neared the manor, Alan asked curiously. With 5 people of no mean cultivation, how could they be overwhelmed by a mere few dozen goblin minions? Baron, before we encountered the goblins we fought a powerful late-tier 3rd-order magical beast. We were all injured and completely exhausted. I see. For now you can rest at my manor. Heal your wounds before deciding what to do next. Thank you for your generosity. AI Lewin. Avril, who had also received news of the monster attack on the territory, finally let out a sigh of relief upon seeing AI Lewin return safely. However, her attention was soon drawn to the white-dressed girl and the female swordsman. AI Lewin, she's seriously injured. Bring her to the living room. I'll go find Granny Chi. Avril checked the female swordsman's neck, her expression turning grave instantly. All right, I appreciate your help. AI Lewin nodded and immediately carried the female swordsman into the hall, followed closely by the white-dressed girl. Granny Chi was Spike's mother, the only priest in the territory skilled in basic healing arts and currently a 10th-rank priest. Before long, Granny Chi arrived. She examined the female swordsman's wounds and asked hesitantly, Baron, is she a friend of yours? Her injuries are severe. Though I am confident I can heal her, it will require. AI Lewin understood immediately. He could heal her, but it would cost a fortune. At that moment the white-dressed girl looked at AI Lewin with pleading eyes, on the verge of tears from distress. AI Lewin feigned a troubled sigh, then gave the white-dressed girl a firm look and said to Granny Chi, whatever you need, just say the word. I'll trouble you, Granny Chi. As you wish, my lord. Hearing this, Granny Chi immediately knew what to do and opened her portable medicine chest. Avril stood by observing, first the white-dressed girl, then the unconscious female swordsman, and nodded thoughtfully. This was a blessing from heaven. She had to secure these 2 girls, freeing up much of her time for cultivation. After a moment's thought, Avril said, AI Lewin, she's a girl. Perhaps you could retire to your room for a while. I'll go patrol the territory. Seeing Granny Chi begin to unbuckle the female swordsman's armor, AI Lewin nodded and left the hall. Avril signaled the white-dressed girl and led her to the window. Calmly she said, you heard, saving her will come at a great cost. Have you thought about how you'll repay it? I'll repay it. I truly will. Please, you must save her. Hearing Avril's words, the white-dressed girl was at a loss, merely pleading frantically, her gaze drifting out the window in search of AI Lewin. No, you cannot repay it. The secret medicines that nobles use to save their lives are not something commoners can easily repay. Perhaps I should remind you, according to the laws of the Shusi Duchy, defrauding a noble's property is punishable by hanging. You wouldn't want yourself and your friend to end up on the gallows, would you? Avril spoke coldly, her noble bearing cultivated from childhood pressing down on the white-dressed girl, who dared not meet her eyes. I'm sorry. The white-dressed girl was naive. She knew she had nothing to her name and could hardly repay this debt, so she could only apologize repeatedly. Just as the white-dressed girl was about to be frightened into tears by the pressure, Avril gently embraced her and whispered in her ear, what do you think of my husband? Ha! The Baron is an excellent man. Caught off guard, the white-dressed girl's mind suddenly flashed back to the moment she had been rescued, and she nodded instinctively. A smile curled at the corner of Avril's mouth as she seductively murmured, would you like to become his lover? Become the lover of such an outstanding man, become a noble. If you are willing, this will be your home. All dangers will leave you and only gold and status will accompany you for life. The white-dressed girl's pretty face flushed crimson and her breathing quickened. She had to admit that Avril had struck a chord in her heart. AI Lewin truly captivated her. From the moment of her rescue, his bravery and fearlessness had been etched deep into her mind, unforgettable. Moreover, AI Lewin was a noble. She and her companion had always aspired to become nobles. But in this peaceful era, becoming a noble was incredibly difficult. Only by cultivating to the star brilliance realm and donating 1,000 gold coins could one obtain the baronial patent. Now, she could marry a hero and live a noble's life, such an opportunity. The white-dressed girl clasped her hands on her skirt, took a deep breath and asked timidly, Honorable Baroness, will the Baron agree? I will persuade him. You must be obedient from now on, understand? Avril stroked the white-dressed girl's shoulder. The white-dressed girl completely relaxed, leaning against Avril's shoulder with half-closed eyes, already regarding Avril as her protector. Avril cheered inwardly, celebrating the success of her plan. After calming the white-dressed girl's emotions she continued, "My dear sister, perhaps your friend also needs a pillar of support. What do you think?" Hearing Avril call her sister, the white-dressed girl felt a warm glow inside and replied without hesitation, "Of course. I will persuade her. Actually, Freya has long wanted to marry, but her brother didn't want her to wed a commoner, so he never allowed it." "Excellent." Avril nodded, gently caressing the white-dressed girl's cheek, and whispered, "This will be your first task after becoming the Baroness." "Baroness." The white-dressed girl murmured softly, the light in her eyes growing brighter. She looked at Tina lying on the sofa, wishing she would wake up immediately. Tina. At noon, Ai Luan returned to the manor for lunch. Granny Chi's healing magic was effective if the female swordsman's injuries had mostly healed and she could already move. She only needed a few more days of rest to fully recover. Ai Luan, there's something I need you to decide. Eileen and Tina have lost their companions and brother. They intend to end their adventuring and become your lovers. What do you think? By the way, they wish to belong only to you. If you want them, you must promise not to give them away to other nobles. Once the dishes were on the table, Avril dismissed the maids and the cook. Hearing Avril's words, the white-dressed girl Eileen blushed shyly, while the female swordsman Tina twisted her bandaged neck with some difficulty and looked at Ai Luan with hopeful eyes. 3 hours ago Avril had convinced Eileen. Half an hour ago Eileen had convinced Tina. Both women were of the same mind, to leave the mercenary life behind and become lofty noble ladies. Though a lover was not an official wife, she was still a noble's woman, akin to a deity in the eyes of commoners, with a single word capable of deciding many lives. Ai Luan was somewhat surprised, but he quickly understood. This must have been Avril's doing. "All right, I accept you. From now on you are my women." Without hesitation Ai Luan raised his glass in a toast. Detected increase in family population. This concubine has high-level combat chi aptitude and medium-level magic power aptitude, rated as high-level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10-year combat chi cultivation card tier 3 Thunder Knight set. Detected increase in family population. This concubine has low-level combat chi aptitude and high-level magic power aptitude, rated as high-level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10-year magic power cultivation card 1 tier 2 spellbook. Just as he announced the acceptance of Ai Lin and Tina, the system notification sounded. "Just as I thought." Ai Luan was somewhat delighted but not surprised. If increasing territory population yields rewards, then directly increasing family population must also yield rewards. When he married Ai Wire, it wasn't this detailed, it must have been counted as part of the system's activation conditions. The rewards are also easy to guess. Besides cultivation, territory population is related to economy, territory strength is related to combat power, and family population is related to the cultivation direction of the joining members. Then, to improve cultivation talent, one should bear offspring with excellent cultivation talent. Ai Luan thought while eating. He had roughly figured out the system's rules. It was easy to say but hard to do, after all many things required a long time to accomplish. However, he was not impatient, because the most important cultivation cards were not hard to obtain. Once his cultivation improved, talent, equipment and money were all fleeting clouds. Trash Fingyun, I want to be Di Shirtian. 1,000 years of internal energy is not enough, then 10,000 years. If 10,000 years is still not enough, then 100,000 years. This punch with 100,000 years of power, can you withstand it? Soon after lunch ended, Ai Wire summoned the territory management and announced the matter of Ai Lin and Tina joining the family, then took the two younger sisters to tour the manor. Although Ai Luan fancied Ai Lin and Tina, he did not cling to them. Instead, he chose a side room and began to attend to his own affairs. A 10-year combat chi cultivation card and a 10-year magic power cultivation card, and now was the time to use them. As for the Tier 2 spellbook and Tier 3 Thunder set, the former could be learned by the whole family together and the latter could be given to Tina. 10 minutes later Ai Luan ended his cultivation with a sense of boredom. Using all of the 10-year magic power cultivation, he advanced from Tier 10 apprentice mage to Tier 6 mage, a tremendous improvement. However, the 10-year combat chi cultivation only advanced him from Tier 9 great warrior to Tier 10 great warrior. He could feel the firmness of the Xinghui realm bottleneck. Breaking through it would likely require about 30 years of cultivation, definitely not possible in a short time. However, Ai Luan was already quite satisfied with this. A tier 10 great warrior might not be much in the entire Shusi duchy, but in a remote border area like the AC region he was already a top-tier expert. After finishing his cultivation improvement, Ai Luan left the manor. Sengu town was too close to the Baigu forest. Over the next few days he needed to inspect the entire territory, find the weak points in its defense and strengthen them. Not just defense, focusing only on defense would only invite heavier blows. In addition to raising and thickening the territory walls, he also needed to continue expanding the night order. Directly expand to 500 men. 50 squads of 10 men each with 24-hour 3-shift rotation patrols could definitely stifle most threats outside the territory. He had thought of this before, but back then he had no money. Now with the White Beer Brewery he no longer had to be stingy when doing things. The next day, Ai Luan took a stroll in the garden, feeling refreshed and invigorated. In a few more days, once Ti Na's wounds healed, life would be even more comfortable. Master Ai Luan. Just as Ai Luan was thinking of Ti Na, she entered the garden holding a fine steel longsword in her hand. You need to rest properly. Also just call me by my name. Ai Luan saw that Ti Na wanted to practice swordsmanship, so he stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, a look of concern on his face. Ti Na felt warm inside. She closed her eyes and rested her head on Ai Luan's shoulder. A concubine had no right to call her husband by his name, especially since Ai Luan was a noble. Now that he treated her like a wife, she was truly moved. Of course, although she had the right to call Ai Luan by his name, she would not do so. If outsiders heard, Ai Luan would be ridiculed. Ti Na, do you like it here? After a moment of quiet embrace, Ai Luan carried Ti Na to a bench and sat down, placing her on his lap. It's great. Ti Na nodded repeatedly. She liked it very much. Yesterday afternoon Ai Wire had announced her and Ai Lin's status in the manor, making them official members of the Alvis family. She didn't know what Ai Lin thought, but she herself was very satisfied. She had achieved the life she had dreamed of, far from poverty and danger, becoming a figure of widespread attention. Wherever she went, people bowed and paid respects to her. Although she herself did not become a noble, having a noble husband was the same. Moreover, her husband was both handsome and powerful. This might be even better than becoming a noble herself, as she could enjoy everything without having to bear responsibilities and pressure. Glad you like it. Ai Luan smiled and kissed Ti Na's pretty face, then whispered in her ear, I've prepared a wedding gift for you. I'll give it to you when you recover. Can I know what it is? Ti Na's eyes were full of anticipation. Of course it's yours. Ai Luan nodded. A Tier 3 Thunder Knight set, which includes a Tier 3 Lightning attributed magical beast mount. A Tier 3 attribute set. A Tier 3 magical beast mount. Ti Na was stunned on the spot. She never expected Ai Luan to be so generous. The whole set would cost at least 1,000 gold coins to purchase. This is 1,000 gold coins. According to her understanding, an average baron's total assets were around 1,000 gold coins, most of which were fixed assets that could not be easily liquidated. For a newly appointed baron, their total assets might not even reach 1,000 gold coins. Was Ai Luan giving her 1/10 of the family assets? Before Ti Na had recovered from the surprise, Ai Luan gently kissed the corner of her mouth and whispered, Don't refuse and don't thank me. You are my woman and you deserve all this. He had said similar words when coaxing Ai Wire. Although it was a bit embarrassing to say, it was undeniable that women liked to hear such words. Especially when a man said such words while spending money on them. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ti Na's body immediately went limp. She kissed Ai Luan again and again, tightly hugged his neck and said very directly, I swear by the goddess of light, from today on you are my everything. Then from today on I am your pillar. Ai Luan stroked Ti Na's pretty face and replied gently. A smile spread across Ti Na's face. She was already thinking about how to serve Ai Luan in a couple of days, determined to make him feel her love. She couldn't practice swordsmanship for the next couple of days, that would affect the recovery of her wounds. She would just cultivate combat chi, as it could strengthen the body and help heal wounds. Ai Luan smiled and said nothing more, just held Ti Na. Honestly speaking, his noble status accounted for half the credit for winning Ai Lin and Ti Na. But this doesn't mean Ai Lin and Ti Na are materialistic. No woman would dislike a more outstanding man, just as men like beautiful women. These are all part of reality, and everyone is in reality. Unavoidable. Before the arrival of winter, Alan received wonderful news. Avril was pregnant. In recent days Avril had a poor appetite and low spirits, often feeling dizzy. Worried, Alan invited Granny Chi. Granny Chi examined her and discovered Avril was pregnant. Hearing this news, Alan was overjoyed. 3 months into their marriage, he and Avril finally had the fruit of their love. He had lived 2 lifetimes, yet the sum of both was only 40 years. This was his first time becoming a father, a mix of confusion, anxiety, but far more sheer delight. The woman he cherished most was bearing his child, a satisfaction beyond words. Now only one thought filled Alan's mind. Take care of Avril. So he temporarily set aside cultivation and territory affairs, personally preparing prenatal necessities and spending all his remaining time with her. Avril felt Alan's love deepening their bond. Even Eileen and Tina were deeply moved, believing Alan was truly a good man and that marrying him was a stroke of luck. 3 months later, Granny Chi declared Avril's pregnancy stable. Only then did Alan resume his cultivation and territorial duties. One afternoon, Alan was supervising the construction of the territory wall outside Banshan village. The wall was nearly complete, but Baron Rain suddenly arrived, so Alan had to return to the manor to meet him. In the reception hall, Baron Rain paced back and forth, his expression grave. Seeing Alan, he brightened and said, "Alvis, I need your help." "Rain, have you run into trouble?" Alan gestured for him to sit and speak slowly. "Cultists. Many damned rats have slipped into Blackrock Town. They seem to be using the souls of the lowly to summon a dimensional demon. You know the Rain family Night Order has only 100 men. I heard you expanded your family Night Order. You can surely help with this." Rain gritted his teeth and told Alan the whole story. "I understand." Alan nodded, slightly pondering. This world was filled with divine legends and churches that worshipped gods, the most famous being the Church of Life and the Church of Light. Besides these well-respected churches, some were notorious, such as the Demon God Church. The Demon God Church was full of madmen who worshipped evil gods like the Demon God and the Dark Gods, dreaming of bringing them to the mortal world to rule. They were utterly wicked. Rain must have suffered at the hands of those cultists, hence his plea for help. However, the cultists of the Demon God Church were not easy to deal with. Even a small branch was no simple matter. Those madmen were fearless and mastered forbidden arts like the sacrifice ritual. Even a group of novice minions could potentially summon a third-tier demon. In short, it was quite troublesome. Seeing Alan's smile fade, Rain quickly said, "Alvis, we are best friends." "Of course." Alan nodded, but inwardly sneered. It seemed that sharing the profits from the white beer business had made many think he was foolish. It was time to flex his muscles. Let the big shots of the neighborhood know that Alan was the true king of this countryside. After a moment of thought, Alan sighed. "Unfortunately, I cannot leave the territory recently. Perhaps you don't know, but my wife is pregnant and I need to take good care of her. Actually, I would love to help. I've always had a fondness for Freya, so how could I refuse her father's plea? This. Congratulations." Rain forced out a strained greeting, cursing Alan's greed inwardly. Freya was his third daughter. Her cultivation talent was mediocre, but she was extraordinarily beautiful, pursued by many noble youths. Freya. Yet he looked down on those noble sons, aiming to send her to the county town to become the wife or mistress of the next Earl William. "Rain, it's rare for you to visit. Stay here a couple of days. But I may not have time to accompany you. I'm currently striving to reach the Starlight Realm." Seeing Rain silent with head bowed, Alan casually released a trace of battle chi, revealing his cultivation as a 10th-rank Grand Warrior. Starlight Realm. "Alvis, are you about to become a Starlight Warrior?" Rain was astonished. If memory served, Alan was only a 9th-rank warrior at their last meeting. How could he be on the verge of becoming a Starlight Warrior? What about the Grand Warrior Realm? Amidst his shock, Rain grew excited again. He embraced Alan and feigned displeasure, saying, "Alvis, I watched you grow up. Why didn't you tell me you liked Freya? I am your father's best friend. As long as you speak, I will have Freya marry you, even if only as a concubine." An 18-year-old 10th-rank Grand Warrior, there was a chance he could become a Solar Warrior in his lifetime. What level of powerhouse was a Solar Warrior? Even a Duke would greet him respectfully. "Earl William. Sorry, we're not familiar. Don't contact me anymore, I'm afraid Alan will misunderstand." A question mark appeared over Alan's head. "You just said I was your best friend." "I understand, but aren't you embarrassed by such a sudden change of face?" After a few internal jabs, Alan put on a surprised expression and asked, "Really? I will surely cherish Freya. I believe you. How about coming to pick up Freya tomorrow?" Rain patted Alan's shoulder warmly, not mentioning the cultists again. Some things didn't need to be spelled out. Thinking of Freya's exquisite flawless face, Alan nodded. "No problem. Tomorrow it is. I'll let Freya see the strength of the Alvis family." Haha. "It's settled then. Alvis, I must go back and tell Freya this good news." Having reached an understanding with Alan, Rain left quickly. He needed to prepare for the next day's cleansing. Those filthy rats were cunning and hard to find, requiring early preparations. What a twist of fate. Alan saw Rain off at the territory's edge, sighing as he watched the carriage depart. Avril had mentioned Freya just the other day. Initially he was interested, but after Eileen and Tina joined the household and Avril became pregnant, he had put aside the idea of taking a concubine. Returning to the manor, Alan ordered someone to summon Spike. His night order had not yet expanded to 500, but it was close to 400. He needed to ask how many warriors were ready and to take a portion to deal with the cultists tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ai Luan left Sengu town and set off toward Hei Yen town. Hei Yen town was the territory of the Layan family, slightly larger than Sengu town, nestled at the foot of a mountain range rich in black rock. This time Ai Luan brought a full 111 knights, 10 squads of 10 men, 10 knight commanders and 1 vice-captain. The average cultivation level of these 111 knights was that of a 6th rank warrior, constituting nearly half of the family's elite knight corps. It had taken several months of recruitment and training, costing a great deal of gold coins. Well, to show off one's strength one couldn't bring rookies, could one? Sengu town was not far from Hei Yen town. A normal horse ride would take 3 hours. Lei Yen was very pleased. Although his own cultivation talent was poor, he had managed to reach the 4th rank great warrior by taking pills, and he could clearly see the level of the knights Ai Luan had brought. Even the lowest among them were 5th rank warriors, and with Ai Luan being a quasi-starlight warrior, they could definitely crush the cultists hiding in Hei Yen town into mud. Lei Yen had the steward handle the reception of the knights of the Air Wei Si family while he personally escorted Ai Luan into the manor. Entering the drawing room, Ai Luan's eyes lit up. That Lei Yen had apparently arranged things in advance, for Fu Leiya was waiting in the drawing room. After 2 years apart, Fu Leiya had fully blossomed. Time had stripped away her childishness, turning her into a graceful and elegant young woman. "Fu Leiya. My precious daughter, look. Your childhood best friend Air Wei Si, your husband, has come to take you." Lei Yen laughed heartily and gestured for Fu Leiya to go directly to Ai Luan. "Lord Ai Luan." Fu Leiya glanced shyly at Ai Luan, then obediently walked to stand behind him. Her father had told her the night before about marrying her off. "Fu Leiya, long time no see." Ai Luan took off his battle helmet, nodded with a smile and gently patted Fu Leiya on the shoulder before saying, "Uncle Lei, and I heard there are some cultists in your territory." "I hate cultists the most. Could you leave me the chance to teach them a lesson?" Lei Yen laughed heartily. "Young people always like to have fun. But since you're interested, I'll leave this matter to you. After the noon banquet I'll have someone guide you." Lei Yen laughed heartily, then personally went to arrange the banquet, leaving Ai Luan and Fu Leiya alone. "Fu Leiya, I'll take you home this afternoon." Ai Luan unceremoniously reached out, hooked his arm around Fu Leiya's slender waist, lifted her onto his lap and played with her delicate hands. Fu Leiya rested her head on Ai Luan's shoulder, responding in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She was not averse to the idea of marriage. While she enjoyed a life of luxury and fine clothes, many people had to risk their lives just to get enough to eat, and the money they earned in a year was not enough for her to buy a single piece of fashion. She was well aware that all of this was given to her by her family, and she needed to repay them in return, by obeying any arrangement they made. Moreover, the man she was to marry was a prodigy who had reached the 10th rank great warrior at just 18 years old and would at least become a Moonblaze warrior in the future. If such a thing happened to other girls, they might even laugh in their sleep. "Be good, I'll take care of you." Ai Luan was very satisfied with Fu Leiya's attitude. He gently kissed her pretty face, then refrained from further actions, as this was not his own home after all. The concept of marriage in this world was very similar to the ancient times of his past life. For noble children it was always about parental command, for commoners it was mostly about matchmaker arrangements, with only a small minority engaging in free love. For someone like him who had cheated his way through life, this world was practically a paradise. He lacked nothing he desired. How awesome! After lunch Ai Luan led his family knights out of the Lei and family manor and headed to the outskirts. "My lord Baron, that farm is the place." The guide was Fa Lon Ko, the captain of the Lei and family knight corps, a second-rank great warrior. Ai Luan followed Fa Lon Ko's pointing gaze and saw a row of barns and 3 small buildings, a good place to hide people. "Tell me the situation," Ai Luan asked. Fa Lon Ko's cultivation was not weak, yet he had failed to handle this matter, indicating that the cultists were stronger. Acting rashly could lead to a disastrous capsizing. Fa Lon Ko organized his thoughts and recounted the matter in detail. 3 days ago a group of refugees arrived in Hei Yen town. Layan took them in and sent them to work at the Hei Yen mine. The next day a minor revolt broke out at the Hei Yen mine. The revolt was quickly suppressed and interrogation revealed that someone had been spreading rumors inciting the miners to rise up. The leading mine bosses had all been infected with dark magic. As soon as dark magic appeared, everyone knew it was the work of cultists. So Layan gathered the Knight Corps to blockade the Hei Yen mine, intending to wipe out the cultists in one fell swoop. However, the cultists did not sit idly by and fought back against Layan. The result was that both sides suffered losses, a significant amount of strength. About 30-odd cultists escaped, with 2 leaders both possessing the cultivation of first-rank great mages. Layan sent people to track them continuously and finally found this place. This time Layan did not act directly but thought of seeking outside help. After all, his Knight Corps had only 60-odd men left and could not afford a second round of attrition. Ai Luan was young, his territory was closest to Hei Yen town, and he had previously given up the profits from the white beer business, making him seem the easiest to fool. So he became Layan's primary target. That old bastard. Ai Luan cursed Layan several times in his mind after hearing this. No wonder he had come to ask for help in person and was willing to marry off his most beautiful daughter without hesitation. It turned out he had run into a real big trouble. 2 cultists at the first-rank great mage level plus 30-odd minions, if they performed a forbidden soul-sacrificing ritual together, could certainly summon a 4th-rank demon. He was a warrior with monetary power, and dealing with an ordinary 4th-rank demon was no problem. But if it were close to 5th rank, it would be hard to say. Strike first to gain the advantage, strike later and suffer. After a moment of thought, Ai Luan's face turned cold. He put on his battle helmet and flames swirled around his body. "Fear not. Just a bunch of weaklings. Since their forbidden summoning is powerful, we'll kill them before they can cast it. All hands prepare for battle." Seeing Ai Luan enter combat mode, the vice-captain of the Air Wei Si family Knight Corps Jie Rui turned and gave the order. Ai Luan raised his hand in a quiet gesture, then drew a long spear from behind his back. He spurred his horse and the fire mare carried him charging toward the farm. In the next instant over 100 knights followed Ai Luan charging together toward the farm. With so many warhorses moving at once, the noise was great, but as long as no one shouted they could still gain a few seconds advantage of surprise. Die. As the fire mare leaped over the farm fence, Ai Luan infused his battle chi into the long spear and swept a fiery slash toward the nearest barn. A full power strike from a 10th-rank great warrior, the fiery slash spanned over 30 meters in width. Bang! The flame slash triggered an explosion, reducing the barn to countless burning fragments. Enemy attack. Shouts echoed from several barns behind as a group of robed figures came running, wielding their staves and attacking Alan. Seeing they were merely mages of minor significance, Alan gave a cold smile and thrust his spear without hesitation. Meteor spear. Countless crimson radiance erupted from the spear tip like a torrential downpour raining down upon the cultists. Though it was merely a second-rank combat technique wielded by Alan, who had reached the 10th-rank great warrior cultivation, to those low cultivation cultists it felt no different from divine power. Ah, run! High Priest! Amidst cries of terror and shrieks of anguish, the blazing streak of fire pierced through more than 20 cultists, reducing them to ashes. Leave none alive. Alan raised his spear and shouted, turning his gaze toward the remaining barns. Frank had reported around 30 cultists, so if he'd already eliminated over 20, that left roughly 10 or 11, including 2 first-rank grand mages. Meanwhile, in the last barn, 14 cultists had gathered there, severing their left hands to draw a crooked and eerie 7-pointed star array on the ground with their blood. Once all the lines connected, the blood array began to glow, imprinting a crimson 7-pointed star onto the barn's roof. Divine Oracle, descend. The 14 cultists let out a unified cry, pairing off into 7 groups and standing at each point of the blood array. In the next moment, black mist drifted up from within the array. I am guilty of the desire for loss of control. I am guilty of carnal desire. I am guilty of reckless desire. I am guilty. O great God of original sin, we offer our sinful souls to you. Their faces twisted into fanatical ecstasy as they chanted, their bodies dissolving within moments into pools of blood that completely engulfed the entire blood array. Bang! At that exact moment Alan smashed through the door of this barn. 7 deadly sins. Upon seeing the crimson 7-pointed star emblazoned on the roof, Alan was startled and immediately ordered his subordinates back while launching a slash toward the interior of the barn himself. These cultists were summoning the demon god of 7 deadly sins. According to legends of the evil deity, the demon god of 7 deadly sins was extraordinarily powerful, though its true form had never descended to the mortal realm. The original sin demons under its command were all formidable foes. He would try to interrupt the summoning. If it was too late, then battle was inevitable. Bang! His full power slash instantaneously destroyed the final barn. Everyone fall back. Alan raised his spear high and shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the barn shrouded in flames. After roughly 2 or 3 seconds, a wisp of black fog erupted from the inferno, expanding in midair before condensing into 3 shadowy forms. Thank goodness. Sensing the magic power emanating from the shadows, Alan's shoulders relaxed slightly. The sacrifice ritual had succeeded, but the offerings were of poor quality and insufficient in quantity, summoning only 3 4th-rank demons with cultivation below the mid-4th rank stage, equivalent to 1st to 3rd rank starlight warriors. There was a power gap, but it was acceptable. As a 10th rank great warrior wearing 3rd rank flame armor, surpassing this threshold would pose no difficulty. Moreover, he had saved 2 10-year battle chi cultivation cards. Though insufficient to break through the bottleneck, they could be used to restore his vitality when his energy depleted. Jerry, stay back. Alan ordered his deputy to lead the men to retreat. His knights were elite troops, but against 4th-rank demons they were still significantly outmatched. If these were 4th-rank magical beasts, a swarm strategy would suffice, but demons were different. They could evolve by devouring flesh and souls. Therefore he had to face all 3 alone. Jerry understood that having more people would only create chaos, so he quickly led his men away from the farm. Roar! The 3 4th-rank demons fully materialized, crashing down from the sky before slowly emerging from the flames, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon Alan. Come! Alan gave a cold shout, sheathing his spear and drawing his twin swords, dismounting and charging forward without hesitation. Winnie, the fire nightmare horse, retreated a short distance but stayed close, prepared to carry Alan to safety at any moment. The next instant, the 3 demons attacked Alan simultaneously, hurling 3 clusters of purple-black mana. Pathetic. Alan activated his 3rd-rank flame set, transforming into a human-shaped inferno, and swung his twin swords, each unleashing a slash of raging fire. Rumble. The opposing energies collided with a thunderous boom before detonating simultaneously. Capable fighters. Through this brief exchange, Alan gained a preliminary understanding of the 3 demons' strength. They were far from as powerful as legend suggested, merely appearing menacing. But then again, if demons truly possessed such power, the world would long ago have been consumed by the cultists. Indeed, it made sense. If demons were truly that formidable, this world would have been devastated by the cultists long ago. Hiss! Seeing their attack blocked, the 3 demons paused, black mist seeping from their eye sockets as they charged at Alan with breathtaking speed. Bam! All 3 demons were grotesquely obese gluttony demons, standing over 5 meters tall, moving like tanks with earth-shaking footsteps. No intelligence at all. Alan noticed their intention to engage in close combat, and a faint smile crossed his lips as he met them head-on. Just before colliding with the foremost demon, Alan stomped the ground heavily, bringing his twin swords together and swinging upward. Circular dance slash. A crimson crescent blade flash sliced diagonally, severing one demon's head as it crashed to the ground. During these past 3 months, Alan had devoted most of his time to being with Awire, but as a baron, many affairs required only his orders to be carried out. Thus he occasionally received system rewards. Circular dance slash was one such reward, a 3rd-rank technique emphasizing explosive power. Roar! Witnessing their companion's death, the remaining 2 demons roared repeatedly, unleashing grey mist from their bodies that enveloped Alan. Poison. Alan immediately released his battle chi to counter. The grain touched by the grey mist was instantly corroded into black water, clearly highly toxic. Hiss hiss hiss, the flames and poison mist collided, producing a piercing grating sound as if annihilating each other, both dissipating into white smoke. Seeing that his flames could block the poison mist, Alan's killing intent surged once more. He swapped his twin swords back for his spear and initiated a second-rank combat technique without delay. Meteor Spear. Countless finger-thick holes appeared across the bodies of the two demons, turning them into sieves. Yet they seemed to feel no pain, and it appeared they were thoroughly enraged, charging directly at Alan. Insane tankers. Alan quickly dodged aside, clearly seeing the massive crater left where he had just stood. A direct hit like that would instantly disable him. However, to eliminate these two demons he would still need to fight head-on. The demon that died earlier had proven this fact. Their weak point was likely only their heads, much like magical beasts. With that thought, Alan charged forward without hesitation. Storm Spear. AI Luan unhesitatingly charged forward, intending to kill another one of the two demons before they could get up. Unfortunately, although demons lacked intelligence, they still had basic reflexes. AI Luan only managed to shatter one demon's shoulder. But that was enough. 1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant's nest strike while the iron is hot. Without giving the injured demon time to adjust its stance, AI Luan launched an attack without hesitation, each spear thrust delivered with full force. Alternating between two second-tier spear combat skills, he eliminated the one-armed demon in less than 3 seconds. Roar! The last demon let out a howl and spat a series of purple-black magic bullets at AI Luan. Too stupid. The magic power is indeed at the early 4th tier level, but its combat technique is even inferior to a beast. To conserve battle chi, AI Luan chose to evade rather than withstand. Lucky him. If it had been a more agile type of demon, he wouldn't have been able to fight so easily. It being suppressed would have been normal. Of course, the main reason was his excellent equipment. If he had used ordinary battle chi to slash, it would have been difficult even to break the demon's defense. After spewing spirit energy bullets for over 10 seconds and seeing that ranged attacks couldn't hit AI Luan, this demon actually turned around and fled toward Black Rock Town. Too late. 3 didn't want to run and 1 can't escape. AI Luan sneered, hurled his spear at the demon, drew his twin swords and gave chase. Thud. The spear precisely pinned the demon's leg, causing it to stumble to the ground. Then AI Luan arrived with both swords and decapitated the demon. Awesome. AI Luan exhaled in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting. These were 3 early 4th tier demons. Although many factors contributed to his advantage, killing them was killing them, and all 3 at once. It was a truly super achievement. All around. The wheat field, which had been tense with anticipation, now erupted into deafening cheers. Baron. More than 100 knights who had been watching with worried hearts now gazed at AI Luan with fervor, raising their weapons high. Everyone was stunned. Frank, the captain of the Rain family's Knight Order, couldn't help but open his mouth. Goddess of Life. He can actually kill 3 4th tier demons. Is he really not a Starlight warrior? He had even thought just now that with 3 4th tier demons joining forces, Black Rock Town was surely doomed. There was no time to even call for reinforcements. The territories of Viscount Garcia and Viscount John were not close to Black Rock Town. The nearest one required half a day's round trip. Moreover, both Viscounts were only second-tier Starlight warriors. Could they defeat 3 early 4th tier demons? Frank's thoughts mirrored everyone else's. Killing enemies across a major realm and outnumbered 3 to 1, this was simply unbelievable, like a fairy tale. Even with attribute sets and combat skills, he shouldn't be this strong. In truth, AI Luan wasn't that strong. It was just that the 3 4th tier demons had glaring weaknesses and weren't of very high cultivation, making them easy to deal with. This battle was like a replica of bullfighting. Mere 4th tier demons. Check for demon cores, then stand by. I'm going to pick up Fuleya now. When Jerry approached with his men, AI Luan took off his battle helmet, calmly said a few words, summoned his nightmare horse and headed back to the Rain family estate. This is a true noble. Frank followed closely, his gaze fixed on AI Luan's back, filled with admiration. Both are barons, but why is Baron Alvis so cool? Compared to him, Baron Rain is utterly pathetic, a Black Rock merchant who only talks. What? 3 early 4th tier glutton demons. Damn it. Damn cultists. Do they want to destroy Black Rock Town? In the parlor, Rain flew into a rage, smashing furniture and cups. Clearly he was angered by Frank's report, or perhaps frightened, and was venting his stress and fear in this way. AI Luan sat quietly drinking tea, completely ignoring Rain. Alvis. You've really saved us this time. After venting for a moment, Rain sat down beside AI Luan, still shaken, and thanked him. Then he said somewhat ingratiatingly, "Don't rush off, stay here for a few days. Believe me, you'll experience a king's pleasure here." Ai Luan smiled faintly and explained, "Uncle Rain Ai Wei Air is still waiting for me. And I've already killed all the cultists in Black Rock Town, there's no more fun to be had." "Well. All right." Rain looked at Frank, who nodded slightly and then relaxed. He waved to a maid and said, "Go find Fu Leia and have the steward bring 300 gold coins." After speaking, Rain said to Ai Luan warmly, "Alvis, Fu Leia is my pride, so I've prepared a dowry for her. You must accept it." "Then thank you, Uncle Rain." Ai Luan thought for a moment and nodded directly. In normal noble marriages, the groom gives a bride price and the bride brings a dowry, the same custom as in his previous life. But if the woman wasn't marrying as a wife but as a lover, there would be no dowry, instead the groom would have to pay more bride price, somewhat like a transaction. In Ai Luan's case, not only did he not pay a single gold coin, he actually received 300 gold coins. Clearly these 300 gold coins weren't Fu Leia's dowry but a gift from Rain to Ai Luan. To put it bluntly, it was protection money, and it was quite generous. For comparison, Ai Wei Air, the daughter of a viscount, had a dowry of only 500 gold coins. Ai Luan certainly wouldn't refuse. Since Fu Leia was with him, Rain was his father-in-law. If his father-in-law encountered trouble, it would be improper for the son-in-law not to help. He wasn't a local, so he wouldn't treat everything as a business. After a few minutes, Fu Leia and her mother arrived. Once Fu Leia bid farewell to her mother, Ai Luan left with her and the 300 gold coins. He gathered his team on the outskirts and returned to Forest Ancient Town. On the way, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Detected that the family territory's strength has increased. Rating bronze level. Congratulations host, you have received 15-year Battle Chi Cultivation Card, 15-year Magic Power Cultivation Card, 5th Tier Weapon Blueprint Exchange Card, 5th Tier Combat Skill Exchange Card. The territory wall is built. Ai Luan was pleasantly surprised. This time the rating was actually bronze level. This was the first time he had received a bronze level reward. Nearly 100 days of waiting and an expenditure of nearly 2000 gold coins, it was totally worth it. Now he had 35 years of Battle Chi cultivation in his pocket. That should be enough. Once he got home, he could attempt to break through to Starlight Warrior. Lord Ai Luan. Fu Leia, leaning against Ai Luan, gently placed her hand on his. He had suddenly tightened his grip and squeezed her leg painfully. Ai Luan laughed heartily and gave Fu Leia a big kiss on the cheek. "Fu Leia, you are really my lucky star. Don't worry, I'll treat you well." "Ahem. Fu Leia, I will be obedient." Fu Leia replied happily. Although she didn't know what was happening from Ai Luan's attitude, she could tell she would be well favored in the future. As soon as he returned home, Alan found Avel and told her about Freya's matter, arranging for Freya to join the sect. System notification: family population has increased. This concubine's combat aura aptitude is low grade, her magic power aptitude is mid-grade, rated as mid-grade. Congratulations host on receiving 1 5-year magic cultivation card and 1 first-tier healing potion. The rewards were obtained promptly. The rating was mediocre, only mid-grade. It proved to be the least prestigious reward he had received since acquiring the system. Yet Alan could understand. Freya's cultivation aptitude was unremarkable, much like his own past. Under normal circumstances she would never reach the Starlight Radiance realm, no matter how hard she tried. Of course he married Freya purely for her beauty. With the ability to cheat at cultivation, what need was there to live off a woman's wealth? As long as his wife was attractive, her poor cultivation talent could be overcome with money. Her cultivation level wouldn't fall far behind. In the study, Alan withdrew a stack of cards from his system space, a total of 35 years of combat aura cultivation, 30 years of magic power cultivation, 1 5th-tier weapon blueprint redemption card and 1 5th-tier battle skill redemption card. This time I've truly struck it rich. Alan exclaimed with excitement, setting aside the cultivation cards to examine the weapon blueprints and battle skills first. Precious items. Upon seeing them, Alan grew even more thrilled, instinctively drawing in a breath. The 5th-tier weapon blueprint redemption card was unexpectedly customizable. It contained over 30 major weapon categories, each subdivided into dozens of smaller classifications, and within each subcategory there were multiple attributes to choose from, making it essentially a bespoke crafting system. You're the one. After a few moments of consideration, Alan selected a spear imbued with light attribute, the Holy Radiance Lance. He possessed natural aptitude for both spears and swords, but his preference ultimately led him to choose the spear. As for why he chose the light attribute, there was nothing to explain. Light naturally counteracted the most treacherous and elusive dark attribute. If he had traded his third-tier flame sword for a third-tier light sword, he might have dispatched those 3 gluttony demons within just a dozen exchanges. The only downside was that 5th-tier light attribute demon cores were exceptionally difficult to obtain. Light attribute demon cores ranked among the most precious resources. Wealth alone couldn't guarantee a purchase. One needed connections and fortune. Crafting them wasn't the issue though, if the system's blueprint supported synthesis, so as long as the materials were gathered they could be produced directly. He selected the Great Dragon Sealing 5 Spears technique, described as being created specifically for slaying dragons. Of course, whether or not one actually hunted dragons was merely a selling point. The true measure lay in who wielded it. Alan chose the Great Dragon Sealing 5 Spears because it contained 5 forms, each requiring modest combat aura consumption, allowing immediate practical use upon acquisition. Unlike single-form ultimate techniques that demanded sufficient cultivation to unlock their full power. Let's get to work. Stowing the Holy Radiance Lance blueprint in his system space, Alan began augmenting his cultivation. The 30 years of magic cultivation instantly propelled him from a 6th-tier mage to a 4th-tier archmage. This cultivation level already surpassed Abel's specialization in magic, with only the Starlight Mage realm standing between him and greater power. Now came the main event, breaking through to become a Starlight Warrior. HNN. The moment the 35 years of combat aura cultivation entered his body, Alan immediately felt his entire frame burning with intense pressure. The immense combat aura slashed through his body like sharp blades, the escalating pain making veins bulge across Alan's face. Brutal. Alan gritted his teeth and breathed out the word with satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of overwhelming combat aura he needed. If he didn't push hard enough, how could he ever breach the door to the Starlight realm? Gritting his teeth, Alan entered a meditative state, guiding the combat aura through his body's circulation paths before driving it toward the acupoint located below his abdomen. Vast quantities of combat aura manifested in the surrounding air, forming streams that flowed continuously into Alan's body. Thump! The combat aura acupoint erupted with pale white light, then shuddered violently, absorbing all nearby aura and expelling it outward in brighter, more concentrated streams. Success! Feeling everything around him, Alan's blood surged with excitement. This realm held profound significance for him. For over a decade before obtaining the system, it had been his ultimate aspiration, something he had longed for tirelessly. One day enlightenment shall come, and with a casual motion I shall slay dragons right here. After his internal combat aura stabilized, Alan rose to his feet and gently clenched his right hand. Boom! The combat aura exploded outward, sending shockwaves through the study and scattering everything. Feeling the surging power within, a smile crept across Alan's lips before breaking into laughter that echoed through the disheveled room. This is a Starlight Warrior. In the days that followed, Alan found himself increasingly occupied. He had planned to set aside cultivation and estate matters to enjoy a couple of days off, but news of what happened in Blackrock Town spread quickly during that time, turning his family estate into a hub of constant visitors. Nobles from nearby territories came bearing their families to pay visits, and even John the Viscount was no exception. The reason was straightforward. Alan had demonstrated the ability to single-handedly eliminate 3 4th-tier demons. 3 4th-tier demons, each one's territory could be effortlessly overrun by any baron in the Ace region, even at their weakest stage. Yet Alan had eliminated all 3 of those 4th-tier demons. What did this mean? Alan's strength might have finally caught up to that of William the Earl, the strongest figure in the Ace region, a 6th-tier Starlight Warrior. Alan was only 18 while the Earl stood at 40. If he maintained this pace of cultivation, there was no doubt. Before long, Alan would become the strongest in the Ace region, and in the future might even rise to dominate the Goya Marchant. Within the entire duchy or even the kingdom, he would carve out his place among the elite. That was precisely why these nobles sought out Alan, and they came bearing lavish gifts, each presenting no fewer than 300 gold coins. If they didn't curry favor now, when would they have the chance? As the saying goes, you cannot strike a person who greets you with a smile. Since the visitors came politely bearing gifts, Alan made no pretense of superiority and graciously accepted their offerings with appropriate courtesy. When someone brought up the white beer business midway through, Alan considered it briefly but chose not to press the matter. His earlier decision remained unchanged. He would reap the largest share without lifting a finger, so there was no sense wasting time over trivial gains. Over 3 days Alan received visits from more than a dozen barons. On the 4th day 2 viscounts arrived together. John Ever the Greedy Man and Garcia Allen's father-in-law. In the reception hall Allen had prepared an elaborate banquet to entertain the two viscounts. These were viscounts and his father-in-law was present as well, so the banquet standard was elevated considerably. Among the dishes were several types of third-tier magical beast meat, ingredients Allen had personally hunted in the Hundred Valley Forest. Alvis Abel wrote to me about Anne's situation. She mentioned that you dote on her greatly and I hope you will treat Anne with the same care and affection. Hardly had they taken their seats when John's face darkened. News of Allen's slaying of 3 fourth-tier demons had already reached the Garcia family estate. Upon learning of this, Anne had clashed fiercely with her own father, accusing him of favoritism for securing a fine husband for her older sister while neglecting his youngest daughter. No amount of coaxing could appease Anne. She was now insisting on marrying Allen, declaring that she would rather be the lover of a strong man than the wife of a weak one. Considering Allen's capabilities, he ultimately acquiesced to Anne's request. Though it pained him deeply, he could not deny this was an excellent choice. "Of course I will take good care of Annie." Allen smiled in agreement, finally understanding why his father-in-law had been scowling all along. It was only human nature. Every father felt the same way, wanting to chop his son-in-law into pieces when giving away his daughter. It was indeed right to show off his strength a few days ago. In fact, after the incident at Highantown, his father-in-law was not the first noble who wanted to marry off his daughter. Before him 2 barons had already arranged marriages. Baron White married off his sister Isabella. Baron Martin married off his daughter Charlotte. However, Allen knew he would be very busy in the coming days, so he postponed the wedding by a week. "I hope you can keep your promise." Joe nodded and fell silent, drinking heavily as if he wanted to get thoroughly drunk. Just then, Viscount John suddenly said, "Alves, which side do you think will win?" "Which side will win?" Allen was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Viscount John, I don't quite understand. What are you referring to? You haven't heard?" John was a bit surprised but patiently explained, "Mercenaries discovered a large mithril vein in the northern part of Baigu Forest. Now both the Duchy of Shusi and the Duchy of Lucci know about it." A large mithril vein. Allen was shocked and instinctively swallowed. Mithril is a rare ore that can carry battle chi and magic power while also conducting magical core energy and enchantment energy. It is a top-tier material for equipment. Therefore the price of mithril is extremely high. A large mithril vein just selling raw mithril could fetch 1 million gold coins. If made into equipment it could reach 5 million gold coins. Of course, such a precious resource is usually kept to strengthen one's own power. No wonder war broke out. In the face of such immense interests, even if the 2 dukes were blood brothers, they would fight to the death. It's only because both duchies pay tribute to the Kingdom of Pompeii, otherwise the Kingdom of Pompeii might have intervened itself. The strength of the Duchy of Shusi and the Duchy of Lucci is roughly equal, it's hard to say. Allen shook his head, not intending to inquire further. In wars between duchies the dukes would command marquises and counts to send troops, but viscounts and barons as minor nobles were basically not taken seriously. On average 100 or so knight-level weaklings per family could hardly influence the battlefield. The real deciders of victory were the high-level combatants. War kings were unlikely to appear, but there would definitely be Corona warriors and lunar warriors with star warriors in droves. Better stay away to avoid being dragged into trouble. I plan to join. Garcia has accepted my invitation. We've both been stuck as viscounts for too long. This is a great opportunity. Alves, come with us. The title of Baron is totally beneath you. John looked at Allen with anticipation and patted Joe, hoping Joe would help persuade him. But Joe just drank, saying nothing. I see. Allen glanced at his father-in-law, understanding his meaning. His father-in-law wanted to take a risk and fight for a chance, but didn't want his son-in-law to take the same risk. That's why he married Annie to him, treating him as the last insurance for the Garcia family. Viscount John, I'll pass. You know I don't have an heir yet. If I die, the Alves family will vanish completely. Sigh. Hearing Allen's words, John sighed but couldn't press further. Indeed, if it were him, he wouldn't risk going to war without an heir either. Now he just regretted that he didn't have a daughter of marriageable age to marry Allen, otherwise he could have secured a backup for his family like Joe did. A week later, Allen went to the Garcia, White and Martin families, successively bringing home the 3 women, Annie, Isabella and Charlotte. Charlotte. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi talent is bronze rank, magic power talent is silver rank, rating silver rank. Congratulations host, you have received 1 20-year magic power cultivation card, 1 15-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 5th tier staff exchange card, 1 5th tier combat skill exchange card, 1 5th tier magic exchange card. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi talent is low-level, magic power talent is high-level, rating high-level. Congratulations host, you have received 1 10-year magic power cultivation card, 1 3rd tier magic wind arrow. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi talent is high-level, magic power talent is mid-level, rating high-level. Congratulations host, you have received 1 10-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 3rd tier holy knight set. Annie, as expected of you. The moment he received the rewards, Alan looked at Annie, who was acting cute with Avril. This girl's cultivation talent was too strong, perhaps no one in the entire AC region was better than her. It was just that she was too playful, otherwise she could already be preparing to break through to the star realm. Isabella and Charlotte were more normal, both high-level, one was an 8th tier archmage, the other a 3rd tier great warrior. Yet even normal was far stronger than him before he had his cheat. Before he had his cheat he only had dual mid-level talents, making him one of the nobles with the worst cultivation talent in the AC region. Thinking of this, Alan called Freya over and pulled her into his arms. Freya's cultivation talent was also poor. Tonight he would stay in her room, 2 poor cultivators could warm each other. After dinner Alan went to the garden to sort out his gains. 30 years of magic power cultivation, 25 years of battle chi cultivation, a 5th tier staff self-selection card, a 5th tier magic self-selection card, a 5th tier combat skill self-selection card, a 3rd tier magic wind arrow and a 3rd tier holy knight set. First magic power. He used all 30 years of magic power cultivation, advancing from a 4th tier archmage to a 9th tier archmage, almost reaching star mage. For the 5th tier staff he chose the holy radiant staff, for the 5th tier magic he chose holy light blast. Anything related to the light attribute was the best, no need to think twice. With a 5th tier staff and magic, Alan's overall magic power level reached 4th tier, even stronger than his battle chi. Money power was so unreasonable. Compared to magic power the improvement in battle chi was smaller. Investing 25 years of cultivation barely raised him from a 1st tier star warrior to a 2nd tier star warrior. To advance another tier he would definitely need at least 30 years of cultivation. But that wasn't a problem, battle chi cultivation cards were not hard to get. For the 5th tier combat skill Alan still chose a spear technique, a burst type skill called Great Meteor Jade Spear, which could complement the Great Dragon Ceiling 5 spears. Finally the 3rd tier Holy Knight set could replace the Flame set. Overall today's gains were substantial, all good things ready to use. For some time afterward Alan spent his days patrolling the territory and overseeing its development, while his evenings were dedicated to his wife. Life was fulfilling and delightful. Half a month later however the peaceful life was shattered. Several brothers-in-law from different families arrived at Sage Town. From these brothers-in-law Alan learned that the war between the Dusa Duchy and the Lucci Duchy had already begun, the very conflict over the large mithril vein that Viscount John had spoken of. The Duchy war cast a tremendous impact. Even though the battlefield lay a considerable distance from the AES region, it still caused a significant decline in traffic through Sage Town. The white ale business and trade brought about by the territory's growth shriveled on the very first day of the Duchy war. Even mercenaries grew afraid to hunt within Baigu Forest, and the town's newly established mercenary guild stood empty. Alan could easily absorb such losses. His greater concern was whether the battlefield might expand and engulf Sage Town. After all, the large iron ore vein lay to the north of Baigu Forest, mere 3 days' ride by warhorse. Thus he issued another order to expand the Knight Corps without limit, recruiting as many as possible until his coffers ran dry. Meanwhile the 500-strong Knight Corps operated at full capacity, rotating in 3 shifts for territorial patrols to respond to any unforeseen incidents. While the law stipulated that a baron's retinue knights could not exceed 500, Alan paid it no mind. Should trouble arise, a few gold coins to Marquis Goya, the true lord of the AES region, would suffice. Beyond the unwelcome news of war, Alan also received positive tidings. The 5th Order Light Attribute Demon Corps had been located. Bishop Bess of the Church of Light in County William, a powerful moonshining mage, had recently slain a 5th Order fallen one-horn nightmare and acquired both a light and a dark 5th Order Demon Corps. Alan immediately gathered his funds and provisions, leading a party to the county seat himself. Through relentless haste he completed what should have been a 5-day journey in merely 3. After selling the grain and white ale, Alan headed to the Church of Light with 7200 gold coins. This sum represented all the liquid assets he could muster. To amass such wealth he had emptied half his family's granary, including all the gifts received in recent times. A standard 5th order demon core commanded 3000 gold coins, but light attribute cores of the same tier typically started at 5000. In the end, Alan secured the 5th order light demon core for 6500 gold coins, easier to acquire than he had anticipated. As the saying goes, even the divine favor the wealthy. Once he revealed his noble status and signaled his willingness to pay more, the Church of Light's representatives readily agreed. Bishop Bess, however, proved generous. Aware that Alan had slain 3 4th order gluttony demons beyond the border, he held Alan in high esteem and offered a preferential rate, otherwise the price would have reached 7000 gold coins. 5 days later, within Baigu Forest, a spiraling torrent of white radiance crashed into a mid-tier 4th order stone giant, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. Satisfying. Alan retrieved his holy radiance lance and approached to collect the 4th order earth demon core. When channeling the 5th order battle technique Great Meteor Jade Lance combined with his 3rd order light armor set and the holy radiance lance at full power, he could instantly dispatch mid-tier 4th order magic beasts. With his 1st order Starlight Mage cultivation, 5th order holy radiance staff and 5th order spells at his disposal, Alan believed he could now kill any beast below the 5th tier and even challenge 5th order creatures. This was the supreme power of this world, the power of wealth. After dealing with the stone giant, Alan departed from Baigu Forest and returned to his estate. However, Baigu Forest sustained the territory's mercenary economy and flow of adventurers. Its preservation brought far greater benefit than destruction would, so he could not undertake large-scale hunts. In the afternoon, Alan was sparring with Tina and Charlotte when the second brother-in-law from House Lin suddenly arrived seeking aid. In the reception hall. "Joe's, what's happening at Blackrock Town?" Alan asked upon entering the hall. The maid who had reported to him mentioned that Blackrock Town was under large-scale attack and House Lin sought assistance from House Alves. "Baron Alves, I may require your aid this time." Joe's rose and bowed courteously. Alan had already inherited the barony while Joe's remained merely the son of a baron. The difference in their stations was considerable. Moreover, his father had made clear that Freya's marriage served family interests. Therefore Joe's could not treat Alan as a true brother-in-law simply because their sister had wed him. Proper etiquette must be observed. Alan gently shook his head, guided Joe's to a chair and sat beside him, saying, "Joe's, pray do not stand on ceremony. There are no others here, we are not only kin but childhood companions. Yet now is hardly the time for reminiscence. Tell me what has occurred." "Very well. We are currently holding back the Lucci Duchy's forces. This morning a battalion from the Lucci Duchy crossed Baigu Forest, splitting into detachments to assault Blackrock Town and Hot Spring Town simultaneously. My father believes they intend to seize the AES region, establish a forward base here and divert the Dusa Duchy's forces, or perhaps reinforce to launch a pincer attack against them. Alan, you understand, if Blackrock Town and Hot Spring Town fall, Sage Town may well be next." Upon hearing this, Alan's expression darkened, his brows drawn tight. He had anticipated the battlefield might expand, but never to this extent, having breached Baigu Forest itself, nature's natural barrier. This had become troublesome. Only a commander possessing moonshining realm cultivation could lead a battalion across Baigu Forest and protect soldiers of such modest ability. A moonshining warrior. While he possessed the capability to engage such an opponent, he dared not presume victory. Yet Joe's spoke truth: when the lips perish the teeth suffer cold. This trial could not be evaded. After a moment's contemplation, Alan rose and spoke gravely, "I must make arrangements. We depart in 10 minutes. "Understood, I shall await you outside." Recognizing Alan's agreement, Joe's immediately sprinted from the estate. 10 minutes later Alan led 20 knight squads with Joe's accompanying them toward Blackrock Town. Mindful that the territory itself might be targeted, he brought only the 20 knight squads and their captains, over 200 men total, while deploying all remaining forces to defend the homeland. In truth, he harbored little concern for the territory's safety. The central stretch of Baigu Forest bordering Sage Town spanned vast territory and harbored numerous 3rd and 4th order magic beasts alongside several 5th order predators. Even if Lucci Duchy forces desired to traverse Baigu Forest, none would foolishly attempt the passage through this sector, unless their commander had lost his wits. The substantial garrison remained primarily to counter other threats, namely cultists and necromancers, those madmen who gravitated toward blood-soaked battlefields and territories with weak defenses. As Alan led his men toward Highentown, the situation there had already turned dire. The Rain family, a merchant clan, governed a territory with a native population of 40 to 50,000, yet their knightly order consisted of only 100 members. The army attacking Highentown numbered over 1,000 all-seasoned soldiers who had trained for years. Though their average cultivation level had not even broken through to the apprentice stage, their sheer numbers and coordination forced the Rain family's knights to retreat step by step. The battle had barely lasted half an hour before Rain could no longer hold out. Had it not been for the 10 armor-piercing crossbows, weapons that even Starlight warriors dared not withstand head-on, Highentown would have already fallen completely. Thus Rain began conscripting civilians to reinforce the defensive line. However, Highentown had descended into chaos, with the common folk scrambling to pack their belongings and flee. With the situation so muddled, Rain had no choice but to resort to paid conscription. He tapped into the family's reserves, offering a reward of 3 gold coins per person to temporarily assemble a 1,000-strong civilian soldier unit. War was terrifying, but poverty was even more so. In the face of 3 gold coins, many believed that even losing their lives was worth it, let alone the added prospects of death benefits and victory bonuses. Once this 1,000-strong unit joined the defensive line, the battlefield situation stabilized immediately. The army attacking Highentown was not the elite force of the Lucci Duchy. They were merely traditional spear infantry. Though tactically proficient, they could not launch a strong assault against a town wall defended by over 1,000 men and equipped with 10 armor-piercing crossbows. However, both sides knew well that an army was still an army. Highentown could not win, it could only buy a little more time. On the town wall, Rain gazed at the temporary camp that had just been set up a kilometer away. That was the enemy's provisional encampment, commanded by a 6th-rank Starlight warrior who had earlier blasted a section of the town wall into rubble with a single strike. Fortunately, the enemy commander was wary of being wounded by the 10 armor-piercing crossbows, otherwise Rain would not have lasted this long. Letting out a sigh, he turned to his eldest son and asked in a low voice, "Jack, when will Alvis arrive?" Jack hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "Father, with warhorses at full gallop it would take less than 2 hours, but Alvis may not come." Rain shook his head. "Jack, I've told you many times, think with interests at the center. If Highentown falls, Senga Town might be next. Alvis won't miss this chance to shift the battlefield to someone else's land and let others take the lead. The question now is whether we can hold out until then." As Rain finished speaking, Jack immediately cursed, "Damn Lucians. They've cost us the support of the commoners. Otherwise we would surely have waited for Alvis's reinforcements." Earlier, before launching the attack, the Lucci Duchy's army had made a proclamation: after breaching Highentown they would not harm any civilians as long as those civilians did not join the war. This put the Rain family in a difficult position. They could not persuade the civilians to help defend against the enemy, and the usual method of coercion by force was unusable at this critical juncture. It might trigger riots and uprisings. In the end, they could only spend money. In just half an hour the family's cash reserves were nearly exhausted. 2 hours. Rain opened his mouth, but in the end nothing came out. Given the current situation, Highentown could not last 2 hours. Yet they had to hold on. Even if they couldn't, stopping meant death. All they could do now was defend stubbornly and pray for reinforcements to arrive soon. With that thought, Rain grabbed his weapon, a 3rd-rank flame bow. At least he was a 4th-rank great warrior. The sheer amount of battle chi, even without any combat experience, allowed him to casually kill spear infantry whose average cultivation was still at the apprentice stage. Rain's personal intervention slightly boosted morale on the defensive line. If a noble was leading the charge, what did the commoners have to fear? However, it was of little use. The enemy knew they had victory in hand and were unwilling to expend forces. They fought a traditional siege of attrition, retreating when the defensive line surged and launching fierce assaults when it weakened. Half an hour passed. Several sections of Highentown's wall had collapsed and the scales of victory had tipped decisively toward the Lucci Duchy's army. Soldiers poured through the breaches onto the town wall, swinging their blades to reap lives. The Rain family's knights were powerful compared to these soldiers, but they numbered only a few dozen, and against a siege they were always stretched thin. As for the hastily conscripted civilian soldier unit, whose average cultivation had not even reached the 3rd-rank apprentice stage, they could only serve as cannon fodder falling at the first clash. For a moment roars of fury and screams of agony filled every corner of that section of the town wall. "It's over." Rain blasted an approaching enemy soldier into a mist of blood with an arrow, but his face was ashen and he spat out the 2 words in despair. These soldiers were barely manageable. But their leader, that 6th-rank Starlight warrior, had already emerged from his tent and was charging toward the town wall atop a 3rd-rank giant rock antelope. The armor-piercing crossbows were immensely powerful, a direct hit could kill even a great warrior, and with all 10 firing together a Starlight warrior would have to dodge. But now all 10 crossbows had been targeted and rendered unusable. That meant the 6th-rank Starlight warrior was invincible. "Father! Look over there. Is that Alvis?" Suddenly Jack cried out, pointing toward the right front of the town wall. Rain's heart leaped with joy and he quickly followed Jack's gaze. But soon his expression turned anxious. It was a streak of white light racing forward so fast that only a blur was visible, like a meteor skimming the ground exuding a pure aura of light. He could sense that it was light attributed chi with a battle chi intensity at the Starlight Realm. A Starlight Realm warrior was not surprising. The last time they met Alan had said he was about to break through to the Starlight Realm and he might have achieved it in the meantime. But the light attribute was wrong. He remembered Alan used a fire attribute set. Light is the most noble attribute. If I were Alvis I would also switch to light attribute equipment even if it cost a fortune in gold coins. Rain clenched his fists, convincing himself silently. The arrival had to be Alan, otherwise the Rain family would become a footnote in the history of the AC region. The next moment Rain exclaimed in surprise, his face beaming with joy. "Good. That white light charged toward the position of the Lucci Duchy's army. Whoever it was, as long as it wasn't an enemy, everything was fine. A Starlight Realm against a Starlight Realm, Highan Town was saved." Without a moment's hesitation Rain raised his arm and shouted, "Our reinforcements are here. That's a Starlight warrior. Pull yourselves together, we're going to win. Kill." Hearing that reinforcements had arrived, the morale of Highan Town's defenders soared. A surge of strength seemed to fill them, and for a moment they even pushed the enemy back. The army crossing the 100 Valley Forest was the 1st Battalion of the 4th Legion of the Lucci Duchy. A battalion consisted of 3 companies each with 1,000 men. After entering the Ace region, the 1st Battalion split into 3 routes. The 1st and 2nd companies attacked the stronger Hot Spring Town while the 3rd company attacked the weaker Black Rock Town. The captain of the 3rd company was Marcus, a star radiant warrior who had reached the 6th rank. 2nd rank. "Fool, how do you intend to deal with me as 6th rank?" Marcus watched the white light flying toward him, curling his lips into a disdainful arc. As a newly appointed captain he deliberately slowed the pace of attack to minimize casualties, aiming for a splendid victory. He never expected that this delay would bring a pleasant surprise. While capturing Black Rock Town with minimal losses, he could also kill a cultivator of the same realm, which would make his record even more glorious. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Marcus's face. He pulled the reins to stop his mount, ready to reap the battle merits. So confident. How foolish, this is a battlefield. On the other side, Alan, riding a 3rd-rank light unicorn, took out the 5th-rank Holy Radiant Spear from his system space and launched the Grand Dragon Seal 5 Spears technique. Bang! A dazzling white light shot from the Holy Radiant Spear, transforming into a dragon head dozens of meters long that crashed toward Marcus. Damn it! Marcus was startled and hurriedly urged his warhorse to dodge. He never imagined that a mere 2nd-rank star radiant warrior would actually possess a 5th-rank combat technique. Combat techniques were extremely rare. Even a captain like him leading a 1,000-man army only had a 3rd-rank technique as his strongest. Rumble. The deafening sound spread across the battlefield. When the battle chi spear struck the ground, it blasted a crater nearly 100 meters in diameter. Cough. Damn Scythian, you're dead. Marcus staggered up from the edge of the crater, his face twisted with fury as he saw the half-remaining corpse of his 3rd-rank giant rock antelope mount. Vile Lucci, your filthy appearance makes me sick. Now wipe the cow dung off your mouth, or you will lose the privilege of dying by my hand. Alan jumped off the light unicorn, telling it to move away while gathering the battle chi around him. With a contemptuous expression he shouted disdainfully. "It's Alvis. Father Alvis has really come." On the walls of Black Rock Town, Jack shouted excitedly, even shaking Ryan's arm rudely. "I told you he would come." Ryan was even more excited than Jack, his face flushed red as he waved his longbow at the air. He now only wanted to say, "Long live Bipe." The light unicorn had wings, though it couldn't fly long distances at the 3rd rank. Its gliding and running speed were several times faster than same-rank magical beast mounts. Similarly, the price of a light unicorn was several times that of a same-rank magical beast mount. If not for the BP business, Alan would certainly not have been able to afford the extremely rare and expensive light mount. He would not have arrived so early and Black Rock Town would have been doomed. Bastard. On the other side, after hearing Alan's taunt, Marcus trembled with rage. He shook off the dirt with his battle chi, raised his third-rank longsword and erupted with deep brown battle chi, charging swiftly at Alan. Buddy, first time out. Seeing that his opponent was provoked by just a few words, Alan sneered coldly, gripping the holy radiant spear and stepping forward to meet him. Rock Spirit Slash. Marcus roared, unleashing a third-rank combat technique, swinging out a slash. Meanwhile, the ground around him began to tremble violently and countless wave-like earth waves appeared, surging with the slash toward Alan. Heart Spear. Alan thrust the holy radiant spear, and as he activated the light battle chi, the spear tip suddenly flicked upward. The next moment a spear light bloomed like a giant heavenly axe, splitting toward the surging slash and earth waves. Rumble. The two massive battle chi forces collided, causing a deafening explosion. A terrifying blast wave swept in all directions, lifting large amounts of rock and sand. The first round ended in a draw. Country Bumpkin witnessed the power of money. Wing Spear. Alan charged forward, and when he was less than 100 meters from Marcus, he spun the spear in his hand and thrust continuously at Marcus. Bang bang bang. Light battle chi condensed, and with each thrust of the holy radiant spear a dragon shadow flashed from the tip, charging at Marcus like a pouncing beast. Impossible. Marcus's face turned pale with horror as he hurriedly used a third-rank technique to block. He could sense that these dragon shadow battle chi forms were extremely strong, just like the previous two moves at the level of 5th-rank techniques. Having a 3rd-rank light equipment set and a 5th-rank weapon could be attributed to a wealthy family. But a 5th-rank combat technique was not something money could buy. Many Moon Radiant warriors didn't even have a 5th-rank technique. How could a mere 2nd-rank Star Radiant warrior be so wealthy? Could he be the son of a marquis or even a duke? 13 dragon shadows flew out, and after sacrificing 8 of them they completely shredded Marcus's 3rd-rank technique. The remaining 5 continued unabated, crashing toward Marcus. Marcus had just finished using his 3rd-rank technique and had no time to react. Thud. 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 The dull sounds of impact rang out as the 5 dragon shadows struck Marcus in succession, blasting him backward. Cough. Marcus spat blood in the air, his eyes gradually growing dim. His 3rd-rank earth equipment set and 3rd-rank technique were utterly unable to withstand a 5th-rank technique executed with a 5th-rank light weapon. With just one clash his attack was shattered. Now his arms had disappeared and a large hole appeared in his abdomen. He could no longer muster any strength to resist. I should have attacked Black Rock Town with all my strength. As he fell to the ground, Marcus felt no pain. Instead he felt warmth around him and murmured softly in his heart. Sure. A piercing sound reached his ears. Marcus turned his head with difficulty. First the 5th-rank light spear that had defeated him came into view, followed by a pair of legs clad in platinum-colored war boots. Damn. I went too hard, my 3rd-rank earth equipment set. The frustrated cry reached his ears. Marcus felt he had been greatly insulted. His eyes widened, and finally with a gulp in his throat he stiffened and fell still. Father. Am I seeing this right? Jiak, standing on the wall of Haiyan Town, couldn't help but turn to look at Lei Yan. Not only him but everyone around Lei Yan was also stunned. You're not seeing things wrong. Lei Yan clenched his fists, his voice brimming with joy. Marrying Fu Leiya to him is the best decision I've ever made in my life. My people, do you all see that? Prepare to welcome victory. Lei Yan's words fell. The town wall fell into an instant hush, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. Everyone poured all their strength into a fierce assault on the soldiers of the Luchi Duchy. The Luchi soldiers retaliated immediately, but their offensive was far weaker than before. One side knew they were destined to win, the other knew they were destined to lose. The disparity in morale had grown vast enough to decide the outcome. On the field only Ai Luan was a starlight warrior. Whichever side he joined would be the victor. Ai Luan's thought was simple. Since he had already entered the war, he wanted to reap as many rewards as possible. The merit of slaying the enemy commander was not enough. He wanted the merit of annihilating an entire company. His combat prowess, nearly invincible below the Moonlight Realm, was a devastating blow when he charged into the spear troops whose average cultivation was still in the apprentice realm. Every time Ai Luan swung the holy radiant spear, dozens of Luchi soldiers were blasted into fragments. In just 1 minute the Luchi soldiers outside the wall of Haiyan town were completely slaughtered by AI Luan, leaving not a single living soul and hardly even a complete corpse. When AI Luan ascended the wall of Haiyan town intending to finish off the last batch of Luchi soldiers, he realized that the battle had already ended. The Luchi soldiers who had originally stormed the wall were now all kneeling on the ground, hands raised in surrender. Lei Yan and his group stared wide-eyed dumbfounded at AI Luan. At this moment, AI Luan had become the focus of everyone's attention. The reason was simple: everyone had witnessed the battle outside the wall just now. He had effortlessly slain a 6th-rank Starlight warrior, mercilessly massacred hundreds of Luchi soldiers, his strength terrifyingly formidable and his killing intent chilling to the bone. The surrendering Luchi soldiers all lowered their heads, afraid to catch AI Luan's eye. Even Lei Yan and his men dared not look directly at AI Luan, deliberately avoiding his gaze. "Uncle Lei Yan, it's been a month since we last met, hasn't it?" AI Luan gave a faint smile, wiped the blood off the holy radiant spear and walked over to Lei Yan. Lei Yan gave a helpless bitter smile. Wei Si, I feel like we haven't seen each other for 10 years, only that could explain your progress in strength. He still found it hard to believe. A Starlight warrior who had already reached the 6th rank had been effortlessly slain by someone who just a month ago hadn't even reached the Starlight realm. He was completely convinced. Now AI Luan was undoubtedly the strongest in the AC region, and this was only the beginning. "Father, should we clean up the battlefield first? You know there are still 2 companies attacking Wenquan town. I think Wenquan town won't be able to hold out and we might face a second assault." Jia Ku whispered a reminder. Right. Lei Yan nodded quickly and commanded, "Jia Ku, leave this matter to me. I need to inform Wei Si of the intelligence." With that, Lei Yan led AI Luan down from the town wall and told him that the enemy this time was an entire battalion with 2,000-man companies remaining. Damn, it's getting more troublesome. After receiving the detailed intelligence, AI Luan fell into thought. A battalion's highest command structure consisted of 1 battalion commander and 3 company commanders. The company commander just now was a 6th-rank Starlight warrior. The other 2 company commanders of the same rank definitely wouldn't be weak either, they should be at least 5th-rank Starlight warriors. And the battalion commander who had the authority to command them would be even stronger, possibly a Moonlight warrior. If that were the case, a Moonlight warrior plus 2 Starlight warriors above the 5th rank, he probably couldn't handle that. Although he had never fought anyone or any beast of the Moonlight realm, he had heard of the great power of the Moonlight realm. The gap between realms seemed very pronounced. Still, it wasn't completely hopeless. Play the pig to eat the tiger, first take out the 2 Starlight warriors, then slowly figure out a way to deal with the remaining Moonlight warrior. If he couldn't win, he could run, not end up losing his life. To fight like that, AI Luan would have to go directly to Wenquan town. Wenquan town was backed by a volcano with a lava zone on the left and a hot spring zone unsuitable for marching on the right. Only the front needed defense, a naturally strong defensive position. If Wenquan town hadn't been breached yet, he could gain an extra line of defense. Even if it had been breached, he would still have an extra retreat route for reaction. Let's do it. A man dies like a bird or lives for 10,000 years. If I can pull this off, I'll send some gold coins to the Duke, maybe I can even get promoted directly to Earl. AI Luan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing AI Luan's expression constantly changing, Lei Yan asked nervously, Wei Si, what do you think we should do now? I'm going to Wenquan town. AI Luan gave a sharp whistle, summoning the light unicorn that was frolicking in the distance, then looked at Lei Yan and said in a deep voice. Uncle Lei Yan, my night order will arrive soon. Please tell them to stay temporarily at Haiyan town and not to come looking for me. Hearing this, Lei Yan immediately became anxious and quickly tried to dissuade him. Wei Si, this is not a wise choice. We can go to the county seat. There's still time to leave. With your talent in cultivation, you don't need to sacrifice everything for a barren title and a small territory. Once you become a Corona warrior, just make a trip to the capital and you'll receive a much larger grant. I've already decided. AI Luan waved his hand, jumped off the town wall without hesitation and landed on the back of the light unicorn. Seeing AI Luan vanish into a streak of light, Jiaku asked, Father, should we leave? If we go now, there's still time to transport the family treasures. No. Lei Yan hesitated for a moment, then his eyes gradually grew firm and he shook his head decisively. Our good relationship with Wei Si is the most valuable asset our family currently possesses. We must firmly hold on to this asset. If we flee now we lose that asset. And fleeing means losing our territory and noble status. Without a accompanying us we'll only become fat prey in the eyes of other nobles. Finally let me remind you of one thing, a killed that company commander in just 3 moves. Jiako asked expectantly, Father, do you think a can win? Of course. Lei Yan nodded, then hesitated for a moment before adding, go prepare. If the Luchi people come, our family treasures will be the surrender tribute. Jiako was speechless, but he found the decision quite wise. Indeed. The Luchi duchy's target was the large mithril vein. The desolate border region of Asi, which couldn't be managed even if conquered, was just a dispensable chicken rib. As long as the benefits were sufficient there was a good chance of persuading the Luchi people to spare Haiyan town. Half an hour later Alan arrived at Hot Spring town. The town had already fallen, bodies littering the area around the territory wall, including those of Baron Adolf and his sons. Alas! Alan shook his head silently and stepped over the collapsed territory wall. Plans could not keep up with changes. Yet it was understandable. 3 cultivators at the rank of 5th rank Starlight Warrior or above leading 2,000-man squadrons possessed a hard power advantage that outweighed the defensive advantage of Hot Spring town's terrain. Where did the Lucky go? Alan asked, finding a nearby civilian hiding in a haystack. The questioned civilian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pointed north. Sir Knight, the Lucky have gone to the Adolf family manor. I'm not sure if they're still there now. Stay hidden. Alan nodded and immediately spurred the light unicorn to accelerate. Soon he arrived outside the Adolf family manor, casually killed the Lucky soldier squad guarding the gate and stormed inside. Bodies were everywhere. It seemed the Adolf family was truly finished. Moreover, the number of Lucky soldiers was not large, suggesting they had already left Hot Spring town. Stop. Who are you? After slaughtering the 100 or so Lucky soldiers stationed in the Adolf manor, Alan intended to gather more information in town when he heard a shout behind him. Turning around he saw the statue of the goddess Gaia in the garden beginning to shift, and several Lucky soldiers emerged from beneath it. A secret chamber. Could it be the Adolf family's treasure vault? Alan's eyes lit up. He thrust out the holy radiant spear, instantly killing the Lucky soldiers, then leaped into the hole. As expected, it was a hidden underground world. A long corridor led to a large door behind which many Lucky soldiers were moving about, carrying the Adolf family's treasures. Enemy attack. Kill him. Alan bore no mark of the Lucky duchy, instantly drawing the Lucky soldiers' attention. A dozen or so Lucky soldiers charged at him with spears. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Without even using his battle chi, Alan merely swung his spear lightly a few times, tearing all the Lucky soldiers in the treasure vault in two. Next Alan began inspecting the treasure vault. The amount of cash was immense. Gold, silver and copper coins together were worth roughly 5,000 gold coins, along with a large pile of gemstones, magic cores and other items totaling over 2,000 gold coins. Good heavens! At least 25,000. No wonder it's the most famous tourist town in the Ace region. It's staggeringly wealthy. Alan recalled his own territory, which had always relied on grain for income, and felt a twinge of bitterness. Yet soon a secret thrill surged within him. The entire cash fortune of the Adolf family was now his. There was a lot of stuff, but the system space with a volume of 100 cubic meters could easily accommodate it all. After ransacking the treasure vault, Alan returned to the surface. As he was about to leave the garden, a snoring sound reached his ears. He walked over and found a drunken straggler curled up in the corner, reeking of alcohol. What a help! Alan grinned, stepping on the drunkard's chest. This drunkard was a 6th-rank great warrior, likely the officer left behind to handle the aftermath, but he had let his guard down and gotten dead drunk. Who? The drunkard roared in anger, using his battle chi to dispel the intoxication, his right hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. But before he could draw his sword, the tip of the holy radiant spear was already pressed against his forehead, the light chi of starlight rank faintly shimmering. I ask you, answer. Understand. Understood. The drunkard swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Where is your main force? They went to the Balian territory. That's all I know, mighty Sir Knight. Please let me, This is bad. Alan pulled the spear tip from the drunkard's head and turned his gaze northward. The Balian territory consisted of 3 towns and belonged to the Garcia family. His father-in-law had taken most of the family's strength to participate in the battle for the mithril vein. With that thought, Alan immediately mounted the light unicorn and hastened toward the Balian territory. An army's advance was slow, especially for spear infantry units that weren't even fully equipped with warhorses. If he pursued now, he might still make it in time. In truth, this was good news for him. The Luki army heading north instead of south meant the Luki duchy's goal was clear. They only wanted the large mithril vein in the northern part of the Hundred Valley Forest, and all their military movements were converging there. This ensured the safety of Sengu town. Since Sengu town was located on the left side of the central Hundred Valley Forest opposite the direction of the main battlefield, the Luki army would not turn back to attack it, they would only continue northward. Following the traces of the Luki army's march, Alan hurried for 3 hours and finally reached the outskirts of the Balian territory. As he drew closer, the situation at Balian territory looked grim. Under the moonlight, 2,000-man squadrons were assaulting the territory wall. Even the 3 opponents Alan cared most about were not idle, they were scattered outside the wall, prowling and periodically unleashing combat skills, each time destroying a ballista. Thank goodness. Seeing this, Alan relaxed slightly. As he had thought, the army's advance was slow. The battle here must have just begun with few bodies in sight. Go find a safe place to rest. Alan told the exhausted light unicorn to hide, then turned his gaze back to the battlefield, carefully searching for his opponents. 6th rank Starlight Warrior. 7th rank Starlight Warrior. The last one. 10th rank Starlight Warrior. After assessing the cultivation levels of the 3 targets, Alan instinctively clenched his fist. No Moonblaze Warrior, his chances of victory were much greater. After a moment of deliberation, Alan quietly crept toward the right front. The squadron leader commanding the assault on that section of the wall was the weakest, only a 6th rank Starlight Warrior. No need to say more, take out one first. Beyond this point there were no houses for cover, so Alan directly retrieved the Holy Radiant Spear from his system space and charged at his target. Alan's movements were subtle, but his equipment and battle chi were too conspicuous, instantly drawing the attention of both sides. It's Alan. Excellent. Our reinforcements are here. The faces of several brothers-in-law were filled with ecstasy, and the pressure on their hearts eased considerably. Not long ago Alan had single-handedly taken down 3 4th-rank early-stage demons. Even if he couldn't help them repel the enemy, he could at least stabilize their defenses. The Luki, on the other hand, were the opposite. Seeing a new face join the battle, their expressions turned cold and murderous intent filled their eyes. Especially the 3 leading Starlight Warriors. They sensed the intensity of Alan's battle chi and knew that he, like them, was a Starlight Warrior, though his rank was lower than theirs. Basil, take him down. The battalion commander, Arnold, the highest ranking among the 3, shouted to the squadron leader closest to Alan. Heh. Basil sneered, raising his sword at Alan. He knew full well why Alan had targeted him, because his cultivation was inferior to that of the battalion commander and the 1st squadron leader. This infuriated him, and he resolved to kill Alan in a brutal manner. Shussy, go to hell. Basil's face twisted with cruelty as he swung his longsword from above. 3rd tier battle skill Gale Slash. In the next instant, countless glowing wind blades materialized out of thin air, converging into a single slash that surged toward Alan like a tsunami. Heart Spear. Without hesitation, Alan unleashed the 5th tier battle skill Great Seal Dragon 5 Spears. A colossal spear of light shot forth to meet the oncoming slash. Boom. 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 The 2 powerful surges of that energy collided in midair, each explosion thundering like a clap of doom, sending up fierce waves of air and blinding light. On one side, a 6th tier Star Brilliance Warrior wielded a 3rd tier weapon with a 3rd tier battle skill, on the other a 2nd tier Star Brilliance Warrior wielded a 5th tier weapon with a 5th tier battle skill. The gap in cultivation was not enormous, but the disparity in weapons and battle skills was vast. The outcome was clear. Alan's spear of light shattered Basil's slash with irresistible force and continued hurtling toward Basil. Basil dodged in panic, but his earlier carelessness left him a moment too slow. The spear of light grazed him, ripping away the palm of his left hand. Ah! The pain in his left arm drove Basil to a furious roar. He could endure the agony of a severed hand, but not this humiliation. He was a 6th tier Star Brilliance Warrior, yet he had been defeated in a single exchange by a 2nd tier one. This was sheer disgrace. True, his opponent had superior weapons and skills, but this was a battlefield, no room for fairness, only victory or defeat. He had lost, plain and simple. Knowing he was outmatched, Basil slashed out a single strike and started to retreat. Die. Alan would not let him escape. He unleashed the great jade meteor spear, directly reducing the defenseless Bazel to a mist of blood. A 5th-tier battle skill as an opening move, how do you counter that? Damn it. Arnold's face darkened as he watched Bazel fall in 2 moves. He could never have imagined that a mere 2nd-tier star brilliance warrior would wield a 5th-tier weapon and a 5th-tier battle skill. What had been a sure victory now teetered on uncertainty. Kill him. To ensure the mission's success, Arnold exchanged a glance with Blake, his strongest squadron leader, and they attacked together without hesitation. 2 lightning slashes streaked toward Alan. Though they used no battle skills, their cultivation levels, a 10th-tier and a 7th-tier star brilliance warrior, made the slashes fearsome. Alan did not waste his energy to block. Why not let the Lucci soldiers help? The next moment he channeled his energy, dodged both slashes, and charged at the nearest squad of Lucci soldiers. Seeing this, Arnold and Blake grew anxious. They had refrained from using battle skills precisely to avoid a direct clash with Alan, who had a 5th-tier weapon and 5th-tier battle skills. Instead, they planned a war of attrition, using their numerical advantage and superior total energy reserves to exhaust him. But Alan refused to fall for it. He turned on their troops instead. These soldiers were the fruits of their long cultivation, the foundation of their future achievements. If the casualties were too high, even a successful mission would bring them little reward, and they might even face censure. No choice but to face him head-on. Meteor Spear. Elsewhere, Alan was already slaughtering the Lucci soldiers. With just a few 2nd-tier battle skills, he had killed at least 200 of them. This feels great. Alan let out a satisfied breath, finished off the remaining mooks around him, and turned to face the 2 captains who had arrived. Wing Spear. After adjusting his breathing, Alan used the area attack with the largest range among the Great Seal Dragon 5 spears. Damn it. Why would someone so wealthy be stationed at the border? The moment the dragon's shadow formed from his light energy appeared, Arnold and Blake lost their composure. They burst forth with their own energy, using 3rd-tier battle skills to counter. What the hell? Battle skills were extremely rare. The highest they had was 3rd tier. How could this guy casually throw out a 5th tier one? Boom. The 3 streams of energy collided, light and lightning interweaving endlessly. The sheer power made the ground tremble until they all exploded together. Not good. Alan was a bit disappointed that his winged spear had been blocked, but he understood. The 2 before him, a 7th tier and a 10th tier star brilliance warrior, were not like the 6th tier he had killed in Black Rock Town. Nevertheless, the plan had already succeeded. They wanted to drain his energy, but he was also draining theirs. Head Spear. A gleam flashed in Alan's eyes as he activated the battle skill again. His energy coalesced into a massive dragon head roaring toward the 2 men. Perfect. Seeing Alan frenziedly expending his energy, Arnold and Blake exchanged a glance, their lips curling into a smile. They combined their forces with 3rd-tier battle skills to defend. How could the energy of a 2nd-tier star brilliance warrior compare to theirs, who were not far from the moon radiance realm? And so a fierce contest of energy bombardment began. The tension was palpable. Every strike triggered explosions that held the gaze. So powerful. Alan's brothers-in-law were nearly grinding their teeth with excitement. First he had taken down a 6th-tier star brilliance warrior in 2 moves, now he was holding off a 7th tier and a 10th tier single-handedly. With such strength, one could believe he was already a moon radiance warrior. After 10 minutes the 3 combatants retreated simultaneously. All 3 were panting. Though the battle had not lasted long, each exchange had consumed a great deal of energy and their reserves were nearly depleted. Alan had the lowest cultivation and the smallest energy pool. Now he had only enough left for 1 or 2 3rd-tier battle skills. Foolish Shuzzy, can you still use a 5th-tier battle skill now? Noticing the fatigue on Alan's face, Arnold smirked and taunted. His own energy was running low, but that only meant that Alan with a much lower cultivation had even less. Come and find out. Alan gripped the holy radiant spear with both hands, his voice cold. But the energy fluctuations emanating from his body were far weaker than before. Arnold lunged forward, shouting to Blake as he charged, "He's out of energy. Go all out." Without hesitation, Blake flanked Alan from the side. Storm Spear. Showing no panic, Alan hurled a 3rd-tier battle skill at Blake, who was attacking from the right, then turned to meet Arnold on the left. Suddenly Arnold's expression changed drastically. He saw a staff glowing with radiant light appear in Alan's left hand. From the size of the magic core and the magical fluctuations, it was a 5th-tier staff. You country bumpkin, ever heard of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts? A triumphant smile curled on Alan's lips. He unleashed the power of a first-tier star brilliance mage, gripped the staff and pressed forward. Holy light blast. Holy light detonation. Alan roared coldly, unleashing his most powerful magic. The rank 5 staff of radiant light erupted with formidable magical energy as brilliance fully blossomed, engulfing the entire battlefield. Even the air seemed to freeze in that moment. Thunder slash. Arnold's eyes nearly bulged out, his face contorted into a ferocious grimace as he executed his most devastating rank 3 battle technique. However, it made no difference whatsoever. How could accumulated magical power, a rank 5 staff and a rank 5 spell, be matched by someone with depleted battle chi wielding only a rank 3 longsword and a rank 3 technique? As expected, the holy light effortlessly shattered the thunder and rained down upon Arnold with swiftness like lightning, condensing into a massive sphere of radiance that detonated with an earth-shaking force. The sphere appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. Everything transpired in a single instant. When the light faded and one gazed upon where Arnold had once stood, a circular crater exceeding 100 meters in diameter lay there, instead resembling a quarried pit. Thank the heavens, I have my cheat. Alan exhaled with relief upon confirming Arnold's demise. Frankly, this encounter had been perilous enough. Victory had relied entirely on his magical trump cards, cultivation staff and spells, all indispensable. Had any single element been slightly weaker, he would never have been able to dispatch a rank 10 Starlight warrior in one blow. Arnold. Damn it. Damn you Shusu people. Unlike Alan, whose mood began to lighten, Blake beside him was nearly driven mad. He could never have imagined that besides battle chi, Alan also cultivated magical power, and not insignificantly so, having already reached the Starlight realm. What he had presumed to be a war of attrition against Alan had instead been a trap set for himself and Arnold. The realization that this outcome was self-inflicted left Blake's mind blank, his heart flooded with an overwhelming torrent of unwillingness, regret, remorse and disbelief. Go accompany them. Alan paid no mind to Arnold's final thoughts. Raising his staff, he unleashed a barrage of low-rank 2nd and 3rd tier spells. Wind Bullet. Radiant Glow. Rocky Spike. In merely 3 or 4 seconds Alan had pelted Blake with 7 or 8 magical attacks. He knew quite a few spells, approximately 20 in total, half learned from rank 3 spellbooks and half granted directly by his system. Facing Alan's relentless onslaught like a driving rainstorm, Blake hastily dispelled the chaotic thoughts cluttering his mind, circled his battle chi and counterattacked. Unfortunately, his battle chi was nearly exhausted, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand Alan's magical assaults. He managed to block roughly the first few strikes, but after 5 or 6 exchanges Blake could no longer muster his battle chi. No matter how hard he strained, no techniques could be squeezed forth. He could only endure Alan's spells raining upon him. And so, after enduring for roughly 10 seconds, Blake finally cracked. Struck by a rank 3 spell of Furious Flame, he turned to charcoal and exploded. I'm absolutely unstoppable. Alan clenched his fist in excitement, his body relaxing into a dreamy sense of euphoria. Another superlative achievement. Last time at the cultivation of a rank 10 Grand Warrior he had slaughtered 3 early-stage rank 4 Gluttony demons. This time at the rank of a rank 2 Starlight Warrior he had eliminated 3 humans whose cultivation stood on the verge of the Moon Radiance realm. At present he was the undisputed strongest entity within the Ace region. Not even close. After basking in a moment of private triumph, Alan's gaze shifted toward the Lucci soldiers gathered nearby. Ding! Clang! Frightened by Alan's mere glance, the Lucci soldiers soiled themselves in terror, hastily dropping their weapons and bowing their heads in surrender. Seeing their compliance, Alan stowed away his staff of radiant light. It was somewhat regrettable that he could not claim the battle merit for completely annihilating a battalion, yet this outcome would spare him no small amount of trouble. After all, the dukes of the 2 great duchies were brothers, with one being the younger brother of the current king of Pompeii. Essentially they were family. In another family's domestic affairs one might offer a brief comment or two, but there was absolutely no need to become too deeply entangled, otherwise one risked alienating both sides and ending up despised by all. Thus concluded the battle. Now Alan needed to consider how to maximize his gains. Alan. At that moment several brothers-in-law led their men down the territory wall surrounding Alan and chattering enthusiastically, some expressing gratitude, others offering praise. Their bond with Alan was so close that they never addressed him by his noble surname, calling him simply by name. Alan, thank you for your support. Alan, have you already advanced to the Moon Radiance realm? Praise the goddess of light, thank her for the divine radiance she bestowed. The brothers-in-law were overwhelmed with emotion. Without Alan, White Lotus territory would certainly have been chewed to nothingness by the Lucci people. "We are family." Alan courteously waved his hand. The Alves family owed the Garcia family far too much, and this was merely a modest repayment. After a brief chat, the third brother-in-law Daniel escorted Alan to the Garcia manor to rest while the others remained at the territory walls to handle aftermath affairs. Reconstructing the walls and arranging captives were no trivial matters. "Alan, this is Eve's room and the adjoining chamber belongs to Annie. Stay here for these few days." Daniel arranged accommodations for Alan with utmost enthusiasm. "Daniel, I must depart tomorrow morning," Alan explained with a smile, patting Daniel's shoulder. "If I return too late, Eve and Annie will worry. As for territory security, rest assured, it is not the main battlefield. The Lucci people will not continually pour their forces here. Furthermore, I have left a 200-strong knight contingent at Black Rock Town, which I will transfer here tomorrow to assist you until Uncle Joe returns." "Then very well." Hearing this, Daniel modestly scratched the back of his head. His concern had indeed been precisely this point, which was why he had hoped Alan would remain at White Lotus Town for a few more days. Yet Alan's words were undeniably correct. No further enemies would arrive, so there was no need to frighten himself. "Alan, rest a while, I shall prepare dinner for you." The following morning, Alan gathered briefly with his brothers-in-law, was forcefully pressed into accepting a thank-you gift valued at over 500 gold coins, and then departed White Lotus Town. Passing through Hot Spring Town, Alan went inside for another tour. The situation was quite favorable, though the atmosphere remained somber. Civilian life was nearly restored. The sole difference was the absence of Lord Adolph's family. For the common folk this carried both advantages and disadvantages. Without a lord there were no taxes, increasing their income, but the likelihood of various dangerous raids would also rise, only diminishing again upon the arrival of the next lord. At midday Alan arrived at Black Rock Town. After a meal at Rain Manor, he dispatched his knight contingent to White Lotus Town to assist his brothers-in-law, then returned to his own territory. After comforting his wives who had lain awake all night consumed by worry, Alan spent some time in his study before summoning the steward Tom, as well as Spike, commander of the knight contingent, and Jerry, his deputy. "My Lord Baron." The three of them entered the study, bowed, and their eyes all fell to the ground. There were two large chests on the ground, their lids all opened. One was filled with gold, silver and copper coins, while the other contained various demon cores and gems, a considerable amount. "There is something important I must entrust to you." Alan tossed a letter to Spike and commanded, "You and Jerry take 200 knights and deliver this letter and these two chests to the main city. These are gifts for the Duke. Tom, bring the family trade caravan along and deliver all the premium white ale we have reserved from the brewery. Oh, and prepare an additional gift. Meeting the Duke will not be so simple. Come find me once everything is ready." "Yes, my Lord Baron." Tom and the other two bowed deeply in unison. Though they did not know the reason, none of them considered themselves wiser than Alan, so they simply followed his orders without question. Afterward Alan visited the family treasury once more and organized his system space. The total value of this haul exceeded 25,000 gold coins. Even if he gave 10,000 gold coins to the Duke, he would still be left with 15,000. Those 10,000 gold coins combined with the letter would surely elevate his title by at least one rank. With good fortune he might even advance 2 ranks and be directly promoted to count. But matters would not resolve so quickly. A round trip from the EIS district to the main city at normal speed would take at least a month. "Let me rest for a while." Alan stretched lazily and sauntered into the garden. The toll from yesterday had been immense, not just physical exhaustion but a drained spirit. He needed several days of proper relaxation. The garden was lively, all his wives were there. He now had 7 wives: Ai Weir, Ai Lin Ti Na Fu Leia and Nie Sha Bei La and Xiao Luote. All beautiful and all sensible, which brought him great satisfaction. "Alan. Lord Alan." Seeing Alan arrive, the women all came forward to welcome him. They helped him sit on the bench and Ai Weir thoughtfully began massaging his shoulders. Alan closed his eyes in contentment and leaned back. Ai Lin curiously asked, "Lord Alan, I heard the Lucci people have invaded the EIS district. May I ask about it?" Her words stirred everyone's curiosity. "Lord Alan, could you tell us? Lord Alan, are the Lucci people truly so ruthless?" They were all eager to know. Having heard of the Lucci's fierce advance, they simply lacked details. Seeing his wife's keen interest, Alan nodded and said, "This is no secret. Since you are curious, I shall tell you. What happened with the Lucci is indeed true. The Duchy of Lucci dispatched a large force that crossed through the central northern region of Hundred Valleys Forest and directly entered the EIS district. However, the situation was not as dire as feared. Alan recounted yesterday's events to his wives after carefully editing certain details. The omitted parts naturally involved gains and risks, the former was unethical, the latter too dangerous, and there was no need for his wives to know. In short, the message was simple: war had indeed occurred, but his luck had favored him and he had effortlessly gained military merit. That night Alan retired to Isha Bey's chambers. Among Alan's 7 wives, Isha Bey was the eldest at 24, and naturally her cultivation was the highest, a level 8 archmage. Her excellent talent combined with tireless effort made her an invaluable assistant to her brother Baron Huayte, commanding the Huayte family's night order. Yet it had also earned her the label of a spinster past marrying age. Had it not been for Alan's extraordinary rise, her brother would never have consented to marry her off. Now Alan made full use of Isha Bey's abilities, placing her in charge of the most important brewery with Fu Leia assisting her. In the following period, news of the Lucci Duchy's forces crossing Hundred Valleys Forest to invade the EIS district spread throughout the region. The central figure, of course, was Alan. He annihilated an entire 1,000-strong contingent at Black Rock Town, which included a level 6-star Radiance warrior. At White Lotus Town he defeated 2,000-strong units, slaying a level 10-star Radiance warrior, a level 7 and a level 6. Eliminating 4-star Radiance warriors in a single day, all at exceptionally high ranks, was nothing short of outrageous. After all, Alan had only recently attained the rank of Star Radiance warrior himself. When the news reached the EIS district, the entire region was thrown into an uproar. Particularly among the nobility, none could remain seated. Once they verified the reports, they loaded up gifts and rushed towards Sengu town. Everyone understood that Alan's rise was unstoppable. If Alan a month prior had been worth investing in, then now he was someone who absolutely had to be courted. Building a close relationship might prove difficult, but showing proper respect was essential. At minimum, they needed Alan to know that they as neighbors would always be reasonable and amicable. The continuous stream of visits reminded Alan of what it felt like to have a bustling household. And compared to a month ago, this time brought even more visitors. Last time only nobles from nearby territories had come. If this time nearly half the nobility of the EIS district arrived, over 20 barons and 4 or 5 viscounts. Had Count William not been on the battlefield, he might have visited in person. At first Alan was quite pleased. Daily visits with gifts and flattery brought a certain satisfaction, and no one disliked such treatment. But after half a month of this, routine irritation began to creep in. So Alan declined to receive visitors, citing his impending breakthrough in cultivation as the reason. Nevertheless, there were exceptions: visits from viscounts or barons seeking marriage alliances. The former were difficult to refuse. The latter served his system rewards and personal desires. While Alan was immersed in a life of bliss, Tom and his party had already arrived at their destination, the Duke's capital city of Duke Raymond, the Elf City. It was noon. Duke Raymond was enjoying his lunch. Raymond was exceedingly corpulent, his face thick with flesh that glistened like melted candle wax, a beard so dense it concealed his neck, and a belly round as a balloon. On either side the Duchess Lily and the Duke's youngest daughter Lily sat facing each other, elegantly holding their wine glasses and chatting. "My Lord Duke." At that moment the Chamberlain entered the dining hall and bowed respectfully. "Oh, Ellis." Raymond tossed aside the turkey leg he had been gripping, wiped his hand casually on the tablecloth and asked expectantly, "Tell me, have my armies already defeated Rex's forces?" Hearing this, the Chamberlain gave an awkward smile and said in a low voice, "Great Duke, your Shusi army is invincible. Within a month they will defeat the Lucci army." A month. Raymond's smile vanished. He slammed the table heavily and scolded, "Then come see me in a month, don't waste my time." "Forgive me, my Lord Duke." The Chamberlain bowed again, then walked over on his knees beside Raymond, offering a letter with both hands. "My Lord Duke, the Lucci army invaded the AC region but was defeated by your devout subject. This letter is his battle report, please peruse it." "What is the AC region?" Raymond showed no intention of taking the letter, nor did he feel joy at the news of victory. He merely asked casually. "Father, I know." Princess Weiwei raised her hand and said cheerfully, "The AC region is close to the Take Wasteland. Father gave the tax rights there to Marquis Gaia, but he has no administrative authority. Marquis Gaia's true domain is the Lyre region next to AC." "Oh," Raymond nodded slightly, then shook his head with disinterest. I remember now, it's all unwanted countryside and none of your brothers wanted to go there. Seeing Raymond's complete lack of interest, the Chamberlain quickly said, My Lord Duke, the Lucci army that invaded AC had a full battalion. Originally the AC forces could not have withstood them, but an outstanding Baron emerged midway, Baron Alves. Baron Alves, just 19 years old, single-handedly eliminated that entire battalion within a single day, including its commander, a moonlight warrior. After learning that the duchy was at war, Baron Alves stood guard alone at the border, fighting fiercely for over half a month. At the same time, to contribute to your greatness, Baron Alves donated his family's entire fortune, hoping to aid you. His family's entire fortune. A 19-year-old who can defeat a moonlight warrior. After the Chamberlain finished, both Raymond and Lily were astonished. The former was amazed by Alan's loyalty and generosity, the latter by his strength and potential. Read it. Raymond suddenly became interested, sat up slightly and gestured to the Chamberlain. Yes, my Lord Duke. The Chamberlain curled his lips, then lifted his head, opened the letter and read aloud, Your devout subject Alan Alves pays homage to the sacred Grand Duke of the Chussi Duchy, the great ruler of the earth Raymond Arthur. As soon as the first sentence was read, a smile appeared on Raymond's face and he nodded in profound agreement. Lily, this Alves fellow is quite good, don't you think? Perhaps it is your faith, great Duke, that has influenced him, making him a worthy Baron of the Chussi Duchy. Lily nodded slightly at Raymond, but as she turned away a flicker of disdain passed through her eyes. Ha ha ha, excellent. I adore loyalty. With flattery from both within and without, Raymond's spirits soared. He closed his eyes, shook his head and wallowed in his own greatness, unable to extricate himself. Soon the Chamberlain read the final paragraph. Since I must guard your honor and confront the despicable Lucci who have offended you, please forgive me for not being able to come in person to express my worship and admiration. In my stead, my steward and knight will present to you all that I possess, the century-old savings of the Alves family. Your greatness needs no words, please do not refuse my loyalty. Hearing this, Raymond's eyes flew open. He slapped the table several times and shouted excitedly, Did you all hear that? My greatness needs no words. Goddess of light. After waiting so many years, I have finally met someone who understands me. Ellis, tell me, how much money did he send me? The Chamberlain's eyes lit up and he declared loudly, a large amount of currency, a large number of magical cores, a large quantity of gems, plus the finest rare wines ever produced in the AC region. The total value probably exceeds 50,000 gold coins. Of course this number was fabricated. After all, the Duke only cared about the figure. When receiving gifts, he would simply have them moved directly into the treasure vault. This task had always been handled by the Chamberlain himself, so it was foolproof. If not for the welcome gift worth over 3,000 gold coins and the subsequent annual thank you gifts, he would never have bothered with a mere baron. 50,000 gold coins. It seems he has given me everything. That won't do, I cannot let my loyal and excellent subject go hungry. Raymond sat back down and shook his head with emotion. He understood money well enough. 50,000 gold coins meant little to him, but for a baron to raise that amount would require selling everything, sometimes even that fell far short. Clearly the Alves family was truly loyal, they had indeed offered their entire century savings. Father, I haven't seen such an outstanding baron in a long time. Since the war began, everyone has only asked you for money. He is the first to send you any. This Alves is truly loyal. Weiwei chimed in as well, genuinely moved, believing that Alan was a proper noble. Hearing Weiwei's words, Raymond nodded again, pondered for a moment and then said, Ellis, the title of baron doesn't suit him, don't you think? My Lord Duke, I will forever follow your will. Ellis dared not answer such a question directly, merely bowing respectfully. Let him be an earl. And adjust the AC region. Reclaim all the territories of the incompetent lords, relocate the loyal ones and give all the border towns to Alves. Let him guard the frontier. I do not want filthy Lucci entering the sacred Chussi Duchy. The charter of investiture will be written by you. No, I will write it myself. After some thought, Raymond made a fairly reasonable decision. He had plenty of experience in such matters. A marquis's domain could already be called a marquisate, so it could not be granted casually. A viscount was too stingy. An earl was just right, and the troubles of the border could be handed over. After issuing the command, Raymond placed his hands on the table, gazed toward the dining hall door, put on a melancholy expression and recited, Everyone says I do poorly, even my elder brother calls me too frivolous, but they have no idea how much I have contributed to the kingdom and the duchy. But you all know I dislike boasting and making a fuss. Greatness needs no words. Time slipped by swiftly and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. That morning Ai Luan gently moved Na Mei aside, rose refreshed and began to dress himself. After resting in the manner for a month his condition had not recovered, instead he had grown somewhat languid. Now he finally understood why so many emperors of old did not live long. Good emperors died of exhaustion while corrupt ones perished from indulgence. Even after merely a month of indulgence he felt his drive and self-discipline had diminished considerably. Had it not been for his high cultivation he might have even squandered his vitality. My lord Ai Luan. A warm touch pressed against his back, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upward. He turned and drew the warmth into his embrace. This was Na Mei, who had entered his household just half a month ago. Na Mei. After annihilating a brigade of the Luchi Duchy, many nobles came seeking marriage alliances. The previous time had been limited to the surrounding area, but now the scope was much broader. However, he did not accept them casually. He only chose noble girls with outstanding looks and commendable cultivation talent. Although activating the cheat was relatively simple, he could not bring himself to settle for less. He absolutely could not accept any tiger tanks. Thus he selected only two: Kanisai, daughter of Baron Benjamin, and Na Mei, sister of Viscount Bruno. Kanisai. Speaking of Na Mei, she was quite similar to Isabella, also a 24-year-old 8th rank archmage. She was only disadvantaged by her gender, otherwise she would surely have inherited the family title. My lord Ai Luan, would you stay with me a little longer? Na Mei stood on tiptoe and kissed Ai Luan on the cheek, then rested her head on his shoulder and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Ai Luan carried Na Mei to the sofa, pulled a blanket over her and slipped his hands beneath it, exercising the grip of his palms. Na Mei appeared to be a mature, aloof beauty, but in reality she was a clingy, insecure soul, something he had never expected at first. Yet he rather liked it. It gave him a sense of being relied upon and trusted, a feeling of achievement. Half an hour later, just as Ai Luan was about to spar with Na Mei again, a knock came at the bedroom door and a maid's voice sounded from outside. My lord Baron, Mr. Tang Mu has returned. I understand. Have them wait for me in my study. Ai Luan called out toward the door. A week ago he had instructed that if Tang Mu and the others returned they must report immediately. My lord, please go attend to your important matters. Na Mei quickly sat up from the bed, grabbed the clothes at the foot of the bed and carefully helped Ai Luan dress. I'll come see you tonight. Ai Luan gently tapped Na Mei's delicate nose. Hearing this, Na Mei immediately beamed with joy, but soon hesitated and said, My lord, tonight it is Sister Kanisai's turn to serve you. How about together? Ai Luan stood by the bed fully dressed and asked with a smile. I will do as my lord wishes. Na Mei blushed and lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. As long as she could have Ai Luan's affection, she felt a little awkwardness was nothing. Ha ha. Ai Luan pulled Na Mei into his arms and gently kissed her on the forehead. He treated his women with great respect, whether wife or concubine, always equally. He had only meant to tease, but he had not expected Na Mei to actually agree. Thinking of this, he found himself looking forward to the evening. But for now he had to attend to business. He had waited over 30 days for this. In the study, Tang Mu, Shi Pai Ku and Jia Rui were all present. As soon as Ai Luan entered he asked, How did it go? We greet the esteemed Count Alvis. The three exchanged glances and bowed in unison. Count. Ai Luan blinked, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Dazed, he sank into a chair and propped his cheek with his hand. Initially he had aimed to secure the rank of Viscount and then strive for Count. He had not expected it to actually happen. Shock and joy mingled within him, and for a moment he could hardly believe it. Tang Mu and the others remained utterly silent, standing still in place. Even they, as his subordinates, could not remain calm in their hearts, let alone Ai Luan himself. A count. One must know that before this the entire Ace region had only one count, Count William. Now the Alvis family had also risen to the rank of count. From now on they would be the Count's steward and the deputy commander of the Count's Knight Order. Their hidden influence would surpass that of ordinary barons. Tell me the details. After sitting for 2 or 3 minutes, Ai Luan finally emerged from the good news and asked about the specific process. My Lord Count, as you instructed, after arriving at Elf City I used gold coins to pave the way and contacted the Minister of Internal Affairs. Everything went smoothly afterward, but the minister's appetite was huge. Besides the initial gift, he demanded an annual tribute of no less than that amount. Since the matter was urgent, I agreed without your consent. Please punish me. Tang Mu bowed deeply. Ai Luan shook his head. No, you did well. When someone reaches out to take something during business, it is a very good thing. My lord, count this as the letter of enfeoffment. Tang Mu, already knowing that Ai Luan, a wise master, would not blame him, showed a wrinkled smile like a chrysanthemum and presented a small wooden box with both hands. Ai Luan opened the box, took out the letter and examined it. His expression changed. Black Rock Town, Hot Spring Town, Ash Mountain Town. His territory had expanded from 1 town to 12 towns. But among the 11 additional towns, 3 were already ruined by various dangers and 4 were towns that already had lords. 12 towns, 7 unusable, only 5 towns remained. 5 towns, though vast, were only slightly better than a viscount's holdings. This was hardly befitting the rank of count. Seeing Ai Luan's displeasure, Tang Mu stepped forward and whispered. My lord Count, the Minister of Internal Affairs said that these towns are now your territory. The duchy will revoke the titles of nobles who fail to meet tax quotas, while those who meet the quotas will be relocated near the county seat. By now these nobles should have received the orders. You know the war. Not all nobles can return. Some like you have no siblings. Also, the Duke's exact words were he does not wish to see the Luchi people invade the Ace region again. Hearing this, Ai Luan nodded in understanding. He had not considered the impact of the war before. Many nobles had joined the campaign to gain merit, but fewer than half might return. With this, everything became clear. Nobles near Sengu town who were not profitable were removed. Those who were profitable were moved to fill territories with good economies but no heirs. Finally, the vacant territories nearby were all allocated to him. And the lands he took over happened to form a continuous line along the southern border of the Sushu Duchy. Not bad. Although the border territories aren't very profitable, at least I have 12 towns. Count William only has 9 towns. Alan pulled out a map of the AC region, and the more he looked at it, the better his mood became. The 12 territories pieced together roughly formed a slanted rectangle from the top right to the bottom left, with the entire Baigu forest as one neighbor and the Ruya region of the Lucy Principality on the other side. Being clustered together facilitated management and made construction more convenient. As for the potential threats from the Baigu forest and the border, that was nothing to worry about. One who has cheats fears nothing, and he would only grow stronger. Tom. After drawing a few lines on the map, Alan handed it to Tom and ordered, build a large defensive wall along this line. The workers within the territory should be insufficient. Recruit a group of refugees and tell them that once the defensive wall is completed they will become my subjects. Additionally, leave the manor management to Charlotte. From now on you will be responsible for the daily operations of the territory. I heard your 3 sons are quite capable. It's time for them to share some of your burdens. Spike Jerry, expand the night order with no upper limit on personnel. I hope each of you can command 1,000-strong cavalry regiment. Have your sons join as well. Young men shouldn't stay idle at home all day. Yes, my lord. Hearing Alan's words, Tom, Spike and Jerry were all stirred with excitement. All 3 of them had been promoted, and their sons now had the opportunity to inherit their careers, which was crucial for retainers like them. As long as the Alvis family stood firm, their households would remain prosperous forever, and they might even have a chance to become nobles. Spread this news quickly. Also notify those nobles who are about to move. I will meet with them in 3 days for the handover and then tour the entire territory. My lord, should we not build a county seat? There's no rush for a county seat. First establish the defensive wall and the population. Once the territory is on track we can consider the county seat. Go ahead and handle it. Yes, my lord. After Tom, Spike and Jerry left, Alan opened a wine barrel, poured himself a glass of white beer and drank it with great satisfaction. During this month of waiting he had discovered some challenges in advancement, or rather more reasonable reward requirements. For instance, when expanding territory facilities, building a small section of the territory wall would yield rewards at first, but the difficulty would increase steadily thereafter. Simply put, large-scale expansion was needed in every aspect. Hampered by the limited territory scope and noble restrictions, he had barely claimed any territory-related rewards this past month. But now he could do whatever he wanted and no one could stop him. With such a vast territory, how many rewards could he gain from construction? All the bits and pieces added up to at least 200 years of cultivation. Rest for 2 more days, let those nobles move out first. Alan stretched, left the study and headed to Nami's room. He had just been about to pull the trigger when Tom and the others returned, leaving him in a state of restless agitation. The body is the capital of revolution, he couldn't afford to let himself get pent up. Lord Alan. Nami was applying makeup using a plant-based liquid unique to this world. When she saw Alan open the door and enter, she quickly stood up and bowed. Alan said nothing, merely closed the door softly and opened his arms to Nami with a smile. Nami's face lit up with joy. She took 2 quick steps, threw herself into Alan's embrace, rose on tiptoes, closed her eyes and offered her fragrant lips. Then came the warmth of the bed curtains, the clouds and rain over Mount Wu, matters not to be spoken of to outsiders. Time quickly passed to 4 days later. On that day Alan rose before dawn, taking his 9 wives and 100 knights to leave Sengu town and head for Huishan town. The 3 days had passed and it was time for him to take over his territory. The procedure was not difficult, but the number of territories to be taken over was large, 11 towns in total, and he had to visit each one. He presented the enfeoffment document personally signed and sealed by the Duke, and enchanted by the Archbishop of the Church of Light, gathered all the commoners to witness and either handed over with the original lord or directly announced the takeover. As for the ennoblement ceremony, Alan simply did not hold one. There was no need. The title of Count was not insignificant, but it was hardly grand. Coupled with the impact of the large-scale mithril vein war, all the witnesses of sufficient stature had gone to the battlefield. A banquet at the manor would suffice, the lower the profile the better. The idea that a count could be knighted in the presence of a duke or even a king as in fairy tales would forever remain only in fairy tales. Unless that hero was a Corona warrior or a member of the royal family. After visiting all 11 towns, the myriad trivial details combined took 3 days to complete. This was just the beginning, the busiest time was yet to come. Back in Sengu town, Alan secluded himself in the study to draft a development plan for the territory, a massive undertaking. He named his territory Alvis County. A baron's territory was a town, a viscount's a domain, a count's a county, and further up a marquis or duke's territory could be called a state. 12 towns combined made the area too vast. For better management he needed to move from Sengu town to Qingshui town, which lay at the center of Alvis County. Moreover, Qingshui town had been razed by the cultists of the dark a year ago and few people lived there now, allowing him to build as he pleased. Let's do it all at once. After studying the map carefully, Alan made a major decision. He would build a new family estate in Qingshui town, then gradually expand outward, initially constructing the inner and outer cities of the county seat. A count's county seat was not supposed to have inner and outer cities, it violated protocol. Even the main cities of counts and dukes lacked such divisions, only a king's capital could be built that way. But Alan knew that the county seat was just a small starting point. Rather than alter it later, it was better to set the framework now, as long as he didn't flaunt it openly. He wanted to start from the border, step by step climb to the highest peak. He would become a path to death indeed. Alan rolled up the map with a smile and went to the garden, where he found his wives gathered together drinking tea. My dear ladies, to better manage the territory I plan to build a new family estate in Qingshui town. What do you think? We want a castle. Avril and the other 8 women cried out in unison, looking at Alan with expectant eyes. Alan shrugged with a smile. It seems you've already discussed it. Then let's make it a castle instead of an estate. But you have to tell me who was the first to guess we were moving. The women looked at Nami and Isabella. The answer was within Alan's expectations. Among his 9 wives, Nami and Isabella were the most mature, with rich experience in territory management and the most far-sighted business acumen. Since they were interested, he would entrust the new home to them. A week had passed and the construction of Alvis County had begun in earnest. Tom recruited tens of thousands of wastelanders from the Taker wasteland to start building the large territory wall, while also assisting Nami and Isabella in constructing the family castle. Spike and Jerry were tasked with expanding the Night Order, recruiting soldiers and horses throughout Alvis County with overwhelming advertisements. Alan was pleased with the efficiency of his 3 trusted subordinates. Although he was spending money rapidly, his current rate of earning was not slow either. 5 months ago, with the cultivation of a 10th-rank great warrior, he defeated 3 early 4th-rank demons, flexing his muscles impressively, and then began expanding his white beer business. The addition of more distributors allowed his white beer business to cover the entire Ace region and even penetrate into the neighboring Ray region. Now the monthly gross profit of the white beer business had exceeded 3500 gold coins. The steady and growing income combined with the recent windfall was sufficient to support the large-scale construction of the territory. In the garden, Alan was spending time with 3 of his wives sunbathing. They were Avril, Aaron and Charlotte, while the other 6 wives had gone together to Qingshui town to oversee the construction of the family castle. These 3 did not go because they were all pregnant and Alan would not allow them. Avril was 8 months pregnant while Aaron and Charlotte had just become pregnant less than a month ago. "Alan, I wish we could move into the castle right now," Avril said, expectantly lying in Alan's arms on the swing chair. Alan gently stroked Avril's hair and comforted her softly, "Just wait a little longer. I've already dispatched more craftsmen. It will definitely be completed within half a year." In this world, castles represented the ultimate nobility. Simply because of the 4 factors: grandeur, vast land area, high cost, and being easy to defend but hard to attack, castles had become the ultimate residence. He had originally planned to copy the imperial palace from his previous life, but his wives all preferred castles, so he went along with them. Any house would do. It didn't affect his territory construction plans. Half a year. Avril was startled and asked in surprise, "Alan, what castle takes half a year to build?" "A castle of 150 hectares. Alan explained with a smile. Even he felt proud when he said 150 hectares. An area of 150 hectares, that's 1.5 million square meters, larger than 2 imperial palaces combined. Of course, this was only the land area, not the floor area. Gardens, orchards, training grounds, libraries and other areas would take up most of the space, enhancing living comfort and making the stone enclosure of the castle less oppressive. Although the construction technology in this world was poor, the people here all possessed battle chi or magic power. As long as one had a second-rank apprentice cultivation, they could easily lift a 200-kilogram rock block. Thus within half a year a giant castle with a total land area of 150 hectares could be built. 150 hectares. The 3 women, Avril, Aaron and Charlotte, were all astonished. Were they building a royal palace? Yes, 150 hectares. Alan nodded seriously. The reason for building the family castle so large was mainly due to 2 factors. First, from a long-term perspective, building it all at once meant no need to move later, as he would not remain a count forever. Second, from a practical necessity to obtain system rewards, he would continue to take concubines and their numbers would only increase. A small house would not suffice. Thinking of the system rewards, Alan had new ideas. 3 wives were pregnant and the other 4 should not be far behind. Whether for personal needs or system rewards, it was about time he took a few more wives. It had been nearly a year since he acquired the system and his mindset had gradually changed. At first he felt a bit embarrassed, but now he didn't overthink it. If someone was suitable, he would marry her and not worry about anything else, as long as he could get the system rewards. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't talk about feelings. Talking about feelings hurts feelings. When the war ends, I'll throw a victory banquet for my father-in-law and invite all the nobles from the surrounding areas. Then. Oh, and I shouldn't only focus on noble girls. Commoner girls are fine too, as long as they have talent and looks. I'll go out for a stroll tomorrow. Deal. After lunch, Alan left the manor and rode his light unicorn to inspect the territory. His reputation was now so formidable that even cultists and necromancers would detour around Alvis County. However, the more this was the case, the less he could afford to be complacent. He had to maintain control of the situation until the war ended. Detected increase in family territory, population rated bronze level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15-year battle chi cultivation card, 15-year magic power cultivation card, heavy explosive crossbow manufacturing blueprint and primary potential evolution secret potion formula. When he arrived at Xiar town, the system prompt sounded. Not bad. Tom's son hasn't been slacking off. Alan smiled with satisfaction. Tom had been sent to build the family castle, so the task of increasing the territory's population fell to Tom's 3 sons. This was the 3rd territory population increase reward within the last half-month. The first time gave 5 years of battle chi and 5 years of magic power. The second time gave 10 years of battle chi and 10 years of magic power plus a wine brewing technique. Including this 3rd time, he had accumulated 30 years of battle chi and 30 years of magic power in cultivation cards. Once he had free time, he could break through. The wine was left to Nami and Isabella to handle. There happened to be a grape-rich town called Bodo in the territory, and it was expected to start production within half a month. As for the explosive crossbow, Spike and Jerry would handle it. It was a defensive crossbow of the same level as the armor-piercing crossbow, perfect for the new territory wall. Last but not least, the primary potential evolution secret potion formula. Alan was very interested in this. Just from the name it was clear that its effect was to strengthen the foundation, not to force growth. Potential evolution, he had never heard of such a potion. Without exaggeration, it was a divine-level secret potion. Add 5 ounces of clean water to a cauldron, put in 10 adult lava lion eyelashes, heat with fire attributed magic power until boiling, then add 2 ounces of blood demon pod juice. After taking out the formula from the system space and memorizing the entire content, Alan called for his light unicorn and headed home. For the next period, making the primary potential evolution secret potion would be his top priority. Although primary sounded a bit weak, as long as it could raise a person's cultivation talent from primary to intermediate, he would be satisfied. At that time he would raise a 10,000-strong cavalry legion with an average cultivation of great warrior. Even the Duke's tribunal would be crushed into a miserable state. 7 days later, good news spread across the AC region. The 2-month-long battle for the large mithril vein had finally come to an end. The victor was the Shussi Duchy. In truth, the military strength of the Shussi Duchy was roughly equal to that of the Lucci Duchy. From common soldiers to high-level combatants, they were evenly matched. The Shussi Duchy's victory was all due to their geographical advantage. The large mithril vein was located in the northern part of the Baigu forest, and strictly speaking it already belonged to the Shussi Duchy. It was merely a sensitive border area. Fighting a defensive war at their doorstep made everything convenient. The Lucci Duchy, on the other hand, had it tough. To contest the large mithril vein, their marching costs alone were far higher than those of the Shussi Duchy. 100 tons of grain sent on the road would be reduced to 50 tons by the time it reached the battlefield. How could they fight? War is a test of national strength. After 2 months of attrition, the Lucci Duchy had not only failed to see any hope of victory, but had also driven its domestic finances into a subhealthy state. Continuing would only make things worse. Thus the Lucci Duchy had no choice but to give up. Of course, before withdrawing, their army attempted a major gamble, but they failed to defeat the Shussi Duchy's forces. The Shussi Duchy immediately announced their victory, summoned craftsmen to begin mining the large mithril vein, and dispatched the Inquisition Knights to eliminate all rebellious elements that had arisen during the war, thereby stabilizing the people's morale. With the war over, Ai Luan was in high spirits. The nobles he was close to had all returned alive. They had been assigned to the logistics corps, and though they had earned no great military merits, they had suffered no losses either. Furthermore, the primary potential enhancement potion had been successfully concocted, and an NI had taken over its secret production. Through experiments, Ai Luan confirmed the effects of the potion. 3 bottles consumed could elevate one's cultivation talent from preliminary to intermediate. Even dual talents could be upgraded. Although it was useless for those with intermediate or higher talent, Ai Luan still regarded it as the family's strongest asset at present. Talent enhancement was the crucial foundation for building the Air Wasi army. The only drawback was the cost, 50 gold coins per bottle. Ai Luan's current plan was to first produce about 100 bottles for the earliest and most loyal knights. Once he became a moonlight warrior, he would commence large-scale production. By then he would presumably have no shortage of cash or the strength to handle risks. On the 10th day after the war's end, Ai Luan was invited to the fief of Count Wei Lian to attend a victory banquet. Count Wei Lian was the cousin of Marquis Guya. He had gained considerable military merits in this war and would soon leave the border region of AC to move to the neighboring wealthier Leia region. Before leaving, Count Wei Lian invited all the nobles of the AC region. This banquet was both a celebration and a farewell. Given Count Wei Lian's character, the purpose of this banquet was most likely to collect a farewell gift or congratulatory gift from the other nobles. Although everyone was annoyed by the money-grubbing Count Wei Lian, he was still a count, and with a marquis cousin as his backing they had to save face. It was just a little money. Ai Luan was also one of the protagonists of this banquet. In the current AC region, the name Ai Luan Air Wasi represented the strongest and most honored. Possessing the strength to kill a 10th-rank Starlight warrior and holding a count's title, Ai Luan became the dazzling center of the banquet. Even Count Wei Lian approached Ai Luan to propose a marriage alliance. Ai Luan was terrified and quickly refused. Count Wei Lian's daughters were all quite special. They could arm wrestle a black bear with just their weight. Ai Luan did not want to have nightmares. However, for certain nobles with beautiful daughters or sisters, Ai Luan did not directly agree but hinted that they could visit Sengu town later. Having just refused Count Wei Lian, he certainly could not agree to other nobles. He had to save face for the count. The banquet lasted 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Ai Luan returned home with his father-in-law Qiao. Among the banquet attendees many were acquaintances, but only Qiao's fief was nearby. Ai Luan Dan and Iyer and the others told me, this time we owe it all to you. I wanted to go to Sengu town myself but I've been too busy these past few days. I hope you don't mind. On the way back Xiao solemnly thanked Ai Luan. Even now thinking about it sent chills down his spine, the family's territory had nearly been breached by the Luchi people. The Erwasi and the Jia Xia are one family. Ai Luan shook his head sincerely. They were before they are now and they will always be. I will never forget the kindness of the Jia Xia family. You little rascal. Xiao grinned and laughed with relief. Ai Weier and an Ni are very worried about you. Come visit Sengu town when you have time. Of course my precious daughter is almost a mother. I'll prepare the best gift for her. Back home Ai Luan formulated a new economic plan for white beer. Count Wei Lian's banquet was not merely a feast of pleasure, dozens of nobles gathered together made for an excellent business table. He expanded the scale of the business but reduced the number of distributors. The Leia region was handed over to Count Wei Lian. With the connection of Marquis Guya a single count was enough to sweep the entire beer market. In the AC region Xiao's share was doubled and the rest was given to Lei and Boluo and Ben Jiaming, all relatives. One should not let the fat water flow into others' fields. In a little while the wine could also be launched in the market supplied exclusively to nobles or wealthy common merchants. By then they would truly have no shortage of money. Entering the study Ai Luan found all 9 of his wives there but the atmosphere was strange. Isher Bela sat on the sofa with a worried expression while Ai Weier and the others gathered around her speaking words that sounded like, "Don't worry," from afar. Ai Luan frowned and hurried over to ask, what happened? Ai Luan Juzi town has been attacked. 3 days ago the civilians of Juzi town were hunted down with nearly 100 dead. All the bodies turned into dried corpses. It might be the work of cultists or a necromancer. Last night a 5th-rank fire dragon attacked Juzi town causing over 1,000 deaths. I just received a letter from Baron Huaite and was about to find you. Ai Weier waved the letter in her hand. A 5th-rank fire dragon. Ai Luan's pupils contracted. He immediately took the letter to confirm the contents of the plea for help. The first piece of intelligence was nothing unusual, he had heard of many dark magics and at least 20 could turn people into dried corpses. But this 5th-rank fire dragon. The 5th rank of magical beasts corresponds to the human moonlight realm and dragons already possess immense power, fighting across ranks is as easy as eating and drinking. If it is at mid-stage or late stage it can contend with a Corona warrior. If it is at peak stage it might even be able to devour a low-rank Corona warrior. This was truly troublesome. A 5th-rank fire dragon, he had no confidence at all. Lord Alan. No sooner had Alan set down the letter than Isabella rose to her feet, her earlier expression of concern vanishing entirely, replaced by solemnity alone. That fire dragon might attack Alvis County, we need to prepare. Hearing this Alan let out a heavy sigh. Just moments ago he had indeed considered washing his hands of the matter. Such was the social code of this world, any noble would choose thus and none would dare whisper gossip. Yet now that Isabella had spoken he truly could not stand idly by. He could see the sincerity in her words and feel the sorrow in her heart. The issue was no longer about whether to help but about giving his own conscience an answer, about being worthy of the love Isabella had bestowed upon him. Ha damn that conscience. Still there was no need to be overly tense. Dragons were highly intelligent creatures. If they would not fight to the death with humans capable of harming them, for injury meant they might become prey to other beasts, and no creature would refuse dragon blood. Besides, that fire dragon had not destroyed Orange Town, it was likely just passing through. Whether they would even encounter it was uncertain. Alan smiled and shook his head, pulling Isabella into his embrace. He planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, then turned his gaze to Avril and the other women. The family is in your hands during this time. Alan. Avril opened her mouth but no words came out. She understood his meaning well. She wanted him to ignore this matter, but after a moment of thought she dismissed the urge to dissuade him. When the Ryan family was attacked, Alan had gone. When the Garcia family was attacked, Alan had gone as well. Now it was the White family's turn. How could she stop him? Wasn't this very soul so different from other nobles the very reason she had loved Alan since childhood? Lord Alan, don't go. Upon hearing Alan's words, Isabella's tears began to fall uncontrollably. She truly had never intended for him to get involved in this. Though she worried deeply for her parents and siblings, the enemy was a 5th-stage fire dragon, an opponent utterly beyond resistance. How could she add another person to the list of those she feared for? Alan feigned anger and barked, "Isabella, I am the leader of this family. No one may challenge my authority. I know my love." Isabella suddenly threw her arms around Alan's neck, rose on tiptoes and pressed her lips to his with such fervor that she nearly bit his tongue. 10 minutes later the light unicorn soared into the sky carrying Alan toward Orangetown. Orangetown was quite distant. Even with the light unicorn half flying half running, it would take half a day. The earliest arrival would be evening. Something's off about this. Fire dragons prefer to build their lairs in places hot enough. The Ace region has only one hot spring town that fits, but it didn't go there. If it wanted to scoop up some gold coins and gems, it would have headed to the obviously wealthy Williams City, not Orangetown, where all you can see are orange trees. Many other towns surround Orangetown, yet none were attacked. So, it had a target. On the road Alan racked his brain and came up with a relatively plausible reason. That fifth stage fire dragon was heading straight for Orangetown. Perhaps its target had taken refuge there. A stolen dragon egg, a slain whelp, or a plundered lair could all trigger such a pursuit. But as he thought this, Alan felt a flicker of interest. A fire dragon egg, a fire dragon cub, the dragon's hoard, all were treasures. If he could cripple that dragon and follow it back to its lair. By evening Alan arrived at Orangetown. The affected area was the northern part of town, where not a single color other than black could be seen, clearly scorched by dragonfire breath, with ruins stacked upon ruins. After circling once in the air, Alan had the light unicorn descend directly into the courtyard of the White family estate. "Greetings, Count Alvis." As soon as Alan landed, many maids rushed over to bow. Though Alan was fully armored, even his head encased in a war helm, everyone knew who owned the only light unicorn in the Ace region. "Give it some honey and sweet oranges. Take me to Baron White." "Yes, my lord." The maids responded in unison. The most mature-looking one led the way while the others stayed to tend to the light unicorn. Before long Alan met Baron White in the drawing room. The White family steward Stan and the new Knight Commander Jarvis were also present. Alan had met them before when he came to pick up Isabella. All three wore gloomy expressions, clearly still worried about the attack. Alan's arrival filled Baron White with unexpected joy. If anyone in the Ace region could handle that fifth stage fire dragon, it was Alan. After all, Alan's previous feats were too dazzling. He had even slain a 10th stage Starlight warrior. Blocking a 5th stage fire dragon by surpassing one realm was not impossible. After expressing gratitude, White recounted the details of the two incidents. 3 days ago, starting at dusk, civilians in Orangetown were being hunted and killed. As the death toll rose, White dispatched the family night order to investigate. But throughout the night they found not a single trace of the culprit, nor could they stem the chain of killings. Over 100 people died in one night. During the day, White located several witnesses, all of whom gave the same account. The victims had been sleeping before death. A wisp of purple magical energy floated above their bodies. When it vanished, the person instantly turned into a dried corpse. Fearing the involvement of magic cultists, White took the matter very seriously, personally leading the knights to search the entire territory. But 3 consecutive days of searching yielded nothing. The killer seemed to have vanished into thin air, impossible to apprehend. Fortunately, no new victims appeared. On the night the search ended, a greater attack came. A 5th stage fire dragon arrived over Orangetown, circled low for a few seconds, then spewed a stream of dragonfire toward the northern part of the town before flying north. With just that one strike, every living thing within the range of the dragonfire perished, the death toll reaching over 1,000. After hearing White out, Alan immediately asked, "Was the first attack also in the north?" "Yes." White nodded gravely and said in a low voice, "I've thought of that too. It might be trouble stirred up by magic cultists or necromancers, or a deliberate frame-up of Orangetown. In any case, I've never provoked any dragon." Alan smiled and shook his head. "White, don't worry. This might be a coincidence. If those madmen wanted to destroy Orangetown, they would have enraged the dragon and provoked a battle, but they didn't. They might have been fleeing from the dragon themselves, passing through Orangetown by chance. The dragon tracked the scent here, found new leads, and soon left." Alan was indeed quite worried at first. But upon hearing White recount the sequence of events, he believed his earlier speculation was correct. This incident was most likely a coincidence. That fire dragon had no intention of attacking Orangetown. Its dragon flame breath might have been merely a venting of fury, much like how some people spit when angered. If it had truly targeted Orangetown, the town would have been destroyed by now. I hope it was an accident. White sighed. For now this was the only consolation he could offer himself. What else could he do? Engage in a full-scale battle with that fifth-tier fire dragon. Setting aside the disparity in strength, even if they could win, Orange Town would surely be obliterated in the conflict. The destructive power of dragons was universally known, they were no less than moving calamities. Alan pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, I need you to send a letter back for me. I'll stay here for a few days. If that fire dragon returns, go to Albus County and help me administer a town. White's tense nerves eased slightly. He bowed and said, Thank you for your assistance, Your Excellency the esteemed Count Albus. Stan Jarvis, prepare yourselves, we may need to relocate. Also reassure the commoners. Tell them last night's attack was an accident, the dragon was chasing a thief who had stolen from its lair and it had nothing to do with Orange Town. Having secured Alan's promise, White was already satisfied. Although abandoning his subjects and territory would result in the revocation of his title, he now had no better option. Fortunately, he still had nearly a century of family savings to fall back on and a brother-in-law who was a count to rely on. Even if he lost his noble rank, he could still enjoy an aristocratic life in the future. Time passed. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. During that period, White remained on tenterhooks, dreading the return of the fire dragon. But time proved that the earlier attack was merely an accident, the dragon never reappeared. On the morning of the 8th day, Alan bid farewell to White and began his journey back, carrying a gift of gratitude. Along the way home his emotions were mixed. He felt both relieved and somewhat regretful, relieved that he had not faced a formidable enemy and regretful that he had not seized the chance to test himself against a truly powerful adversary. Upon returning home, Alan became busy again. The development of his territory could not proceed without the Lord's involvement. Though he did not need to do the manual labor himself, every major and minor decision required his approval. Moreover, Avril's delivery was imminent. In the coming days he would have to stay by her side to welcome the arrival of their first child. A month later Avril entered her due date. Alan dispatched Spike to the county seat to summon a priest from the Church of Life to assist with the delivery. Since his own Albus County seat was still under construction and the Church of Life had not yet established a presence there, he had to send for one from William County. Priests of the Church of Life were far more capable than ordinary clergy. They possessed healing and blessing arts passed down from ancient times, said to be gifts from the goddess of life herself. This made the Church of Life the most beloved and consequently the wealthiest of all churches. After all, even priests needed to make a living. With a payment of 500 gold coins, Avril delivered the child quickly and without any pain. Detected family population increase. This offspring's Do-Chi aptitude is bronze level, magic aptitude is advanced level, overall rating bronze level. Congratulations, host received 15-year Do-Chi cultivation card X1, 15-year magic cultivation card X1, 5th tier weapon exchange card X1, 4th tier staff exchange card X1, bronze level Do-Chi talent enhancement card X1, Do-Chi attribute seed exchange card X1. The system prompt sounded immediately. But at that moment Alan's full attention was on Avril. Hearing the baby's cry, he pushed open the door and rushed straight to the bedside. Alan. I'm sorry. Avril's eyes were filled with love. She closed her eyes, leaned against Alan's shoulder and spoke softly. She had seen Alan bypass the baby holding Bishop Sandy without a second thought, which moved her deeply. The only regret was that she had not borne him a son. It's a good thing it's not a son or he'd drive me crazy. What do you think of the name Jessica? Jessica Alvis, she will surely become our pride. Alan kissed Avril's forehead and exclaimed joyfully. Avril had been worried for days that she would give birth to a daughter, but he did not mind. He held no preference for sons over daughters. Besides, a little girl was all the more precious. He was willing to be her humble servant, even let her ride on his head if she wished. Whatever you say, my love. Feeling the genuine delight radiating from Alan, Avril's gloom began to lift and she answered softly. Mr. Alvis, your wife and child are both healthy. We are about to perform the divine blessing ceremony. You may need to step out for a moment. Sandy approached holding the baby and reminded him with a smile. Alan's behavior had earned her favor, unlike most nobles who would sour at the news of a daughter. Once Albus County was completed, she planned to personally establish herself at the Church of Life there. I'll leave it to you, Bishop Sandy. Although Alan wished to stay with Avril, the Church of Life's blessing ritual was strictly confidential. Even as a count he was not permitted to observe. On the evening of the third day Alan hosted a banquet to celebrate Jessica's birth. To ensure all the people of his territory felt grateful to and remembered Jessica, he even waived a full year of taxes. He could not describe the joy in his heart. It was a giddy, surreal feeling, yet also exhilarating. That very night, a shocking piece of news reached Alan's ears. The 5th-tier fire dragon that had attacked Orange Town earlier appeared at Nika Town at noon and utterly destroyed it. The news came from a mercenary who said the attack was sudden. Baron Sano's family estate was engulfed in flames in an instant. Later the entire town came under assault with over 20,000 dead. Only civilians living in the outskirts managed to escape. Nika Town is directly north of Orange Town. This explains it. The dragon's target passed through Orange Town en route to Nika, which is why it chased northward. But why didn't he lead the dragon toward the rail region? Marquis Goya is a 6th-tier moonlight warrior with full 5th-tier equipment. He's more than capable of slaying a dragon. It must be a cultist or a necromancer, and one of low cultivation at that, which is why they dared not approach places with powerful experts. But if they didn't dare go to the rail region, then in the Aces region the best shield would be. At that thought Alan's expression turned grave. Alan immediately halted the banquet arranged for the territory's defenses and then took a stack of cultivation cards to the garden. Alan used all his cultivation cards that he had saved for 2 months, 45 years each, of martial spirit cultivation and magic cultivation. With this cultivation added to his daily accumulation, he broke through a total of 4 small stages, reaching tier 2 in both martial spirit and magic. Now, his martial spirit cultivation had advanced to tier 4 Starlight Warrior, while his magic cultivation reached tier 3 Starlight Mage. After enhancing his most crucial cultivation, Alan retrieved the remaining rewards. Tier 5 Weapon Exchange Card, Tier 4 Staff Exchange Card, Bronze Level Martial Spirit Talent Enhancement Card, Martial Spirit Attribute Seed Exchange Card. For the Tier 5 weapon Alan chose the Ice Polearm. For the Tier 4 Staff Alan selected the Frost Staff. Both were ice attribute weapons prepared specifically for that tier 5 fire dragon. While water attribute was also effective, ice attribute's offensive power was stronger. To surpass his realm and defeat that tier 5 fire dragon, breaking through its defenses, was the top priority. Next was the bronze level martial spirit talent enhancement card. As Alan had guessed just by reading the name, after using it would enhance his cultivation talent, as if stacking 2 bronze level martial spirit talents together, greatly accelerating his cultivation speed. However, to reach the silver tier he might still need 1 or 2 more bronze level enhancement cards. Attribute Martial Spirit. As for the final Martial Spirit Attribute Seed Exchange card, Alan was somewhat hesitant. After using this card it would transform his attributeless Martial Spirit Acupoint into an Attribute 1 producing Attribute Martial Spirit, undoubtedly a divine card. Although attribute equipment and combat skills or magic could convert his attributeless martial spirit into a tribute form that relied on external items and skills, inevitably causing losses during conversion far inferior to directly wielding attribute martial spirit. The question now was which attribute to choose. Considering he might soon face a tier 5 fire dragon, Alan gritted his teeth and ruled out the light attribute he had always valued most. Darkness attribute. I already have light and ice attribute equipment. Choosing either of those would be a waste. After several minutes of hesitation, Alan selected the Darkness Attribute Martial Spirit Seed. In this world, elemental attributes followed the cycle of generation and conquest. Light attribute conquered darkness, while darkness conquered everything except light. Those subdued by darkness held a slight elemental advantage when facing light. As for attributes like evil and life, they were divine attributes existing only in legends, inaccessible to mortals. Whoosh! As soon as Alan selected the martial spirit seed, a dark mist swirled around him. The mist coiled about Alan, devouring all surrounding light and rendering him like a demon rising from hell. Light, ice, darkness. Let me find Tina and Xia Luo Te to fetch the fire sword and thunder sword. I'll cycle through all 5 attributes. As long as that dragon hasn't reached the late stage of tier 5, I might just slay it and let it taste the ultimate power of the mortal realm. Alan's lips curled into a smile as he instantly vanished from the garden, leaving behind a wisp of dark mist that slowly dissipated. Deep into the night, Alan jolted awake from his sleep. He carefully got out of bed and dressed, fearing to disturb Ai Wei Er and Jia Shika, who were sleeping soundly, then quietly slipped out of the bedroom. Perhaps thanks to his dark martial spirit he sensed 2 traces of dark attribute magic, neither particularly strong yet not far from the manor. To avoid alerting the targets, Alan did not ride his light unicorn but instead used his dark martial spirit to merge with the shadows. Not pure darkness attribute. Somewhat sinister, probably not easy to handle. As he drew closer, Alan's perception of those two dark magic signatures grew sharper. The targets had approached the manor and were now heading south toward town, having used their magic during the journey and left traces along the path. Those two magic signatures felt strange, giving him a sense of dizziness as if carrying some mental interference. Neither ordinary humans nor normal magical beasts could possess such magic. He could now confirm it, either fanatics like demon cultists and necromancers or evil beasts such as the fallen rhinoceros nightmare or dream taper. None of them were to be trifled with. After tracking them for about 3 minutes, Alan slowed his pace and drew the Holy Radiant Spear from his system space as both targets entered the inn. Early Stage 4 and Peak Stage 3. What magical beasts! Alan leaped onto the rooftop of the bakery across the street, his gaze falling upon the guest room windows on the second floor of the inn. Based on the magic traces the targets had left, neither was at his cultivation level. Factoring in his equipment advantages, he could eliminate both in just 2 strikes. Holy shit! Is that a succubus? The guest room window was open and Alan immediately caught sight of the scene inside. An adult man lay asleep on the bed with 2 purple-black shadows standing beside it. The 2 shadows nodded gently before materializing into their true forms, then dissolving into black mist that floated upward. The man on the bed began to convulse as his body gradually withered. Alan was greatly shocked. Although it was his first time seeing them, he immediately identified the 2 targets. Succubi. They were female evil spirits capable of taking physical form, able to plunder human souls and vital energy through dream invasion or direct consumption. Their targets were mostly men, since men possessed richer vital energy and were easier to seduce through beauty. Damn, they're actually succubi. Alan couldn't help but sigh. The mystery surrounding succubi rivaled that of merfolk and elves. Many people never encountered them in their entire lives. He never expected to stumble upon them within his own territory. So these were the ones who had angered that Tier 5 fire dragon. The legends are true, they're quite beautiful. But daring to bring such trouble to my territory means I'll forego being Ning Kaichen. You've sealed your own fate. Alan crouched slightly and launched himself toward the target room's window, thrusting the Holy Radiant Spear forward. Bang! Nearly simultaneously with Alan's attack, the 2 succubi reformed their physical bodies and hurled magic orbs toward him. Foolishness. A smirk crossed Alan's lips as golden light erupted from his spear, shattering both dark magic orbs in a single strike. In the next instant, Alan slipped through the window into the room. With 2 swift movements of his spear, deep wounds carved into both succubi, exposing bone. This was his current strength. Those with lower or similar cultivation levels had no chance against him, they'd be eliminated instantly or crushed. Only those with higher cultivation could counter his overwhelming advantage. Foolish evil spirits, don't you know this is my territory? Alan swept his spear and finally pressed the tip against the forehead of the more mature succubus, his voice chilling. The mature succubus trembled in fear under his pointed spear, while the younger one showed no reaction, instead regarding Alan calmly. Alan Alvis, the strongest in the Aces region. Oh. Sorry, I misspoke. 20 minutes ago, that is. Roar, roar, roar. Almost as soon as the young succubus finished speaking, Alan sharply turned his head toward the window. Blazing flames erupted in the sky, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. Alan's expression visibly darkened. These damn succubi had indeed taken him as their new human shield. Wanna make a deal? The fire dragon's bloodline has been damaged and it has consumed a lot of magical power these past few days. If we team up, we have a chance to take it down. The younger succubus spoke again, this time weaving magical power into her words, dripping with seductive temptation. Hearing her words, Alan immediately understood. Their plan was to wear down the impure fire dragon first, then use his strength to finish it off. No wonder they had been stringing the dragon along. Baron Sano really was unfortunate. Truly succubi, ruthless to the core. After a brief moment of thought, Alan struck both succubi into severe injuries and unconsciousness. Teaming up with them was impossible. Their strength was too weak, but their methods were cruel enough. They would likely stab him in the back. But he couldn't kill them outright either. If he couldn't handle the fire dragon himself, these 2 succubi would serve as bargaining chips to hand over. Brother, I've done my best. Alan glanced at the man on the bed. The fellow was already dead. The 2 succubi had struck fast and viciously, and he hadn't lasted even 3 seconds. Then Alan leaped out the window and returned to the rooftop of the bakery. Roar, roar, roar. Alan, releasing his do-chi, immediately caught the fire dragon's attention. It descended in altitude, flying directly in front of Alan with its head lowered slightly. Human, you carry their scent on you. Hand them over or face the wrath of a dragon. The fire dragon spoke in human language, threatening Alan outright. It could sense that Alan's cultivation was inferior to its own, but Alan carried dark dochi upon his body and in each hand held a 5th-rank sacred flame spear and a 5th-rank ice extremity spear, clearly not a human to be dealt with easily. So it wanted to negotiate first if that failed battle could follow. You dare intrude into my territory and threaten me. Do you wish to duel me? Now leave my territory or I shall regard you as my mortal enemy. Alan swept his twin spears and replied coldly. He was not at all surprised that this 5th-rank fire dragon could speak human language. That was the nature of high-level demonic beasts. I will say it once more, hand them over. Facing Alan's counter-threat, the fire dragon grew extremely angry. Its abdomen began to redden and glow as it prepared to unleash dragon flame breath. There are no dragons in the AIC region. Where did you come from? This time Alan did not retort sharply. Instead he restrained his do-chi and asked in a relatively gentle tone. This fire dragon's cultivation was at the middle stage of 5th rank, equivalent to a moonlight warrior between 4th and 6th ranks. However, as the young succubus had just said, this fire dragon's bloodline was damaged. It was not a pure-blood dragon. Furthermore, its magical power had been greatly consumed, so its actual combat strength was likely reduced to the early stage of 5th rank. Early 5th rank, this was fightable. Dragon corpses, dragon eggs, dragon hatchlings, dragon nests. Though somewhat risky, if he succeeded the spoils would surely be astonishingly great. Noticing Alan's apparent willingness to back down, the fire dragon's attitude improved considerably and said, Drax, ruler of the Yenran Mountains. Oh, Alan nodded with a smile. That was more like it, one who ruled as boss without any backing. Once it was slain, he would obtain most of what he desired. Human, I have no interest in slaughtering. Just hand them over. The fire dragon raised the point once more, but before it could finish speaking, a host of small dragons formed from ice surged toward it. Of course this attack came from Alan, the winged spear from the 5 spears of dragon seal. Despicable. The fire dragon roared and immediately mobilized its magical power to defend. But Alan was employing a sneak attack utilizing a 5th-rank combat technique specifically created for dragon slaying. Caught off guard, the fire dragon could only endure the blow. Over a dozen ice dragons arrived in the blink of an eye, crashing fiercely into the fire dragon's right wing. They left several massive holes upon it and froze its entire right wing solid. Pride will only cost you your life. Taking advantage of his upper hand and showing no mercy, Alan immediately followed up with the head spear. Icy Do-Chi transformed into a colossal ice dragon, targeting the fire dragon's right wing once more. Frankly speaking, it was rather uncomfortable. There were not many demonic beasts that reasoned with others, but dragons were indeed among them. Their words were as binding as oaths, they would always follow through. The fire dragon believed this matter had been settled when in reality it had been outmaneuvered. I will kill you. Prepare to meet the flames, despicable human. Having taken 2 forms of the 5th-rank combat technique, 5 spears of dragon seal in succession, the fire dragon's right wing was severely wounded. It stumbled and crashed from the sky onto the street. But a dragon is still a dragon after all. Upon landing, it instantly entered a combat stance, flames erupting from its entire body as it opened its cavernous maw toward Alan, flames swirling within. TCH, foolish local dragon. Alan faced the fire dragon's dragon flame breath head-on and unleashed the 5th-rank combat technique, Great Meteor Jade Spear. An impure-blooded dragon was scarcely stronger than a drake, and its magical power had not yet recovered. He was entirely unflustered. Boom roar, the dragon flame breath and Great Meteor Jade Spear collided, triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire street. In battles of this nature, collateral damage and unintended casualties were inevitable. But Alan could not have done better. The fire dragon had roared upon its initial arrival, awakening the vast majority of people, and the time he had previously bought was already sufficient for many to escape. Those who could not run would simply have to pray for their own safety. Nevertheless, during the battle, Alan moved southward as much as possible, drawing the fire dragon toward the wasteland near Baigu Forest in the suburbs. Dragon. It's a dragon. Run fast. The Earl is battling a dragon. That is the 5th-rank fire dragon that destroyed Nika Town. Run away. Shouts and screams were everywhere. This fire dragon had become quite famous in the AIC region recently, and no one was unaware of it. Thud. 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 The fire dragon closely pursued Alan. Each landing caused the earth to quake violently, and from time to time it spat dragon flame to counter Alan's combat techniques. As the battleground between Alan and the fire dragon gradually shifted toward the suburbs, Isabella and Nami had already assembled the family knighthood. Captain Spike, immediately evacuate the crowd. Lead the civilians north of town. Charlotte, Eileen, Coney's, Tina, you take the ladies and Jessica to the family treasury. No matter what happens outside, do not come out. Nami, Freya, Annie, you stay and defend here with me. After Avril became pregnant, household matters fell upon their shoulders. They were all deeply worried about Alan, but they also knew they could offer no help. They could only do their utmost to evacuate the civilians and keep the sisters bearing Alan's children hidden away. Yes, following Avril, Eileen and Charlotte. Coney's and Tina were also pregnant nearly a month along. Currently among Alan's 9 wives, only Isabella, Nami, Freya and Annie, these 4, had not yet conceived. The former 2 were simply unlucky in timing, while the latter 2 because Alan did not wish for them to conceive so soon, perhaps in another year or 2. Human, you have truly enraged me. Before I kill you, kneel and beg for my forgiveness, then hand over those 2 vile evil spirits. The fire dragon roared as it chased after Ai Luan. To be honest, it was already beginning to regret its actions. It never expected this territory's human lord to be so formidable, crippling its right wing with just 2 strikes. But making it bow its head was impossible. It was a dragon after all. Foolish reptile, do you have any idea who you are facing? Ai Luan shouted while running, continuously taunting the fire dragon with an arrogant and disdainful tone. He needed to drive the dragon completely mad. Reptile. The fire dragon felt an immense insult, flames erupting and crackling from its body. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of dragon flame breath. Sensing the searing heat approaching from behind, Ai Luan turned and used the great meteor jade spear to block. The breath attack was a dragon's signature skill, only to be countered by a powerful combat technique. Though this would rapidly deplete his battle chi, the fire dragon's mana was also being consumed, a battle of attrition that would leave both sides battered. However, his condition was far better than the dragon's. If this stalemate continued, victory was assured. Moreover, he too possessed mana. After several consecutive dragon flame breaths failed to harm Ai Luan, the fire dragon abruptly changed tactics, resorting to a direct physical assault. Though crude, the method was highly effective and suited the situation. After all, a dragon's greatest strength lay in its body. Reptile, is this all you've got? Too weak, truly too weak. Are you fighting the dirt? I heard from those 2 succubi that you are nothing but a mongrel dragon of impure bloodline, and now I see it's true. Facing the relentless assault of the fire dragon, Ai Luan remained cautious in his movements but never ceased spewing contemptuous words. I will definitely kill those 2 filthy evil spirits. As for you, you vile coward, you will die now. At the mention of mongrel dragon, the fire dragon was consumed by fury and humiliation, its speed increasing dramatically as it lost all reason. I wish my own pride were as hard as your mouth. Ai Luan taunted while remaining vigilant, dodging the dragon's attacks with lightning speed, seizing every opportunity to counter with combat techniques. Perhaps the enraged dragon had not yet noticed that its right wing had been riddled with holes and its left wing was not much better. It was merely due to the freezing cold that it had not felt the pain directly. Now it was utterly unable to fly any longer. After a few minutes of combat, Ai Luan feigned a weakness, staggering and slowing down during a dodge. Vile one, you are finished. A flicker of glee flashed in the fire dragon's enormous pupils as it opened its maw wide, lunging toward Ai Luan, its heart swelling with pride. How could a vile creature ever defeat a great dragon? This vile creature was so powerful and possessed so many formidable armaments, he must have amassed a great treasure in his territory. Soon all those treasures would be his. It's over. A sharp light gleamed in Ai Luan's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the polar ice spear vanished, replaced by the saintly radiant staff, also of the 5th rank. In the next instant, Ai Luan spun around swiftly, raising the staff high. Holy light explosion. An overwhelming aura of holy light burst forth, and a sphere of radiant magic condensed at the tip of the staff. In an instant it swelled to over 10 meters in diameter, hurtling toward the fire dragon's mouth at incredible speed. Boom! The fire dragon had no time to react, not even to close its jaws. The moment it sensed something was wrong, the holy light sphere had already crashed into its gaping maw. Hum! A low ringing sound left the dragon dizzy and disoriented. Then it could no longer feel its mouth. Its mind went blank and it reeled backward, head raised. Hiss. AI Luan was not faring well either. The power of the holy light explosion was immense. Because of the proximity, even he was struck by the magical shockwave his body pressed into the muddy ground. Pain racked every inch of him and it felt as if several ribs were broken. Yet AI Luan dared not delay. Bearing the agony, he forced himself to his feet, leaped high and landed atop the dragon's head. Tail spear. Claw spear. The polar ice spear reappeared and AI Luan executed the final two techniques of the 5 great dragon sealing spears, moves he had never used before. The tail spear focused on suppression, condensing battle chi into a dragon's tail that slammed heavily into the dragon's chest. The claw spear prioritized lethality, forming battle chi into a dragon's claw that stabbed fiercely into the dragon's neck. The fire dragon had just been struck by the holy light explosion, its mouth was bloodied, most of its fangs blown away, and it was still reeling. The tail spear and claw spear struck unimpeded, landing squarely on the dragon's body. But it was a dragon after all, with an incredibly thick health bar. Despite the devastating barrage, the fire dragon was not killed. Instead, it was jolted awake by the searing pain, erupting in a burst of flames that knocked AI Luan backward. Vile wretch, witness the greatness of a dragon. The fire dragon roared like a gas tank set ablaze, spewing dragon flame from its mouth. This time the attack covered a vast area, so vast that AI Luan had no means to evade. Come. AI Luan held the polar ice spear horizontally across his chest, using dark attribute battle chi to form a circular shield separating himself from the dragon's flame. At this moment the advantage of dark battle chi became evident. It isolated part of the dragon flame's heat, preventing AI Luan from feeling the burn, making his defense twice as effective with half the effort. Let's see how long you can last. AI Luan channeled his battle chi with all his might, a glint of excitement shining in his eyes. First he had crippled the dragon's wings, then severely wounded its body. Those few exchanges were crucial. Though the battle still raged on, the outcome was already sealed. Even if the dragon's vitality was immense, it could not continue fighting while bearing such grievous injuries. The dragon knew this, which was why it was using all its strength to spew dragon flame. It was fully aware of its current state. If it could not find a way to break the deadlock, it would be slowly worn down by AI Luan. After spewing dragon flame for over 10 seconds without breaking AI Luan's defense, a flash of determination flickered in the fire dragon's enormous eyes. Vile one, face the divine fire. The fire dragon ceased its breath, its severely wounded wings folding in around its body, resembling a bat sleeping. Boom! A strange flame, crimson streaked with black, erupted from the dragon's body. The crackling, popping sound of the flame made AI Luan gasp in awe. He had a rough idea of what the dragon intended. He had read about this in ancient texts. Bloodline flame. By burning its own bloodline as a sacrifice, the dragon would temporarily elevate its dragon flame into the legendary bloodline flame, said to be a legacy of the dragon god, then unleash it in one explosive burst. It was no different from a self-destruct in his understanding. This dragon was trying to trade lives with him. Once this technique was unleashed, given its already critical injuries, it would certainly not survive. The next second, AI Luan retreated at full speed, simultaneously switching the polar ice spear to ice battle chi, erecting wall after wall of ice in his path. Boom! After retreating about 100 meters, AI Luan watched the dark red dragon flame erupt completely. The fire dragon's entire body turned dark red, resembling a dark crystal, then cracks appeared all over its body and dark red dragon flames shot out from within. The dark red dragon flame turned into light like a shockwave, sweeping in all directions with no dead angle left. Wherever the dragon flame passed, the mud ground was baked dry and cracked vegetation instantly turned to dust, and even space seemed distorted with bizarre and dazzling scenes appearing one after another. You with impure bloodline, what can you achieve even by burning? AI Luan shouted, retrieving the ice extreme spear and frost staff, pouring all his battle chi and magic power into them, releasing ice to envelop himself. He could sense the power of the dark red dragon flame. It was extremely strong, yet he felt it was not insurmountable. He should be able to block it. Perhaps it was due to the damaged bloodline. After all, this technique relied on bloodline. SSS. The next moment the dark red dragon flame collided with the ice wall AI Luan had created. The first few ice walls evaporated in an instant, but the later ones showed better defense, at least melting more slowly. So strong. AI Luan was now inside a giant ice ball nearly 50 meters in diameter. He could perceive that the ice ball was rapidly shrinking. The quality of the dragon flame was too high, it was simply not something that elemental countering could stop. Fortunately his battle chi and magic power were not yet exhausted, so he could continue reinforcing the ice ball. Roar! Seeing the dragon flame envelop AI Luan, the fire dragon with its skin carbonized fell to the ground, letting out a feeble low growl, its eyes showing pride and satisfaction. This was the divine flame created by the dragon god. Although it couldn't unleash the full power of the divine flame, being able to personally use this technique meant it had no regrets in this life. Most importantly, that despicable human would die with it. The dragon flame lasted for over 30 seconds before extinguishing. Just as the fire dragon was about to close its eyes ready to peacefully await death, AI Luan suddenly walked out from a rising mist of water vapor. Impossible! The fire dragon instantly widened its eyes with intense unwillingness and confusion appearing in its gaze. That was the dragon flame it had obtained by burning its bloodline. How could it fail to kill a human whose cultivation was a whole realm lower than its own? Heh! AI Luan could no longer speak, just calmly staring at the fire dragon. The fire dragon now looked like a scorched fat bat with cracks all over its body, as if it would break into several pieces at the slightest movement. However, his own condition was not much better. His entire body was burning hot with a searing sensation everywhere. He had blocked the fire dragon's desperate move, but not completely. In terms of mana he indeed had the advantage. But that dragon flame was explosive. His speed of creating ice simply couldn't keep up with the speed at which the dragon flame melted the ice. In the last few seconds of the dragon flame's duration he was completely exposed to the dragon flame. Even his third-tier light armor set had its magic core burst and was completely destroyed. If not for the final moment when the fourth-tier ice magic core on the frost staff exploded, releasing a burst of ice magic power, he would have turned into charcoal. So painful. AI Luan clenched his teeth, took out a 500 gold coin third-tier healing potion from his system space and slowly poured it into his mouth. He was truly roasted like an idiot. Just the action of raising his arm tore the skin on his arm clearly already cooked. But the fire dragon was worse off, seemingly on the verge of death. The victor was him, AI Luna Urwasi. And so the man and the dragon stared straight at each other, one standing, one lying. When AI Luan felt the pain lessen and his injuries slightly recover, the giant dragon naturally closed its eyes, its life force rapidly weakening until it completely disappeared. Too fucking exaggerated. At this moment AI Luan finally relaxed, thinking with lingering fear. Fortunately it was a dragon with a damaged bloodline. If it had been a pure-blood one, once it unleashed its ultimate move, not to mention a 5th-tier mid-stage, even a 5th-tier early stage could have taken him down. In the future he must be careful when facing high-level magical beasts. There are many creatures on par with dragons. For example, space vipers, behemoths, titans, etc. These creatures should all possess bloodline power and bloodline inheritance. He could not afford to suffer such losses again. Bang! 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 After standing still resting for about 2 minutes, a rapid sound of hoofbeats reached AI Luan's ears, growing clearer. AI Luan's eyes shifted, looking toward the direction of the sound. His night order had arrived at the forefront, where Ishabela and Name, tears on both their faces. The light unicorn had also come, carrying Bishop Sean D on its back. At this moment AI Luan's heart felt warmer than his roasted skin. But soon his warmth was replaced by shock. Ishabela dismounted not far in front of him and directly rushed toward him, startling him so much that he quickly waved his hand despite the intense pain. "Don't touch me. Don't move him." Bishop Sean D shouted, stopping everyone who wanted to approach AI Luan. "Lord AI Luan. Count." It was only then that everyone noticed AI Luan's skin, exposed outside the armor, was all blackened and taut with bright red flesh visible through the cracks. "Great Goddess Isis, I beg for your blessing." Sean D spread her arms, silently reciting the life oracle, and as divine power circulated she condensed a drop of crystal clear green water in front of her. "So fragrant." AI Luan sniffed, looking expectantly at the green water droplet. Hearing AI Luan's words, Sean D joked, "Mr. Urwasi, you are also quite fragrant now. I can smell it." AI Luan chuckled, but then pulled his facial skin, causing it to tear, and had to shut his mouth. "This is too reckless. Why didn't you notify me?" Sean D shook her head helplessly, turned the green water droplet into a mist and evenly sprinkled it over AI Luan. The moment it touched him, AI Luan felt the pain on his body disappear, though there was a bit of itching as if his flesh was rapidly regenerating. "My territory is mine to protect." AI Luan explained softly, but secretly chuckled in his heart. Bishop Sean D. was indeed a moonlight mage, but everyone in the world knew that the priests of the Church of Life specialized in healing magic known as the Holy of Non-Killing. If it were Bishop Bay C of the Church of Light, he would have definitely gone to ask for help because that one specialized in judgment magic. What is judgment magic? It sounds very bright and holy, but in reality it is a powerful offensive magic with explosive attack power focused on utterly annihilating the enemy. You are a qualified. No, you are an excellent lord. Hearing A.I. Lewin's calm but powerful words, Sean D. couldn't help but sigh. Spike, what are you standing there for? Skin this fire dragon for me, extract the magic core dragon bones, scales, claws and fangs. Take everything of value. While receiving treatment, Alan shouted at the dazed Spike. This was his hard-won trophy earned at the cost of half his life. Once he had recovered, he planned to visit the lava mountains in the Ruya region to see if he could ransack the fire dragon's lair. Yes, Count. Spike, snapping out of his shock, hurriedly summoned his knights to work. It was utterly unbelievable. A man who had only recently become a Starlight warrior had managed to kill a Tier 5 fire dragon. Fire dragons, renowned for their devastating power, always defeated foes above their rank. When had they ever been bested by a lower-ranked human? Yet today he had witnessed this legendary feat with his own eyes. A human defeating a fire dragon by crossing a major cultivation realm. Such a tale was too wild even for a children's fairy tale. Spike wasn't alone in this thought. Every knight present felt the same. Amidst their astonishment, they were also immensely proud, standing tall and straight because their lord possessed the strength to slay a dragon, and they all shared in that glory. After receiving 10 minutes of continuous treatment from Sandy, Allen's wounds had mostly healed. All the gashes had scabbed over, and with just 2 or 3 more days of rest he would be fully recovered. The healing arts of the Church of Life are truly incredible. Alan moved his body lightly, feeling no pain, only a slight itch and discomfort. If Granny Chi had been the one treating him, he might have been bedridden for half a month. Mr. Alvis, the fire dragon's body contains many materials for high-grade healing potions. May I purchase some? Sandy asked somewhat sheepishly. Only give, never sell. Alan waved his hand and looked at Isabella, instructing, after processing this dragon, send a set of materials to Bishop Sandy, one of each kind. Dragons were extremely rare creatures, even a single scale was priceless and rarely seen on the market. Using them as a favor was perfect. Sandy hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Then I'll accept. Please build the Church of Life in Alvis County as soon as possible. I will then submit a request to be transferred there. Also, I noticed that Mr. Alvis has a pastor wife with exceptional talent. If possible, I would like to take her as my disciple. Thank you, Bishop Sandy. Alan's eyes lit up and he gave a slight bow. Annie's magical talent was at the silver tier, so it was no surprise that Sandy had taken an interest. But more importantly, gaining Sandy's favor was crucial. As the life bishop of the region, she held a very high status, and befriending her meant aligning with the Church of Life branch in the Duchy of Suzy. After handing the cleanup work to Isabella and Nami, Alan mounted his light unicorn and rode back to South Town. He still had to deal with those 2 succubi. He couldn't let them escape. The evil dragon that attacked has been slain by me. The evil dragon that attacked has been slain by me. The evil dragon that attacked has been slain by me. Along the way, Alan held high the holy radiant spear, channeling his light aura to dispel the darkness while repeatedly shouting the same phrase. It's Count Alvis. The fire dragon is dead. Grandma, stop packing that broken trunk, we've won. Goddess Gaia above. Alan's announcement ignited the dead silent streets. Gasps and cheers erupted from every direction, and soon a flood of people emerged from buildings. South Town was the first point of conflict between Alan and the fire dragon. Because the distance was so close, many people didn't dare to leave cover or evacuate, hiding instead in the nearest shelters. Now that they heard the dragon was dead, everyone's taut nerves finally relaxed and they began celebrating their survival. All residents of South Town will have their taxes waived for 1 year. If your house was destroyed, taxes waived for 1 year. If a family member died, taxes waived for 1 year. The waivers can be stacked up to a maximum of 3 years. Seeing the growing crowd, Alan announced the tax exemption. Now the Alvis family had many profitable ventures: white beer, wine, explosive crossbows, all businesses with enormous returns. They didn't care about the tax revenue from the territory and could use this to boost their reputation. Amidst the cheers, Alan reached the target inn. The 2 succubi were still there, both unconscious. Sensing their weakening auras, he poured a tier 2 healing potion into each of their mouths. After a moment, the two succubi woke up one after another. Ahem. The mature succubus rubbed her eyes and, finding Alan standing right in front of her, flinched and pressed herself against the corner. The young succubus, however, remained bold. She hadn't been intimidated by the earlier beating and looked directly at Alan. "What about that fire dragon?" "Those who invade my territory must pay with their lives," Alan said in a low voice, the holy radiant spear glowing. "Respected Count Alvis, please forgive our insolence." The mature succubus was terrified. She crawled to Alan's feet and performed a strange gesture, a unique submission rite of the evil spirits. "Mother, he's just bluffing." The young succubus frowned and helped the mature one up, then looked at Alan with a faint smile. "If you wanted to kill us, we'd already be dead. I can smell dragon blood. It seems you really did kill that fire dragon. So let's cut to the chase. What price do we have to pay?" "Mother and daughter." Alan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the two succubi. After a moment's hesitation, he put away the holy radiant spear. "From today onward you are my maids." The mature succubus breathed a huge sigh of relief and quickly shook the young succubus's arm. The young one nodded. "We don't have a choice, do we?" Their plan had been perfect. The only thing they hadn't anticipated was that Alan would find them so quickly. If everything had gone according to plan, they would have already fled this town. Of course not. Alan smiled faintly, then asked, "I'm curious, how did you manage to provoke that fire dragon? I doubt you're foolish enough to cross into its territory to challenge it." Boom. As Alan finished speaking, a wisp of flame rose from the young succubus's hand, its color slightly dark. Bloodline flame. Alan was stunned. This was the fire dragon's bloodline flame. No wonder the dragon's bloodline had been damaged. It had been drained by these two succubi. "How did you do it? With your cultivation levels you couldn't have posed a threat to that dragon, let alone extract its bloodline power." "Mother." The young succubus glanced at the mature succubus. Seeing her mother shaking her head insistently, she had no choice but to explain on her behalf. "That fire dragon is only 18 years old, having just stepped from infancy into the growth stage. Thanks to its mighty dragon bloodline, it already possesses 5th order cultivation as soon as it entered the growth stage. 18 years ago it was still an egg. My mother desired a child, one with the most supreme bloodline. So while the dragon nest and the Titan mountains were at war, she infiltrated the outskirts of the dragon nest and extracted the bloodline and essence from that egg." Hearing this, Alan glanced at the mature succubus. Not like this. How could such a timid creature dare to scheme against a dragon egg? As if reading Alan's confusion, the young succubus explained, "It was only a small dragon nest. They had provoked the three-eyed Titans, nobles among the Titan giants. Just fending off the attack was already exhausting. They had no extra strength to patrol their territory. My mother worships the strong. She took this risk to have a daughter with dragon blood. And it proved she was right. I was born with the fire dragon's bloodline, able to command its blood flames, making me far more powerful than an ordinary succubus." Alan nodded, indicating understanding. He gestured for the young succubus to continue. "In that war the dragon nest was defeated, paying a heavy price to persuade the Titan mountains to withdraw. As for that dragon egg, though its bloodline and essence had been drained, it still eventually hatched, becoming a fire dragon with a damaged bloodline. You must understand how proud dragons are. It was cast out of the dragon nest for its impure bloodline. Later, guided by bloodline resonance, it began hunting my mother and me. This is already the 3rd year." The young succubus fell silent. She gently embraced her mother, her face serene but her heart brimming with gratitude. Though life had been harsh these past few years, her mother had given her the best of everything. This dragon bloodline had made her one of the most promising succubi in the world. All of Alan's doubts were dispelled. A common cliched story, in essence a fire dragon's tale of revenge. Such a grievous injury to one's potential could only be settled by death. Alan walked to the desk, left 2 sentences and 10 gold coins, then turned to the 2 succubi. "Come with me. By the way, what are your names?" The mature succubus replied promptly, "Master, I am Karina." Though she was about to become Alan's maid, joy filled her heart. Her master was a powerhouse capable of slaying a 5th order fire dragon. Staying with such a formidable figure every day, how splendid. Alan nodded, then looked at the young succubus. She hesitated for 2 seconds, ultimately deciding to abandon her wandering life and stay in Alvis County for now. She bowed respectfully, "Master Wendy, at your service." Alan responded with satisfaction. As he turned, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. How exhilarating. He admitted that the main reason he kept these two succubi was their beauty. A combo meal. No one could resist a combo meal. Especially a succubus combo. He had devoted himself to building his territory, risking his life to defend it, all for the sake of enjoying life's finer pleasures, wasn't it? Soon Alan returned to the manor. Freya and Anne were guarding the entrance with a squad of knights. No one else was in sight, they had likely taken cover. Good. Alan was pleased. His wives who had hidden were all pregnant, those who weren't were outside. His care for them through the years had not been in vain. Alan, spotting his return, and rushed forward in delight and threw herself into his arms. I've already taken care of that fire dragon. Let your sisters come out now. Alan gently patted Anne's back and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. Among his 9 wives besides Avril, the lady of the house only and dared to call him by his first name, a bond forged over decades. I'll go right away. And dashed into the manor, disappearing in a flash. Freya, I'm fine. Don't worry. Alan drew the tearful Freya into his embrace, soothing her gently. Once her emotions settled, he led her inside the manor with Karina and Wendy following close behind. As soon as they entered the hall, Avril and the other wives appeared. Alan. Lord Alan. Another round of hugs, kisses and lifts until Alan had calmed all his wives. Alan, who are they? Avril, supported by Tina, noticed the 2 succubi behind Alan and looked surprised. Succubi were easy to recognize, they had a pair of small horns and tiny wings unlike humans. Though they could conceal them, these 2 hadn't, so she identified them at a glance. They're maids I just took on. Without them, slaying that fire dragon would have been much harder. Alan gave a brief introduction. Though the trouble had originated from them, they had certainly contributed to the victory. My lady, I am Karina. My lady, I am Wendy. The 2 succubi bowed respectfully. They sensed that the woman before them, though slightly frail, held the highest status among all the ladies. Gorgeous. Avril studied the 2 succubi carefully and smiled approvingly. Most of her sisters were already pregnant and the rest wouldn't be far behind. These 2 succubi had arrived at just the right time to help serve Alan. Alan, is that fire dragon really dead? Once Alan finished chatting with the elder sisters and was the first to ask about the dragon. Avril and the others were equally curious. All eyes fell on Alan. Yes, it's truly dead. The corpse is in the southern outskirts of the town near the new village built last year. Isabella and Nami are handling it. If you want to see the dragon's body, now's the time. Alan didn't elaborate on the process, only the result. I want to see the dragon. Who wants to come with me? And immediately grew excited, raising her hand in cheer. I want to go. Me too. All the women were eager, even Avril felt tempted. But they ultimately looked to Alan for his approval. Go if you like, but I can't join you. I could fall asleep the moment I close my eyes. Avril, you haven't fully recovered, don't walk. Honey is in the garden. Alan took his sleeping daughter Jessica from Avril's arms. Honey was the name of the light unicorn, so called because it loved honey, and the wives had named it accordingly. Rest well. Leave the rest to us. Avril planted a gentle kiss on Alan's cheek, nudged him toward the bedroom, and then led the other sisters to the outskirts. The news that the fire dragon had ravaged Singu town spread far and wide. Having lingered in the AC region for a full month and a half, it had become a nightmare etched into the hearts of countless people. Alongside this, the news of Ai Luan's defeat of the fire dragon also circulated. At first no one could believe it. After all, it was a fire dragon. The fire dragon was a type of giant dragon, and the dragon clan was the strongest dragon race in this world without a doubt. Moreover, that fire dragon's cultivation had reached the mid-5th rank, which in human terms corresponded to the 4th to 6th rank of the Yueyao realm. As for Ai Luan, 7 months ago he was merely a 10th rank great warrior. In just 7 months he had grown from a 10th rank great warrior to a super expert capable of slaying a mid-5th rank giant dragon. This was too exaggerated. Many people remained skeptical, but they soon came to believe it. Because the massive skull of that mid-5th rank fire dragon was now displayed at the entrance of the Alwazi family estate, allowing everyone to view it up close. After confirming the truth of this news, all the nobles in the AC region went wild. AI Luan's growth rate was too terrifying. He was not yet 20 years old and his future was already destined to be incredibly bright. The strongest in the Gaya Marquisate. The strongest in the Shusi Duchy. No, none of those. AI Luan would become the strongest in the Pangbei kingdom with the hope of becoming a legendary holy warrior or even a demigod. Thus the Alwazi family estate was once again packed to capacity. Every day a large number of nobles came to visit, each bearing generous gifts. They did not know that the fire dragon's bloodline was impure, nor did they care about the state of the fire dragon when it fought AI Luan. They only knew that AI Luan had crossed borders to slay a giant dragon, a super magical beast that they had previously only seen in ancient texts. When dealing with such a big shot, just flatter him outright. All nobles wanted to build a good relationship with AI Luan. This visit had only two purposes: first to send money, second to propose marriage. At least one of these two things must be accomplished, and ideally both. AI Luan did not resist this. As the top dog of the AC region, he no longer needed to care about anyone's face. He accepted all gifts and beautiful women and directly rejected those he didn't fancy. Bluntly and straightforwardly he put everything on the table. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is high, magic aptitude is medium, rating high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one 10-year battle chi cultivation card, 1/3 tier Storm Knight set. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is low, magic aptitude is high, rating high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one 10-year magic power cultivation card, 1/3 tier magic exchange card. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is medium, magic aptitude is medium, rating medium. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one 5-year battle chi cultivation card, one 5-year magic power cultivation card. In just the first week AI Luan received 3 system rewards. The names of these 3 concubines were Lisha Linda and Anaya. Anaya Linda Lisha. Lisha and Linda were a pair of sisters, being the eldest and youngest daughters of Baron Luo Ji. Anaya was considered half a noble. Her mother was the cousin of Baron Ben Jiaming, and she was a cousin to Kunik. Anaya was the older cousin and Kunik was the younger. In fact, there were far more than these two families seeking marriage alliances. It was just that these two families were the most sincere and confident, having brought their daughters directly for a visit. Many other families had already arranged with AI Luan to bring their daughters as soon as possible for him to see. If they were pretty, he would marry them; if not, they could forget it. While waiting for these people to visit again, AI Luan sent Tang Mu and Sherpai Ku to the Elf City carrying one large and one small gift. How could such a major event as slaying a dragon not be reported to the Duke? Although there was little hope of being promoted to Marquis, obtaining a nominal title was a sure thing. He might as well use it to gain face and accumulate points. Although he didn't care about fame, the people of this world really fell for that kind of thing. The higher a lord's reputation, the more his territory's population would soar. Who wouldn't want to live in a safer territory? Population was the foundation of territory development. With a population, positions such as knights and craftsmen would never be difficult to fill. As it was now, 3 out of 12 towns were desolate and worthless, which was truly frustrating, even making inspections feel lackluster. In the following days, AI Luan's plan to take concubines encountered trouble. It wasn't that obstacles had arisen, the trouble came from his personal aesthetic. More than 20 noble girls were brought to the Alwazi estate by their parents, but AI Luan only fancied 2 of them. Xier Weiya and Tao Lucy. Apart from these 2, the other girls fell short in both appearance and talent. AI Luan was initially quite displeased, thinking that these nobles seeking marriage alliances lacked sincerity, but he was soon persuaded by AI Weiya. AI Weiya told him that his standards for taking concubines had already spread throughout the entire AC region. Therefore, beauties of the caliber of Lisha Linda and Anaya had already been brought directly by their elders for a visit. Those who did not bring their marriage candidates directly had no confidence in the alliance. AI Weiya's final conclusion was that all the eligible noble beauties in the AC region had already been married off by him. AI Luan thought about it and realized she was right. AI Weiya AI Lin Ti Na Xia Luo Te Ku Nic and Ni Fu Leia E Sha Bei La Na Me Lisha Linda Ani Yashier Weiya Tao Lucy. Now he already had 14 wives, 12 of whom were nobles, with only AI Lin and Ti Na not being nobles. How many nobles were there in the entire AC region? And how many nobles had daughters or sisters around 20 years old? Without exaggeration, the most beautiful and most talented girls in the AC region have been completely swept up by him within this year. With that thought, AI Luan's mood improved greatly. For now this was enough. He would not lower his standards for taking concubines just for a few system rewards, no matter how much dowry was offered. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is medium, magic aptitude is high, rating high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 10-year magic power cultivation card, 1 5-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 3rd-tier magic exchange card. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is high, magic aptitude is medium, rating high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 10-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 5-year magic power cultivation card, 1 3rd-tier weapon exchange card. That evening AI Luan received 2 rewards. Now his battle chi cultivation and magic power cultivation had each accumulated to 30 years, and he would soon be able to break through again. The rewards from the 2 succubi had not yet been collected. AI Luan planned to temper their temperaments, especially the clever young succubus Wendy, who needed to be properly disciplined. Time passed like a fleeting white colt glimpsed through a crack, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye another month had slipped by. As time went on, Alan's feat of slaying a 5th-order mid-phase fire dragon had thoroughly fermented across the surrounding regions. Now Alan had gained no small renown throughout the entire Duchy of Sus, making him a figure of some note. Some meddlesome folk even bestowed upon him the title of Dragon Conqueror, a moniker recognized by all in the EIS region. Of course, it was merely a folk title akin to a social nickname, not to be taken seriously just for amusement. This month had brought great gains for Alan. First, the construction of his fiefdom had fallen into order and all aspects had entered a period of rapid development. He had received 2 rewards in the interim, allowing him to accumulate 40 years of dual cultivation. Moreover, another of his wives had become pregnant, Na Mei Sha Bei La and Li Sha. The rewards from his eldest daughter Jia Shika had been generous, filling Alan with anticipation for the children yet to be born. His dual talents were of the bronze level, so his offspring's talents were unlikely to be poor, and consequently the system's rewards would be substantial. Pleasure swelled within him. Transmigrating into a different world, one grows stronger by enjoying life. A week after hosting Jia Shika's full moon banquet, Alan received good news. Sherpai Ku and Tang Mu had returned. Moreover, they had brought Marquis Guya and Marquis Wei Lian along. How they had encountered each other remained a mystery. Greetings, Marquis Guya. Alan placed great importance on the Marquis's visit, so he personally went out with AI Wei Air to welcome him. Marquis Guya's territory spanned the entire Lei Air region. Because the EIS region lacked a Marquis, the Duke had entrusted the tax collection rights of the EIS region to Marquis Guya. From a legal standpoint, the EIS region was also considered Marquis Guya's territory, albeit without administrative authority. Despite lacking administrative power, no noble dared to show disrespect to Marquis Guya. The reason was simple: his strength was overwhelming. A 6th-order Moon Radiance warrior equipped with a full set of 5th-order gear, his wealth and high level combined to max out his stats. Al-Wasi, I have heard many tales about you lately. To slay a 5th-order mid-phase dragon before reaching the age of 20 is an unimaginable feat. At least I would find it difficult to defeat such a dragon. Guya, a stalwart middle-aged man, warmly patted Alan on the shoulder upon their first meeting. You flatter me, Alan replied modestly, adding a pleasant remark. It was merely a degenerate dragon drained of magic power and injured in its bloodline. I doubt it would have dared to face you. This was not sycophancy. The fire dragon indeed was not that formidable. If it had confronted Guya directly, it might not have lasted 30 moves. Moreover, Guya's first impression on Alan was excellent. At least a dozen scars were visible on his skin, suggesting he had earned his title through military exploits, clearly not a noble who merely indulged in pleasure, and thus worthy of friendship. TCH. Just as Alan was about to usher Guya into the manor, a faint contemptuous sound arose from the retinue behind Guya, dripping with scorn. Guya's smile froze instantly, and he shot Alan an apologetic glance. Alan turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, a young woman roughly his age, strikingly beautiful with a cold demeanor. Shui Li. A 4th-order Star Radiance warrior. A look of surprise crossed Alan's face an instant later. That stunning young woman actually possessed a cultivation of the Star Radiance 4th order, a battle chi level equal to his own. Sensing Alan's gaze upon her, the young woman dismounted and walked to Guya's side, speaking to Alan in a hostile tone. How did you defeat that fire dragon? By piling up the lives of your subjects. Shui Li. Guya snapped coldly, seeming somewhat angered as he stared directly at the young woman. The young woman met Guya's gaze for a few seconds before finally snorting and stepping back. Alan, however, was utterly bewildered. What was all this about? Even if she didn't believe in his feat, why make a scene on such an occasion? Count. At that moment Tang Mu hurried to Alan's side and whispered that is Marquis Guya's daughter. Marquis Guya wishes to arrange a marriage alliance with you, but Miss Xueli disagrees. She thinks you are a fraud. Also, the Duke's envoy is among the retinue. Bai Gu Ji-sen is now yours along with the title of Dragon Slayer Knight. I see. Alan nodded in understanding, finally grasping the situation, and the anger in his heart began to subside. A marquis's daughter with such remarkable cultivation talent would undoubtedly have very high standards for a partner. Not all women were willing to accept arranged marriages, especially those with strong abilities. Al-Wasi, I apologize. I once promised her that my daughter would always have freedom, including freedom in marriage. But within the Duchy of Sus there is no young man more outstanding than you. Guya apologized again, explaining the reason for Xueli's outburst. I understand. Alan smiled and shook his head. As an outsider he could indeed empathize with Xueli. She must be feeling immensely aggrieved, hence her attempt to provoke him with words and sabotage the marriage alliance. However, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Xueli's battle chi talent was at least of the silver level. If he could unite with her, their offspring would. Moreover, Xueli was very beautiful and had a powerful marquis as a father. After a brief exchange with Guya, Alan ushered all the guests into the reception hall. The Duke's envoy seemed reluctant to linger in a small place like Sengujen. They declined Alan's banquet invitation, directly announced the Duke's rewards to Alan, and then departed. Nevertheless, they left with smiles on their faces, for Alan had prepared gifts for each of them, a fourth-order magic core apiece. Though their attributes were common, each core was worth over 500 gold coins. The Duke's rewards were simple: the management rights of Bai Gu Ji-sen and the title of Dragon Slayer Knight. At this Alan could only laugh wryly. He had finally discerned Duke Lei Mengda's nature, a short-sighted miser. Bai Gu Ji-sen was indeed located within the territory of the Duchy of Sus, but it was a domain of magical beasts impossible to incorporate into the fiefdom's management system. As for the title of Dragon Slayer Knight, it was merely an empty honorific, albeit officially recognized. How stingy! If he were the Duke, upon discovering a young man of such immense potential within the duchy, he would spare no effort to nurture him, not brush him off dismissively. But this was fine, better than fine in fact. Having a foolish leader was one of the 4 great joys in life. Long live Lei Mengda. Greatness needs no words. After the envoy from Elf City had departed, Alan and Goya relaxed considerably, able to speak without much reservation. Alvis, what do you think? I know you already have a lawful wife, but I have never valued such empty titles. I only ask that you promise to treat Shirley well. Goya said with a broad smile, sipping his white beer. While speaking, Goya cast a glance at Shirley, who was sulking in the corner, then lowered his voice and continued, the alliance between the Alvis family and the Goya family is of great significance. We can control the entire border. Do not overthink it. The Duke elevated me and I remain loyal to him. But the recent war has shown me that peace is forged through strength. As long as we join forces, the southern region of the Duchy of Sisu will enjoy lasting peace. Why not? Alan offered a faint smile and raised his glass to clink against Goya's. He cared nothing for Goya's true intentions or whether the man remained loyal to the Duchy of Sisu, only whether profit could be gained. This was a venture with guaranteed returns and no risk of loss. Of course, Goya stood to gain as well. Securing an investment in Alan these days was far from easy. Anyone fortunate enough to obtain even a single share should count themselves blessed. Excellent. Goya's smile broke wide across his face, though the gruesome scar marred the right side of his features, giving it a terror befitting the gates of hell itself. Later Alan inquired about the matter of Goya traveling with Tom. It transpired that when Tom led his party to Elf City, the Goya family had been visiting as well, and Count William had recognized Tom, the steward of the Alvis household. Upon learning of Alan's string of victories, Goya conceived the notion of marrying Shirley to him. With Shirley's sole opposition, the entire Goya family endorsed the proposal, each eager to see it realized as swiftly as possible. So when Tom returned, Goya accompanied him. After several rounds of drinks, Goya grew intoxicated, his face flushing crimson like a monkey's behind. Alvis, let us set the date for 10 days from now. I shall prepare a dowry of 10,000 gold coins for Shirley. Oh. I forgot you lack nothing in wealth. I've heard you possess numerous fifth-tier battle techniques. How did you come by them? My sole fifth-tier technique was a gift from the Duke himself. Hearing this, Alan's brow furrowed briefly before smoothing again. Business after all thrives on mutual exchange. They're merely rumors spread by commoners. I do possess fifth-tier battle techniques, but not many. My father once stumbled upon them in the 100 Valley Forest. The great dragon sealing 5 spears, created by a sacred warrior for the purpose of slaying dragons. There are 5 distinct strikes, each approaching the power of a fifth-tier battle technique, which is why some believe I possess many fifth-tier techniques. What? Upon hearing Alan's words, Goya's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Alan had slain a mid-tier 5th-order fire dragon. That was a dragon-slaying technique forged by a sacred warrior. The sacred warrior realm sat above both the solar crown and battle king tiers. Translated to magical beasts, this corresponded to 8th-order strength, power beyond comprehension sufficient to obliterate a 6th-order moonlight warrior like himself with a single breath. Alan replied with a smile, "This is my most precious asset. Using it as a betrothal gift should not be considered improper. How about tomorrow? This is your territory, you have the final word." Goya nodded immediately, his heart burning with excitement. He swore he had only brought it up out of curiosity. Marrying Shirley to Alan stemmed from genuine appreciation for the young man and a desire to secure a worthy future for his beloved daughter. Now it seemed this had been a perfectly sound decision after all. Aside from his youthful infatuation, Alan possessed nearly no flaws. Had Goya himself navigated society with such finesse back then, he would never have been exiled to such a destitute frontier region. After conversing with Goya a while longer, Alan made his way to a corner of the banquet hall where he found Shirley. "I don't want to speak with you." Shirley had completely wilted by now. She had been watching her father and Alan's conversation intently throughout, though she could not hear the words from afar. She had read every expression on his face. That broad smile suggested the negotiations had already concluded successfully. Despite her intense resistance, he was still her father and she could not oppose his decisions. A fate sealed the moment she drew her first breath. "Would you like to witness the power of dragon slaying?" Alan offered a gentle smile and gestured toward the entrance with an inviting motion. Now that was what a man should say. Shirley's eyes lit up and she hurried toward the door. "As long as you're not afraid of losing face." Alan ambled along behind her, occasionally offering directions. Abel and Goya and the others trailed behind as well. After all, tonight's celebration centered on Alan and Shirley. Eventually Alan and Shirley arrived at the training ground. Standing face to face, Shirley drew a 4th-order thunder attribute longsword from her hip and pointed it directly at Alan. Glancing toward Goya beyond the ground, she declared, "Father, witness clearly the gap between us." "Heh! This little girl." Alan laughed aloud at her words. "Just don't bury yourself in shame afterward." In the next instant Alan raised both hands high. Dark battle chi erupted across the entire grounds and a massive dragon head materialized above him, its savage energy causing the earth to tremble. The first spear of the great dragon sealing 5 spears. The dark attribute battle chi flowed from within him with absolute fluidity, entirely unimpeded, a sensation he had come to cherish. Lacking equipment enhanced by dark attribute magic cores, the technique's power was somewhat diminished. Yet his opponent matched him in realm and tier, so he needn't exert himself fully. A fraction of his seriousness would prove fatal. Is this truly the dragon-slaying art created by a sacred warrior? Goya, watching from the sidelines, brimmed with excitement. Though Alan's cultivation fell far short of his own, this single technique radiated a considerable threat. This thoroughly demonstrated the technique's devastating power, and this was merely 1/5 of its full potential. Meanwhile Shirley stood frozen, bewildered. A battle technique capable of threatening a 6th-order moonlight warrior would exert an almost crushing pressure on a 4th-order starlight warrior. Even before the clash had properly begun, a single thought occupied Shirley's mind: if struck she would die. At that moment Alan flipped his wrist and the sacred radiant spear appeared in his grasp. Brilliant light erupted from its surface, transforming all surrounding dark battle chi into luminous energy, including the massive dragon head hovering above him. Then Alan guided the dragon head to circle around Shirley while he himself approached her and extended his hand with a smile. "Shirley, would you like to ascend together and witness the highest view?" These words struck Shirley speechless. Moments ago she had perceived only deceit and hypocrisy lurking beneath his handsome face, a visage that disgusted her. But now she came to believe that this man was truly extraordinary, truly magnificent. After a few seconds of dazed reverie, Shirley snapped back to focus, smacking Alan's hand heavily, lifting her chin arrogantly. If it weren't for my father I'd never marry you. What, highest view? Don't boast, you're merely at the star radiance realm. Alan shrugged, a natural happy smile spreading across his face. So she's at Sundra, interesting. Next moment Alan crossed his arms, mimicking Shirley's tone just now, and said in a strange voice, Father, please see the gap between us. Then Alan imitated Goya's tone, sinking his voice, yes, I see it and everyone sees it, this is the gap between you. You just wait. Shirley's pretty face flushed crimson. Overwhelmed with shame, she wished she could vanish from the world. After leaving a harsh word, she turned and ran toward the banquet hall. Alvis, your methods of pursuing girls are absolutely divine. Goya walked over and patted Alan on the shoulder. Alan dared not accept that praise. He shook his head seriously. Sincerity is the true tool for pursuing girls. I merely opened my heart to Shirley. People in this world are straightforward in love with no novelty in their confessions. He was an outsider, by casually copying a few secret techniques he had seen or heard before. He had already surpassed the limits of this world. The next day Goya led the team back to the Lear region. Alan temporarily set aside his territorial affairs and began preparing for his wedding to Shirley. After all, Shirley was the daughter of a marquis. All the proper procedures must be followed, the scale must be grand, and he needed to go to the Lear region in person to escort her. Although the appointed time was 10 days later, the distance from the Ace region to the Lear region was too great, just traveling there took 7 days. So he actually had only 3 days of preparation, and on the 4th day he had to set out. After 2 tedious journeys totaling half a month, Alan finally brought Shirley home. Amid the flattery and blessings of thousands of guests, Alan held Shirley's hand as they entered the manor, facing the wedding venue with their backs to the statue of Gaia. Sandy stood beside them. In the Ace region only she was prestigious enough to officiate Alan and Shirley's wedding. 10 minutes later the wedding completed its final procedure. The system notification sound rang out at that moment. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi talent is gold rank, magic power talent is bronze rank, overall rating gold rank. Congratulations, host. Reward: 40-year battle chi cultivation card, 30-year magic power cultivation card, tier 6 weapon exchange card, frost dragon egg, dragon yuan tree sapling. What the hell? Alan's kiss paused, his heart suddenly racing. Just as expected. Shirley could cultivate to a 4th rank star radiance warrior at this age. Her battle chi talent must be at least silver rank. Gold rank is not excessive. TSK tisk, look at these rewards. Battle chi plus magic power, a total of 70 years of cultivation. The second is a tier 6 weapon exchange card. Weapon exchange cards were old acquaintances of his, but this time it jumped straight to tier 6. Tier 6 weapons correspond to tier 6 magical beasts and the coronal realm. If he had had a tier 6 ice element weapon when dealing with the fire dragon earlier, he would never have been roasted to a crisp. The third is a frost dragon egg. Alan liked this very much. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon rider? And a dragon rider on a giant dragon. He would raise this ice dragon well, directly using magic cores and magical potions to boost it to tier 3 as soon as possible. Even if its combat power was insufficient, it would become a perfect mount. As for the last item, the dragon yuan tree sapling, Alan had truly never heard of this tree. He would look it up in some books later. But it was certain that the dragon yuan tree was extremely valuable, otherwise how could it be placed alongside a tier 6 weapon and a dragon egg? 3 hours later Alan bid farewell to the guests with Shirley and left the banquet hall. In the room, Shirley sat on the edge of the bed with her head lowered, her jade-like hands intertwined, her knuckles cracking from the pressure, so nervous she didn't know what to do. Shirley, Alan sat beside Shirley and gently pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry to have obtained you through marriage, but I promise my love for you will be unreserved. Shirley, Goya, and the rest of your life, are you willing to spend it with me? Saying this felt so gross, but to handle Shirley that Sundra he forced himself to say it. Hearing this, Shirley was deeply moved, so moved she wanted to initiate a kiss herself. But when she looked up she put on a disdainful expression and said contemptuously, don't be foolish. I'm just fulfilling the task my family assigned me. If you want to do something, hurry up. I don't have time for your nonsense. The moment she finished, Shirley regretted it. She feared Alan would be angry, but still forced a proud posture, looking indifferent. Quite cute. Alan had long seen through Shirley's personality, so he naturally didn't take it seriously, instead he found it amusing. The next day, Alan dressed neatly, saw off the various guests and then went to the study. Karina and Wendy started work on time. The former attended him while the latter went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. Plant encyclopedia. Alan sat at the desk and waved to Karina. Yes, master. Karina bowed respectfully, then took down more than a dozen books from the shelf, each over 10 centimeters thick. Dragon Yuan tree. Alan opened the plant encyclopedia and carefully searched for information on the Dragon Yuan tree. He had many things to do today: improve his cultivation, check the ice dragon egg, familiarize himself with new equipment, etc. But he had just gotten up, so he would start with something more scholarly. Master, what plant are you looking for? I have traveled to many places over the years, perhaps I know where the plant you seek is. Karina bowed beside the desk and asked. Master. 10 minutes later Wendy entered the study carrying a tray with breakfast. Just put it there. Alan was deeply absorbed in researching, flipping through a plant encyclopedia, and responded without lifting his head. Very well, master. Wendy placed the tray on the side of the table and sat down on a nearby chair to begin cultivating. She had resigned herself to her fate. At least living here was safe and it wouldn't hinder her cultivation. The only discomfort was being a human servant. She was a succubus with dragon bloodline, and becoming the ultimate powerhouse was her goal. Unlike her mother, who worshipped the strong and had completely become Alan's shadow. Foolish human, so careless as to not even sign a soul contract. Just wait, sooner or later she would defeat him and make him her male servant. When that time came, this Alvis County would be her territory. The name Wendy County sounded quite nice. Wendy. Wendy. At that moment Wendy heard Karina's call and snapped out of her fantasy. She looked at the clock and realized that more than half an hour had passed. Wendy, the master's breakfast has gone cold. Prepare a fresh one. Karina gave Wendy a push, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. If only she didn't have a daughter, then no one would compete with her for the master. Oh. Wendy's face immediately fell. As Alan lowered his head to flip through the book, she shot him a glare. Half an hour later. Alan was completely stunned, staring blankly at a page of the plant encyclopedia. Dragon Yuan tree, a fruit tree that grows in the burial grounds of dragons nourished by dragon blood. Its attribute is determined by the attribute of the dragon blood it consumes. Known varieties include Fire Yuan tree, Ice Yuan tree, Dark Yuan tree. Under sufficient dragon blood magic power, the Dragon Yuan tree will reach maturity within a year and thereafter produce 10 to 20 Dragon Yuan fruits annually. The Dragon Yuan fruit is a natural longevity elixir. Consuming one fruit extends life by 1 year without building resistance, earning it the title of the Tears of the Life Goddess. At the same time, the Dragon Yuan fruit has a very small chance of awakening an attribute battle chi or attribute magic power in the consumer, with the awakened attribute being the same as that of the Dragon Yuan tree. Amazing. So amazing. System, you've done it. Alan read it several times over, then slumped back into his chair as if all his strength had been drained. A divine tree. This Dragon Yuan tree was a divine tree. It could produce at least 10 fruits a year, each fruit granting 1 year of life with no medicinal resistance, meaning no upper limit on consumption. Cultivators have long lifespans. For instance, he was a 4th-rank Starlight Warrior. Even if his cultivation stagnated, he could live up to 150 years. If his cultivation continued to advance, those 150 years were just the beginning. But he couldn't only think of himself. What about his wife and children? Take Freya for example. She had only dual intermediate talent. Even if she drank expensive magic-boosting potions like water, she would find it difficult to reach Starlight Mage in this lifetime. This Dragon Yuan tree came just in time. Moreover, the fruit had a side effect: consuming it granted a chance to awaken attribute battle chi. Although the book said the probability was extremely low he had a live tree, he wouldn't lack opportunities to try his luck. Perhaps the Alvis family would become the Ice family again, just like his father, grandfather and great-grandfather, all of whom wielded ice attributes. Alas, it's a pity it came a bit late. After a moment of excitement, Alan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. If the Dragon Yuan tree had arrived sooner, he could have used the fire dragon's corpse as fertilizer. Now he could only hatch the ice dragon egg early. Although losing a little blood was like a tickle to a dragon, a hatchling was still just a hatchling. It would inevitably affect its growth. Although most of the flesh and blood were burned, I've collected the rest. I can't make equipment or potions, so I'll just feed it to the tree. If that's not enough, then the little dragon will have to suffer a bit. No pain, no gain. But I can't just plant this tree anywhere. It bears fruit in a year and who knows how tall it will grow. It would be troublesome if discovered. Let's wait for now. Plant it after the castle is built. Half an hour later Alan left the study with Karina and Wendy following closely. Wait here. Arriving at the treasure vault Alan left the two succubi outside and entered alone. During this time he had accumulated 80 years of battle chi cultivation and 70 years of magic power cultivation, enough to advance a few minor ranks. Awesome. Alan first enhanced his battle chi, then his magic power. After experiencing 2 breakthroughs, his cultivation advanced by a total of 4 ranks split evenly between magic and martial arts. His battle chi cultivation reached the 6th rank Starlight Warrior and his magic power reached the 5th rank Starlight Mage. Not ideal, but cultivation was like this, the further one went the harder the breakthroughs. Next was the 6th rank weapon exchange card. Alan struggled for several minutes, finally choosing a long spear named Black Hole Spear. Darkness attribute was his innate attribute, having a suitable weapon was very important. Moreover, the light attribute had the Holy Radiant Spear and Holy Radiant Staff, the ice attribute had the Ice Pole Spear, and the Wind Thunder Fire and other attributes each had their 3rd rank sets. Choosing another would be redundant. The 6th rank is truly different. As soon as he held the Black Hole Spear, Alan felt the power of a 6th rank weapon. The magic power contained in the 6th rank magic core was so immense that he felt he could even unleash battle techniques below the 3rd rank without injecting his own battle chi. Understandable, after all it was a major bottleneck. The first major bottleneck was the human starlight realm and the 4th rank of magical beasts. At this stage one could condense battle chi and magic power into form, greatly increasing combat ability. The second major bottleneck was the human corona realm and the 6th rank of magical beasts. At this stage one could utilize natural battle chi and natural magic power, awakening the ability to fly. He was not very clear about the bottlenecks after that, only hearing that they were extreme. It seemed that from the War King realm onward, every realm and even every minor rank was a huge bottleneck, granting powerful survival abilities related to immortality. I'm overthinking. I'm just a starlight scrub. After a long while Alan gathered his scattered thoughts and shook his head with a laugh. Next were the Ice Dragon Egg and the Dragon Yuan Tree. The initial form was still the familiar card, crushing it would activate it. After toying with it for a while Alan put away the Dragon Yuan Tree. This item was too important, if news leaked even the King of Pompeii might come for it. Then without any hesitation Alan used the Ice Dragon Egg card. I choose you, Frost Dragon. A cold light flashed and vanished, and in A.I. Lewin's hand appeared an Ice Dragon Egg. It was larger than a basketball with an icy texture, faint blue luminescence flickering, and its shell covered in scale patterns looking somewhat like a crystal pinecone. Good baby, eat up. A.I. Lewin took several first-tier ice attribute magic cores from a nearby box and pressed them against the shell of the Ice Dragon Egg. The book said so. Dragon eggs can absorb the mana contained within magic cores. When the dragonling is no longer satisfied with just absorbing mana, it will break out of its shell. Crack. 2 magic cores split open and the mana seeped into the Ice Dragon Egg, which lit up at that moment. However, after absorbing these 2 magic cores, the Ice Dragon Egg dimmed and showed no further reaction, seemingly too small in appetite to even consume much of the first-tier cores. When will it hatch? Let the wives take care of it. I can't stay home every day to hatch an egg. A.I. Lewin lost interest, then opened the door to the treasure room and called in Kali Na and Wendy. Pick out all the ice attribute magic cores. Yes, master. Kali Na and Wendy immediately set to work, but their gazes kept falling on A.I. Lewin's arms, especially Kali Na's, who had seen a dragon egg before. That magical beast egg in A.I. Lewin's arms should be a frost dragon egg, right? Moreover, it was a freshly laid new egg with extremely high purity of dragon bloodline, much higher than that fire dragon from a while ago. Where did it come from? However, they dared not ask more. As maids they just needed to be obedient. Before long Kali Na and Wendy organized a large wooden box containing over 100 ice attribute magic cores, though their ranks were not high, mostly first and second tier. These were left by the previous 3 generations of Baron A. Wei Si. After A.I. Lewin inherited the title, he seldom went to Baigu Forest to hunt magical beasts. However, with the Ice Dragon Egg, the ice attribute magical beasts in Baigu Forest would be in for a lot of trouble, as A.I. Lewin would frequently visit them. After handing the box to A.I. Lewin, Wendy hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and asked, Master, I am striving to break through to the 4th tier. Because of the fire dragon bloodline, the magic core of that fire dragon is of great help to me. Could you bestow it upon me? Wendy, that is the master's trophy. Kali Na immediately scolded. It's fine. Ai Luan shook his head and said softly, this is not only my home but also your home. If you want it, go ahead and take it. Kali Na too. Alright, I have things to do. Lock the door after you finish sorting. Having said that, Ai Luan left, but as he passed the corner he left a trace of dark aura on the ground. After this period of interaction he had developed a preliminary trust in this mother-daughter pair of succubi, but he still had to be a little cautious. Wendy, you are too greedy. The master might get angry. After Ai Luan disappeared from sight, Kali Na squatted on the ground with a worried frown. Wendy helplessly slapped her forehead. My dear mother, we have given him everything. What's wrong with asking for a few magic cores? Moreover, didn't you notice that he was actually happy? Because I have truly become his maid, a maid who lives by relying on him. Kali Na stood up, pointed her chin with her finger, tilted her head and asked, is that so? Aren't you saying that you are more favored and valued by the master than I am? Wendy rolled her eyes, took a deep breath to calm herself, then plunged into the treasure room. On the other side, Ai Luan had already returned to the living room in the residential area and told the maids to summon all his wives. He now had 15 wives. Ai Wei Ai Lin Ti Na and Ni Xia Luo Te Yi Sha Bei La Fu Le Ya Na Me Ko Ni Si Li Sha Lin Da Ani Yashi Wei Yatao Lu Si and Shueli. This did not include Kali Na and Wendy, who were still maids. Considering that Shueli had just entered the household, he had to show respect to the Guya family, and there were no suitable candidates nearby, so he did not plan to take more concubines in the near future. He would first work hard for a while and only consider taking more concubines once all the fields had seeds. 2 minutes later the wives gathered in the living room. Ai Luan, good morning. Lord Ai Luan, good morning. Amidst the greetings from his wives, Ai Luan took out the ice dragon egg from under the table and smiled. I think you will like it. Magic crystal. This looks like a magical beast egg. A frost dragon egg. The other women, including Ai Wei did not recognize what it was, but Ai Lin and Ti Na, who had dealt with magical beasts the most, were shocked and exclaimed. The two of them had once been mercenaries, and for mercenaries the value of a magical beast egg far exceeded commissions and magical beast materials. To not miss out on such a surprise, almost every mercenary carried a handbook of magical beast eggs. A frost dragon egg. Hearing Ai Lin and Ti Na's words, all the women were stunned and turned their gazes to Ai Luan. Yes, it is a frost dragon egg. Ai Luan nodded. I plan to entrust it to you to take care of. Just feed it a little ice attribute magic core every day, gradually from low rank to high rank. After receiving the affirmative answer, the women all became excited. We are going to own a dragon. Sisters, now is not the time to be happy. It is still just an egg. Leave it to me. I won't let it leave my sight. No, you still have to manage the winery. Let the pregnant ones who can't go out take care of it. Me. I will definitely take good care of it. And I don't make trouble. Cultivation is what you should be doing. The wives were all talking at once, discussing who would be the caretaker. Ai Luan couldn't even get a word in, so he went to the side to rest. Shueli followed and sat beside him, asking, I must remind you that unless it has no parents, we will face at least one adult frost dragon in the coming days. Don't worry, we are its parents. Ai Luan took Shueli's jade-like hand, playing with it while reassuring her. Feeling the warmth on her hand, Shueli's heart sweetened, and the matter of the ice dragon egg was instantly forgotten. She pretended to pull her hand away twice, then closed her eyes, turned her head, and a beautiful curve lifted her lips. 10 minutes later, Ai Wei and the others had reached an agreement. It would be taken care of by Ai Luan's pregnant wives hidden in their bedrooms, and they would take turns watching over it. Also, before Ai Luan became a moonlight warrior, this news must be strictly kept secret. Apart from their family, only Kali Na and Wendy were allowed to know. A dragon cub that can be tamed is far more valuable than an untamable adult dragon. Therefore, before this little dragon cub reaches the 3rd tier, it must not be discovered by outsiders. The biting wind swept in with heavy snowflakes, draping Alvis County in a thick white mantle. Qingshui Town, Alvis family castle. Alan and his wives were at home. More than a dozen people gathered around a large fireplace, drinking honey milk and eating sweet roasted sweet potatoes, savoring the unique pleasures of winter. Alan held his 70-day-old daughter Jessica, gazing at the joyful smiles on his wives' faces, feeling a sense of peace and contentment. After waiting 3 months, they had finally moved into their new home. In fact, the new home was not yet fully completed, as the construction of the outer castle would take at least another 2 months, but the inner castle had already taken shape and met all living conditions. Considering concealment and comfort, Alan decided to move in early. He couldn't help it. How could a treasure like the dragon origin tree be left to gather dust in the system space? He had already planned to plant it in the family treasure vault. The vault was 1,000 square meters in area and over 30 meters in height, so it could certainly accommodate the dragon origin tree for the time being. If it grew too fast later, it could be transplanted out in time. There was no need to worry about concealment. His castle was divided into an inner castle and an outer castle. From now on, the inner castle belonged exclusively to members of the Alvis family. Apart from wives and offspring, only maids who had been trained from childhood could enter, and even they could only access daily matters. All work related to the territory and receptions were conducted in the outer castle. Even 3 additional treasure vaults were built specifically for storing funds for territory construction and social gifts. Put bluntly, the inner castle was his harem. Late at night, Alan's wives gradually returned to their rooms, leaving only Avril by his side. "You two should go rest as well." Alan dismissed Karina and Wendy, then led Avril into the Lord's chambers. A place as important as the treasure vault naturally had to be built right under his nose. Apart from himself, only his wife Avril held the key to the vault. "Alan, what's the matter?" Avril asked, holding Jessica, very curious. Alan had told her 2 days ago that there was an important matter to handle in the treasure vault. Why not keep some sense of anticipation? Alan smiled and touched Avril's pretty face, then opened the treasure vault door and descended a flight of stairs. Soon the two arrived at the central area of the treasure vault. The vault was so large that it seemed quite empty. It would take a long time of accumulation to fill it with wealth. The central area contained a circular plot of land about 100 square meters in size, surrounded by a dozen long tables piled with fire dragon materials. "Avril, this will be the family's most important asset." Alan stepped into the circular plot, and with his back to Avril he took out a dragon origin tree sapling card from the system space and crushed it directly. "Hey! So small." To Alan's surprise, the dragon origin tree sapling was only 10 centimeters tall, looking like a piece of willow leaf. If he had encountered it in the wild, he would have mistaken it for a weed. But the system wouldn't give him anything wrong. Just plant it and be done. "Alan." Seeing Alan crouching in the plot busy with something, Avril adjusted her skirt, stepped lightly into the plot and approached to look over his shoulder. "Alan is the family's most important asset, this leaf." Seeing what Alan held, Avril couldn't help but laugh and patted him on the shoulder. "Well, not for now, but it will be in the future." Alan clapped his hands, walked to a nearby long table and began moving materials into the circular plot. Dragon bones, claws, scales, flesh, all of them were buried in the ground. After burying these hard materials, he would pour dragon blood over them. After doing all this, Alan was about to explain to Avril, but before he could utter a word, the dragon origin tree sapling began to stir. Buzz. Crack. The sapling began to grow wildly, instantly shooting from 10 centimeters to over a meter with no sign of stopping. It transformed from a tiny leaf into a normal little tree, its leaves waving incessantly like a magical plant beast. "Alan." Avril was a bit startled and quickly hid behind Alan, turning sideways to keep the baby in her arms away from the dragon origin tree. Alan quickly hugged Avril and explained, "Don't be afraid, it's a kind of fruit tree, it just grows in a peculiar way." "A fruit tree?" Avril calmed down and looked at the dragon origin tree again. But now the dragon origin tree had become still, and in the few seconds they hadn't paid attention it had undergone a dramatic change. Now the dragon origin tree had transformed into a blaze origin tree. It was about 3 meters tall, somewhat resembling an apple tree, but entirely fiery red, surrounded by abundant fire-attributed mana. Done. Alan clenched his fist. It was quite easy to plant. As long as it could transform, that was fine. He was just afraid he didn't have enough dragon blood on hand. However, future cultivation was a major problem. There were only a dozen or so bottles of fire dragon blood left, not even enough to fill a bucket. The ice dragon egg had cracked several days ago and would likely hatch in a few days. He wondered if he could use ice dragon blood to water the tree later. Would it be killed by the conflicting attribute? Or would it transform into a frost origin tree? He would deal with it later. If there was a way, he would switch; if not, he would have to grit his teeth and go ahead. He couldn't just let the blaze origin tree starve to death. "Alan, what kind of tree is this?" Avril tugged at Alan's sleeve. This tree was too miraculous, she had never heard of it. Dragon Origin Tree. Alan put his arm around Avril's waist, led her to a long table and pointed at the open herbal handbook on the table. Dragon Origin Tree, born in the burial grounds of giant dragons. Avril read seriously, and the more she read the more shocked she became. By the end she couldn't even speak, just stared wide-eyed at Alan. So. Alan was pleased with Avril's reaction and pinched her delicate nose. Avril took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Alan, I take back what I said earlier. It is indeed the family's most important asset, more important than the frost dragon. Even if we lose the frost dragon, we must keep this tree alive, at least to let Jessica awaken attribute battle chi." "Of course." Alan smiled and nodded, taking the baby into his arms. External forces are far less important than one's own lifespan and talent. After we use up the fire dragon blood, we can test with ice dragon blood. Of course, even if the test succeeds, we can't really use the little ice dragon as fertilizer, just take a little blood occasionally. Why not let our daughter become a dragon knight? Hearing this, Avril looked at the daughter in Alan's arms, her eyes brimming with maternal love, and smiled. "Why not? Alan, leave this tree to me. I'll come down every day to check on it until our daughter gets to eat the Blaze Origin fruit. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work." 3 mornings later. Alan held a 3rd-tier ice attribute magic core and slowly approached the ice dragon egg. His wives and 2 succubus maids stood around nervously watching, not daring to breathe, as still as statues. Crack. The moment the 3rd-tier ice attribute magic core touched the ice dragon egg, it cracked open and ice attribute magic spread out, seeping through the cracks of the egg. Meanwhile, more and more cracks appeared on the ice dragon egg, and it began to shake left and right. It's about to happen. Alan stared intently at the egg, his anticipation growing stronger. Over the past few days the ice dragon egg had cracked more and more, and occasionally they could hear a sharp scraping sound from inside, as if the little ice dragon was scratching the shell. Clearly the little ice dragon was about to hatch. So they had been watching it closely these days, gathering together every day when feeding it magic cores. After waiting about a minute, the 3rd-tier ice attribute magic core was drained, but the egg had quieted down and the little ice dragon still showed no signs of hatching. Alan was slightly disappointed. It was like waiting for a lottery draw, truly tormenting. Boom! Just as Eileen was about to take the egg back to the room, a burst of ice attribute magic erupted from the egg. The next moment the ice dragon egg exploded with a bang. The shell instantly turned into crystal powder that scattered in all directions, and at the center of the explosion a small pinkish-white figure appeared. What? Alan's expression froze and a string of question marks appeared above his head. He saw the little ice dragon, but this little ice dragon was a bit off. It was clearly a dwarf fox covered in fluff all over, with no wings in sight, but it had a dragon tail. From the tail, white, blue and pink ice crystals spread toward its head like a crystal crown and cape. Damn, is this a dragon? Alan's feelings were complicated. Although this creature was cute, cuteness couldn't be eaten. The system had given him an ice frost giant dragon egg, right? Could it be that the baby dragon was like this? Wow! So beautiful. I'm in love with it. Unlike Alan, who was questioning his life, the women, including Avril, were all excited, jumping and clapping, their eyes sparkling as they looked at the little ice dragon. They had never seen such an adorable creature. Whoa! The little ice dragon, seeing so many people surrounding it, let out a cute but fierce growl. But its current sound was nothing like a dragon's roar, it was more like the yipping of a small puppy. Soon the little ice dragon saw Alan, wagged its tail, leaped off the table into Alan's arms and licked his chin. Little one, are you an ice dragon? Alan touched its dragon horns. They looked like ice crystals but felt like fur, smooth and cool. Whoa, whoa. The little ice dragon opened its mouth and barked, then cleverly nodded. As if sensing Alan's confusion, Karina beside him said, Master, it is indeed an ice dragon. All dragon hatchlings in the incubation period look like this. The incubation period won't last long, it might end in a month. Then comes the juvenile period, during which the dragon cub's fur will evolve into dragon scales and dragon wings will grow. Judging by its size, this is a female dragon cub. Male dragon cubs are slightly smaller. I see. Alan suddenly understood. If Karina said so, it must be correct. After all, among the 18 people in the room, if anyone knew dragons, it was Karina, and her knowledge was far from ordinary. It only lasts a month. How can this be? If only it wouldn't grow up. Hearing Karina's words, all the women were unhappy. They knew what real dragons looked like. Although they were majestic and imposing, they were far from cute and beautiful. Even a child might be scared to tears just by looking at one. We can use memory crystals. Jessica too. Although she doesn't understand this yet, I think she will need memories of her childhood in the future. Wendy suggested at this point. Use it. I'll have Tom buy some later. Alan waved his hand and immediately agreed. Memory crystals were the cameras of this world. They were rare and extremely expensive. A single memory crystal that could store 30 seconds of footage cost at least 100 gold coins. Each use required magic cores to replenish its magic power, and even storage afterward needed magic cores. It was a veritable gold-devouring stone. To record on a large scale 30 to 50,000 gold coins might not be enough. But he had plenty of money now and his business was thriving. As long as he didn't spend too much at once, it wouldn't be a problem. Awoo. The little ice dragon didn't understand the conversation around it. After squirming in Alan's arms for a while, it seemed tired, closed its eyes and fell asleep. So cute. Alan gently stroked the little ice dragon, then handed it to Eileen. Eileen, you and Charlotte are 8 months pregnant. Take good care of yourselves at home and look after this little one. By the way, let's give it a name. Do you have any suggestions? Hearing Alan's words, all the women's eyes lit up and they started brainstorming, each offering their own name for the little ice dragon. It's a female dragon. How about Snow Candy? Crystal is better. It looks just like Crystal. I think Fluffy is better. Snowball sounds cute. It will love it. To name the little ice dragon, a dozen or so people argued for several minutes. Alan, afraid that his wives would start fighting, finally made the decision himself and named the little ice dragon Maucho. Maucho was a common pet name full of familiarity. But whether the little ice dragon would like it was another matter. It only looked like a dwarf fox, but it was actually a dragon, a creature destined to be powerful. After handing the little ice dragon Maucho to his wives, Alan went to the garden and mounted the light unicorn, which he had named Honey, ready to go out and patrol his territory. But as soon as Honey took off, Alan made it stop and looked down at Karina and Wendy, who had followed him to the garden. Do you know where that fire dragon's lair is? That fire dragon lived in the lava mountains in the Ruya region. The Ruya region was within the borders of the Luchi Duchy, but not far from the Ace region. It was just beyond the Baigu forest, and the lava mountains were the only monster gathering place in the Ruya region, very famous. But he only knew the general area, not the specifics. The lava mountains were so vast, with the main ridge stretching 1500 kilometers. Who knew where that fire dragon had built its nest? He had long wanted to raid the fire dragon's lair, but with Maucho about to hatch he had put it off until now. Now he couldn't delay any longer. If he waited any longer, Charlotte and Eileen would give birth, and then he would be even busier. Master, we do not know. Karina and Wendy exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in unison. It's fine, go back and rest. Alan had just finished asking when he chuckled. How could they dare to seek out the lair of that fire dragon when they were already fleeing from it? They probably wouldn't even dare to enter the Ruya region. Arriving at the outer fortress area, Alan inspected the construction progress. Tom was reliable, with tens of thousands working in 3 shifts day and night. The progress was visible every day. At this pace it would surely be completed within 2 months. Afterwards, Alan visited the territory wall and the weapon workshop. The territory wall was overseen by Tom's 3 sons, who were well acquainted with Alan, having played together as children. But as they grew older, the vast disparity in status gradually transformed their precious friendship into a superior-subordinate relationship. Although Alan never put on airs of nobility, his noble status was an undeniable reality. He might not care, but others did. The weapon workshop was newly established, currently managed by Spike and Jerry. Its main product was the explosive crossbow, partly installed on the territory wall and partly sold to recoup costs. Alan had intended to recruit a group of enchanters and alchemists, but these 2 types of craftsmen were too rare. They could thrive anywhere. The recruitment notice had been posted for a month without a single applicant, so he had to postpone the plan. In the evening, Alan brought up the dragon's lair with his wives. Alan, please don't take such risks. Our family's wealth is already sufficient, isn't it? Avril was the first to object. In truth, all the women disagreed, but they were not the official wife and dared not oppose Alan's decisions. Even Shirley, a marquis's daughter, had to respect Alan's authority as the lord. Seeing the worry in his wife's eyes, Alan waved his hand. There should be no danger. I once coaxed that fire dragon into talking. It said it was the ruler of the Ronian Mountains, which means the strongest magical beast there is at most of the 5th rank. It might be boasting, but the information about the Ronian Mountains is true, a gathering place for magical beasts on par with the Baigu forest. There is no beast there capable of killing me. My only concern is that I might not find its lair, since the Ronian Mountains are vast. Upon hearing this, the wives' expressions relaxed. If that were the case, it was indeed an excellent choice. Failure would only cost some time, while success would yield the horde of a 5th rank fire dragon. Dragons were the greediest creatures in the world, perhaps even the god of desire was not as covetous. Currency, magical cores, equipment, gemstones, even plush toys, anything that living beings needed, dragons adored. Even if they had no use for it, they would collect it merely for the satisfaction. It could be unnecessary, but it could not be absent. Moreover, dragons mostly acquired their collections through force. With a mid-stage 5th rank fire dragon strength, its lair likely concealed a veritable mountain of gold. Master, take me along. When a dragon enters its growth phase, it sheds its scales, including a nuchal scale of inverse scale imbued with bloodline power. I might be able to sense it. Suddenly the usually silent Wendy volunteered. Upon hearing that she could serve as a radar, Alan immediately nodded. Good, you'll come with me. Prepare yourself, we leave tomorrow. Yes, master. The next morning before dawn, Alan and Wendy rode Honey, leaving the family castle. Karina and Shirley had wanted to come as well, but Alan refused. In his absence, they were the strongest in the territory and had to shoulder the responsibility of guarding it, so naturally they could not be brought along. To ensure his wives could handle emergencies, he even left behind the Holy Radiant Spear and the Ice Extreme Spear, taking only the Holy Radiant Staff and the Black Hole Spear. One for casting magic, the other for martial skills, sufficient. Additionally, he had gone to the tavern last night and deliberately revealed that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. The news would soon spread. The Dragon Slayer Knight had grown even stronger. Who would dare to cause trouble? 10 minutes later they arrived at the Baigu forest. Alan had Honey land. They could not fly further as the Baigu forest was teeming with fierce avian magical beasts, including some of the 5th rank, all extremely aggressive. Though he was not afraid of 5th rank beasts, fewer troubles were always better. This trip needed to be as swift as possible. He had to return within 2 months or he would miss the due dates of Irene and Charlotte. Master, ahead lies the territory of a mid-stage 5th rank Thunder Eagle. That Thunder Eagle is formidable. Before I lured the fire dragon to Senga town, it was my primary target, but I was driven off by its kin before I could leave a mark. Wendy leaned against Alan's chest and pointed in a direction. Thunder Eagle. Alan's face darkened instantly. If it dares to block me, I won't mind wiping out the entire Thunder Eagle clan in the Baigu forest. The enmity of his parents' death was irreconcilable. The true culprit was a 4th rank Thunder Eagle. He had never seen that one and could not find it. The best revenge was to leave none alive. The reason he had not yet prioritized revenge was that the Baigu forest harbored more than one 5th rank Thunder Eagle. Fighting against a higher rank was extremely difficult, especially when outnumbered. But if he did encounter them, he would not back down. Night fell. Alan found a towering tree with a trunk over 10 meters in diameter and carved a large tree hollow. Most magical beasts were nocturnal, so he did not plan to travel through the night. The day's journey had been barely smooth, only a few low-rank beasts were encountered with no major delays. He expected to reach the Ruya region by tomorrow afternoon. Why barely smooth? Because throughout the day Alan had sensed several 5th rank magical beasts, but none of the Thunder Eagles he loathed. Those 5th rank beasts also sensed Alan as an intruder. After releasing their battle chi and magical power, both sides realized the other was not to be trifled with and tacitly chose to ignore each other, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Sleep, I'll keep watch. Alan retrieved some honey and berries from the system space for the light unicorn and also prepared a pillow and quilt for Wendy. The night belongs to succubi. Wendy shook her head and sat beside Alan. He pulled her onto his lap, casually waved a dark battle chi to seal the tree hollow and said with a smile, "That applies to me too." Wendy rested her head on Alan's shoulder and asked curiously, "Master, I've never heard of you possessing elemental battle chi. A trump card shouldn't be known to everyone." Alan casually explained, and this excuse worked well. People in the AC region believed he had been concealing his true strength all along rather than rising rapidly, and that his low profile was only broken by the war half a year ago. He had also publicly acknowledged this claim, thereby suppressing his reputation. No fortuitous encounters, no treasures, only hard work. By the afternoon of the 5th day, at last. Alan exclaimed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon the lava mountain range ahead. It had taken 2 days to enter the Ruia region and 3 more to traverse the lava mountain range, but after 5 days of arduous travel he had finally located his target. The lava mountain range was a chain of countless volcanoes winding like a colossal fire dragon. Smoke and volcanic ash blotted out the sun, lending an ancient weathered air to the landscape, yet the occasional bursts of blazing light served as a stark reminder of the immense power slumbering beneath. No villages or towns dotted the vicinity, for most of the volcanoes in the lava mountain range were active, and in the distance several could be seen erupting with ferocious vigor. "Let's move." Alan pointed in a direction and patted Honey's neck. With a neigh, Honey took a few steps and unfurled its wings, soaring into the air. Under Alan's intensive nurturing, this Honey Terminator was nearing the 4th tier, its flight capabilities having improved considerably. "Master, I sense nothing," Wendy reported, nestled in Alan's arms. "Patience," he replied. Alan placed his hand on Wendy, indulging in the sensation while saying, "This is barely the outer reaches. A fire dragon wouldn't dwell here." Wendy murmured, her eyes half closed as she shifted in his embrace, allowing his hand greater freedom. The lava mountain range teemed with fire attribute magical beasts. Upon entering they encountered one almost every minute of travel. However, the beasts in the outer reaches were predominantly 1st tier. Alan didn't even need to lift a finger if the mere aura exuded by Honey was enough to frighten the low-tier creatures into keeping their distance. Their journey was unimpeded. After 3 more days, Alan finally ventured into the main ridge of the lava mountain range. Several towering volcanoes, their slopes streaming with rivers of molten rock, stained everything crimson. The number of visible beasts dwindled, but this was the core of the magical beast gathering ground. The beasts that inhabited this region were at least 3rd tier. "Honey, rest a while." "Wendy, any news?" Alan halted Honey and asked, looking down. "I have a faint sense." Wendy closed her eyes, paused for a moment, then raised a finger, pointing. "There. It's uncertain if it's the reverse scale, but it could be a creature possessing fire dragon bloodline." Alan looked up. There stood the largest volcano in the area, possibly 10,000 meters tall, its slopes awash with magma and radiating an overwhelming concentration of fire element. Given the haughty nature of dragons, it would surely choose the best nesting spot unless it was usurped by a stronger beast. After a moment of thought, Alan dismounted, holding Wendy. "Honey, you can't go further. Take these and find a safe place to hide," Alan said. He retrieved a large bag made of fire rat leather from his system space, filled it with food, water and magic cores, and hung it around Honey's neck. Honey's cultivation had just reached the peak of the 3rd tier. While not insignificant unicorns generally lacked combat prowess. Wendy, however, was different. She was already at the early 4th tier and possessed the fire dragon bloodline, granting her respectable combat ability and the means to protect herself even in the core region. Moreover, Alan needed her to locate the dragon's lair, so she had to stay by his side. Understanding his words, Honey nuzzled Alan's waist before turning to find a hiding spot. "Let's go." Alan produced the black hole spear and jogged toward the target volcano, Wendy close behind. 5 minutes later they reached the volcano's base. The volcano erupted intermittently, sending lava cascading down its slopes and forming a lake of molten rock at the foot, making progress challenging. The heat was manageable as his star radiance realm cultivation was sufficient to withstand it. The main issue was that the air current, superheated by the flames, rose constantly, drastically reducing air density. This caused severe light refraction, creating an illusion of distorted space where everything warped and twisted, making it impossible to discern one place from another. "Master, the sensing is growing clearer. It's definitely within this volcano, but there are many more targets now, all possessing fire dragon bloodline, likely the fire dragon's offspring," Wendy reported at the opportune moment. "Offspring?" Alan nodded. Though the fire dragon had only just entered its growth phase, everyone knew the promiscuous nature of dragons. The Beast Compendium even claimed that dragons could mate with any creature, though the veracity of that was uncertain. "At least we haven't made a mistake. Time to move." Alan extended his hand to Wendy, who melted into his embrace before transforming into a stream of purple-black magic floating above his head. Wendy had greater resistance to heat than he did, but her combat ability and speed were inferior, so it was better for him to carry her. First spear. Alan swung the black hole spear, conjuring a dark battle-chi dragon head that enveloped him completely before he plunged into the lava lake, racing forward. "Master, the nearest sense is a bit higher." "Good. Master, a little to the right." "Good." Wendy once again served as a bloodline navigator, relaying positions every few seconds. Within a minute Alan ascended from the base to the mountainside, slipping into a cave that was swallowing magma. The cave initially descended, but after about a kilometer a fork that curved upward appeared. The fork grew larger as it went and the walls bore claw marks, clearly left by some magical beast. Alan immediately changed direction and entered the fork. "Master, there are beasts ahead. Maybe a dozen of them. They have fire dragon bloodline, but the concentration varies greatly," Wendy said, detaching from Alan and solidifying from the purple-black magic with a dark crimson bloodline flame flickering on her body. "Good, that means we're on the right track," Alan replied, brandishing the black hole spear and quickening his pace deeper into the cave. Beasts with dragon bloodline were notoriously proud and rarely traveled with others. The fact that so many fire dragon-blooded beasts were gathered together clearly indicated they were a family. Indeed, the fire dragon hadn't boasted in vain. To occupy such a colossal volcanic mansion, it was undoubtedly the overlord of the lava mountain range. Soon Alan spotted the beasts Wendy had mentioned. "Not a bad look," Alan remarked in amazement. There were 15 in total, 13 at the third tier and 2 at the early second tier. They were quite imposing, each over 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles, flames flickering across their bodies and magma dripping from them, resembling a budget version of a red Godzilla. What a pity. If this were the 100 Valley Forest, I'd definitely try to tame them. "Master, these are lava land dragons, offspring of fire dragons and fire salamanders," Wendy explained softly, noticing Alan's appraisal. A roar echoed through the cavern as the intruder immediately drew the attention of the magma earth dragons. They all let out synchronized roars, but instead of attacking they stared at Wendy with wary confusion, sensing the fire dragon bloodline within her. Relatives. Such an ugly relative. Witnessing this, Alan reined in his killing intent and asked Wendy, "Is it possible for me to tame them?" Wendy shook her head. "It is difficult. Magma earth dragons are extremely violent and fiercely loyal, they will only accept the rule of a single lord in their lifetime." "All right." Alan felt a slight disappointment. Since he could not subdue them, he would have to settle for a batch of earth dragon materials. In the next moment, Alan thrust out his black hole spear, erupting with dark battle chi. 15 dragon wings materialized beside him, and then they all surged simultaneously toward the magma earth dragons. A furious roar erupted from the magma earth dragons. A relative bringing an outsider to attack their home, how could they tolerate that? They charged at Alan, but before they could take more than a few steps his winged spear devoured them completely. All 15 earth dragons, each with a cultivation base at least at the early third tier, were slain in a single strike. Wendy looked at Alan, the corners of her mouth curling upward, admiration and pride gleaming in her eyes. Without hesitation she asked, "Master, may I have these spirit cores?" "Yes, take them if you want. By the way, I didn't destroy their bodies, their fire dragon bloodline might be useful to you. Gather the materials you don't need." Alan waved his hand and carefully observed his surroundings. This was a massive cavern with numerous branching passages on the rock walls. If he had to search every one, it would take an eternity. "Thank you, Master." Wendy's smile grew even more radiant. She planted a light kiss on Alan's cheek and began clearing the battlefield. These magma earth dragons possessed the fire dragon bloodline, though it was thin. However, the sheer number of them was highly beneficial to her. 10 minutes later Wendy had finished processing the earth dragons. She had devoured most of the fire dragon bloodline, leaving the remaining materials stacked into a 2-meter-high mound. Alan stored all the materials into his system space, then continued onward under Wendy's guidance. Over the next 3 days Alan played the roles of both raider and mercenary, stripping the volcano's interior clean. Wendy had yet to find the dragon's nest. To avoid returning empty-handed, Alan began hunting the descendants of the fire dragon, beasts with the fire dragon bloodline whose every part was a treasure. Soon after, the discovery of a fire attribute sub-dragon egg made Alan completely forget about the dragon's nest. What was the point of raiding a dragon's nest? It was merely a collection of treasures with monetary value, nothing more than gold. Weren't sub-dragon mounts and earth dragon mounts far more appealing? Moreover, their blood might even serve as fertilizer for the blaze element tree. In 3 days Alan had acquired nearly 30 cubic meters of magical beast materials with the fire dragon bloodline, along with a massive number of eggs. 2 fire attribute sub-dragon eggs, 11 fire attribute earth dragon eggs, and 42 magical beast eggs with the fire dragon bloodline. Absolutely incredible. Even if he failed to find the dragon's nest, Alan would feel no regret. Once he brought these eggs home he could immediately form a Dragon Knight order. There were also a group of fire dragon descendant cubs, but the system space could not hold living creatures, nor could he care for them, and he couldn't make a second trip anytime soon. So he handed them all over to Wendy. Wendy, who had devoured a vast amount of fire dragon bloodline, saw her succubus horns retract and begin transforming into dragon horns. Seeing that Wendy might evolve into a dragon girl, Alan no longer felt any regret. Eat as much as you like. On the fourth day Wendy could no longer sense any fire dragon bloodline in the vicinity. Now only the crater area of the volcano remained unexplored. Alan packed up and prepared for one last trip. The 55 magical beast eggs, though not large, individually filled 5 fire rat leather bags when combined. I'll ask Goya and Sandy later if they can get me an extension ring. Alan lifted all 5 fire rat leather bags with his battle chi, sighing inwardly. The system space could not hold living creatures, but the extension rings made by alchemists and enchanters could. Although the storage space of an extension ring was small, it could be invaluable in special situations like now. Unfortunately, extension rings were priceless treasures and forbidden items that couldn't be traded openly. Even as a count he couldn't buy one, he would have to rely on connections and inquiries. 3 hours later Alan arrived at the crater area. Wendy did not follow him, he had her hide with the eggs because he sensed a very powerful aura. That was the aura of a 5th-tier magical beast. Yet the energy was not extremely strong, likely just having entered the 5th tier. It was probably the mate of the fire dragon, not an intruder, otherwise the fire dragon's descendants here would have been slaughtered long ago. A fire dragon with a damaged bloodline could never catch the eye of a pure-blooded dragon. But as the saying goes, a rotten egg is still an egg. A damaged fire dragon is still a fire dragon. Its mate might not be a dragon, but it certainly won't be ordinary. I must not be careless. I need to strike with lethal force from the very first encounter. Alan thought to himself, slowing his pace significantly. He moved step by step, using dark battle chi to conceal his movements and aura. Not to mention true dragons, even sub-dragons and earth dragons with a 5th-tier cultivation base boasted explosive combat power and were not easy to kill. However, as long as he remained cautious he was confident. After all, no matter how strong the creature was, it couldn't surpass the fire dragon. Here. After groping along for about 20 minutes Alan arrived before a massive cave. The 5th-tier magical beast aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this cave. Damn! Alan pressed against the rock wall, peering into the cave, and his eyes widened. A golden cave. Everywhere he looked there were treasures. It was no exaggeration to say that the floor was carpeted with gold. The most abundant were ores of beautiful luster, followed by currency along with numerous spirit cores and gems, antiques, and a chaotic mix of items. He even spotted a set of tables, chairs, and statues. This is ridiculous. Alan swallowed hard. His system space still had 70 cubic meters available. But even with that it wasn't enough to hold everything in this cave, not even 700 cubic meters would suffice. Preliminary estimates put the total value of the cave's treasures at over 20 million gold coins. Even a duke wouldn't have that much liquid wealth. Heaven knows how many nobles this fire dragon had plundered. In recent years the Duchy of Lucci had fallen behind the Duchy of Suzy in financial strength, and this fire dragon had certainly played a part. Excellent. Alan tightened his grip on the black hole spear, ecstatic. The treasure vault in his manor was still empty, this cave's hoard would fill it perfectly. But before harvesting he had to deal with the current owner of this cave. Ding-ling. Alan carried the black hole spear into the cave. At that moment the sound of clinking gold coins rang from a corner and a golden figure appeared. Jin Yanning. Good heavens, the bestiary has never misled me. Seeing that the fire dragon's mate was an eagle, Alan let out a surprised sigh, recalling the information that dragons could breed with all living creatures. Cree. The Jin Yanning let out a piercing screech that shook the skies and without hesitation unleashed a torrent of flames toward Alan. You're just at the early stage of the 5th tier, consider yourself finished. Alan swung his black hole spear, initiating with a heart spear thrust. An immense burst of dark energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, charging forward with irresistible momentum to clash against the Jin Yanying's scorching flames. Where darkness and fire collided it resembled the collision of stars and moon, unleashing a tremendous explosion and shockwave in an instant. The explosive force surged like torrential waves, spreading outward in a heartbeat and tearing through the surrounding air. I've won. Alan was driven back 2 steps by the shockwave, yet a smile crossed his face. His instincts were right, This Jin Yanning was merely at the early stage of the 5th tier, its magical power lacking even somewhat weak, far short of what one would expect from a Moonlight Realm creature. Clearly it had either just broken through or recently engaged in combat. Its condition was mediocre, nothing difficult to handle. Kree. Flames roared around the Jin Yanning, contrasting sharply with the dark battle aura emanating from Alan. Fire and darkness each claimed half the cavern, locked in equal struggle. After that evenly matched exchange, the Jin Yang's movements slowed considerably. Its gaze pierced like a blade, locking onto Alan as if searching for any weakness. It beat its wings ready to strike, yet hesitated between movement and stillness, a flicker of uncertainty passing through its eyes like a cold wind. A true hunter, remarkably composed. Seeing the Jin Yang's patient demeanor, Alan's vigilance heightened. No wonder it was regarded as one of the sky's overlords. If that fire dragon had been half as cautious as this Jin Yanning, he would have been forced to hand over Karina and Wendy with a forced smile. After roughly 10 seconds of confrontation, the Jin Yanning channeled all its magical power, transforming itself into a blazing sphere of fire, hoping to make Alan realize its might. However, its calculation proved flawed. Alan's knowledge of magic beasts, while not rivaling that of a veteran mercenary, was certainly not lacking. A magic beast's display of dominance often masked weakness. It signaled that the creature lacked confidence in defeating its opponent and resorted to intimidation to drive them away. Moreover, Alan could never pass up the mountain of gold in this cave. Submit or perish. Alan pointed his spear directly at the Jin Yanning, his expression calm and collected. Kree. Fury flashed in the Jin Yang's eyes as it took to the sky, beating its wings and launching a barrage of sword feathers forged from pure flame toward Alan. Welcome. Alan's fighting spirit surged, meeting the attack with various low-tier combat techniques. If a dragon's breath was its signature move, then sword feathers were the signature technique of raptor magic beasts, highly renowned. Rumble. Explosions rang out repeatedly, churning the treasure within the cave into chaos while destroying much of it. Yet Alan had no time to concern himself with the treasure. The Jin Yang's assault was ferocious, demanding his full concentration. After all, it was a 5th-tier magic beast and not to be underestimated. After a series of clashes, the Jin Yang's aura began to wane. Alan grew puzzled. While raptor magic beasts excelled in aerial combat and explosive power, it seemed unusual for them to tire this quickly. Kree. But the Jin Yang did not give Alan much time to ponder. Having unleashed its sword feathers, it spread its talons and dove from the sky toward Alan. I'm no snake without legs. Alan dodged immediately. The dive was one of the Jin Yang's signature moves. Even a glancing blow would be far from pleasant. Great Meteor Jade Spear. After evading the Jin Yang's dive, Alan seized the moment when it prepared another volley of sword feathers and struck mercilessly. There was a large hole in the cave ceiling, at least 300 meters in diameter, likely the passage used by both the Jin Yang and the fire dragon. To prevent this creature from escaping, he needed to end this quickly. Boom. His great Meteor Jade Spear, released at full power, shattered through the Jin Yang's sword feathers and struck it squarely. The overwhelming dark battle energy sent the Jin Yang crashing from the sky. Still, as a 5th-tier magic beast, its defenses and vitality were exceptionally strong. Despite its injuries, there were no signs it would fall. It merely flapped its wings and rose to its feet, its gaze still cold. At that moment, Alan clearly sensed the ferocity and pride radiating from the Jin Yang and couldn't help but think, now that's what I call a raptor, true eagle spirit. I'll use the great dragon ceiling 5 spears, let my dragon-slaying technique send you on your way. With that thought, Alan's eyes narrowed. His black hole spear became a blur in his hands as he thrust forward with all his might. Tail Spear. Claw Spear. A colossal dragon tail manifested from Alan's body, sweeping down with the force of a raging river and striking the Jin Yang hard. Massive dragon claws followed behind, completely knocking the beast to the ground. Then Alan launched himself into the air, positioning himself directly above the Jin Yang. Heart Spear. Crack. As the spear's energy flared, a cracking sound reached Alan's ears. He watched as the Jin Yang's expression shifted, from icy defiance to desperate pleading. I see. Alan twisted his wrist, driving the heart spear into the adjacent rock wall before pulling back. Cuckoo. The Jin Yang struggled to its feet, emitting a normal communicative call toward Alan, then dragged its severely injured body behind a pile of gold coins. Alan followed but kept his distance. No wonder this Jin Yang was in such poor condition, it had just laid eggs. No wonder it fought to the death instead of fleeing, especially with an escape opening right above. There were 2 eggs in total, one already cracked, hatching within days. The eggs looked rather unusual. Though they glowed red with fire within, they lacked dragon scale patterns. It was impossible to tell whether dragons or eagles would emerge. Coo. The Jin Yanning nuzzled both eggs with its head, then pushed them toward Alan, emitting a mournful cry. Though Alan could not understand magic beast language and had not formed a soul contract with the Jin Yanning, he grasped its intentions clearly. You should care for them yourself. Serve as my mount and I can save you. It's not too late to agree. Alan withdrew a contract scroll and 2 third-tier healing potions from his system space. He had purchased 2 contract scrolls for 2000 gold coins some time ago. These scrolls established soul contracts, essentially master-servant bonds, that high-ranking nobles had long used to control their mounts. They had been meant for Karina and Wendy, but their relationship had progressed too quickly, so they went unused. The Jin Yanning glanced at the contract scroll, then at its unhatched offspring, and finally lowered its proud head to Alan. Coo. Half an hour later. Master, I cannot identify what kind of egg this is. You must have heard that dragons can mate with all creatures, perhaps giving birth to new lineages each time, but what is certain is that a dragon's offspring are born powerful. Wendy, under the wary gaze of the golden flame eagle, carefully examined the 2 eagle eggs, or rather 2 rather peculiar fire dragon eggs. We'll know soon enough. Now time for business. Ai Luan smiled, shifting his attention to the treasure in the cave. Although much of the treasure had been destroyed in the earlier battle, what remained was still more than enough to make him immensely wealthy. What a windfall. Logically, a 5th-tier fire dragon shouldn't have possessed such immense wealth. Dragon society, like human society, honors the strong and requires layers of tribute. This dragon owed its riches to Kali Na. In the dragon nest it was a despised half-blood, but outside it was still a beast of terrifying power in human eyes. Because Kali Na and Wendy were active in the border region, it had followed them to seek revenge. The border had few experts, and once a 5th-tier fire dragon arrived, it found virtually no rivals. Whenever the mood struck, it would seize any territory it wanted, claim any mine it desired, and everything it took became its own. It could plunder not only humans but also beasts. Many greedy monsters existed. Take the golden flame eagle for example. It was a renowned collector of gold, drawn to anything that glowed. Various factors combined to grant the fire dragon such enormous wealth. Ai Luan and Wendy spent a full day sorting through the spoils. All sorts of metal ores, mostly gold and silver with a few metals Ai Luan couldn't recognize, were handed over to Wendy for processing. Those she recognized she melted down, and those she didn't she set aside. Currency, gold, silver and copper coins, Ai Luan stored entirely in his system space. He had just discovered that the system space was surprisingly durable. A mere 1 cubic meter could hold over 100,000 coins. When the final tally was made, the total value of coins, magic cores, gems, antiques, equipment and refined metals came to roughly 13 million gold coins. The metal extracted from ores accounted for the bulk, followed by currency, magic cores and antiques were mere extras. The dragon's inverse scale was also found, a palm-sized crescent-shaped white scale. Aside from its hardness, no special properties were immediately apparent. After Wendy finished refining the metal ores, Ai Luan realized that as long as he didn't include the unrecognizable ores, the system space was more than sufficient. For a moment Ai Luan felt both joy and frustration. He had expected the space to be bursting at the seams, but was that all? Damn it, how could those mountains of gold and silver ore yield so little precious metal? That fire dragon was truly something. Gold and silver mines were worth so little, couldn't it have dug up some gem mines? A mongrel dragon is just a mongrel dragon, pa. Master, these few should be black opal, these seem to be mithril, and this one might be life californium, but I can't be certain. Wendy pointed to the remaining batch of metal ores. There were dozens of pieces, the smallest as large as a millstone, and she wasn't sure what they all were, so she dared not refine them casually. Some magical metals would explode if infused with battle chi or magic, and could only be used after alchemical treatment. No matter, take them all. Ai Luan waved his hand decisively. Of the names Wendy had mentioned, he only recognized mithril, the rest he had never even heard of. He would look them up slowly once he got home. Coo. Coo. At that moment the golden flame eagle gently flapped its wings. Ai Luan had already formed a soul contract with it, so he understood its meaning. It said its injuries had recovered somewhat and it could carry the ores. Drink this and then we'll set off. AI Luan tossed a third-tier healing potion into the golden flame eagle's beak, then began moving the metal ores with his battle chi. There were still many items in the cave such as exquisite furniture and decorations, but those had been scorched in the fight, so AI Luan only pried off the gold, silver and gems. Once everything was ready, AI Luan had Wendy bring all the harvested beast eggs and signaled the golden flame eagle to take off. Scree! The golden flame eagle let out a cry and shot into the sky. The tunnel above the cave twisted and turned, finally connecting to the volcano's crater. The crater was spewing lava at the moment the golden flame eagle wrapped itself in magical energy, plunged directly into the magma and was carried out by the eruption. Finally out. The dim vista greeted his eyes and AI Luan stretched comfortably. He had spent 4 days inside the volcano, today was already the 5th day. Coo. No sooner had they emerged from the crater than the golden flame eagle cooed a warning to AI Luan. AI Luan's eyes turned cold. He held the black hole spear before him, erupted with dark battle chi and shouted coldly, "Get lost or die." Roar, scree, as AI Luan's voice rang out, several beastly roars echoed from all directions. Clearly the battle between AI Luan and the golden flame eagle had drawn the attention of many nearby beasts. The fire dragon hadn't returned home for nearly 3 months, and now its lair was invaded without it appearing, leading many beasts to covet the dragon's nest. Who wouldn't want the best territory? AI Luan's intimidation was still effective, or rather the nearby beasts were quite clever. The fire dragon's territory wasn't going anywhere. Since AI Luan and the golden flame eagle were clearly leaving, they could simply fight over the dragon's territory afterward, no need to stir up trouble now. Once the golden flame eagle had flown a distance, roars and bellows erupted behind them. AI Luan looked back and saw several 5th-tier early-stage beasts locked in battle at the foot of the volcano. The scene was spectacular. Flames and lava exploded again and again like the end of the world. Tisk. AI Luan shook his head. Such was the nature of profit. For beasts a better territory meant richer elemental energy, making training twice as efficient, worth risking their lives for. But the same logic applied to humans. If he ever fell, Alvis County would surely be overrun as well. Who wouldn't covet the wealth of the Alvis family? Honey. Once the golden flame eagle was far from the battlefield, AI Luan had it circle the area and shouted all around, "Honey, time to go home." After about a minute a white light appeared in the distance. Honey flew over at incredible speed with berry stains still around its mouth. Clearly it had just eaten. Nay, Honey was a bit frightened when it approached the golden flame eagle, but after AI Luan's introduction it quickly grew friendly and even rubbed its face against the eagle. The golden flame eagle gave a slight tilt of its head, acknowledging the greeting. In truth, even without AI Luan the golden flame eagle would not have harmed Honey. Unicorns had excellent affinity with beasts, they never participated in conflicts and would even use their light power to heal injured beasts, purifying toxins or curses. Apart from evil beasts and humans, no creature would actively attack a unicorn. 5 days later. Alan crossed the forest of 100 Valleys and returned to Alvis County. The golden flame eagle flew extremely fast, a journey estimated to take 8 or 9 days it completed in 5. This was despite its injury, otherwise it could have done it in 2 or 3 days. Alan calculated carefully, this trip had taken him over half a month. It took 5 days to reach the Ria region, 3 days to enter the lava mountain range, 5 days inside the volcano and 5 days to return, totaling 18 days. It was much smoother than planned. Not only could he make it in time for Charlotte and Irene's due dates, but also his own 20th birthday. The arrival of the golden flame eagle attracted much attention. As a 5th-tier golden flame eagle it didn't even need to release its magic or aura, just its wingspan of over 300 meters was enough to terrify a crowd. To avoid causing panic, Alan had the golden flame eagle lower its altitude, show itself and greet the commoners before heading to the family castle. Returning home was much better. Compared to the low-level commoners, the knights had much keener eyesight. They were about to form up when they saw Alan and Wendy on the golden flame eagle's back. After a moment of surprise they quickly resumed their patrol. Alan had the golden flame eagle fly directly into the inner castle, landing in the garden closest to the residential area. "From now on you will live here. The unicorn also lives here, with its company your offspring will be very healthy. Later I will set up an elemental array for you." The golden flame eagle quickly nodded, actively using magic to move the items on its back to the ground, then started chatting with Honey, asking Honey to introduce the place. Wendy used magic to take the metal ores and the fire rat leather bag, then followed Alan out of the garden. Avril and the other women had higher cultivation than the family knights. They spotted Alan from far away and were now gathered outside the garden waiting. Alan. Lord Alan. First Avril, then Irene and Tina lined up in order of entry to hug Alan. Don't worry, I'm fine. Alan turned around to let his wives see he was unharmed, then lowered his voice. This trip yielded great gains. Follow me. The women all knew what Alan's goal was for this trip. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, they immediately knew he had succeeded. Curious about the fire dragon's treasure, they quickly followed. Ao, as they passed the living room, Fluffy ran out from inside and leaped toward Alan. Alan caught Fluffy with a smile and weighed it in his hands. A dragon is a dragon. In just over half a month it had grown from 3 to 5 gene to 30 to 50 gene. Moreover, its fur was starting to shed and its wings were bulging from its back. Although still very cute, it was gradually developing a dragon's might. Fluffy missed you very much. In the first few days after you left, it thought about sneaking out every day. Avril rubbed Fluffy's head and said with a smile. Jessica, held by Avril, reached out her hand wanting to touch Fluffy, babbling, "Iya." Seeing that Jessica only had eyes for Fluffy, Alan shook his head and smiled. Pity my precious daughter doesn't miss me. She doesn't know what mother and father are yet. Avril laughed heartily, gently kissed Jessica's cheek, then swapped Jessica and Fluffy. Let's go to the treasure room. Alan also kissed Jessica's cheek, and as he spoke he looked at Avril. After receiving a confirming look from Avril, he led the way to the treasure room. When they reached the door of the treasure room, Alan turned around. This is the true treasure room of the Alvis family. Everything of the family is inside. Perhaps in other noble families mistresses are not qualified to access the family treasure room, but here there are no mistresses of Count Alvis, only lovers of Count Alvis. This is the home of all of us. You are all my wings. Everything I have is yours. I hide nothing from you. But what you are about to see belongs only to our family. I hope you will all keep it secret. This is very important for this family. After Alan finished, Avril feigned impatience and pushed Alan. Alan, hurry up and open the door. I can't wait to know what you've gained. As for secrecy, you don't need to worry. My sisters are not fools. Everything here belongs to us. Of course we can't let others know. Hearing Alan and Avril's words, the women were all deeply moved. Even Shirley was no exception. Although she was the most beloved daughter of Marquis Goya, she had never been qualified to enter the family treasure room. Click. With a crisp sound, Alan opened the treasure room door and led the women in. Coming to the empty treasure room again, Alan's mood was completely different. Soon it would be a little more crowded. What a beautiful tree. I sense magic. This soil smells strange. After entering the treasure room, the women looked around and finally all focused on the flame origin tree. There was nothing unusual around. It held currency, magic cores and other valuables very much fitting their imagination of a treasure room, except for the 3-meter-tall flame origin tree, which was rather special. Clatter. Just as they were about to get a closer look at the flame origin tree, a crisp clattering sound came from all around, then grew increasingly rapid. Turning their heads, their vision was completely taken over by gold. Countless gold, silver and copper coins appeared out of thin air, mixed with many magic cores, gems and other treasures piling up into a mountain in one corner of the treasure room. Seeing this, the women were stunned, mouths agape, frozen in place. After finishing placing the monetary gains, Alan took out the magical beast materials with the fire dragon's bloodline and arranged them one by one on the table beside the flame origin tree's bed. Wendy also began to organize, placing the brought back metal ores in the corner, taking out the magical beast eggs from the fire rat leather bag and arranging them neatly on the ground. This is what I gained from this trip. Holding Jessica, Alan faced his wives and said solemnly, a large number of magical beast corpses containing the fire dragon's bloodline. Treasures with a total value of around 13 million gold coins. 2 sub-dragon eggs, 11 earth dragon eggs and 42 magical beast eggs. All these magical beast eggs have the fire dragon's bloodline. Finally, the 5th-tier golden flame eagle in the garden, my mount. It was once the fire dragon's mate and recently laid 2 magical beast eggs. The treasure room fell completely silent. The women were utterly stunned by Alan's words, frozen stiff, staring blankly at Alan. After a long while, Avril came to her senses and asked excitedly, Alan, is all this true? I swear by Jessica's name. Alan's lips curled up and he turned sideways, making a gesture of invitation. Avril gasped, then rushed into the pile of gold coins, scooping them up and scattering them everywhere. This act completely ignited the scene. All of Alan's wives followed Avril's lead, scooping up gold coins to bathe themselves in a golden shower. Even Maucho bounded over and began digging through the coins. Alan stood there, a gentle smile on his face, watching quietly. Though the gold coins were not the most significant gain, they were the most abundant, and among them were many gold ingots refined by Wendy, creating the most spectacular sight. When he first entered the dragon's lair, he too had eyes only for the gold, his mind filled with the word mountain of gold. Even now the thought sent a thrill through him. A total value of 13 million gold coins. This number was so staggering that it was not an exaggeration to say it rivaled a nation's wealth. No one could remain calm in the face of such a figure. Master, is that the dragon origin tree? Wendy gazed at the flame origin tree with intense curiosity, wanting to touch it but afraid to approach, for the tree was fire attributed and she happened to possess the bloodline of a fire dragon. Yes, have you seen it before? My mother has. She saw several of them in the ancestral lair of that fire dragon. Alan was speechless for a moment. He glanced at Karina, who was digging for magic cores in the pile of gold coins, and silently thought that fools had the best luck. The dragon lair that Karina had once seen housed dragons of 5 attributes with more than 20 dragons in total. That was a true dragon lair of the draconic race. The lair he had plundered a few days ago was merely a small dragon cave. But precisely because of that he had been able to reap such abundant rewards. As for the dozens of beast eggs, for an ordinary person to see so many at once, they would truly have to venture into a real dragon lair. Dragons were social creatures, if those that were solitary were either exiled from the lair or powerful enough to roam the world freely. For him to encounter a lone fire dragon with an impure bloodline was truly a stroke of immense luck. Take care of Jessica for me. Alan handed Jessica over to Wendy. This time he had harvested quite a few beast corpses containing the fire dragon bloodline. He wanted to try using them as fertilizer for the flame origin tree. After a few experiments, Alan found that it worked. When he buried the beast corpses in the ground, the flame origin tree lit up and even swayed its branches, just as it had reacted when fed fire dragon blood. However, the reaction came quickly and faded just as fast. The flame origin tree soon returned to stillness, perhaps because the fire dragon bloodline in the fertilizer was not pure enough. But impure was fine. If quality was lacking, quantity would make up for it. As long as there was any effect at all, it was a gain. This time he had killed so many beasts that he had slaughtered most of the fire dragon's clan. Even the leftovers from Wendy's meals would be enough to sustain the flame origin tree for a long time. 5 minutes later, Alan's wives gradually came to their senses from the shock. Alan beckoned them to gather around and announced, starting today each of you will have your monthly allowance raised to 1,000 gold coins. In addition, this tree needs to be fertilized every day. As for what this tree is and how to fertilize it, Avril will tell you later. Also, regarding these beast eggs, the 2 largest and reddest ones are sub-dragon eggs. You may keep them for yourselves. The rest will be awarded to outstanding members of the Knight Order. His words were met with cheers. But this time no one paid attention to the gold coins. Instead, they all turned to look at the 2 sub-dragon eggs placed on the ground. Sub-dragons were the strongest creatures beneath true dragons, closely resembling dragons in appearance and generally possessing dragon wings. They could be considered a degenerated form of dragons, yet still held immense potential. Once those 2 sub-dragons hatched along with Maucho, there would be 3 flying dragons in the household, a fact that would terrify anyone who heard it. As for the earth dragons and other beast eggs containing the fire dragon bloodline, no one cared. It wasn't that they were weak, but having played with the little ice dragon every day and now possessing 2 sub-dragon eggs, everyone's standards had risen. Crawling beasts no longer seemed impressive. Aoo. Maucho bounced around as if springs were attached to its legs, then hopped proudly between the 2 sub-dragon eggs and placed one paw on top of one egg. Seeing its comical posture, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Alan walked over and rubbed Maucho's head, chuckling, Maucho, from now on they will be your little brothers. Teach them well, got it? Aoo. Whether Maucho understood or not, it shook its head, licked each of the 2 sub-dragon eggs in turn, then burrowed back into the pile of gold coins, provoking another round of laughter. 10 minutes later, Alan left the treasure chamber with the remaining beast eggs and a batch of fire-attributed magic cores. He had said everything that needed to be said. Avril would handle the rest. Now he had to arrange the distribution of the beast eggs. 53 beast eggs, among which 11 were earth dragon eggs. The remaining 42, though not dragon eggs, all possessed the fire dragon bloodline and were valuable items. Spike, Jerry and the Knight Commanders. On the way to the outer fortress, Alan had already figured out how to distribute these beast eggs. The 2 deputy commanders and the 9 earliest knight commanders would each receive 1 earth dragon egg. Originally there were 10 knight commanders, but the commander of the 5th squad had fallen in battle during a goblin attack long ago. As for the remaining beast eggs, he would leave them to Spike and Jerry to arrange. This summons sent Spike and Jerry into ecstasy, nearly fainting from excitement. Earth dragon eggs. An earth dragon was still a dragon. Before long they would become dragon knights. Amid their excitement, Spike and Jerry proposed many suggestions, such as centralizing the care of the beast eggs in the outer fortress for now, postponing the allocation of eggs, and evaluating the members of the Knight Order. Alan agreed to all of them. As the Lord, he only concerned himself with the broad direction, leaving the details to his subordinates. That night Alan yawned as he entered the master bedroom. He hadn't had a peaceful sleep in over half a month. Today he was determined to sleep until the world turned dark. The next morning, Alan woke up gently, twisting his slightly stiff neck. He lay still for a moment. When sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, he stretched and got out of bed to dress. Time to go to work. Yesterday when he summoned Spike and Jerry, Tom also came along, saying there were many matters that needed his final decision. Arriving at the outer castle, Tom was already waiting in the council chamber. Tom's 3 sons were also there, his eldest son Butch, second son Lightning, and third son Tops. Speak, what is it? Alan sat on the chair with his eyes closed, resting. Karina and Wendy stood on either side, thoughtfully massaging his temples. Tom placed a thick stack of vellum on the table and reported, "My Lord Earl, these are purchase requests for land. Half are nobles, half are commoner merchants. They all want to settle in your county town even though its construction hasn't even begun." Alan nodded and then asked, "Have they stated their requirements?" "Yes." Tom immediately replied, "As you instructed, each plot of land for sale is no larger than half a hectare, and we only sell the usage rights while retaining ownership." Some disagree, but more agree. They wish to purchase plots close to your castle and buy usage rights for over 100 years at once. Finally, the Mercenary Guild informed me that the regional chairman will relocate from William County Town to your county town, but requires a plot of land with permanent usage rights no smaller than those of the major churches. When Tom finished, Alan opened his eyes. The family castle was about to be fully completed, and next would be the county town. However, the construction of the county town was rather troublesome. Even the selection of residents alone required careful screening. To make his domain develop better, he aimed to build a county town that all Southerners would clamor to settle in. He considered for a moment. Alan took out a map, drew a few circles, and handed it to Tom. "The core is the castle. The first ring is reserved for family members, including but not limited to administrators and knights, as well as allied families. Grant them usage rights directly. The second ring. Land for churches and guilds, 2 hectares each. Reserve a little more for family rewards, and the rest can be sold. The third and fourth rings are not urgent. First settle the residents of the original Qinshui town, then open up to the commoners of the other small towns. As for who ultimately gets the land and what it's used for, I think you know how to control it. If there are problems, go to Spike and Jerry. Alvis County is your domain." Tom smiled slightly and bowed respectfully. "As for those who disagree with only buying usage rights," Alan laughed contemptuously, "then let them get lost. There are plenty of people who want to be our neighbors." "Of course, my lord." Tom showed a proud expression and unconsciously straightened his back. "Those people simply don't understand. The current Alvis family no longer needs to negotiate conditions with anyone, at least in the Ace region." With that, Tom stepped back. His 3 sons stepped forward and reported in turn. "My Lord Earl, the total population of the domain has reached 350000, of which 110000 are wilderness refugees accepted after your promotion to Earl. My Lord Earl, I have made the allocations. Once the castle and domain walls are completed, the population of each of the 12 towns will exceed 25000. My Lord Earl, yesterday I received intelligence that a group of demon cultists is aggressively recruiting followers in the Tucker Wasteland. They have declared that they will rule the Tucker Wasteland and then subdue you, the Dragon Slayer Knight." "Oh." Hearing Tops's words, Alan asked with interest, "Do you know where they came from?" "They are Wasteland natives, my lord. This information came from recently accepted wilderness refugees. They said that those demon cultists were originally ordinary wastelanders, but for some reason they suddenly gained great power. In just 2 months those demon cultists have occupied nearly half of the wasteland. The reason this news hasn't spread is that those demon cultists do not enslave the wastelanders, on the contrary they have helped them, saying they want to create a world of equality for all. So many wastelanders support them and have kept it secret voluntarily. It wasn't until those demon cultists declared they would rule the Tucker Wasteland and invade Alvis County that many wastelanders were terrified and they fled the Tucker Wasteland, causing the news to spread. It was only then that they were labeled as demon cultists. Previously they were called the Free Church. Top spoke slowly, all the while watching Alan's expression. But he was overthinking. Alan was not at all angered by this, instead he listened with great interest. That's rather interesting. Alan leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his hand. This didn't sound like demon cultists at all, rather it had a hint of heroism. However, such ideas in this world would be considered heresy by all nobles, an absolute path to doom. Want to invade Alvis County and subdue him? Let them try. Thankfully they only want to create a world of equality, not a world with Lynn or a world without pain. Otherwise he would have to call for help. Alan dismissed the random thoughts in his mind and casually waved his hand. As long as they don't come to Alvis County we don't need to bother with them. Just keep an eye on them. Butch, once the castle and domain walls are completed immediately register them and fulfill my promise. Lightning, once the castle and domain walls are completed immediately start the construction of the county town. Tom, the construction of the outer castle doesn't need that many people. Transfer some to build the churches and guilds and get them settled as soon as possible. Alright, go about your duties. Yes, my Lord Earl. At noon Alan summoned Spike and Jerry again, instructing them to finalize the selection of Night Order members as soon as possible and register all those who should be registered. Those not registered were still mere passers-by receiving no rewards. The refugees could be tolerated, but they couldn't be absorbed casually, and with such a large number even registration would take a while. The knights were different, at most there were just shy of 1,000 of them. As long as their cultivation met the standards they could be registered directly. First secure the rewards and take it slow with training. After finishing his official duties Alan devoted all his spare time to Shirley. It was obvious even to a fool that Shirley was jealous. He had been away from home for over half a month and upon returning he barely exchanged a few words before plunging into work. That evening he didn't even show his face. If it were up to Avril's arrangement Shirley wouldn't have gotten her turn for several days. Sundra as she was feeling still existed. That was why Shirley came early this morning to make her presence known, trying to catch his attention. Alan told Karina and Wendy not to follow and led Shirley into the bell tower. The bell tower was the family library, the tallest building in the castle, situated at the center of the inner fortress. The top floor was a spacious observation deck complete with a bedroom, living room, washroom and everything else one could need. The walls and ceiling were made of clear crystal, allowing one to see out from the inside while remaining invisible from the outside. Due to its height of over 200 meters the view was exceptionally vast. With Alan's cultivation, standing here allowed him to take in the entire castle scenery. If not for the inconvenience of going up and down and the distance from the treasure vault, this would have been the ideal choice for the Lord's residence. What did you bring me here for? When alone with Alan, Shirley relaxed considerably, her expressions and words natural though her Tsundra attitude remained undiminished. I've been a bit tired lately and wanted to unwind. I hope you can stay with me, just you alone. How about we rest here tonight? Alan put on a weary look, wrapping his arm around Shirley as they sat on a sofa upholstered with the fur of a tiger-type magical beast. Shirley's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly smoothed them, saying in a casual tone, "You've already decided, so why ask me?" Hearing this, Alan covered his mouth with his left hand to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his lips. Shirley's words meant, yes. You are different, you are special in my eyes. Alan gently caressed Shirley's cheek, then leaned in for a kiss. After the passionate kiss, Shirley pursed her lips, averted her gaze from Alan and looked out the window, saying, Think what you will. I'll just consider this a visit to enjoy the view. The location is passable. You know I'm special. This is a good place, bring me here often from now on. Alan responded softly, removed his and Shirley's shoes and held her as they fully reclined on the sofa. The snowscape was indeed beautiful. Heavy snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, each tiny snowflake dancing in various poses, gently adhering to the crystal roof before being blown off by the wind. Attribute magic core's power to continue their new journey. At this moment Alan felt a profound peace, his heart completely calm. It had been nearly 20 years since he crossed over. Most of that time had been consumed by cultivation and trivial matters, leaving his mind muddled. He couldn't remember when he had last emptied his thoughts. This winter he would try to be idle. As the snowflakes slowly fell, Alan's thoughts drifted away with them. After an unknown amount of time, Shirley noticed the snow had stopped. She was about to get up but stopped upon realizing that Alan had fallen asleep. Honestly, if you were really that tired, you shouldn't have indulged so much last night. Seeing the trace of fatigue on Alan's face, Shirley muttered through gritted teeth, yet her heart ached with concern. Gently extricating herself from Alan's embrace, she walked into the adjacent bedroom, fetched a woolen blanket and tenderly covered him with it. But soon Shirley pulled the blanket back. After a moment of hesitation, she gently kissed Alan's cheek, then lay back in his arms, covering both of them with the blanket. The next morning, Alan and Shirley, who had slept in each other's arms, were startled awake by Anne's calls. Alan immediately sprang out of bed, but after looking around he found nothing amiss, no unusual events in the surrounding area. Alan let out a sigh of relief and turned to Anne, asking, "And what's wrong?" "One of the golden flame eagle's eggs has hatched. But the hatchling looks strange, no dragon scales, no feathers. It's not like a dragon or an eagle, it's bald like a roasted chicken." And pointed toward the garden, speaking hurriedly. "The offspring of a fire dragon and a golden flame eagle. If it wasn't a dragon, at least it could be an eagle." But it was neither, which deeply disappointed her. Roasted chicken. Alan frowned and immediately began to dress. No wonder all his wives were gathered in the garden, he had thought they were enjoying the snow together. Shirley also got up quickly, and together with Alan and they rushed to the garden. "Alan! Lord Alan!" When Alan arrived, Avril and the others bowed in greeting while making way, allowing Alan to see the first hatchling of the golden flame eagle directly. Seeing the golden flame eagle hatchling slowly nibbling on its eggshell, Alan was taken aback at first, then quickly stepped forward and crouched down to observe carefully. Externally it looked like a featherless eagle. Its wings were relatively broad, its legs thick and sturdy, and it had two sharply angled horns on its head. It had a bit of a pterosaur feel, but the little creature's skin was extremely hard, covered with many wrinkled lines. Beneath the wrinkles a dark red glow pulsed, as if not blood but magma flowed through its veins. A cinematic image flashed through Alan's mind. He patted the little one's head and said with a smile, "Little one, how about I call you La Dun? I hope you can become a legend." "Coo coo coo." Seeing Alan smile, the golden flame eagle understood that its child was fine and let out an excited cry. Avril held Jessica as she walked over to Alan and asked curiously, "Alan, do you know what kind of magical beast this is?" "I don't know. Maybe Wendy was right, dragons can mate with all creatures and each time might give birth to a new lineage. This could be a new kind of magical beast. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that it has the bloodline of a fire dragon. No matter what it looks like, it will grow into a powerful magical beast." Alan concealed his guess, his heart filled with wonder. It looked exactly like the legendary La Dun. Could it really grow into the kind of super monster from the movies? If so, that would be awesome. It possessed supersonic speed, could create storms, and the sonic booms generated during low-altitude flight were strong enough to destroy a city. It had geothermal armor forged by magma, carrying a temperature of over 1,000 degrees, with defense so strong that ordinary missiles couldn't even breach it. It was immune to fire and could spew flames and magma. Although the legendary Rodden was effortlessly dominated by Godzilla in the movie, that does not diminish its formidable power. Now let's see if this little one has what it takes. Its sibling was the same, with cracks already appearing on the eggshell and an expected hatching within a month. As he pondered, Alan felt a pang of annoyance and turned his gaze toward the golden flame eagle. What a disappointment. You're a bird, and a golden one at that, how can you not produce a golden-winged rock? Coo coo coo. Meeting Alan's stare, the golden flame eagle tilted its head, then swiftly turned away. It sensed a deep malevolence but had no proof of it. At that moment the furball leaped from Irene's arms to the ground, strutting proudly with delicate little steps toward young Rodden, and patted its head with a claw. Startled, young Rodden dared not even eat the eggshell and wrapped itself in its wings. Yet the fear vanished within 3 seconds, and it met the furball's gaze again, hesitantly flapping its wings. Sizzle. Several drops of magma appeared on young Rodden's wings, hissing into wisps of white smoke as they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Alan finally nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this courage alone made it worth nurturing. Magical beasts bold enough to talk back to a higher realm dragon numbered only a handful in the entire world, usually encountered solely in beast homes. Seeing young Rodden so clueless, the furball grew furious, tilting its head, glaring with wide eyes and baring its teeth as it locked horns with the little creature. It was determined to teach this bald little bird exactly whose territory this was. Whimper. As the furball bumped against its forehead, surging cold swept over its entire body, freezing young Rodden solid. It shrank its head back and lowered it submissively. Satisfied at last, the furball licked the top of young Rodden's head, then hopped back into Irene's arms. TSK, everyone laughed at the scene. The beast tome was right, female dragons were far fiercer than males. In the following days the outer fortress of the family castle buzzed with activity. The reason was that Alan's 20th birthday was approaching. Originally he had wanted only a simple banquet, a family dinner and drinks with his trusted retainers, but his strength and status made it impossible to stay low-key. A group of prospective fathers-in-law led by Joe arrived a week early with their congratulations. Marquis Goya also showed great respect, though he did not come in person, he sent his heir instead. A throng of barons, viscounts and prominent merchants arrived with their entire families, pledging loyalty with gifts each more lavish than the last. Left with no choice, Alan cut his vacation short and switched into socializing mode. Since everyone had shown him great courtesy, he could not afford to be discourteous in return. Under Avril's careful management, the birthday banquet, whose preparations alone took a full week, commenced before the eyes of over 300 guests. The celebration lasted an entire day, stretching from midday into the early hours of the next morning. At the same time, Alan sent the family merchant caravan through the territory, distributing tens of thousands of barrels of Pilsner and countless wheat loaves for free, earning himself a nice wave of goodwill. As a keyboard warrior who had lived through the age of public opinion, Alan always understood the importance of reputation. Public sentiment was a form of nuclear weapon. The only pity was that the system was too stingy. An increase in the clan leader's prestige, how was that not a way to strengthen the family? After the birthday banquet ended, the lively atmosphere inside the family castle faded, replaced by one of tension. Irene and Charlotte were about to give birth. On a snowy night the system notification sounded twice within 2 hours. Detected an increase in family population. This offspring's battle chi aptitude is bronze grade, magic aptitude is high grade with an overall rating of bronze grade. Congratulations host, you have received 1 15-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 10-year magic cultivation card, 1 5th tier battle skill exchange card, 1 3rd tier staff exchange card and 1 bronze grade battle chi aptitude enhancement card. Detected an increase in family population. This offspring's battle chi aptitude is high grade, magic aptitude is bronze grade with an overall rating of bronze grade. Congratulations host, you have received 1 10-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 15-year magic cultivation card, 1 5th tier magic exchange card, 1 3rd tier knight suit exchange card and 1 bronze grade magic aptitude enhancement card. Their aptitudes and ratings were exactly as expected. Alan's battle chi aptitude and magic cultivation were both bronze grade, so his children would generally inherit at least 1 bronze grade aptitude. After all, his wives were all exceptional too. Aside from Freya, whose aptitudes were only intermediate in both aspects, nearly everyone possessed an advanced grade aptitude. The rewards he received were neither high nor low, quite standard. In total, 25 years of battle chi cultivation, 25 years of magic cultivation, 1 5th tier battle skill card, 1 5th tier magic card, 1 3rd tier suit card and 1 3rd tier staff card. There were also 2 bronze grade aptitude enhancement cards, 1 each for battle chi and magic. Receiving another aptitude enhancement card confirmed Alan's speculation about the system's reward mechanics. If you wanted to raise your talents, you just had to have more children. Before Irene and Charlotte rested, Alan named his 2 sons. The firstborn from Irene was Bruno and the second son from Charlotte was Bernal. The former name meant handsome while the latter meant resilient. This time Alan had experience, so although he was still nervous and excited, he was far less flustered than when Jessica was born, arranging everything methodically. After chatting briefly with Irene and Charlotte, he left once they said they wanted to sleep. Arriving at the top of the bell tower, Alan took out the system rewards. He took out the cultivation cards only to put them away again. 25 years of cultivation each was nothing more than a toothpick's worth of filling against his current realm. First was the 5th tier battle skill card. Alan chose Dark Seal. This was a suppression technique akin to a formation capable of sealing the opponent's battle chi and magic upon activation, useful both for fighting above one's realm and for crushing weaker foes. After all, it matched his innate attribute. He had already equipped a 6th tier weapon, so a 5th tier battle skill had to keep pace. As for the 5th tier magic card, he ultimately chose Star Phantom. Star Phantom was a space attribute magic that drew upon the light of the sun, moon and stars to condense a phantom barrier that blocked enemies while confusing them with shifting light and shadow. It was a composite spell that served both defense and control, which he could use himself and also teach his wives for self-protection. The third-tier suit card and third-tier staff card, however, were far less remarkable. He simply picked whatever items he wanted and tossed them into the outer fortress's treasure vault, leaving the arrangements to Spike. Alan was certainly not short on money now. As for third-tier equipment, each of his wives had 2 sets to rotate between. Even the Night Order's chief, deputy chief and head knights all used third-tier night suits. The real obstacle was advancing further. From 4th-tier upward, equipment had no fixed market price and was incredibly difficult to procure. Even with connections, it was impossible to buy in bulk. That was why Alan had been so eager to recruit alchemists and enchanters. There were so many idle magical metals and magic cores lying around, they had to be converted into family strength as quickly as possible. As for the 2 aptitude cards, he simply used them on the spot. He had not ascended to silver grade aptitude, but his battle chi aptitude was close. Perhaps one more bronze grade card would do it, while his magic aptitude was still 2 cards away. Though he rarely cultivated these days, aptitude directly influenced bloodline inheritance, making it vitally important. On the 3rd day after achieving the children of both genders achievement, a piece of bad news arrived, igniting Alan's fury to its peak. At dawn, the northern part of Qingshui town was attacked by magical beasts and the newly built Alves dock was completely destroyed. This incident was extremely severe. The family castle was located in the center of Qingshui town and the northern part was the castle's rear. To have the headquarters kicked in the backside, how could this be tolerated? Moreover, Alan had built that dock to connect the Solon region in the north of the Ace region. The Solon region was a renowned forging area within the Shu Sea Duchy where the finest mages and the best equipment were born. Alan had long coveted mages. The dock, which had taken 3 months to build, had been anticipated for a full 3 months, only to be flattened by magical beasts in one morning. Who could bear that? Fight, he must fight. The moment he received the news, Alan mounted the Golden Flame Eagle and set off, taking only Shirley with him. What kind of magical beast did this? Upon arrival, Alan found Robin Hood, the knight commander of the first squad which was responsible for patrolling Qingshui town. I apologize, Count. When I arrived, the attackers had already left. There were many witnesses, but they all said it was still dark and they couldn't see the attackers' true faces. However, the clues point to mermaids. Please give me 3 days, Count. I will resolve this within 3 days. Robin Hood said with a heavy face, his heart seething with hatred for those magical beasts. He had been with the Alves family for 6 years, ranking only behind Spike and Jerry in the Night Order. That was why the core patrol duty of the territory had been entrusted to him. To guard the Lord's headquarters was a great honor. And yet he had allowed the headquarters to be attacked without even identifying the attackers, an unforgivable mistake. Bring the witnesses to me. Hearing that there were no clues at all, Alan became both wary and intrigued. This dock was no small affair, a 10,000-ton dock with a shoreline of 3 kilometers. To destroy such a large dock in an extremely short time meant the attackers were not weak. Before long, Robin Hood brought all the witnesses before Alan. There were 13 in total, all fishermen. Greetings, Count Alves. Seeing Alan himself, the witnesses hurriedly bowed. Alan waved his hand. No need for formalities. Tell me what happened this morning. I need the detailed process, including what sounds you heard and what shadows you saw. At Alan's question, the fishermen immediately recounted everything they knew. Count, about an hour before sunrise we were preparing to fish on Qingshui Lake. Before we were ready, huge waves appeared on the shore. They were about 5 meters high and came very fast. They knocked us down instantly. When we got up, many water columns appeared on the shore. The light was dim and we didn't see how the water columns appeared, but we could be sure there were many of them coming from different directions. When the water columns appeared, we also heard singing, a woman's voice. Then we became dazed as if drunk. When we came to, the dock was already destroyed, even the foundation had collapsed. I understand. You may go. Alan nodded thoughtfully, tossing 2 gold coins to each fisherman, then walked to the shore. Shirley followed behind Alan and said with certainty, the song of a sea demon. Your knight was right, this was done by mermaids. Water columns from many different positions indicate a large number of mermaids, but they are not strong because the magical traces here were washed away by the river in just an hour. Robin Hood waited behind, giving Shirley a thumbs up. The clues were quite obvious, coming from the water controlling water and emitting mind-affecting sounds through singing, only mermaids could do that. So it seems. Alan toyed with a gold coin, his gaze falling on the river. So it seemed, but the truth might not be so. Both Shirley and Robin Hood had missed the most important point. Mermaids were in a dire situation now, their only dream being survival. How could they dare to stir up trouble everywhere? Could it be that some other creature had intended to attack the place, but the mermaids had stopped them, actually saving the fishermen? Something with a poor relationship with humans, acting recklessly and with abilities similar to mermaids. Fishmen. Both mermaids and fishmen were aquatic races. Mermaids, mer, before maid, were half-human half-fish, the legendary sea maidens. Fishmen, fish, before man, were fish-bodied with human legs like the bomber, in his memory. The river beside the dock was called Qingshui River, which led to Qingshui Lake after 10 kilometers by water, and the lake's end connected to the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea was once the territory of the Atlantis Empire, ruled by the mermaid race. Later the land-based Sumer Empire and Lemuria Empire went to war, and both sought to ally with the Atlantis Empire. The Atlantis Empire split at that point. The radical faction led by the fishmen supported the instigator of the war, the Lemuria Empire. The conservative faction led by the mermaid supported the counterattacker, the Sumer Empire. That war had no winners, if the Sumer and Lemuria empires both suffered heavy losses and split into several kingdoms. Atlantis was much the same, splitting into two kingdoms. The Mermaid Kingdom lost the Fishman's top combat power, while the Fishman Kingdom lost the Mermaid's mercantile genius and emotional mastery. As time passed, the more combat-capable Fishman Kingdom gradually conceived the idea of annexing the Mermaid Kingdom. Now it was the turn of the two aquatic kingdoms to seek help from the human kingdoms. Several major human kingdoms expressed willingness to act, but instead of becoming rivals, they all chose to stand on the side of the Mermaid Kingdom. Because mermaids had lower combat power, posed less threat, and were easier to control. Mermaids store grain, I store guns. Mermaids are my granary. Fishmen were different, ferociously strong with extremely greedy and ruthless natures likely to attack the land at any moment. The outcome was obvious. The Fishman Kingdom suffered a crushing defeat, nearly to the point of extinction. Thus fishmen regarded mermaids and humans as mortal enemies, vowing endless vengeance, retreating into the shadows and using every means to retaliate. Humans living on land suffered less from the revenge. Mermaids faced the bloodiest retaliation. Over countless years the Mermaid Kingdom was gone, and even maintaining a tribal scale became difficult, because once the population grew they risked being discovered by fishmen. If it really is fishmen. I don't mind playing the celestial dragon for once. Alan flipped his palm, and 2 gold coins were instantly crushed into spheres by dark chi, then shot into the river, exploding into a huge splash. That evening, instead of returning to the castle for the night, Alan dispatched the Golden Flame Eagle to deliver a message home, while he and Shirley stood guard directly at the dock. Regardless of whether the culprit who destroyed the dock was a fishman or a mermaid, there was only one motive: they did not want a dock to exist here. Thus Alan reasoned that the perpetrator must reside in this waterway, which was why they did not wish for any vessels to traverse it. To lure the culprit out, he had summoned craftsmen during the day to hastily repair the dock and drive numerous foundation piles. The commotion of driving piles, which lasted an entire day, would surely attract the culprit's attention. If his conjecture about the motive was correct, then the culprit would definitely return. Late at night. The water's surface shimmered with countless stars, hazy and indistinct, enveloped in an utterly serene atmosphere. Only the occasional gentle breeze stirred, creating natural ripples. Alan sat atop the roof of a wooden cabin, carefully observing the water. Shirley stood beside him, arms crossed, and spoke languidly. "It seems your guess was wrong. Those mermaids probably won't come, since they've already achieved their goal." Alan shook his head. "It's only a preliminary achievement. Their target was to destroy the dock, but I can continue rebuilding it. If they don't take new action, then their morning's efforts will have been meaningless. And the question now is whether they'll come tonight." Shirley shrugged. She admitted that Alan's reasoning was sound, but the current reality was that nothing. Wait. What was that? Dozens of ripples appeared on the distant water surface, drawing closer to the dock. Something was approaching from beneath the water. The answer is that they will come tonight, and they have already arrived. Alan also noticed the disturbance on the water. With a light flick of his hand he summoned dark do chi, enveloping both himself and Shirley, vanishing into the moonlight. Seconds later, nearly 100 fishmen, each bearing various fish heads atop humanoid bodies, slowly emerged from the water, finally standing on the surface. "Damn humans, they're building the dock again. Fools. No matter how many times they rebuild, we can easily destroy it. Let me repeat, this mission is to teach these lowly creatures a lesson so they never dare set foot in the waters again. I can't wait any longer. Let's begin. The fishmen muttered among themselves, their ugly fish faces twisted in bloodthirsty grins eerily illuminated by the moonlight. The next moment the fishmen extended their arms in unison and the water churned into waves as massive pillars of water surged upward, crashing violently toward the dock's shoreline. A deep rumbling thunderclap echoed as just before those water pillars could strike the shoreline a bolt of lightning streaked through, scattering them all. So it's fishmen. Did you already guess that? Shirley and Alan materialized on the shoreline. Shirley turned to Alan, asking with some displeasure. If you were a mermaid, would you barge into human territory so conspicuously? Alan asked with a smile. No. Shirley then realized that the mermaid clan, long since fallen from their former glory as the Sea King family, were now solely focused on evading the fishermen's pursuit and would never risk exposing their whereabouts. A Tier 4 human. Run. Shirley's attack instantly revealed her cultivation level, terrifying the fishmen. Fishmen possessed formidable cultivation talent and combat prowess, but among the group that had come tonight the highest cultivation level was only Tier 3. Nearly 100 fishmen dove into the water in unison, fleeing at top speed. Let me handle this. Alan retrieved the black hole spear from his system space, took a single step into the air and gently pointed the spear's tip downward. Meteor spear. Countless dark spear radiance shot from the tip, raining down overwhelmingly upon the water's surface. The meteor spear was a Tier 2 combat technique somewhat akin to the winged spear from the Tier 5 ceiling dragon spears, a large-scale technique albeit a budget version. Yet when executed by a Tier 6 starlight warrior wielding a Tier 6 weapon, even the meteor spear, a mere Tier 2 technique, unleashed terrifying power. A continuous series of explosions erupted and the Qingshui River was torn apart by Alan. Waves splashed and sprayed, and one after another fishmen corpses floated to the surface. However, Alan did not deliver a killing blow. He still needed these fishmen to lead him somewhere. After the furious bombardment, Alan stopped at the right moment, returned to the dock shoreline and extended a hand to Shirley. Leave the rest to me. Shirley placed her hand in Alan's, her tone eager as she spoke. She had not fought in a long time. Fine. Alan nodded, gestured to the hiding spot of the first squad, then pulled Shirley into his embrace, leapt lightly and vanished into the darkness as a shadow over the water. At that moment lights illuminated the dock area and doors creaked open one after another as fishermen emerged holding lanterns. The commotion had been enormous, awakening all the nearby fishermen. Their first thought was that the magical beasts which had attacked the dock had returned, so they only dared to venture out once the area had calmed down. Is that a mermaid? By the goddess of life! I actually saw a mermaid. Are you mad? Whose mermaid has a dead fish face? Ugh! Those are fishmen. The fishermen soon spotted the situation on the river, gathered around with their lanterns and pointed at the fishermen's corpses. Everyone stand back. Stay away from the water. The ones that attacked the dock this morning were these fishmen. There may be more of them. Until the Count finishes dealing with them, no one is to go into the water. Robin Hood led dozens of knights on horseback out of a dark alley. Tonight even the Lord Alan himself was keeping vigil at the dock, so Robin Hood and his squad were naturally also present, merely hidden deeper. What? The Count himself took action. What a pity. If I had known it was the Count, I would have come out to watch. The Count doesn't act lightly. I can already imagine the fate of those stinking catfish. Hearing Robin Hood's words, all the fishermen grew excited. Iluan Erwizi, the Lord of Alvis County, the strongest in the EIS region, the dragon-slaying knight appointed by the Duke. With a powerhouse of this caliber taking action personally, the fishmen marked for doom would never see the light of another day. On the other side, Alan had already followed a few fishmen that had slipped through the net to the Qingshui Lake area. Qingshui Lake was 100 meters deep and the darkness of the night made the water appear pitch black. However, Alan's cultivation was high enough that he could still see the scene beneath the surface. At the bottom of this lake there were at least 300 fishmen. These fishmen were building houses with coral and stone, clearly intending to settle in Qingshui Lake. Count Alvis, what do you think of the name, Merfolk Territory? Looking at the merfolk constructing their settlement at the lake bottom, Shelley, cradled in Alan's arms, looked up and spoke in a teasing tone. Not bad. Perhaps you could lend them a hand. Alan chuckled and kissed Shelley's crimson lips before letting her go. Shelley plummeted suddenly, her body erupting with lightning elemental magic as she transformed into a thunderous sphere crashing down into Clearwater Lake. Star Phantom. Alan was not idle either. He bolstered his legs with battle energy and leaped directly onto the water's surface, drawing the holy radiant staff from his system space to bring it down with devastating force. Splash! Starlight erupted and spread instantaneously, permeating the lake water to form a wall of starlight that sealed off the entire body of water. At the same time, Shelley had already engaged the merfolk in battle. The commotion she created drew their attention immediately, and they gathered in force, charging toward her. However, Shelley did not regard these merfolk with any seriousness. Their numbers were considerable, but their cultivation levels were low. The vast majority were at the first and second tiers, with only a dozen third-tier warriors and merely 2 fourth-tier leaders, one at the early stage and one at the mid-stage. As a fifth-tier Star Radiance warrior, Shelley possessed innate lightning elemental battle chi and was clad head to toe in a complete set of fourth-tier thunder armor, making it effortless for her to dispatch these merfolk. Daring to cause trouble on my turf without even bothering to ask who I am. Alan sat calmly upon the water's surface, quietly enjoying Shelley's slaughter display against the merfolk. Boom! 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 Lightning exploded beneath the lake with successive detonations echoing through the water. Shelley transformed into a flash of thunder, slicing every merfolk in her path into two. In less than a minute the 300 or 400 merfolk were reduced to merely a dozen. These remaining few were the strongest, all at the third and fourth tiers, which is why they had managed to survive this long. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as Alan was about to descend into the water to finish off the remnants, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, crashing like a bolt of lightning. Alan's gaze turned cold and he immediately drew himself back. A sharp whistling sound passed by as a lance formed from river water pierced the spot where Alan had previously stood. Fourth tier peak. Alan glanced toward the waters ahead and casually rotated his black hole spear. A large group of merfolk had arrived, no fewer than 1,000, with an average cultivation of second tier. They were all equipped with armor and weapons, riding first-tier giant seahorse mounts. When charging in formation, they certainly possessed an intimidating presence. The leading merfolk numbered 3, all at the fourth tier, 1 at the peak stage and 2 at the late stage. Just in time. Saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Alan held his black hole spear, standing still and awaiting them, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Rooting out the weeds completely prevents regrowth, the wisdom of this saying he wholeheartedly endorsed. Now the roots had come knocking at his doorstep. How wonderful. Just as Alan prepared to unleash slaughter, movement stirred in the waters to his right front. Ethereal melody, heartstrings dancing, infuse my heart. A haunting phantom-like voice drifted into Alan's ears, carrying magic power that caused a slight pause in the circulation of his battle chi and spiritual energy. The song of a mermaid. Alan exclaimed in surprise, then erupted with battle chi to dispel the surrounding magic. This was a mermaid song, a form of spiritual or mental magic that only merfolk could wield. Bang! 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 From the direction of the singing, the lake surface exploded, sending a massive wave rolling toward the merfolk's position. Alan moved at that very moment, transforming into a streak of black light shooting toward the merfolk. The merfolk were clearly here to help. However, those merfolk were not as strong as the merfolk enemies. Among their ranks was only 1 fourth-tier warrior and nearly at the mid-stage. If he did not act, those merfolk who were unskilled in combat might fall quickly, a regrettable outcome indeed. It's merfolk. Damn merfolk, they've allied with humans again. Hold formation. Facing the pincer attack, cries of alarm erupted from the merfolk ranks, yet they remained confident in their strength and immediately divided their forces. They possessed 3 fourth-tier warriors. The peak stage one would face Alan, while the 2 late-stage ones led their troops to intercept the merfolk. Seeking death. Seeing that his opponent was merely a single fourth-tier peak merfolk, Alan sneered and struck directly with his black hole spear. A merfolk's physique rivals that of a demon beast. Their cultivation speed matches humans, and they can employ battle techniques and magic, making them extraordinarily powerful creatures. Their combat prowess is exceptionally fierce, transcending cultivation realms without difficulty. But Alan cared nothing for merfolk or not. Before the power of wealth, let alone merfolk, even a great dragon would kneel. Thud. A massive dark black spiral spear aura crashed down, shattering the 4th-tier peak merfolk's water dragon attack and slamming it violently into the lakebed. A 6th-tier black hole spear paired with a 5th-tier battle technique was far beyond what a mere 4 minor realms could compensate for. Wing spear. Alan pressed his advantage, unleashing Wing's spear to completely enfold the waters where the fourth-tier peak merfolk stood. The fourth-tier peak merfolk possessed formidable defenses and astonishing speed underwater. But Wing's spear was a wide-area attack. No matter how skillful their positioning, anyone within its range would inevitably be caught. Dozens of dragon shadows continuously crashed into the water, and as expected the fourth-tier peak merfolk was reduced to mangled flesh. The leader has been killed by a human. Damn it. Retreat quick. Cursed merfolk. This human must have been recruited by them. Vice leader, ignore those merfolk. Seeing their commander slain by Alan, over 1,000 merfolk fell into panic, including those two late-stage fourth-tier warriors. Their quasi-fifth-tier leader had fallen so swiftly, if it fell to them they might not last a single second. A dull horn sounded and over 1,000 merfolk turned in unison, abandoning all thought of their merfolk foes, and dove headlong into the lake depths. Since you've come, there's no need to leave. I couldn't bear to offer poor hospitality. Beneath the dim moonlight Alan's figure was slightly blurred, distorted by dark battle chi. A fierce killing intent radiated from him like sand and stones swept up in a raging storm, sharp, ruthless, and ever poised to explode, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the next instant Alan's figure vanished from the water and appeared high in the sky, his black hole spear raised above his head, its tip shimmering with twisted black rays. So powerful. Behind Alan, ripples spread across the water's surface as hundreds of merfolk emerged. A graceful figure was surrounded at the center, gazing upward at Alan in the sky, murmuring softly with a voice carrying an intoxicating power. My dear kin, you have all witnessed this. He is the lord of this river. The merfolk say he once defeated a great dragon. This is precisely why I opposed contesting these waters. Primordial spear. Alan let out a cold shout, condensing a dark dragon head over 100 meters long, then forcefully pressed down with the black hole spear. Roar! A deafening dragon's cry echoed, spreading in all directions. The massive dark dragon head hurtled downward, erupting a towering plume of water on the surface before rampaging wildly beneath the waves. Wherever the dragon's head passed, all the fishmen were ground into pulp, gradually staining the water red. In just 2 or 3 seconds the original swarm of over 1,000 fishmen dwindled to only 200 or 300 lucky survivors. Such was the thrill of crushing weaker foes. Hey! Leave it to me. Alan meant to continue controlling the dragon head, but a shout rang out from underwater, and then a cluster of lightning flashed, turning into a blue light that flickered continuously. Dark seal. Alan raised an eyebrow, slowly landing on the water's surface. He thrust the black hole spear into the current, injecting dark combat energy into the depths. Although Shirley's strength was enough to deal with the remaining stragglers, her combat experience was still too shallow. He needed to add a safety measure. Dark seal. At the cost of consuming one's own combat energy, it suppresses the opponent's combat energy and magic power. After finishing that, Alan walked across the water surface to the group of mermaids who had helped intercept the fishmen earlier and announced clearly, I am Alan Alvis, the Lord of Alvis County. Truly worthy of being mermaids. Every single one was either handsome or beautiful. Even the older mermaids exuded a distinguished aura that made it hard to feel any aversion. An elderly merman stepped forward, saluting in a gesture Alan could not comprehend. Sir, we are the people of Atlantis, descendants of the sea god Poseidon. We deeply apologize for trespassing into your territory, but we did not come to invade, we only wish to stop those fishmen. The old merman's attitude was very polite, though he appeared somewhat nervous. Alan nodded slightly, but inwardly he was unconvinced. How long had Atlantis been gone? Descendants of the sea god. Old man, that trick doesn't fool anyone anymore. However, since these mermaids had saved his people, Alan remained relatively amiable, merely asking why the fishmen and mermaids had appeared here. I am not an unreasonable man. I only need the truth. As Alan's words fell, hundreds of fishmen simultaneously shifted aside, clearing a path through the formation. Holy crap! Alan's pupils contracted. From among the mermaid ranks emerged a young mermaid maiden. She possessed a graceful figure, blooming like a flower with exquisite charm. Her face was as delicate as a painting, every contour perfectly placed. Her eyes were as azure as the ocean, deep and mysterious. Compared to the other young mermaids in the group, this one was truly stunning. Her beauty was on an entirely different level. This was exactly the mermaid he had imagined. Lord Alvis, I am Selena Poseidon, the priestess of this mermaid tribe. Selena, holding a Tier 4 water element staff, extended her hand to Alan in the human greeting style. Hello. Alan shook hands with Selena and asked, Priestess Selena, do you know who I am? Of course. Mermaids are different from fishmen, we do not seal ourselves off from the world. I have heard of Lord Alvis's achievements. Selina said with a smile, giving Alan a refreshing spring breeze. But Alan was no vulture who had never tasted fine meat. After a brief greeting he returned to the main topic. Priestess Selina, why did you come to my territory? Selina hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Lord Alvis, our homeland was destroyed by the fishmen, so we sought to build a new home. This place was our first choice. But upon arriving here we discovered it was your territory, so we decided to rest briefly and search for another water vein. However, the fishmen tribe that destroyed our home tracked us down. We were defeated and trapped in this water vein. You already know the rest, Lord Alvis. The fishmen wanted to seize this water vein, but we kept interfering until now. After hearing this, Alan's impression of the mermaids improved considerably. At least they were honest, they hadn't spun some tale about coming specifically to help fend off the fishmen. Poseidon. That was the surname of the sea god. Legend said the Atlantean Empire was founded by the sea god's son. If this mermaid wasn't lying. Divine bloodline. Tisk tisk tsk, he couldn't let her get away. After a moment's thought, Alan decided to be direct and make a deal with Selina. Priestess Selina, what do you think of this water vein? Hearing this, Selina's eyes immediately lit up and she hurriedly said, this water vein is excellent. I haven't seen such a pure one in a long time. Lord Alvis, I am willing to trade a chest of sea treasures for this water vein. That's worth about 100,000 gold coins in human currency. 100,000. Alan couldn't help but marvel. Truly the richest among the sea races, a mere small tribe could offer 100,000 gold coins. And the fact that she could say it so casually meant she definitely had more. But Alan's goal was not money, so he refused outright. Priestess Selina, I do not lack gold. Gold cannot persuade me to cede my territory. I imagine you wouldn't sell your own homeland either. You saved my people and I trust your character. If possible, I hope we can forge a more reliable bond, become one family. That way I can confidently entrust this water vein to you, protect your safety and help your tribe grow. Alan looked at Selina with burning sincerity and spoke earnestly. This. Selina hesitated. Though she was only 20, she had years of experience managing the tribe and she understood the implication behind Alan's words. Marriage alliance. Selina was about to refuse, but then she recalled Alan's last words. If she agreed to the alliance, her tribe would gain a new home, enjoy the protection of a powerful figure and live in peace and stability. Hesitating, Selina turned to look at her tribe members. Almost at the same instant all the mermaids silently averted their eyes, unwilling to meet Selina's gaze. They offered no suggestions, but their attitude was clear. Clearly Alan had convinced them. As for whether Alan could fulfill his promise, the strength he had just displayed was more than enough. If Alan was willing to help, this water vein would belong solely to the mermaids. Ah! Selina let out a soft sigh and fully emerged from the water. At the same moment the scales and fins on her body vanished and her tail transformed into human legs wrapped in a blue dress. Lord Alvis, remember your promise. At noon the next day Ai Luan brought Sai Lin Na home. Over the course of one morning Ai Luan had already discussed everything with Sai Lin Na. From now on Sai Lin Na would have to reside permanently in the family castle, unable to manage the tribe anymore, so she must hand over the position of priestess. This was not difficult to arrange. Sai Lin Na said that there were many excellent young mermaids in the tribe, so finding a new priestess was no worry. Once the priestess issue was resolved, only the construction of the territory and its security remained. In terms of construction, Ai Luan would provide resource support. Given the number of members in the mermaid tribe, it was expected that within a month a mermaid village could be built under Clearwater Lake. For security, Ai Luan would dispatch a squad of knights to be stationed permanently in the Clearwater Lake area. However, the mermaids would need to help tame seahorse mounts, otherwise it would be difficult to include the Clearwater Lake area in the patrol range. At present only these three issues needed to be resolved. Ai Luan would implement these three matters within a week, completely capturing Sai Lin Na's heart. Lord Air Wei Si, is she alright? On the way Sai Lin Na quietly pointed at Xueli, who was walking ahead alone, and asked with some embarrassment. Xueli was very displeased now, arms crossed and face cold, kicking a stone with every step. She never expected that while she was just killing some fishmen at the bottom of the lake, Ai Luan had already hooked up with a mermaid on the surface. If she had known this, she would have kept a close eye on Ai Luan. It wasn't that she disagreed with AI Lewin taking lovers, such things were normal in noble circles, the main issue was that AI Lewin had taken a lover while out on a trip with her. This was supposed to be a date. Jerk. It's fine, she'll be okay in a while. AI Lewin waved his hand. He knew Xueli's temperament all too well, he just needed to go back and cuddle her to smooth things over. Sundra types were easy to appease. Sai Lin Na nodded, glanced at AI Lewin's hand on her waist and said softly, Lord AI Lewin, I entrust myself and my people to you from now on. Don't worry, I promised you. AI Lewin gently exerted force with his hand, pulling Kali Na into his embrace, and said with a pleased expression. This was a mermaid after all. Although his wives were all beauties, humans were still humans, truly lacking a certain something. This was also one of the reasons he had not killed Kali Na and Wendy back then. They were mother and daughter, both succubi. Succubi, mermaids, elves, mercenaries, saints, beast-eared girls, goddesses. This world was a world of swords and magic. The dream of reincarnation in another world must be fulfilled. Feeling the warmth emanating from AI Lewin, Sai Lin Na blushed, said nothing but slowly leaned her head on AI Lewin's shoulder. Since she had chosen, she would walk this path firmly. She had already done right by the tribe, and now perhaps she could live a life that belonged only to herself, making up for the hardships of these past years. Wow! It's actually a mermaid. What a beautiful tale. In the dining hall of the family castle's inner keep, AI Wei Air and the other women surrounded Sai Lin Na, who had transformed back into her mermaid form, their eyes sparkling with excitement. AI Lewin returned to the castle just before lunch. After he introduced Sai Lin Na's identity, his wives erupted in excitement with over a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Sai Lin Na. Sai Lin Na graciously transformed back into her mermaid form. Then the situation became what it was now. Since it was their first time seeing a mermaid, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, AI Wei Air and the others were all thrilled. AI Lewin found it both amusing and exasperating. They hadn't been this excited even when the fuzzball hatched. However, it was understandable. The mermaid race was too reclusive, so much so that many humans believed mermaids had gone extinct or even considered them mythical creatures. Xueli did not join the crowd, instead she sat beside AI Lewin, eating silently. She had already regarded Sai Lin Na as a formidable rival. Sai Lin Na was 1 year older than her, with a cultivation level at the mid-4th stage which was comparable to hers. It seemed that Xueli's talent was stronger, having gained a 1-year lead. But upon further thought, Sai Lin Na was a tribal chief, often dealing with trivial matters just like AI Lewin and unable to focus on cultivation. Therefore Sai Lin Na's talent must be on the same level as hers. Gold grade? No. AI Lewin's capable wife, only she Xueli was enough. In the coming period she must cultivate diligently and leave this hateful mermaid far behind. Alright everyone, please sit down. After Sai Lin Na had greeted the wives, AI Lewin stood up and gestured for everyone to sit down. Next, I have an announcement to make. From today onward, Sai Lin Na is my woman and also your sister. You must get along well with each other. Furthermore, I have gifted Clearwater Lake to Sai Lin Na's tribe. It will become the territory of the mermaid tribe. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's Dookie aptitude is silver grade, magic aptitude is gold grade, rating gold grade. Congratulations, host received 1 30-year magic power cultivation card, 1 20-year Dookie cultivation card, 1 6th rank staff exchange card, 1 5th rank magic exchange card, 1 5th rank battle skill exchange card, 1 water attribute magic seed card. The system prompt also sounded at this moment. However, AI Lewin just listened and didn't pay much attention. He had expected this rating. Sai Lin Na's strength and age were similar to Xueli's, so her talent must be on the same level. Perhaps because of the extra magic seed card, the other rewards were slightly inferior. Compared to the rewards for marrying Xueli, a dragon egg and a dragon source tree, those were too extravagant. Really? We're going to be neighbors with mermaids. I'm going to Clearwater Lake this afternoon. As soon as AI Lewin finished speaking, a cheer erupted in the dining hall. Except for Xueli, everyone was delighted. Mermaids were among the most beautiful creatures in the world, and being neighbors with mermaids was a stroke of luck just to think about. While everyone's attention was on Sai Lin Na, AI Lewin reached under the table, grabbed Xueli's delicate hand and leaned close to her ear, saying, Xueli, I want to take a break tomorrow. Will you accompany me to the bell tower? You know that place belongs only to us. I only want to go there with you. Divine skill, corny pickup line. Hit directly by this move, Shui Li's heart began to race with a pounding rhythm, and even her fair neck flushed along with her pretty face. In an instant the displeasure in Shui Li's heart was replaced by sweetness, though her expression remained nonchalant. "Ai Luna Airway, see you are too childish. Fine, for the sake of the bell tower's beautiful scenery I'll reluctantly go. Please do come with me." Ai Luan replied with a smile, gently playing with Shui Li's jade-like hand under the table. "See, that's how easy she is to appease. As for why wait until tomorrow? It must be said mermaids are truly perfect, making Ai Luan immerse himself in them, unable to extricate himself." The next day Ai Luan spent a while sharing tender moments with Sai Lin Na, who had woken up even earlier, then slipped into the treasure vault. In less than half a month the vault had changed dramatically. The treasures he had brought back from the flame dragon's nest had been sorted and arranged in perfect order by his wives, making it an extremely pleasing sight. Moreover, the metal ores he did not recognize had also been identified by an Ni, the most curious of them all. She said they were supreme-grade gemstones, supreme-grade healing stones, supreme-grade refined mithril, and so on. He did not fully understand, but an Ni put it very plainly: combined these ores were worth at least 3 million gold coins. In other words, one trip had brought in 16 million gold coins. What a thrill! The blaze origin tree had not changed much. It still looked like a dark red apple tree, but its height had grown from a little over 3 meters to 4 meters. Ai Luan went to the field to check. The fire element energy and the smell of blood were thick. His wives must have come in the morning to fertilize it. "Little bro, grow well. Your big brother is waiting for your fruit." Ai Luan patted the trunk of the blaze origin tree, then took out the rewards he had obtained yesterday from the system space. There was a 6th rank staff exchange card, a 5th rank spell exchange card, a 5th rank combat skill exchange card, and a water attributed mana seed card. First was the water attributed mana card. This one was not a self-selection card, he could simply use it directly. Following dark battle chi, his innate battle chi had gained water battle chi as well. Not bad. Water attributed battle chi possessed powerful defensive strength and gave him a considerable boost. For the 6th rank staff, Ai Luan chose the water attributed ocean current staff. For the 5th rank spell he chose a large area attack spell called Great Torrent. This combination was chosen for his water battle chi, and he had also taken Sai Lin Na into consideration. The Lin Na could use this set as well. If there came a day when he had to go out again, Sai Lin Na, who had the highest cultivation among his wives, could use this set to protect the territory. Next came the 5th rank combat skill. After thinking it over, Ai Luan chose a single target burst combat skill called Thunder Dragon Strike. In his view it was an enhanced version of the first spear. Shui Li's cultivation was only slightly below Sai Lin Na's. Since Sai Lin Na had been provided for, Shui Li naturally could not be forgotten, or she would throw a tantrum later. Of course, all of the selected items could actually be used by his wives. It was only because Sai Lin Na and Shui Li had the highest cultivation that the enhancements were focused primarily on them. Finally, there were still the cultivation cards. Ai Luan currently had 45 years of battle chi cultivation and 55 years of mana cultivation. 45 years of battle chi cultivation definitely could not break through to a 7th rank Starlight Warrior. That stage was a minor bottleneck. Without 70 or 80 years of cultivation it was out of the question. After thinking it over, Ai Luan used only the mana cultivation card, raising his mana cultivation from a 5th rank Starlight Mage to a 6th rank Starlight Mage, catching up with his battle chi cultivation. Dual Starlight Realms 6th rank. After sorting through the system rewards Sai Lin Na had brought, Ai Luan took a look around the living room and the garden in turn, then headed to the outer fortress. The 2 drake eggs being cared for in the living room were expected to hatch within a week. The Golden Flame Eagle's 2nd egg was expected to hatch within half a month. Ai Luan had high hopes for these 3 eggs, hoping to obtain 2 flying dragons and a 2nd young radon. A frost dragon would lead, 2 flame drakes would hold the center, and 2 legendary radons would bring up the rear. A sword and sorcery bomber formation. Just the thought of it was incredibly thrilling. Lord Count. Soon Ai Luan arrived at Treasure Vault No. 3 in the outer fortress, where the knight captains of the 9th and 10th squads were standing guard. They were not guarding gold coins here, but magical beast eggs, 11 earth dragon eggs and 42 magical beast eggs. All of these magical beast eggs carried the flame dragon bloodline, and their importance was self-evident, keeping Sherpai Ku and Jie on edge. So Sherpai Ku and Jie found Tang Mu and discussed the matter. They moved the contents out of Treasure Vault No. 3. Turned it into a hatching nest for the magical beast eggs and arranged for knight captains to guard it day and night. Luo when duo mi ni ku how's the situation? Ai Luan gestured for the 2 knight captains to open the door then asked. Everything is going very well Lord Count. The 2 knight captains welcomed Ai Luan into the treasure vault and pointed to the magical beast eggs surrounded by more than 100 low-grade fire-attributed magic cores. Lord Count, these magical beast eggs will hatch in succession within half a month. The fastest may even hatch today. This one, from this gap you can already see the little fellow. It is a lava earth dragon. And this one, but I cannot recognize what kind of magical beast it is. It looks like a fire-attributed stone giant. Lord Count, we have used up all our fire-attributed magic cores, but you need not worry about that. The second squad will handle the hunting during this period. Luo Wen and Duo Mi Ni Ku carefully reported the hatching matters to Ai Luan. Not bad. Highly satisfied, Ai Luan encouraged them. The earth dragons have already been assigned. You, my knight captains, will become dragon knights. Thank you Lord Count. Luo Wen and Duo Mi Ni Ku were overjoyed and hastily bowed. They had already learned from Sherpai Ku and Jie Rui that this batch of magical beast eggs would all be given to the Knight Order, but they were not sure how they would be allocated. It was true that they were knight captains, but they had become knight captains only because they were older and had cultivated for longer. Compared with them, the younger members of the Knight Order with superior cultivation talent were obviously more worthy of powerful magical beast companions with great potential. But now it was settled, the Lord had spoken. They were destined to become dragon knights. After checking on the magical beast eggs, Ai Luan returned to the inner fortress mounted Honey and began patrolling the territory. The golden flame eagle was far faster than the light unicorn, but it was too large and it also had a child to look after, so Ai Luan did not ride it. A full round of patrol consumed half a day. Yet the half day was well spent, for Ai Luan received a great deal of good news. The Knight Order was about to be fully recruited to 2,000 men, forming 2,1000-man knight squadrons. This expansion was enormous, with membership soaring from 500 to 2,000. Overall strength had made a qualitative leap, so the system's rating should not be low. Last time it was bronze tier. This time it should at least be silver tier. There was also the territory's population. Of the 110,000 new residents, the bronze tier reward for 100,000 had been claimed 5 months ago, while another 100,000 had not yet been registered and settled. That too was most likely at least silver tier. Then there was the territory wall. It would be completed in another month. With a total length of more than 70 kilometers, a height of 20 meters and a width of 10 meters, it was built entirely from black rock, making it the territory wall with the highest defensive specifications in the AC region. As of now, 400 heavy blast crossbows had been mounted on the territory wall, and that number was increasing every day. As long as the staffing was up to standard, this wall could even repel a 100,000-man legion. If that battalion from the Duchy of Lucci had faced this wall, it would likely have been shot to pieces before it could even get close. Wouldn't a gold tier reward be only fitting for such a wall? 3 days later the first reward arrived. Detected that the family territory's strength has been elevated. Rating silver tier. Congratulations host, you have obtained 125-year Do-Chi cultivation card, 125-year magic power cultivation card, 1 6th tier weapon exchange card, 1 5th tier magic exchange card, and the manufacturing formula for demon yuan smoke. Just as I thought. At the top of the clock tower, Alan, who was admiring the snowy scene together with Shirley, broke into a smile. He had guessed correctly, the reward for expanding the Knight Order was silver tier. Still, it was a bit strange. Why would it grant the formula for cigarettes? Cigarettes were a money-printing nuclear bomb. Logically they should have been tucked into the territory population rewards. Could it be that this cigarette had something to do with strength? Demon yuan smoke. Made from the demon yuan tree. The demon yuan tree was a highly peculiar low-grade plant-type magical beast. It possessed no offensive ability whatsoever and was known as the weakest of all plant-type magical beasts. The reason it was classified as a magical beast was that its cultivation was by no means low. On average, every tree was at the mid-1st tier level, and the tallest of them could even reach the 2nd tier. A grenade that would never explode was still a grenade. Could it be a mana enhancer? Forget it, I'll examine it later. After all, a formula granted by a silver tier reward absolutely can't be bad. Alan clicked his tongue, temporarily suppressing his curiosity. Shirley was still lying in his arms. This was not the time to sort through rewards. At that thought Alan's hands which rested on Shirley's bosom began to move once more. He had to inspect the granary for his future children. In the evening after dinner was done, Alan sent Shirley upstairs, first staying behind in the lower library on the pretext of looking up materials. Deep Blue activate. First a total of 70 years of Do-Chi cultivation, he bet it all. Damn it. A minute later Alan exhaled a turbid breath, but his expression was far from pleasant. His cultivation had indeed broken through, from a 6th-tier Starlight Warrior to a 7th-tier Starlight Warrior. However, 70 years of cultivation had barely raised him by a single tier, expiring straight after squeezing through the bottleneck. He could already foresee how grueling future breakthroughs would be. Perhaps before even stepping into the Moon Glory realm he would run into a wall demanding a century of cultivation for a single tier. The difficulty is scaling up. Alan shook his head helplessly. He knew that the further one advanced the harder cultivation became. Talent and time were both indispensable. He simply hadn't expected it to arrive this quickly. Of course, for an F1 player like him the difficulty of cultivation was hardly a concern. For him no bottleneck existed that could not be shattered, it merely required a little more time. After grumbling about cultivation for a while Alan cast his gaze upon the remaining rewards. As for the magic power cultivation, forget it. A mere 25 years certainly wouldn't allow a breakthrough. As for the 6th-tier weapon exchange card, Alan didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly selecting a longsword called Thunderclap. It was prepared for Shirley. Selena had the Ocean Current staff, so Shirley ought to have the Thunderclap sword as well. For the 5th-tier magic Alan chose Meteor Flame Rain, a large-scale attack spell that compensated for his weakness in explosive area of effect magic. While selecting Meteor Flame, a thought surfaced in Alan's mind. At home stood a flame origin tree which bore at least 10 flame origin fruits every year. His wives and children would gradually awaken fire-attributed Do-Chi and magic power. From now on, whenever he acquired equipment and skills, he would need to lean toward the fire attribute to avoid wasting resources. Finally, there was the Demon Yuan Smoke formula, the thing Alan was most fascinated by. Alan used the formula card directly and studied it word by word. Shave the root bark of the Demon Yuan tree into fine strands, shred the lotus leaves of the heart-cleansing lotus into thin strips, slice the wooden core of the Demon Yuan tree into thin pieces and grind magic pearls into powder. Calms the heart and steadies the spirit, slightly accelerating the speed of cultivation. Awesome! When he saw that concluding passage Alan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It truly was a fine item. It could calm the heart, steady the spirit and hasten cultivation, practically a carbon copy of the mana-boosting potion. The mana-boosting potion was an exorbitantly expensive magical medicine. A first-tier one cost 100 gold coins, a second-tier one 500, and a third-tier one had to start at 1000 gold coins, 10 times the price of an ordinary magic core of the same tier. Its effect was to increase magic power within a brief period, and it was generally used to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Variants that boosted Do-Chi also existed, though they shared the same name, distinguished only by a different color. Its effects were excellent, but it carried medicinal resistance. At best one could drink a bottle or two per year. Demon Yuan Smoke meanwhile cost no more than 100 gold coins for 100 cartons. The most expensive material was the magic pearl, and Selena had a vast stockpile on hand. Moreover, Demon Yuan Smoke had no medicinal resistance and could be used over the long term. A single bout of indulgence and a steady supply forever each had their own merits and their own markets. Naturally, the best combination was to use both together. If this ever reached the market, the profits would be high enough to burst the treasure vault. Foolish. As his thoughts began to run away from him, Alan gave himself a light slap on the cheek. A treasure like this certainly shouldn't be sold outward, it should all be digested internally. With the primary potential evolution potion and the mana-boosting potion already in hand, adding Demon Yuan Smoke into the mix would absolutely let his Night Order take yet another qualitative leap. Within 3 years every man would be at great warrior cultivation. I sensed a surge of immense Do-Chi. Did you break through again? Shirley shuffled down the stairs with dainty steps, her posture composed and elegant, yet her brows were knitted tightly. 7th tier Starlight Realm. Alan stepped forward, gathered Shirley into his embrace and kissed her forehead. You really hide things deeply. What rank is your cultivation talent exactly? Platinum tier. Violet gold tier. Shirley pouted, asking with lingering unwillingness. When she and Alan had first met they had both been 4th tier Starlight Warriors. But in less than 5 short months Alan had climbed to the 7th tier while she had only recently advanced to the 5th. Clearly Alan's talent was far stronger than hers. At the very least it was platinum tier, and violet gold tier was not impossible, otherwise there was no way he could cultivate this quickly. I don't know either. I've never been tested. Alan carried Shirley to the sofa, sat her down on his lap and buried his head into her silky hair. Ever since I was little I felt that my cultivation speed was fast. It was just that my father and mother urged me to keep a low profile, so I deliberately pretended to have very poor talent. As for what happened afterwards, you know it as well. I became the backbone of the family. The family needed me to stand up, so I stopped hiding. But in the beginning I truly had no time to cultivate. It was only after I had all of you helping me that I gradually began to pour my energy into training. Hearing Alan's words, Shirley's heart softened unbidden and she feigned disdain, saying, "Are you trying to say that your cultivation speed is only going to get faster? Don't get too carried away. It's just the starlight realm, that's all. With a little bit of genuine effort I can surpass you while still managing an entire province. If you don't believe me, come on and try. Shirley, you're really wonderful. I've prepared a gift for you bought from the Duke. It should arrive tomorrow. I swear I've never sent Avril or the others such a precious gift, but you clearly deserve it." Alan grinningly drew back from Shirley's hair, hooked her chin with his finger, lowered his head and planted a deep kiss upon her lips. "That's more like it. Hand it over then." Shirley turned her head calmly, the corner of her lips curving up in a natural arc. "Do you think I'm some 3-year-old kid? I don't need any gift." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, under Alan's diligent efforts, 3 more of his wives became pregnant: Freya, Linda and Selina. Although Alan would never show favoritism toward any child, he must admit that his anticipation was greatest for the child he would have with Selina. Selina's talents were at both the silver and gold tiers. Any child inheriting even one of them would bring extraordinary system rewards, a silver tier magical affinity card at minimum. However, Selina would not give birth anytime soon. She explained that merfolk pregnancies lasted 15 months, so there was quite a wait ahead. Beyond family matters, progress was also being made on the territory. The initial construction of Aravis County had entered its final stages. The family castle was complete and the territory walls were nearly finished. Soon he would receive the population and strength bonuses, both guaranteed to be at least silver tier. Yet beyond these rewards, what Alan valued most was the surprises Selina had brought him. On the day of his youngest son Bernard's full-month celebration, Anne's curiosity got the better of her and she asked Selina what business the merfolk were in. The answer to that question interested not just Anne but everyone. It was said that merfolk were the wealthiest of all sea races, yet while people knew they traded in treasures of the sea, what exactly did those treasures encompass? Selina explained that it was no secret and gave her answer plainly. Blessed by the water element, merfolk could venture into dangerous waters inaccessible to other sea races, freely exploring and harvesting the ocean's hidden riches. Magical pearls, enchanted coral, ocean crystals, and other such materials functioned much like the cores and resources found in magical beasts. They served countless purposes, proving both practical and highly sought after. Moreover, merfolk possessed innate crafting talents much like elves and dwarves. Elven gear was renowned for its beauty and lethal elegance. Dwarven armaments excelled in combat and slaughter. Merfolk crafted gear, on the other hand, was designed primarily for protection and defense. In essence, most merfolk forged equipment served as life-preserving armor, boasting world-class defensive capabilities. It was only natural that they sold exceptionally well. Yet because the merfolk were so discreet, this knowledge had been buried in history, unknown to the general public. Alan was no exception. He could find nothing on the matter in any book. Upon learning this, Alan was overjoyed. It was as if he had searched high and low only to find what he needed right before his eyes, effortlessly obtained. That very day Alan discussed the matter with Selina and proposed a commercial partnership between the Aravis family and the merfolk tribe. The cooperation centered on equipment crafting. Alan would supply the materials, the merfolk would forge the gear, and in return Alan would provide both a labor fee and a share of the profits. Selina agreed without hesitation. She was already Alan's wife and the merfolk tribe desperately needed this business opportunity. The merfolk could no longer trade with other sea races, as doing so risked drawing the attention of the fishmen once more. Though protected by the Aravis family, now no one wished to court unnecessary trouble. They simply desired a peaceful life, the quieter the better. Alan took this matter very seriously and within just 1 week helped the merfolk tribe construct a large equipment smithing workshop. The workshop was built on the bottom of Clearwater Lake. Alan did not wish for outsiders to learn of this. Whether it was the merfolk's existence or his own ambitions, he preferred to keep everything hidden beneath the surface. Of course, even with the merfolk capable of crafting equipment, a new dock would still need to be built. Since the merfolk only produced defensive gear, Alan still needed to send someone to the Sualine region to recruit arcane craftsmen capable of forging offensive weapons. He would first fully equip the Knight Order, then establish and arm an infantry unit. His knights could not remain stationed on the territory walls indefinitely. These matters were all crucial and required Alan's personal oversight. Throughout this half-month Alan had been exceedingly busy. He had originally planned to lie low like a salted fish throughout the winter, but now he could only throw himself into relentless work. Yet he actually enjoyed the feeling, when fortune fell from the heavens only a fool would refuse to catch it. By the way, the good news during this half-month was not limited to this alone. All the magical beast eggs in the castle had hatched successfully. The golden flame eagle's second egg, just like the first, produced another young ratata. The 2 wyvern eggs both hatched into flame drakes, good fortune indeed. Flame drakes were among the stronger varieties of subdragons approaching first-rate tier in power. Finally, there were 11 dragon earth eggs and 42 magical beast eggs. These 53 eggs were quite diverse. Of the 11 dragon earth eggs, 6 hatched into magma earth dragons, the bankrupt version of the crimson Godzilla-like creature he had seen at the fire dragon's nest. 3 became fire lizard earth dragons, fire lizards with dragon horns and claws. 2 became fire hui earth dragons, venomous fire pythons bearing single horns and dragon talons. The 42 magical beast eggs were the most impressive, encompassing no fewer than 8 different species: fire pythons, fire mastiffs, fire turtles, fire lizards, and more. The sheer variety nearly gave Alan vertigo. Alan placed great importance on these magical beast cubs and therefore increased resource investment. He lent the sacred radiant spear to Jerry, instructing him to personally lead a hunting party into the 100 Valley Forest for fire element spirit cores. The elixirs were charged directly to the outer castle's treasure vault. Feed them as much as they could consume, getting them past the hatching stage and into their juvenile phase as quickly as possible. Speaking of which, there was one little creature worth mentioning, Mauchio. Mauchio had already entered its juvenile stage. Its body length had grown to 2 meters from head to tail, both wings fully developed, and its neck and limbs had elongated considerably. Its once cute fur had transformed into dragon scales, and it was beginning to showcase the majestic aura of an ice frost dragon. Alan was quite delighted by this, knowing Mauchio would soon be rideable. However, his wives were rather crestfallen, believing the grown Mauchio was too ugly and far less endearing than the small furball once was. His beloved daughter Jessica cried terribly at the sight, refusing to approach Mauchio anymore, a problem that gave Alan a headache for several days. Mauchio, however, remained blissfully carefree, showing no concern whatsoever about its declining popularity. Every day it either slept in the treasure room atop piles of gold coins or went to the garden to tease young Ratata, living a life more carefree than anyone else's. After the hectic half-month finally passed, Alan began supervising the territory walls, making daily visits to the site to oversee the final stages of construction. However, on the 3rd day of supervision, Goya, Shirley's father, suddenly came to visit. The knight reported that Goya had urgent matters, so Alan dared not delay and hurried back to the family castle for an immediate audience. In the outer castle's reception hall, Alan asked without preamble, "Marquis Goya, what brings you here?" The territory walls would be completed within 2 days, and his mind was entirely consumed by that matter. He had no time for idle conversation with Goya. Goya's expression turned grave as he asked, "Aravis, who do you think will win?" "Who will win?" Alan was completely taken aback. The question sounded strangely familiar. Who was it that had asked him something like this before? Was it Viscount John? What was going on? Was the Duchy of Shujai clashing with the Duchy of Lucci once again? The Vesuvius Fire clan has declared war upon the Pompeii kingdom. A month ago King Arthur went hunting at Mount Vesuvius and killed a juvenile fire giant which was a descendant of the fire demon Titan. Goya frowned, his face filled with worry. Alan immediately understood and asked, "That fire demon Titan must be very powerful, right?" Goya nodded. A mid-tier 7th stage fire demon Titan is equivalent to a 4th to 6th stage war king. Due to its Titan bloodline, it possesses the strength to fight war kings at 7th stage and above. If that were all, it wouldn't be too concerning. After all, the Pompeii kingdom already has 3 known war kings, and the elder Prince Bilbo is a 7th stage war king who once slew a dragon. He should have no trouble handling that fire demon Titan. But Humans have kingdoms and factions, and magical beasts have their own too, especially the intelligent humanoid titans. Mount Vesuvius is the territory of the fire demon titan, and all the high-tier magical beasts within it have joined the fire clan established by the fire demon titan. Now the Pompeii kingdom will face at least 10 7th-stage magical beasts along with an enormous beast tide of immeasurable scale. Goya fell silent. Alan immediately grew serious and asked, "Will this affect us?" Goya shook his head but quickly added, "Only for now. I've already received notice that Duke Raymond will provide financial support to King Arthur. Starting this month a 20 temporary war tax will be imposed each month until the war ends. If they can win quickly that would be fine. But if they cannot win in a short time or lose." Although Goya did not continue, Alan realized the gravity of the situation. The war tax is a universal tax. This means the tax on all production projects will increase by 20. The nobility would fare little worse. As long as they hold their territories they will not go poor no matter what. The commoners however would suffer greatly. A conscientious lord like him who collects merely a 30 tax is the only one in the entire duchy. The nobility typically extract 40 or even 50. With this additional 20, that would make it 60 and 70. Under such crushing tax pressure it is hard for commoners to save grain or money. Just being able to eat their fill is already a sign of capability. If it is short-lived it is bearable, people can endure it. But if it drags on too long there could be riots or even uprisings. Such things are not uncommon in this world. The Pompeii kingdom rose in this very way. The first King Arthur received aid from the Elven Forest and overthrew the tyranny of the Caesar kingdom. On the worst case, if the Pompeii kingdom were to be defeated it could face complete annihilation. Among high-tier magical beasts titans are the most ruthless, losers do not even get the chance to surrender. However, the battlefield should not expand to Duchy Chusy. Chusy is far from Mount Vesuvius. Directly to the south lies the Tak wasteland, beyond it is the Neva Duchy, further south is the Pompeii kingdom. Between the Pompeii kingdom and Mount Vesuvius there also lies the Idle Duchy. No matter how fierce the Vesuvius fire clan is they could not possibly reach Chusy Duchy. At most they could lay waste to the Idle Duchy and Pompeii kingdom. But it remains to be seen how King Arthur would wage this war. Money alone is insufficient for war, they need manpower. King Arthur may well call upon the vassal duchies. Barons and viscounts might not be conscripted but counts. I will need to offer gifts to the Minister of Internal Affairs once again. Alan took a deep breath and looked toward the northwest where Elf City lay. After briefly explaining the situation Goya lowered his voice and said, "Alvis, I have poor relations with the Duke and several other marquises. I am very likely to be dispatched to the front. Before I return I hope you can keep an eye on the rear region. If I do not make it back I ask that you take care of my family." Of course. Alan would never refuse such a request. He nodded and then teased, "You have already brought them here." "Haha, I knew you would not refuse." Goya awkwardly touched his nose. Apart from his eldest son who manages the territory on his behalf and his trusted confidant, all his family members have been brought over. With your help I am at ease. Also I want to remind you, compared to this coming war the Mithril Vein struggle a year ago was merely child's play. Watch over the commoners in the territory and be wary of those dark god churches and necromancers. I know what must be done. By the way, the extended rings you desired have become available. I have reserved 3 10-direction rings for you. The dwarves will deliver within half a year. After seeing Goya off, Alan immediately summoned Tom, Spike and Jerry. When they heard that the Vesuvius Fire clan had declared war on the Pompeii kingdom all 3 grew tense. The Vesuvius Fire clan is too renowned. The Vesuvius Plateau combined with Mount Vesuvius yields a territory larger than 10 Chusy duchies put together, and their strength matches that expanse. Judging purely by paper strength the Pompeii kingdom has no chance of victory. The most grievous fact is that this war cannot be averted. On one side stands one of the supreme experts of the Vesuvius Fire clan seeking vengeance for their son, on the other is the killer King Arthur. Neither party's strength and status permit them to yield. My Lord Count, what do you require of us? Spike spoke first. Spike, Jerry, before the war concludes maintain the patrol duties and form a territory wall defense legion, a true 10,000-strong army. The entry requirement need not be too high, any individual with at least junior 3rd stage cultivation will suffice. The objective is to make them thoroughly proficient in wielding explosive crossbows. Tom, make the journey to Elf City and present generous gifts to both the Duke and the Minister of Internal Affairs. Tell them I support all the Duke's decisions and am willing to set an example. Tell them of the situation in the Tak wasteland. I am dealing with those cultists. As long as I remain in the Ace region, the cultists will never breach Shusiduchi. Do you understand what I mean? Alan laid out the arrangements in detail and finally gave Tom a suggestive glance. Understood. Tom's anxious heart finally settled and Spike and Jerry also relaxed considerably. They had genuinely feared that Alan intended to join the war himself. This was nearly the best possible course, strengthening the territory's capabilities while seeking ways to withdraw from the war in advance. Even if the war were to spill over here, they would have both the confidence and the time to respond. After the brief meeting concluded, Alan returned to the inner castle, informed his wives of the matter, and then departed the castle. What he needed to do next was straightforward. The territory wall rewards, the population rewards. The former must be obtained within 3 days, the latter within 7. Additionally, he should see whether he could find talented and beautiful women to rapidly cultivate his cultivation base. If suitable candidates are lacking among the noble houses, there must be plenty among the commoners given their vast population base. Moreover, there is the merfolk tribe that had recently joined the territory. That would be more than enough, at least for now. He would first advance to the Moon Brilliance realm. With Moon Brilliance cultivation combined with considerable wealth, he could already handle many unexpected situations. On the 3rd day after learning of the war, the territory wall was completed. Detected that the family territory's strength has increased, rated as gold level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 30-year Do-Chi cultivation card, a 30-year mana cultivation card, an arcane card, a 5th tier combat technique exchange card, a 5th tier magic exchange card, and a 5th tier hurricane knight set. On the 6th day, all refugees were registered and settled. Detected that the family territory's population has increased, rated as silver level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 20-year Do-Chi cultivation card, a 20-year mana cultivation card, a 5th tier knight set exchange card, a 3rd tier energy array, and a small mithril vein. Alan held back until both rewards were in hand, then began to use them intensively. That evening Alan went alone to the top floor of the bell tower. Now he had a total of 50 years of Do-Chi cultivation and 75 years of mana cultivation. The Do-Chi cultivation was insufficient, so Alan left it untouched. He directly used the mana cultivation, and with 75 years of mana poured in, his mana cultivation caught up with his Do-Chi cultivation. Double Starlight Realm 7th tier. Next came an arcane card which greatly surprised Alan. Arcane is a skill that surpasses combat techniques and magic. In his understanding, it was a super move. Because there are many types of arcane with diverse effects, they have no fixed tier. After hesitating for a while, Alan chose an arcane named Seal Release. This move was half passive and half active. It could create an energy acupoint within the body, sealing away the Do-Chi and mana that were not needed in normal times and releasing them all at once when necessary. Simply put, it was an overclock mode. The cost was that one's Do-Chi acupoints and mana acupoints would be impacted, plunging the user into a half-month-long weakness period during which they could not use Do-Chi or mana. The cost was not small, but arcane was like this: the stronger the arcane effect, the greater the side effect. Alan chose this move as a safety net. No matter how high one's potential, it's not as good as immediate combat power. Who knows when an accident might occur? One must have a life-saving measure. For the 5th tier combat technique, he chose the Shura Spear, which could pair with Dark Do-Chi. For the 5th tier magic, considering the flame origin tree and the family, he chose Raging Flame. The 5th tier Hurricane Knight set was extremely useful to Alan. From boots to helm, everything was 5th tier equipment. It came with 2 5th tier longswords, 1 5th tier spear, and a 5th tier mount, a mount of the Moonlight Realm level. But there was something even better, a 5th tier knight set exchange card. No need to say he had to choose the dark set. However, these 2 5th tier sets were not suitable to be revealed now. Who knew how large the accompanying 5th tier mounts were? He would release them in the wasteland later. Damn. When he took out the 3rd tier energy array card, a line of text flashed on the card and Alan's eyes widened abruptly. A 3rd tier energy array covering the entire territory, expanding as the territory's area increases. It requires selecting an area to place the core. The closer to the core, the faster the cultivation speed, with a maximum increase of 30 and a minimum increase of 10. Geez, a spirit gathering array, huh? Alan curiously flipped the card. This thing was a strategic artifact. It could cover the entire territory, allowing everyone to enjoy the cultivation speed boost. This was far better than the potential potions and mana smoke that couldn't be widely distributed. Exaggerating a bit, the people of Aluasai County were all like dragons. Of course, the biggest beneficiaries were still him and his wives. For those with high talent, even a small improvement was enormous. The amount of dochi one could cultivate in an extra day was enough for someone with poor talent to train hard for a month. Next were his subordinates. With the primary potential evolution elixir, mana enhancement potion, mana smoke, and the third tier energy array, the cultivation buffs were completely maxed out. Originally he thought the Knight Order would reach Great Warrior level within 3 years. Now it might accelerate to within 2 years for everyone to become Great Warriors. Whoosh! Alan directly used the energy array card. The card transformed into a map of the territory in front of him with ripples spreading as if inviting him to tap. Was there any need to choose? The core should naturally be placed in the inner castle. He selected the residential area. After setting the location, the map dissolved into points of fluorescent light, and then Alan felt that the dochi and mana in the air had become much richer. Damn it! Alan sat on the sofa and cultivated for a while, but soon stood up again. How foolish, old AI. Having a cheat and not using it to cultivate, are you out of your mind? Finally there was the small mithril vein. Like the energy array, it could be placed on the territory map. After thinking it over, Alan placed this small mithril vein in the Qingshui River. The monetary value of the small mithril vein was not very high, but he was in need of magical metals. He would let the mermaid tribe help him mine it and directly forge it into equipment. At midnight Alan lay in bed. He tossed and turned for 2 hours without falling asleep, his mind full of the 5th tier Dark Knight set. After waking Kalina and Wendy for the 3rd time, Alan could no longer lie still. He left the family castle and headed straight for the wasteland east of the town. Screech! A hawk's cry rang out and the moonlight around instantly vanished, plunging the wasteland into complete darkness. Alan stared at the black shadow that appeared out of thin air, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. A 5th tier initial stage Nightmare Hawk. The Nightmare Hawk was a notorious evil beast, adept at dark magic and mental magic, extremely bloodthirsty and fond of devouring souls. Its reputation was as foul as the fallen one-horned nightmare. But evil beast or not, as a mount, it was both practical and cool. Who could resist owning a big, wide, tough and enduring bird? No one. Tsk tisk, Alan leaped onto the Nightmare Hawk's head, affectionately stroked it, and then began to put on the 5th tier equipment placed on its head. He didn't need the weapons much, he already had the black hole spear. He kept one dark sword and the rest would be given to his wives. As soon as the dark set was on, Alan felt his dochi acupoints trembling and the dark dochi almost burst forth. As expected of a 5th tier set. With so many 5th tier dark attribute magic cores worn on his body, the amount of dochi increased significantly. Surges of dark dochi filled his entire body and his strength had improved by at least 50. Perhaps it was due to the attribute compatibility, otherwise the boost wouldn't be this large. A salted fish turning over. No. Trading a bird gun for a cannon. Alan closed his eyes and spread his arms quietly, feeling this mighty power. If he had this configuration back when he killed the fire dragon, a single set of great dragon sealing 5 spears would have been enough. Now, with his cultivation at Starlight Realm double 7th tier plus equipment, combat techniques, magic, arcane and other factors, he should be able to fight against a 3rd tier or lower Corona warrior for a while. Even against a Corona warrior above 3rd tier he was confident he could die a glorious death. The next morning Alan flew directly back to the inner fortress on his Nightmare Demon Eagle, carrying a sack containing over 100 Thunder Eagle magic cores. Oh, and behind the Nightmare Demon Eagle followed a Storm Eagle. Its cultivation was the same as the Nightmare Demon Eagle's, burly rank 5, and in its beak hung a tier 5 Hurricane Knight set. In the depths of the night Alan had gone into Baigu Forest to avenge himself on the Thunder Eagles. Considering how enormous the Thunder Eagle flock was, with several at rank 5, Alan directly used the tier 5 Hurricane Knight set, which gave him an extra rank 5 magical beast to aid him. The revenge went smoothly. He killed 5 rank 5 Thunder Eagles, 13 rank 4 Thunder Eagles and dozens more below rank 4. He kept fighting until dawn was almost breaking before he stopped. Though he couldn't be certain whether any Thunder Eagles remained in Baigu Forest, he could be sure there were very few. Alan. Lord Alan. Avril, Eileen and Charlotte were strolling through the garden with the children when they happened to see Alan descending from the sky. Alan, what is this? Avril asked in surprise. How had he gone and brought back 2 more ferocious raptor beasts? Pa. Pa. Jessica lying in Avril's arms turned toward Alan and reached out, opening her arms and grasping at the air as if she wanted Alan to hold her. At 5 months old Jessica could already crawl and make sounds. Soon she might learn to stand and speak. Caught them in Baigu Forest. Alan took Jessica from Avril's arms and sighed. These are the Thunder Eagle's magic cores, everything I could find. Thunder Eagles. Avril glanced at the leather sack on the ground, then stepped forward and gently embraced Alan. She knew that story all too well. The hunt 6 years earlier had cost the Alvis family dearly. If not for her father stepping in, Alan would have been torn apart by the other nobles. It's fine. It's all in the past. Besides succeeding at taking revenge, I also found some unexpected surprises. I'll announce them once everyone is awake. Alan smiled and shook his head, then pressed a gentle kiss on Avril's forehead. He couldn't be partial. Eileen and Charlotte needed kisses too, and then so did the two sons. After the family finished breakfast, Alan gathered everyone in the Bell Tower library and announced the surprises he had brought back from Baigu Forest. What were the surprises? 2 rank 5 raptor mounts and 2 tier 5 equipment sets, of course. As for how he came by them, Baigu Forest was vast enough that it was perfectly reasonable to find some ruins or legacy inside it. Last time he had obtained the 5 great dragon sealing spears, this time equipment. Next time he might pick up something even better. Perfectly reasonable. When it came to distribution, Alan didn't even need to say a word. Avril arranged everything with perfect clarity. Battle arts and magic could be shared, but when it came to mounts and equipment, after Alan the family's pillar had made his choices, Shirley and Selena had to be given top priority. Shirley and Selena had the highest cultivation bases and the strongest battle power. With better mounts and equipment, they could offer Alan the greatest support. Finally, Alan looked over the family's strength on paper and realized that the clan was already extremely powerful. He was a lord whose superpower was cold hard cash, nearly undefeated below the solar corona realm. That is, unless he met another holder of money-based power with a higher cultivation base. Bolstered by a wealth of battle arts spells and equipment, Shirley and Selena already possessed combat strength on the lunar radiance level. Karina and Wendy, though succubi were not especially mighty in combat, still reached around the 7th rank of the stellar radiance realm thanks to their cultivation and magical configuration. Isabella and Nami had also reached the stellar radiance realm, though they had only recently broken through. The other wives were not yet at stellar radiance, but they were all close. Even Freya, that hopeless cultivator, had popped pills until she became a rank 5 archmage. With an attribute equipment set on plus battle arts and spells, she too could fight at stellar radiance level. 3 early, rank 5 raptor mounts were equivalent to 3 lunar radiance warriors below the 4th rank. The power this represented was terrifying, at least within the Duchy of Shussi. As long as he stepped into the lunar radiance realm and raised his combat power another level, the Alvis family would become the strongest force outside the ducal mansion. There was no helping it, the Duke's status was simply too lofty for he could even command solar corona warriors. But once Alan had a cultivation base around the 7th rank of lunar radiance. How could a true man born between heaven and earth content himself with an obscure life beneath others? After lunch, Alan took Selena to the Qingshui River to check on the small mithril vein, then headed to Qingshui Lake. The equipment forging workshop was already in operation, producing dozens of Tier 1 pieces and a few Tier 2 pieces every day. It wasn't much, but there was no helping it. Until the mermaid tribe's population recovered, this output was the limit. As for the tiers, that had been Alan's own request. Rather than turning out 1 or 2 Tier 3 pieces per day, it was better to make more Tier 1 and Tier 2 pieces in preparation for equipping the Territory Wall Defense Corps later. The Defense Corps using defensive equipment was a perfect fit. As for the Knight Order, Alan planned to gradually set aside 2 million gold coins to equip every knight with a Tier 3 attribute set, and each captain and regimental commander would receive an additional Tier 4 weapon. In short, armed to the teeth. It didn't matter whether there were enemies, and it didn't matter whether the gear would be needed. Owning it first was the only way. On the way back to the castle, Alan obliquely told Selena how much he liked mermaids and hoped to marry a few more mermaid women with fine talent and beautiful looks. Selena agreed without a second thought, saying she would handle it. Her blunt decisiveness caught Alan rather off guard. Surprise aside, he could still understand it. In this world, every living creature thought the same way: the strong were entitled to everything. Alan knew this very well. He just thought Selena was being generous. She had not asked a single question. Back at the family castle, Alan received news from Tom that he had half expected yet still found somewhat shocking. A band of necromancers had appeared in the northern Ace region and overrun 3 small towns in the span of a single day. Only a few lucky mercenaries and civilians escaped from those necromancers. With a total death toll exceeding 50,000, it was nothing short of a wholesale massacre. That's absolutely ruthless. Alan immediately summoned Spike and Jerry and ordered them to tighten patrol work in the coming days. The news that the Vesuvius firefolk had declared war on the kingdom of Pompeii had already spread throughout the Ace region, along with the Duke's notice imposing a temporary war tax. A kingdom-scale war combined with tax hikes made unrest inevitable. He just hadn't expected the turmoil to come so quickly, and this was likely only the beginning. Even more serious chaos lay ahead. Alan was not worried about his own territory. Even if he stayed home sleeping all day, his wives would take good care of the domain. But he had quite a few relatives. A father-in-law here, a brother-in-law there. There was no telling when he would have to rush out and put out another fire. 3 days later Alan's premonition came true. The necromancers, after slaughtering several small towns in the northern part of the Ace region, had finally set their sights on the central area. The first to bear the brunt was Viscount John. His Snow Eagle territory, situated in the north-central region, blocked the necromancers' inevitable path into the heartland. Due to the considerable distance, by the time Alan received the news, the attack on Snow Eagle territory had already been underway for over 10 hours. The message was delivered by Baron Loki's envoy. In his letter, Baron Loki stated that the number and cultivation level of the necromancers were unknown, but they could summon over 10,000 tier 1 undead. From this it could be inferred that their numbers were not small and their average cultivation level was not low. Finally, Baron Loki believed that Snow Eagle territory could not withstand the group of necromancers. And Hog Town, only a 4-hour horse ride from Snow Eagle territory, would likely become the necromancers' next target. Baron Loki hoped Alan would extend a helping hand for the sake of Lisa and Linda. Over 10,000 tier 1 undead. Although tier 1 undead were the weakest comparable to the apprentice realm, they were devoid of thought and perception, completely controlled by their summoners. When charging in formation, their momentum was terrifying. The most troublesome aspect was that even if the undead's bodies were shattered, they would not disappear. As long as the summoner still had mana, they could revive the undead again. It was no exaggeration to say that necromancers were moving plagues of the dead. Wherever they passed, all life fell silent. No wonder they could overturn 3 towns in a single day. In the garden, Alan mounted his nightmare eagle and slowly ascended, his expression somewhat grave. Being able to summon over 10,000 tier 1 undead required a vast amount of mana. If pooled together, they could surely summon higher tier undead as well. This was not to be underestimated. Alan, stay safe. Avril, holding Jessica, waved toward the sky. Don't worry, you know my strength. Alan nodded, then turned to Shirley and Selena, who were mounting Golden Flame Eagles and Storm Eagles respectively, and said, the territory is in your hands. We will take care. Shirley and Selena nodded in unison, then left the family castle to patrol the territory. Don't worry, there's still time. I'll handle it. Alan comforted the pregnant Lisa and Linda once more, then flew to the outer fortress, assembled a force of 500 and set off for Hog Town. As he had said, there was still time. After all, Snow Eagle territory was a Viscount's domain, its defensive capabilities would not be too weak. Judging from the dozens of explosive crossbows he had purchased from them, they must have plenty of armor-piercing crossbows as well. Moreover, Viscount John himself was a tier 3-star Radiance warrior capable of holding out for several hours without issue. Furthermore, Hog Town was a fair distance from Snow Eagle territory. Even if the necromancers overran Snow Eagle territory and intended to press on to Hog Town, the journey would take considerable time. Thus this time he did not need to rush ahead alone. Of course, the main reason was that necromancers were too enigmatic. He had never faced them before, so he brought more men as a precaution. By the time Alan was leading his troops toward Hog Town, trouble had already erupted there. 4 hours earlier, Snow Eagle territory had fallen. Relying on his tier 3-star Radiance warrior cultivation, Viscount John had managed to evade direct confrontation with the Undead Legion, leading his family and Knight Order to successfully escape to Hog Town. Baron Loki was terrified out of his wits. If he weren't no match for Viscount John, he would have stabbed him in anger. Originally, Hog Town was only potentially under attack from the necromancers. Now the executioners had followed Viscount John right to their doorstep. Look at the scale of the Undead Legion outside the town walls. It surged like waves. This couldn't be just over 10,000, even 20,000 might be an understatement. Viscount John, I don't recall offending you, Loki said bitterly as John climbed the town wall with his Knight Order. Loki, I'm sorry, but you know no one wants to die. Snow Eagle territory was remote with few neighbors. You are my only hope. And their next target was bound to be you. You should be grateful for my joining. Now let's work together to survive. Jon sighed and patted Loki's shoulder. Hearing Jon's words, Loki's face twisted into a bitter smile. I thought of that too, but with our strength we stand no chance against this undead legion. In the end we'll have to flee. Honestly, I'm already prepared. Once the town wall is breached, I'll escape immediately to Alvis County. A wise choice. Jon nodded slightly, scanning the crowded town wall, and whispered, but this doesn't look like a retreat. Your people are as numerous as the undead. Are they bait? Loki lowered his voice and explained, no, the civilians came voluntarily. Everyone knows necromancers only take corpses, not living people. Many fled before you arrived, but those who stayed are almost all here, hoping to fight to the death with me. Jon shrugged. I must also thank the civilians of Snow Eagle territory, they bought me some time. By the way, the most important question, did you notify Alvis? You married off your two most beautiful daughters to him and they're already pregnant with his children. He shouldn't refuse, should he? To him these necromancers might be nothing more than a minor nuisance. I notified him. Loki nodded solemnly, then continued, judging by the time Alvis should have received my letter. But you know Alvis County is far from here. Even if he's staying in the nearest Clearwater town, it would take him at least 2 hours to get here. I was confident before, but now I'm not so sure. You see the number of undead, and I only have 100 heavy crossbows. With me and my knight order, that's enough. Jon gritted his teeth, his heart sour. 100 heavy crossbows were worth around 200,000 gold coins, probably more than the entire Loki family's total assets. Even he as a viscount hadn't spent that much on town wall defenses. Clearly Loki was relying on his son-in-law. How enviable. But that was fine. If the stronger hogged town's defenses, the longer they could hold out, and hopefully they would last until Alan's reinforcements arrived. In the span of a few remarks, the undead legion arrived at the town walls. Jon and Loki searched carefully but found no living beings among the undead horde. Damn necromancers, they were so cautious. If only they could locate the necromancers, a successful decapitation strike would make the undead legion vanish. As the undead legion began its assault on Hog Town's territory wall, dozens of gray streams of smoke rose from an irrigation ditch 3 kilometers from the wall and congealed into human forms. Big brother, this town's territory wall is not that long. Why don't we just go around it? Heh heh heh. My pets tell me that most of the townsfolk are gathered here. Taking this place is as good as taking the whole town. If we split up and attack from the flanks, we might scare the little fish away. Better to let them stay right here and play with us. Makes sense. We should have done this long ago, seal them all in so we don't end up with only inferior prey whose blood and chi are insufficient. Heh heh heh. The quality of this prey is quite good. Lord Commander, there are many heavy crossbows on Hog Town's territory wall. Our undead are taking heavy losses. Heh heh heh. Losses. Losses. Mana. Keep summoning. Yes, Lord Commander. After that brief exchange, dozens of figures turned back into gray smoke and seeped into the water. These were the necromancers who had been wreaking havoc in the Ace region over the past few days, 67 in total, forming a necromancer corps. Among the 67, 5 had reached the Starlight realm with cultivation levels of the 9th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st rank respectively. Interestingly, these 5 were blood brothers. Under their command were 22 archmages and 40 mages. There were no apprentices among them, and their average cultivation was extremely high. This was how they could command an undead legion, and even this was not their full strength. As necromancers, they had to keep one maxim in mind: never let your opponent see you. Never assume your opponent is weaker than you. Always leave yourself an escape route. They had come from the Fagong kingdom north of the Shusi Duchy. The old king of the Fagong kingdom had passed away. The new king was an extremely powerful war king, bold and resolute. As soon as he ascended the throne, he declared that he would purge every den of magical beasts in the kingdom and sever the heads of all demon cultists and necromancers. Their cultivation was too low. Against an entire kingdom they had no power to resist, so they could only choose to flee the Fagong kingdom. The Shusi Duchy, which was not far from the Fagong kingdom and was not particularly powerful either, was their best choice. But after all, a duchy was a duchy. No matter how weak, it was not something they could afford to offend. So they set their area of operations along the border where they could still flee if they stirred up trouble too great to handle. 2 hours quickly passed. Under the relentless assault of the undead legion, Hog Town's territory wall was already on the verge of collapse. Although nearly 10,000 civilians had climbed the wall to help defend it, none of them were highly cultivated nor had they received any military training. They possessed only the brute strength that years of hard labor had given them. Before the undead, brute strength was utterly useless. The undead could not die even if their bodies were smashed to pieces. The necromancers would recondense them with mana. Under such circumstances the undead, creatures that had never possessed any thought of their own, became as terrifying as demons. In just 2 hours the defenders on the wall were showing signs of exhaustion. Their morale had sunk to rock bottom, and another few clashes would see them completely routed. Loki, did you really notify Alvis? Could your knight betray you? Damn it. Those undead have dug their way behind us. We should have retreated from the very beginning. Now we're surrounded. John, whose battle chi was nearly depleted, asked Loki with a face full of anxiety. The knight I sent is my cousin. His honor and wealth all come from me. There is no way he would betray me. Maybe. Alvis is not in Qingshui town. You know that Sengu town is building its territory wall. That place is very far from here. Loki gave a bitter smile. He had been abandoned. Earlier there was something he had not told John. He knew Alan kept a 5th-rank fire attribute raptor mount at home. If Alan had been willing to come, he could have arrived a full hour ago, or even in less than an hour. But there was no point in saying any of that now. Better to keep it buried in his heart. If some lucky soul who eventually escaped alive heard it and the words reached Lisa and Linda, it might bring Alan's displeasure upon them. He would soon become one of the undead. Better not to implicate his daughters. At least the Loki family's bloodline would still endure, still noble. Wasn't that so? Hearing Loki's words, John stood frozen in place for a long while, then laughed bitterly. To pin our hopes on someone else, how foolish we were. If anyone is to blame, it's our own weakness. I saw the territory wall at Sengu town once 2 months ago. If we were capable of building a wall like that, what would an undead legion matter? Loki, perhaps you think of me as nothing more than a greedy merchant. But do you know how I became a viscount? Loki understood what John was thinking. He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand and said with bold pride, John, stop trying to be the hero. My title wasn't bought with gold coins either. I know, but you're only a baron and I'm a viscount. That's only because you're older than me. Just wait and see. As the two talked, they leaped onto the stone parapet of the territory wall. Gazing at the endless undead surging below and battering the wall, a boundless heroic fervor surged within their hearts. They had nearly forgotten that they too had once been geniuses in countless people's eyes, warriors praised by all. Crash! Just as John and Loki prepared to fight to the death, a howling wind came from the distant sky. A streak of darkness appeared along the horizon, then rapidly spread, blotting out the sky and the sun and plunging the entire land into darkness. Scree! A long resounding eagle cry pierced the heavens. The sound was incomparably clear and bright, yet it seemed to carry an ancient curse, leaving people dazed and making them shrink back involuntarily as though eroded by an invisible magical force. Such a tremendous disturbance instantly drew everyone's gaze. Pound! 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 Just as everyone was looking toward the sky, a series of rapid sounds came from the distance, the thunderous hoofbeats of galloping warhorses. Before the eyes of more than 10,000 living people and 20 or 30,000 undead, a cavalry regiment came galloping in from the distance. It was not large, only a few hundred riders. Yet the battle chi erupting from it was far from weak. The dozens of riders at the very front all possessed the cultivation of great warriors, and their bodies radiated the glow of various elements, unmistakable signs that they all wielded elemental equipment. The totem pole crest. That's the crest of the Alvis family. John's cultivation was high. Peering carefully, he quickly identified the cavalry regiment. Wild with joy, he pulled Loki down from the stone parapet and gave him a crushing bear hug, shouting, "Damn you, Loki, I'm insanely jealous of you. Why couldn't I have fathered beautiful daughters?" As the knightly order of the Alvis family appeared, cheers erupted from the walls of Hog Town. Excellent. It's the reinforcements from the Alvis family. Brothers, hold on. On the other side, the necromancers frowned their faces, revealing a bloodthirsty, murderous intent. A sure victory was about to turn into a twist. Big brother, they're just knights below the star realm. I'll go deal with them. Dennis, use your brain. If you were the leader of those knights, would you dare charge into a necromantic army of over 20,000 undead like that? I smell darkness. Do you see the dark magic power in the sky? That's the work of a 5th-tier dark attribute beast, and it's not even the main player. A 5th-tier beast as a mount. Big brother, should we retreat? Not yet. Let's see what beast and what person it is. How can we spit out the meat that's already in our mouths? 5th-tier undead. We have them too. Understood. Let's prepare the summoning array first. While his younger brothers were busy, the head of the necromancer band, Mike, felt a twinge of regret for not investigating the situation in the ice region more thoroughly. He had always dealt with his targets by killing them instantly, eliminating any chance of a comeback and never leaving survivors for interrogation. Now it seemed he should be a bit more observant in the future. But this was strange. How could a person riding a 5th-tier beast appear in a border region of a duchy? It was like finding a dragon hidden in a small stream. Who could have imagined it? Outrageously absurd. While the necromancers were scheming, Alan, riding the nightmare hawk, arrived above the battlefield, slowly emerging from the darkness. 1st tier, 2nd tier. Hidden. Alan looked down at the undead army, finding that most were 1st tier, fewer than 100 were 2nd tier, and none were 3rd tier. Clearly the necromancers hadn't yet unleashed their full power and weren't among the undead army. Confronting this situation. Play the pig to eat the tiger. Alan put away the black hole spear, replaced it with a 5th-tier dark sword, then gently tapped the mount and ordered, "Leave these undead to you." Coo. The nightmare hawk shuddered, immediately descended and began attacking the undead on the ground. Their souls were still intact, though of low quality, but the sheer number made them a decent meal. The next moment, a vast amount of dark mist spread from the nightmare hawk, sweeping toward the undead army like a hurricane. Dark Storm, the nightmare hawk's signature skill. Its effect was simple and brutal: drain the target's chi, magic power and blood essence, then feed them back to the nightmare hawk, leaving the souls to be harvested slowly. Ha! The undead army noticed the anomaly in the sky but made no attempt to react, still charging mindlessly at the wall. Tisk, utterly insane. Alan sighed. These creatures had no will of their own, they simply executed the summoner's orders to the end like the ultimate suicide soldiers. The moving plague of corpses truly lived up to its name. The dark storm crashed into the undead army, instantly turning countless undead into dried husks that collapsed motionless on the ground. Not dead, but without magic replenishment, these undead are combat ineffective. Dark slash. Alan also began attacking, sending slash after slash at the undead army. But he wasn't putting in any real effort, not using any combat techniques or his own chi, relying solely on the 5th-tier dark armor set. While attacking, he deliberately slowed down his movements, making his strikes appear clumsy and slow, feigning a novice with little combat experience. I must lure the necromancers out. Killing these undead is useless, otherwise they can summon a new batch with a wave of their hand. You filthy vermin dare to invade my territory. I, Alan Alvis Arthur, son of the current Duke of News Duchy, swear by the name of my ancestor King Arthur that not a single one of you disgusting undead will escape. After a series of slashes, Alan shouted coldly, his voice amplified by chi spreading across the battlefield. Alan Alvis Arthur. John and Loki immediately sensed something was off, but then they caught Alan's signaling glance and shouted along, "Our reinforcements have arrived. The descendant of King Arthur has come to save us. Arthur! Arthur!" In an instant over 10,000 people chanted the name Arthur, their voices merging into a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. Everyone knew that Alan was an Alvis with no connection to Arthur whatsoever. But since Alan himself claimed to be Arthur and John and Loki echoed him, it was clearly part of a plan. Whatever the plan was, they just needed to go along with it. They were counting on Alan's salvation, they wouldn't dare defy him. Ha ha ha. That's it. Keep chanting the glory of the Arthur family. I, Alan Alvis Arthur, am the savior of the ice region. Hearing the shouts, Alan laughed heartily, then leaped directly from the nightmare hawk, crashing into the undead army. He used the simplest sword techniques, his movements clumsy like a beginner. Despite holding back, the low-tier undead couldn't withstand him. Even with just the magic core energy of the 5th-tier set, Alan could cleave 100 undead in two with a single blow. On the other side, the head of the Death Knight band, Mike, showed a cold, murderous intent. Mike's underling Buck asked nervously, "Big brother, that guy is a duke's son and a nephew of King Arthur. Should we retreat?" The second-in-command, Dennis, also agreed, "Big brother, Buck is right. We should retreat. He was the one who had earlier suggested killing the Night Order, but after learning Alan's identity he had changed his mind. Nobles of this standing were truly not to be trifled with. Hearing his two brothers' words, Mike also hesitated. Killing commoners and minor nobles was one thing, but nobles with real backing could not be killed without inviting endless trouble. But so much time and magic power had already been spent. Mike hesitated for a moment, then turned to his smartest second brother and asked, "Mitchell, what do you think?" Mitchell curled his lips into a smile and asked, "Big brother, what kind of duke's son gets sent to the border? Look at his arrogant appearance and almost zero combat experience. The answer is clear: a useless son that his own father looks down upon. True, killing him risks offending the Arthur family, but the current Arthur family. King Arthur might soon die at the hands of the Vesuvius Fire clan. Big brother, his 5th tier dark attribute armor set suits you well. After we finish him, how about heading south to the Jones Sea region? A rank 5 dark attribute equipment set." A greedy glint flashed through Mike's eyes and he said in a hoarse voice, "Mitchell, you truly are the pride of the Wood family. Let's do as you say." He decided to take his younger brother's advice. Kill Alan and the Nightmare Demon Eagle, seize the rank 5 dark set, and, oh right, their corpses too. The risk was enormous, but the reward was worth it. At worst he could find a place to lie low for a few years. The Jones Sea was a very good choice. Its lord was a brutal rank 7 sea demon, the Kraken. The Arthur family would never invade the Jones Sea for an exiled family member. Moreover, the main branch of the Arthur family could hardly protect itself right now. Eldest brother, even if he's trash, he's still a rank 7 Starlight Warrior with a full set of rank 5 equipment, and his mount is an early rank 5 Nightmare Demon Eagle. Our close combat abilities are no match for theirs, and the Undead Legion is useless. He can fly away at any moment. What should we do? Otis, the third brother, asked in frustration. Hearing this, an imperceptible gloom flickered across Mike's eyes. He turned to look at the team members other than his 4 younger brothers. Heh heh heh. It's not as if I don't have a flying undead. I do have a powerful flying undead, but it requires a great deal of mana. For safety's sake, every one of us needs to reserve some mana. Let's use a joint summoning. As for that noble brat, let him have his fun. Let's see how much battle chi he has to burn. Hearing Mike's words, the necromancers all voiced their agreement. We are at your service. Captain, what do we need to do? Mike had always been decisive and ruthless. His word law. He yielded only to his 4 blood brothers, so no team member dared question his decisions. My brothers will handle the summoning array. All you need to do is stand in the array and pour in your mana. It's very simple, no different from an ordinary summoning, except that the array is larger and requires far more mana. Understood. The necromancers nodded one after another, ready for a big undertaking. But while their attention was fixed on Mike's 4 younger brothers had already begun preparing the large summoning array. With their backs to the team members, their gazes met in a circle and the corners of all their mouths curled upward. Did necromancers need a team? No. The undead were a necromancer's best companions. The reason the 5 brothers had kept so many useless people around was precisely for a moment like this. Damn it. I've played my part so well and they still won't come out. Did the Nightmare Demon Eagle scare them? Then their cultivation can't be high, none of them has reached the Moon Radiance realm. After fighting his way through the Undead Legion for a while, Alan returned to the Nightmare Demon Eagle's head, his enthusiasm fading. More than 20,000 undead had been cut down until fewer than 5,000 remained, yet those necromancers still made no move. Something was very wrong. Even if they didn't want to fight him, they wouldn't leave the Undead Legion behind. This was all mana, why not recall it? Boom. Suddenly a deafening explosion rang out in the sky. Alan quickly looked up and saw not far away in the air a bizarre sphere formed from grey mist and blood-red mist exuding a strange aura. It seemed to have a dark attribute, yet it gave off a deathly and bloody impression. Forbidden art. Alan frowned deeply and had the Nightmare Demon Eagle taken closer. The sphere's attribute was very strange. It should not have been condensed directly from battle chi and mana. Given that eerie aura, there was only one possibility. It was a forbidden art of the same nature as arcane arts. Arcane arts and forbidden arts were very similar, both were extremely powerful skills. The difference was that arcane arts could be controlled while forbidden arts could not. The sacrificial art of demon cultists was one type of forbidden art. Boom. 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 Just as the nightmare demon eagle spread its wings and was about to draw closer, the strange sphere began to move again. The two-colored mist forming the sphere began to tremble, making the sphere pulse like the heart of a living creature, swelling and contracting. A summoning array. Alan lowered his gaze and his pupils abruptly contracted. In a reservoir used for farmland irrigation, dozens of robed people were gathered. Beneath their feet was a gray and red pentagram array. 5 people whose cultivation had reached the starlight realm stood at the 5 points while the rest stood in the center. First spear. Alan immediately switched to the black hole spear and blasted a battle skill downward. He had seen a demon summoning array before and it looked very similar to the one before him. He absolutely could not let these necromancers succeed. 5 starlight mages joining hands with dozens of sacrificial offerings whose cultivation was at least rank, for mages, just how powerful and undead would they summon? Heh heh heh. Seeing Alan charge over and unleash a rank 5 battle skill, Mike let out a cold, sinister laugh. The next moment Mike and his 4 younger brothers pressed their hands onto the array. Undead drain. Undead summoning. The red light on the pentagram array vanished and gray light burst forth in full, enveloping all the dozens of team members within the array like a curse that gnawed into bone and marrow. Centered on the pentagram array, the surrounding earth and sky were all stained with gray light. Every undead outside Hog Town's territory wall, whether it could move or not, burst apart at that moment, transforming into enormous gray masses of mana that shot into the air and hurtled at the first spear Alan had unleashed. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in midair and the 2 masses of energy scattered after colliding. Alan's first spear was powerful, but the mana of an entire undead legion was not weak either. And in that blink of an eye, a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble appeared over the pentagram array, causing Alan's expression to change drastically. The dozens of sacrificial offerings in the pentagram array had vanished, replaced by a scarlet vortex. A dragon's head devoid of flesh emerged from within it. An early rank 6 bone dragon. Alan ordered the nightmare demon eagle to halt and uttered the words with a grim expression. An early rank 6 bone dragon was equivalent to a corona warrior below rank 4. No wonder these necromancers dared to run amok in the Ace region. This trump card was indeed enough for them to roam the borderlands of any kingdom. At the very least they would have no trouble protecting themselves. What is that? Goddess of light above, save us. Is that an undead dragon? The bone dragon was unfathomably huge, its wingspan looking to be at least 500 meters. Its whole body emitted a scarlet glow, extremely conspicuous in the daylight, drawing the attention of everyone on the territory wall. At the sight of the fierce and terrifying bone dragon, dread appeared on every face. It's over. That bone dragon hovered in the air without flapping its wings, it relied purely on mana. Only a rank 6 magical beast could do that. Viscount John, who had seen a fair amount of the world, cried out in shock, clutching his head with both hands. The heart that had been burning hot moments ago suddenly went cold. A few months earlier Alan had killed a mid-rank 5 fire dragon. But rank 5 was after all only rank 5, or rank 6 was an entirely different and far more powerful realm. This time it really was over. This is trouble. Sensing the surging mana radiating from the bone dragon, Alan took a deep breath, his expression was grim. This bone dragon had been summoned directly from the undead plane as a drake bone dragon, not an undead raised from a drake corpse. This meant it possessed intelligence. Although it was still controlled by the summoning array, it was not a task puppet that needed a separate command for every action. Rank 6 cultivation, a drake bone body intelligence. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. To be honest, against an opponent of this level he did not dare claim he could win. At least it's just a bone dragon. After all, it's merely undead, not as powerful as a true dragon, and it's restricted by the light attribute with a limited time to exist. My arcane art has stored up nearly 5 days worth of battle chi and mana. With my equipment, battle techniques and spells, I can absolutely go toe-to-toe with it. Even if I can't defeat it or outlast it, running away is definitely no problem. If it had been a living rank 6 drake, even at only the early stage of cultivation, Alan would have taken to his heels immediately. But a bone dragon summoned by a necromancer was subject to many restrictions, so Alan still had confidence he could fight it for a while. Noble brat, I'll give you a chance. Now leave your equipment and extension ring behind and then you can get lost. Mike landed on the bone dragon's head with his 4 younger brothers and gave Alan a contemptuous wave. Alan had been changing weapons just now and Mike saw it. That was why he believed Alan carried an extension ring on him. A duke's son really was different. It was already surprising that he had a rank 5 equipment set and now he had even produced a rank 6 weapon. Who knew how many unseen treasures were still on him? If he could obtain this wealth his strength would grow enormously. So he wanted to make a deal with Alan. Alan would use all the wealth on him to buy his life, and this would also avoid making an irreconcilable enemy of the Arthur family. Despicable necromancer, who do you think I am? I am a noble member of the Arthur family. You should keep your distance and show respect. Where are your manners? Hearing Mike's words, Alan rebuked him with feigned anger. Ha 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 ha. My dear younger brothers, did you hear that? The noble brat thinks we'll lick his shoes for him. Ha ha ha, big brother, I can do it. Those are rank 5 dark battle boots. Once he's dead I'll give them a good lick. I truly don't know what to say anymore. Maybe this is exactly why he was thrown out of his family. By the god of death above, I actually ran into the biggest fool in this world. Alan's words had no sooner fallen than Mike and his 4 brothers burst into loud laughter. 2 of them even squatted down, clutching their stomachs, shaking so hard they nearly died laughing. Seeing this, Alan, who had been playing the role of a spoiled dandy, suddenly erupted with dark mana and thrust the black hole spear forward with great force. Shura spear. A sinister shadow emerged behind Alan, condensing into a gaunt colossal humanoid phantom. The spear's shadow in its hand smashed toward the bone dragon like a heavenly punishment. The Shura spear was a rank 5 battle technique chosen specifically to complement dark battle chi. A devastatingly powerful battle chi surged from the spear's shadow and stabbed toward the bone dragon's head like thunder. The 5 necromancers were standing right there. Before the 5 could react, the enormous black spear's shadow grew larger and larger in their eyes. Watch out! Mike shouted in alarm and hurriedly controlled the bone dragon to block while his 4 younger brothers hastily cast magic to defend. But Alan's attack came too fast and too urgently. Before they could even gather their mana, the Shura spear struck the top of the bone dragon's head with a heavy blow. Damn it! Alan had originally aimed at Mike because Mike stood at the very front and was the one the other 4 looked to most often, clearly the leader. But the bone dragon's head lifted slightly, causing his aim to shift, and the one hit was the person standing behind Mike. With one spear strike, everything below the man's chest simply vanished. Although a cultivator at the 5th rank of the Stellar Radiance realm possessed formidable vitality, an injury of that lethal degree still killed him instantly. What a pity. Alan licked the corner of his mouth in regret. These 5 necromancers all had cultivation bases in the Stellar Radiance realm, rank 9, rank 5, rank 3, rank 2, and rank 1 respectively. His target had been the rank 9 one. Unexpectedly, the bone dragon had reacted so quickly that he was slightly off target and struck the rank 5 one. Still, this was not bad. This way the only remaining threats to him were the bone dragon and that rank 9 Stellar Radiance mage. Dennis. Seeing his eldest younger brother die so miserably, Mike's face turned extremely ugly. Mitchell clutched Dennis's mutilated body and said anxiously, "Big brother, we were all deceived, he was just putting on an act." I can see that. Mike looked at Alan, his face so gloomy that it seemed ready to drip water. He had realized the gravity of the problem. Not only had this noble brat feigned weakness to fool them, he had also achieved his goal of luring them out. You did indeed succeed in deceiving me, but what you are facing now is a rank 6 bone dragon. Mike shouted at Alan, burning with rage, and commanded the bone dragon to attack. A rank 6 bone dragon is indeed strong, but what you are facing now is a man who has slain a great dragon. Alan gave a cold smile and charged straight in with the great meteor jade spear. Of course, he knew perfectly well that in a head-on clash with a rank 6 bone dragon he would be the one to lose. That was why before attacking he had the Nightmare Demon Eagle widen the distance. Screech. The Nightmare Demon Eagle, knowing the enemy was powerful, began to help Alan. It let out a cry and attacked the 4 necromancers with mental magic. The rank 9 Stellar Radiance mage was still fine resisting with only a little mana, but the 3 lower-ranked Stellar Radiance mages were hard-pressed and had to force their mana to the limit just to hold on. The gap between realms was too great. They were a full major realm below the Nightmare Demon Eagle. With no good equipment to assist them, all they could do was consume even more mana to resist. For the first time Alan felt that a demonic beast was truly amazing. If this were any other mount, no matter what kind of magical beast it was, unless it had a mental attack, it could not have helped him in the slightest. Well done, keep it up. Alan's spirits lifted and he had the Nightmare Demon Eagle continue casting mental magic. As long as the Nightmare Demon Eagle could suppress the 3 low-ranked Stellar Radiance mages for him, he could save a great deal of energy and at least need not worry about a spell suddenly striking him from behind. Winged Spear. After the nightmare demon eagle circled once in the air, Alan found an angle and attacked from the bone dragon's flank. Damn it! While commanding the bone dragon, Mike also released a rank 4 spell to counterattack. After all, the bone dragon was merely an external force summoned through necromancy, far less smooth to command than one's own power. After 2 minutes of tentative combat, Alan prepared to change tactics. The bone dragon's own magical power was too immense. It was not solely reliant on the necromancer's injected magic. If this dragged on, he would be the one to lose. However, since the bone dragon was controlled by the necromancers, there was no need to defeat it outright. As long as he could find a way to eliminate those 4 necromancers, that would be enough. Mike had also come to a judgment about Alan's strength. This battle-seasoned noble brat, with the aid of his equipment and mount, was capable of contending with his 6th-tier bone dragon. Now both sides were thinking the same thing. Only a direct battle could defeat the other. But Alan was not anxious at all. It was Mike and his 3 younger brothers who were anxious, because the more powerful the summoned undead, the shorter the summoning time. They had to defeat Alan as quickly as possible, or once the bone dragon returned to the undead plane, they would be doomed. Go all out. Mike exchanged glances with his 3 younger brothers, steered the bone dragon to attack Alan, and simultaneously unleashed a strange grey energy through their combined power. Death Force. Seeing that grey energy, Alan hurriedly urged the nightmare eagle to evade. That was a power unique to necromancers, Death Force drawn from the undead plane. Once struck by it, one's life force would be drained, causing one to age and die in an instant. Given his cultivation level, although he wouldn't die instantly, it would certainly be unpleasant. But this was also a good thing. If after probing for so long he still couldn't force these necromancers to reveal their true skills, then he truly ought to run. Now it was time to just go for it. After evading the Death Force, Alan had the nightmare eagle fly around the bone dragon and directly took out the Holy Radiant Staff from his system space. Holy Light Burst. Light Attribute. Seeing Alan cast a 5th-tier light magic, Mike was startled. Undead creatures were extremely afraid of the light attribute. But he quickly regained his composure. His undead was a 6th-tier bone dragon. Its overall level was almost 15 minor steps higher than Alan's. Who cared about attribute disadvantage? It would merely consume a bit more magic power. At this rate they were sure to win. With that thought, Mike directly ordered the bone dragon to use undead breath against Alan. Although the bone dragon had been only a lesser dragon in life, its cultivation at the 6th tier allowed it to master breath attacks. Its might was merely inferior to a true dragon's. Bang! Light and darkness collided, interweaving and clashing for a moment before bursting apart simultaneously. No wonder it's 6th tier, truly powerful. Alan relied on his equipment advantage to barely avoid falling into a disadvantage, and he hadn't dealt any damage to the bone dragon. He couldn't help but admire it. But this was exactly what he wanted. The rhythm was already set. Heart Spear. Dragonflame Funeral. Holy Light Burst. Purify. Then Alan frantically unleashed battle skills and magic, all at least 4th tier, raining down on the bone dragon like a storm. Facing such a high-frequency assault, Mike ordered the bone dragon to continue using breath attacks while he himself used magic to supplement the offense. He had planned to have his 3 brothers help, but the nightmare eagle's mental attacks were too formidable. His brothers' cultivation levels were not high, and merely defending was already exhausting, leaving them unable to spare attention to help him. But that was fine. Necromancers specialized in wars of attrition. They were sure to win. And so the 2 sides exchanged blows, trading bombardments for about 10 minutes. Neither side had managed to injure the other. Both had nearly exhausted their battle chi and magic power. Only the 6th tier bone dragon remained formidable thanks to its deep reserves. The tens of thousands of eyes on the territory walls were all stunned at the sight. Even though it was daytime, the sky had turned as dark as midnight. The light was completely devoured by darkness. From time to time, earth-shattering explosions rang out in the sky as black mist churned endlessly. It was truly a spectacular scene. Loki, does Alves seem likely to win? John patted Loki on the arm and asked in disbelief. That was a 6th tier undead, a coronal tier undead. Alan, who had not even reached the Moonblaze realm, could actually fight that bone dragon for so long and show no intention of retreating. Didn't that mean he was confident? I hope so. Loki nodded expectantly, his gaze fixed on the sky even though he could only see black mist. Meanwhile, Alan and the necromancers had ceased their exchange, both sides tacitly stopping their attacks and fixing their eyes on each other. Heh heh heh. Noble brat, how much longer can your battle chi and magic power last? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll preserve your soul and consciousness and let you watch helplessly as you become a lowly undead. Mike, holding a fourth-tier staff, sneered at Alan. That's quite impressive, but I have a question for you. The bone dragon is indeed strong, but it will soon fail to keep up with my movements. As for you, whose magic power is also greatly depleted, how will you protect yourselves in a moment? Alan also laughed. After taking a deep breath, he clenched his left fist and struck heavily at the position of his heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Mike didn't know what confidence Alan had to speak such words, but he instinctively gathered the little magic power he had left. A necromancer who dared to let his guard down in battle would have already gone to see the god of death. Release. A faint smile curled at the corner of Alan's mouth as he activated the arcane art at that moment, seal release. These past few days he had stayed at home without fighting. All the battle chi and magic power he didn't need had been sealed away by him, and now was the perfect time to release it. Bang! The instant the release occurred, a vast surge of battle chi and magic power appeared from Alan out of nowhere. The energy was so intense that even the air vibrated, and Alan's entire figure was tinged with a dark shadow as if he was about to twist into mist. So painful. The moment it was released, Alan's brows furrowed. There was not a single place on his body that didn't hurt. It was an unbearable sore and swollen pain. If he weren't in the middle of battle, he would really want to lie down and rest immediately. No wonder the weakened period would last half a month. If the side effects hadn't even appeared yet and it was already this uncomfortable, what would happen once they did? However, the enhancement was also obvious. Don't be fooled into thinking it was just less than 5 days worth of battle chi and magic power. It was actually enormous. If his battle chi and magic power were exhausted, he could fully recover in about half a day. Even a single day would allow him to recover twice. In other words, this less than 5 days worth of battle chi and magic power was several full bars of his mana. He hadn't cultivated seriously these past few days, otherwise the number of those full bars would be multiplied by 10. He just didn't know whether this arcane art had limitations. If not, sealing a few months' worth of battle chi and magic power would allow him to take down not only a 6th tier bone dragon but even a 7th tier one. As for now, he felt it was enough. The battle chi and magic power on his body were terrifyingly vast, their intensity elevated by a large margin. The quantity had even affected the quality. Enduring the pain, Alan sneered toward the bone dragon. Have you thought of an answer to that question from earlier? Strike. Sensing the surging battle chi and magic power radiating from Alan, a flicker of fear crossed Mike's eyes. Once again he had his 3 younger brothers assist him in unleashing the death force. Holy light burst. Facing the death force for the second time, Alan didn't even dodge, he directly countered with 5th tier light magic. Rumble. The holy light symbolizing sanctity and the grey light representing death collided. In the end the light prevailed, crushing the grey light and continuing to blast toward the bone dragon. You use a move at a 10th of your mana bar and I use a move at a full mana bar. How can you block that? The holy light burst with undiminished momentum, slammed hard into the bone dragon's head, causing an explosion. Damn it! Mike and his 3 younger brothers were all stung by the holy light's magic, their bodies burning with pain as they cried out. That move only made the bone dragon stagger, but their defenses were far inferior to its own. Moreover, they suffered from elemental disadvantage, and even the aftershock of the explosion wounded them badly. For a moment the breath of death spread through the 4 of them. Azura spear. Giving the 4 necromancers no chance to regroup, Alan slammed down a second 5th tier combat technique just as the bone dragon was steadying itself. A massive dark phantom appeared and thrust a heaven-reaching spear toward the bone dragon. Bang! With a thunderous boom, the bone dragon was toppled by such immense force and plunged toward the ground, headfirst, tail pointing up. Too tanky. Alan sighed with regret. This blow had only cracked the bone dragon's skull without dealing any serious damage. In that moment he realized that he had truly underestimated the might of the Corona rank. Before reaching the Lunar Radiance realm there was no way he could match an opponent of the Corona rank. At best he could only use his mount to buy time. Without the mount he couldn't even escape. Still, this move had reaped a considerable reward. It killed 2 necromancers in one go. Now only 2 necromancers remained atop the bone dragon, one at Star Radiance rank 9, the other at Star Radiance rank 2. Is the bone dragon about to fall? Just as Alan was circulating his battle chi ready to fire off a few more 5th tier techniques, the bone dragon's movement suddenly froze. Though it quickly returned to normal, it was slightly slower than before. This time we've truly won. Noticing this, a smile curled at the corner of Alan's mouth. The bone dragon had been summoned by 5 necromancers working together. Now that only 2 of the 5 summoners remained, their command over it had weakened considerably. It was only because the strongest necromancer was still around, still maintaining the summon, that the bone dragon hadn't already gone home to rest. Damned aristocrat. At that moment an angry roar came from atop the bone dragon. Mike's face twisted savagely as he controlled the bone dragon to ascend at top speed and spit a breath attack at Alan. Just now he had lost 2 more of his own brothers. Of his 4 younger brothers, only the 3rd, Otis, was still alive. He regretted it deeply, regretted why he had ever taken such a risk. His opponent had already displayed overwhelming strength and unflinching confidence. Why hadn't he been more cautious? A moment ago he could still have retreated in time. But now, his opponent had already used a forbidden art. He would never let them go. Holy light burst. Facing the ferociously charging bone dragon, Alan pushed his magic power to the limit and once again unleashed an explosive light magic spell. He truly had no way to deal with the bone dragon, but how much longer could those 2 necromancers hold on? Boom. Boom. In the following minute Alan showed no mercy. While the nightmare demon eagle carried him clear of the bone dragon's frontal assault, he repeatedly attacked its head with 5th-tier combat techniques and 5th-tier magic, giving those 2 necromancers no chance to catch their breath. As the 2 necromancers' conditions worsened, the bone dragon's movements grew slower and slower. When more than half of the battle chi and magic power within him had been consumed and agony spread through his entire body, Alan seized a perfect opportunity. As expected of a fierce bird magical beast, the nightmare demon eagle had astonishing maneuverability. With just a few simple circles it deceived the 2 necromancers and brought Alan to the top of the bone dragon's head. Heart spear. Holy light burst. Without any hesitation Alan opened with single target burst combat techniques and magic, all at the 5th tier. And they weren't just 1 or 2 moves, he used every ounce of his strength, unleashing all his battle chi and magic power at once. Ah! Seeing the dark battle chi and holy light magic descending from the sky, Mike and his 3rd brother Otis roared in unison and commanded the bone dragon to erupt with magic power in defense. But against Alan, who had activated the arcane art, even the mighty bone dragon couldn't rely solely on magic power to withstand his ultimate assault. In just an instant the bone dragon's magic defense was shattered. Mike and Otis, standing atop its head, couldn't even make a sound before they were vaporized by 2 distinct torrents of energy. A summoner's greatest weakness is their very self. Roar! At that moment the bone dragon let out a draconic cry and a surge of death force erupted from its body. It raised its head to look at Alan and the nightmare demon eagle above. From its hollow eyes 2 unsettling dark green flames flickered. Seeing this, Alan was alarmed. The nightmare demon eagle also sensed that something was wrong and immediately flew away from above the bone dragon. However, their caution proved unnecessary. Just as the bone dragon tried to turn around, the space around it twisted and swallowed it whole. Damn! Those dumbass suppressed its mind. No wonder this bone dragon looked so dull. Alan put away the battle chi cultivation card he was clutching and lit a magic cigarette, still shaken. He really had those 5 necromancers to thank. If their controlling obsession hadn't been so strong, if they hadn't refused to let the bone dragon govern its own body, he would most likely have lost this battle. Hiss. After 2 drags of the magic cigarette, a sudden pain flooded his body. Unable to withstand it, Alan collapsed onto the nightmare demon eagle's head, trembling and convulsing in agony. Damn it! Alan squeezed his eyes shut, grimacing as he took deep breaths. Pain. It was too painful. Though he could barely endure it, he could no longer release a single thread of battle chi or magic power. He might not even be able to walk properly. Gulp. Bearing the pain, Alan poured a bottle of 3rd-tier healing potion into his mouth. When the pain eased a little, he barely managed to stand on his legs and ordered the nightmare demon eagle to fly above the territory wall of Hog Town. Viscount John Baron William, those necromancers have already been killed by me. Elvin, you'll lead the team from now on. Collect the magic cores from the magical beasts and undead, then return immediately to report to me. After briefly notifying them, Alan had the nightmare demon eagle turn back along the same route. Now that the side effects of the arcane art had appeared, he couldn't release even a trace of battle chi or magic power. At this time he constantly felt as if someone was watching him from everywhere. His sense of security was almost zero. Better to go home and rest early. Until the side effects of the arcane art faded, he absolutely would not leave the house. Afternoon living room. Alan sat on the sofa pale while Karina and Wendy sat on either side of him supporting his shoulders. In front of the sofa Avril and the other women gathered together. Each of them was holding a greater or lesser pile of potions and herbs brought from the treasure vault. Except for Shirley and Selina who were still patrolling the territory, all of Alan's women were here. Since returning home Alan had never been without someone by his side. Even when he drank water 3 or 4 wives would feed him. The display was so extravagant that he nearly thought he was beyond saving. Blood ginseng, this one works. This is netherwort. Why would poison be kept in a treasure vault? I'll sort it out tonight, it must be moved somewhere the children can't reach. A 3rd-rank luminous bear's gall. We actually have this at home. Annie, a bona fide priest with the cultivation base of an 8th-rank archmage, was selecting medicinal herbs that could be used for Alan. I really am fine. Trust me. This is a side effect of Arcana. It will fade in half a month. If the side effects of Arcana could be removed, then Arcana wouldn't be Arcana. Alan said weakly, unable to lift even his hand. Not long after arriving home, the side effect of Arcana had shifted from pain to weakness, leaving him without the slightest strength. When he even needed his wives to feed him, he suddenly felt that pain was easier to endure than weakness. Weakness was truly a killer, his entire body was limp just like mud. My foolish husband. Annie held an herb Alan didn't recognize and said very seriously, I know what Arcana is, but you don't want to end up unable to walk, do you? Besides, Anya, Shirley and I want to get pregnant soon. After saying that, Annie gave Anya a triumphant look and then glanced at the place between Alan's legs. What? Withdraw that filthy look. Otherwise tonight I'll let you know which of my guns is the most powerful. When that look came from Annie, Alan couldn't help but laugh and scolded her without any real malice. At present he had 16 wives in total. Avril, Aileen and Charlotte had already borne Alan children. Tina, Cornice, Nami, Isabella, Lisa, Sylvia, Dorothy, Freya, Linda and Selina were already pregnant. Only Annie, Anya and Shirley had never been pregnant. Annie had always cared about this matter. Because she was so familiar with Alan, she never hid it and always said it openly. Although Anya and Shirley were not as direct as Annie, Alan could still feel their eagerness whenever he was with them. After joking with Annie for a moment, Alan looked at his wives and said seriously, since we're on the subject of pregnancy, let me share my thoughts. You are all my women. Whether or not you can bear me children, and whether you give me sons or daughters, I will treat you all equally. Some of you may be under heavy pressure from your parents, thinking that if you don't give me a child your families will be dragged down. I'm telling you that's all bullshit. Since you've joined this family, you are all my family. You are all equal, understand? Understood. Seeing Alan's serious expression, Avril, the official wife, was the first to echo him and said generously, in this family everyone is the same except our husband. The women all nodded one after another and most of them relaxed. They had indeed been worried about this, worried about failing to give birth to a son, and even more worried that being unable to conceive would anger Alan or make him take it out on their families. Now that Alan had said this, they felt far less pressure. Of those present apart from Avril and Annie, probably only Karina and Wendy were not worried. They both knew how much Alan doted on them. Apart from being given no formal title, he had given them everything they deserved. Moreover, among these women they had a huge advantage: they were a mother and daughter pair, beautiful and powerful, so they had no fear of losing favor. However, if a succubus carrying the fire dragon bloodline mated with a powerful human, what would the offspring be? A demon human? A dragon human? Or a normal succubus or a normal human? Wendy thought about this and her gaze toward Alan grew more expectant. She would bring it up with him later, he shouldn't always destroy the viability of his seed. But Wendy's wish would not be realized anytime soon. The reason Alan hadn't given Wendy a formal title was precisely to wait until Wendy's bloodline fully evolved, only then would the reward be even greater, and the same was true for offspring. As for not giving Karina one, he simply didn't want Wendy to feel it was unfair. In the evening, Shirley and Selina returned home one after another. They had both come back once in the afternoon and already knew Alan's condition, so this time they didn't ask and instead directly reported on their patrols. I found nothing. Only a few low-rank flying magical beasts had strayed into the territory and I killed them all. I found some evil god cultists on the outskirts of Sinrong town. They used dark magic to control some farmers. After I killed them, I dispelled their dark magic. No one died. Cultists. Hearing Selina's words, Alan frowned and asked, was that all of them? Selina nodded. Yes, all of them. They were only at the apprentice realm. Faced with the siren's song, they even told me whether they drank soup at mealtimes. They came from the Solon region and planned to rest here for a while before heading to the Jones Sea. But I thought you wouldn't welcome them, so I killed them all. Well done. The smile returned to Alan's face and his just tensed spirit relaxed again. He really had been afraid that more trouble would come knocking. If another 6th-rank demon showed up, he would truly be done for. After chatting briefly, Alan's hand resting on Wendy's shoulder gave a slight beckon. For the next half-month he wouldn't be able to move freely, so Karina and Wendy would take care of him closely. Sensing Alan's signal, Wendy and Karina rose and gave up their seats, letting Shirley and Selena take over. Alan, I've already prepared. There are a few candidates, all of them my relatives. They are very beautiful, have excellent cultivation talent, and all carry the bloodline of the Poseidon family. When are you free to meet them? Selena shifted Alan's shoulder, letting him lean against her embrace, and asked softly at the same time. Selena's actions and words immediately provoked Shirley's displeasure. Just as she thought. This mermaid was her greatest rival. She brazenly took Alan away and even wanted to introduce relatives from her own tribe to Alan as lovers. Did this mermaid think she was Lady Alvis? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely cannot let her have her way. I've got it. Wait until he gets through his weak period, Shirley said, feigning a gentle manner and refusing on Alan's behalf. Before his strength fully recovers, I don't want any stranger to appear in front of him. Oh, sorry, I'm not saying your relatives aren't trustworthy. I'm just looking out for my husband, and I don't want him taking risks at a time like this. Alan, rest well. I will never let any danger get near you, ever. Alan tilted his head and a few question marks popped up above it. Why did that sound so sickeningly sweet? Was this still the Tsundere Shirley? Still, what Shirley said wasn't wrong, that was exactly his plan. Until his health and mana bars were full, he absolutely would not leave the family castle. Alan, I'm sorry. I just want you to be happy, after all you are my everything. But Shirley has a point, so let's wait a while. I'll handle things properly. As long as it's something you want, I'll bring it to you. Selena kept her smile, but when she looked at Shirley their gazes interweaved and struck a spark that Alan couldn't see. Damn, this goddamn winter is freezing. Alan shrank his neck. The side effects of the arcane arts really were too much, he couldn't even withstand basic cold now. Over the next few days Alan once again became the center of the Ace region. Although he had always been the center of the Ace region, the usual level of buzz wasn't this high. This time the popularity was absolutely explosive. The entire Ace region was spreading the tale that after the 5th-rank fire dragon he had killed a 6th-rank bone dragon, and on top of that 5 necromancers at the lunar radiance realm. Although the truth wasn't like that, public opinion was terrifying. People only believed what they wanted to believe, spreading it wildly as social currency. Each version of the story got more absurd than the last. After these absurd rumors spread, the family castle became lively once more. But this time Alan didn't see a single person execute the plan. Until his health and mana were fully recovered, no one could change that. He turned everyone away with the excuse that he was preparing for a breakthrough. Because he was too weak to go out or cultivate, Alan devoted his time to selecting concubines. Selena had a few candidates, and he had also found a few himself on earlier outings. He handed them all to Tom to arrange the meetings. The system's functions were right there, just get it done. This time taking concubines was different from before, it was purely for the system rewards. So he had already told Avril that any future concubines who came in would all be arranged in the side wing. The main building was left for his current 16 wives and the 2 succubus maids. To put it bluntly, he was carving out a 3-palace 6-court harem. As for what he'd said a few days earlier, it still stood, except now his current wives had become fairness itself and all future concubines had to obey them. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Alan smoothly got through his weak period. Those 2 weeks had been rather peaceful, no major events in the Ace region, but the situation was growing more and more chaotic. The Vesuvius Fire clan had officially declared war on the Kingdom of Pompeii. All the vassal duchies of the Kingdom of Pompeii mobilized their forces to support it. Every duke knew that if the Kingdom of Pompeii fell, their power would also be greatly compressed. Moreover, those dukes were all related to the Pompeii royal family, either by blood or marriage, and their ties had long since become impossible to sever. Goya sent him word that she would soon set out for the battlefield, accompanied by 2 marquises who were also at the lunar radiance realm and over a dozen counts. Alan wasn't chosen. All thanks to his close ties with the Duke and the Minister of Internal Affairs. In a world of strength above all, loyalty must be flexible. Loyalty needed no words. The effects of the war had fully set in during those 2 weeks. The first month's temporary war tax had already begun to be collected. A small number of people had originally thought 20% wasn't too much, but when they paid the tax they realized how great the pressure on their shoulders truly was. After just the first tax collection, quite a few towns with weaker economies had riots and uprisings. Many barons even led the resistance against the tax. Most of those barons were newly appointed, not yet in office for a month, and hadn't earned a single coin. How could they pay? Only the established nobles and villages without lords fared a bit better. The former had money in their pockets and could endure it. If worst came to worst, they'd front some themselves to show loyalty, and after winter they could take it back. The latter didn't need to pay the lord's tax, so the 20% temporary war tax was nothing at all. But the pressure on the latter had never come from taxes. The noble circles were in utter chaos. Magic cultists and necromancers were grinning ear to ear. With such a great opportunity, how could they not grab some spoils from places with no one to protect them? Only the people of Alvis County remained blessed. Because Alan shouldered that 20% tax rate for them. It was this very move that made Alan a great benefactor and living saint in the eyes of the commoners of the Ace region. Keeping a 30% tax rate. Was he really not the reincarnation of the god of goodness? As for magic cultists and necromancers, unless their brains were flooded, none of them dared to stir up trouble in Alvis County. Now Alvis County had become a paradise in the minds of the people of the Ace region. Everyone was trying their hardest to get in. But Alvis County wasn't short of people now. Joining wasn't easy, and sneaking in was even more impossible. Everyone had to be registered. Even Alan's in-law families had become hot commodities. Everyone knew Alan valued relationships. If they couldn't join Alvis County, joining the territory of Alan's relatives was also a good option. If trouble arose, they could cling to Alan's powerful thigh. In short, the entire Ace region was in a mess. But Alan didn't pay much attention. There were many things going on, yet none of them were big deals to him. He just watched the excitement. On the morning of the second day after his week period ended, Alan appeared in the outer castle's library. Tom had arranged everything, a total of 8 concubine candidates meeting together. Not bad. Introduce yourself. Alan sat on the sofa, looked at the 3 mermaids and 5 beautiful girls standing before him, nodded with satisfaction and casually pointed at one. There was nothing to criticize about the 8 girls' looks. The mermaids had been selected by Selena, while the humans were discovered by Alan himself. All 3 mermaids were at the archmage level and all above the 5th rank. The 5 beautiful girls' cultivation was somewhat weaker, averaging below archmage. But cultivation level didn't matter anymore. He had already started down the path of the Yellow Emperor. Why bother with talent? As long as they were pretty, that was enough. Let's experience what he could only do in dreams in his past life. No choosing. Family population increase detected. This concubine's martial chi aptitude is advanced, mana aptitude is silver rank, overall evaluation is silver rank. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 20-year mana cultivation card, 1 15-year martial chi cultivation card, 1 tier 5 magic exchange card, 1 tier 4 battle technique exchange card, and 1 tier 5 mana enhancing potion. Family population increase detected. This concubine's martial chi aptitude is bronze rank, mana aptitude is advanced, overall evaluation is bronze rank. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 15-year martial chi cultivation card, 1 10-year mana cultivation card, and tier 4 battle technique ice fist. Family population increase detected. This concubine's martial chi aptitude is advanced, mana aptitude is advanced, overall evaluation is advanced. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 10-year martial chi cultivation card, 1 10-year mana cultivation card, and tier 2 explosive potion. Family population increase detected. This concubine's martial chi aptitude is. During the following 10 minutes Alan received 7 rewards in succession. 1 silver rank, 1 bronze rank, 2 advanced, 3 intermediate. 8 people, 7 rewards, 1 short. The girl who received no reward upon careful consideration of her age and cultivation truly ranked at the bottom among the 8, likely dual low-level aptitudes. This made Alan realize that the bug wasn't so easy to exploit, or perhaps there was no bug at all. Rewards had prerequisites. You needed at least 1 intermediate aptitude, otherwise nothing. But he had already promised them to their faces, he couldn't just turn them away. He would keep them in the side pavilion. At least they were sufficiently beautiful, he wouldn't be losing out either way. But while 1 or 2 times was acceptable, he couldn't keep doing this. He would have Tom purchase some origin crystals capable of detecting aptitudes. After chatting with them for a while, Alan led them into the inner castle, handed them over to Evelyn for arrangement, and then entered the clock tower to tally this round of gains. Martial Chi cultivation 70 years in total. Adding the 50 years he had saved, he now possessed 120 years of martial Chi cultivation. Mana cultivation 75 years in total. Aside from cultivation, nothing particularly new. The Tier 5 magic and Tier 5 mana enhancing potion were the only worthwhile items, the rest Alan already had in abundance. But that was enough. Alan's purpose had always been to farm cultivation. Let's get to it. Alan began using the martial Chi cultivation cards in succession, saving all the mana cultivation cards. Advancing from Star Radiance 6th to 7th required 70 years of cultivation. From 7th to 8th 75 years would certainly not be enough, so he would save them. 90 years. After exhausting 90 years of martial Chi cultivation, Alan finally broke through, becoming an 8th tier Star Radiance warrior. The breakthrough was exhilarating, but the cultivation cost was enormous. It was obvious that breaking through to the next tier required at least 100 years of cultivation. At this moment Alan realized a very serious problem. Once he advanced to the Moon Radiance realm, all forms of improvement would need to progress simultaneously. Taking concubines alone would simply not be enough. Concubines, offspring, territorial population, territorial strength, every aspect demanded attention. Cultivation could not be neglected either. His martial Chi aptitude was approaching silver rank and his mana aptitude reached the middle tier of bronze. Self-cultivation could still make up some cultivation. Sigh, it's not easy. After muttering this, Alan pulled out the Tier 5 magic card. Holy crap. The moment he saw the magic options, his eyes widened. Every exchange card contained different battle techniques or magic. But within this magic exchange card there existed a spell called Dark Night Wings. This was a special magic whose effect allowed the user to condense wings of mana, enabling flight. Alan knew this spell all too well. Martial Chi wings essentially. Though it required mana, the principle remained the same. No way. Alan hurriedly selected Dark Night Wings. In his eyes this technique was even more precious than the Black Hole Spear. Flight capability. Flight was not a rare ability, but common did not mean easily obtainable. For most wingless creatures, flight could only be attained through cultivation. Humans needed to reach the Sun Corona realm, while demonic beasts required reaching the 6th tier. How difficult was this realm? The entire Duchy of Sush could not produce 5 Sun Corona cultivators. It was the kind of ability that if you are not born with it, you likely never will be. Awesome. This is incredible. Alan immediately left the clock tower, eager to experience flight for himself. Now he truly had no weaknesses, an absolute all-around warrior. Activate. In the garden, Alan took a deep breath, circulated his mana and cast the Tier 5 spell Dark Night Wings. The next instant a surge of mana erupted behind Alan. The mana flowed and intertwined, finally condensing into a pair of black wings on his back. It felt wonderful, as though he had gained an extra pair of arms. Alan could clearly perceive and control them without any stiffness. After a brief adjustment he turned to carefully examine the Dark Night Wings. They resembled eagle wings, though the span was somewhat exaggerated, nearing 10 meters. Thump. With a single flap, mana exploded and Alan shot straight into the sky, moving so fast that the air rippled in waves. Ha ha ha. Feeling the kiss of the wind and gliding alongside white clouds, Alan's heart swelled with satisfaction and he laughed freely, a rare occurrence. Flying with one's own power was truly different. It was far more exhilarating than riding a mount. The sensation was simply mesmerizing. Goo goo. At that moment the nightmare demon eagle ascended and followed behind, its eyes gleaming with confusion. Had its master already become a 6th tier bipedal beast? The mana intensity didn't seem to match. How about it? Aren't my wings much more beautiful than yours? Guh. Haha, let's race and see who's faster. 20 minutes later Alan, having thoroughly mastered Dark Night Wings, was carried back to the garden by the nightmare demon eagle. The flight magic was excellent in every way, he could even see the taillights of a 5th tier nightmare demon eagle. The only drawback was the enormous mana consumption. He was a 7th tier Star Radiance mage, yet his endurance using Dark Night Wings continuously was only 20 minutes. Although most battles did not last 20 minutes, fighting while maintaining flight magic might exhaust his mana in less than 10 minutes. It was understandable after all, it was a sun corona level ability, low consumption would be strange. Fortunately he was about to enter the moon radiance realm. At that point his total mana would increase significantly, which should suffice. Now he needed to return to the clock tower to study Dark Night Wings. The spell was somewhat complex, but its importance was undeniable. He had to understand it thoroughly before teaching it to his wives. On the third day after acquiring the Dark Night Wings, an envoy from Elven City arrived without warning, interrupting Alan's plans to study them. Alan went to the council chamber of the Outer Keep, where the envoy party numbered 10 in all. He was no stranger to these 10 men, they had come once before on the occasion when they conferred a title upon him after he slew the fire dragon. "Alvis, it's been a long time." Dantley, the captain of the envoy party, shook Alan's hand with great warmth. The last time they left, Alan had given each of them a tier 4 magic core. This time would he gift them something even better? "Dantley, my lucky envoy. You really must stay a few more days this time. I'll treat you well. Would you like to try my newly brewed wine?" Alan feigned delight and pulled Dantley over to sit on the sofa. Seeing that Alan was as warm as ever, the smile on Dantley's face grew even more pronounced. He nodded and said, "I can't refuse the goodwill of my best friend." Hearing this, Tom didn't even need Alan to say a word, he immediately went to arrange the banquet. "Alvis, before we taste the wine I have to complete my task. His Grace the Duke invites you to a banquet, one to celebrate Mr. Isaiah becoming a Starlight Warrior and one to celebrate Princess Vivi's 18th birthday. I hear you've been busy cleansing demon cultists recently, but I suggest you attend. Those who refuse, His Grace will remember those few names." Dantley half covered his mouth and whispered, "I understand. Thank you, my friend." Alan agreed without hesitation. Demon cultists or not, that was merely his excuse for not going to the Pangbei battlefield. Besides, this banquet sounded quite interesting. Isaiah was the Duke's 5th son and seemed to be under 25. Being able to enter the Starlight realm before 25 meant he was very talented. Of course, what Alan cared about even more was Princess Vivi. Vivi was the Duke's youngest daughter and was known as the most beautiful woman in the Duchy of Shussi. A Duke's daughter normally couldn't be called a princess, but her title had been specially bestowed by the reigning King Arthur. That was because her maternal grandfather was the commander of the First Legion of the Pangbei Kingdom, while her maternal grandmother, the regional archbishop of the Church of Life, carried the bloodline of the Pangbei royal family. The reigning King Arthur had been able to ascend the throne largely thanks to the efforts of Vivi's maternal grandparents. Before Vivi, her mother Lily had also received the title of princess. Alan even believed that Duke Raymond was unworthy of marrying Lily. In the entire Pangbei Kingdom, the only person worthy of marrying Lily was King Arthur. As for why she hadn't married King Arthur, perhaps it was because Arthur wanted to suppress the Orsini family to which Lily belonged. Demolishing the bridge after crossing it was hardly rare among royal houses. Still, these were all rumors. Alan couldn't confirm the details, nor did he much care. Right now the only thing he cared about was what Princess Vivi actually looked like. The most beautiful woman in the Duchy of Shussi. A slight smile curled at the corner of Alan's mouth, and anticipation had already begun to stir in his heart. He looked at Dantley and asked, "Dantley, what do you say we set out tomorrow?" Oh. Sure." Dantley was stunned for a moment, but in the end he nodded. Hadn't he just been told to stay for a few more days? But leaving earlier was fine too. Alvis County was nowhere near as fun as Elven City, and it was dangerously close to the Hundred Valleys forest. Oh right. He would have to drop a hint later. A rundown countryside like the Ace region was troublesome enough to reach if the gifts couldn't be lacking. That afternoon Alan told his wives about the upcoming trip and at the same time asked Tom, Spike and Jerry to arrange matters in the territory. The journey would take at least 20 days, so construction in the territory couldn't stop. Early the next morning Alan set out for Elven City with the 10 envoys riding storm eagles. The Nightmare Eagle was after all an evil beast, so it wasn't suitable to take on a trip. What was more, he was heading to Elven City this time. If a regional bishop of the Church of Light took notice, there would be trouble. That was a tier 4 Corona Mage, the strongest master in the Duchy of Shussi. So he chose the Storm Eagle. Besides, the Storm Eagle flew even faster than the Nightmare Eagle, making it just the right choice. "Alvis, you truly amaze me," Dantley said with deep emotion from the back of the Storm Eagle, and his colleagues likewise looked at Alan with a new respect that had not been there before. It wasn't because Alan possessed a tier 5 mount. It was because of Alan's battle record. Yesterday, after accepting Alan's gifts, they had been in an excellent mood and had gone to the Clearwater River together to enjoy the view. On the way they had heard from some fishermen about Alan's recent accomplishments, killing a tier 6 bone dragon and slaying 5 moon glow realm necromancers. That was absolutely staggering. 7 months ago Alan had killed a mid-tier 5 fire dragon, and even then they hadn't been this shocked. A tier 5 magical beast was after all a tier 5 magical beast. It was fundamentally not the same class of creature as a tier 6 magical beast. The moon glow realm and the corona realm were worlds apart. Thinking more deeply, Alan might already have the strength to compete for the title of the strongest master of the Duchy of Shussi. Dantley, now do you understand why I've been so busy lately? With demon cultists on one side and necromancers on the other, and to maintain the stability of the duchy's border, my body has never even been truly healthy. This is why I'm going to the banquet alone. My subordinates have to guard the border in my place. Alan put on a weary expression, rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Dantley decided to forge a deeper friendship with Alan and gave him a meaningful look. Alvis, trust me, the Duke will certainly learn what you have contributed to the duchy. Dantley, I almost forgot. The moment Dantley finished speaking, Alan clapped his hands and exclaimed. My dearest friends, your mounts will have to stay at my place for now. But to express my apologies, let me compensate each of you with 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. All 10 members of Dantley's party stared at Alan, their eyes going wide. They could hardly resist throwing their arms around him and kissing him soundly. They were the Duke's mouthpieces, and many nobles were willing to show them respect. But delivering messages wasn't a job that came every day, and they weren't nobles themselves. They had no domains, not even the most basic fief, so their incomes were not high. 10,000 gold coins was several years' income for them. Dantley pondered for a moment, his excitement quickly cooling, and signaled for his companions to keep quiet. Alvis. What do you want? You've only been a count for less than a year. A marquis, though. Hearing this, the smiles on the other 9 envoys' faces also faded slightly as they waited for Alan's answer. Indeed. How could a pie fall from the sky? With Alan's current strength, he had no need to curry favor with a few mere envoys who carried messages for the Duke. A job worth 10,000 gold coins might be more than they could handle. If they insisted on forcing it, they might even end up losing their heads. Better to calm down first. I deeply admire Princess Vivi. Seeing Dantelli speak so directly, Alan did not bother to conceal his intentions. Just that. Dantelli and his companions exchanged glances, all letting out a collective sigh of relief. After sharing looks with one another, they nodded slightly. This was something they were well versed in, posing absolutely no risk. Alwyn, I understand you. In the Duchy of Shussi, no young man would fail to be drawn to Princess Vivi. However, before I answer you, there are certain matters I need to share with you, things that might change your mind. Dantelli's voice grew progressively quieter as he spoke, until he simply sat down beside Alan. In truth, His Grace the Duke holds no fondness for Madame Lily or Princess Vivi. He respects them only because their families wield too much power to be ignored. 3 years ago, at Princess Vivi's coming-of-age ceremony, numerous marquises proposed their sons as suitors, yet the Duke declined every single one. The Duke does not wish for Princess Vivi's husband to be a man of considerable power, yet he cannot openly marry her off to a useless idler. Thus 3 years have passed. You are a count and your territory lies on the border. If it were you, you should succeed. But this may draw the Duke's attention, or even his hostility. Do you understand? I understand. Alan suddenly realized, the whispers were true. The Orsini family had indeed been suppressed by the Arthur family. This suited him perfectly. The title of Count would not become a limitation, but rather his greatest advantage. Alwyn. Noticing Alan's prolonged silence, Dantelli gave a gentle sigh. Dantelli, Princess Vivi is my dream girl. I'm leaving this matter entirely in your hands. Beyond the compensation for the mounts, I shall also present you with a reward far exceeding the compensation amount. Oh, I mean all of you. Hearing this, Dantelli and his companions all broke into laughter. Alwyn, we are friends. Such a simple sentence, though saying nothing explicitly, it conveyed everything. Alwyn, I have already devised a plan. I will speak with the Duke about this, telling him that you harbor deep affection for Princess Vivi but have kept it concealed within your heart due to your humble title and impoverished territory. As you know, the Duke desires exactly that, low status and poverty. Then I shall approach Madame Lily and speak of your potential. For the sake of Princess Vivi and the future of the Orsini family she will surely support you. Of course the plan is not so straightforward. There are numerous minor details to attend to, such as having Madame Lily assist with the performance. That may require a meeting between you and Madame Lily, which I shall arrange accordingly. Furthermore, there is Mr. Chichi. He is the Duke's eldest son, yet his cultivation aptitude is exceedingly poor. His younger brothers seek to deprive him of his future, so he desperately needs support. You likewise require his backing. This is a fair exchange. I nearly overlooked the Minister of Internal Affairs. The Duke places great trust in him, but he is rather greedy. You will need to prepare a generous gift for him. Dantelli, I place my trust in you. For the following hour Alan remained in continuous discussion with his brain trust on how best to win Princess Vivi's hand. He spent most of the time listening, offering occasional suggestions. One had to admit the royal family was truly complicated. Which brother despised which sibling, which brother had poisoned which sister, which brother sought to sell off which sister. Fortunately Dantelli and his envoys possessed extensive connections. Without them Alan certainly could not have managed this alone. 3 days later Alan arrived at Elf City. The Storm Eagle proved faster than he had anticipated. What normally required a merchant caravan half a month to traverse, the Storm Eagle completed in merely 3 days. Moreover, throughout those 3 days they had to make 5 or 6 stops daily to accommodate Dantelli and the others, 3 meals, restrooms and finding lodging. The actual traveling time totaled less than 20 hours. He registered to enter the city. Alan parted ways with Dantelli and his companions, locating a magical beast in to house the Storm Eagle, then made his way toward the Minister of Internal Affairs' residence after inquiring the direction. Since it was evening, the Minister of Internal Affairs happened to be home. Alan presented a lavish gift, then explained the purpose of his visit. The Minister of Internal Affairs was even more forthright than Dantelli's envoys. After assessing the monetary value of the gift, he directly guaranteed Alan that he would surely help him win Princess Vivi and invited Alan to stay as a guest. Alan readily agreed. Both banquets were scheduled for half a month hence, and he had come so promptly primarily to cultivate these connections. On the 3rd day of his arrival at Elf City, Dantelli sought out Alan, saying Madame Lily wished to see him. Alan secretly marveled at Dantelli's efficiency and followed him to the meeting venue. The meeting was arranged in the outer garden of the Duke's mansion. Damn, he really knows how to enjoy himself. No sooner had Alan entered the Duke's residence than he felt a pang of envy. Though the mansion was not as grand as his own family castle, every corner exuded the scent of wealth. Even the outer estate alone featured jade-tiled flooring with gemstone or gold reliefs embedded every few paces, and even the flower pots were inlaid with magical cores. Truly overflowing with wealth. He had to admit he had underestimated the Duke's financial prowess. This single mansion alone might cost 10 million gold coins to construct. And from that 10 million gold coins the Alwyn family had contributed only a minuscule fraction. At this thought Alan could not help but let out a wry chuckle. Presently Dantelli led Alan to the garden entrance and gestured for him to enter alone. Thank you for your trouble, Dantelli. I shall honor my promise before returning to Alwyn County. Alan shook hands with Dantelli, then walked into the garden alone. Beautiful. My type. Hardly a few steps and Alan spotted Lily. Lily with her graceful figure sat quietly upon a stone chair, allowing snowflakes to settle upon her sky-blue curly long hair, exuding an aura of tranquil gentleness. Her face was exquisitely delicate though utterly devoid of expression. Set against the backdrop of swirling snow she appeared even more noble and majestic. The moment Alan laid eyes on Lily a new resolve took shape in his heart. Why only Vivi? Lily has also endured hardship. The Duke's mansion was like a cage for them. As a loyal follower of the Duke, Alan Alwyn bore the responsibility to rescue the Duke's wife and daughter. He needed to make it clear here that this was not driven by lust. He was no cad. Alan. Lily possessed cultivation prowess, a 7th-order starlight mage, the same realm as Alan. Thus the moment he entered the garden she had already noticed him. Alan Alwyn pays his respects to Princess Lily. Alan stepped forward to bow, knowing in his heart that this matter was already settled. Lily addressed him by his given name rather than his surname. Such warmth on first meeting spoke volumes without needing words. The duchy's premier beauty, Princess Vivi, was now within his grasp. Princess. At Alan's address Lily felt a daze. Seized by some fleeting thought, the corners of her lips curled into a beautiful arc. In the Duchy of Suzy no one dares to call me that, it would make Raymond unhappy. Alan, I am glad that you reminded me of who I am. Hearing this, Alan gave another salute and said with feeling, honestly, at first I really did intend to address you as Duchess, but after seeing you, it seemed that time had returned to 20 years ago. I saw the kingdom's foremost beauty smiling at me, and before I knew it the words, Princess Lily, slipped out. Now I understand why Princess Vivi would be the foremost beauty of the duchy. Even if she had inherited only half of your beauty, there should be no one in this world more beautiful than her, except a great mother who is unwilling to compete with her child over a hollow title. It is only a pity that the expectations I held for Princess Vivi were unwittingly shattered by you. Heh. Lily covered her mouth and laughed, her laughter sounding utterly natural. I'm just an ornament in the ducal mansion, she said with self-deprecation. Please don't say that. I'm going mad with envy. Why am I not Raymond Arthur? Alan weighed the matter for a moment, then uttered a highly rude and disrespectful remark. Lily and Raymond did not get along. This remark could both establish his stance and hint at something to Lily, yet without being overly direct. It could be understood in several ways, as flattery, as a hook, depending on Lily's interpretation. Alan's words left Lily in a complicated state of mind. Dantley had already told her about Alan's potential. Even the part of that potential he had already realized was enough to surpass 99% of the world's people, truly a young man of remarkable promise. Even a young man like this could be infatuated with her to the point of uttering such outrageous words. And how did her worthless husband Raymond treat her? He smiled with false affection, avoided her as if she were a demon, and conspired behind her back with King Arthur over how to bring down her family. The Arthur family is utterly repulsive. After a moment of silence, Lily sighed and rose to her feet. Don't say such things again. My daughter is a good match for you. I will make it happen. Take good care of her for me. I will. Alan nodded, but in his heart he was unconvinced, already thinking of how to kill two birds with one stone. Lily neither blamed him nor scolded him. If anything, she sounded a little regretful. This showed that Lily saw his prospects as quite good, and quite in his favor. Heh. Alan and Lily's meeting did not last long. It was over in 5 minutes. After all, it was just meant to give an answer. If Alan had not had ulterior motives, the meeting would not have taken even a minute. Before leaving, Alan gave Lily a gift, a bottle of fine red wine he had kept for himself, and an exquisite yet inexpensive necklace. When presenting the gift, Alan said he only hoped Princess Lily would accept his ill-timed affection. It was originally a test, but to his surprise Lily actually accepted it. Alan was overjoyed. It seemed Lily had grown weary of her stifled life and still carried a certain hunger for excitement in her heart. Come to think of it, that was not surprising. Children of the nobility were mostly like this, especially the women. Most married shortly after coming of age at 15 and then spent the better part of their lives in manor houses on their estates. They enjoyed endless wealth and honor, but their world was shut off. Perhaps in Lily's eyes what he had done was like a plot that had previously existed only in storybooks, shattering the life she loathed and filling it with color and vitality. Of course there was another possibility: Lily was angling for him as if he were a fish to be hooked. But he did not care. As long as he could eat fine meat, what did a little splash of cooking oil matter? While Alan followed Dantley to meet Raymond's eldest son Kiki, Duke Raymond summoned Minister of the Interior Ellis. Ellis, do you still remember Alvis? My most loyal subject, the one who guarded the border for me and slew a dragon. Your Grace, I remember him. Ellis lowered his head. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, then quickly flattened again. It seemed Dantley and his people had acted quickly. Now it was Ellis's turn. He could not pass up 50000 gold coins. I plan to marry my most beloved daughter Vivi to him. What do you think? As soon as Raymond finished speaking, Ellis put on a look of shock at once. Your Grace, this is hardly appropriate. Count Alvis is indeed loyal and full of potential, but he is only a count, a rural count at that. If Princess Vivi goes there, it would be virtually no different from falling into an abyss. She might not even find the resources she needs for cultivation. I recommend Byron, the eldest son of Marquis Darrell. Byron is destined to become the next Marquis Darrell. If Princess Vivi marries into that family, she can have everything she desires. Bang! The moment Ellis finished speaking, Raymond slammed the table with a grim face. Have everything she desires? No. The Orsini family must not receive any more help. In all these years his elder brother had given him only this one task. He could not fail even this small matter. With that thought, Raymond had made up his mind. He rebuked Ellis sternly. Ellis, you have disappointed me deeply. Can you not see Alvis's loyalty and future? For such an outstanding young man we should offer encouragement and support, not belittlement. An outstanding subject deserves an outstanding ruler. I, Raymond Arthur, am exactly such an outstanding ruler. Now I declare that I will give my finest daughter, the king invested Princess Vivi, in marriage to Alvis to be wed into the Ace region. Raymond's voice grew louder and louder until his final sentence was nearly shouted. Having vented his shout, Raymond felt considerably more comfortable. Alan's loyalty required no further words. His envoys all knew that Alan had paid a tremendous price to help him guard the border, and this was not the first time. Even his eldest son, the one who most resembled him, had said that loyal subjects like Alan deserved to be treated well. His current decision was precisely killing two birds with one stone. First, it suppressed the Orsini family and completed the task entrusted to him by his elder brother. Second, it rewarded a loyal subject, making one who was already loyal even more loyal. Was this a plan that an ordinary person could conceive? Perhaps only he, Raymond Arthur, could produce such a flawless plan. Greatness needs no further words. Yes, I will attend to it at once. Seeing that Raymond had made the final decision, Ellis pressed his lips tightly together to keep from laughing. On the 7th day of his arrival in the Elven city, Alan entered the ducal residence once more. It was already the 4th time Lily had summoned him. Along the way, Alan was in excellent spirits. On their first meeting, Lily had promised to help him marry Vivi. At the second meeting, Lily told him that she had a huge fight with Raymond. Raymond was determined to marry Vivi down to the Alves family and would hold the wedding banquet right after Vivi's birthday celebration. At the third meeting, leveraging the goodwill accumulated from the previous 2 encounters, he made a direct move on Lily. Although Lily sternly scolded him, the implication was for him to keep a low profile. 3 meetings had yielded nothing but good news. Today was the 4th, there was probably no more good news to hear. But should he go a step further and turn good news into good fortune? With anticipation, Alan stepped into the outer garden in high spirits. Vivi. When he saw Lily, Alan noticed there was another person standing beside her. Her hair color was exactly the same as Lily's and her features bore some resemblance to Lily's, but compared to Lily she had less solemn dignity and more youthful vitality. This must be Princess Vivi. To be honest, Vivi was indeed prettier than Lily, but Lily had more allure than Vivi, what men would call flavor. Greetings, Princess Lily. Greetings, Princess Vivi. Alan stepped forward to pay his respects, still maintaining the same address he had used for Lily in the previous days. Now more than ever he must not back down, otherwise the goodwill he had worked so hard to build could plummet if Lily thought him two-faced. Just as expected. Hearing that Alan dared to address her so in front of her daughter, Lily was flustered at first, but soon her heart turned sweet. So he truly meant it. It was a pity she was already the Duchess and her daughter would be the one to marry him. Vivi, on the other hand, didn't notice anything wrong. She was hiding behind Lily, blushing, seeming too shy to face Alan, her future husband. Vivi, don't hide anymore. Alan has already seen you. Lily sighed inwardly with regret, then stepped aside and pulled Vivi from behind to her side. Vivi lowered her head and greeted Alan in a hushed voice. Lord Alves, I am Vivi Arthur. Princess Vivi, it is a great honor to meet you. Seeing that Vivi did not dare to look at him, Alan inwardly cheered at the perfect opportunity. Though his tone was friendly, his expression was cold, and after greeting her he turned to look at Lily. In my eyes there is only you, no her. Lily's vanity and sense of satisfaction skyrocketed to the heavens in that moment, softening her gaze toward Alan completely. Was her daughter the most beautiful woman in the Duchy of Shu-Si? The truth seemed otherwise. Although she adored Vivi, her only daughter, facts were facts, she couldn't deny them. Alan's reaction said it all. At the same time, there sprouted in her heart certain thoughts she believed should never have existed. A knight risen from obscurity rescuing a princess trapped in a cage, this was a story the world had long deserved, perfectly natural and justified. Vivi, my dear daughter, forgive me. Lily thought to herself. The next moment she had an idea and knew exactly how to arrange this meeting. Maybe Vivi is just shy. After all, you will soon be husband and wife. Let me excuse myself for a while, you two can formally get to know each other. With those words Lily quickly left the garden. Seeing this, Vivi became even more flustered. She wanted to follow but felt it would be too rude, so she simply lowered her head, trying to hide her helplessness. Alan was certain that Vivi could not even see her own toes. After glancing at the garden gate and confirming Lily was gone, Alan stepped forward and pulled Vivi into an embrace. They were getting married in a few days, might as well skip the formalities. What was the point of all that pointless stuff? Lord Alves. Suddenly embraced by Alan, Vivi seemed a little frightened. She tried to struggle but could not break free and finally let out an anxious cry. Vivi, won't you call me Alan? Just as your mother said, we will soon become husband and wife, companions and beloved for the rest of our lives. Alan gently patted Vivi on the shoulder and whispered softly in her ear. Hearing Alan's words, Vivi's body relaxed. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly extended her hands and placed them around Alan's back. I understand, Alan. Don't worry. Although I know nothing about it yet, I will learn and strive to become a qualified wife. She was convinced by Alan because that was indeed the truth. She would soon be Alan's wife, so why not take this chance to get familiar with him and build some affection first? Of course I believe in you. Alan simply held Vivi, quietly chatting with her about trivial little things. Only when Vivi fully relaxed and began to joke with him did Alan make his move, gradually sliding the hands behind Vivi's back downward. Alan. Vivi sensed it, but she did not refuse. She merely buried her head against Alan's chest, not daring to look at him again. After a few minutes of letting his hands wander, Alan gently patted Vivi's curvy bottom. Vivi, lift your head, would you? Vivi raised her head, her face already so red it was about to drip blood. Seeing Vivi's shy appearance, Alan's desire stirred. Under Vivi's wide-eyed gaze, he lowered his head and kissed her directly on her red lips. MMH. Startled, Vivi instinctively tightened her arms around Alan's waist. Within less than a minute she was completely swept into the moment and clumsily responded to Alan's kiss. The passionate kiss lasted 5 minutes. When Vivi's breath began to quicken, Alan finally released her. Alan, my mother is still waiting for me. Vivi pursed her lips, no longer as shy as at their first meeting. She spoke to Alan naturally. Go ahead. See you later. Alan reached out and gently stroked Vivi's exquisite, flawless face. Vivi answered with a smile, stood on her tiptoes, gave Alan a firm kiss on his cheek and then ran out of the garden with light, happy steps. Less than a minute after Vivi left, Lily reappeared, halting Alan's steps as he prepared to leave. It seems you and Vivi had a pleasant chat. Lily said with a calm face, but her tone was slightly resentful. Vivi had run out just now with her face blooming like a flower, leaving Lily to wonder what had happened between them. Hearing this, Alan's heart tightened. He turned around, feigning melancholy. Princess Lily, I thought you would understand me. My strength is not yet enough, at least not enough to give the woman I love happiness. If I were a Corona warrior right now, I swear that this ducal residence would be reduced to ruins. And I would take the woman I love and leave this place riding a 7-colored auspicious cloud. Alan. Lily's defenses completely collapsed. Seeing Alan's pain, her heart nearly broke. She rushed forward and hugged Alan, resting her head against his back, speaking with a hint of tears in her voice, her tone resolute and firm. My knight, take me away. Nailed it. From the angle, Lily could not see the corners of Alan's mouth twisted into the Dragon King's smirk. As you wish, my princess. The moment Lily finished speaking, Alan turned, pulled her tightly into his arms and gave her a passionate kiss. After that kiss, Lily's solemn dignity and regal authority vanished without a trace. She nestled against Alan's chest like a love-struck girl wearing a blissful, contented smile. Alan scooped Lily up in a princess carry, carried her behind a concealed cluster of flowers, sat down directly on the ground and settled her onto his lap. Lily said nothing, simply clinging tightly to Alan's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek from time to time. In her eyes there was nothing in the world but Alan. Lily, didn't you have a big fight with Raymond a few days ago? Alan asked in a low voice while letting his hands roam. Lily nodded at once. I picked that quarrel deliberately. Only by making my opposition obvious would he be so eager to marry Vivi to you. By the way, Alan. Since we're like this, what about Vivi? Lily, don't worry. I'll handle everything. You just need to be my woman, understand? Yes, I'll be good. Alan froze for a moment. He truly hadn't expected the noble, dignified Lily to act so coquettishly, but it was strangely thrilling and immensely satisfying. This was a duchess after all. After holding Lily and coaxing her for a while, Alan went on, since you just had a quarrel with him, you should strike while the iron is hot and suggest going out to relax. Alan, do you want me to go to the Ace region with Vivi? Yes. Since Vivi is marrying me, it won't seem out of place for you to go to the Ace region. Raymond should agree. You're right. He'll agree. That fool can't wait to get me out of his sight because I hold him to standards of etiquette and he's always resented that. Then let's do it that way. Contact me anytime. Near noon Alan left the ducal mansion under Lily's reluctant gaze. Alan hummed a tune, a magic cigarette dangling from his lips, his whole body feeling as light as air. Whether it was Lily or Vivi, both had been easier to win over than he had imagined. Perhaps the higher one's status, the greater the constraints. They had both been longing for a life different from their usual one, whether it was excitement or rebellion, and they had quickly sunk into it, unable to pull themselves free. During the following week Alan's life settled into a steady rhythm. He met Lily in the mornings and Vivi in the afternoons, and in that short time he had completely won over this pair of princesses. Once that week passed, Isaiah's celebration banquet arrived. Isaiah's celebration banquet was not held at the ducal mansion but at Isaiah's own residence. Raymond had more than a dozen sons. Apart from his eldest son, the heir, those without ability had all been enfeoffed elsewhere. Only capable sons like Isaiah remained in Elven City. The banquet was enormous in scale, with at least 1,000 people. Of course, not everyone present held a title of count or higher. Quite a few guests had come through ties of kinship or friendship, and there was also a cluster of people Raymond foolishly believed to be his confidants. That was how so many had gathered. Alan didn't know many people, nor did he have any interest in expanding his social circle. After greeting Grand Chamberlain Ellis and the others, he found a secluded corner and sat down. While waiting for the banquet to begin, Alan spotted Lily and Vivi. The three of them pretended not to know one another and merely nodded in acknowledgement. When night fell, Raymond arrived, followed by his eldest son Chi-Chi and Isaiah, the guest of honor. Everything after that was dreadfully boring. Raymond took the stage and talked on and on, boasting about how extraordinary Isaiah's talent was and how noble and powerful his own bloodline was. He went on boasting for a good 10 minutes before finally announcing the feast and stepping down, thoroughly satisfied with himself. Afterward Raymond chatted with several marquises and paid Alan no attention whatsoever. In Raymond's eyes Alan was nothing but a foolish loyal country bumpkin and a tool for suppressing the Orsini family. Alan was more than happy with that arrangement. He had no desire to flatter Raymond in front of so many people. Though his skin was thicker than the walls of Senga town's territory, he would still avoid awkwardness whenever possible. However, Raymond the fool might not have paid attention to Alan, but that didn't mean there were no sharp-minded people in the banquet hall. Raymond's sons who had not yet been given fiefs came to Alan one after another, asking in veiled terms which one he would support to inherit the ducal title. Every one of them wanted to win him over. Alan was equally straightforward. Whoever he faced, his answer was always, "This sort of thing isn't for me to decide, but I genuinely do favor you. Say human words to humans and ghost words to ghosts." Many other nobles came over to court his favor, since many knew of Alan's battle achievements and believed befriending him was no loss. As for the recent rumor about his achievements, Alan had already cleared it up. He couldn't let Raymond see too much of his potential. Besides, not many people believed the story about killing a 6th-tier bone dragon to begin with. Most people who could appear here had seen a thing or two of the world, unlike an ignorant mouthpiece like Dantley. A Starlight Realm cultivator defeating a Corona Realm cultivator. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone simply thought Alan was a master at manipulating public opinion, a textbook noble who kept the subjects of his domain wrapped around his finger. When the banquet was more than half over, Alan caught a meaningful look from Lily. He and Lily left the banquet hall one after the other, entered a guest room, and then he took her in his arms and kissed her hungrily. If a celebration banquet isn't celebrated, can it really be called a celebration banquet? Now this was a celebration. Only after Lily's lips had grown slightly swollen did Alan slip back into the banquet hall and find Vivi. On the third day after Isaiah's celebration banquet, Vivi's 18th birthday banquet began. This time Alan dressed with great formality. Because Lily had told him that Raymond would announce Alan's marriage to Vivi that night and that the wedding would be held at the ducal mansion the day after tomorrow, so there would be no need to invite the guests again. Alan was all for it. The sooner this was settled the better. The Ace region was growing more and more chaotic, and he wanted to return home early to keep things steady. Like Isaiah's celebration banquet, Vivi's birthday banquet was also opened by Raymond. But this time there was a small change. After a stretch of rambling incoherent self-praise, Raymond had Vivi wearing an evening gown stand at his side, then waved toward the audience and called out, "Albus, come on up." Alan had been prepared for this. Under the bewildered gazes of the entire hall he stood up and walked onto the stage with neither servility nor arrogance. A small portion of the guests had guessed Raymond's intention, but most were still confused. They watched without blinking, waiting to see what would happen next. "Oh Alvis, what a handsome young man." Raymond was meeting Alan for the very first time. His eyelid gave an involuntary twitch, sensing his moment had been stolen. Though his words carried praise, his tone rang stiff and forced. "Alan Alvis pays homage to the most magnificent man in Shusi, the greatest ruler in history, the invincible and valiant Duke Raymond. Forgive my bluntness, but your grace inspires my deepest admiration and your towering presence fills me with humble awe. Great Duke Raymond, I have prepared a small token of greeting to present after the banquet. I beg you accept it with grace." A smile graced Alan's features as he performed a flawless noble bow. Ha! Ha ha ha! Booster by wave after wave of flattery and sweet words, Raymond's mood instantly brightened. He patted Alan's shoulder warmly and boomed with laughter, "Alvis, my loyal subject, I have never doubted your devotion. Satisfy me then, present the gift shortly and I shall accept it." Alan feigned delight and bowed once more, saying, "I thank you for your generosity. You are truly a ruler of great understanding. It's no secret at all, I am simply such a person." Raymond chuckled foolishly, shrugged, then turned toward the crowd below, raised his hand and thundered. "I hereby proclaim that my daughter, the esteemed Princess Weiwei Arthur, shall wed Count Alan Alvis. Today is both Princess Weiwei's birthday celebration and her engagement ceremony, and her wedding shall take place the day after tomorrow at my estate. Now rejoice." Raymond's announcement sent shockwaves through the banquet hall. Princess Weiwei was the most radiant beauty in the entire Duchy of Shusi. She was the woman every young man dreamed of, whether noble or commoner. All had fantasized about becoming her companion. Hearing that Princess Weiwei was to be married, the young nobles in the banquet hall erupted in fury. Had it not been for the inappropriate venue, they would have formed a mob and beaten Alan into the floor. "Damn him! Who is he? I know him, he's nothing but a country count. Father! You promised me. You said you would arrange a marriage between me and Princess Weiwei. Mother, didn't you say Lady Lily favorably regarded me? How could this happen? Ah! My heart splits with pain." Many young nobles approached their parents demanding answers about Alan's identity, the purpose of this political match, and whether any turning point remained. But every single one of them was roundly cursed by their parents without exception. The House Arthur was plainly maneuvering to suppress the House Orsinii. Marrying a girl from the Orsinii family. Were they seeking death? Even if the Arthur king had stirred trouble, the worst outcome would simply be ceding some territories and replacing one Arthur with another. The Arthur family would remain mighty. But the Orsinii family might well be erased from history by this very trouble, and even if they survived, they would never recover their former standing. Marriage into the Orsinii family now would only invite continued scrutiny and suppression from the Arthur family. They might not be utterly destroyed, but their future prospects were certainly ruined. Now, however, they faced a different concern. What of the wedding gifts? The wedding was but 2 days away, and a single day was far too short to return home and prepare. Yet showing up empty-handed was unthinkable. Duke Raymond's soul was as greedy as a dragon's. They would have to borrow from acquainted nobles, it seemed. Time swiftly arrived at the afternoon of the second day. The wedding between Alan and Weiwei commenced. Though Raymond despised the Orsinii family, he could not openly display it, so the banquet was held with exceptional grandeur. Every influential figure in Elf City was present. Gazing at the ever-growing pile of gold coins and treasures upon the gift table, Raymond's mouth stretched almost to his ears. Including the 100,000 gold coin gift Alan had presented the previous day, his total earnings over these 2 days amounted to approximately 1 million gold coins. He was truly a genius. The original plan of striking 2 birds with 1 stone had now become 3 birds with 1 stone. If daughter weddings were this profitable, he should simply hold more of them. He still had several daughters who looked just like him. Someday he would marry them all off neatly, filling the hole carved away by his elder brother. After a series of lengthy and rigid ceremonies, evening fell. Alan politely thanked every guest, showered Raymond with flattery for a while, and then led Weiwei to their chambers. Next came the natural course of human instinct. Weiwei, adorned with cosmetics, was even more enchanting than usual. Even though Alan had already awakened from his wine using martial energy, he fell intoxicated anew, turning winter into spring so much so that not even the system's alert tones could divert his attention. One night of ecstasy passed. When Weiwei had fallen asleep, dawn was already breaking. Alan gently covered her with the blanket and left the room in high spirits. Though he had slept not at all, his vitality only grew more vigorous. In the sitting room Alan discovered Lily was already there, a trace of fatigue upon her face, as though she too had endured a sleepless night. "It seems your spirits are high." Sensing Alan's buoyant mood, Lily murmured wistfully, then turned her head and pouted, refusing to look at him. Alan glanced left and right, confirmed no third party was present, and swept Lily into his arms. "Yes, my mood is excellent. When I see you, no sorrowful memory can surface. Scanning through my recollections, I find only the beauty of our time together. Lily, you are the woman I have dreamed of since forever. To possess you is to possess the world itself. Alan, my knight." Lily melted instantly, leaning languidly against Alan's chest, and spoke softly, "I have persuaded that fool. I shall go to the ES region alongside Weiwei. That fool instructed us to depart early and urged me to spend more time comforting Weiwei. He said there is no rush to return, he hopes Weiwei and I will remain in the ES region forever, never returning to Elf City. That suits me perfectly. How about the day after tomorrow?" Alan buried his face in Lily's fragrant tresses and whispered against her ear. "I was thinking the same. One day is ample time for preparation. I will take all my possessions and servants with me and deliver them entirely to you. My foolish Lily, what I desire is nothing other than you, the Princess Lily, priceless in my eyes. Everything I possess belongs to you and only you, including myself." Alan and Lily lingered affectionately for some time, parting only when footsteps echoed from outside the door. Although this courtyard belonged to Weiwei and all who passed were maidservants brought from the Orsini family by Lily and therefore trustworthy, this was still the Duke's mansion and discretion was still warranted. There was no need to rush if they would return home the day after tomorrow. When that time came, who could say how affectionately they might indulge? On the 23rd day in Elf City, Alan set out for home. This trip had cost him a considerable fortune, roughly 600,000 gold coins. All told, he had given Dantley and his group of envoys 250,000 gold coins, Minister of Internal Affairs Ellis 50,000, Raymond 100,000, Chichi 100,000, and another 100,000 to the duchy officials who had Raymond's ear. The gains, however, were undeniably enormous. Compared with such gains, the trifling expenses of that period counted for nothing. That evening, before darkness descended, Alan found a small town and stopped there for a brief rest. Both Lily and Vivi boasted impressive cultivation. One was a rank 7-star Radiance mage, the other a rank 7 archmage, but their maids were of mediocre cultivation. Having flown across the sky all day, the maids were mentally exhausted and badly needed a good rest. The arrival of the Storm Eagle caused no commotion. This was already the second time Alan had stayed here for a night during his previous visit. Lily and Vivi, however, attracted a great deal of attention. After all, with their status, even their maids were matchless beauties. Even though they all wore veils, their graceful figures drew the stares of many townsfolk. But it remained merely an eye-catching sight, no trouble whatsoever arose. If a rank 5 Storm Eagle was only a mount, how powerful must its master be? Late at night, after Vivi had fallen asleep from exhaustion, Alan crept into Lily's room. "Alan." Lily seemed to know he would come. She was still awake, leaning against the headboard, and opened her arms to him. "Lily." Alan called softly, lifting her onto his lap. Lily kissed his cheek and said happily, "I knew you would come to me. After all, you truly love me, don't you?" "Of course. Though it's unfair to Vivi to say this, in my heart there is only you," Alan said solemnly. "Ahem." Lily smiled and satisfaction burrowed against Alan's chest until she found a comfortable position, then said, "Tomorrow night just come straight to me. My maids know about our relationship." Alan was somewhat surprised. "I thought you planned to keep it a secret forever." "They discovered it on their own." Lily shook her head and laughed, explaining, "You underestimate true household servants. Their forte is watching and noticing. We exchanged far too many glances today, my head maid even gave me her blessing just now. But don't worry. They are all my people, truly mine, and you can trust them as well." "Of course. I trust anyone you trust," Alan declared without hesitation, lifting Lily's chin and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. At noon on the 26th day after setting out, Alan returned to the family castle. The moment he was home, Alan told his wives everything that had happened during this period. Hearing that he had married the duchy's greatest beauty, all of Alan's wives were astonished and at the same time slightly ill at ease. The daughter of a duke bearing the title of princess was a woman of far too exalted status. Even Shirley, a marquis's daughter, was somewhat stiff when she met Vivi. The atmosphere soon thawed, however, because Vivi was sweet, sensible, and utterly endearing. Before long she had grown close to the sisters she had just met. Lily, by contrast, carried an air of such lofty dignity that she seemed rather out of place in the lively room. Alan knew, though, that her unease came from her special status. She simply did not know how to converse with his wives. So, under the pretext of personally choosing a guest room, Alan led Lily out of the sitting room and up to the top of the bell tower. "Lily, don't be nervous. Leave everything to me. When Vivi isn't around, I'll announce to the whole family that you are my woman, and I'll convince Vivi as soon as possible. And you, my most cherished woman, must also try to be part of this family, all right?" Alan held Lily, patting her back as he spoke in a soothing voice. Don't worry. I've already worked out a way." Sensing that Lily's sense of security was beginning to falter, Alan gave her an unwavering assurance. It wasn't a difficult matter at all. People in this world simply didn't care about such things. All he needed was to give Vivi a proper reason. Hearing Alan's confident reply, Lily calmed down considerably and regained her soft, affectionate disposition. She hopped straight into his arms, clinging to him, and suggested, "Alan, let me stay here these next few days. That way it'll be convenient for you to come find me." "All right. As you wish, my princess." Alan nodded. That was exactly what he had in mind. Vivi was living in the main building, and Lily would certainly move there eventually as well. But before Vivi had been won over, it was still wiser to keep a little distance. There was no need to hide it from Avril and the others, though. He could simply tell them later. An hour later, Lily was asleep. Alan went down to the library and began sorting through the rewards he had received for marrying Vivi. Family population increase detected. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is bronze grade, her magic aptitude is bronze grade, and her rating is bronze grade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one 15-year battle chi cultivation card, one 15-year magic cultivation card, and a tier 4 spellbook. The rewards were not bad. The cultivation cards were nothing special, but the tier 4 spellbook was truly precious. A spellbook contained 10 spells, meaning he had obtained 10 tier 4 spells in one go. 10 tier 4 spells could even match 2 tier 5 spells, at least in terms of monetary value. Then Alan used up all of the magic cultivation years. They amounted to 85 years in all. He did not break through to rank 8-star Radiance Mage, but he was not far off. Perhaps a single month of cultivation would trigger the breakthrough. As for the 45 years of battle chi cultivation, it was utterly useless, so he saved it for the future. System notification: family population increased. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is bronze rank, her magic aptitude is bronze rank, and her overall rating is bronze rank. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one 15-year battle chi cultivation card, one 15-year magic cultivation card, and one 5th rank staff exchange card. On the third day after arriving home, Lily's reward arrived. As for how Alan had persuaded Vivi to accept this, the truth was Alan hadn't persuaded her at all. More precisely, before Alan even began to try, Vivi had already accepted it. Last night Alan confessed directly to Vivi that Lily was now his woman as well, and then brought up the Orsini family. As soon as the Orsini family was mentioned, Vivi understood. She said she actually knew that her grandfather's family and the Arthur family were not on good terms. Later Vivi's imagination ran away with her. She came to believe that she and her mother had been exiled, and that in the end only Alan was willing to accept and protect them. In the end, Vivi told Alan he absolutely must not feel any guilt. No matter how he arranged things, she would not object. She also said she would persuade her mother to do as much as possible whatever Alan said. So that was how things stood. In no more than 5 minutes, Alan, who had set out to persuade Vivi, was instead persuaded by her, and left scratching his head. "Girl, you're making your buddy here feel like he's taken a loss." Yet there was no denying it. Although the process had been far too strange, the result was good. After the succubus pair Karina and Wendy, he had now gained the princess pair Lily and Vivi. How satisfying! He announced the matter at breakfast. As for the rewards, his battle chi cultivation still wasn't enough, so he continued to save it, intending to use it when it reached 100 years. He used the 15 years of magic cultivation directly. It was exactly enough to cover the last stretch and let him break through to 8th rank Starlight Mage. Now his dual practice of magic and martial arts was once again on equal footing. Battle Chi Cultivation 8th rank Starlight Warrior. Magic Cultivation 8th rank Starlight Mage. Next he would aim for the moon radiance realm. After breakfast Alan led his wives back to the sitting room. The moment they entered Avril drew the other sisters off to the garden as if they had agreed in advance to leave the space to Alan, Lily and Vivi. Alan inwardly praised Avril for being so considerate. He sat down on the sofa in a grand lordly manner and raised both arms. Lily, Vivi, come here. Vivi's cheeks reddened slightly. She gave Lily a shy look, then sat down on Alan's left side and let his hand rest on her shoulder. Seeing her daughter act with such decisiveness, Lily, who had been a little embarrassed at first, also sat down generously on the other side. Alan exerted a little force in his arms, pulling them both into his embrace. Lily, Vivi, from now on you are my women, he said with pleasure. Amen. Lily and Vivi both alike obediently murmured in reply. After leaning against Alan's shoulder and resting for a while with her eyes half closed, Vivi asked with some concern, Alan, what if the people over in Elf City learn about this? The Duke's dignity is very important. That won't happen. Before Alan could answer, Lily said, I already asked Avril. The inner keep is like our rooms in the Duke's mansion, secrets remain secrets and in time they'll be carried with us into the grave. But, Alan, although that fool doesn't want to see me, one excuse won't be enough to keep me here long. Otherwise that fool will become suspicious. At those words Vivi's eyelid twitched. She could only pretend she hadn't heard. There was nothing she could do. No matter what Raymond was like, he was still her father, and hearing her mother speak that way made her uncomfortable. For now she simply played deaf. I heard that he kept all his more outstanding sons in Elf City. Alan asked, kissing Lily on the cheek. Lily nodded. Yes. His eldest son Kiki, his fourth son Hikmah, his fifth son Isaiah and his ninth son Cliff, he kept these 4 sons by his side. Kiki is a fool and has no cultivation talent, but he resembles him the most. And since Kiki is the eldest son, he will most likely inherit the title. The other 3 all have cultivation talent and administrative talent. They are not eldest sons, but he values them greatly, so they have a chance to inherit his title. But as you know, their chances are not great. When the eldest son is healthy, choosing one of the younger sons to inherit would violate established custom. Amen. After hearing all of this, Alan turned and kissed Vivi on the cheek. By all logic, Vivi was Raymond's best choice. Her cultivation talent was more than good enough, her renown within the duchy was high enough, and she was the Duchess's only daughter. It could be said she was Raymond's only legitimate offspring. Female nobles were hardly rare in this world, strength above all. Unfortunately, members of the Orsini family were destined never to attain a higher position in the kingdom of Pompeii. Otherwise, King Arthur, waking from a nightmare in the dead of night, would have to go look at the windows to see whether the Orsini family had revolted. But then, wasn't the whole problem the Arthur family? If the Arthur family were severely wounded by the Vesuvius fire tribe, Princess Vivi becoming Duchess Vivi made perfect sense too. With that thought, several quietly wicked ideas surfaced in Alan's mind. He whispered in Lily's ear, if the capable younger brothers knew that the useless elder brother was about to inherit their father's title, what do you think they would do? Lily's eyes gleamed. She turned Alan's head toward her and pressed a warm, passionate kiss on his lips. She swore that Alan matched her imagination of a partner perfectly. Her husband could never be an ordinary man of no ambition. If you trust me, what do you say to leaving this matter in my hands? I know the weaknesses of those 3 jackals. With just 100 utterly loyal knights, so long as they are a little clever, Kiki and Raymond will fall into the abyss. Once Kiki and Raymond are settled, the butcher's blade will fall on those 3 jackals and the other wild dogs. The Duchy of Shussi must be held in your hands, my husband. After the heated kiss, Lily gently held Alan's face and stroked it, speaking with dreamy eyes. At that moment Lily's nobility and majesty returned, exactly as Alan had been struck by her when they first met, only now there was a slight coldness about her. Of course. My dear Lily, my trust in you can no longer be described in words. Alan was slightly unnerved by this display of Lily's. He quickly pulled her into his arms and coaxed her with a soft voice. What a coincidence. Lily had been thinking the same thing as him, he just hadn't expected her to be so ruthless. He had only thought of leaving things to time and luck, while Lily had thought of taking a knife and stabbing to death everyone else who might have luck. Why hadn't she been this ruthless when she was in the Duke's mansion? Could it be that his true love had awakened Lily's hidden trait? A green bamboo snake's mouth, a wasp's tail needle. Both are deadly, but the most venomous. For the following month Alan remained cooped up at home. He never once left the family castle and only ventured to the outer fortress 5 or 6 times. Isabella, Nami, Selina, Shirley and Lily, these 5 wives helped him share much of the territory's affairs. All he needed to do was speak a few words and make decisions. Of course it wasn't that he wanted to idle, he had a legitimate reason for this rest. Tina and Kenny's were about to give birth. On the first rainy night of spring, Alan gained a son and a daughter. The son was born to Tina and the daughter to Kenny's. Along with the arrival of a son and a daughter came 2 system rewards. Detected increase in family population. This offspring's battle chi aptitude is advanced magic aptitude is bronze rank overall rating bronze rank. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 20-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 20-year magic cultivation card, 1 bronze rank magic talent enhancement card, 1 magic attribute seed exchange card. Detected increase in family population. This offspring's battle chi aptitude is gold rank magic aptitude is bronze rank overall rating gold rank. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 40-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 25-year magic cultivation card, 1 gold rank talent enhancement card, dark heart necklace, dark dragon egg. The quality of both rewards was extremely high. The first was fairly normal, but the second truly shocked Alan. His own talent was higher than Kenny's, as yet it was only double bronze rank. How could his daughter's talent be so extraordinary? After entering the delivery room, Alan understood why the reward was so generous. His second daughter was surrounded by black mist, and just below her navel a dark vortex was constantly inhaling and exhaling battle chi. She was born with attribute battle chi. Moreover, she had inherited Alan's dark battle chi. This made Alan extremely happy, believing that his second daughter was the natural heir to the Alves family. Although saying so was a bit biased subconsciously, that was indeed how he felt. After all, she was the child most like him at present. Of course, more exceptionally talented offspring would appear in the future. Next month, Nami, Lisa and Isabella, these 3 wives, would also bear him children. The month after that as well, Doris and Sylvia. After that there would be a few months of gap, then it would be Freya and Linda's turn. Moreover, during this month 4 more wives became pregnant: Anya, Annie, Shirley and Lily. In the side building 4 concubines were also pregnant, 2 mermaids and 2 humans. Soon they could form a children's soccer team. At the same time, this meant the rewards would keep increasing. Before Tina and Kenny's rested, Alan named the 2 children the boy Roy and the girl Monica. Late at night, Alan left the delivery room and headed to the top of the bell tower. It was time for the familiar ritual, sorting the harvest. This time he had obtained a total of 60 years of battle chi cultivation and 45 years of magic cultivation. 1 gold rank battle chi talent card, 1 bronze rank magic talent card, 1 magic seed self-selection card, 1 dark dragon egg and a necklace of unknown use. As for battle chi cultivation, with the existing stock he had a total of 120 years. 120 years should be enough for a breakthrough, but Alan chose to save it for last. For now he needed to sort out the other rewards. Magic cultivation with the stock totaled 45 years. 45 years was far from enough for a breakthrough. Without even checking, he stored it in the system space. The gold rank battle chi talent card, no need to think, just use it. Same for the bronze rank magic talent card, use it directly. This way, if he got another bronze rank magic talent card later, his magic talent would rise to silver rank. Next was the magic seed self-selection card. Alan thought briefly and decisively chose the light magic seed. For no other reason than it would make dealing with cultists and necromancers easier. Having a natal light attribute would give a huge advantage. As for the dark dragon egg, Alan was no stranger to dragon eggs. He would just hand it over to his wives to care for later. He would claim it was obtained from that group of necromancers and that he had hidden it all this time for fear of being tracked by adult dragons. Finally, the dark heart necklace. Upon handling it, he realized it was a defensive equipment. It had no rank because it lacked a magic core, instead it was inscribed with ancient runic formations. It required an infusion of battle chi or magic to use and would activate when attacked, releasing a dark shield based on the strength of the infused energy. Without a doubt it was a rankless divine artifact. If he infused it with sufficient battle chi and then gave the necklace to Monica. Then Monica, relying solely on this equipment, could defend against most attacks below the Corona realm even though she was just a newborn baby. Such a powerful effect, calling it a divine artifact was no exaggeration. Alan would treat it as one of his current trump cards. Sometimes if he could forcibly eat one move from the opponent, the next move could finish them off. After putting on the dark heart necklace, Alan took out several battle chi cultivation cards. A total of 120 years of battle chi cultivation. As usual he would use them one by one. 40 years, 20 years, 15 years. When only one 10-year cultivation card remained, Alan's cultivation finally broke through. Alan Alves, 9th rank Star Radiance Warrior. The previous rank seemed to take 90 years, this rank took 110 years, the next rank at least 130 years, and breaking through to Lunar Radiance Realm would require at least 150 years. He calculated briefly. However, compared to his mindset after the last breakthrough, he was now very relaxed with no anxiety in his heart. With food in the bag he had no worries. In the next 2 months the offspring rewards alone would bring a large amount of cultivation. Moreover, he now had gold rank battle chi talent along with magic yuan smoke and a 3rd rank yuan energy array which would drastically increase his training speed. Within 2 months he would surely enter the Lunar Radiance Realm. And still with dual cultivation entering Lunar Radiance Realm. Although magic and battle chi were a full minor step apart. But the 5th rank magic amplification potion in his bag together with the 45 years of magic cultivation cards would be enough to make up for that minor step. Lord Alan. At that moment Aaron's anxious call came from the lower floor. Alan's expression sharpened and in the next instant the black hole spear appeared in his hand as he rushed downstairs at top speed. Aaron, holding 5-month-old Bruno, was waiting in the library. Having been a mercenary she knew time was precious. The moment she saw Alan she said, "The flame yuan tree is having problems. It's erupting with magic. It's like it's about to self-destruct." "Flame yuan tree. Don't worry, I'm here. Let's first check the situation." Alan's dark battle chi gradually dissipated and his expression relaxed. He took their eldest son from Aaron's arms and holding her hand walked towards the Lord's chambers. Blame those damned necromancers. They had made him so jumpy that whenever something happened he would think the worst. Soon they arrived at the treasure vault. Just as Irene had said, the flame element tree was in a peculiar state. The entire tree flickered between brightness and dimness, releasing waves of mana in bursts as if it were about to explode. Alan. Lord Alan. Except for Tina and Conies who had just fallen asleep, all of Alan's wives living in the main building had gathered, including the 2 succubus maids. "Karina, do you know what's going on?" Alan walked a full circle around the flame element tree before asking. "Master, the dragon element trees I've seen were all perfectly normal." Karina shook her head. She had seen quite a few dragon element trees in dragon nests, but none had been as restless as this one. "Master, the fire elements are increasing." At that moment Wendy gasped and released her mana to separate everyone from the flame element tree. The tree suddenly blazed, the dark crimson glow on its trunk vanished, replaced by a dazzling yellow light as bright as the sun. In that instant Alan, Shirley and Selena also made their move, erecting layer upon layer of defenses before them with battle aura or mana. Almost as soon as they finished their defenses, the light of the flame element tree erupted with full intensity, forcing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Bang! With an explosive sound, an intensely scorching wave of air burst out from the flame element tree, spreading in all directions and throwing the treasure vault into chaos. Just as Alan was about to resist with all his might, the flame element tree settled back into calm. The searing heat and the blinding light were gone and it turned back into a dark red fruit tree. What happened? Alan was utterly puzzled and quickly stepped forward to examine the flame element tree carefully. A commotion of that scale mobilizing so much mana, it couldn't have been for nothing. Upon closer inspection Alan did notice something unusual. A total of 17 small buds had emerged on several branches of the flame element tree as if they were about to bloom. "Alan, it seems fruit is about to grow," Avril, who was holding Jessica, said in delighted surprise. Irene and Charlotte were also overjoyed because Alan had announced long ago that the fruits of the flame element tree were to be given first to the children, distributed in the order of their ages. This meant that the children they had born for Alan would definitely taste the first batch of flame element fruits. That should be right. According to the illustrated guide, a dragon element tree reaches maturity within a year. Ours has been planted for 6 or 7 months now, so it's time for it to enter its flowering period. 17 flowers should yield 17 fruits. This is good news, since the most productive dragon element tree known to us can at most produce 20 fruits. My dear wives, in the coming half a year you might need to come check on it more often. Alan stroked the trunk of the flame element tree and smiled at his wives. The women all nodded. Even if Alan hadn't said it, they would take good care of such a precious tree that bore fruit every year. They poured some magical beast blood onto the flame element tree and tidied up the treasure vault. Alan planted his hands on his hips, looked at his beautiful wives and said with a sly smile, "I think it's time for us to rest." Whose turn is it tonight? My lord, it's mine. Irene, who was standing right behind Alan, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Charlotte can help me take care of Bruno and Princess Vivi is willing to join me. Then let's go back to the room. Alan nodded immediately upon hearing this, then extended his hand to Vivi. Irene softly acknowledged and handed her son to Charlotte. Vivi walked over to Alan with a red face, her head nearly buried in her bosom. Though she felt embarrassed, it had been her own request. She had no choice, her belly was being uncooperative. Among the women who lived in the main building, only her belly had shown no signs of pregnancy. The other sisters had either already borne Alan children or were currently expecting. She refused to fall behind. Alan left the treasure vault first, holding Irene and Vivi close, a brilliant smile on his face. Watching Vivi's retreating figure, Lily gently touched her belly, a confident curve blossoming at the corner of her mouth. My foolish daughter, I alone am his one true princess, this is the proof. The next morning, after checking on Tina and Coney's, Alan went to the outer keep to handle territorial affairs. Spike Jerry, I don't want any rats sneaking into my territory. You know what to do. Also accelerate the formation of the Defense Legion. Have the first Knight Commander Steve serve as its Legion Commander. Once that's done, expand the knighthood again, I need twice as many knights. Tom, have Butch recruit more people. We still have plenty of idle lands and wastelands to cultivate. Ask Topes about the latest intelligence from the Take Wasteland. Those starving wastelanders can barely afford a single meal. Is it really that difficult to pry open their mouths? Where did the 100,000 gold coins I gave him go? Alright, everyone get back to work. Wait, take these reply letters with you and deliver them to where they should go. A stack of vellum papers much like an emperor's memorials, Alan reviewed and dispatched, taking 2 full hours to finish everything. Troubled times indeed. The turbulence caused by the war between the Vesuvius Fire Tribe and the Kingdom of Pompeii did not disappear with the end of the bitter winter, instead it intensified with the arrival of the warm spring. The second month's temporary war tax pushed many impoverished commoners into despair. Alan received news every day of villages or towns resisting taxation. Today some baron threatened with words, tomorrow some viscount would suppress with troops. There were also occasional uprisings and riots. In just 2 months 3 baronial families had been exterminated in the Ace region. And lurking behind these malignant incidents were the faint silhouettes of cultists and necromancers. Alan's in-laws were terrified, worrying that they might become the next targets, so they wrote letters frantically over the past few days, hoping Alan could offer them a strategy. Alan had no better solution for this. He could only advise his relatives to treat the commoners better, not necessarily granting tax exemptions but postponing the collection of estate taxes and paying the temporary war tax out of their own pockets so that the commoners could tide over until the spring harvest. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? If their financial situations were poor, Alan could lend them a sum of money first. This was the most appropriate measure Alan could think of. Threats and suppression were absolutely out of the question. Reputation was extremely important. If you lay a hand on the commoners today, your territory's population will start to dwindle tomorrow, and from then on no one will dare to join your land. If he were a commoner, as long as he could live a stable life, there would be nothing to make a fuss about. If a cultist dared to stir up trouble, he would definitely slap them hard across the face. I have plenty to eat and drink, warm clothes to wear, a wife, children and a warm bed. You want me to risk my head to fight the nobles? Have you lost your mind? Of course, as of now no one dared to provoke Alan or his in-laws. Alan's strength and battle record spoke for themselves. Any cultist or necromancer who had inquired about the situation in the Ace region, unless utterly brainless, would never do anything to offend Alan. Time flowed on like an endless river, never pausing for anyone. In the blink of an eye a week had slipped by. On the afternoon of the 8th day after the blazing origin tree entered its flowering period, Alan received 2 important pieces of news in succession. The first piece of news came from Elf City. Raymond's eldest son Chi-Chi had gone hunting in the slumbering forest with a pack of good-for-nothing friends when he met with an accident. He lost his 3rd leg. Who was Chi-Chi? He was the person most likely to inherit Duke Raymond's title. But now, the aristocracy's standards for choosing an heir were extremely strict. First, the candidate had to be a legitimate blood descendant. Second, his body absolutely had to be sound. If an heir was mutilated, the entire family would suffer criticism and ridicule, let alone when that particular part was mutilated too. Of course there were exceptions. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. As long as an heir's power or talent was strong enough, none of these problems mattered. But what talent did Chi-Chi have? If anything, he was best at bragging and spending money. This news struck the water like a stone and stirred up endless ripples. It was already causing a sensation in Elf City, and from there it was radiating outward in every direction at tremendous speed. It would probably not be long before it reached every corner of the Shussi Duchy. This matter had something to do with Alan. The incident was no accident, it had been deliberately engineered, and the mastermind behind it was Lily. Lily had asked Alan for 100 elite knights, assigned them their tasks and funds, and had them infiltrate Elf City. The task was simple. Get in touch with the people around the Duke's 3 sons, Hikmah, Isaiah and Cliff, and then feed them some inside information. My uncle works for the Minister of Internal Affairs. He said Raymond is considering settling the succession once and for all, and Chi-Chi is the first choice. My grandfather is a gardener at the ducal mansion. He said Raymond has been summoning Chi-Chi frequently lately. He has already decided on Chi-Chi as heir and will announce it soon. My uncle is the Duke's envoy. When he got drunk last night, he complained about the Duke saying something like Chi-Chi wasn't the best choice. These inside tips were all much the same. The core message was, bro, your older brother is about to take the top spot. Although none of these rumors could be verified and their credibility was almost zero, could those 3 sons of the Duke afford not to believe them? And did they dare not believe them? What if they were true? A few days after receiving these rumors, the 3 of them heard the voices of the people again. Many commoners said that the 3 of them were the ones who truly deserved to inherit the Duke's title, and that it would be wonderful if Chi-Chi could not inherit it. The outcome had already appeared. Chi-Chi truly could no longer inherit the Duke's title. As for Raymond, he certainly had no mood to worry about how long Lily had been away, and would probably not even think of her at all. Alan was deeply shocked when he received this news. When Lily had asked him for men and money, she had mentioned part of her plan. Crippling Chi-Chi was only the first step. Next, she would target Chi-Chi's 3 younger brothers and make those brothers fight among themselves for the ducal seat. Lily didn't describe the rest of the plan in detail. She only said that he was sure to become a marquis, and later, once his strength had risen a bit more, depending on the situation with the Arthur family's direct bloodline, she would try to help Vivi take the ducal seat. Alan didn't know how Lily intended to make it work, but what was certain for now was that she seemed extremely confident. After all, the first step had already succeeded. For now, Alan treated the whole matter with equanimity. If it succeeded, then it succeeded; if it didn't, no harm done. As long as Lily stayed steady and didn't stir up any major trouble, that was fine. After all, as the owner of the system, he was destined to become the strongest person in this world sooner or later. Staking his life on a gamble was the stupidest thing he could do. The second piece of news came from the Take Wasteland. Tom's 3rd son Topaz had learned a major piece of news. A band of demon cultists seemingly out of nowhere had taken over the entire Take Wasteland in just a month. Meanwhile, the group previously known as the Free Church among the Wastelanders had been defeated by those demon cultists and had recently gone into hiding somewhere. That band of demon cultists was extremely powerful. In their battle with the Free Church, they had summoned Tier 6 Wrath demons, not just 1 or 2 but 3. Among the demons of the 7 deadly sins, the Wrath demon could be considered the strongest. Wrath demons were ferocious like a teddy dog with real power, and no matter how much you avoided them or kept a low profile, you would still suffer a violent attack. After a great battle, the Free Church suffered catastrophic losses and vanished without a trace. The demon cultists used the 3 Tier 6 Wrath demons to slaughter their way across the Take Wasteland, constantly using sacrifices to prolong the summoning time of the 3 Tier 6 demons, and ruled the Take Wasteland through violence. Only after the 3 Tier 6 Wrath demons disappeared did the demon cultists begin to restrain themselves a little. They started building a cathedral to their god of wrath, showing every sign that they intended to rule the Take Wasteland for a long time. For demon cultists and necromancers, the Take Wasteland was indeed a good place. Although it was part of the Neva Duchy, its extreme desolation meant it had never received any governance. It could be called a no-man's land governed by no one. Criminals from the 3 duchies, Shussi, Lucci and Neva, all liked to hide in the Take Wasteland. There was nothing there except danger and poverty. Topaz had failed to report to Alan about the situation in the Take Wasteland for quite some time. This was not because he lacked ability or had pocketed the intelligence funds, but because the demon cultists had slaughtered so brutally that the Wasteland's population was reduced by more than half, leaving him no way to gather information. Now the Wastelanders who had survived were either forced to join the Church of Wrath, or like the members of the Free Church had gone into hiding somewhere. As soon as Alan received the news, he couldn't sit still. He put on the Tier 5 Dark Knight armor set that had been gathering dust for a month, gripped the Tier 6 Black Hole lance, put on the Dark Heart necklace, mounted his Nightmare Demon Eagle, and personally took up guard on the territory wall. There was no choice, the enemy was too powerful. 3 Tier 6 Wrath Demons. Even at full power he could only hold off one. The remaining 2 were simply impossible to handle. Even if several of his wives with the highest cultivation joined forces, they probably couldn't withstand 10 exchanges. If those demon cultists really came to attack Alvis County with 3 Tier 6 Wrath Demons, Alan would have no option but to take his family and flee at once. Stay and fight to the death. Forget it. Goddamn King Arthur is to blame. If not for the war between the Kingdom of Pompeii and the Vesuvius Fire Tribe throwing the entire kingdom into chaos, how would these demon cultists dare act so arrogantly? Night fell. Just as Alan was preparing to stand guard through the night on the territory wall to ease his mind, Lily came riding over on Honey, and the moment she opened her mouth she startled him. Alan, maybe we should help those worshippers of the evil gods. Lily pulled Alan to a place with no one around, gave him a deep kiss, and then said with great excitement, her eyes almost glowing. Lily, are you serious? Alan was taken aback but quickly dismissed the thought. Lily's father was the First Legion commander of the Kingdom of Pompeii, and her mother was the regional archbishop of the Church of Life. There was no way she didn't know what the name demon cultists meant. Lily stood on her tiptoes, gave Alan a searing deep kiss, then gently stroked his face and said, "Their power is enough for any one of Raymond's sons to casually eliminate all his rivals and become duke. And you, loyal Count Alvis, will dispel every darkness inside the duchy. Finally, as the only surviving heir of Raymond, Vivi will inherit everything that belongs to Raymond, including the Duchy of Shussi." Alan listened with absolute focus, and by the time she had finished he was already analyzing the feasibility of the plan. It really did seem possible. Raymond had over a dozen sons, and there was bound to be some fool willing to risk everything for power, however immense the danger. Those demon cultists probably wouldn't refuse either. With a chance to secretly control a duchy, they would find no reason to say no. But pulling it off would be extraordinarily difficult. Take the most immediate issue with Alan's current strength, going up against those demon cultists was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Besides, if the main bloodline of the Arthur family hadn't been crippled by the Vesuvius Fire clan, then success or failure in this matter would have been pointless. They could easily take it all back. Wait. Why must Vivi become the Duchess at all? Secretly controlling a duchy would work just the same. This was a wonderful idea. There was no need to worry about the Arthur family's main line, he only needed the strength to eliminate those necromancers. That in itself was a shortcut. Alan, what do you think? Lily leaned against Alan's chest, hugging his waist tightly, and asked. I think. Alan lightly flicked Lily's pert little nose and said in a low voice, we should take a step back and inherit everything those demon cultists have. Alan, I can't find a single flaw. Lily raised her head to look at Alan, her eyes brimming with admiration, and said, let the strongest among them discover the truth and fight the demon cultists. All we have to do is eliminate the last one standing and then groom the most foolish Arthur. No effort at all, isn't that right? Alan was instantly dumbfounded. What a perfect plan, had he really come up with it? The next moment Alan smiled with confidence, planted a kiss on Lily's fragrant lips, and said in a low voice, yes, that's right, my Princess Lily. You really do know me best. Our souls fit together perfectly, can you feel it? Of course. My knight. Lily's eyes shone with affection. Alan really seemed more handsome and more brilliant every day, her husband should be exactly like this. Lily, there are still many details to this plan. You need those demon cultists to stay peacefully in the wasteland and gather strength until the final moment when they offer themselves up for you, and you also need a few caged targets. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? Huh. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Leave it to me. It only takes a few wastelanders and some mermaid mind magic to make it happen. We can make those demon cultists see whatever we want. All right, I'll leave it in your hands. Alan held Lily completely dazed, his mind a blank. What had he said? What just happened? At that moment Alan was genuinely a little afraid of Lily. It seemed he would have to pamper her more from now on, and make absolutely sure she never grew displeased. While Alan was thinking this, Lily released his waist and instead looped her arms around his neck. My knight, are you just going to stand there dazedly holding your princess? Lily, but you've only just become pregnant. I'm a 7th rank starlight mage, our child is perfectly safe. Fine, let's go home right now. Alan ordered the Nightmare Hawk to stay behind and guard the territory wall, then carrying Lily rode Honey back to the family castle. The next day, after breakfast with his wives, Alan went to the territory wall again. Even though Lily had said she had a way to deceive those demon cultists and keep them from attacking the Ace region, Alan's sense of urgency had not disappeared. Never place your hopes on others, especially when the other party is a bunch of madmen. Alan had to enter the Moonlight Realm as quickly as possible, and through dual cultivation at that. Only then could he gain the strength to stand against those demon cultists. But there was no need to push himself too hard. After all, the more powerful the demon, the more sacrifices it demanded. Now that Tuck Wasteland's population had fallen by more than half, it should be very difficult for those demon cultists to summon 3 rank 6 demons in a single go again. Moreover, they had already begun building a church to the God of Wrath, a clear sign that they wanted to settle down. They probably wouldn't make any major moves in the short term. What a rush! The instant he began cultivating, Alan let out a gratified breath. Quasi-silver grade battle chi cultivation talent plus gold grade battle chi cultivation talent. Frighteningly strong. In just the span of one battle chi cycle, he could feel his battle chi growing by a trace. No wonder Shirley and Selena cultivated so quickly. Their cultivation wasn't far behind his, and he was practically cheating. He continued cultivating for about an hour. A young archer ran over to report to Alan. "My lord, there's a situation. A group of people from the wasteland wants to see you. They wrapped themselves up tightly like eggs, not even showing their eyes. We tried to bar their entry, but they repelled us with a single move. Although no one was hurt, they refused to leave. Since there were no knights patrolling nearby, we thought it would be best to report directly to you." He was a member of the Defense Legion. As a rule, commoners were unwilling to risk their lives for their lord, even with money on the line. They would rather pay taxes in exchange for safety. But in Alvis County things were different. Every young person dreamed of joining the Alvis family and serving under the dragon-slaying knight. The moment Spike announced the founding of the Defense Legion, more than 10,000 young men signed up. If not for a series of thresholds and examinations, the Defense Legion would have been full long ago. "Wald, you're right. Continue patrolling, leave the rest to me." Alan patted the young archer on the shoulder, then summoned the Nightmare Hawk and hurried toward the right side of the territory wall. His territory wall was very long, and its left end reached the foot of the Blackrock Mountains, leaving no blind corner. Only the right side could not be extended because it bordered the rail region, making it the road of choice for every unregistered person and uninvited guest. Soon Alan spotted the group Wald had mentioned. There were quite a few of them, at least 200, each draped in a hooded cloak. Most of them had some cultivation, and among them were at least 5 Starlight Realm auras plus a very strange fluctuation of fire attribute energy. This made Alan instinctively circulate his battle chi, readying himself for a fight. "Greetings, Count Alvis. I am Puys, a man of the Tark. I have come to discuss a business proposition with Count Alvis." As dark battle chi surged around Alan, a burly figure stepped forth from the crowd. After pulling down his hood and mask, he revealed a weathered, dark-skinned face. "The Free Church." Alan leaped to the ground, signaling the defensive troops to fall back, and then inquired. The leading man was a 10th-rank Starlight Warrior, a full minor tier above Alan himself. Behind this man stood a 7th-rank Starlight Warrior, 2 5th-rank Starlight Mages, a 2nd-rank Starlight Warrior, and nearly 100 elite warriors. Given their origin from the Tark Wasteland, the numbers, and the cultivation levels, it could only be the Free Church. This force was indeed formidable. No wonder they had managed to escape from those demon cultists. Hearing the name Free Church, a smile spread across Puys's face. "It is we. I have often heard that Count Alvis is a gentleman who would thank a tavern waiter. Now I see it is true, a true noble who understands where dignity comes from." At this, Alan realized they were not here to cause trouble. He nodded slightly and said, "Speak then. What business do you have with me?" "To recruit me. I have been expecting you for quite some time." This is a misunderstanding." Puys scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Our Pope believes you are an outstanding noble, so he considered you as a candidate for partnership." "I swear it is not what you think." "Pope." Hearing that title, Alan nearly laughed aloud. In this world, what was a pope? The Pope of Light of Unknown Realm was called the Judgment of the Mortal Realm. The Pope of Life of Unknown Realm was called the Eternity of the Mortal Realm. The Pope of Earth of Unknown Realm was called the Order of the Mortal Realm. Beneath these 3 great popes there were others with slightly lesser renown. Without a doubt the realms of these popes were far beyond the saint realm. People often said that the half-god and quasi-god realms were reserved specifically for such popes. He had once asked his mother why if all were supreme rulers there was a distinction between king and emperor. His mother told him, only a king who received recognition and blessing from at least 2 popes could become an emperor and thereby elevate his kingdom to an empire. Impressive, wasn't it? Yet since Puys maintained a respectful attitude, Alan outwardly kept his composure. After Puys finished, Alan said bluntly, since you have come for business, then have your pope come and speak with me. My respect for you does not mean you may belittle me. Alan thought his words were perfectly reasonable. Yet for some reason Puys tensed up immediately. His men were even more nervous and some even began to channel their mana as if ready to fight. Boom! The ground trembled at that moment. Dark energy erupted from Alan and a vast torrent of dark battle chi surged forth. His black hole spear pointed directly at Puys while a massive phantom figure loomed behind him. Do you wish to make an enemy of me? Alan's gaze swept across the crowd, his expression dark. Clearly not everyone believed in his feats, or else this situation would not have arisen. Stop! Just then a cold shout rang out from the crowd, a woman's voice, but it sounded weak and lacked any real authority. Yet at the sound of that voice everyone from the Church of Light withdrew their battle chi and mana, stepping aside to clear a path. The woman who spoke carried a 5th-rank fire attribute spear and a 5th-rank fire attribute bow on her back. She walked slowly up to Alan, removed her hood and extended her hand. Diana. Alan. Alan nodded slightly and gave the spear woman a light handshake. A spear user, excellent taste. Diana was strikingly beautiful with a hint of cold pride, but she seemed not too old. He could not discern her cultivation level. The fire attribute Alan had sensed earlier came from her. Whether due to injury or some other cause, her battle chi was extremely unstable, fluctuating wildly as if she were on the verge of collapse. Diana was equally direct. After the greeting she stated her purpose. Alan, we wish to rest and reorganize in your territory. It won't be long, at most a month. In return we offer information about those demon cultists and 200,000 gold coins. Rest assured they are not pursuing us. We simply want a safe place to recover. If they later attack your territory we will stand in the front lines. Agreed, but I will choose the location. Alan hesitated for a moment but ultimately gave his consent. From what he could see, those demon cultists had no intention of attacking Alvis County. Sheltering Diana and her group would bring more benefits than drawbacks. First, intelligence, information was crucial as it would determine his next move. Second, Diana's group was formidable. With their help, even if the demon cultists truly brought 3 6th-ranked demons, they could put up a fight. If he went all out he could hold his own against one demon heathen and might even have a chance to kill it. The limit of his seal release had emerged. He could seal battle chi and mana for up to 30 days. Just how powerful would that accumulated force be when unleashed? He did not know, but he was certain it would be far greater than the last time he used it. Then there were his women, 7 of whom had already reached the Starlight Realm. With the aid of 3 5th-rank early-stage raptor mounts they could also hold back one demon. Finally there was Diana and her subordinates. The fact that they had preserved so much strength after a defeat spoke volumes about their overall power. They could certainly handle one demon. Now Alan was curious about Diana's cultivation realm. Had she already entered the Starlight Realm? After all, Puys was already a 10th-rank Starlight warrior. If even a deputy was so powerful, then the leader must be even stronger. Before long Alan led Diana and her group to the farm outside the new village. The new village, built 2 years ago, was the closest settlement of Senga town to the Baigu forest, now separated by the territory wall. You can rest here. I will send supplies shortly. During this time I hope you will remain in this area to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. If something unusual occurs, inform my knights. Alan pointed to several barns on the farm. Because of the construction of the territory wall, the villagers had been relocated more than half a year ago. This place was ideal for housing Diana's group. I understand. Thank you. Diana nodded, showing no resentment that Alan would assign knights to keep watch. In the entire AC region perhaps only Alan dared to take her and her people in. She could not afford to be too picky. Just as Alan was about to find lightning to arrange the matter, Diana, avoiding her subordinates, lowered her voice and asked, I heard you have a light unicorn, is that true? It seems you're badly injured. Alan smiled and jumped directly onto the nightmare eagle's back but did not let it take off immediately. Seeing this, Diana's tense expression relaxed considerably. After exchanging a few brief words with Povis, she followed and jumped onto the nightmare eagle's back. Diana walked over to Alan and tugged at her collar and sleeves. Alan took one look and his face instantly turned grave. All of Diana's exposed skin except for her head was covered in festering black pustules seething with sinister energy, wisps of black vapor rising from them continuously. Lethal poison and curses. And extremely severe ones at that. No wonder she needed honey. Wounds like this couldn't be healed by restorative magic alone. It had to be treated with the power of light. Their cultivation levels were extremely high, 1 at Moonblaze 5th rank, 2 at Moonblaze 3rd rank, 1 at Moonblaze 1st rank, more than a dozen star radiance mages and over 100 archmages. They came from the kingdom of Pompeii. You should know what it's like over there. Countless people are fleeing and the cultists are no exception. They all belonged to the Church of Wrath and were extremely united, at least for now. They didn't sacrifice their own companions, they chose ordinary people instead. They slaughtered outside the Free Church's jurisdiction, butchering nearly 1 million people in 3 days and summoning 3 6th rank early-stage wrath demons. Then they set their sights on me. What they want is dominion over the Tucker Wasteland, and the Free Church is their greatest obstacle. I was no match for them, but in the midst of battle I broke through to the Moonblaze realm, and with some decent trump cards I managed to survive. Diana spoke calmly. Alan watched her closely. Though she described it lightly, he could still see the brutality of that battle in her wounds and her eyes. The Free Church had taken nearly half of the Tucker Wasteland. How could it have only these 200-odd people? No wonder their cultivation levels were all so high. Those with weaker power had already been left forever in the Tucker Wasteland. And slaughtering nearly 1 million people, that was utterly insane. The cultists were truly repulsive. It's already at 4th rank now, it should be able to heal you. Alan lit a demonic essence cigarette and handed one to Diana. Mimicking Alan, Diana coughed on the first couple of puffs, but she quickly got the hang of it and her taut nerves gradually began to relax. What a miraculous magic medicine, so convenient to carry in store. Could you sell me some? It's not for sale, but I can give you a little. Thank you. Alan led Diana to the outer fortress, then went into the inner fortress to call Honey out. He. The moment Honey saw Diana, it seemed frightened by the toxins and curses on her body, hiding behind Alan and not daring to approach. Child of light, I need your help. Diana took off her hooded cloak, even setting down her spear and bow on the ground, then reached out toward Honey. Roar. Honey let out a joyful cry and trotted over happily, even allowing Diana to touch its horn. Alan smiled and said, it seems she really likes you. Before you I was the only one who could touch its horn, even my wife couldn't. To earn a unicorn's recognition means you are truly remarkable. Hearing this, Diana froze for a moment, then broke into a very natural smile. I suspect you're just praising yourself. Alan shrugged, then teased, but it's common knowledge that I am remarkable. Isn't that exactly why you wanted to recruit me? Perhaps we could become friends and change this rotten world together. Diana said very seriously. Alan smiled without replying. He now understood very clearly what Diana intended to do. Stand against the aristocrats of the entire world. That was no easy task. One misstep could invite a fatal strike. Perhaps he might try it someday, but absolutely not now. Why would he casually abandon a future of bright visible promise? Seeing that Alan didn't answer, Diana didn't press the topic further and focused on receiving Honey's healing. Sizzle. The moment the power of light poured onto Diana's body, her face turned pale instantly. Black venom was forced out of her body, corroding her armor and battle skirt, while the curse power resisted, desperately refusing to leave, turning into black mist that continuously attacked her. Dark Seal. Honey had only just reached 4th rank and its magic power was limited, so Alan cast a spell to suppress the curse's strength. Fight magic with magic. This is the magic of Nyx, the goddess of night. She left no legacy in the mortal world. How did you learn it? Feeling the curse's power weakening, Diana blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. What do you mean, no legacy? The Church of Night may not be as famous as the 3 great churches, but it's still a very large one. I am a devout follower of the goddess of night. Alan made it up on the spot. Pfft. Diana covered her mouth and laughed. The Church of Night you mentioned is also called the Church of Darkness or the Nether Church. What they worship is Hecate, the queen of the underworld. Simply put, the Church of Night is a church of evil gods. Its members are all cultists. Are you truly loyal to that church? Alan felt a bit awkward but maintained a righteous expression and gave Diana a knowing look. Nonsense. Young lady, I advise you to read fewer storybooks, they do you no good. Is that so? Diana laughed even more brightly then continued, Alvis, if you want to believe in a deity I suggest you choose the free and independent goddess Artemis. She is the god the people of this world truly need. Artemis. Hearing that name Alan's face showed a trace of disdain. She opposes marriage, wishes all women never to wed, loves nature and hunting, and wants the world to remain forever in the ancient era. With all due respect, no god is more foolish than Artemis. That's why there is no church of virginity or church of primitivism in the world. Everyone knows they cannot worship a foolish god who would bring about the extinction of life. Athena and Hestia are truly pitiable, brilliant as they are, people compare them to Artemis. That is their greatest humiliation. As Alan's words fell, Diana's smile stiffened for a moment. Taking a deep breath, she said in a low voice, Prejudice will make you miss out on the most worthy faith of all. And besides, Artemis is more outstanding than Athena and Hestia. Oh yes, Artemis is wonderful. Let me count how many believers she has, 1, 2. Only one, and that's you. Alan counted on his fingers, speaking in a strange mocking tone. Hearing Alan's taunts, Diana's face flushed red with frustration. If she weren't still wounded, she would have charged at Alan and picked a fight right then and there. For the following month no major incidents occurred in the AC region. Alan returned to a peaceful and warm life, spending time with his children and his wife, amusing himself with the little beast cubs at home. What a delightful existence. However, the phrase, no major incidents, applied only to Alan. For other nobles and commoners the world had already fallen into chaos. For half a month prior, mercenaries had brought news of the latest clash between the Pompeii kingdom and the Vesuvius fire tribe. The Pompeii kingdom had suffered a crushing defeat. The vassal duchy of Idle, subject to the Pompeii kingdom, had already been destroyed by the Vesuvius fire tribe. Despite the Pompeii kingdom's army hastening to their aid, they were unable to alter the course of the battle. Now the Pompeii kingdom could only fight while retreating, yet they had limited room to fall back any further and they would reach Pompeii city itself. Could they really drag the royal capital into the battlefield? In the end, the veteran Prince Bilbo, whose cultivation had reached the 7th rank, war king realm, intervened. Within merely an hour he obliterated an entire fire tribe legion and slew their commander, an early-stage 7th rank magical beast. This great victory boosted the morale of the Pompeii kingdom's side and greatly reduced the Vesuvius fire tribe's offensive momentum. But everyone knew. The true war was only just beginning. A 7th rank super magical beast had fallen, equivalent to a human war king perishing. Now there was truly not a sliver of chance for negotiation. The Pompeii kingdom would surely face even more ferocious attacks from the Vesuvius fire tribe. The common folk of the Pompeii kingdom and its several vassal duchies were terrified. Idle duchy was already gone, would they be next? Even the Shussi duchy, the furthest from the battlefield, saw its people in a state of panic. Fire attribute magical beasts were the most volatile of all. Who could guarantee they would not march upon Shussi duchy? The reason Alan remained composed was simply that he had the confidence to flee. The confidence to run. If they could win, they would fight to the death; if not, they would run for their lives. With so many flying mounts at their disposal, how could they fail to escape? There was no point worrying about matters beyond one's ability. Aside from torturing oneself, it offered no benefit whatsoever. Thus Alan paid the news no mind at all. He was busy processing system rewards. In just 1 week he had received 4 rewards, 3 of which were offspring bonuses. Nami, Lisa and Isabella, his 3 wives, had borne him children, 2 daughters and a son whom he named Chien, Vinny and Terry. 1 territorial strength reward came from the Territory Wall Defense Legion, now fully organized. All 3 offspring rewards were bronze rank, while the territorial reward was silver rank. These 4 rewards netted him 90 years of battle chi cultivation, 80 years of magic power cultivation, 2 bronze rank battle chi talent cards, 1 bronze rank magic power talent card, a magical energy cannon blueprint, 1 battle chi seed redemption card, and some low-tier sets and combat skills and magic spells he would not use. The rewards were merely adequate after all, only bronze and silver rank. Alan knew these bonuses would come in succession, so he had hoarded them until all 4 were in hand before putting them to use. That afternoon Alan went to the territory walls and held a small meeting. After announcing a series of rewards and punishments to motivate the Defense Legion, he sent the Nightmare Demon Eagle soaring at full speed back to the inner fortress. Still the old place, the top floor of the clock tower. 100 years may not be enough. Alan held 5 battle chi cultivation cards in his hand and after a moment of hesitation used them. These 5 cultivation cards totaled 100 years, 90 obtained this past week and the remaining 10 carried over from last month. Damn it. Cursed talent bastard. 5 minutes later Alan successfully broke through, becoming a 10th rank Star Radiance warrior, 1 step away from the 1st rank Moon Glory warrior. This breakthrough left Alan deeply moved. Last month from 8th to 9th rank he had spent a total of 110 years of cultivation. This month from 9th to 10th rank logically he should have needed at least 130 years of cultivation. Why had only 100 years suffice? The answer was talent. The talent forged from the fusion of near platinum and golden tears allowed a month of his cultivation to equal 30 years of cultivation for someone with mid-level talent. This was absurd. Indeed, one must have talent to accomplish anything. Slaving away blindly might bring modest success, but reaching the summit was impossible. Next was magic power cultivation. The 80 years obtained these past few days added to the 45 years stored totaled 125 years, more than enough for a breakthrough. Much like last month's battle chi breakthrough, advancing from 8th to 9th rank required only 110 years, leaving 15 over. As for the talent cards, he used all 3. After a simple test his cultivation speed had increased markedly, though the absorption rate of magic power proved even more significant than that of battle chi. It should have reached silver rank by now, he could test it with source crystals later. As for battle chi talent, advancing to platinum tier was still far off. Simply consuming bronze rank cards might require another dozen or so before achieving anything meaningful. For the battle chi seed redemption card Alan chose the light attribute this time. Though he already possessed holy light magic power, constantly relying on the sacred radiance lance and sacred radiance staff as conduits for light battle chi was not ideal, he needed to strengthen it specifically. Finally Alan retrieved the magical energy cannon blueprint. In his view this weapon was nothing short of a divine artifact. The magical energy cannon was a type of artillery powered by magic cores with 3 energy attack modes: basic mode, combat mode and destruction mode. Basic mode would divide the magic core's energy across 10 separate shots. Combat mode would divide it across 5 shots. Destruction mode would unleash the magic core's energy in a single blast. What made this a divine artifact was its ability to use 1st to 5th rank magic cores as energy. Not only that, at its most powerful, the destruction mode paired with a 5th rank magic core would release the entirety of that core's energy in one shot. What did this mean? This was the self-detonation of a 5th rank magical beast, the strongest strike of a Moon Glory expert. Even a 6th rank magical beast or a Sun Crown expert could not endure more than a few such hits and would be forced to avoid direct impact. With this treasure in hand it immediately became Alan's prized possession and newfound confidence. Demonic cultists who could summon 6th rank demons. Buddy, stay far away from Alwise County. I'm truly saying this for your own good. Damn it. Star iron, star sand, cold crystal. What in the world are these? Upon seeing the crafting materials Alan's expression grew increasingly grim. Over 100 materials, more than half of which he had never heard of before. The only glimmer of good news was that his unfamiliarity with metals suggested these materials were likely not particularly rare, merely unknown to him. Alan did not attempt to research them himself. Instead he left the castle directly and headed for Clearwater Lake. The Merfolk tribe had many artifact crafters. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Even if the Merfolk specialized only in crafting defensive equipment, the blueprints lay right before them. The Merfolk artifact crafters should be able to produce what was needed according to the drawings. 5 minutes later Alan arrived at the bottom of Qingshui Lake. The physique of a cultivator strengthens with the growth of their cultivation level. As a starlight warrior Alan could already achieve prolonged underwater breathing. Of course it relied not on the lungs but on the skin. In fact, human skin is also capable of respiration. However, the efficiency of skin respiration in ordinary people is less than 1% of that of the lungs. But once one's cultivation reaches a high level they can breathe solely through the skin. Many people feel refreshed after taking a bath. This is not an illusion but a fact. There are several reasons, and one of them is that the skin becomes clean and the efficiency of skin respiration skyrockets. Half a year had passed and the mermaid tribe had recuperated here, building a beautiful and safe home. Only the population had yet to recover. Lord. Good afternoon, Earl. When Alan entered the mermaid village many mermaids smiled and greeted him. They all knew how their current wonderful life had come about, so they respected Alan greatly. "Hello, is Mr. Nate at home?" Alan smiled and greeted the mermaids, then asked about Nate's whereabouts. Nate was the best enchanter in the mermaid tribe. Among the 3 mermaid concubines that Selena had introduced to him, one was Nate's granddaughter, making them fairly close relatives. "Mr. Nate is at the workshop." "Alright, I have things to do. See you later." After obtaining the information, Alan immediately headed over. There was only one workshop at Chingshui Lake, his weapon workshop. Soon Alan found Nate. Nate was taking inventory of the ore in the warehouse, mithril ore. Alan had previously obtained a small mithril vein which was stored under Chingshui Lake and had now begun to be mined. Seeing Alan, Nate was very happy and opened his arms, asking, "Oh dear Alvis, how is my precious granddaughter?" "She's doing great, happy every day, especially after confirming the pregnancy." Alan smiled and hugged Nate. After a brief chat, Nate led Alan to the workshop's lounge and said bluntly, "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Nate understood in his heart that Alan rarely came to the workshop, especially recently, so his visit today must mean he had something to ask. "Take a look at this. Can you handle it?" Alan pulled out the blueprint of a mana cannon from his system space, covered it with water attribute battle aura, and handed it to Nate. "Mana cannon. Sounds like a weapon. Oh. By Poseidon. This weapon requires so many rare metals. Mithril essence, white spirit, diamond, red sunstone, gray mithril, gold." Nate recited with relish, but when he finished reading the required materials and saw the functions, his voice suddenly faded and his pupils dilated more and more. "Alvis, is this a real blueprint? It looks like the kind of war weapon dwarves love to make. Where did you get it?" "Oh. Sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a bit surprised. If this blueprint is real, you'll become a weapons merchant even richer than the dwarves." Nate touched the blueprint with sparkling eyes, marveling at it, clicking his tongue incessantly. "Can you make it?" Iwan asked expectantly. Nate tugged at his beard, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "It should be possible. This thing mainly relies on high-grade materials, not the enchanter's skill." "How much does one piece cost?" Hearing this, Alan immediately laughed. He understood, a money-powered weapon. What he lacked least was gold coins. "The cost is 1,000,000 gold coins per piece." Nate gave Alan a helpless look, then added, "And there's a failure rate. Some magical ores are very difficult to handle. If you want a guaranteed successful production, it would probably cost 15,000 gold coins. 15,000. Hearing this cost, even Alan, who considered himself wealthy, was momentarily speechless. Terribly expensive. An ordinary baron couldn't afford a single mana cannon even by pouring in all their family assets, and a viscount would have to go bankrupt to get one. He currently had about 5 million gold coins in cash, enough to build only about 30 mana cannons. "I need 10 pieces. Use whatever materials we already have and I'll send someone to the Suolin region to purchase the missing ones. Give me a list." After a moment's consideration, Alan decided to go ahead and produce a batch. No choice, this thing was the equivalent of nuclear bombs at the current stage. Whether it would be useful or not, first he had to have it, and it was absolutely necessary. "Alvis, I know why you need this weapon. The mermaid tribe will fully support you. We won't charge a single coin for any materials we have. I promise you that." Nate became serious and gently hugged Alan. The incident in the Take Wasteland had caused such a stir that it had already spread throughout the AC region. His granddaughter had told him about it when she came home to visit. Alan was not only protecting himself but also protecting the mermaid tribe. The mermaid tribe could not refrain from contributing. If it really comes to that, run quickly and don't look back. Because I'll be the first to flee with my family and I won't have time to inform you. Hearing Nate's words, Alan laughed heartily. Nate gave Alan a confirming look. "It's best that way. I don't want you to take my precious granddaughter to her death. As for us, don't worry about that. No creature knows how to protect itself better than mermaids. Alright, time to get down to business. I need to check the inventory and then give you a list." An hour later, Alan returned to the family castle, found Tom in the outer castle and handed him the material list. The waterway from the AC region to the Suolin region had been open for half a year. In the past half-year he had been purchasing attribute equipment and recruiting enchanters, spending money while also earning through selling white beer and red wine. Tom was in charge of all these matters. Nate said the materials on the list were expensive but not rare, as long as the price was right they could be purchased in one trip. So Alan told Tom to arrange for a merchant caravan immediately. He had never suffered from insufficient firepower phobia before, but now he did, and it was severe. If he didn't get the mana cannons built as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. Returning to the inner castle, Alan went to see Talisi and Shiaria in turn. Their bellies were already 9 months along and they would give birth within the next month. By then Alan could try to break through to the Moonlight Realm. However, he estimated it might not be enough. To break through this major bottleneck he would need at least 150 years' worth of battle aura cultivation, and his current stock was 0. Even if the two children's talents were calculated at the gold level, they would only provide 60 to 80 years of cultivation. Even if they practiced desperately for this month, they would definitely fall short. So after dinner Alan went to the outer castle again. On the day of Ysaya's celebration banquet, among the nobles he met there was a marquis who had risen through potion making and even had mana boost potions. He told Tom to send someone to ask buying some 4th tier mana boost potions both for battle aura and magic power. If they could get 5th tier ones, that would be best. The following day Alan followed his usual routine, having breakfast with his wife and children before paying a brief visit to the manor wall. The Ace region was growing increasingly chaotic, with demon cultists lurking in the Tak wasteland. Though his territory remained safe, he could not shake his unease and made it a daily habit to patrol and plug any gaps. However, there was less work for him to do now than before. His wife's cultivation levels had risen steadily, and counting Karina and Wendy there were already 7 at the Star Radiant stage sharing the burden of territory patrols. After a morning of handling minor affairs, Alan returned to the family castle for lunch. The nightmare demon eagle had just landed in the garden. Alan spotted a breathtaking figure clad in sky blue. Among those living in the manor, only Lily possessed such azure hair and had such a fondness for wearing blue. "Lily, why aren't you having breakfast?" Alan stepped forward, embraced her, gently stroked her belly and then pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Lily sprang up and clung to Alan's body. After planting a sweet kiss on him she exclaimed with excitement, "Alan, I have 2 pieces of good news to tell you." "What good news?" Supporting Lily's hips with one hand and her waist with the other, Alan asked as he made his way toward the dining hall. Lily wrapped her arms tightly around Alan's neck and whispered into his ear, 10 days ago at a banquet Raymond declared that he would not let that good-for-nothing Chi-Chi inherit his dukedom. Though spoken in drink, everyone knows it was Raymond's true intention. With Chi-Chi cast aside, Raymond's choices narrowed down to his 3 remaining sons, Zykma, Ysaya and Cliffu. And all 3 of them have been manipulated by my little intelligence and have already begun preparing to deal with their brothers. At the mention of her little intelligence, Lily's tone grew heavier. Alan lifted Lily's chin and praised, "As expected of you, Lily, my most cherished woman." My sisters are wonderful too. You needn't say such things anymore, just keep it in your heart, dear." Hearing Alan declare her his most beloved, once more Lily's heart swelled with sweetness. She tilted her head back slightly and closed her eyes. "Very well, I'll obey you." Alan nodded, then bowed his head. 5 minutes later, Lily parted her lips and continued, "That's only the first. There's a second. The Duke's son envoy created by Selena through mental magic has already made contact with those demon cultists in the Tak wasteland. The aid of a future Duke, the concealment of cultist identities under noble status, even the covert control of the dukedom, these are offers they cannot refuse. But unlike Raymond's worthless sons, they are smarter. They refuse to commit immediately and wish to wait until the war between the Pompeii kingdom and the Vesuvius fire tribe concludes before considering the matter. Until then they will keep a low profile, gather their strength and avoid drawing the attention of Elf City. As Lily fell silent, Alan's expression brightened instantly. Lily's final words were like brilliant sunlight, dispelling the lingering gloom that had shadowed his heart. "My husband, are you satisfied?" Sensing the joy radiating from Alan, Lily gently stroked his face, an effortlessly captivating charm flickering between her brows. Satisfied beyond measure. Alan planted a firm kiss upon Lily's crimson lips and grinned. "What reward do you desire?" A beautiful curve grazed Lily's lips as she replied directly, "Tonight." "Tonight." Alan paused for a moment, then broke into a laugh. "Tonight it should be Vivi's turn. Unless you'd like to." "Why not if it's what you want?" That evening Alan indulged himself fully. At dawn Alan emerged from the Lord's quarters feeling refreshed and invigorated. Magnificent. He was truly grateful this world possessed battle chi and magic, for otherwise he feared he would not survive into his prime. After breakfast Alan headed to the manor wall once more. Though Lily had said those demon cultists would remain low-key recently, he still felt uneasy and intended to observe for a few more days. If nothing stirred thereafter he could finally relax. Passing by the new village Alan paused for a glance. The agreed-upon time had already passed, yet Diana showed no signs of departing with her people. Alan decided to inquire about it later. Of course he had no wish to see Diana leave. Diana and her subordinates were quite formidable overall, and their presence in the new village effectively served as a second major defensive line for his territory. Free security, only a fool would pass such an opportunity up. Besides, he found Diana rather appealing. In his eyes she embodied the image of a heroic maiden, a true Mulan among women. Over the past month his relationship with Diana had deepened considerably. Sharing drinks and sparring sessions together, they got along as naturally as old friends. Yet something remained just out of reach. In the face of his romantic advances Diana rejected him decisively, for she harbored no intention of marriage, not even a sliver of one. Therefore he hoped Diana would stay within his territory for a while longer. How could he possibly let such a delicacy slip away? Your Holiness, the previously agreed time has arrived, but we can no longer afford the second payment. Watching the dark mist gradually receding into the sky, the dark-skinned Uncle Piers looked toward Diana, who was preparing to teach her believers combat techniques. Diana glanced toward the direction Alan had departed, a helpless smile gracing her lips. He won't drive us away. What he wants is not money. Very well, notify everyone to assemble. It's training time. Today I will teach you the 4th-tier combat art hunting lance, which I obtained long ago from an ancient ruin created by the free goddess Artemis. Near noon, just as Alan was about to go home for lunch, Dunn suddenly came to him. Dunn had originally been the 2nd Knight Commander of the Knight Order. After Steve became the commander of the Defense Legion, Dunn had moved up into the position of 1st Knight Commander. The magical beast cubs raised in the family castle had their magic core meals handled by Dunn. My Lord Count. Dunn's face was flushed with excitement, and he reported without preamble, My Lord Count, my squad and I have found a star ore deposit. Star ore? You mean that extremely expensive magic metal? Alan asked, both pleased and surprised, pressing for more. Alan was all too familiar with star ore. Just 2 days earlier he had sent Tom to the Solon region to buy some. A mana cannon required many rare metals, and the 2 most expensive main ingredients were star iron and star sand. And star ore chiefly yielded star iron and star sand. If they could open up an ore vein, the manufacturing cost of mana cannons would drop sharply, from a guaranteed 150,000 gold coins per cannon to a guaranteed 100,000 gold coins per cannon. Yes, my Lord Count. Dunn nodded again and again. From his belt pouch he produced a deep blue ore the size of a fist and handed it to Alan. My Lord Count, I haven't studied ores, but one of my men says this is star ore. After refining, its iron can sell for 100 gold coins per kilogram. Alan took the ore and lightly drew a shallow groove across its surface. Almost in the next instant a deep blue glow rippled across the ore, and the groove Alan had scratched repaired itself at astonishing speed, though the whole stone turned slightly dimmer after it recovered. Seeing this, Alan's eyes gleamed. That was it, this was star ore. Ore from star ore deposits was all magic memory metal. As long as the magic power contained in the metal had not been exhausted, any damage it suffered would be restored even if a chunk was missing. It was the metal most compatible with magic cores. One supplied magic power, the other supplied special properties, and equipment forged from them could almost be said to possess unlimited durability. Where? Alan stored the ore into his system space and asked impatiently. The south-central part of Baigu Forest. It used to be Thunder Eagle territory, but now it has been occupied by a group of lizard thunder dragons. So far we have found 2 tier 4 and 9 tier 3. We are no match for them, so I left my men watching from a distance and came back alone to report. Dunn pointed in a direction. Lizard thunder dragons. Alan raised an eyebrow, sensing that he was about to make another huge profit. Lizard thunder dragons were ground dragons. Because the thunder attribute was violent and powerful, they ranked in the top tier among ground dragons. There was no question about it, all of them had to be caught, not one left behind. Although many magical beasts carrying the fire dragon bloodline were raised in the outer fortress, they were only cubs and would need another year or 2 of raising before they could serve as mounts. These lizard thunder dragons had come at exactly the right time. They could be assigned directly to the Knight Order to bolster its immediate combat strength. Needless to say, Legion commanders would ride the Tier 4 ones, Knight commanders the Tier 3 ones with attribute gear sets. Their fighting power would be pulled straight up to Starlight rank. Done. I'll head over first. You gather 2 more detachments and follow. Alan left. Those words turned into black mist, shot into the sky, was caught up by the Nightmare Demon Eagle and flew toward the south-central part of Baigu Forest. Alan knew Thunder Eagle territory well and arrived in less than 5 minutes. After having the Nightmare Demon Eagle circle once overhead, he spotted the first detachment. His Knight Order now had nearly 3,000 knights divided into 2 legions led by Spike and Jerry respectively. Knight commanders led 100-man detachments and captains led 10-man squads. Go play around on your own, but don't kill too many magical beasts. Alan patted the Nightmare Demon Eagle's head and leapt into the forest. My Lord Count. Seeing Alan arrive, the squad leaders immediately called their men together and gathered around him. Alan swept his gaze across the knights and asked who discovered the star ore. It was me, my Lord Count. My father is the best blacksmith in town and he taught me how to identify ores. A rather childish voice rang out. Alan followed the sound and saw a muscular giant nearly 2 meters tall. Looking at his face full of youthful innocence and baby fat, Alan was taken aback and said with amusement, Boy, how old are you? 12 years old, my Lord Count. The muscular giant answered immediately. When he said his age, his companions couldn't help laughing and even Alan had to suppress a smile. 12 years old, nearly 2 meters tall and built like a bear. But the smile on Alan's face soon turned to shock. This boy was 12, yet his cultivation was actually at the Tier 4 Great Warrior level. This talent was certainly gold rank, or even higher. Alan immediately conceived the idea of nurturing this boy. Well done. What's your name? My name is Thor, my Lord Count. The muscular giant shouted excitedly. To be praised and asked his name by the Lord was undoubtedly a knight's honor. Thor. Alan glanced at the heavy hammer on his back and smiled. That name suits you well. With that, Alan took out 2 Tier 3 magic boosting potions that could increase battle chi from his system space and tossed them to Thor. Lead the way to the place where you found the star ore. Yes, my Lord Count. Thor happily acknowledged the order and stuffed the 2 Tier 3 magic boosting potions into his belt pouch. With these 2 potions he was confident he would advance to Starlight Warrior before the age of 14. The other knights were envious, yet they all felt it was fair. Everyone had passed by the same stream, yet it was Thor alone who noticed something was wrong with it. He had earned it. Soon Thor led the team to a small stream. Thor waded straight into the water, pointed at his feet and said, My Lord Count, right here. Earlier I noticed light coming from under the water, so I dug a bit and pulled out a piece of star ore. When I dug further there was more. The entire streambed was covered with it, connected like a single floor. My father told me that this is the sign you've hit an ore vein. Come out. Alan nodded and beckoned Thor out. Then he sent out a wave of battle chi, blasting all the soil and stones in that stretch of the stream into the air. Sure enough, hidden beneath the stream was a star or vein. The star or stones glittered with tiny blue lights, looking like a sky full of stars embedded in the ground. Old pal, lend me some strength. Alan squatted down on the star or, pressed both hands on it and slowly channeled battle chi into it. Under Alan's control the battle chi extended little by little. The start of the vein was less than 100 meters across and it ran forward 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. It did not stop until it had stretched 5 kilometers. Damn, that feels good. Alan clapped his hands, stood up, closed his eyes and let out a long breath. For an ordinary metal vein 5 kilometers of continuous length was nothing, it did not even count as a small vein. But those 5 kilometers when it came to magical ore meant a large vein. A.I. Lewin remembered it clearly. Back then the large mithril vein in the northern part of Baigu Forest was, according to the mercenaries' intelligence, about the same size as this star iron vein beneath his feet. As for that large mithril vein, raw mithril extracted from it alone could sell for 1 million gold coins, and crafted into equipment it would be worth at least 5 million. The price of star iron was 3 times that of mithril. That meant this star iron vein was worth as much as 15 million gold coins. Of course, this ridiculously expensive magic metal was primarily for his own use. When production exceeded demand he could craft it into equipment and sell it, raking in gold to enrich his treasury. When he got back he'd have Tang Mu stop buying star iron and star sand. Roar. Just as A.I. Lewin was about to praise the first squad and announce their rewards, a beast's roar sounded from the woods on the right side of the stream. It sounded something like a dragon's cry and something like a tiger's roar. AI Luan sensed it, lightning-type mana considerable in intensity and abundant in number. The identity of the approaching creature was obvious. It was the second prize of this trip, the Thunder Lizard Dragon. Fall back. AI Luan raised a hand and made a gesture, retreating a few steps himself. Bang. Crack. The dull thud of footsteps and the crack of breaking trees sounded as a dozen or so figures glowing with lightning walked out of the forest. Counting them, AI Luan found there were actually 3 at Tier 4, 1 late stage, 2 mid stage, and the remaining 12 were at least Tier 3 mid stage. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the composition of this Earth Dragon squad, AI Luan's smile grew even brighter. This was clearly an elite squad, or rather a patrol squad. The leader, the old and the young, were not among them, which meant the Thunder Lizard Dragon pack was not small. The total number could well be in the hundreds. Over 100 Earth Dragons. Over 100 Earth Dragon riders. The picture was too beautiful to even imagine. Roar. The leading Tier 4 late-stage Thunder Lizard Dragon seemed to sense that AI Luan was a Tier 4 peak two-legged beast, so it did not attack directly but instead tried to force him back. Dark Seal. AI Luan wasted no words with these Earth Dragons and opened with a Tier 5 spell. Bang. Dark Battle Chi spread out rapidly like a shockwave, enveloping all 15 Thunder Lizard Dragons. These Thunder Lizard Dragons were not even AI Luan's equal in paper realm, let alone real combat strength. A single Tier 5 spell took care of them all. Their mana suppressed by AI Luan, all of them turned into limp-legged shrimp. Stay here and watch them. AI Luan gently beckoned, then whistled for the Nightmare Demon Eagle, sending it flying straight ahead. A powerful surge of lightning element fluctuation was approaching, likely a Tier 5 Thunder Lizard Dragon with at least mid-stage cultivation. Soon AI Luan spotted his target. A Tier 5 mid-stage Thunder Lizard Dragon. This one stood over 20 meters tall and, counting its tail, was 50 meters long. Despite the lizard in its name, it looked like a fierce tiger with a dragon's head, dragon tail and dorsal fin. Its body was covered in lightning-colored markings that occasionally flashed with lightning-type mana, extremely imposing. I can take it. AI Luan jumped directly to a spot not far in front of the Thunder Lizard Dragon and took out the black hole spear from his system space. A Tier 5 mid-stage Earth Dragon was strong, looking purely at paper strength. It might match him at full equipment. But he had many invisible advantages, multiple types of battle chi and mana, and a host of Tier 5 combat arts and spells. In a fight he was sure to win. Roar. The Thunder Lizard Dragon thought the same. What could a mere Tier 4 peak two-legged beast do against a Tier 5 mid-stage Earth Dragon like itself? At that moment both the man and the dragon had but one thought under control. The next instant AI Luan and the Thunder Lizard Dragon attacked each other simultaneously. AI Luan used the Tier 5 combat art Azura Spear, while the Thunder Lizard Dragon spat a lightning pillar at him. Lightning attacks were known for being fast, accurate and fierce. The lightning pillar reached AI Luan in the blink of an eye but was quickly destroyed. A huge dark humanoid figure appeared behind AI Luan, thrusting its spear in sync with AI Luan's movements. Torrents of dark battle chi erupted, condensing into a colossal spear that pierced the sky. With unparalleled momentum it scattered the lightning pillar in an instant and then slammed heavily into the Thunder Lizard Dragon's head. Roar. The Thunder Lizard Dragon was knocked to the ground, a large patch of dragon scales falling from its head as blood flowed freely. However, dragons were infamous for their vitality. Even the weakest Earth Dragon wouldn't take such a wound seriously. It was merely a scraped hide. After a furious roar, the Thunder Lizard Dragon charged at AI Luan. As its massive body rumbled forward, the very earth trembled beneath it. Come! AI Luan shouted coldly and charged head-on, covering his body with dark battle chi and transforming himself into a 10-meter-tall dark giant. He had never dared to face a Tier 5 mid-stage fire dragon, a true giant dragon, head-on. Nor had he dared to face a Tier 6 early-stage bone dragon, a demi-dragon, head-on. But this time it was only a Tier 5 mid-stage Earth Dragon. The frustration he had suffered from giant dragons and drakes would all be vented on this Earth Dragon today. Bang! Man and dragon collided, one with fists, the other with its dragon head. The impact triggered a massive explosion, black light and lightning intertwining as a shockwave swept outward. Awesome! Feeling the pain and tremor in his fists, AI Luan's blood instantly boiled and his fighting spirit blazed ever hotter. Not too strong, not too weak, he had finally met a perfectly matched opponent. Roar! The Thunder Lizard Dragon was enjoying the fight too. It hadn't expected this two-legged beast to be unlike the others, soft and weak. Instead it had chosen to fight in the way the dragon was best at. And so it went. The man and the dragon fought in the most primal way, using no elemental attacks, only battle chi and mana to amplify their bodies. Transform. After a dozen exchanges, AI Luan retreated a distance and shouted in a melodramatic theatrical fashion. The giant body formed from dark battle chi instantly shed its black surface, replaced by dazzling light. Now he truly was a giant of light. Roar. The thunder lizard dragon let out a roar but no longer dared to attack first. In just over a dozen exchanges it realized it was no match for its opponent. Although this tier 4 peak two-legged beast had been slightly on the losing side in close combat, two-legged beasts were not strongest in melee. Once this tier 4 peak two-legged beast gave up close combat and turned to fighting in the way humans excelled at, it was doomed. Try this one, ha. AI Luan dropped into a horse stance, channeled his light battle chi, crossed his arms, leaned slightly forward and fired a dazzling beam of light from his right hand. However, the light beam struck the thunder lizard dragon, merely making it stumble. The power was very weak. After all, it wasn't a combat art or a spell, just a simple application of AI Luan's battle chi. Ha 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 ha. Seeing how weak the move was, AI Luan laughed even more joyfully. Though it was useless, he was truly delighted. What are you doing? At that moment Xue Li's voice came from the air. AI Luan's smile froze instantly and the giant of light dissolved, revealing his true form. He looked up at the sky and saw Xue Li standing atop the head of a storm eagle, gazing down at the forest below. Her eyes held confusion, surprise, and a touch of deep contempt and disgust. Damn it! AI Luan's scalp tingled and his whole body went limp, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. 5 minutes later Alan defeated the mid-tier 5 lizard thunder dragon and grievously wounded it. Shirley crossed her arms, surveyed Alan from head to toe, opened her mouth as if to say something, then simply shook her head and sighed. Alan kept his eyes lowered and his mind still completely unruffled, polishing the already immaculate black hole gun as if he hadn't seen Shirley's expression at all. Damn it, what a mortifying scene. It was all that stupid bird-brained earth dragon's fault. Why did it have to look like a reptilian Golza? Trying to make Shirley forget what had just happened, Alan cleared his throat, walked up to the lizard thunder dragon and announced, I'll give you 2 choices: lead your clan to become my vassals or be exterminated. Of course, if you choose to follow me, I won't treat you unfairly. From now on magic cores will be in ample supply and you'll have a safe nest. Alan's words fell. The lizard thunder dragon and Shirley both sank into deep thought. The former thought that it was not a true dragon, so there was no need to care about pride. Compared with its life, freedom was worthless and following a stronger being was not a shameful thing. The latter thought that this mid-tier 5 lizard thunder dragon's attributes and strength suited her perfectly, making it very suitable to be her mount. Although she had better mounts back home, those little ones were still nursing. They could carry someone for a short pleasure flight, but they were still far from being real mounts. Roar, roar, roar. After thinking for about a minute, the lizard thunder dragon extended its magic power to Alan and let out a low growl. Right, food and lodging included. Alan sensed the lizard thunder dragon's goodwill and roughly understood what it meant, so he nodded seriously in reply. Roar. The lizard thunder dragon let out a long cry toward the sky, then lowered its head to Alan in submission. Not bad. Alan smiled with satisfaction, tossed a tier 3 healing potion into the lizard thunder dragon's mouth, then looked at Shirley and asked, Dear, why are you here? I saw 2 squads hurrying toward Baigu Forest, so I followed along. Is this your target? Shirley explained, then pointed at the lizard thunder dragon. Alan shook his head, stepped forward, pulled Shirley into his arms, kissed her on the cheek and whispered, The first squad found a large star or vein. As for its total value, about 15 million gold coins. 15 million. Shirley's pupils constricted and she looked up at Alan in disbelief. Combined with the 16 million taken from the fire dragon's nest earlier, the Alvis family's total assets had now exceeded 30 million. That number was absolutely terrifying. Most marquises had total assets of less than 5 million. A marquis like her father, whose territory was relatively barren, had total assets of even less than 1 million. It was no exaggeration to say that Alan was now the wealthiest person in the Duchy of Shussi, even richer than Duke Raymond. Duke Raymond was wealthy, but a large portion of his wealth had to be turned over to the Arthur family. This vein is too important, leave it to me. Shirley wrapped her arms around Alan's waist, rested her head on his shoulder and said softly. You've worked hard. Alan patted Shirley's head. He had thought the same, the vein was undeniably important and it had to be personally handled by his wife. Moreover, the person chosen for the job couldn't be weak, otherwise they wouldn't make it in Baigu Forest. But before that we need to move these lizard thunder dragons away. Surely as my most beloved woman this dragon king is yours to use. How about it? Tisk, I don't need your affection. Shirley fidgeted and gave Alan's chest a light slap, the corners of her mouth rising in a smile harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. In the afternoon Alan had Shirley guard the star or vein while he flew back and forth between his territory and Baigu Forest. He devised a mining plan for the star ore. High Town had many professional miners, so he directly summoned 5,000 of them, aiming to hollow out the vein within 2 months. While the mining was underway, Shirley would lead the 2nd Legion to protect it. The defensive force was somewhat excessive, but what Alan wanted was absolute secrecy and safety. Although the management rights to Baigu Forest were in his hands, the temptation of a large star or vein was too great. If the news leaked out, it would provoke another duchy war. After Tom and Shirley took over the vein, Alan entered the Lizard Thunder Dragon's territory alone. Roar! The mid-tier 5 Lizard Thunder Dragon Alan had defeated was true to its word. It had already gathered all of its clan, even bringing out the unhatched eggs, and was waiting in the forest. Alan counted. Including the 15 that had already been subdued, there were 70 Lizard Thunder Dragons in total. 1 was mid-tier, 5, 4 were peak-tier, 8 were late-tier, 10 were mid-tier, 10 were early-tier, and the remaining 37 were all tier 3 or below. There were even more eggs, exactly 100. If they all hatched into Lizard Thunder Dragons, Alan's Night Order would undergo a tremendous leap in strength. Even the captain of a 10-man squad could get an Earth Dragon mount. The extravagance was simply outrageous. After handing the only tier 5 Lizard Thunder Dragon to Shirley, Alan led the remaining Lizard Thunder Dragons back to the family castle and left them all to Spike to arrange. Like the Fire Dragon descendants, they could all be kept in the outer fortress. The outer fortress covered 100 hectares, 1 million square meters, and had all the natural microenvironments needed. There was absolutely no shortage of living space for magical beasts. As for the tier 5 one, since it had become Shirley's mount, it was qualified to live in the inner fortress. Spike, I'm leaving these Earth Dragons to you. Keep some of the females to hatch eggs and assign the rest according to position. I need their combat power immediately, understand? Understood, Count. Hearing Alan's words, Spike nodded again and again, beside himself with joy. Compared to the Fire Dragon descendants who were still playing in the mud, these Lizard Thunder Dragons that were already battle-ready were clearly far more appealing. As the commander of Alan's 1st Regiment, he could be assigned a peak tier 4 Lizard Thunder Dragon. He was only a tier 10 Great Warrior, yet he would have a mount equivalent to a tier 10 Starlight Warrior. What a beauty! He wouldn't even dare dream of this. After taking care of the vein and the Lizard Thunder Dragons, Alan was off work. A lord's life was really that simple. Just move his lips, worry about nothing else, and wait for the results. Let's go to the side wing. Alan took a stroll through the inner fortress garden, played with the 2 little rodents for a while, then headed toward the side wing in the residential area. 8 concubines lived in the side wing, 3 had not yet conceived, so he needed to step up his efforts. 2 hours later. Alan left the annex with a sour face, holding up his trousers. He hadn't had his fill yet, but Karina and Wendy told him Diana had a major business proposition for him. Karina and Wendy walked behind Alan and exchanged helpless smiles. They also didn't want to spoil Alan's fun, but Diana was a Moonflare realm powerhouse, so they dared not take her lightly. Entering the guest hall of the outer fortress, Alan asked bluntly, Diana, what business? Alan, when I came to borrow books this morning, Jessica brought 2 very strange firebirds and started a fire in the library. Their attributes fit me perfectly, so I want to buy one. Diana answered just as directly. After a month of knowing each other, she had come to understand Alan more deeply. She greatly admired Alan's view of the world and his treatment of ordinary people, and had already come to regard him as a kindred spirit and friend. If Alan weren't always trying to pursue her, she might even accept the invitation from Avril and the others to stay at this castle for a while. Setting fires again. Alan's eyes widened and he collapsed into the chair, patting his face helplessly. In other worlds, it usually took a child until around 10 years old to become so obnoxious that both people and dogs despised him. But the children of this world, possessing battle chi and magic power, could jump, run, and cause trouble by the time they were only 10 months old. That morning he had taken Mauchio and Haydn to raid the treasure vault. At noon, he had taken 2 flame wyverns to burn the garden. In the afternoon, he had taken 2 rodents to burn down the house. He couldn't bear to punish them, couldn't teach them right, and felt both angry and gratified. Sigh, being a father is hard. Returning to the matter at hand, Alan waved his hand and refused outright, not selling. If I dared to sell the little Rawdon, Jessica would hate me forever. Little Rawdon. Is their name Rawdon? Diana was not disappointed by the refusal, instead she became instantly intrigued and asked curiously, I've never seen this kind of magical beast. Could you tell me about them? Rawdons are the offspring of fire dragons and golden flame eagles. I once saw in an ancient ruin that the Rawdon is a fire attribute calamity level magical beast on the same rank as the flood caliber kraken with tremendous potential. Alan spread his hands, offering a casual explanation. Do they delight in destruction? Diana recalled the fierce violent aura she had sensed from the Rawdons that morning and nodded with conviction. It certainly seems so. Nevertheless, this only strengthened Diana's desire to buy a Rawdon. High potential, sufficiently savage, this kind of mount truly suited her. After thinking for a moment, Diana spoke, I can give you 2 Tier 6 battle techniques, and they're both aligned with the dark attribute. Tier 6 battle techniques. Alan looked at Diana, somewhat surprised but not too surprised. Being able to slip away from 3 early Tier 6 raging demons with only the cultivation of a Tier 1 Moonflare warrior meant Diana certainly had many powerful trump cards. Obviously high-tier battle techniques were one of them. Forget it, I'm really not selling. Alan refused again. Tier 6 battle techniques might be priceless treasures to others, but to him they were nothing special. He wasn't in urgent need of more strength right now. As long as he steadily expanded his family, higher tier battle techniques would come, and in great numbers. Diana took a sip of red wine, lowered her voice and said in a tempting tone, Tier 6 battle techniques are indeed too cheap. How about Tier 7? If you don't like battle techniques, what about arcane arts? The Heart of Ares, it's for cultivation. It can condense battle chi and make it far more powerful, roughly 3 to 5 times stronger with no side effects, usable in any realm. The embrace of the Mother Goddess, in a short time you gain the aid of the earth, and the earth will provide an endless supply of battle chi and magic power. The only side effect is fatigue for 2 or 3 days, and it's also usable in any realm. Athena's inspiration is also good, it can make one. Stop. Alan hastily called out, his little heart pounding wildly. That's incredible. Battle techniques were one thing, but how could she have so many arcane arts? And the effects of these arcane arts sounded as though they had no downside, absolutely divine arts. No wonder she could hold off those demon cultists. With so many divine arts in her possession, 3 early Tier 6 raging demons were indeed not unbeatable. Alan's heart was locked in a fierce inner battle, the word deal almost burst out of his mouth. But when he thought of Jessica laughing with her arms around the necks of the 2 little Rawdons, his heart was filled with contentment and he firmly shook his head. Diana, I'm sorry. I've been training battle chi since I was 10. For the sake of cultivation I even gave up my childhood. I've never met a more diligent practitioner than me. Do you know why? It's for the present, to protect everything I cherish and to say no to anything that might hurt my family. Ha! What do you think? Alan grew more and more excited as he spoke and finally broke into hearty laughter, feeling as though his entire spirit had been transformed. His soul was utterly at ease. Diana stared at Alan dazed and murmured, Yes, you're right. I swear I have never seen a father as remarkable as you. If my father had even half your goodness, our family wouldn't have been destroyed. Your current family is wonderful too, so many people trust you. Hearing Diana's words, Alan's smile faded slightly and he gently patted her shoulder. Of course. Diana's eyes regained their light. She rose to her feet and said, Alan Alves, I acknowledge you. From now on I will regard you with true equality. If you want to become my husband, then try to keep up with me. Let's overthrow those hypocritical gods together. With that, Diana walked briskly out of the guest hall. She's even better at putting on airs than I am. Alan's head erupted with question marks, and at last he shook his head and laughed. This woman was anything but simple. She called herself the champion of freedom, wielded multiple arcane arts named after ancient gods, refused marriage, believed Artemis surpassed Athena, and Hestia had combat power as excessive as his own, a man who was literally cheating, and radiated a natural noble pride. It was as if she were Artemis descended into the mortal world. Wait a moment. Lost in thought, Alan suddenly raised his head and rushed to the library of the outer fortress. Entering the library, Alan made straight for the ancient text section. Artemis, Artemis. Found it. Artemis, one of the 12 Olympian gods presiding over the moon-hunting chastity nature forests and animals free and independent opposed to marriage between men and women. Artemis also has many other names, the most widely spread being Selene Diana. Diana. Damn, a reborn god king. I just rejected her, that's practically courting death. Alan closed the ancient book and looked south toward the new village, shock written in his eyes. It should be right. Alan returned to the reception hall pondering the still shocking conjecture. Diana was Artemis. Although he didn't know how this was possible, the conjecture seemed accurate as it perfectly aligned with Diana's every behavior. Diana had said earlier, if my father were half as good as you, our family wouldn't have been destroyed. Could it be that the Olympian pantheon had faced a catastrophe? Forget it, it's none of my business. Alan thought for a moment, believing he was overthinking. He just wanted Diana, that was true before and it was true now. Nothing else mattered. As for Diana's identity, he would just ask her directly. If she said yes, then yes, if she said no, then no. He would treat her as a lucky inheritor of divine power and continue pursuing her. Time to cultivate. Alan sat down on the chair, closed his eyes and began to cultivate battle chi. After a short while he would go for dinner. Suddenly a surge of fire attribute battle chi rippled through the reception hall. Before the strange battle chi could rush toward him, Alan shielded his entire body with dark battle chi and the black hole spear appeared in his hand. Diana. But the next moment Alan retracted his battle chi. A small flame rose from the chair Diana had been sitting on, drifting slowly toward him. Ares' heart. Alan tapped lightly and the flame burst apart, scattering into specks of light that floated in the air, then formed a scroll with human figures and incantations. This was an arcane art, Ares' heart. A cultivation arcane art that could refine battle chi, increasing its intensity by 3 to 5 times. Alan was quite familiar with this arcane art, he simply regarded it as a high-level cultivation method. He hadn't expected Diana to gift him this arcane art directly. Now I'm certain. She really wants to recruit an army and march on the divine realm. Alan smiled faintly, then immediately began learning Ares' heart. In his view, Diana was his prize. As long as he could have her, he wouldn't hesitate to help her conquer the divine realm, or even destroy it. This arcane art was just an early dowry. Tangled Year's song of life awakened the slumbering battle chi. Granted to my hand, granted to my heart, condense battle chi into the war heart. Hear the battle song, feel the stirring of war intent, the voice of battle chi echoes in my heart, blooms on the battlefield. Alan stared intently at the floating scroll, chanting the incantation while circulating his battle chi. Bang! The calm air suddenly trembled and strands of dark battle chi seeped out from the atmosphere, then continuously drilled into the position of Alan's heart. Alan gritted his teeth. Having battle chi drill into his heart was far from pleasant. However, his heart had already been tempered by battle chi acupoints and mana acupoints, so while it was painful it caused no harm. Inside his body, after entering the heart, the dark battle chi was violently compressed and refined, transforming into black-red battle chi that surged through the blood vessels toward the battle chi acupoint. Damn! Alan groaned in pain as 2 streams of dark battle chi, though from the same source yet distinctly different, collided within his battle chi acupoint, causing such agony that he nearly collapsed. At that moment a mischievous thought surfaced in his mind. What if he now converted some dark battle chi into light and water battle chi? Would the 4 types of battle chi blow him apart? TCH, are you an idiot? Alan cursed with a mix of exasperation and amusement, then focused on operating the arcane art while enduring the pain. About half an hour later, all the dark battle chi in Alan's body had been condensed into arcane battle chi. But the battle chi acupoint's absorption of natural battle chi continued unabated, as if it intended to burst Alan apart. Root of life, latent power, condense war heart, forge war soul. Just as the battle chi acupoint swelled to the verge of collapse, Alan chanted the incantation, formed a hand seal with his right hand and slammed it heavily onto his heart, channeling the arcane battle chi. Time seemed to stop, everything in Alan's eyes froze. Thump! Thump! A faint muffled sound echoed softly within him, the Ares heart. He had succeeded. With the heartbeat, everything in Alan's vision returned to normal and overwhelming exhaustion washed over him, causing him to collapse limply into the chair. Thanks, Diana. Alan forced himself to raise a hand and black-red battle chi appeared far more potent than his original attribute battle chi. He turned his hand lightly and the black-red hue deepened, then gradually added a touch of platinum white and pale blue. Perfect. All three attributes remained and the transformation was still smooth with no reduction in the amplification granted by Ares' heart. Only the colors had changed, all tinged with black-red. 3 times. Alan sensed carefully his current battle chi power was 3 times what it had been before. 3 times might be the lower limit. Diana had mentioned that this arcane art could achieve 5-fold power. Alan downed a bottle of red wine in one go, his joy stretching his grin almost to his ears. Ares' heart suited him perfectly. If he had possessed this arcane art earlier, he would have smashed that 6th rank initial sub-dragon bone dragon into pieces. Ares' heart sealed release Swordan magic version of a broke Super Saiyan. Now, when he went all out, he truly possessed the combat power of a low-level coronal stage. If it were just defense, he might manage like Diana to hold off 3 6th rank initial rage demons alone. Against weaker gluttony demons and sloth demons he might even counterattack and kill them. Such a heavy gift, how do I repay it? After experiencing the arcane battle chi for a while, Alan leaned back in his chair staring blankly at the door. Diana wanted a mount, but his were truly unsuitable. His 3 oldest children had already grown familiar with those little creatures. As for combat techniques and magic, Diana had better ones. Sealed release, however, was possible. It was an arcane art granted by the system and Diana might not have anything as good. Releasing a whole month's worth of stored battle chi and mana in a single burst was far superior to that so-called mother's embrace. In a short time gain the Earth's aid, which provides endless battle chi and mana with the side effect of 2 to 3 days of fatigue. Usable at any cultivation level. Sounded impressive, but in reality it was just so. It was excellent for crushing weaklings and fighting on equal ground. One could sweep away hordes of novices with a wave of the hand or simply defend and tire out same-level cultivators. But in cross-level combat the capacity limits of battle chi acupoints and mana acupoints were fixed. No matter how many bullets a pistol had, it could never match the power of a sniper rifle. Sealed release was truly more effective. Unleashing one's potential was the best way to defeat an opponent. That evening, after having dinner with his wife and children, Alan took a batch of gifts and headed toward the new village of Mori Furisato. Mr. Alvis. Lord Alvis. The Free Church members greeted Alan politely, but their expressions were somewhat embarrassed. The lease on this land had already expired, yet they couldn't come up with the rent for the 2nd month. That was why they felt a twinge of guilt when they saw Alan, greeting him hastily before slipping away. Provis, where is Diana? Alan looked around and found Provis, who was quietly trying to turn away. Ah. Haha, Lord Alvis. Provis failed to escape and was caught red-handed. Embarrassed, he bent over and pretended to pull weeds, pointing toward the most secluded barn. She's probably over there. That's where she lives. Good. Alan nodded and set down the gifts he had been carrying with his battle chi. As he passed Provis, he reminded him, Provis, stop rubbing that. It's cow dung. Provis's fake smile utterly froze. He explained, Lord Alvis, perhaps you don't know, but this is excellent fuel. In times of food scarcity it can even be used to make stew. Well. It seems you've endured a lot of hardship. If you're in trouble, go find my butler Tom. Alan was taken aback for a moment, then patted Provis on the shoulder and hurried off toward the barn. Wait, Lord Alvis, that's not what I meant. Provis reached out a hand to explain, but Alan was already gone. By the goddess of freedom. What have I said? While Provis was dying of embarrassment, Alan reached Diana's barn and knocked lightly on the door. What a rare guest. Diana opened the door and was somewhat surprised to see Alan, but quickly guessed the reason for his visit and invited him inside. Goddess of freedom, is that you? Alan asked bluntly the moment he entered. Diana's eyes narrowed slightly. She had guessed right. She had never deliberately hidden her identity, and the events of the day had allowed Alan to uncover the truth completely. My title is actually the Moon Goddess. Diana closed the door, sat down on a pile of grain and elegantly lit a magic essence cigarette. Not bad. At least it's not some animal goddess or archery goddess. Alan sat down across from her and took a case of red wine out of his system space, placing it on the ground. Diana, can I know? A goddess from at least 1,000,000 years ago, daughter of the sky god Zeus and the nurturer goddess Leto, why are you here? Do you really want to know? Diana asked in return, but before Alan could answer she quickly shook her head. It's history now. You don't need to know. I do want to know. Can you tell me? Alan was silent for a moment before asking tentatively. This matter truly was important. If the moon goddess had appeared in the mortal world stripped of her divine power, then could the other gods have come as well? Was it part of some scheme, or was there another reason? He had no desire to blindly stumble into a deadly game. Diana said nothing. After finishing a cigarette in one breath, she grabbed a bottle of red wine and drank heavily. "This is all I have. I hope it can help you." Seeing this, Alan sighed, handed Diana a piece of paper, then rose to leave. Diana looked at it. It was actually an arcane art. Life's taboo, the bond of fate. Gather the power of life into the body, illuminate the darkness and radiate brilliance. The song of battle chi, calling upon the awakening of the human body, the power of taboo. The side effects were severe. It was a rather crude, explosive type arcane art. But there was no denying that this move suited her well, because most of the arcane arts she possessed were gifts from her elders and older brother. They were safe to use, yet somewhat lacking in sheer power. And the stronger divine arts. Divine arts could only be cast by gods, and she was now nothing more than a pitiful wretch who had lost everything. After committing the content to memory, Diana burned the parchment and called out to Alan, who was opening the door, "Hey, knowing this might get you killed." Hearing this, Alan turned around with a smile and sat back down across from Diana. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Diana covered the entire barn with battle chi and said in a low voice, "In the world as you know it, there are three divine domains: the chaos divine domain, created 100 million years ago, the nun divine domain, 300 million years old, and the emer divine domain, 80 million years old. Because of time, the nun divine domain has the most gods and is also stronger. Small conflicts led to great conflicts, or perhaps it was premeditated all along. The nun divine domain declared war on the chaos divine domain. The emer divine domain had a good relationship with the chaos divine domain and feared that what the nun divine domain truly wanted was more than just chaos, so it joined the war. 2 against 1. In the beginning it was evenly matched, but later, because of some internal conflicts, we messed up and lost to the nun divine domain. As for what happened afterward, I don't know. In the final battle I was killed by Incubus, the god of death of the nun divine domain." By the time Diana finished speaking, Alan was already deeply shocked. Good heavens! He knew this story well. The chaos divine domain was the Greek pantheon, the nun divine domain was the Egyptian pantheon, and the emer divine domain was the Norse pantheon. Amazing! As expected of those who wear head wraps. As for the internal conflict, Diana mentioned it was most likely caused by Zeus. That was why Diana had said earlier that her father was unqualified. Diana continued, "Remember, don't bring this up lightly, and don't directly speak the names of certain gods, especially those in the nun divine domain. They have left some inheritances in this world. Though far too much time has passed, they may still pay attention to this world." Understood. Alan nodded. It was probably similar to some kind of language magic. If you called a name directly, it could be sensed. After looking Diana over, Alan asked curiously, "But you died. How did you end up in this world?" Soul reincarnation. Body snatching rebirth. Traveling back through time. At Alan's words, Diana rolled her eyes and spread her hands. "Alan, I am the moon goddess. You should show me some respect." Alan nodded repeatedly. "All right. You look beautiful even when you roll your eyes. Now come on, out with it." Diana pressed her forehead and sighed, then said helplessly, "Stop reading so many storybooks in the future. They're no good for you." My older brother. Apollo, the god of light. He used the light divine seed to protect my fading soul, then sent me into a temporal node. After an extremely long period of faith condensation, maybe 100,000 years, maybe a million, I was reborn in a moon temple. Now I don't even know how long ago that great war was. I can understand. Alan shrugged and said with conviction, "It would be strange if it weren't long. After all, in this world you have no faith whatsoever. Being able to successfully revive is already quite fortunate." "You're talking nonsense." Diana, who had been so sorrowful she was on the verge of tears, was instantly infuriated into laughter by Alan. She lunged at him, gripping his neck tightly with both hands. "Tisk, foolish Artemis, your believers in this world number fewer than the fingers on my hand. Do you dare to bet?" "Alan Alvis. I challenge you to a duel." "Oh. Is this the magnanimity of the moon goddess? Is this how you treat your own believer? Utterly hypocritical. You are not my believer. Go to hell." This barrage of sarcastic remarks enraged Diana completely. Her battle aura erupted and she pinned Alan to the ground. Yet just as she was about to land a few punches on him, she noticed a flicker of tender affection in Alan's eyes. Her raised fist froze mid-air and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She sat on Alan's stomach and wailed. Sigh. Alan clicked his tongue, shook his head and sat up. He moved Diana back onto the haystack, then stood before her smiling. Would you like a warm hug? Boom. The next moment Diana slammed into Alan's arms, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Wincing in pain, Alan wrapped his arms around her and gently patted her shoulder. He had only intended to ease Diana's emotions, but unexpectedly she had thrown herself directly at him, her hands flailing wildly against his back as if to vent her grief. It hurt. It hurt so much. After crying for roughly 5 minutes, Diana's mood finally improved. She wiped away her tears neatly and withdrew from Alan's embrace. Alan, I'm sorry. You should be sorry. My waist was nearly crushed into mincemeat by you. Are you sure you're not the goddess of wild boars? Alan rubbed his lower back and grumbled sourly. Thank you. Diana smiled softly, affectionately straightening Alan's clothes. Her gentleness was so unexpected that Alan felt a bit uneasy. Just as Alan was about to tidy himself up, Diana suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed him on the cheek. You. Alan froze entirely, touching the spot where he had been kissed. He asked tentatively, You agree? Diana did not answer directly. Instead she embraced Alan, leaned against his shoulder and murmured to herself, I hate Aphrodite. She represents love and beauty, yet she also symbolizes the desires between men and women. Her husband is Hephaestus, but she fell in love with Ares. But strangely enough, she never disliked me for the opposing symbols we represent. She told me that symbols and domains do not define one's personality. They are merely sources of power, like a salary for work. She advised me not to misunderstand the purity of love because of her. I think I understand a little now. Just now I felt a kind of flutter in my heart, which might be what Mother called the sprout of love. We get along quite harmoniously, don't we? Our pursuits are also similar. Perhaps this would be a good choice. Although I symbolize. No, I am no longer the moon goddess of chastity. I am merely a weak human now, and I should simply do as humans do. If we both attain godhood, perhaps we should pursue the power of the mother goddess and the father god. The union of earth and sky is the strongest. Revenge would be easily achieved as well. Alan, are you listening? Recalling their time together and Alan's character, Diana decided to formally accept Alan's courtship and began to pour out the thoughts deep within her heart. But as she spoke, she noticed Alan frowning deeply, as if pondering a difficult problem. She couldn't help but ask, Alan, are you all right? Oh. I'm fine. I just thought of a question. Shaken by the shoulder, Alan snapped out of his thoughts. Diana asked curiously, what are you thinking about? I should know the answer. Perhaps I possess a bit more knowledge than you. Alan rested his chin on his hand and said with confusion, Aphrodite's husband is Hephaestus, but she also became Ares' lover. But by seniority she'd be the grandmother of Hephaestus and Ares, right? Don't your father and grandfather have any objections? Although she is the daughter of your great-grandfather and the sea. Smack. Before Alan could finish his sentence, Diana delivered a heavy slap across his face. Tell me, is this what you were thinking about while I was speaking? Diana immediately pushed Alan away and demanded coldly. What a joke. She had just accepted his pursuit and then confessed her feelings again. She had even already thought of the names for their children. Alan felt deeply wronged. Covering his face, he asked innocently, don't you think it strange? Your great-aunt becomes your sister-in-law. Smack. Diana pointed at Alan's nose, trembling with rage, and slapped him again. Then, leaving behind a single remark, she strode out of the barn without looking back. Mr. Alvis, I believe I need to reevaluate the relationship between us. What on earth is going on? Alan covered his face with both hands, his expression filled with utter bewilderment. Do you have any idea how much psychological damage a slap can inflict on a child over 200 months old? Oh right. How exactly did the sky god Uranus conceive Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, with the sea? Diana, wait. An hour later, night had fully fallen. In the 100 Valleys forest, amidst a massive pile of rubble, Alan and Diana embraced in a kiss. If a third person had been present, they might have burst out laughing on the spot. For Diana was as radiant as ever, while Alan was battered and bruised, making the strongest man in the Ace region look rather comical. Diana, what's wrong? As the long kiss came to an end, Alan tidied Diana's disheveled hair and looked at her with concern. Diana had run here and he had chased her all the way. Yet the moment he caught up, Diana suddenly attacked him without holding back. Honestly speaking, he couldn't beat Diana. He had the advantage in equipment, but there was a major bottleneck between their cultivation realms, and he was also at a disadvantage in combat techniques and battle experience. When he refrained from using lethal moves and sealing releases, Diana crushed him with overwhelming force. Just as panic began to set in and he prepared to fight back, Diana threw herself into his arms and gave him a deep kiss. Why didn't you fight back? Diana's cold and fierce demeanor had vanished completely. She gently wiped the blood from Alan's lips. Fight back? I damn well couldn't win. Alan raised an eyebrow. Though he had no idea what was happening, he gently kissed Diana's forehead, took a step back, held the black hole spear before him and knelt on one knee. It tells me my heart belongs to you. Holy Artemis, Alan Alvis requests to become your guardian knight. In the dead of night. Diana, what happened to you just now? Alan carried Diana on his back, walking through the wasteland, still troubled by her strange behavior moments earlier. A test. Diana made up a casual excuse. What had just happened was far too embarrassing. Having her heartfelt sincerity ignored made her feel like a fool, and she would never let anyone else know. Oh. Then when will my injuries heal? Alan nodded, shifting his attention to his face. Pfft. Diana caressed Alan's rugged face, which was still radiating battle chi, and stifled a laugh. Using the heart of Ares to treat your battle chi will heal you in no time. After returning within the territory walls, Alan abruptly changed direction and asked as he walked, "It's late. Shall we head to the castle to rest?" "You're already on your way." Hearing the anticipation and caution in Alan's voice, Diana gave his face a teasing pinch. "I'm just used to this path." Alan quickened his pace while using arcane battle chi to heal himself. The meal was already served on the table, there was no way he could refuse it. Hee. Diana let out a soft laugh, locked her arm around Alan's neck from behind and rested her chin on top of his head. She felt this was a fine decision. Just as she had thought earlier, Alan suited her perfectly, both in mindset and potential. If the young gods in the divine realm back then had been half as interesting as Alan, perhaps she would have abandoned her resolve never to marry. And so Alan brought Diana back to the family castle, the inner fortress no less. "Help me pass word to the lady that I'll visit her tomorrow." After summoning a nearby maid to deliver the message, Alan led Diana up to the top of the clock tower. "This place is nice." Diana hopped down from Alan's back, looked around, then raised her head, closed her eyes and spread her arms as if basking in the moonlight. Alan embraced her from behind in a titanic pose. "Alan." After a moment of tranquil reverie, Diana turned around, nestled into his chest and called his name softly. "I'm here." Alan replied, gently stroking Diana's long hair. "You know what I want to do. I need you to be serious and give me a true answer. Are you willing to give up everything for me?" Diana raised her head, her tone growing grave. Alan wiped the smile from his face and said firmly, "I already gave you that answer during the day. I say no to anything that could harm my family, and you are my family now." Hearing his unequivocal reply, Diana's face bloomed with a radiant smile and she rose on her tiptoes to offer him a sweet kiss. She had indeed been frightened by the earlier words, but when she heard the last sentence, all she could feel was how wonderful love truly was. In truth, she wasn't sure whether this was love at all. She only knew that her heart was constantly drawn to him and she adored this sensation she had never experienced before. The kiss ended. Alan placed his hand on Diana's belt and murmured against her ear with double meaning, "I have a spear that will drown the mortal world in blood and wage war against the hypocritical gods." "Thank you." Diana failed to catch the insinuation, only feeling that Alan was truly someone of great responsibility. Even after learning about her situation, he still dared to stand by her side, destined to defy the gods. If that wasn't love, then what was? Beneath the moonlight, two silhouettes merged within the tower's pinnacle. The next morning, Alan awoke to sunlight and saw Diana open her eyes at the same moment. He gently kissed her forehead. They exchanged smiles. Alan sat up, holding Diana in his arms, and asked, "Diana, can we make our relationship public?" "Of course." Diana nodded. "It's only natural. You must respect me, I don't want to be your secret lover." "I'll announce it later." Alan breathed a sigh of relief. Those were the conditions for his reward. If he didn't announce it, he wouldn't get it. "Alan, are you still up for it?" After lying in Alan's arms for a while, Diana shifted her waist slightly and asked with a hint of shyness. Hearing that, Alan said nothing and answered her directly with action. 2 hours later, Alan and Diana, neatly dressed, headed to the dining hall. Diana. Avril was already waiting with her sisters. Seeing Diana there, she was startled at first, then rose to welcome her. Everyone present knew that Alan had feelings for Diana. They had even hinted to Diana, often showing their goodwill and acceptance, hoping she would join their extended family, yet Diana had refused every time. Now Diana appearing in the inner fortress meant she had agreed. Well, it seems everyone already knows. That's right. From today on you will have one more sister, Diana Alvis. I don't think I need to introduce her. Alan wrapped his arm around Diana's waist and kissed her cheek. The next instant a system notification chimed. Detected an increase in family members. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is Saint grade, magic aptitude is Saint grade, overall rating Saint grade. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 300-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 300-year magic cultivation card, 1 system space expansion scroll, 1 mount nest exchange card, 1 tier 9 weapon exchange card, 1 tier 9 battle skill exchange card, 1 tier 9 magic exchange card, and a flame dragon egg. Detected host family upgrade. The family system will now begin updating. Note the update will last 24 hours, during which the system will be unavailable. Holy crap. When the system notification sounded, Alan was so shocked he nearly bit his tongue. As expected of the moon goddess, the rewards were staggeringly generous. Wait. Since she was the moon goddess, these rewards weren't surprising. What was strange was that the rewards stopped there. Shouldn't Diana's talent be god grade? Alan glanced at Diana, forming a guess. First, some people became gods merely because a relative had become a god before them, not through their own efforts. If the ancient records were accurate, Diana had obtained her divine seed at a very young age. She simply asked Zeus for it directly. Second, Diana had died once, nearly losing her soul entirely. Her divine body, divine seat, and authority were all gone. She was no longer the mighty goddess Artemis. That she still retained dual saint-grade talents was already the best fortune within misfortune. With that thought, Alan felt much better. Now it was time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Damn. The system space wouldn't open. What kind of trash system was this, needing an entire day just to update? Because of the system update, Alan decided to take a day off to relax. But Diana didn't let him rest. At dawn in her chosen room, in the afternoon in the small forest behind the residential area, and at night on the top floor of the clock tower. What's it for? Just do it. The moon goddess Artemis, symbol of chastity, had become Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty she detested most. Though Alan's holiday was taken away, he raised both hands in approval. Diana was satisfied, and he was even more so. Besides, he wanted to have a child sooner rather than later. Diana's talent was so powerful that as long as the child inherited a fraction of it, his offspring rewards would be explosively strong. He was absolutely craving a saint-grade talent card. He had asked Diana, and this body of hers was only 18 years old. However, she had left her faith cocoon at 15, meaning she had only cultivated for 3 years before reaching the first rank of Moon Radiance Warrior. What kind of concept was this? An ordinary person wouldn't dare dream such thoughts. It was even more exaggerated than cheating. He only hoped his child with Diana wouldn't inherit his cultivation talent at all. If he did, it would be over. A gold-grade talent. Even a dog wouldn't want it. The next day after breakfast, Alan went out and headed into Hundred Valley Forest, preparing to use the reward he'd received yesterday. The clan system has been fully updated. Opening Patriarch panel, Clan Member panel, and Clan Construction panel. Right on time, the system prompt echoed. A panel. Alan immediately grew interested and prepared to study the new features first before looking at the saint-grade reward Diana had brought him. Patriarch Alan Aravis, age 20, cultivation 10th rank, star radiance warrior 9th rank, star radiance mage talent, gold grade battle aura talent, silver grade magic power talent, arcane sealing release, heart of Ares battle techniques 5th rank, azura spear 5th rank, great dragon seal 5 spears 5th rank, great shattered jade spear 5th rank, great torrent magic 5th rank, starlight phantom 5th rank, holy light burst 5th rank, wings of dark night 5th rank, raging flame items 6th rank, black hole spear 5th rank, holy radiant spear. Alan examined the panels back and forth, spending about 10 minutes to thoroughly understand all 3 functions. The Patriarch panel wasn't particularly useful, just paper data with no practical application. The clan member panel however was extremely handy as he could consume talent cards to enhance the cultivation talent of his selected clan members. He had been quite worried about this, concerned whether the flame origin fruits would be enough to share, and worried about the lifespan of his wife and children. Now it was fine, talent could be enhanced, cultivation potential raised, and as long as cultivation reached a high enough level, lifespan was no longer an issue. The clan construction panel was the one Alan was most satisfied with. Like a construction-style farming game, he provided materials while the system did the work, directly consuming clan building resources to select areas within the territory and construct any facilities. Although there was an uncertain waiting period, it would definitely be faster than manual labor and save on manpower costs. This was truly a god-tier feature. From now on, rewards related to territory construction would come with just a thought. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. I'll handle it when I get home. Now time for a grand feast. Alan rubbed his hands and took out yesterday's rewards from his system space. 300 years of battle aura cultivation, 300 years of magic power cultivation, a system space expansion scroll, a mount nest, a 9th rank weapon, a 9th rank battle technique, a 9th rank magic, and a fire dragon egg. Alan held a stack of cards, pondered for a moment, then crushed the battle aura cultivation card. One by one. With 300 years of cultivation poured in, the gate to the Moon Radiance realm was blasted open, and he even broke through to the next minor stage, making Alan a 2nd rank Moon Radiance warrior. Then came magic power. Alan downed the only bottle of 5th rank magic enhancement potion and then consumed a total of 315 years of cultivation, rising to a 2nd rank Moon Radiance mage as well. Dual Moon Radiance 2nd rank. Feeling the surging power within, Alan clenched his fist, thoroughly satisfied. The Moon Radiance realm was formidable. Both battle aura volume and intensity far surpassed the Star Radiance realm. After settling his cultivation, Alan used the system space expansion scroll. The effect was decent, expanding his 100 cubic system space to 1000 cubic meters. As long as he didn't store corpses of giant magical beasts, it would basically last forever. The Mount Nest exchange card was something rather magical. After using it, a luminous screen appeared before Alan's eyes, showing only 2 options: Lizard Thunder Dragon Nest and Golden Flame Eagle Nest. Damn. Alan's expression immediately darkened as he thought of a potentially huge loss. Both the Lizard Thunder Dragon and the Golden Flame Eagle were mounts he had personally captured. If he had captured more varieties of mounts, would using this card have given him more options? Dragons, Titans. Stop. You idiot. Stop dreaming. This card only has these 2 options. Greed for more will only bring you ruin. Alan wiped his face and forced himself to calm down. Lighting an elemental smoke, Alan glanced back and forth between the 2 options before finally choosing the Golden Flame Eagle Nest, placing it within the inner castle garden. The effect was simple, producing 10 Golden Flame Eagle eggs each month, just enough for that 5th rank Golden Flame Eagle to tend to. As for the Lizard Thunder Dragon. Bro, watch out, I'm about to piss on your head. Under the Corona realm, having the ability to fly was equivalent to being invincible, steady and secure. This was the price of a flying mount. The reason it was several times higher than land mounts was that the 2 simply existed in different dimensions altogether. After settling the Mount Nest, it was time for the 9th rank treasures. For the 9th rank weapon, Alan chose the Black Magic Spear with Dark attribute, as darkness was his identified primary attribute and needed strengthening. For the 9th rank battle technique, he selected the Dark Roar, a technique that charges up to unleash an extraordinarily powerful dark ray. For the 9th rank magic, he chose the Radiance of the Sacred, a burst-type large-scale magic that instantaneously employs multiple holy light strikes. These 3 9th rank treasures were incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, the only thing Alan could currently use was the Black Magic Spear. 9th rank battle techniques and magic were beyond what a mere Moon Radiance realm cultivator like him could wield. The required battle aura and magic power were far too immense. After all, these were techniques corresponding to the demigod realm. Presumably he would need to break through to the Corona realm before he could use them. Using the arcane, sealing release, might allow him to meet the threshold, but that would only be known when the time came. He certainly wouldn't test it out of curiosity. A half-month period of weakness was no fun at all. What if he became weakened today and someone attacked his doorstep tomorrow? Lastly, the Flame Dragon Egg. As soon as he held it, a thought naturally arose in Alan's mind. Give it to Diana. Since Diana would like little Raton, she would surely like the little fire dragon as well. After all, it was a dragon, a magical beast perched at the pinnacle of the world. But he would let Diana choose for herself. She had already entered the family, she was an Aravis clan member now. With so many explosively talented little ones at home plus this dragon egg that matched their attributes perfectly, Diana could choose whatever she wanted. Clan Patriarch Alan Aldous. Age 20. Cultivation 2nd rank Moonblaze Warrior 2nd rank Moonblaze Mage. Talents Gold grade Battle Chi Talent Silver grade Mana Talent. Arcana Seal Release Heart of Ares. Combat Techniques 9th rank Eye of the Dark Roar 5th rank Azura Spear 5th rank Great Dragon Sealing 5 Spears 5th rank Great Jade Meteor Spear 5th rank Great Torrent. Magic 9th rank Radiance of Sanctity 5th rank Starry Phantom 5th rank Holy Light Burst 5th rank Wings of Dark Night. Items 9th rank Black Demon Spear 6th rank Black Hole Spear 5th rank Holy Radiant Spear. Looking at the status panel again, it had become quite magnificent. For a mere Moonblaze Realm cultivator, his on-paper strength could actually reach the 9th rank, which corresponded to the demigod realm, truly a ridiculous level of extravagance. Too fierce. Alan spun the Black Demon Spear once. The mana released from its 9th rank magic core alone crushed the earth open with the force of its power fluctuations. It was just a bit too strong, so strong that he still found it very hard to control this power. It wasn't that the weapon was disobedient, rather the mana was so violent and abundant that it left him flustered like an ordinary person firing a Barrett. It couldn't be used as a standard weapon. He would get familiar with it first. He definitely wouldn't need it in normal times, so he would keep it as a trump card. Once this spear was drawn, any 6th rank Drake Bone Dragon or 6th rank Rage Demon was nothing but trash. He wouldn't be afraid even if they all attacked together. Now that he was going all out, he was absolutely the strongest person in the Duchy of Shussi as far as strength was concerned. He initially estimated that he would have no opponents below the 7th rank Corona realm, and even against those above it he could try to fight. As long as they didn't reach the War King realm it was manageable. Very good. This is how you activate a cheat. After sorting out his gains, Alan walked home with light cheerful steps. He didn't need to tell his wives about this haul, he just had to have the Golden Flame Eagle keep an eye on the Magic Beast egg spawn points and give the Fire Dragon egg to Diana. A Fire Dragon. Diana was astonished when she received the Fire Dragon egg. The inner castle already housed a Frost Dragon and a Dark Dragon, and now a Fire Dragon was about to be added, 3 dragons of different attributes. How had Alan obtained them? But she didn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets and she was no exception. Compared with Alan, she clearly had even more secrets. Do you like it? Alan smiled and handed the Fire Dragon egg to Diana. Diana touched the egg, hesitated for a moment and said, Alan, I'd still prefer Radon. Huh? Do you think Radon's potential is higher than a Fire Dragon's? Alan was taken aback. Could those 2 Radons really be some kind of atavistic or mutated super magic beasts? Diana smiled and shook her head, explaining, of course not. Dragons have extremely high potential, more than one god has been born from their race. They are beings on the same level as giants. You know, the Emer divine realm was created by giants. But dragons don't suit me. To put it in a way you'd understand, dragons have rather ridiculous temperaments. The utterly violent Radon suits me better. Oh, Alan suddenly understood, recalling the Fire Dragon he had slaughtered back then. It really was an odd one. Alright then, I'll give this egg to Avril. As for Radon, just pick one yourself, but they are still young now and won't be able to help you for a while. Leave all the little fire attribute creatures to me. I've condensed a fire body, so perhaps I can find a way to help them grow up sooner without harming their potential. Diana proudly poked Alan on the nose. Then I'll leave it to you. Alan agreed at once, then put his arm around Diana and sat down on the sofa. Alan, there's something I want to discuss with you. After a moment of intimacy with Alan, Diana said softly, my subordinates already know about us. They're asking me what we should do next. I want to stay with you, but I can't betray their faith. Maybe after a while I'll take them back to take Wasteland. What good suggestions do you have? Go back. Alan was startled by Diana's words. There was no need to worry about safety, Diana still had her memories. As long as she raised her cultivation a little more, those demon cultists would be no match for her. But those demon cultists were an important part of Lily's plan. Moreover, Diana's subordinates were all quite capable, and he wasn't willing to let them run away just like that. After thinking for a while, Alan came up with an idea. I respect people who have faith, but perhaps they shouldn't waste their abilities. To change this world, support from commoners alone isn't enough. Noble support is what matters most, because nobles hold money and power. Why not build a Church of Freedom and an Academy of Freedom here? Let my children, the children of my knights, join your faith. These are children destined to be extraordinary from birth. Great idea. Diana's eyes lit up and her gaze gradually turned moist. Deeply moved, she kissed Alan. Knowledge was extremely rare in this world. Commoners had no access to knowledge, whether knowledge of civilization or knowledge of cultivation. That was because this world had no public schools, only noble academies established jointly by aristocrats. It had been that way for countless years, already forming a monopoly. If anyone were willing to share knowledge, they would surely be worshipped as gods by the commoners. Of course, this would provoke the resentment of the nobles. As the initiator, Alan would definitely be regarded as a traitor and an outcast in the eyes of all noblemen. Alan had paid far too much just to make more people believe in her. After their passionate kiss, Diana reminded him, Alan, this matter is very important. We can't rush it and we can't hurt our family. Let me handle it, okay? Of course, I trust you. Alan hugged Diana and affectionately rubbed his cheek against hers. This matter was actually fairly important to him. He would have more and more children, and within the next few years their foundation would need to be laid. They couldn't turn out like the children of other noble families, learning no good. He was busy and couldn't supervise their education every day. His wife's way of thinking was rather traditional, which wasn't suitable. After thinking it over, only the freedom, independence and self-reliance that Diana focused on were more fitting. Of course, he couldn't simply copy it wholesale. He would pay attention and remind them so as not to raise an unhealthy kind of freedom. Alan, how about celebrating the new member's arrival? After they had held each other quietly for a while, Diana straightened up, one hand around Alan's neck and the other tapping the fire dragon egg. Why not? We have the whole day. Alan understood right away, gave Diana a kiss, then picked her up from the chair and carried her toward the bell tower. When Diana got in the mood, he truly suspected he had married Aphrodite rather than Artemis. Time swiftly advanced to half a month later. Alan had gained 2 daughters, Carol and Doreen, whose mothers were Dorothy and Sylvia. Detected increase in family population. This offspring's battle chi aptitude is bronze level, magic aptitude is bronze level, rating is bronze level. Congratulations host, you have received a 20-year battle chi cultivation card, a 20-year magic cultivation card, a bronze level battle chi talent enhancement card and a bronze level magic talent enhancement card. Detected increase in family population. This offspring's battle chi aptitude is bronze level, magic aptitude is bronze level, rating is bronze level. Congratulations host, you have received a 20-year battle chi cultivation card, a 20-year magic cultivation card, a bronze level battle chi talent enhancement card and a bronze level magic talent enhancement card. After these 2 identical rewards, there was an additional special reward. Detected that host's descendants have reached 10. Congratulations host, you have received a 100-year battle chi cultivation card and a 100-year magic cultivation card. This 3rd reward pleasantly surprised Alan. It referred to descendants, which not only included children but perhaps even rewards from grandchildren in the future. However, it was still too early to discuss that. Moreover, he was reluctant to think about it. While the idea of his sons taking wives was acceptable, the thought of marrying off his daughters made him want to smash things. As for the rewards, he used them as soon as he received them. The 4 bronze-level talent cards, half for battle chi and half for magic, were consumed without any noticeable effect, leaving him feeling rather unimpressed. The 140 years of battle chi cultivation allowed Alan to break through to the 3rd rank Moonlight Warrior. Of course, it wasn't that 140 years of cultivation was enough to advance one small step in the Moonlight realm. Rather, the breakthrough half a month ago had propelled him to around the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. The remaining momentum combined with the 140 years of cultivation enabled this successful breakthrough. Thus his magic cultivation did not break through. Even after investing 140 years of cultivation, he hadn't even touched the bottleneck. He estimated that another 50 years of cultivation would be needed. The difficulty of cultivation in the Moonlight realm was evident from the very beginning. Advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd rank required nearly 200 years of cultivation, and beyond that it was an unfathomable abyss. After being chased out of the delivery room by an Alan rode a nightmare eagle to the territory wall. The mana cannons had been crafted a week ago, 10 in total, and were now installed on the wall. In his previous life he had never even handled a gun, let alone a cannon, so his curiosity was insatiable. He would go there every day to fire a few rounds. The powers slightly exceeded what the blueprints had described. On the first day he acquired them, he tested the 3 modes with various grades of magic cores. The 1st and 2nd modes were fairly standard, extracting energy from the magic core and releasing it in bursts. The 3rd mode, the most powerful destruction mode, was explosively potent. A beast's self-detonation of its magic core resulted in indiscriminate area of effect attacks. In contrast, destruction mode concentrated all the energy into a single point, firing like a laser cannon, both cool and devastating. Alan tested it with a 5th-rank mid-stage Thunder Eagle's magic core. The blast was equivalent to the concentrated life-burning strike of a 4th to 6th-rank Moonlight Realm expert. Even he dared not block it without using his trump cards. Exceeding expectations. No wonder each cannon cost at least 1,000,000 gold coins to produce and continuously burned money during use, a true weapon of wealth. To accommodate this unexpected power, Alan directly allocated 5,000,000 gold coins to Tom, instructing him to purchase more magic cores. Although the Valley of 100 Valleys was the largest magic core production area in the Ace region, the valley was vital to the territory's mercenary economy and flow. Overhunting could not be allowed. Alan could not afford to lose the friendship of the mercenary guild and the convenience of their intelligence network, so he chose to pay out of his own pocket. Of course, this was mainly due to personal reasons. In truth, the family already had a surplus of magic cores. Adding those from the dragon's nest, there might be 3,000 or 4,000 regardless of grade. But Alan suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower. Damn it, now that he had cannons, how could he not stockpile 100,000 shells? Not enough. Far from enough. I need more. Passing by the now vacant family estate, Alan saw Tom's third son Topus galloping on horseback as if something were chasing him. Thump. Alan leaped directly to the ground and asked, "Topus, what's the hurry?" Count, the latest news from the Pompeii battlefield has arrived." Startled, Topus quickly dismounted and bowed upon recognizing Alan. "Oh." Alan raised an eyebrow, conjured a table and chairs with magic, sat down and waved his hand. "No rush, take a breath, speak slowly." "Yes, Count." Topus quickly sat down, took a few deep breaths, organized his thoughts and recounted the intelligence he had received in detail. Half a month ago, the entire Pompeii kingdom army launched an assault repelling the Vesuvius flame tribe that had nearly reached the royal city. They engaged in a decisive battle with the Vesuvius flame tribe on the ruins of the Adur Duchy. In that battle, the Pompeii kingdom side had 7 war kings. 3 were known: the former King Arthur Fielder, the old Prince Bilbo, and the 1st Legion commander Orion. The 4 additional ones were the regional archbishop of the Church of Light, the regional archbishop of the Church of Life, the regional archbishop of the Church of Earth, and the Platinum Hunter King of the Mercenary Guild. Under normal circumstances, the churches must remain neutral whether against humans or beasts. But this level of war was clearly beyond normal, so the 3 major churches all stepped in to aid the Pompeii kingdom. As for the Mercenary Guild, beasts were the main source of income for mercenaries. Even if only to protect the regional headquarters, they had to lend a hand. With 7 war kings united, the flame tribe's beast tide, led by only 3 7th-rank beasts, was beaten back step by step. Just as those 3 7th-rank beasts were on the verge of death, Mount Vesuvius erupted. Amid the sky-covering fire and smoke, an 8th-rank beast appeared, a flame 3-eyed titan giant of the 8th-rank midstage. 8th-rank midstage corresponded to the 4th to 6th rank of the Holy Warrior realm and the 4th to 6th rank of the Archmage realm. A bottleneck of this magnitude could not be crossed by numbers alone, especially since the 3-eyed titan was a titan noble with strength no weaker than a dragon. An 8th-rank midstage flame 3-eyed titan giant could even exchange a few moves with a demigod. How could mere war kings stand in its way? The outcome was already sealed. The 7 war kings of Pompeii joined forces, but only managed to hold off the flame 3-eyed titan giant for 1 minute before all were severely wounded. Perhaps aware of the power of human churches, the flame 3-eyed titan giant did not deliver a killing blow. After defeating them, it ignored them. In the end, the flame 3-eyed titan giant crushed the former King Arthur, then found the current King Arthur among the crowd and stomped him to death. After that, it turned and went home. Seeing that their leader did not intend to annihilate them, the flame tribe army ceased their offensive against Pompeii. A 7th-rank mid-stage flame drake approached the old Prince Bilbo, seemingly to negotiate compensation and other matters regarding the ceasefire. "Count, the latest news may arrive this evening." Topus stopped there, his face flushed with excitement, clearly still reeling from the news of Pompeii's devastating defeat. "What is the condition of 1st Legion Commander Orion and Regional Archbishop Laura of the Life Church?" As soon as Topus finished speaking, Alan immediately pressed the question. He did not care about anyone else, but these 2 were Lily's parents and the primary targets of the Arthur family's covert suppression. "They are both alive, but I am unsure of the details." These reports came from mercenaries. They only care about their own hunt king, and since the news was rushed it is hardly detailed. Topps shook his head and explained. Stay vigilant. I need to receive battle updates at the earliest moment. After Topps finished speaking, Alan gave a slight nod, mounted his nightmare hawk and redirected his path home. Topps was not entirely wrong. This place lay too far from the battlefield. Without the numerous capable individuals within the mercenary guild, ordinary overland channels would have taken another month to deliver this intelligence. That said, the victor had already been decided and negotiations had commenced. Half a month had now passed, the matter should be entirely concluded by now. The delay was merely due to the great distance. Once confirmed reports arrived, he would swiftly release the news to revitalize the struggling territory economy and attract the flow of people. Upon returning home, Alan informed his wives of the matter and offered comfort to Lily and Vivi. In truth, the present outcome was far better than he had anticipated. At the very least, Orion remained alive. In his worst-case scenario, Orion as the First Legion commander targeted by the Arthur family's suppression would inevitably be forced into the most perilous battles until his death. Laura, however, needed no such worry. As a regional archbishop of the Life Church, the Arthur family, though fearless of her, would certainly not dare to obstruct her. This was precisely why the Arthur family sought to suppress the Orsini family. Two war kings within a single house meant their strength rivaled that of the Arthur family itself. Though the Life Church's doctrine explicitly forbids followers from interfering in any power struggles, Laura's connections and capabilities were undeniable, and the Arthur family feared her deeply. Anyone in their position would harbor such fear, even if they claimed otherwise. Suspicion would inevitably create rifts. That evening, Topps delivered the latest intelligence. Among the 6 surviving war kings, old Prince Bilbo had lost an arm, the First Legion commander had lost both legs, and the Platinum Hunt King of the Mercenary Guild had gone blind. To Alan these injuries appeared severe, though he was unaware whether war kings possessed the ability to regenerate lost limbs. The 3 archbishops fared somewhat better. Reports indicated only superficial wounds, scarcely enough to draw blood. One had to admit that although the doctrines of the 3 major churches were strict and their regulations numerous, their influence was genuinely formidable, enough to command even demonic beasts to show respect. Finally, the negotiation results were revealed. Old Prince Bilbo, representing the Pompey kingdom, ceded the entirety of the Idle Duchy to the Vesuvius Fire tribe. This demand was eminently reasonable, for the Idle Duchy had already been raised by the Vesuvius Fire tribe and was effectively their territory. Next came the restrictions. From this day forward, no citizen of the Pompey kingdom would ever again enter the Vesuvius volcano or the Vesuvius plateau, any violation regarded as an act of war. Lastly came the compensation. Prince Bilbo returned to the royal capital, remained there for approximately half an hour, and emerged accompanied by over 100 ring carriers. Though he did not know their contents, one thing was certain: they were all valuable treasures. The Vesuvius Fire tribe was far from foolish. They would undoubtedly extort an exorbitant price, fully aware that the Pompey kingdom lacked the capacity to refuse. This news was highly favorable to Alan. For one, Orion, whom he had presumed doomed, was alive. With Archbishop Laura tending to him, he would surely recover without complication. For another, the Arthur family had suffered devastating blows. Both the former Arthur king and the current Arthur king were dead, leaving only old Prince Bilbo, an aging figure whose days were waning, as the family's remaining pillar. It was foreseeable that for a considerable period henceforth the Arthur family would be forced into recuperation, unable to divert attention to the affairs of their vassal duchies. Even within the Duchy of Siku, where the Duke's son was now engaged in fratricidal strife. The following noon, updated dispatches arrived. First Legion Commander Orion, citing the severity of his wounds and the decline of his combat prowess, tendered his resignation from the position of First Legion Commander. Simultaneously, all of Orion's brothers, nephews and kin who held office within the Pompey kingdom resigned alongside him. The Orsini family had entirely withdrawn from the Pompey kingdom's power sphere. The new Arthur king had also ascended the throne. It was Newman, the 11th son of the previous Arthur king, who was merely 17 years old this year. It was said that many opposed this decision, desiring the crown prince to inherit the Arthur throne, but old Prince Bilbo vetoed their objections. Old Prince Bilbo declared that the recent war had proven might alone was truth. Therefore the 11th prince, whose cultivation talent was exceptionally outstanding, was the most suitable candidate. However, a problem arose. The 11th Prince Newman, or rather the current Arthur King Newman, possessed only the cultivation of a 5th-stage great warrior at the age of 17. And that was solely through the heavy feeding of enhancement magic potions. It hardly constituted outstanding talent. Nevertheless no one dared oppose old Prince Bilbo. After all, neither the previous Arthur King nor the one before him had formally designated a crown prince beforehand. As a prince who had rendered immense contributions to the kingdom, what wrong did Bilbo commit by recommending a candidate? Most importantly, the current old Prince Bilbo was the undisputed strongest figure in the Arthur family. Even the second strongest was unworthy of tying his shoes. With this perspective, old Prince Bilbo was indeed a victor of this war. Alan silently offered his admiration for the old prince's shrewdness. This stratagem was undoubtedly brilliant. Old Prince Bilbo had set an exemplary model for ambitious young men like himself eager to advance. From now on, Alan would need to place the plan of ruling from behind the curtain onto his agenda. In Elven City, Raymond's 3 sons who had not been sent away were growing increasingly contentious, meeting only to wish each other dead. They all understood clearly that the future duke would undoubtedly emerge from among the 3 of them. Eliminating 2 would secure the ducal throne. It was time to grant them the power to destroy one another. The demonic cultists within the Tak wasteland, upon receiving news of the Pompeii battlefield, should soon reach a decision. It would be ideal if the cultists made their move. If they lacked the courage, Alan would slaughter them personally and then handle the Elven City affair himself. After sorting everything through, Alan sought out Lily. The knights concealed within Elven City fell under Lily's jurisdiction, and to initiate the plan he needed her to dispatch messengers. Additionally, Alan asked Lily to write 2 letters addressed to Orion and Laura respectively. Since the Orsini family had completely exited the Pompeii kingdom's political arena, why not seek a new environment in which to live? Alvis County was quite suitable. Though modest in size and inferior to the Orsini family's former domain, it offered safety and tranquility. Of course not immediately. It would have to wait a while longer. Old Prince Bilbo had only just seized control of the Pompeii kingdom and would certainly keep a watchful eye on the Orsini family. Alan lacked the strength to contend with him directly. A week later, a piece of shocking news reached Alan's ears, and he immediately set aside his plan to secretly seize control of the Duchy of Shussi. The Abyss Calamity was coming. As the name implied, the Abyss Calamity was a calamity brought by the Abyss. What was the Abyss? There were many kinds of abyss, but every kind was the home of dimensional demons, the domain of demon gods and evil gods. Even the plane of the undead was one of the abyss's forms. The demon gods of the 7 deadly sins, about whom Alan knew the most, were part of the abyss. As for the calamity, it referred to certain demon gods, evil gods, or extremely powerful demon cultists breaking open planar passages or planar rifts, allowing demons to enter the mortal world from the abyss. That was a carnival for demons and the end of all life. Countless demons formed an army and would destroy everything in the mortal world. Every abyss calamity turned vast regions of the continent into scorched earth, withering most of the mortal world's life. Even demigods and quasi-gods could not be certain that they would survive. After all, 9th tier and 10th tier demons existed. According to the records, the popes of the great churches either maintained undefeated records until their lifespans were exhausted, or suffered merely 1 defeat in their entire lives. That 1 defeat was sustained while fighting against the Abyss Calamity, dying in battle to protect all living beings of the mortal world. Upon receiving this terrible news, Alan instantly abandoned any thought of further advancement. Since the Abyss Calamity was coming, how could he have time to contend for power and influence? This piece of news was highly reliable. Jerry, the regional president of the Mercenary Guild and a 5th tier Moonflare warrior, had told Alan. Jerry said that in recent years, on the continent where they stood, the Sumer continent, demon cultist activity had become increasingly frequent. More abyssal rifts had been discovered and demons appeared more and more often. These were the omens of the Abyss Calamity's arrival. Family Castle, Inner Keep, Treasure Vault. I haven't even finished developing, and now I have to play this kind of hellish dungeon. Alan put his hands on his hips, sighing inwardly at the piles of treasure in the vault. This was going to cost him dearly. Whether or not the Abyss Calamity arrived, he had to treat it as inevitable and make all necessary preparations. With that in mind, Alan turned around. Looking at the wives assembled before him, he said in a low voice, "Now all of you don't speak. Quietly listen to me. I received word from the Mercenary Guild. The Abyss Calamity is coming, and it might erupt completely within half a year." The Abyss Calamity. All the women widened their eyes. Those who were a little more timid showed fear on their faces, but remembering Alan's words, none of them made a sound. Alan continued, "The news should be true, so we must prepare early. There are roughly 4 million gold coins here. Selena, take 2 million gold coins. Have Mr. Nate forge 20 more mana cannons. Notify the mermaid tribe to make preparations and rush the production of various equipment. Alan. At that moment Selena cut in with a solemn expression. No one fails to understand the importance of this. I will have the mermaid tribe support you with all their strength. As for the money, let's talk about it after this disaster is over. Good. Hearing this, Alan's financial pressure lessened considerably. He said seriously, thank your people for me. I will send people to assist them in purchasing materials. Forge as many mana cannons as possible. Avril, take 1,500,000 gold coins and buy up all the grain. Nami and Isabella, take 1,500,000 gold coins, clear out the winery stock and buy up all kinds of metal. Freya, take Karina and Wendy with you. Go to Blackrock Town at once to gather miners and carry out large-scale mining in rotating day and night shifts. I need more Blackrock. Shelley, the mining of the Starstone mine must be accelerated. Keep half and sell the rest to exchange for grain, metal and magic cores. Diana, I'll leave territorial patrol to you for now. Annie, take 500,000 gold coins, go to your teacher and buy a batch of magic potions focusing on healing potions. Lily, take the last 500,000 gold coins and use them all to forge explosive crossbows. Everyone else sell off these gems, antiques and similar items at top speed and keep that money in reserve. Alan assigned the preliminary plans. The most terrifying aspect of a disaster like the Abyss calamity was the sheer number of demons. A demon tide. When facing a demon tide, the only thing to do was withstand the first wave, then hold the line and fight a war of attrition. Everyone, even a child, knew what a war of attrition required. There had to be absolutely enough food, absolutely enough equipment and absolutely strong defensive installations. There was no need to worry about food. The bitter winter was over, and as long as one could pay, any amount of grain could be bought, but they had to move quickly. There was no need to worry about equipment either. As long as Alan and the mermaid tribe joined forces, they would lack neither materials nor arcane artisans, only time. As for defensive installations, those were actually the simplest. As long as the materials were in place, Alan could open the family construction panel and immediately create a territory wall encircling the entire domain. After that came reinforcement. Explosive crossbows, mana cannons, night orders, defense legions. Anything that could be upgraded had to be maxed out. More defensive weapons, more defensive soldiers. He entrusted this matter directly to Spike, Jareth and Tiff, as it was their job. My wives, there is one more thing. Seeing his wives tidying the treasure vault, Alan remembered that most of them had families of their own. He clapped his hands to draw their attention. The last Abyss calamity happened 1300 years ago. During that one, 2 kingdoms on the Sumer continent were destroyed and even more duchies and marquisate fell. Though we have never experienced it, we can still see the horror of the Abyss calamity from the records. Now put aside what you're doing, write letters and send them home to tell your families about this. This news is not necessarily accurate, it is only the mercenary guild's speculation. But if anyone is willing to believe it and is not confident of making it through this disaster, the Alvis family welcomes them. Alan's thought was simple: he certainly had to help his in-laws. Moreover, once the strength of the in-laws was woven together, it would be considerable. The planned whole domain territory wall would still be nearly 400 kilometers long, even excluding the Blackrock Mountains and the volcanic cluster around Hot Spring Town. Relying solely on Alvis County's current strength, there was no way to defend it. So Alan wanted to concentrate their strength. He would first arrange a meeting with his in-laws and discuss the details when they met. If possible, Alan hoped not only that his in-laws would join him but also that they would bring their domain's people along. If the territory's population could be temporarily increased to nearly 1 million, then there would be no weak points along the territory wall. The only problem was that grain consumption would rise, so the in-laws and the commoners would have to contribute as well. They should have no trouble taking care of themselves, right? On the 3rd day after Alan received news of the abyssal calamity, more than 100 Tier 2 demons led by 2 Tier 4 demons overran Betty Town. The Zemo family, a newly elevated baronial house, was wiped out to the last. On the 4th day, mercenaries discovered a planar rift deep in the mountains beside Snow Eagle territory. It radiated a strange fluctuation of attribute somewhat reminiscent of undead power. On the 5th day, more than 20 Tier 3 demons attacked Hog Town. With the help of Viscount John Baron, Loki annihilated the entire group of Tier 3 demons. On the 6th day, 3 Tier 4 demons together with over 100 Tier 2 and Tier 3 demons emerged from the Tucker Wasteland and launched an assault on the territory wall of Alvis County. Steve, riding a peak Tier 4 Thunder Lizard Dragon, led the Defense Legion and easily disposed of these demons. On the 8th day a group of Tier 3 demons appeared near the site of the former William County town and vanished into the forest. In the week that followed, 3 baronial families and 1 viscount family were destroyed in succession. On the 16th day the outer fort of Alan's family castle welcomed 20 guests, 16 barons and 4 viscounts. Most of these 20 guests were Alan's relatives by marriage, the others were people he had had frequent dealings with over the past 2 years, all of whom had good relations with him. The purpose of their visit was very simple. They wanted to ask Alan's opinion about the abyssal calamity. So many demons appearing one after another in the Ace region was hardly an ordinary event, everyone could see the real problem. The message from the mercenary guild was most likely true. The abyssal calamity was really about to come. As nobles of the Ace region they could now place their hopes only on Alan. Only Alan had the ability to help them survive this ordeal. Gentlemen, it has been a long time. Alan entered the reception hall of the outer fort, exchanged a brief greeting with the nobles and then took the seat of honor. When they saw Alan arrive the guests cast meaningful glances at Joe. Everyone knew very well that although Alan had many in-laws, the father-in-law he truly respected and appreciated was only one, Joe Garcia. Alan also noticed their little gestures, but he smiled and pretended not to see them. It seemed these people had already discussed matters in advance. That was fine, it saved time and he had more than enough things to deal with right now. Alan, the abyss might truly be upon us. This is a true catastrophe. Do you have a good way to handle it? After a moment of deliberation Joe asked with a worried expression. Alan did not keep them in suspense and nodded directly. There is a way, though it may not be a good one. I can only say that this method offers hope of surviving this tribulation. As soon as the abyssal calamity arrives the demon tide is certain to appear. Facing an overwhelming flood of demons we must concentrate our strength for defense. You know, the Ace region is too vast. We need to shrink our defense perimeter. I agree. Baron Loki, who had recently received Alan's help, immediately chimed in and declared firmly, Count Alvis, as long as you say the word I will do it. He had personally seen Alan's fight against the Tier 6 Bone Dragon. When faced with a catastrophe of the magnitude of the undead scourge the only way to survive was to follow Alan. Count Alvis, the White family also supports you. Alvis, you know me. Freya is my most beloved daughter. I will unconditionally support her husband. Count Alvis, the Benjamin family will follow your arrangements. Count Alvis, the Bruno family supports any decision you make. With Loki taking the lead the other nobles added their assent one after another. All of them expressed that they would listen entirely to Alan. This was what they had agreed on beforehand. Don't bother with anything else, whatever Alan said went. The sooner everything was settled the more preparation time they would have. Very well, I shall speak. Alan stood up, walked to the center of the reception hall and declared in a clear voice, abandon your territories. Bring your families and your subjects to Alvis County along with all useful resources in your lands. Grain, timber, stone, iron, except water, we want it all. You know what I mean. We must gather in Alvis County and turn this place into a fortress of defense. Hearing that, Viscount John frowned. After hesitating for a moment he still asked, Count Alvis, will the commoners come too? We all know you are a good lord, but at a time like this. With so many people entering Alvis County the population might reach 1 million. The food needed by 1 million people is no small amount. I am sorry to say so, but I am not questioning you. I merely think this is a difficult problem. Viscount John finished. The others secretly nodded. Though they did not speak, their stance was clearly the same as Viscount John's. There was simply no need to save the commoners. Alan was not surprised by everyone's reaction. If the demon tide were replaced by a beast tide he might not have cared about the commoners on other people's territories either. But demons were not the same as magical beasts. In order to gain everyone's full cooperation Alan stated the reasons he had already prepared. First, demons can evolve by devouring flesh and souls. We cannot allow demons to gain greater power. Second, once the lords leave the commoners will have no strength to resist demon cultists. We cannot let demon cultists cause trouble for us while we are holding back the demon tide. Third, each of your territories has a large amount of natural resources. Those resources need commoners to help mine and transport. As I said, I need every useful resource. Fourth. The fourth point is the most important. I have obtained an ancient Earth-type divine oracle scroll which can raise a territory wall in a short time, a massive territory wall encircling all of Alvis County. At minimum it is a massive territory wall 400 kilometers long. With just our number are we enough to defend it? Moreover, using this divine oracle scroll requires a massive amount of construction resources, so much that Albus County alone could never gather them all. Do you understand now? The moment Alan's voice fell, all 20 nobles shot to their feet. They looked at Alan together, their eyes nearly popping out from shock. An ancient Earth-type divine oracle scroll. Alan, is this real? I mean, can that divine oracle scroll truly perform such a miracle? Count Albus, are you being serious? They all asked in a flurry. It was not that they did not believe Alan, rather this news was so delightful that it gave everyone a lift. A large territory wall encircling the entire county. The sense of security was overwhelming. If the many heavy crossbows in their hands were mounted on it, its defensive power would be beyond dispute. If there were also hundreds of thousands of people to take turns guarding the wall, then this territory wall could be truly described as impregnable. Indeed. This visit had been worthwhile. When it came down to it, one still had to rely on the Albus family. It is true. An ancient Earth-type divine oracle scroll with adequate resources could erect a formidable territorial wall in a short span of time. Under the delighted and expectant gazes of the crowd, AI Lewin replied solemnly. Now you should have no doubts. Our hope lies in this ancient Earth-type divine oracle scroll. We need a vast amount of manpower and resources. Finally. AI Lewin said meaningfully, everyone present including myself, we are not newly minted nobles. Feeding 1 million mouths, I believe, is not difficult. In this moment of life and death I hope everyone can give their full strength. After all, life is the most precious. Upon hearing AI Lewin's words, everyone awkwardly averted their gaze. Because AI Lewin had hit the mark, among these people every single one had no small amount of money and grain in their pockets. If used merely for subsistence, basically each could support their own subjects and sustain them for 3 to 5 years without any problem. Moreover, the commoners also had stored grain. The first harvest season after the harsh winter had just passed, so basically every household could support themselves. AI Lewin, how much time do you think we have? Xiao stood up and asked. Based on recent intelligence, the frequency of demon appearances is increasing. We'd better get it done within 2 months. Rest assured, before all of you enter Erwizi County I will expand the daily patrol range to ensure your safety. AI Lewin thought for a moment and gave a time that was neither too long nor too short. Internally the mercenary guild believed that the undead calamity would erupt within half a year. But recent intelligence indicated that half a year was too optimistic. Personally he believed the countdown should be halved, the abyssal calamity would erupt within 3 months. Xiao nodded and then asked, what if others want to join? We welcome everyone to join this team, but those people need to show sincerity. We need true allies, not useless parasites. As AI Lewin spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the nobles. Being looked at by AI Lewin, everyone became serious. They had already prepared to give their all, and fearing misunderstanding they all spoke up. Erwizi, rest assured I won't let any useless person harm us. Leave the iron mine to me. Count Erwizi, you will soon see the sincerity of my town. My grain is enough to feed 1 million people for at least a month. This is not hard to achieve. As long as we show that we will stand with the commoners, they will surely obey. I guarantee enough iron birch wood. That's enough. Seeing everyone claiming credit before even starting, Xiao said irritably, save your strength for the real work. We need all resources except land and water. Go back and prepare now, time is pressing. There is not much time left for us. Hearing Xiao's words, everyone nodded in agreement. After greeting AI Lewin, the nobles took their leave, leaving only Xiao behind. AI Lewin, Xiao said with a worried expression, do we really need to gather so many people? That might make us the primary target of the demon tide. Trust me. The demon tide is different from the Luchi people. The number of demons could be more than the stars in the sky. Their goal is everything. They won't be satisfied with conquering a few small territories. History has already shown us the horror of the demon tide. Sooner or later they will come to Erwizi County. This is inevitable, so we need to gather more strength. AI Lewin shook his head and sighed, offering a brief explanation. His father-in-law was good in every way except for being a bit petty and short-sighted. Xiao's expression improved slightly and he said, somewhat bewildered, all right, I'm not very good at military matters. I'll leave this to you. Are you sure that's all we need to do? Yes, that's all. Good, then I'll do that. See you later. Receiving AI Luan's affirmative answer, Qiao composed himself and went home immediately. Watching Qiao's hurried retreating figure, AI Luan thought to himself it wasn't that he only wanted to do these things but that he could only do these things now. The mercenary guild had spread the news about the possible arrival of the abyssal calamity a week ago. Compared to the abyssal calamity, a disaster sweeping across the continent, the war between the Pangbei kingdom and the Waisawai fire tribe was nothing but child's play. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire continent of Sumeya was tense. Both nobles and commoners began hoarding whatever supplies they could afford within their means. Now all war-related resources on the market were skyrocketing in price, doubling or even becoming completely unavailable. If he hadn't started hoarding supplies a week early, he might have been frantic enough to explode. AI Luan. Just as AI Luan was about to leave the reception hall to check on the obsidian mining progress at Haiyan Town, Xueli walked in with a cold face, her mood very low. Xueli, what happened? AI Luan held Xueli and sat down, gently patting her back to comfort her. My elder brother's letter arrived. He wants to protect the glory left by our father. Xueli leaned on AI Luan's shoulder, tears streaming down. Hearing this, AI Luan was filled with respect and said solemnly, clearly your father did not choose the wrong person. He is the best heir. Guya was sent by Lei Mengda to support the Pangbei kingdom and didn't return. Not only Guya but also the 2 marquises and over a dozen counts who accompanied him, none of them returned. Clearly the support provided by the various duchies to the Pangbei kingdom was merely cannon fodder. Now Guya's eldest son Qilan had inherited the title of Marquis. AI Luan had taken time a few days ago to attend the succession ceremony. He had brought up the matter of the abyssal calamity at that time. But Qilan directly refused, stating he would live and die with his territory. Unexpectedly, after several days had passed, Xueli still hadn't convinced Qilan. The Leia region, having lost Marquis Guya, would have no power to resist the abyssal calamity. No power at all. No high-level combat power, no defensive facilities exceeding standards. The outcome was already decided before the war even began. I know. Hearing AI Luan's words, Xueli wiped her tears and nodded firmly. Now what she needed to do was protect the other family members, those who had been sent by her father 3 months ago. AI Luan, there's one more thing to tell you. That star crystal vein has been fully mined. I've divided it into 2 batches and plan to personally transport 1 batch to the Sualin region. It can fetch a good price now. After calming down in AI Luan's arms for a while, Xueli continued. No, don't take money. Gold coins have depreciated now, they're just pretty pieces of metal. Barter instead. Grain, metal, weapons, armor, magic cores, these are all acceptable. Speed is essential, if these supplies will only become more expensive and scarce. A month later. Under his focused attention and the full support of 20 barons and 5 viscounts, Alan finally gathered the materials needed to build the territory wall. Originally there were only 16 barons and 4 viscounts. But after news of their alliance spread, many other barons and viscounts sought to join Alan's plan. However, only 4 barons and 1 viscount successfully joined in the end. The others, upon hearing that the price of joining meant losing everything, all fled in fear, believing Alan was taking advantage of the crisis. After all, the greatest beneficiary of this endeavor was Alan. Those who joined would lose their territories and assets, while Alan would lose nothing and instead gain all their resources to strengthen his own domain. As for these fools, Alan simply told them to get lost. They were about to be led to the guillotine, yet they still clung to their money as if it were their lifeblood. When the demon tide comes, the demons will teach them the answer. On the first night after the materials were ready, Alan, citing the danger of unleashing an ancient earth divine prophecy scroll, made everyone stay away from the border of Erwizi County, even withdrawing the defense legion from the territory wall. Riding the nightmare eagle high into the sky, Alan opened the territory construction panel, then clicked on the territory map and selected the option to build the territory wall. Confirm construction. After drawing a circle on the territory map and setting the specifications for the territory wall, Alan directly clicked to build. Ding! The territory defense wall has begun construction. Territory defense wall remaining time 59 minutes 59 seconds. Not bad. Seeing that it would take only an hour, Alan smiled with satisfaction. He had been afraid it might take 10 days or half a month, which would have been troublesome. Over the past month the number of demons in the Ace region had been increasing. Even his territory had been attacked several times, and by parties led by 4th-tier demons at that, so he believed the abyssal catastrophe was imminent. At most half a month, at least a month. Now he could breathe a little easier. With this super territory wall encircling the entire domain, dealing with the demon tide would be much less strenuous. Next he would manufacture as many magic energy cannons and explosive crossbows as possible, sparing no expense to strengthen the territory wall to the utmost. As for the militia, the population in the territory had reached 1 million over this month. Excluding the elderly, children and women, there were about 300,000 able-bodied young men. These 300,000 were currently undergoing training under the knight orders of their respective lords, so that when the demon tide came they could fight on the territory wall. Not to mention their combat strength, at the very least they could shoot arrows and throw spears and also serve as logistics, running errands and assisting the main forces. Speaking of these militiamen, Alan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Initially, when the barons and viscounts began conscripting militiamen, the commoners were terrified and no one dared to sign up. Even when the barons and viscounts explained the situation clearly, the commoners still dared not. Until Alan stepped in. Alan merely repeated what the barons and viscounts had said, and the commoners were filled with fervor, declaring their willingness to stand with Alan through thick and thin. This was the benefit of reputation. All commoners were willing to trust Alan, to trust this lord who was the most generous and responsible to his people. Ding! The territory defense wall has been completed. Detection of improved family territory strength rated platinum. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 180-year combat chi cultivation card, 180-year magic power cultivation card, 1 6th tier attribute equipment set exchange card, 1 6th tier battle skill exchange card, 1 6th tier magic exchange card, and the Frost Tower construction blueprint. An hour later the system notification sounded on time. Alan emerged from his cultivation state, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was done. First a look at the territory wall. The height remained 20 meters, the width 10 meters, built entirely of black rock with a total length of 417 kilometers. Of these 417 kilometers, nearly 350 were newly constructed. To build these 350 kilometers of territory wall, Alan had taken all the black rock stock from the 20-plus nobles and mobilized every miner in the territory to mine day and night, taking 47 days to accumulate enough materials. Under normal circumstances this would have taken at least 2 years. After making a full circuit of the territory wall, Alan withdrew his attention with satisfaction. The 417-kilometer-long territory wall had no gaps. Only 3 areas were not covered: the Qingshui River, the Wenquan Town volcanic group, and the Haiyan Mountains. The first was not a concern, as most demons disliked water and the mermaid tribe kept watch. The latter two were similarly safe. One was a volcanic region, the other a mountain range, no need to worry too much. Next it was time to examine the rewards. The rating was platinum, a slight regret but still within expectations, as this was only the territory wall of a single county. 80 years of combat chi cultivation, not enough to break through, so he saved it. 80 years of magic power was sufficient. He invested 50 years to directly advance to the 3rd tier Moonlight Mage, leaving 30 years remaining. The 6th tier attribute equipment set was a godsend for Alan. He had been worrying about lacking a high tier light attribute set to deal with the demon tide, and now this came directly at 6th tier. He would keep the armor for himself, set aside 1 spear and 1 longsword, and give the remaining longsword to his wife. Meanwhile the Holy Radiant Spear could also be passed down to her. Then came the highlight: a 6th tier initial stage mount. A 6th tier initial stage magical beast was equivalent to the 1st to 3rd tier of the Corona realm. This combat power greatly increased Alan's confidence in handling the demon tide. The cheetah, whose wings were gradually filling out, combined with the rebuilt moon goddess when going all out, could surely treat 6th tier demons like dogs and even contend with 7th tier demons. After a brief thought, Alan used the equipment set card and selected the 6th tier light attribute set. Holy crap! The weapons and armor were nothing special, but when he saw the mount he was genuinely shocked. It was actually a fallen white tiger. A fallen white tiger, as the name implied, was a fallen light white tiger. Like the fallen unicorn nightmare, it possessed both light and dark attributes and was a super magical beast on par with dragons. A 6th tier initial stage fallen white tiger when facing demons would basically have no opponent below the 6th tier peak stage. System, you're impressive. Alan praised the system happily, then began to change his equipment. He had used the 5th tier dark attribute set for so long and finally had something better. Of course the dark attribute was his designated natal attribute. If he could survive this abyssal catastrophe he would still use it. If the situation deteriorated to a certain point requiring the use of arcane arts and a 9th tier black magic spear or even 9th tier battle skills and 9th tier magic, he could switch equipment on the spot and maximize his dark configuration. After changing his equipment, Alan looked at the last 3 rewards: the 6th tier battle skill card, the 6th tier magic card, and the Frost Tower manufacturing blueprint. A 6th tier combat technique. Alan chose the Spear of Ritual Sacrifice, a single target burst skill. For the 6th tier magic he selected Wrath of Dawn's transformation, an area-wide burst spell. They were all light attribute, prepared specifically for the Demon Tide. Finally there was the blueprint for the Ice Tower. After carefully studying the description, Alan discovered it was an elemental arrow tower powered by an ice attribute demon core firing ice magic arrows. Much like the mana cannon, except it lacked multimode functionality and could only fire in a fixed pattern. A single first-tier ice attribute demon core was sufficient to launch 10 ice magic arrows. Judging by its consumption, the ice tower's attack power was modest, yet its advantages were equally apparent. Minimal resource drain made it perfectly suited for clearing vast swarms of enemies. Quite decent, ideal for combating the Demon Tide. The cost was manageable, the manufacturing difficulty was low, and operation was straightforward. Later he could hand it over to Spike and have him arrange craftsmen to produce a batch for the militia, augmenting the territorial wall's firepower. After settling the territorial wall and system rewards, Alan sent Nightmare Demon Eagle home to rest and mounted his 6th tier Fallen White Tiger to conduct a territory patrol. Every time he passed through a village he would call out loudly, "The massive territorial wall has been completed. All members of the Defense Legion and Militia Legion ascend the walls and reinstall the heavy crossbows and heavy cannons." This territorial wall was something not only he awaited but everyone eagerly anticipated. Once the news of its successful construction spread, morale would be greatly bolstered. After notifying all 12 towns, Alan returned to the family castle. The territorial wall was finished, now came the strengthening phase. He needed to consult with his wives to inventory the remaining metal resources, setting aside a portion for weapons crafting while the rest would be forged into explosive crossbows, mana cannons and ice towers. As Alan made his final preparations for the decisive battle, the territorial wall was already abuzz with excitement. No one could believe that in merely over an hour of their absence the territorial wall had multiplied several times over. The ancient earth attribute Divine Oracle Scroll was indeed formidable. With this territorial wall they no longer needed to fear direct confrontation with the Demon Tide. Everyone thought that as long as each person contributed their share, this abyssal calamity would hold no terror. In the northern reaches of Hundred Valley Forest, at the former large mithril or vein mining site. Boom. Within the 100-meter deep mine pit, an approximately 80-meter wide dark purple spatial rift floated in midair as 2 streams of light attribute battle aura continuously bombarded the rift. Under the relentless assault of the dual light battle auras, the spatial rift steadily shrank until it exploded with a thunderous bang and vanished completely. Damn bastard. Jerry panted heavily and delivered a vicious kick to the nearest demon corpse. These demons look somewhat familiar. Hydra. Alan crouched beside the demon corpse and prodded it with his hand. This early-stage 5th-tier giant python had an exceptionally thick posterior section. Starting from its midpoint, aside from the main head, 2 smaller heads grew on each side. Yes, Hydra. Looks like this dimensional rift connects to the abyss of the evil god Hydra. This is actually good news. Hydra's descendants are relatively weak. 1 head represents 1 tier with a maximum cultivation cap of 9th tier. Jerry nodded, confirming Alan's hypothesis. Hearing this, Alan asked curiously, "What about Hydra herself? Doesn't she only have 9 heads?" Jerry shook his head with a smile. Hydra is different. She is the direct offspring of the storm demon god Typhon, the 100-headed dragon, having inherited Typhon's divine power. Though she possesses only 9 heads, her cultivation realm is divine. She simply isn't as powerful as her siblings like Cerberus and Orthrus. I see. Alan suddenly understood and sliced open the main head of the 5-headed serpent, extracting the demon core. Demons possess demon cores as well. Though their attributes were unusual and unsuitable for crafting equipment, they could still serve as energy sources for mana cannons. Nothing should go to waste. This 5-headed serpent had been slain by him, so the demon core belonged to him. After checking the surroundings and confirming no dimensional rifts remained nearby, Alan and Jerry parted ways. Mounted on a 4th-tier griffin, Jerry waved to Alan. "Alvis, I'll seek you out if I discover anything. Of course, stay in touch anytime." Alan waved goodbye and mounted his fallen white tiger to return home. After the completion of the super-large territorial wall, Jerry had invited him to help deal with dimensional rifts together. He had agreed without a second thought. The territory was undergoing vigorous reinforcement construction and he had arranged everything that needed arranging. With nothing left to do, clearing some dimensional rifts was worthwhile. Demons crawled over from the opposite side of dimensional rifts. Clearing more of them now would reduce the pressure when facing the demon tide later. Today already marked the 7th day of his collaboration with Jerry. Within those 7 days they had destroyed 13 dimensional rifts. Only today's dimensional rift had been substantial enough to support a 5th-tier demon passage. The previous ones were considerably smaller, accommodating only 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier entities. However, compared to destroying a medium-sized dimensional rift, intelligence was far more valuable. This abyssal calamity's origin point was the Hydra Abyss. According to Jerry, the Hydra Abyss was comparatively weak. When Hydra herself did not emerge the strongest beings, there were 9th-tier Hydra serpents. This meant the demon tide's overall tier would be relatively low with fewer elite combatants. Although 8th and 9th tier Hydra serpents were still far beyond Alan's current capabilities. Yet those levels of Hydra serpents would never set their sights on a minor region like the EIS area with its sparse population and meager supply of flesh and souls to harvest. Past abyssal calamities had always unfolded this way. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to feast on meat while dogs wander the same distance for scraps. Any demon with genuine capability would rally allies to attack duchies, kingdoms, or even empires. Only the weaklings picked at whatever was left behind. Of course, nothing was entirely predictable. If the undead calamity were so easily surmountable, it would not be regarded as the end of the world. Returning home, Alan relayed the news about the Hydra Abyss to his wives, then took stock of the territory's current defensive strength. A territorial wall encircled the entirety of Alvis County. Armor-piercing crossbows and explosive crossbows totaled nearly 9,000 units. 66 mana cannons stood ready. 500 ice towers. These were merely the foundational forces, and they continued to grow stronger by the moment. Alan, already exceedingly wealthy, now received wholehearted support from over 20 nobles. Both manpower and material resources were temporarily abundant. Next came the true main force. The Alvis family, the regional branches of the 3 major churches, the regional branch of the mercenary guild Diana's subordinates, and over 20 noble families. Including magic beast mounts. 1 solar class, 14 lunar class, 43 stellar class, and 4-digit grand warriors. The paper strength was formidable and the actual strength even more so. The next day Jerry told Alan a piece of news. Raymond had dispatched his Inquisitor Knights to exterminate the demons that had appeared within the duchy in order to stabilize the people's morale. This Inquisitor Knight order was the strongest force within the Shussi Duchy. Although it numbered only 3,000, each member was an elite meticulously selected from the major legions with an average cultivation level of around the 3rd rank of the Great Warrior realm. Upon joining, each knight was granted a 3rd rank horse mount and a full set of 3rd rank attribute equipment. This was merely the standard for ordinary knights. The squad leaders, knight commanders, and the overall commander were equipped with even higher tier gear. Let alone the cost of training these individuals. The basic equipment alone for so many people would require no less than 5 million gold coins. How formidable was the power of 5 million gold coins? Under the leadership of an 8th-rank Moonlight Warrior, the Inquisitor Knights went on a rampage. In just 7 days the 4 regions surrounding Elf City were thoroughly cleansed. Not a trace of dimensional rifts or demons remained. However, the Inquisitor Knights did not enter the Ace region or the Ray region, seemingly having received no orders to purge the entire territory. Alan understood completely, as this was quintessentially Raymond. Raymond cared nothing for his subjects, only for himself, his own lair, and ensuring the area at his doorstep was clean. Yet even so, this greatly eased the tension within the Shussi Duchy. Is that all the demons have to offer? This thought arose in many minds. Even within the Ace region, voices emerged claiming that the abyssal cataclysm was not so terrifying. Alvis County was no exception. Many commoners believed Alan was overreacting. However, the impact was limited. Only the commoners thought this way, as they lacked the knowledge to understand the true horror of the abyssal cataclysm. The nobles who clung to Alan's coattails understood clearly the increasing number of demons, to the point where even the Duke could no longer sit idle, was precisely the omen of the impending abyssal cataclysm. Just as these nobles had anticipated, the tranquility brought by the Inquisitor Knights did not last long. In the following week, the sky drastically changed. Light gradually dimmed and a visible darkness emerged from the northern horizon, steadily approaching as if to devour the entire land. This eerie phenomenon silenced all those who had claimed the abyssal cataclysm was not frightening. The sky remained dark for an entire week. At noon on the 70th day after Alan had received news of the abyssal cataclysm, a sound resembling a volcanic eruption rumbled forth and the earth trembled lightly beneath the thunderous roar. Alan, who had been playing with the children, let his smile gradually fade. He turned to Linda, who had been staying at home due to her 8-month pregnancy, and said, "Linda, do as I told you earlier. Don't worry. I will. Take care as well, Lord Alan." Linda nodded solemnly, planted a firm kiss on Alan's cheek, then wrapped the children in her magical energy and dashed toward the Lord's manor. "It has begun," Alan murmured, quickly striding into the garden. He mounted the fallen white tiger and soared into the sky. Gazing northward, the horizon had turned pitch black, not due to the sky's color but because of an immense surge of magical power. Excellent. Alan carefully sensed the energy and punched the air in exhilaration. That magical power was so overwhelming that he could not muster even a shred of confidence to resist it, yet it was located extremely far from the Ace region. It should be in the Fagong Kingdom to the north of the Shusi Duchy, or even farther north. Though the other 3 directions also showed anomalies, none were as pronounced as the north. The situation had begun to take shape. Demonic tides would come from all 4 directions, with the most formidable one approaching from the north. At this moment Alan, who had always regarded the Ace region as a backwater, finally came to appreciate it as a good place. For the northern demonic tide to reach the Ace region, it would first have to breach the Fagong Kingdom and then the Shusi Duchy. Alvis County, located in the southern part of the Ace region, would only face the weakest impact of the demonic tide. "Alan. Where are the children?" At that moment Avril waved from the ground, her voice amplified with magical power. Alan immediately ordered the fallen white tiger to descend, then said, "Linda has already taken the children inside. Go inform the others, do as I instructed earlier." "Understood. Stay safe." Avril's expression turned serious and she hurried off to notify her sisters. Alan also acted at once, directing the fallen white tiger toward the northern territory wall. His arrangements for his wife and children were simple. Those who were 5 months or more pregnant, as well as those whose cultivation had not reached the Starlight Realm, were to enter the treasure vault along with the young beast cubs. He had personally renovated the treasure vault recently. Once the entrance was blasted, the vault would be buried 100 meters underground, making it difficult even for high-ranking demons to detect. Only 8 of his wives could remain outside: Karina, Wendy, Nami, Isabella, Shirley, Lily, Selena and Diana. Among them some were pregnant, Lily, Shirley and Selena, with Selena being 8 months along. This was not because he was heartless, rather these wives were adamant about staying outside to help him, and no amount of persuasion could change their minds. Lily and Shirley argued that they were only 4 months pregnant and could simply use a protective layer of battle chi and magic to shield the baby. Selena insisted that the mermaid gestation period was 15 months, so 8 months was nothing. There was no helping it. Once someone made up their mind, they could not be dissuaded. So Alan had no choice but to agree. Soon Alan arrived at the Northern Territory wall. There were many people, but they were only from the Defense Corps and the militia. The main combatants lived farther away and would need time to arrive. Once everyone gathered, they would need to divide the defensive zones. Calling a few familiar defense soldiers to his side, Alan ordered, "Each of you take a squad and notify the entire territory the abyssal cataclysm has begun. Have everyone follow the original plan." "Yes, Count." The soldiers replied, then quickly beckoned to nearby comrades and descended from the wall. "I hope we can survive this." Alan lit a magic cigarette and gazed silently northward. If he could survive this abyssal cataclysm, the rewards would be immense. Many regions were in the same situation as the Ray region, lacking high-level combat power. If they truly faced the demonic tide, they had no hope of holding out. At that time there would be masterless territories everywhere. With a little gold offered to Raymond, a marquis title would be within reach. He might even obtain more than one region at once. Thinking more gravely, Elf City itself might not survive. Although it was guarded by several solar realm experts, its large population and geographical location would attract a larger-scale demonic assault. Perhaps by the time the abyssal cataclysm ends, the Shusi Duchy will have become a land without a master. The Pompeii kingdom, which had already been battered by the Vesuvius fire clan and the demonic tide, could not be in good shape and would be in no position to concern itself with the Shusi Duchy. Of course the heavens are not his father, he cannot have everything he wishes. But if he survives to the end, a marquisdom is the minimum. 10 minutes later. The leaders of the various factions who could make decisions arrived and gathered around Alan. After a brief deliberation, Alan divided up the defensive zones. 4 directions meant 4 defensive strong points. The north, expected to bear the brunt of the assault, was entrusted to Alan and Diana. The south, closest to the Tuck wasteland, was assigned to the Church of Light and more than 20 nobles. The west, bordering the Rare region, fell to the Church of Life and the Mercenary Guild. The east, nearest to the Forest of 100 Valleys, was placed under the Church of Earth and Diana's subordinates. As for Alan's Knight Order, they would not join the defensive line for the time being. Surely Nami and Isabella would take command of the Knights, splitting into teams to patrol the territory day and night in response to any possible emergencies. With tens of thousands of outsiders in the territory, it would have been absurd to claim none of them had slipped through as rats. Karina, Wendy, Lily and Selena were dispatched by Alan to the Clearwater River, where they organized the mermaid tribe to set up an underwater defensive line. Hydra's descendants were all adept swimmers, though their underwater combat ability was weaker than on land. Alan had already tested this. A gap was deliberately left open, baiting the demons to funnel through it so their forces could be concentrated against them. Should that gap become a breach, there would still be time to dam the Clearwater River and use the construction panel to quickly raise a territory wall. From noon until late afternoon nothing happened except the darkening of the sky. Alan grew restless. He walked over to Diana and gave her a hug, murmuring, "Diana, I plan to make a full circuit around the territory wall. Go ahead. I'll take care of things here." Diana nodded and rose on her tiptoes to kiss Alan. Suiting action to words, Alan whistled for the fallen white tiger who was splashing about in the Clearwater River and flew eastward. Alan mainly wanted to inspect the Blackrock Mountains and the volcano cluster. These two regions were connected, stretching more than 600 kilometers in a straight line with an average elevation exceeding 3,000 meters, a natural defensive barrier. Yet because no territory wall could be built there, it also felt like something of a weak point. Thus Alan had to focus special attention on Blackrock Town and Hot Spring Town, and the night squad led by Shirley would also patrol these two towns regularly. After inspecting the Blackrock Mountains and the volcano cluster, Alan arrived at the Southern Territory Wall. This section was held by the Church of Light and more than 20 nobles. In terms of overall strength, it ranked second among the 4 defensive zones, weaker only than the North, which was held by Alan and Diana. The 20-odd nobles were nothing much to worry about. Their strongest fighters were merely 6 Starlight warriors. The Church of Light was the real power here. Not only was Bishop Beth a 8th-rank Moonblaze mage, but even the 2 vice-bishops possessed 4th-rank Moonblaze mage cultivation, along with many disciples and members of the Starlight realm. Bishop Beth. Alan landed on the territory wall and greeted Beth. The two had known each other for 2 years and shared a good relationship. 2 years ago Alan had bought a 5th-rank magic core from Beth. Back then Alan had just ascended to the Starlight realm and could not even scrape together 10,000 gold coins. But because Beth saw potential in him, he gave Alan a discount and the two later became friends. Alvis, no trouble in the north? Seeing Alan appear in the south, Beth asked with a smile. Not for now. Alan shook his head. Looking at the corpses of a batch of 2nd-rank demons outside the wall, he asked, have demons already come here? Yes, but not many, and their ranks are low. That is good news for us. The magic cores of these lesser demons can be used to power the arcane cannons. The later the demon tide comes, the stronger we become. Beth gestured to the extension ring on his finger. I must still thank the 3 great churches and the Mercenary Guild for their support. Alan gave a slight bow of gratitude. A week ago the 3 great churches and the Mercenary Guild had already declared they would contribute their stores of magic cores to fully deal with the coming abyssal calamity. Although Alan had already made ample preparations, who could refuse even more cannon shells? Right now the magic core reserves on the territory wall were enough to fire the arcane cannons like Katyusha rockets. After a bit of small talk, Alan prepared to check the western section. But just as the fallen white tiger took to the air, several hundred demons appeared in his line of sight directly in front of the territory wall. A 5th-rank demon is leading them. Alan swept his gaze across the horde and quickly judged their strength. The overall level was not low. A 5th-rank early-stage demon led the group. There were 8 4th-rank demons in total. The backbone was made up of 3rd and 2nd-rank demons, and fewer than 100 were 1st-rank. Perfect. Time to blood my new spear. Alan flew the fallen white tiger forward for a stretch, raised the 6th-rank Holy Origin spear and thrust it heavily toward the demon horde. Spear of wings. Over 100 phantom images of radiant dragons burst from the tip of the Holy Origin spear, expanding in midair until each was nearly 30 meters long, then smashed violently into the earth. Hundreds of demons, including that 5th-rank early-stage demon, barely had time to flick out their tongues before they were vaporized by the radiant dragon phantoms, leaving behind only countless craters and magic cores. When it comes to killing demons, nothing beats light attribute. Seeing the power of that strike, Alan laughed heartily and patted the fallen white tiger's neck. In a flash of light, the man and tiger vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Beth was filled with a flood of emotion. Alan's rate of growth was simply too fast. In only 2 years he had risen from a 2nd-rank Starlight Warrior and 9th-rank Archmage to dual 3rd-rank Moonblaze Realm. As for his true combat power, it had certainly already surpassed Beth's. The group of demons he had just destroyed was quite formidable, and while Beth was confident he could also annihilate them in a single blow, it would never have been as effortless as Alan made it look. After a moment of reflection, Beth turned to look at his finest disciple. Ogden, Count Alvis has given you an excellent demonstration. Whether you are a warrior or a mage, never let your opponent approach you easily. Understand? I understand, Your Excellency. Go now, recover the magic cores, take your squad and teach them how to face their surroundings on the battlefield. Yes, Your Excellency. While Beth was instructing his disciple, Alan had already arrived at the western section. This side was held by the Church of Life and the Mercenary Guild, covering both offense and healing. Possessing the most well-rounded overall strength, it was the most stable of the 4 defensive zones. Adjacent to the rare region, the area in between was even more desolate than the Tuck wasteland, with virtually zero population, so not many demons were expected to pass through here. When Alan asked, that indeed proved to be the case. Jerry said not a single demon had been seen, only the occasional flying magical beast passing by. Just as Alan was about to chat a while longer with Jerry, a storm-like roar erupted from the north, followed by an immense surge of fire attribute fluctuations and demonic power. Jerry Bishop Sandy, I leave the west in your hands. Alan left those words behind, hurriedly soared into the air and raced toward the north. At the same time he gathered magical power around his throat and shouted repeatedly, the demon tide is coming. All forces stand ready. The demon tide is coming. All hands on alert. Alan's voice echoed across 2 or 3 towns, and a night squad stationed in each small town relayed his words throughout Alvis County. Damn demon bastards are here. Kill them all. Survive. Don't let the men look down on us, prepare food and medicine. You rotten bastards, taste my arrows. Those 8 words ignited the entire Alvis County. Many were afraid, but more were eager to contribute. After all, the only way to survive was to slaughter every invading demon. Didn't want to die? Then make the demons die. The 6th-rank fallen white tiger was incredibly fast. In less than 2 minutes of full-speed flight, it carried Alan back to the Northern Territory wall. Is it over? Alan looked beyond the wall. Countless Hydra corpses covered the ground, at least 10,000 at first glance. The strongest were 200-meter-long 5-headed hydras, their cores already dug out, their magical power greatly diminished. 5 heads meant 5th rank, but their exact cultivation level was unclear. Alan leaped down from the sky and landed beside Diana. From the north. Yes. All mid-stage, not very strong, but stronger ones are already on the way. Diana twirled her 5th rank spear and fixed her gaze to the left front. Alan followed her gaze but saw nothing. My cultivation is higher than yours, how did you sense them? A trace of divinity remains in my soul. I am blessed by the Mother Goddess. The power of the earth tells me where the enemy is. They'll arrive in 3 minutes. It's not a demon group but a true demon tide. To preserve our strength we might have to join forces. Diana said gravely. Hearing demon tide, Alan fell silent for a moment, then shouted to the surrounding soldiers, the demon tide is coming. Prepare for battle. The demon tide arrived faster than he expected. But that was normal. He could guarantee no dimensional rifts in the Ace region, but not elsewhere. In the time it took to smoke a demonic cigarette, the demon tide arrived. Alan flicked away the butt, took a deep breath and leaped onto the edge of the territory wall, gripping the Holy Origin Spear. 1 early 6th rank, 2 late 5th rank, 1 mid 5th rank, 4 early 5th rank, leading a demon tide of at least 20 to 30,000. No wonder Diana said they might need to join forces. With such strength and numbers it was certainly no easy target. Still. A persimmon is a persimmon, whether soft or hard he could crush it even while preserving his strength. The solution was. Little Gray, that big one is yours. A mere 6-headed hydra, let it taste the terror of the fallen white tiger. Alan waved at the fallen white tiger and the sky manifested his wings of night and shot toward the demon tide like a black streak. Honestly. Diana chuckled in disbelief and also charged into the demon tide. She had planned to conserve her battle chi for a stronger demon tide, but seeing Alan's current stance, he clearly wanted a big fight, so she would put in a little more effort treating it as pre-battle training. The Count has entered the fray. The Countess too. Such powerful battle chi. They are both Moonblaze warriors. Their battle chi is strange, black and red. What attribute is that? Probably a high-level attribute. Alan and Diana's successive attacks drew cheers. Truly the Alvis family, since the news of the Abyss calamity they had always stood on the front line against demons. For a moment morale on the territory wall soared. If the noble lord and his lady dared to lead the charge, how could commoners be afraid? Just fight. Under the gaze of thousands, Alan with wings on his back arrived above a late 5th-rank demon. Hiss. The 5-headed hydra raised its heads and a black-gray radiance appeared in their mouths, growing denser as if condensing into an energy ball. Great meteorite spear. Alan steadied himself, sneered, and swung the Holy Origin spear. Light attribute battle chi surged from the spear, instantly expanding into an energy ball over 100 meters in diameter, then plummeting down. Boom. The energy ball crushed all demons below and slammed heavily into the ground. The earth shook violently. With the impact point as the center, ripples of cracked and collapsed ground spread outward, triggering successive shockwaves. With that strike, Alan killed 2 5th-rank demons, one late, one early. As for the countless lower-tier ones, he didn't bother counting, but at least 500. Total domination. Just the triple power battle chi from Ares' heart was enough for Alan to kick around demons below 6th rank however he pleased. Last time I crushed weaklings was during the Fishmen fight, almost a year without this thrill. Muzu mowing mode activate. Alan put away the Holy Origin spear and switched to the Holy Origin sword, diving straight into the demon tide. He turned into a white light, flashing and weaving through the horde. Each time the white light flickered, hundreds of demons were sliced in half with wave after wave of air blasts that made the spectators on the wall burn with excitement. Such a heroic bearing, how they wished they could take his place. Boom. 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 After playing with the sword, Alan switched back to the spear, wielding it like a halberd. Admittedly, after being used to playing Zhao Zilong, it was refreshing to occasionally be Lu Fengxian. Each swing of the Holy Origin spear exploded dozens of demons with a satisfying impact, just like when he was a kid using a branch to slash wild grass. This is my domain. Behold my divine might, nothing can withstand. After annihilating all nearby demons, Alan grew a bit bored. His wings of night flashed, and in the next moment he appeared high in the sky, his light battle chi blazing like a scorching sun. Seeing this, Diana leaped onto the fallen white tiger's back and had it move away from the battlefield. While Alan was indulging in slaughtering low-tier demons, she had already killed all the 5th-rank demons in the tide. The fallen white tiger had also easily dealt with the early 6th-rank demon. A beast of the same level as a dragon, when facing a not-so-strong demon like a hydra of the same rank, it was like a stone smashing eggs, finishing it in one go. Meteor spear. Seeing little Gray and Diana at a distance, Alan shouted coldly. His arm gripping the spear erupted with immense power, thrusting with lightning speed. The Holy Origin spear seemed to tear through air resistance, leaving behind trails of platinum shadows tinged with dark red light. These shadows multiplied like dense raindrops, falling one after another, intertwining into an attack net with no gaps. There were still about 8,000 demons on the ground, but they were all 2nd and 3rd-rank trash. A 2nd-rank battle skill was enough. Most importantly, this move looked cool. Hundreds of spear shadows appeared in an instant, blooming into brilliant light that expanded infinitely, bearing down upon the ground like the collapse of heaven itself. Each ray of brilliance carried a powerful aura of light and killing intent. The entire demonic tide was suppressed by this momentum, as though time itself had frozen at this moment. As light bloomed within the demonic tide, onlookers could only make out Alan's cold and resolute figure and the long spear still thrusting forth with blinding speed. After roughly 10 seconds of relentless assault, Alan gracefully withdrew his spear and beat his dark night wings, returning to the territorial wall with satisfaction. Diana returned astride her fallen white tiger, leaping beside Alan with exasperation. Alan, these are merely demonic minions. You should conserve your battle aura for stronger demons. Diana, do you think I am showing off? You are wrong. Alan declared with absolute conviction, his expression unreadable. Did you feel their blood burning? channeling a fraction of my battle aura to bolster my followers' morale and push their willpower and combat strength to their peak. Isn't that what a leader should do? Diana, you need to learn what it means to be human. This is my first lesson for you. Alan. Diana looked around and saw that he was right. The people's fighting spirit was palpable, and in this state they could unleash strength beyond ordinary limits. You are right. Returning her gaze to Alan, Diana smiled gently, linking her arm through his and resting her head against his shoulder. Good. Observe and learn more. Alan nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth curling upward almost imperceptibly. The moon goddess. Mere child's play. In front of me, a base foreigner, no one can look down on me within my domain. Soon the dust ahead of the territorial wall cleared, revealing a ravaged battlefield to all who saw it, drawing gasps from the crowd. Look. As expected of Lord Count so overwhelmingly powerful. He actually turned the earth into Swiss cheese. Seeing that not a single demon could move ahead and the very ground was pocked with deep craters, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Stop staring, collect the demon cores. The squad leader of the Defense Legion shouted the order first. Hearing this, everyone snapped back to attention. Those who had reached the warrior realm immediately climbed down from the wall and rushed into the battlefield to gather the cores. With no demons around now, they needed to hurry and handle the important business. With so many demon cores, they could use the demon energy cannon freely in the future. Yet no one believed the abyssal catastrophe had ended here. The commotion at noon had come from far to the north, likely caused by higher-ranking demons somewhere within the territory of the Fagan Kingdom. The Fagan Kingdom was too far from the AC region. For a demonic tide there to reach AC, it would first have to conquer Fagan Kingdom, then press through Sushu Duchy before finally arriving at AC. In just one afternoon, not to mention conquering a kingdom and a duchy, it was impossible to cover that distance so quickly. Therefore, that last wave of demons wasn't the real abyssal catastrophe at all. Perhaps there was a large dimensional rift at the border between the Suolin region and the AC region, which is why they arrived so swiftly. After dealing with this demonic wave, Alan headed to Qingshui River. He realized his earlier thinking had been too simplistic. Even a minor demonic surge had brought tens of thousands of demons. When a larger-scale demonic tide came, Qingshui River would certainly not hold. The merfolk tribe was simply too small in number. Though their average cultivation was relatively high, it had not reached the Star Radiance realm, and they could not withstand such a massive invasion. So they had to block Qingshui River now. Arriving at the river, Alan found Selena and said directly, "Selena, I'm planning to dam Qingshui River." "Alan, I was just about to look for you. The elders of the tribe also mentioned this to me. They want to block Qingshui River too." Selena was somewhat surprised. She had worried Alan would not agree. "I'll send someone to bring materials over." Alan embraced Selena and kissed her directly. He had been prepared for blocking Qingshui River all along, he just hadn't expected it to be needed so soon. Damn demons, how can they produce so many? It's just like the insect swarms in sci-fi worlds. 2 minutes later they separated. Selena held Alan tightly around the waist and whispered, "Alan, stay with me a little longer. The materials are already ready." The elders started collecting materials at noon. They're all cold rocks found only underwater, harder than black rock. As long as you agree, they'll begin sealing the waterway immediately. Then leave it to you. Upon hearing this, Alan did not rush to leave and kissed her again. Selena's heart filled with sweetness as she responded passionately, soon losing herself in the moment. 10 minutes later Alan returned to the territorial wall. This area was somewhat distant from Qingshui Lake. The riverbed was not particularly wide, only about 20+ meters across. Being children of the sea, the merfolk naturally possessed water manipulation abilities, so blocking the channel would not take long. Once the merfolk tribe finished, he would immediately use the construction panel to add a section of territorial wall across the riverbed. Materials were not scarce. The resource nodes within the territory had been continuously mined, and rocks like black rock, which seemed inexhaustible, had already filled several plots of wasteland. Time quickly passed into the evening. The logistics team, composed of women, brought food to the territorial wall. During dinner, many near Qingshui River dropped their bowls in fright, pointing at the river and shouting, "Look at the water surface. What's that? Is it a demon? My Lord Count, there's something happening here." Alan glanced over. Bubbles were churning fiercely on the river surface, shadows swaying beneath, and the current had slowed considerably. Without a doubt the merfolk were sealing Qingshui River and had nearly reached the surface. Alan rose to his feet and raised his hand to shout, "Don't panic. I sent people underwater to block the river, they've already begun work." Hearing this, the territorial wall immediately fell quiet. Lord Aerweezy arranged this. Then there's nothing to worry about. Seeing everyone's reaction, Alan smiled and continued eating. The merfolk's identity was relatively sensitive and they did not wish to expose themselves, so Alan had been helping to conceal their presence. Now few people knew that merfolk were in Qingshui River. Only inner castle members, outer castle management and night core members were aware. Outsiders had no idea. By the time Alan finished his evening meal, the merfolk had completed their task. The 20-plus meter wide riverbed had been filled tightly with cold rock spanning approximately 100 meters in length, more than enough to support a 50-meter thick territorial wall above. However, Alan did not act immediately. His ancient Earth prophecy scroll had already been used once. While he could use it a second time, it was after all a system function, so he should remain low-key. Late at night would be more appropriate. As the greatest lord in the world, keeping watch for his subordinates at night seemed only natural. Everyone go to sleep. Leave the rest to me. The following 3 days, Alvis County was struck by multiple demon tides. None of them were small, if the smallest numbered at least 10,000 each, led by rank 4 and rank 5 demons, though no rank 6 demons appeared again. Every time Alan finished clearing a demon tide, he would make a circuit around his territory and destroy every planar rift he could find. While searching for planar rifts, he also stopped for a while in several towns already overrun by demons, taking away every treasure and resource he could find. In just 3 days 10 Baron families and 3 Viscount families had been wiped out. He estimated that within 10 days, in the Ace region only Alvis County would be left as good land. These idiot nobles had thought Alan's terms too harsh and refused to join the Defense Alliance. Now look at them. Still, they had half achieved their goal. Their goal was to keep both their people and their treasure. Now the people were gone, but the treasure remained. Wasn't that half? The treasure vaults were stuffed full, and Alan would enjoy them in their place, carrying their unyielding spirit and living on to the very end. He also made one trip to the Rel region. Several demon tides had come from the Rel region, and the leading demons bore wounds clearly from battles fought there. When he went to check, sure enough, his brother-in-law had not held out. The Goya family's marquee city was already in ruins, and across the entire Rel region no living person could be found on the surface. Alan observed a minute of silence in midair, then went home to tell Shirley and the Goya family members, who had long since moved over. The morning of the 4th day arrived. A deafening roll of muffled thunder shattered the silence of the deep night. The sound was like an ancient war drum of the gods, reverberating through every corner and instantly startling the slumbering world awake. Not only human consciousness, even the earth itself seemed to tremble, and the air was thick with an indescribable tension and unease. And far away on the northern horizon, a silent struggle was unfolding, made visible to every living soul in the world. 2 colossal shadows clashed fiercely in the hazy sky. One shadow had a serpent's head upon a human body as lithe as the fabled serpent folk, the other was a 9-headed hydra, each head seething with savagery and malice. They writhed and tore at each other in the darkness, their clashes like 2 immense forces interweaving, leaving the hazy sky torn into chaos. The world below seemed to be drawn into the battle. The howling wind and the intermingled lightning and thunder were like nature's roar and cheers for the fight. Every collision of the 2 shadows carried intense visual impact and boundless imagination. They seemed to be contending not merely in strength but in will and law itself. In this fierce contest everything around seemed to freeze, the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. A single glance was enough to strike terror into mortal hearts, both body and soul began to shudder and tremble. Is that a god and hydra? So powerful. Feeling the crisis pressing in from every direction, Alan's adrenaline surged, his heart throbbing and yet blazing with fervor, as though his surging blood had carried him into a soaring state of mind. Alan, don't look. Close your eyes and listen to me. Then Diana suddenly wrapped her arms around Alan from behind, and Alan closed his eyes at once. That is Wadjet, the serpent goddess, one of the patron goddesses of the non-divine realm. She has stopped Hydra from invading this world. Hydra is no match for Wadjet. The battle will end soon. But this only means Hydra cannot invade this world in person. Its spawn can still enter this world through planar rifts. I too once stopped an evil god from descending into the mortal world. But gods act only against gods, and gods cannot watch over the mortal world at all times, especially a mortal world without faith. Do you understand? Alan nodded. If the only creatures left in this world are demons, then the gods will no longer intervene and Hydra can drag this world into its own abyss at any moment. The moment that battle ends is when the abyssal calamity begins. Diana softly acknowledged, shifted Alan's body and embraced him from the front. Alan gently kissed Diana's forehead, then held her quietly, savoring this final moment of peace. At high noon. The battle at the heaven's edge seemed to have drawn to a close, and the sky, once filled with strange visions, suddenly fell silent. At the same time the sky shifted from grayish-black to deep purple, as mysterious and unfathomable as a scroll painted in thick, vivid colors. With the appearance of this deep violet heavenly eye, the earth began to quake violently, as if unable to bear the pressure from the sky. Dazzling bizarre scenes appeared in the sky, twisting and shifting without end, overwhelming the eye. Demonic power filled the air, its fluctuations growing stronger and stronger, as if the abyssal calamity were proclaiming its arrival to this world. At this moment, the wheel of fate heralding the doom of the mortal realm had already begun to turn. Mortal creatures seemed utterly insignificant before this power, and every rhythm grew increasingly tense. War has come. Go, our leader. Diana gently kissed Alan on the cheek, then pushed him away. I'll be back soon. Alan nodded and immediately summoned the fallen white tiger. After circling once in the sky, he began issuing orders along the entire territory wall. Defense Legion, prepare for battle. Ballistas. Mana cannons. Frost towers. Load bolts and mana cores. Ready to fire. House Alvis Knights. Patrol the territory at once. Kill demon cultists and necromancers on sight, take no prisoners. I repeat, everyone prepare for battle. The entire Alvis County burst into activity. More than 1 million people moved at once, those who needed to hide hid and those who could contribute contributed. Over the previous 3 days everyone had gained some relevant experience. So when they moved now, everything flowed naturally and smoothly. The entire county's defensive might fully awakened at this moment. A flood of soldiers rushed onto the territory wall and activated every defensive installation, while the women in charge of logistics began preparing food and medicine. The great defensive fortress was now fully activated. They're coming. Alan went from north to east, from east to south, and then from south to west, stopping above the western stretch of the territory wall. A demon tide is coming from the Rel region. It's enormous. As far as the eye could see, a legion of serpents of every kind had completely covered the land, draping the earth in a carpet of serpent demons. If a number must be given, at least 100,000. Take this big one. The staff of holy radiance appeared in Alan's hand. Watched by tens of thousands, he descended from the back of the fallen white tiger and planted himself between the territory wall and the demon tide. Holy light. Like surging waves dispelling the shadows of darkness, illuminating the path forward. Facing the demon tide, Alan grasped the holy radiant staff with one hand, pressed it against his forehead and silently chanted the incantation in his mind. Sandy, is Alvis about to release a spell? Standing on the wall of the territory, Jerry asked with astonishment. Sandy concentrated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, a vast amount of magical power is gathering, of the light attribute. He's about to unleash a light spell. Bang! Almost as Sandy's words fell, a platinum radiance burst from Alan and he shone like a human sun. Fury of Dawn's transformation. Alan moved the holy radiant staff from his forehead, lifted it horizontally above his head, then pressed it heavily forward. Thump! At that moment tens of thousands of people heard a strange muffled sound like a heartbeat echoing in their ears. The next moment, they saw the mana on Alan begin to flicker. Each flicker was accompanied by an immense surge of magical power released from the holy radiant staff, forming ripples of light like ocean waves that surged toward the demon tide, now only 100 meters away. Thump! 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 With every ripple of light that swept past, the beating sound in the void resounded, tugging at their hearts. The demons touched by these ripples of light turned to ash in an instant, leaving only their magic cores falling to the ground. When the platinum radiance on Alan faded, the demon tide, which had numbered at least 100,000, was now reduced to 60 or 70,000. Damn, a 6th tier light magic is really something. Seeing the huge fan-shaped empty space he had cleared in the demon tide, Alan felt an immense satisfaction mixed with a hint of regret. If only the news of the abyss calamity had come earlier. If it had been a few days sooner, he would have chosen the 9th tier light spear and the 9th tier light combat technique. With a 9th tier light configuration and the heart of Ares, any demon below 8th tier would die, and he might even be able to fight 8th tier ones. After using his battle chi to gather all the magic cores nearby, Alan returned to the territory wall, dropped them all on the ground and smiled. Jerry Bishop Sandy, use them freely, don't hold back. But you've already killed all the 5th tier ones. Jerry complained irritably, as he had been hoping to play with the mana cannon a bit more. The mana cannon could kill 5th tier demons and damage early 6th tier ones, and could even finish them off with concentrated fire. Now the strongest remaining demons were only 4th tier. As a Moonlight Warrior, how could he bring himself to use a mana cannon on 4th tier demons? I just wanted to ease your defensive pressure. Diana might be too busy to handle everything alone. I need to go back to the north. See you later. Alan laughed heartily, leaped high into the air, landed on the back of the fallen white tiger and headed for the northern wall. He felt so busy. In truth, some worries were unnecessary. The eastern, southern and western walls were not lacking in defensive installations or experts, but he couldn't suppress his anxious heart. He kept thinking that something was happening here and something was off there. Perhaps that was the mindset of a patriarch. When he returned to the northern wall, it was also under attack by a demon tide, but not as large as the western one, about 40 to 50,000. Diana did not intervene. Instead, she ordered the defenders to use various weapons to attack. The territory wall was made of black rock, which was hard for ordinary people, but for 3rd tier demons and above it was barely harder than tofu. So the demon tide could not be allowed to get close. Of course. The territory wall was not a shield, it was merely a framework for mounting defensive weapons. Alan scanned the battlefield but chose not to act. The strongest demon was only 5th tier, easily handled by the mana cannons alone. The current demon tide was not particularly strong, but neither was it weak. It was perfect for training the troops so they wouldn't be caught off guard when a larger tide came. Alan. These demon tides are coming too fast. I suspect there's a dimensional rift near the territory. Maybe we should go out and check. Seeing Alan return, Diana immediately ran over. Alan patted Diana's head and smiled. My foolish Artemis, do you think you're smarter than me? I thought of that the moment I saw the demon tide. But these tides aren't too strong. We need them to let the soldiers adapt to this war. Besides, we can't leave the wall while enemies are still around. The moment we leave, powerful enemies might appear. Let's wait until this wave of the demon tide ends. You don't need to go, I can handle it alone. Humph. Hearing Alan's words, Diana snorted and turned away with a pout. Alan grinned and hugged Diana from behind. Feeling the extra hands on her, Diana pinched the back of Alan's hand, then quieted down. Alan said nothing more and began to focus on observing the battlefield. In 2.5 months the defensive installations on the territory wall had nearly doubled. There were now 16000 heavy crossbows capable of killing 3rd tier demons, 120 mana cannons that could kill 5th tier demons, and 900 ice towers for fire suppression. Even when distributed across the entire wall, the firepower in each direction remained overwhelming. A demon tide of 40 to 50,000 was like moths flying into a flame against such firepower. Every second countless demons died. After being frozen by the ice tower's frost arrows, they were either torn apart by the heavy crossbows or vaporized by the mana cannons. It really did resemble a sci-fi army fighting a swarm of insects, freezing rays, metal barrages and energy cannons. Thinking about it, he even had future warriors under his command. Over the past 6 months he had spent over 1 million gold coins equipping more than 1,000 knights with 3rd tier attribute sets. This force was extremely powerful. If placed on the wall, it could deliver a devastating blow to a demon tide of this level in no time. However, he was worried about demon cultists and necromancers sneaking into the territory. So until a truly dangerous demon tide arrived, the Night Order was only responsible for patrolling the territory. Time passed slowly from noon to dusk. The demon tide's assault gradually stabilized. Although there was an endless stream of cannon fodder demons, no major threats appeared, making the defense relatively easy. After the defense forces and militia finished their meal and resumed their posts on the wall, Alan chose the direction with the most demons, mounted the golden flame eagle and set off. To be safe, he left the fallen white tiger with Diana. Even if a formidable enemy appeared in his absence, Diana could handle it. Following the movement tracks of the demon tide on the ground, the golden flame eagle flew for half an hour, reaching the border between the Ace region and the Soren region, a mountain range that had lost all its greenery. There really is a dimensional rift. That 6th tier demon earlier likely came from here. Alan swept his gaze across and spotted a large dimensional rift in a valley. Looking down from above, it was at least 100 meters wide. Even now many demons were crawling out of it, forming groups and charging southward. First spear. Facing a spatial rift of this width, Alan initiated his 5th rank battle technique as a gesture of respect. A colossal white gold dragon had emerged from the tip of the sacred radiant spear and crashed straight into the dimensional fissure. With a thunderous roar, the dimensional fissure, though still intact, had slightly narrowed. All nearby demons were pulverized into ash by the light attribute fighting chi. His disturbance had attracted attention. The demon stationed at a greater distance heard the commotion and rushed toward him. TCH absolutely repulsive. Jin Yanning, these snakes are yours. Seeing the multi-headed serpents each bearing at least 2 heads, Alan wrinkled his nose in disgust and handed them over to Jin Yanning. He needed to deal with this dimensional fissure as quickly as possible. Otherwise these multi-headed serpents would keep emerging endlessly and there would never be an end to fighting them. The fissure proved remarkably resilient, enduring several of Alan's 5th rank battle techniques before finally exploding. Alan turned to look and found Jin Yanning had already finished it off. No multi-headed serpent nearby remained capable of movement. Jin Yanning's cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Dealing with these snake packs, none of which reached 5th rank, was effortlessly easy. A single breath of fire could incinerate a large portion of them. Let's move to another location. Alan collected all the demon cores scattered around and stored them in his system space, then signaled Jin Yanning to relocate. But before Jin Yanning could accelerate, Alan had it stop again. We're already here and you want to leave so hastily. Alan turned his gaze toward the direction of the Suolin region. After a moment's hesitation, he directed Jin Yanning to carry him there instead. He was too kind-hearted. The Suolin region must have suffered the same fate as the AC region, with many nobles perishing. And those nobles' wealth would certainly be hidden away in underground vaults unseen by daylight. Since those nobles could no longer make use of their fortunes, Alan Alwyn would gladly take over on their behalf. I will carry on living for all of you. By the way, there were also quite a few noble estates in the AC region that he hadn't visited yet. They had all been Alan's closest allies back then, companions with whom he had shared countless wonderful moments over barrels of white ale. Decided. For the next few days Alan would inherit the will of these nobles. Deep into the night Alan returned to the Alwai County. Seeing the territory wall intact save for the demon corpses piled outside, Alan felt a mixture of guilt and relief. He had genuinely worried about the territory's safety and considered returning earlier. But the Suolin region was the most renowned forging district in the entire Shusilo Duchy. Rare metals were abundant there, along with equipment difficult to obtain elsewhere. One might stroll into any magic craft shop and walk out with a substantial collection of arms and materials. And these were the wealthiest nobles. Therefore, to further bolster his preparedness against the abyssal calamity, Alan had rummaged through the entire night, from dusk until deep into the night, before finally returning. Half a night's worth of plunder had yielded remarkably rich results. He had raided 24 magic craft shops, 7 manors, and the vaults of 2 small castles. The currency wasn't substantial, totaling less than 1 million gold coins. Food stores were also scarce. The demons had swept through like locusts, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Nothing intact could be found, and grain took up too much space anyway, so Alan hadn't bothered searching seriously. Equipment, however, was plentiful. There were 382 sets of usable 3rd-rank attribute suits, 14 sets of 4th-rank attribute suits, and even 3 sets of 5th-rank attribute suits. Demon cores were equally abundant. Approximately 100,000 first rank, roughly 100,000 second rank, around 20,000 third rank, some 300 fourth rank, 25th rank, and even 2 6th rank cores. What was most plentiful was rare metal, filling his system space to the brim. Alan estimated that combined with the merfolk tribe's existing stockpile, this batch of rare metals would suffice to construct another 50 magic cannons. The greatest surprise was the expansion rings, for found in a single trip. Though each ring's internal space was only 10 cubic meters, they were capable of storing living beings, something Alan had coveted for a long time. Most of this expedition's haul consisted of items that, while priceless on the market, were not for sale. If one were to assign a monetary value, it would likely reach 10 million gold coins. Damn arms dealers. The manors and small castles weren't particularly grand, appearing to belong to barons and viscounts, but they were surprisingly wealthy. Alan, what has happened? I was just thinking that with your strength and Jin Yanying's speed, it was impossible for you to encounter any situation you couldn't return from. You. Diana's expression grew increasingly strange upon seeing Jin Yanning carrying so much refined metal on its back. Were you not supposed to deal with the dimensional fissure? No wonder he had returned so late. He had gone to commit misconduct. This is the reward of justice. I went to the Suolin region. Many nobles have died there, all thanks to those damn demons. But I have already taken revenge on their behalf. Alan wore an expression of grief, yet his mouth, unable to suppress a smile, betrayed him. Watching Alan's attempt to stifle his amusement, Diana facepalmed and sighed, waving her hand. Get rid of these quickly. Don't let anyone see. If your people discover that their beloved lord profits from others' disasters, who knows what they might think? Probably envy. I'm heading to Qingshui River now, then returning home. Wait for me. Alan shrugged, stepped forward and embraced Diana, left a 5th-rank fire attribute suit behind, and then set off for Qingshui River with Jin Yanning. After handing over all the metal and ore to Neat, Alan left Qingshui River and found Shueli leading the night battalion on patrol. He arranged the distribution of the attribute suits. All 3rd-rank and 4th-rank suits were distributed, the former to knights, the latter to deputy commanders, and the knight commander allocated by rank. The remaining 2 5th-rank sets went to Naomi and Isabella, one each. Although Cyrena, Lily and the others also lacked 5th-rank suits, the underground was far less safe than above ground. During patrols they might encounter danger and needed equipment support even more urgently. Afterward, Alan walked a loop around the territory wall, distributing all the demon cores, and finally returned to the castle, to place the currency and comfort his wife and children. This round of activities had consumed just 1 hour. When Alan returned to the northern territory wall, it was already the early hours of the next morning. I'm exhausted. Alan yawned and stretched, sitting down beside Diana and leaning his head against her shoulder to rest his eyes. Did you encounter troublesome demons on the way? Diana shifted slightly, letting Alan rest directly in her lap, thoughtfully massaging his head. Not particularly. It was just that searching for vaults was difficult. There are still several manor vaults I haven't found. I'll go again tomorrow. Alan gently shook his head, nestled deeper into Diana's embrace, adjusting into the most comfortable position while sealing his ears with fighting chi. Everywhere the sounds of cannon fire and crossbow bolts echoed relentlessly. There was no peace to be found. Hearing Alan's words, Diana's hands paused briefly, but soon she smiled again, bending down to kiss the top of his head. It was all for this family. Alan had only dozed off for an hour. Around 2 in the morning a massive surge of demons swept in. This wave of demonic tide came from the direction of the Task Desert Wastes. Although the strongest were only a few 5th-tier demons, the number of cannon fodder was enormous, no less than 1 million 1st and 2nd-tier creatures combined. A genuine tidal assault. Fortunately, the southern territorial wall was primarily defended by the Church of Light, which stationed 3 moonlight mages and dozens of mana cannons. The demonic horde couldn't even scratch the surface of the wall. The demon horde then split its forces, stretching across the eastern and western fronts until they encircled the entire Albius County, launching a full-scale offensive. In that moment, the clatter of artillery, the twang of crossbows, the roars of combatants, and the explosions, all sounds of war, resounded along the entire territorial wall. Alan rode the fallen white tiger high above, looking down. The city of Albius blazed with lights while the surrounding lands lay shrouded in absolute darkness. Darkness sought to swallow the light, yet the illumination held firm, flanked by colors of radiance that periodically pushed back the encroaching shadows. Alan knew he would never forget this sight. In that moment he finally understood why kingdoms and duchies had fallen to the abyssal calamity. Elite fighters, wealth and manpower, the 3 pillars essential for survival. Without any one of them, no force could endure such devastating attrition warfare. Moreover, these 3 weren't as straightforward as they appeared. The strength of elite fighters depended on their caliber and numbers. Wealth needed to be converted into necessary supplies or it was worthless. And soldiers had to be willing to fight. Cowards who would soil themselves at the mere sight of battle were useless, no matter how many there were. Finally, all 3 elements had to be concentrated at a single point or it would be futile effort. Each of these challenges was formidable in its own right. Alan silently thanked his phobia of insufficient firepower. To have the confidence to stand against the demon tide, he had liquidated all his family's assets, over 30 million gold coins invested entirely into this war. Without that investment, the territory would have been carved into fragments during the first wave of the demon tide. Thinking back, he still felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, he had been willing to spend lavishly and persuaded over 20 nobles to support him with their entire fortune, securing substantial supplies and manpower. Now the territory's power continued to grow. Alan no longer feared the demon tides, at least those not led by 7th-tier demons posed little threat. However, to increase his chances of victory he couldn't afford to stop the actions he'd taken the previous night. 40 to 50 million gold coins wasn't enough, he needed 40 to 50 billion. Drain the Sualine region completely. After circling the territory walls, Alan returned to the northern rampart. Today he didn't charge into battle at the sight of demons like he had the day before. With a demonic force of this magnitude, who knew how many formidable enemies lurked behind, perhaps even 7th-tier cultivators. He needed to preserve his strength. The territory walls were well defended anyway, with those mana cannons alone capable of driving the demons back. His real objective was to observe the battlefield. He needed to determine where the newly arrived demons were coming from, and once the offensive subsided he would venture out to locate the dimensional rifts. I have prevented evil gods from descending to the mortal realm, but this is my first time facing a demon tide. Such disasters are nearly impossible for humanity to withstand. Without adequate weapons and provisions even a warlord's domain would fall. Alan, you truly are a perfect lord. Diana loosed arrows at 3rd and 4th-tier demons within the demonic horde as she spoke to Alan. I'm encountering this for the first time as well, Alan said with a sigh. But I've heard tales of war's brutality and understand what it demands. After speaking, Alan took the bow and arrows from Diana's hands. In his childhood he had practiced archery alongside swordsmanship, but his natural aptitude for it was modest, so he abandoned it after only a few years of study. Alan, if we survive this catastrophe, what do you plan to do? Diana asked while adjusting his drawing form. Whoosh! After a shot turned a 3rd-tier demon into pulp, Alan considered the question and replied, I'll cultivate diligently and achieve my ambitions. Diana shot him a sideways glance. Be more specific. To transcend the gods, forge an unprecedented divine kingdom and become the sovereign of all living things, Alan explained after gathering his thoughts. That's no simple task. But I'll support you no matter what you pursue. Diana was deeply moved by his answer. Her Artemis man should speak words even the gods wouldn't dare. She was further moved believing Alan set such goals to help her avenge her losses. Just as Alan leaned in to kiss Diana, a strange beast's roar echoed from the distance, causing the ground trampled by the demon tide to tremble more violently. Alan, 3 mid-tier 6th-tier demons. Xiao Hui can handle one. We'll each take one and let the mana cannons provide support. We need to hold out until Xiao Hui defeats theirs. Diana immediately turned toward the sound, her expression growing grave. A mid-tier 6th-tier demon was something both she and Alan could handle, even singly they'd manage. But it would demand their full strength, including the ceiling release technique. That spell couldn't be used recklessly. If both of them were weakened for half a month, this section of the territory wall would be left vulnerable. Unfortunately, the mana cannons couldn't use 6th-tier demon cores. They maxed out at 5th-tier cores capable of only slaying a early-tier 6th-tier demon through concentrated fire. No. Alan shook his head, meeting Diana's gaze. Take Xiao Hui somewhere else. If there are mid-tier 6th-tier demons here, there could be others elsewhere. Go now. As for these 3, leave them to me. The moment he finished speaking, an ebony black spear materialized in his hand. The instant the spear appeared, Alan was enveloped in an overwhelming dark magical power. The very ground beneath him began to crack as if unable to withstand its force. 3-eyed Titan Demon Core. Diana's pupils contracted sharply. It was a 9th-tier spirit's core forged from a 9th-tier dark 3-eyed Titan giant. She was certain this was the finest 9th-tier weapon in existence. No other 9th-tier blade could surpass it, only match it at best. The demonic core of a demigod realm super beast contained power that against beings below the saint realm was comparable to divine might. With this weapon, 3 mid-tier 6th-tier demons were trivial matter. If Alan employed the ceiling release technique, even mid-tier 7th-tier demons might not withstand it. At this realization, Diana immediately mounted the fallen white tiger and rushed to inspect the other 3 sides of the territory wall. Fuck, that's brutal. As soon as Alan gripped the black demon spear, his hand began to shake. Even the stray magical energy leaking from a 9th-tier demon core felt so surging that he could barely contain it. In the next instant the night dark wings flashed and Alan's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing above the demon tide 10 seconds later. He still couldn't fully control the black demon spear. He had to finish this quickly. The count is about to strike. Damn it, those are 6th-tier demons. Hurry up, load the 5th-tier demon cores into the mana cannons and aim everything at those 3 6-headed serpents. The Count has even slain 6th-tier undead bone dragons, what are a mere trio of 6-headed serpents to him? On the fortress wall cheers and exclamations of awe intermingled. Alan's figure was enveloped in a massive sphere of dark magical energy. They could no longer see him clearly, but the 3 enormous 6-headed serpents remained perfectly visible. 3 6th-tier demons appearing at once was hardly good news. Everything now depended on whether their Count could handle it. If he couldn't, they would fall back to concentrated cannon fire. The 3 mid-stage 6th-tier demons on the ground had also spotted Alan above them. They raised their heads in unison, opening their massive jaws toward him with black light flickering rapidly within. Hiss hiss hiss. Sacrificial lance. Alan floated face down in the air, gripping the black demon spear in one hand as he prepared to throw. Dark red fighting chi gathered at the spear's tip, condensing until it became a tiny point of light, and then Alan hurled the black demon spear straight downward with tremendous force. Rumble. The black demon spear pierced the ground in the blink of an eye, triggering a thunderous explosion. At the same time the surrounding ground collapsed inward, instantly hollowing out like the bottom of a bowl. Rings upon rings continued without stopping, as though the entire earth were being driven downward. Boom. When the crater's depth exceeded 100 meters and its diameter neared 10,000 meters, the earth finally ceased its subsidence. Then a terrifying surge of divine-level magical power erupted from the black demon spear, sweeping outward like a colossal wave until it engulfed the entire crater. Alvis! 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 Witnessing this scene, the soldiers on the northern fortress wall were utterly stunned. After a moment of frozen awe, they raised their weapons and cried out Alan's surname. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. They hadn't seen exactly what happened, only a black ray shooting from the dark mist in the sky, the ground collapsing, and finally darkness shrouding the earth. But they could be certain this was Alan's doing. By now no one in the territory was unaware that Alan possessed dark attributes, even his knight armor set was of the dark variety. Exhilarating. After executing a 6th-tier combat technique, Alan shouted with satisfaction. He had still underestimated the black demon spear. In truth, this 6th-tier technique wasn't even a complete combat skill. Because of the haste, he couldn't fully control the immense magical power within the 9th-tier demon core, so the attack's full potential wasn't realized. The first half drew on his own arcane fighting chi, while the second half relied solely on the 9th-tier core's stored energy. But this was enough. Was a child's thrown grenade any less of a grenade? Pull the pin and all are equal. Brothers, you chose the wrong direction. Alan descended into the crater, dug out the black demon spear embedded deep in the ground, quickly stored it in his system space, and massaged his numb-aching right hand. Although the surrounding magical energy had not yet dissipated, he was certain that everything within the range of that sacrificial lance had vanished the instant it was struck. It was a pity, he couldn't see a single demon core on the ground. Clearly they had all been detonated by the black demon spear. Alan estimated this single attack had eliminated at least 50,000 demons. The 3 6-headed serpents had brought many followers, a dense dark mass of roughly 100,000 or more. Now only those on the periphery remained alive. However, Alan had no intention of dealing with the remaining ones. His right arm was useless now, as if his nerves had been severed, and he didn't know how long it would take to recover. He shouldn't burden his body further. Open fire. Flying back to the fortress wall, Alan raised his left hand and swung it forcefully. Yes. A unified response echoed, followed by continuous cannon fire. Dozens of mana cannons fired in unison, bursting black blood flowers into the demon tide. Not bad. Seeing the soldiers' reaction, Alan nodded with satisfaction. This was true morale, backed by confidence, and he himself was that confidence. Old AI, you're too brutal. Once the soldiers began bombarding the demon tide, Alan's gaze fell upon his handiwork. A crater approximately 10,000 meters in diameter, this area must span tens of square kilometers, right? Water from the Clearwater River was already flowing into the crater and would likely form a small lake soon. Let's call this lake Alan Lake. Alan squinted slightly, lit a magic yuan cigarette, and completely indulged in his own greatness. After resting for about 10 minutes, the subsequent waves of the demon tide had diminished and their offensive weakened considerably. Diana also returned at this time. Diana hopped down from Little Gray's back, looking at Alan's still trembling right arm, and asked, "A 9th-tier weapon isn't easy to control, is it?" "Of course you saw that." Alan nodded with a bitter smile. His right arm wasn't injured, but he estimated it would take another 2 hours to recover. He had originally planned to visit the Soaline region, but now it would have to be postponed. You always manage to surprise people. I'm beginning to suspect you possess a god's inheritance. Diana removed the arm guard from Alan's right arm and gently massaged it for him. Though it wouldn't really help, she simply wanted to do it. Yes, the inheritance of Koyos, the god of darkness and intelligence. Alan joked with a feigned serious expression. Diana pinched Alan's right arm irritably. Stop talking nonsense. My grandfather passed away long ago while supporting the ancient heavenly pillar, and he left no inheritance in this world. What is the heavenly pillar? Alan's curiosity rose. Diana knew too many secrets, and he had recently become deeply interested in his own origins. Another name for the world tree. In the starry sky there are countless worlds. Every star you see is a world, but not every world harbors life. You may not understand this, but such is the reality. Every world has an invisible world tree. The world tree is the life of the world. Once the world tree falls, the world will be devoured by chaos. My grandmother, the previous goddess of the moon, suffered grievous injuries in a divine war and transformed into a giant moon. Perhaps because her wounds were too severe, the world tree was on the verge of falling even as it was born. My grandfather refused to let her perish, so he used his life force and divine power to prop up the world tree. In the end, they both passed away. Diana sighed and said, then noticing Alan's earnest contemplation, hastily added, my grandfather had only one wife, that was my grandmother. It's not complicated. Time soon reached noon. Alan's right arm, which had been numb and tingling, had fully recovered. After lunch Alan gave Diana an extension ring, then mounted the golden flame eagle and left the territory. As usual, off to the Solon region. Another day had passed, and more nobles in the Solon region should be unable to hold out by now. And the nobles who had survived this long were all formidable in both personal strength and territorial might, every one of them with an exceptionally deep purse. So today's harvest was bound to be even greater than yesterday's. That was exactly what happened, just as Alan had predicted. In a single afternoon he obtained wealth with a total value of nearly 20 million gold coins. As before, the gains were mainly equipment and magic cores, supplemented by metal gold coins with the extension ring as an unexpected bonus. At this rate, as long as I make 2 more trips, my Knight Order can be equipped with Tier 3 attribute sets on average, and the Commander, Deputy Commander and Knight Captains can even wear Tier 4. Also, for magic energy cannons I should be able to gather 300 of them today. Others only grow poorer from war, while I only grow richer. On the way back to the territory, Alan briefly tallied up the day's gains, a look of pleasant surprise crossing his face. It wasn't that he was greedy, rather these supplies were extremely important to the territory at its current stage, raising the odds of surviving the Abyss calamity. It was no exaggeration to say that the overall strength of Alvis County now exceeded even the Elf City by a considerable margin. Although the Elf City had 4 experts of the Corona realm, none of them had advanced far within that realm. Even the strongest, the Light Bishop, was only Tier 4. The mere 300 magic energy cannons were enough to erase that gap. Old Grand Duke Bilbo, at such an advanced age, having to fight battle after battle against both magical beasts and demons, why not head to the Netherworld early for some rest and give my regards to Queen Hecate of the Netherworld? And Raymond, don't disappoint me, just go and die. Alan looked south, then turned to look north, thinking to himself. Of those 2 Arthurs, if even one of them died, he would be able to secretly control the Shussi Duchy. If both died, then Shussi, no wait, then he would be able to openly found a kingdom of Alvis. The title, King of Alvis, sounded pretty good. King Alan also suited him well. The dreary, oppressive days passed one after another, and Alan welcomed his 21st birthday atop the territory wall. This birthday Alan spent alone. The demon tide was growing ever larger, with a seemingly endless supply of reinforcements, and no matter how many were slain, they never seemed to decrease, as if they intended to exhaust Alvis County in one crushing campaign. But the Alvis County of now was long since not the same Alvis County of a month ago. Over the course of that month, Alan became the treasure vault bandit, stripping the Ace Lear and Solon regions of their wealth almost completely. And all the wealth he plundered was used to strengthen Alvis County's defenses. Now, the heavy crossbows on the territory wall exceeded 5,000 ice towers over 3,000, and there were even 800 magic energy cannons, the most expensive and difficult to produce. What did that mean? Along the 417-kilometer territory wall there was an explosive crossbow or armor-piercing crossbow every 8 meters or so. Because these heavy crossbows were so large, the interval between adjacent ones was actually only 1 or 2 meters. This meant that the entire top of the territory wall was lined with heavy crossbows capable of killing Tier 3 demons, leaving no blind spots on the frontal line. The firepower had reached full spectrum coverage. Ice towers and magic energy cannons were much the same, though fewer in number they had far greater attack range. With those three behemoths working in concert, Alvis County had become a super defensive fortress. And one with unlimited firepower at that. The ice towers and magic energy cannons were powered by magic cores, and the battlefield had no shortage of magic cores. The rate at which they were consumed was even slower than the rate at which they were recovered. Furthermore, the enhancement of personnel was no less impressive than the territory wall. Alan's Knight Order, nearly 3,000 men, were all equipped with attribute armor sets. Knights and 10-man squad leaders all wore Tier 3 sets, 100-man knight captains all wore Tier 4 sets, and the commander and deputy commander even wore Tier 5. Needless to say, his wives each had a full Tier 5 set. Alan would never have dared dream of such a loadout before, and no amount of money could have assembled it. Most of the credit belonged to the Solon region, the largest weapon manufacturing area in the Shussi Duchy. By concentrating every resource that could be found there, Alan was able to forge such a mighty fortress. However, on his 21st birthday, the Treasure Vault Bandit decided to retire from the trade. The regions surrounding the territory were the Lear region, the Solon region, the Tark Wasteland, and the Forest of 100 Valleys. Of these four regions, only the first two were worth visiting. Even the last two combined might not yield supplies worth 1,000,000 gold coins. He couldn't go to more distant regions. The current Demon Tide offensive didn't allow him much time away. When will this ever end? Alan sat on the edge of the territory wall, listening to the unceasing roar of cannon fire, gazing at the land covered with demons, his expression somewhat numb. He truly missed the days of peace. Detected, the family territory's strength has increased. Rating Platinum. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 100-year Battle Chi Cultivation Card, 1 100-year Magic Cultivation Card, 1 Tier 6 Attribute Equipment Set Exchange Card, the Seed of Undeath and the Book of the Dead. Suddenly the system notification sound rang out. Alan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. It made sense. Alvis County's strength had risen unprecedentedly through this calamity. It would be strange if there were no system reward. It was just that the population was only temporary, they hadn't even been registered, or else he would have earned another platinum-rated population boost reward. A bit stingy, they didn't even give me battle techniques or spells. Alan snapped his fingers, wrapping himself in dark battle chi so the soldiers couldn't see him, then began to sort through the rewards. With those 2 cultivation cards and the stock in his system space, his battle chi cultivation reached 180 years and his magic cultivation reached 130 years. Not quite enough, better save them for now. Advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4 of the Moon Radiance realm required far more than 200 years of cultivation. Even though he had trained diligently over the past month and managed to nudge the progress bar upward through sheer effort, breaking through would still require roughly another month of accumulation, even with those cultivation cards factored in. For the Tier 6 attribute equipment set, Alan planned to exchange it for a light set for Diana. It wasn't right that she always had to borrow the set he was wearing. One set truly wasn't enough. This Tier 6 attribute equipment set was absolutely powerful support. Forget the equipment, a Tier 6 early stage mount was extremely important. Such strength ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3 of the Corona realm greatly raised both the lower and upper limits of the territory wall's defense. If another dragon-class super magical beast could be gained, then when joining forces with the fallen White Tiger they could even hold back a peak Tier 6 demon. As for the Seed of Undeath and the Book of the Dead, could they be the inheritance of a necromancer? You'd better be a necromancer's inheritance. Alan took the necromantic seed and the Book of the Dead out of the system space, a walnut-sized bead and an ancient tome 5 centimeters thick. Both items glowed with a gray light, exuding a dense aura of necromantic power. If Alan had not already wrapped himself in battle aura, it might have drawn the attention of tens of thousands of people. Awesome. Alan rolled the necromantic seed in his hand, opened the Book of the Dead and took a glance. Just as he thought. This was a necromancy grimoire and everything recorded in it was necromantic magic, even an absolute forbidden art like sacrificial summoning. The necromantic seed was a seed capable of awakening necromantic power in a person, essentially a magic seed of the necromantic attribute. Bang! The next moment Alan crushed the necromantic seed directly. The shattered seed transformed into gray liquid. In the instant it burst apart, it returned to Alan's hand, then slowly seeped into his skin. It was true that necromancers were hated by everyone, but if a real chance to become one appeared, probably few would refuse. Power lay in one's own hands. Whether to use it or not was entirely one's own decision, wasn't it? For Alan, this was a perfect opportunity to increase his strength. Whether now or in the future, it could prove extremely useful. Back when that group of necromancers attacked Hog Town, none of them had even reached the Moonflare realm. Using only small fry underlings with an average cultivation below Archmage, they had still managed to summon an early tier 6 sub-dragon Bone Dragon. And with a magical cultivation base as high as a tier 3 Moonflare Mage, what if he used over 10,000, or even tens of thousands, of Hydras as sacrifices? There was a good chance he could summon a tier 7 undead. If he pushed himself to the limit, even a tier 8 undead wasn't impossible. An absolute and immediate combat force. And later, with the system's help, he might become a walking undead calamity, an army of one possessed of world-destroying power. Holy crap! Alan shuddered. It didn't hurt at all, it was simply too cold, chilled to the bone, so cold that his whole body felt uneasy. After necromantic power circulated through his body, once it finally drilled into his mana aperture, condensed into a tiny gray bead and took root there. That's simple. Alan was a little surprised and gently spread open his palm. With only a slight exertion, a wisp of gray magic rose from his hand, giving off a dense aura of death and foreboding. Tisk tisk tisk. Alan excitedly toyed with the necromantic magic for a while. Though its power was mediocre, far inferior to the magic of other attributes and hard countered by the light attribute, it was still the key to opening the necromantic plane. What he had to do next was simple: familiarize himself with the Book of the Dead as soon as possible and master all the necromantic spells recorded in it. Diana. After withdrawing his dark battle aura, Alan saw Diana standing nearby, looking at him with a serious expression. When did you get back? Diana didn't answer. Instead, she hugged Alan directly, nuzzled her head against his shoulder and whispered, "In my eyes, a necromancer is just a mage who uses necromantic power. But others don't see it that way. I don't know how you did it, but I hope you won't use this power carelessly. At least don't let outsiders see it. Don't worry." Alan wrapped his arm around Diana's waist and patted it gently. In truth, he also regarded necromancers as just a mage profession. But necromancers had a really bad reputation. If he were exposed, several major churches might come looking for trouble. Of course, he wouldn't use necromantic power lightly. He would simply treat it as a trump card. And when the time came to play that trump card, who would care about those damn churches? Because if he didn't use it, he would die. He sat down on the ground, pulled Diana onto his lap, gave her a kiss and asked, "How's the situation?" Diana gently shook her head. "Still the same as before. The leaders are all tier 5 demons. I haven't seen a tier 6 one for days." Hearing this, Alan looked to the north. Within the Duchy of Shussi, apart from his Alvis County, only the territories of the Duke and the Marquis could hold their ground against the demon tide. The demon tide had already lasted 40 days. Of the territories that could still hold on, only Elven City and Alvis County were probably left. Alvis County had not drawn the attention of powerful demons. This meant Elven City was still holding out, attracting more and stronger demons. Or perhaps Elven City simply hadn't encountered a troublesome demon tide. After all, to the north lay the kingdom of Fagan, which possessed multiple vassal duchies that served as a shield for the Duchy of Shussi. As for the kingdom of Pompeii, it was hard to guess, it was too far away. Even if the demon tide destroyed Pompeii City, the Duchy of Neva and the Tak wasteland lay between it and the Ace region, so the odds of it making its way over were low. After holding Diana and chatting for a while, Alan remembered the tier 6 armor set selection card and asked, "Darling, if you had to choose a tier 6 knight armor set right now, what attribute would you pick?" "The light attribute. Although this body of mine has the fire attribute, our current enemies are demons. Only light is the bane of demons." Diana answered without hesitation. Hearing that, Alan kissed her on the cheek and said with a smile, "Then you're in luck. I happen to have a tier 6 light knight armor set on hand. I'll go retrieve it in a bit." "Not in the territory. Which noble family's treasure trove have you set your sights on now?" Hearing the words, "go retrieve it in a bit," Diana immediately understood. She reached out with both hands and tugged at Alan's cheeks. "You overestimate the nobles of the Duchy of Shussi. Which noble could use a tier 6 attribute armor set? It's an ancient ruin. I got many treasures inside, including a tier 9 black demon spear. You must keep this a secret." Alan hugged Diana tightly and whispered in her ear, "Is it very dangerous? Do you want me to go with you?" Diana's expression immediately turned serious. She was fairly knowledgeable about ancient ruins. Divine ruins were rare, generally left behind by powerhouses whose lifespans were nearly exhausted, either as tombs or inheritances. But without exception both kinds of ancient ruins were very dangerous. Either they had too many anti-theft measures or their trials were too difficult. Knowing Alan as she did, the ruin he had found should be an inheritance ruin. Once one passed the trial, one could receive part of the inheritance. That made perfect sense. It was because of the inheritance ruin that Alan was able to bring out a batch of rare treasures from time to time. No need. I'm confident. The demon tide is so massive that the two of us can't leave the territory at the same time. Alan refused immediately. His ancient ruin could not be allowed to be seen by a second person, not even his wife. All right. Although Diana was a bit worried about Alan, she thought it over and nodded. That was true, and an inheritance of that kind could only be touched by the person it was meant for. Even if she went, it would be difficult for her to help Alan. In the afternoon, Alan rode the Golden Flame Eagle out of his territory to clear dimensional rifts in the surrounding areas. Of course, what he told Diana was that he was going to claim the 6th rank Light Knight set. After spending the entire afternoon searching, Alan had not found a single dimensional rift. This was good news, for it meant that the demonic tide his territory would face in the coming period would be significantly smaller than expected. If he thought deeper, even the Hydra Abyss might be unable to sustain itself. After all, it was an abyss with relatively weak overall strength, and its demonic population might not be as numerous as presumed. It had been exactly 40 days since the abyssal calamity officially began. Throughout these 40 days, Alvarez County alone had slain 7-figure demons daily, not to mention that across the continent there stood 1 empire, 4 kingdoms, and over a dozen duchies. Considering all these factions combined, the demonic losses could easily reach hundreds of billions. If they had suffered such devastating casualties and still couldn't vanquish the threat, the Hydra might already be preparing to abandon its campaign. A deity who had lived for countless ages would be supremely rational. Unless compelled by necessity, such a being would never waste effort on futile endeavors. As afternoon approached, Alan activated his 6th rank attribute set exchange card, preparing to return home. When he selected the light set and beheld the mount accompanying it, his eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world? A light dragon. Alan rubbed his eyes, certain the vision before him was real. The set he had chosen this time came equipped with a light dragon as its mount. The system was becoming increasingly generous. Although the fallen white tiger ranked alongside dragons as a super magical beast, its smaller stature lacked the dragon's intimidating presence. Behold this magnificent creature. Its scales gleamed with white and gold, and when its dragon wings unfurled they spanned over 500 meters. It radiated an aura of holy light. Now that was a true mount. Mauchio Heidi Huichio Zio Wihui. Let's call you Dezhuang. Dezhuang, let's move. Alan stowed the 6th rank armor in his system space, summoned his Dark Knight wings, and soared onto the light dragon's back, gesturing forward as he issued his command. With a thunderous roar, Dezhuang shot northward like a beam of white light. At the northern fortress wall of Alvarez County, Bishop Bess watched the encroaching demonic horde with grave expression. Moments earlier, Bishop Zoran of the Holy Light Church in Elf City, renowned as the supreme cultivator of the Duchy of Sisu, having reached the 4th rank solar mage stage, had sent a disciple riding a flying magical beast to deliver urgent news to him. Elf City cannot hold. A 7-headed serpent of mid-7th rank power led a demonic horde numbering in the tens of millions, launching a ferocious assault upon Elf City. This cultivation level equated to a 4th to 6th rank battle king among human cultivators. Despite Elf City boasting 4 solar realm practitioners, the gap of an entire major breakthrough was insurmountable by mere numbers. Within minutes of engagement, the territory walls of Elf City were breached. The regional heads of the major churches and the mercenary guild resolved to abandon Elf City and retreat to the kingdom of Pompeii. Now these people had gathered every able soul and were fleeing southward on flying mounts. And next, that wave of demons that had overwhelmed Elf City would either march north against the kingdom of Fangong or turn south toward Alvarez County. The situation was dire. He planned to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Alan. They had exhausted every option available and there was nothing more they could do. Perhaps it was time to consider their own survival. It was better than being annihilated entirely, wasn't it? Roar! Suddenly a deafening dragon's cry echoed through the sky. The sound reverberated across the heavens like thunder, splitting the horizon, shaking the entire earth. Its shockwaves spread outward like ripples, stirring an invisible tempest that swept away all darkness and gloom, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the land. A demon dragon. No, the aura of light. Bishop Bess tensed as though facing a mortal threat, clutching his fifth-rank staff tightly. But soon his tension eased and he fixed his gaze upon the sky. Roar! Another dragon's cry resounded as a colossal golden silhouette descended from the heavens. Its maw blazed with white-gold luminous mana, which it then unleashed with devastating force upon the earth beyond the territory walls. Light breath. A sixth-rank light dragon. Bishop Bess was overjoyed. Regardless of how this dragon had arrived, its selective targeting of demons made it clear, it was an ally, not an enemy. Alvarez. In the next instant Bishop Bess's pupils contracted. Upon the dragon's head stood a figure. Upon closer inspection it was none other than Alan. Bishop Bess was overwhelmed with emotion. Having lived nearly a century, he had encountered only one person like Alan, someone who consistently brought surprises. That person was Alan Alvarez. At that moment only one thought occupied his mind. Alan Alvarez, this young man might become the strongest figure of a new era. Thrilling. Dezhuang crushed them all. Alan of course had no idea how highly he was regarded in Bishop Bess's eyes. He had already grown utterly enamored with the sensation of being a dragon knight. It was too magnificent. A dragon's breath weapon was its signature devastation to begin with, and this was the light breath, the very attribute most devastating to demons. Dezhuang's light breath was like an annihilation cannon. Every demon it grazed vanished in an instant. Roar! Dezhuang fought with equal fervor. Having just bonded with Alan, it wished to demonstrate its strength. Moreover, it harbored a deep aversion toward those demons reeking of foul energy. Beam after beam of light breath erupted from its maw. In barely less than a minute, all the demons beyond the territory walls had been annihilated. The earth lay bare and pockmarked with few demonic cores remaining intact, most had been obliterated. Dezhuang, excellent work. Alan crouched and patted Dezhuang's head, utterly satisfied. This single assault had eliminated at least 50,000 demons. Only a dragon could deliver such devastation, far surpassing the fallen white tiger's capabilities. Alvarez, urgent news. Bishop Bess waved at Alan, who immediately leaped onto the territory wall upon hearing the call. Bishop Bess glanced around, ensuring no one from outside the church was nearby, then spoke in a low voice, Alvarez, Elf City has been abandoned. An opponent, a mid-7th rank seven-headed serpent, has overwhelmed Bishop Zoran and his forces. They are now en route to the city of Pompeii. We may be their next target. What is your opinion? Elf City had fallen. Alan raised an eyebrow and asked, how about Duke Raymond? Alas. Bishop Bess shook his head helplessly, the Duke has been in hiding for a month. No one can locate him, so wish him luck then. Alan understood. That was precisely Raymond's style. However, Raymond's tactic was indeed effective. If one hid underground, demons would indeed find it exceedingly difficult to locate them. His chances of survival would be exceedingly high. But this would not do. Perhaps he should find time to visit Elf City and claim both Raymond's life and his wealth. Bishop Bay C, are you certain there is only one seven-headed serpent? A.I. Lewin asked after a moment of thought. The intelligence is precise. If there were two seven-headed serpents, they would have had no chance to evacuate. Bay C's expression was extremely grim. He had originally believed that Erwizi County with its ever-growing strength could smoothly survive this calamity, yet it still fell short in high-tier combat power. Mid-7th tier. A.I. Lewin fell into deep thought. A mid-7th tier demon was at least equivalent to a 4th tier war king and at most equivalent to a 6th tier war king. A gap of 2 major realms. With the Heart of Ares plus seal release, it was enough for him to fight across one major realm. If he added the Black Demon Spear, even crossing 2 major realms was not impossible to contend with. Moreover, he had the combat support of Diana, Xiaohuihui and Dezhuang. It was worth fighting. At least he had to try. If they couldn't win, there was still time to flee. He was confident in ensuring the safety of himself and his family. The role of the more than 1 million people in the territory was not merely manpower. Although saying so seemed cold-blooded, this was reality. After a moment of silence, A.I. Lewin said seriously, if it's only mid-7th tier, I can handle it. What? Bay C was startled by A.I. Lewin's words and said anxiously, Erwizi, a 7th tier demon beast, is not something a Moon Gleam realm human can deal with. Trust me. I once received guidance from the Archbishop. When facing the Archbishop, I was as powerless as an infant. Just withstanding the Archbishop's aura made me feel like I was suffocating. Hearing this, Ai Luan wrapped himself in Bishop Bei Si in battle aura and whispered, "What if I have an offensive oracle scroll?" The moment Ai Luan's words fell, Bei Si's expression instantly froze. An offensive oracle scroll. He had indeed heard of such scrolls. Only supreme powerhouses above the War King realm could create scrolls imbued with such power. "Bishop Bei Si, trust me." Ai Luan gave Bei Si a reassuring look and patted his arm. "All right." Bei Si snapped back to his senses and said firmly, "As long as no 7th-tier demon appears, the area under my responsibility will never have problems. I also have some trump cards I haven't used yet." After saying this, Bei Si hesitated, a look of guilt appearing on his face. "Erwizi, if you fail I may have to leave." "That is an order from Bishop Swalon." "I understand." Ai Luan gave AC a hug to show understanding. This could be understood as the seed plan or a strategic plan, concentrating strength and leaving an escape route so that the legacy would not be severed. Bei Si gave Ai Luan a firm hug. As they were about to part, he whispered in Ai Luan's ear, "Our Pope of Light already possessed 10th-tier demigod cultivation 200 years ago. Now he may have become a quasi-god. The popes of the other churches, though not as powerful as the Pope of Light, are certainly not far behind. With something as major as the abyssal cataclysm, the popes will not simply stand by. As long as the popes act, this disaster will soon come to an end. It's even possible that some popes have already acted, but because the distance is too great we don't know yet. After all, the Sumer continent alone is over 500 million square kilometers in area, and the abyssal cataclysm threatens more than one continent. So be a bit selfish and make sure you survive. Sometimes lowering your standards does not mean evil. After all, you have done everything you could and you owe no one anything." After speaking, Bei Si released Ai Luan and joked, "Keep these words confidential. I certainly don't want to face the judgment of Holy Light. By the way, there is also good news. The current king of the Fagong kingdom is a powerful and wise ruler. He has already allied with the Dwarf kingdom and the Elven forest, so the demon tide further north cannot come through. As long as we survive this demon tide, you should be able to go home and play in the mud with your kids." "Why do you say, survive? The 7-headed serpent may not necessarily target us. I want to go home now and play in the mud with my kids." Ai Luan shrugged, then left the northern territory wall. He still had to tell this news to Jiali and Shandi in the west, as well as to Jia Ku and Pu Weisi in the east. After making trips to both the west and east, Ai Luan returned to the northern territory wall. Just like the other 3 territory walls, the appearance of the luminous dragon once again caused a stir. But by now Ai Luan had no time to enjoy the cheers. As soon as he arrived at the wall, he told Diana about the mid-7th tier demon. "Mid-7th tier, we should be able to handle it. But that requires using seal release. We must adapt to the situation and not unleash our full power together as soon as the battle begins." Diana thought for a moment and voiced her thoughts. That's what I think too," Ai Luan said, deeply agreeing with Diana's tactics. No one knew whether more 7th-tier demons would appear later. If the battle situation allowed, he and Diana had to reserve a portion of their combat power. 2 people, 2 chances to erupt, taking turns using the black demon spear. The next morning a powerful surge of magical energy came from the north. Damn it! Why not go to the vast Fagong kingdom instead of coming to a godforsaken border like the AC region? You cowardly thing that bullies the weak. Today your grandpa will teach you a lesson. Watching the northern horizon darken, Ai Luan sighed and cursed inwardly. Ai Luan, it's coming. The earth has told me everything. It is indeed mid-7th tier along with several 6th tier and over 100 5th tier demons. The number of lesser demons is in the tens of millions. Diana immediately informed Ai Luan. Several 6th tier ones. Ai Luan frowned and said, "You take Xiao Huihui and De Zhuang to deal with those 6th tier ones. Leave the 7th tier one to me." "Alright, we'll take care of them as soon as possible." Diana nodded, looking north with murderous intent in her eyes. She was very satisfied with her current life and absolutely would not allow lowly demons to disturb it. Time passed drop by drop. Half an hour later the battle preparations on the territory wall were complete and the demon tide that had conquered the Elven city appeared on the horizon. 1 mid-7th tier, 1 late 6th tier, 2 mid-6th tier, and 2 early 6th tier. These 6 leading giant serpents flew in the sky while on the ground a demon tide of endless scales surged forward covering the earth in a dark mass. Prepare for battle. Ai Luan shouted coldly riding Xiao Huihui into the air. Diana followed closely behind on Dezhuang. The moment he rose into the air, Ai Luan erupted with battle aura, fixing his gaze on the strongest 7-headed serpent to draw its attention. More souls. All 7 heads of the 7-headed serpent glanced at Ai Luan, then its gaze passed over him and landed on Erwizi County. It had come to the right place. It had indeed been right not to go north. It had heard that many 7th-tier clansmen had died there, even those stronger than it had perished. It had no desire to court death. You wretched vermin, you have chosen the wrong prey. If you value your existence and wish to remain intact for the dogs, I suggest you flee at once. Alan spread his night shadow wings and soared beyond the territory's defenses, halting a kilometer from the Hydra before unleashing a torrent of flame. Merely a lowly 5th-stage early cultivator. The 7-headed serpent cast a disdainful glance at Alan and spoke with cold eloquence. Mortal, the noble lineage of Hydra does not falter before such base taunts. I cannot fathom the source of your audacity, yet one truth stands firm: you stand no chance against me even should I surrender to madness. Any true master of humanity would instantly grasp the chasm between our power upon laying eyes on me. Yet you lack even that clarity, you insufferable fool. Ha ha ha. Alan doubled over with laughter, his hand pressed to his abdomen. Pointing at the 7-headed serpent, he called to Diana, Diana, did you catch that? It's merely a wretched creature destined to stagnate below the 10th stage regardless of its cultivation, yet it spouts the arrogance of ancient dragons themselves. Ha ha ha. Truly predictable. I've heard these multi-headed beasts share that same affliction, creatures so base they fall below ordinary demonic beasts, yet each convinced of its own magnificence. Don't you agree? Diana tossed the comment to Dezhuang, giving its head an affectionate pat. Grr. The beast offered no verbal reply, only a low rumble deeming the serpent beneath his attention. Though it understood nothing of its master's strategy, loyalty as their steed required unwavering support. Crash. The serpent's form blazed with corrupted darkness, its 7 pairs of eyes contracting into predatory slits as it lunged at Alan in sudden silent fury. Clearly the creature that claimed indifference had been goaded into rage. The inability to ascend to the 10th stage was the one agony every multi-headed serpent carried, a bitter truth, for only a handful among them possessed the capacity to ever hope for such transcendence. A master never strikes at the bruise, a warrior never exploits another's shame. Come then. Alan gripped his Saint Origin spear and charged forward, meeting the serpent's onslaught headfirst. He hadn't goaded the serpent into a rage seeking exploitable openings. At 2 full realms below, any weakness the 7-headed serpent displayed would merely be another snare crafted for his destruction. His aim was singular force and immediate confrontation. He needed to lure the battle beyond the territory's defenses and into the air, keeping his stronghold untouched. Engage. As Alan struck, crimson sigils erupted across Diana's face. Guiding Little Grey and Dezhuang, she hunted down the 5 6-headed serpents. The 5 6-headed serpents had no desire to engage so hastily, they meant to wait and observe. But Diana offered them neither the opportunity nor the luxury of observation. She intended to end this swiftly, dispatching these 6-headed serpents in the shortest time possible. Armed with her 6th-order radiant set and bolstered by 2 early-stage 6th-order super-magical beasts, she was certain she could prevail without resorting to seal release. Meanwhile, Alan's spear collided with the 7-headed serpent. Without even channeling magic, the serpent's brute force shattered the weapon and all 7 heads opened their maws in unison, blasting magical energy toward Alan. 7th stage. Truly formidable. Alan evaded, using his night shadow wings, slowly drawing the serpent northward. His previous attack had employed his full strength. Even the triple power of the Ares Heart's transformed battle chi failed to leave a mark on the 7-headed serpent. The chasm of 2 major realms proved even greater than expected. Without revealing his trump card, he possessed no standing to challenge the 7-headed serpent. Far enough. Once sufficiently distant from the territory walls, Alan ceased his retreat and turned to face the 7-headed serpent head-on. The serpent flicked its forked tongue, eyes glinting with cold malice. Foolish mortal, did you truly believe only you sought this battlefield? To dare stand before me you must hold some advantage. While negligible to me, it might still wound my kin. Now my people may strike without fear. Are you pleased? Indeed satisfied? Alan nodded gravely, then chuckled. My wife is remarkably considerate, she always preserves my dignity, nurturing within me the conviction of invincibility. But I am well aware, under normal conditions I cannot overcome her. Even fighting with everything I have without regard for cost, she would surely find a way to exact an equal toll. Yet I am deeply curious, how long can your kind endure? Feeble and conceited. The seven-headed serpent paid Alan's words no mind. Its tail lashed out with crushing force, carrying terrifying momentum meant to obliterate Alan in a single blow. Among those accompanying it were 5 more sixth-stage serpents, 1 at the late stage, 2 at the middle stage and 2 at the early stage. It acknowledged that the fallen white tiger and the radiant dragon were extraordinarily formidable, strong enough to withstand all 5 of its kin simultaneously despite being only at the early 6th stage. Yet mere defense offered no opening for counterattack. Surrounded, any error would spell defeat, and ultimately death. As for the human's mate, mere ants, their cultivation nowhere near the 5th stage's midpoint. All their boasts amounted to nothing. Release. As the serpent's tail lashed toward him, Alan remained unmoved, no evasion, no hesitation. He met the strike head-on. What? Suddenly the serpent sensed 2 overwhelming presences erupt, one an unfathomable magical aura, the other a torrent of battle chi. The following instant, searing pain erupted from its tail, then numbness as if the limb no longer existed. The serpent desperately unleashed magic to shield itself. Mortal! You've awakened my wrath. Retreating sharply, the serpent discovered its tail tip completely severed. 14 serpentine eyes fixed on Alan, each filled with venomous hatred. Yet despite its fury it made no move to strike. Something was amiss, deeply wrong. The human's condition was utterly bizarre. His battle chi, though only at the early 5th stage, matched the strength of early 6th stage, and it surged endlessly, pouring outward as if it would never cease. And that weapon in his grip, embedded within it, was a magic core. The core of a 9th stage dark three-eyed titan. This was disastrous. Incredible power. Channeling arcane energy, Alan gripped the black magic spear in one hand and sensed the strength coursing through him. He felt truly invincible. Beyond the numbness in his right arm and the swelling in his acupoints, everything felt more magnificent than ever before. Most crucially, the black magic spear responded to his will. The combination of Ares' heart and seal release allowed him to control both the weapon and the vast magical power contained within the 9th stage core. With this power, could he now unleash the dark roar? Human, your conviction has earned my respect. Perhaps we can talk properly. I am merely passing through with my kin, not intending to attack your territory. The seven-headed serpent spoke to Alan while slowly retreating. Fine, let's talk. Alan nodded and flew slowly toward the serpent, sneering coldly in his heart. Had such words come from a magical beast he might have believed them, for most magical beasts were steadfast in their promises, each word as solid as a nail driven into wood. But a demon. If demons kept their word, they wouldn't be demons at all. Die. As Alan drew near, crimson light flashed in the seven-headed serpent's eyes and all 7 heads sprayed out a cloud of red mist. You are too weak. With a casual wave of his hand, Alan unleashed a torrent of battle chi that effortlessly blocked the red mist spewed by the serpent. Damn it! Seeing how easily Alan had deflected his attack, shock and disbelief flickered in the serpent's eyes. How could this human command such seemingly inexhaustible battle chi? Realizing that this problem was growing increasingly troublesome, the serpent steeled its heart and charged straight at Alan. What did it matter if he had abundant battle chi? His body was still only at the early 5th rank. If it landed 1 or 2 solid hits, the battle would be over. You never learn. Alan brandished the black demon spear, spinning it twice in a flourish, then thrust it forward with tremendous force. Shura spear. Torrents of dark magic surged from Alan's body, condensing into a towering shadow giant before him, which drove an enormous sky-piercing spear toward the seven-headed serpent. Hiss. Seeing this, the seven-headed serpent had no intention of enduring the blow head-on. All 7 heads simultaneously unleashed magical power, colliding with the Shura spear. The 2 forces clashed and intertwined, then exploded in unison. Alan nodded quietly at the sight. With Ares' heart, the released seal, and the black demon spear, the power of his battle arts was even greater than he had initially anticipated. If he could land a strike on the seven-headed serpent, he could wound it, or even kill it. If I want to kill it, I can't afford to drag this out. As a mid-7th rank demon, its vitality and regenerative ability are surely extraordinary. While my battle chi and magic are still full, I must hit it with something massive. Since I can use a 9th rank weapon, a 9th rank battle art should work too. Alan gripped the black demon spear tightly, and soon a plan took shape in his mind. If the 7-headed serpent did not die, then he would. There was nothing to hesitate about, he had to fight with everything he had. Soon Alan and the 7-headed serpent were locked in battle. Every move Alan made was a 5th rank battle art, but he gradually reduced the output of battle chi, making the power of each technique weaker and weaker. Foolish human. Your tricks are decent, but merely decent. The 7-headed serpent went from being suppressed to matching Alan evenly to suppressing Alan in turn, and the murderous light in its eyes grew ever more intense. It had truly been confused earlier. No matter how one looked at it, this human was only at the early 5th rank. How could he possibly have the strength to contend with it? And sure enough, before long he was already failing. As for itself, it could keep fighting like this for an entire day. Boom. After another collision, the 7-headed serpent shattered Alan's great meteor jade spear, and the fierce aftershock of the explosion sent Alan stumbling backward. Lowly reptile, now it's my turn. Alan let out a cold shout. His previously sluggish state recovered somewhat in that instant. Surging battle chi burst forth, and the black demon spear pointed straight at the 7-headed serpent. Seeing this, the 7-headed serpent tensed and hastily halted its pursuit. The next moment the wings of night behind Alan flapped violently, and he transformed into a streak of black light hurtling toward the north. The sight left the 7-headed serpent frozen for a moment, but it quickly snapped back to its senses and gave chase at full speed, all 7 heads bearing their venomous fangs in excitement. This battle would soon be over. Sensing the 7-headed serpent closing in behind him, Alan curved the corners of his mouth slightly, focused his mind to circulate battle chi, and channeled the 9th rank magic core embedded in the black demon spear. Power of darkness, gather unto me. Eye of the dark night, heed my will. Sky-rending power, light of annihilation. Alan chanted silently within his heart, holding the black demon spear upright before him like a night statue, his flight speed gradually slowing. You're finished. The 7-headed serpent rejoiced, rearing all 7 heads high in a lunging posture. But just as it closed to within 1,000 meters, Alan whirled around abruptly. His eyes had become like black holes that devoured everything. His entire body was pitch black, and dark battle chi poured forth from his eye sockets, shrouding him in fathomless darkness. As the dark battle chi condensed, a colossal sphere of dark battle chi swiftly took shape before Alan. This was no ordinary dark battle chi sphere. It was an orb of energy condensed from all of Alan's battle chi and the magic power of the black demon spear. Its diameter rapidly expanded to 1,000 meters, radiating a suffocating, dread-inspiring aura. The 7-headed serpent turned around without a moment's hesitation, knowing it had been tricked. This attack, it could not withstand it. The magic power of a 9th rank dark 3-eyed titan's core, combined with that human's seemingly inexhaustible strange battle chi released through some unknown trump card, if struck by it, death was all but certain. Yet before this colossal dark eye, the serpent's desperate flight seemed futile. As the dark eye shifted slightly and its pupil locked onto the 7-headed serpent, a violent aura of destruction erupted instantly. Then a dark ray shot forth from the pupil like lightning, rending the night sky, splitting the stillness of space itself. The ray carried a suffocating dread pressure, as though it could shatter every obstacle in its path. Facing this attack, thick with ominous aura, panic flooded the 7-headed serpent's heart. All it could do was gather its magic power and release it behind itself, hoping to blunt the strike somewhat. Unfortunately, it was utterly useless. The dark ray flashed like starlight and pierced through the serpent's defenses in an instant without making a single sound. In that split second, the immense energy like a divine artifact tore straight through the serpent's hardened scales. The serpent's body at its vital spot, along with the necks of all 7 heads, was utterly erased by that horrifying strike. The 7-headed serpent, which had once been nearly 1,000 meters in length, now seemed stripped of every shred of vitality. Only its 7 heads and its tail crashed to the ground motionless, their former vigor completely gone. Each of the 7 heads had eyes wide open, filled with overwhelming astonishment, as if questioning the sudden shifting of the situation. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! Alan exclaimed, inwardly marveling at the fearsome power of the roar of the dark eye. Of course, most of the credit for successfully unleashing this 9th rank battle art went to the black demon spear, followed by Ares' heart and the release of the seal. Now it was time to finish things up. Alan looked at the 7 heads of the serpent, chuckling inwardly. Old chap, are you kidding me? A 2-headed serpent's heads can keep thrashing about for quite a while after being separated from its body, yet you, a 7-headed serpent, are this feeble. Claw spear. Alan hovered above the 7-headed serpent's mangled remains. Without landing he slammed a tier 5 battle skill straight down. Hiss. At the same instant all 7 heads shot skyward, opening their bloody maws as they lunged at Alan. Fool, I was already ready for you. Alan flapped his wings of night and rapidly gained altitude. Stabbing out again and again with the black demon spear, he rained down one tier 5 battle skill after another. Although they were only tier 5 battle skills, the sealed release had not yet ended and he was still using the black demon spear, so they still inflicted damage on the 7-headed serpent. After 7 tier 5 strikes, each snake head took a hit and without surprise was ground into pulp. Inside the largest head the magic core was exposed, shimmering with a faint gray-black glow. Seeing the magic core, Alan felt relieved. Only now did he feel like someone with a real cheat. If he were just getting beaten every day, what kind of cheat would that be? He landed, collected the tier 7 magic core and immediately flew toward Alvis County. The side effects of the sealed release were already beginning to surface, making his body ache and swell unbearably. He had to return to a safe place before the backlash completely descended. His right arm, which had been gripping the black demon spear all along, was in even worse shape. It was already showing signs of losing sensation. Meanwhile the battle beyond the territory wall was nearing its end. Amid the enormous demon tide a blank zone appeared. No demon dared approach it and no attack came down from the territory wall. There had been 5 6-headed serpents. Now only one remained, the strongest at late tier 6. Diana, Little Grey and Dezhuang joined forces surrounding the last 6-headed serpent and striking it relentlessly. Under the 3-way siege the 6-headed serpent retreated step by step. But its condition was far better than that of its 3 assailants. A huge chunk of flesh had been torn from Little Grey's belly. Through the radiant magic he used for defense his organs were almost directly visible. A large patch of dragon scales had fallen from Dezhuang's chest and several gaping wounds on his left wing poured blood without stop. Diana's left arm had been badly injured, twisted into a bizarre angle. A late tier 6 is still too much. Diana's face was covered in red markings, giving her exquisitely delicate features a hint of wicked charm. To defeat those 5 6-headed serpents as quickly as possible and go support Alan, she used an arcane art, the Mother Goddess's Embrace. The earth supplied her with an endless stream of battle chi, letting her kill an early tier 6 6-headed serpent in an extremely short time. Afterward, coordinating with Little Grey and Dezhuang, she slew another early tier 6 6-headed serpent and 2 mid-tier 6 6-headed serpents. But the Mother Goddess's Embrace lasted too short a time. Before they could kill the last 6-headed serpent, the side effects arrived and threw her into exhaustion. Now she could only assist from the side. But relying only on the wounded Little Grey and Dezhuang, there was simply no way to kill the strongest 6-headed serpent. Should I use sealed release? No. If I use it now and that tier 7-1 is still alive, Alvis County is finished. Diana was caught in a dilemma. If she used sealed release, she was confident she could easily kill this 6-headed serpent, but afterward she would be unable to fight for half a month. If she didn't use sealed release, her condition and that of Little Grey and Dezhuang would only worsen until they had no hope of victory. After hesitating for a moment, Diana made her decision. The present is always more important than the future, isn't it? Bang! Just as Diana was about to use sealed release, a streak of black light shot over from the distant horizon. The black streak was so fast that before she could even register it, it had already struck the late tier 6 6-headed serpent in the encirclement and blasted it into pieces. The ground caved in abruptly at that moment as if crushed by the black streak. That's his spear. Diana's beautiful eyes flashed and she looked north in surprise and joy. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds Alan's figure appeared in her sight. Wrath of the Dawn transformation. Alan didn't speak to Diana. After entering the battlefield, he held the holy radiant staff in his left hand and immediately attacked the demon tide around him. His battle chi was mostly depleted, but he still had mana left. There was no way he would waste that huge reserve of mana. While his body could still move, he would kill as many as he could. In the sealed release state, Alan's tier 6 magic was absolutely terrifying. Whatever direction the holy radiant staff pointed, the demons in that direction instantly turned to ash. The slaughter was as swift as a deity painting. One light stroke could erase tens of thousands of demons. Alvis! 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 The people on the territory wall saw what was happening and in tacit agreement shouted Alan's surname. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs until their necks turned red and the veins on their faces bulged. Calling a noble by surname alone was disrespectful, but that depended on the occasion, the tone and the crowd. If many people shouted together, it represented adoration and recognition. Heh! He really is popular. As Alan's name echoed in her ears, Diana's face bloomed with a smile and her heart was filled with immense satisfaction. She shared in his glory. She swore that she was happier now than when she had received her divine throne at the age of 8. A new god was already on his way, writing a legend of his own, and she would personally become a part of that legend. Phew! After launching a round of magical bombardment at the demon tide, Alan used the last of his mana to fly to Diana's side. His face was deathly pale, his breath came in rapid rasping bursts like a bellows, and the air around him was thick with the tension and exhaustion of battle. His whole body trembled like a leaf swaying in the wind. At this point he could no longer muster the slightest bit of strength. Diana held Alan tightly and gently stroked him with her flame battle chi as if trying to dispel his fatigue and pain. "Diana. My spear. That's my life. Go get it." Alan gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain racking his body, and looked toward where the black demon spear had fallen. Pfft! Diana, who had been deeply moved, burst out laughing at that moment. Half amused, half exasperated, she said, "Fine, I know. It won't get lost. Just rest well." "Ahem." Alan replied softly and closed his eyes. In an instant a powerful drowsiness overwhelmed the pain in his body and carried him into a deep sleep. Hearing Alan's snores, Diana suddenly froze, her eyes growing slightly moist. It was only then that she remembered the demon tide had already lasted 42 days. And during those 42 days Alan had stood guard every single night. In all that time the total hours he had slept probably did not even add up to 10. "Aphrodite, I really owe you an apology," Diana murmured, pulling Alan tightly into her arms. Little Grey and De Zhuang exchanged a glance, a hint of helplessness in their eyes. "Sis, this is a battlefield. Are you really trying to put pressure on us two brothers right now?" After an unknowable span of slumber, Alan finally stirred back to consciousness. The surroundings were hazy, as if the dream had not yet ended. The side effects of the unleashed seal were already taking hold, leaving his entire body drained of strength. Gradually the world before Alan's eyes sharpened into clarity. This was the family's treasure vault. Diana must have brought him back. "Alan." Alan turned his head to look around, but the moment he did, and who had been sitting by the bedside reading spotted him. Her cry roused Avril, Eileen, and the others from their slumber. "I'm fine, don't wake the children," Alan said with a gentle shake of his head, a smile lingering on his face. Avril came over and helped Alan sit up, letting him lean against her as her body served as his backrest. She asked with a worried expression, "Alan, how do you feel?" Alan teased, "The same as always, arcane side effects. As long as you don't ask me for a second child right now, everything's fine." At his words Alan's wives all burst into laughter. After soothing them, Alan asked, "What's the situation outside now?" "The situation outside is far better than yours." And brought over a bowl of magic potion and fed it to Alan while saying, "Diana brought you back. She said there are no more demons left that we can't handle, so don't worry." I noticed Diana wasn't in great shape either. She seemed very dazed, so I had someone notify Shirley to check on her more often. Shirley came back once in the afternoon and said Selena and Lily had gone to help Diana, so she resumed her patrol. Good, as long as everyone is safe. After drinking the potion, Alan felt warmth return to his body and his heart was completely at ease. "Oh, there's some good news for you. The fruits of the flame element tree have ripened. They fell the day before yesterday, 17 in total." And carefully wiped Alan's mouth, then pointed to a table nearby. Alan turned his head and saw a wooden tray piled with apples. These apples were exquisite, resembling pale brown crystals. Each was layered in 2 parts, the outer shell shaped like an apple and within it an irregular gemstone. After reflecting for a moment, Alan said, "There are 10 children in the family, each gets 1. Freya and Linda are also due to give birth next month, so we'll keep 2 here for them. As for the remaining 5, 1 for Wendy, 1 for Karina, 1 for Nami, 1 for Isabella, and 1 for Lily. There will be more next year. Whoever doesn't get 1 this year will certainly have 1 next year." "Alan, you don't need to explain all this to us." Avril gently stroked Alan's face and said softly, "We are family." Hearing Avril's words, all the women smiled and nodded. Alan's arrangement was truly the fairest. Apart from the children, the 5 sisters who received fruits were all out guarding the home while they themselves were hiding safely in this vault. This they all understood in their hearts. Diana, Shirley and Selena, who were also outside, were born with elemental affinities, so they had no immediate need for the flame element fruits. After settling the distribution of the fruits, Alan turned to the concubines who originally lived in the side tower but had been arranged by him last month to take refuge in the family vault. The same goes for you, you'll all receive fruits in the future. Of course adults come after children. Yes, Lord Alan. The 8 concubines bowed joyfully. They were all pregnant too, though the earliest among them would only give birth 4 months from now. Still 4 months wasn't long if the children would receive their fruits next year. Alan chatted with his wives for about 10 minutes. Perhaps because the potion and had brewed was exceptionally effective, Alan felt warmth throughout his body and a hint of strength returned, but drowsiness soon followed and he drifted back to sleep. When he woke again, Alan asked about the time and was astonished to learn that those 2 stretches of sleep added up to over 30 hours. Worried about the territory, Alan simply couldn't sit still, so with Anne's help he made his way to the garden for some fresh air. If not for his wife's objections, he would have wanted to go check the territory walls as well. Humph humph. Honey trotted over, gently nudging Alan with its head. Its playmates were all out patrolling the territory with Shirley now. Only Honey had been left behind to watch over the little one since its combat strength wasn't strong enough. At least you're well behaved. Alan patted Honey's head, then glared unhappily at the little creature soaking in the scenic pool. 3 baby dragons, 2 baby wyverns and 2 little Raltons, they were all there, yet when they saw their master they showed absolutely no reaction, as if they hadn't seen him at all. It was probably all Mopball's influence. Ever since that little furball became the leader, it had turned into a completely different dragon, just like a husky utterly asking for a beating. Alan, that eagle nest you mentioned last time, there are already 40 golden blaze eagle eggs in it. The first 20 have already hatched and are now being raised in the outer fortress. That's incredible. How did you do it? As she helped Alan to a seat in the pavilion, Anne's curiosity got the better of her again. Alan said with a smile, I made a wish to the god. The god asked what kind of mount nest I wanted and I chose the golden blaze eagle nest. Hearing this, Anne pouted and said, then why didn't you ask for a dragon nest? I wanted to. Alan sighed. He remembered that clearly and still hadn't fully let it go. The loss was utterly agonizing. Then again, even a dragon nest wouldn't have been of much help to him. No matter how great a whelp's potential, it was still just a whelp. Even Honey, that weak little horse, could knock down a whole crowd with a single hoof. He hadn't felt this way before, but now he did. These little creatures raised at home really were meant solely for the children. By the time the children reached their coming-of-age ceremony at 15, the gift would be a Tier 5 super magical beast mount for each of them, taking the pure money power route. And you're getting more beautiful every day. Alan lay quietly in Anne's arms for a while, breathing in her fragrance, and a flicker of warmth stirred in his heart. He hadn't had a moment of relaxation in over a month. When he wasn't thinking about it, it was fine, but once the thought crossed his mind, he simply couldn't hold it back. He might not have the strength, but Anne did. Really? I've gained weight since getting pregnant. Delighted by Alan's compliment, Anne touched her face in pleasant surprise. She was already 5 months pregnant. Though her belly hadn't fully swelled yet, both her waist and legs had visibly thickened. You have gained a bit. Alan turned his head, nuzzled gently against Anne's bosom, and said with a mischievous grin, Darling, would you like me to give you a careful, thorough examination? Oh, honestly. Anne instantly caught his meaning and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Just like last time. Throughout the arcane weakness period, Alan remained in the inner keep and never once stepped outside the gate. A wife, children and a warm hearth, life was wonderfully comfortable. Apart from being too weak to use battle chi or magic, everything was perfect. Of course, Alan hadn't forgotten what truly mattered. The moment the weak period passed, he went back to the territory wall. The abyss calamity wasn't over, and as the Lord he had to stay alert. How has the demon tide been these past few days? After walking a full circuit along the territory wall, Alan found that the demon tide had shrunk significantly. Half a month ago the demon tide had stretched out of sight with so many fiends that no one could count them. Now it was sparse and scattered. There was an empty patch here and a gap there. There might not even be 50,000 left. Diana followed behind Alan and replied, As you can see, there are far fewer demons. The tide half a month ago was probably the strongest the Shussi Duchy has ever seen. In that case we can relax for a while. Alan smiled faintly, pulled Diana into his arms and gently kissed her red lips. Due north was the Fangorn Kingdom, due northwest the Dwarf Kingdom, due northeast the Elven Forest, due east the Endless Sea, due southeast the Jones Sea, due south the Pompeii Kingdom and the Vesuvius Fire Tribe, due west the Titan Mountains, and due southwest the Dragon's Nest. Several duchies lay in between, the Neva Duchy, the Lucci Duchy, and so on. These powers were the finest shields of Alvis County. So what Alan had to do next was simple. He only needed to accomplish two things to bring peace back to his domain. First, go out and find the planar rifts, destroy these staging grounds for demon reinforcements, and keep the number of demons in the Shussi Duchy from increasing. Second, take the field himself and go all out to hunt down every demon he could see so that the number of demons in the Shussi Duchy would steadily dwindle. This wasn't difficult for Alan, it could even be called easy. Perhaps he could add one more thing. There were 10 regions in the Shussi Duchy and he had only searched 3: the Ace region, the Rail region, and the Solon region. The remaining 7 regions were all wealthy areas comparable to the Solon region. Especially Elf City. He had done so much for the Shussi Duchy, what was wrong with collecting a little righteous reward? At that thought, Alan the treasure vault thief felt his itch return. He told Diana the idea and prepared to go out and pull off a big job. Alan. Looking at the excited, almost twisted expression on Alan's face, Diana didn't know what to say for a moment. After thinking for a moment, Diana helplessly tapped her forehead, handed Alan an extension ring and said, "You must bring the black demon spear. Also have little gray or big strong go with you. Keep it for now." Alan pushed the extension ring back and explained, "I'm going scouting, not looking for a fight with demons. Keep it just in case. As for the mount, take little gray. Big strong is too big, we have to keep a low profile for this kind of thing." Over the next half-month Alan was so busy that he hardly closed his eyes, he didn't sleep once. Of course this was his own choice. Under this grueling pace, in just half a month his tracks covered the entire Shussi Duchy, he had been to all 10 regions. Wherever there was a planar rift he was there. Wherever there was a demon tide he was there. Wherever there was a noble mansion he was there. First he blew up the planar rifts, then he killed demons, and finally he looted the noble mansions. The haul was explosively huge. Currency, gems, demon cores, equipment, rare metals, the total value had already surpassed 100 million gold coins. Most of it came from the dukes and marquises' mansions. From a single ducal mansion alone he had looted supplies worth more than 50 million gold coins. And that was only what could be found, who knew how much more was hidden away. But Alan didn't intend to keep going. He was already satisfied with what he had found. As for what he hadn't, who the hell knew where it was hidden? He wasn't going to waste time on it. Freya's and Linda's due dates were almost here, and as their husband and the soon-to-be father he couldn't be absent. There had been some unexpected incidents during the looting though. For instance, Alan had to dig for 2 hours to reach the Duke's treasure vault from underground, only to find Raymond hiding inside with several mistresses. A few marquises were the same, their treasure vaults were all 100 meters deep underground and their whole families hid inside quite comfortably. Given how dangerous the outside world was, Alan had no choice but to intervene, with a heavy heart, and let these great nobles fall peacefully asleep in the depths of the earth, far away from dangerous demons from then on. After returning to his territory, Alan went straight to the castle. When he finished sorting through the half-month harvest, even he wore a look of amazement. The Abyss calamity had been going on for 2.5 months, and in those 2.5 months the Alvis family's wealth had skyrocketed tenfold. Total assets had soared from over 30 million gold coins to more than 300 million. He was truly rich enough to rival a nation now, at least the Duke wasn't as wealthy as he was. Of course, of the total assets of over 300 million gold coins, only about 40 million was currency. The lion's share was real hard goods, various rare metals, various demon cores, various equipment, and the defensive installations on the territory wall. It was only because demon cores couldn't be sold and could only serve as fuel for magic energy cannons that his total assets didn't climb even higher. Detected an increase in family population. This child's battle chi aptitude is bronze tier, magic aptitude is bronze tier, and rating is bronze tier. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 20-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 20-year magic cultivation card, 1 4th tier combat skill codex, and 1 bronze tier battle chi talent enhancement card. Detected an increase in family population. This child's battle chi aptitude is bronze tier, magic aptitude is bronze tier, and rating is bronze tier. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 20-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 20-year magic cultivation card, 1 4th tier magic tome, and 1 bronze tier magic talent enhancement card. On the 3rd day after arriving home, Alan received 2 rewards. Freya and Linda had each given him a son named Xiao Xiao and Xiaoyi respectively. Both rewards were good. Although the reward categories were few, every single item was of high quality. First were the cultivation cards. In total he had accumulated 220 years of battle chi cultivation and 170 years of magic cultivation. He could try to break through once he found the time. Next were the 4th tier combat skill codex and the 4th tier magic tome. The former held 10 4th tier combat skills and the latter held 10 4th tier spells. They were the best items in this batch of rewards and the whole family could use them. Last were the 2 talent cards. Alan thought it over and used them himself. The Abyss calamity wasn't over yet and raising his own strength was the most important thing. Although the bronze tier talent cards would only improve him slightly, every little bit counted, at least he would be a bit faster when cultivating and recovering. After the Abyss calamity passed he would share the talent cards among his wives and children. That evening Alan used all of his cultivation cards. His battle chi reached the 4th stage of the Moon Gleam Warrior while his mana cultivation remained at the 3rd stage of the Moon Gleam Mage, though a breakthrough was imminent. The following morning Alan bid farewell to his wife and children and returned to the territory wall. Upon arrival he found several of his wives gathered together with a massive cocoon of condensed flames at their center, its fire elements raging violently. Alan had never encountered such a phenomenon and asked with confusion, "What is happening?" At that moment Karina stepped forward. "Master, this is Wendy." After consuming the flame origin fruit a few days ago she announced that her bloodline was evolving. When she climbed onto the territory wall this morning she transformed into this state. Karina was incredibly excited. Her dream was about to come true, to bear a child with the strongest bloodline. Evolution. A smile instantly appeared on Alan's face. He had not expected such a surprise so soon. With the concentration of her fire dragon bloodline significantly increased alongside her succubus heritage, Wendy's cultivation talent should undergo a qualitative leap during this transformation. Without a doubt a golden tier reward was guaranteed. Moreover, not only would he receive an exceptional system reward but he would also experience the Dragon Girl. The more Alan thought about it the more excited he became, his smile never fading. Rumble, the horizon erupted with a deafening roar as though the entire world was trembling. Alan was jolted from his joy by the sudden sound shock flashing across his face as he immediately looked toward the north. The thunderous roar intensified. A terrifying demonic power swept across the land like a ferocious gale. Its magnitude was unimaginable, the light in its path was instantly devoured and an endless tide of darkness dragged the world into eternal night. As Alan sensed this demonic power he vaguely seemed to see a 9-headed serpent wreaking havoc across the void. And then, along the horizon a colossal dimensional rift tore open scar-like across the world itself. Mere wisps of its leaking demonic energy were enough to rend the human soul apart. Even more chilling was that the rift continued to widen as if a vast abyss were about to swallow the world whole. Damn it! We're finished. Alan stood on the territory wall gazing at the distant scene, his heart filled with dread and unease. That was the 9-headed serpent, a demonic powerhouse on the cusp of demigod realm making its way into this world through the dimensional rift. It was over. With a casual spitting motion that serpent could perhaps shatter the entire EIS region. Though it was far away it would arrive sooner or later. Even if the Fangong Kingdom allied with the Dwarven Kingdom and the Elf Forest, they would still stand no chance against that 9-headed serpent. This was the might of the demigod realm, not even a battle king could withstand a single strike, a holy warrior would fare no better. In the next instant Alan looked at Diana, who was already gazing back at him. Simultaneously the same decision arose in both their hearts. Return home immediately. Take shelter in the treasure vault and dig as deep as possible with all their strength. If they spared no effort there was still hope of survival. Just as they were about to act and lead their family to safety, another extraordinary sight suddenly appeared on the horizon. Whoosh! A faint yellow-green radiance gradually emerged like the first glimmer of dawn, steadily converging and condensing until it took the form of a humanoid phantom whose features remained indistinct. This phantom existed almost like a dream, its arrival bringing an aura of mystery and solemnity. As it came into being a long sigh echoed through the void. As the sigh fell the demonic power that had suffused heaven and earth vanished instantly like ice and snow melting under sunlight. At that moment the earth itself seemed to respond to the mysterious sigh, beginning to tremble faintly. Suddenly a low and ancient voice whispered softly in everyone's ears. The wrath of the earth extinguishes all demons. The voice resonated like a massive temple bell, shaking every heart and erasing all fear from their minds. The wrath of the earth unleashes divine power. The voice spoke a second time and the earth began to quake violently as though preparing to unleash its tremendous power. Goddess of the earth, mother of all deities, awaken the wrath of the earth and destroy all evil. The third utterance seemed to whisper to someone unseen, yet also proclaimed to the entire world, leaving the earth silent in that moment. Irreverent demons face the judgment of the earth. As these final words fell, a grim aura permeated the air, as though the earth itself had awakened to deliver its ultimate judgment upon all things. The humanoid phantom moved. It gently raised its hands and then pressed them downward. At that same moment the phantom of the nine-headed serpent appeared, hurtling toward the humanoid figure at blinding speed. The collision produced no sound, as though they were truly nothing more than phantoms. Alan could only watch as the nine-headed serpent's phantom exploded and vanished in an instant. And then, dazzling light erupted across the earth. Whether the territory behind him or the battlefield ahead, everything was bathed in a flowing golden radiance. The golden light carried immensely powerful energy, covering virtually all the earth within Alan's sight in an instant. The next moment the golden radiance surged upward. As though projected from the earth itself, it rose endlessly, as if imprinting itself upon the sky. Immense and terrifying magical power erupted in that instant. Any demon touched by the golden light, living or dead, was reduced to dust scattered like sand with the gentlest breeze. The entire continent trembled violently, yet the mountains and rivers remained untouched and no native creature was harmed. It felt as though this was a judgment reserved solely for the demons. The trembling of the earth and the brilliance of the golden light lasted only 3 seconds. Yet those 3 seconds forever changed the world in everyone's eyes. Darkness, oppression, fear, demonic power, all things connected to the abyssal calamity vanished completely in that moment. Sunlight once again fell upon the land that had been purged of malice. The earth's judgment. The earthly pope. Is this what a true powerhouse looks like? Awe washed over Alan's face, accompanied by a profound sigh. That display was unmistakably the work of the earthly pope, otherwise the revered title of goddess Gaia would not have been invoked. Truly terrifying in power. In a single strike all the demons within his line of sight were annihilated, and he could be certain that the attack's range extended far beyond what he had witnessed. He simply lacked the strength to perceive its full extent. Amid his astonishment a resolute light gleamed in Alan's eyes. His path of growth had only just begun. As long as he continued walking forward, one day he too would achieve such power, and surely surpass it. Evening fell. The commanders in charge of the eastern, southern and western sections of the territory wall came to Alan one after another. They had come for a simple reason: to ask Alan for his opinion of what had just happened. After briefly exchanging opinions, Alan found that everyone shared his thoughts. They all believed that this abyssal calamity had already come to an end. This was easy to judge. A pope-level figure represented the strongest power among mortals. Either they did not make a move or they struck to kill. When the Earth Pope had dealt with that nine-headed serpent that morning, he had wiped out all the lesser demons along with it. That carried a sense of winding up. It might mean that the abyssal calamity was over. After all, if a powerful enemy still remained, the Earth Pope would not have wasted his magic on lesser demons. Most importantly, from morning until now, over the greater part of the day, they had not seen a single demon, nor had they sensed even a trace of demonic energy. Clearly there were no longer any planar rifts in the Ace region or its surrounding areas. All of them had vanished without a trace. No planar rifts meant no demons. It was that simple. But just in case, Alan did not rush to announce this. He planned to hold the line for another week. If still nothing happened during that week, then everyone could pack up their bags and go home. This time to withstand the demon tide. The three great churches, the mercenary guild and more than 20 nobles had all emptied their own coffers, leaving themselves so poor that they had nothing but the underwear on their backs. Alan, as the beneficiary of this war, had to give all of these people a generous gift, especially the more than 20 nobles. More than a month before the abyssal calamity started, they had staked their entire fortunes on Alan, making them the laughingstock of other nobles. It would be truly inexcusable not to reward them. Time quickly passed to a week later. During that week all was calm and nothing happened. Now, even without Alan making an announcement, over 1 million people all realized that the disaster had passed. Only then did Alan feel completely at ease. He had his night order run errands and announced that there would be 3 consecutive days of feasts with food and drink for all, and everyone would receive a sum of money. Severance pay. During that week Alan had already thought through how to reward his supporters. First were the 3 great churches and the mercenary guild. Each of these 4 organizations received supplies worth more than 4 million gold coins. Among them, actual gold made up the smallest portion, because everyone knew that Alan, as the initiator of the plan, had been the first to run out of cash. If Alan suddenly produced a large amount of money now, it would not only be useless but could also ruin his good name. Next were the 20 barons and 5 viscounts. The 20 barons each received supplies worth 300,000 gold coins. The 5 viscounts each received supplies worth 150,000 gold coins. These numbers might seem small, but in fact they gave those people a return of roughly 10 times their original contributions. Alan had truly been very conscientious. After all, the total value of these supplies came to 29.5 million gold coins, equivalent to his total assets 3 months earlier. He knew that hogging all the spoils was not a good habit. There might be times in the future when he would need these people's support, so spending a little money now to bolster them was no loss. Finally, Alan planned to take out another 10.5 million gold coins worth of supplies to distribute to the more than 1 million commoners in his territory. The commoners had also performed very well this time. Those with grain gave grain, and those with strength gave strength. Nearly everyone had contributed to the defense line. His own people were better off, their houses and farmland were still there. The commoners of others were not necessarily so lucky. The demon tide had been so immense that merely passing through could flatten a small town and overturn farmland. Therefore, when they followed their own lords away, they had to be given the confidence to start a new life. Moreover, Alan and all the nobles had agreed not to levy a single copper coin in taxes for the coming year. Oh, and Diana's subordinates. But these people were now all their own. Since they were already provided with food and lodging, there was not much they lacked. He would arrange a tribute equipment sets for them later. Over the next 3 days, Albus County was like boiling water, bursting with excitement. This escape from calamity filled more than 1 million people with unprecedented joy and excitement. They had survived the terrifying tribulation of the abyssal calamity together, and now they gathered to celebrate this hard-won peace. Of course, some hearts still harbored pain. Because 3 months ago the population of Albus County had exceeded 1 million, but now it was down by 40 to 50,000. 6th-tier demons had the ability to fly, and they flew extremely fast. Even though all 4 defensive fronts of the territory wall had strong defensive power, after all not everyone was Alan or Diana, and some gaps were still breached. Though the gaps were quickly sealed every time because of the power and ruthlessness of 6th-tier demons, quite a few people died in battle. Many others died at the hands of demon cultists. Those cultists were madmen and were not afraid at all of Albus County being broken through. After 3 days of revelry, at noon on the 4th day, Alan bid farewell at the east gate of the territory wall to his relatives, friends and their subjects. Supplies were piled up like mountains on both sides of the east gate, and the territory wall defense legion was in charge of distributing them. The bulk had already been divided in the first 2 days, what was being handed out now was for the commoners. A long dragon-like line queued up to leave Albus County. Alan jumped onto Dazhuang's head, had Dazhuang fly high into the sky, and shouted down below, "Everyone stop for a moment and hear me out. Over the next month my night order will expand the patrol area to ensure your safety. There is nothing for you to worry about, just focus on rebuilding your homes." Alan's voice fell. Hundreds of thousands of people all looked up at the sky, then bowed their heads in unison as a sign of respect for Alan. "Alan, we are leaving too." His father-in-law Qiao, riding a 3rd-tier rock antelope, waved at Alan in the air. The other 24 nobles also saluted at that moment. Their gratitude toward Alan was no less than that of the commoners, even greater. To them, surviving this time had all been thanks to Alan. And how did Alan respond? Not only did he show no arrogance, but he even divided his family fortune among them. Just those 25 nobles alone received supplies worth 13.5 million gold coins. 13.5 million gold coins. That was enough to rebuild their territories, with more than half of it left over. Although Alan had told them that he had once obtained the wealth of a fire dragon, they all knew that fire dragon's cultivation level had only been at the middle stage of the 5th tier. How much wealth could a fire dragon at the middle stage of the 5th tier have? They were sure that Alan was feeding them with his own flesh and blood. It could only be said that Alan Alvis lived up to his name, not only a powerful dragon-slaying knight but also a truly selfless and noble lord. Without a doubt this was greatness. It's finally over. As he watched hundreds of thousands of people leave Albus County one after another, Alan's mind drifted for a moment, then cleared into a refreshing lightness. 70 days before the war. 77 days of fierce battle. 11 days after the war. In total 158 days had passed, and the Abyss calamity came to a final end today. For a while afterward he wanted nothing but to stay at home with his wife and children, truly relaxing for a good stretch. But before he could unwind he still had to arrange matters of the domain. There were a great many trivial tasks. Numerous hastily erected facilities had taken up most of the farmland and pastures, and all of them needed crews to tear down so that the domain could resume its production. The gold and materials owed to the mermaid tribe also had to be repaid. As for the large batch of undistributed attribute suits, he would have Spike and Jerry expand the night order and distribute them as soon as possible to further strengthen its combat power. There were also matters like reopening the waterway of Qingshui River, setting pensions and bounties, and sending people out to gather intelligence. Simply arranging all of this took Alan an entire afternoon. While handling these matters, Alan also found time to take stock of his total assets. Even after giving away money and repaying debts, he still had 265 million gold coins left. That's simply outrageous. What pleased him most was that half of those 265 million in total assets came from the domain wall. Thanks to a constant supply of resources, the mermaid tribe had been forging all kinds of weapons at full strength right up until the day before the Abyss calamity ended. Now the domain wall was equipped with 6,000 heavy crossbows, 900 arcane cannons, and 4,000 frost towers. This was a force of terrifying magnitude. In overcoming this Abyss calamity, the domain wall had played a role second only to him and Diana. No one could be discontent with assets that could so readily be turned into the domain's strength. But further strengthening the domain wall from now on would be very difficult, after all its length and width were fixed and there was no space for any more weapons. The second most satisfying thing was the army's equipment. The total wealth of at least half the nobles of the Shusi duchy was simply too much, far too much. There were more than 13,000 sets of Tier 3 equipment alone, enough for him to equip a knight order of 10,000 men, with a considerable surplus left for the defense legions. There were even more Tier 1 and Tier 2 equipment pieces, so many that he could not even be bothered to make a rough count. He would simply hand them all over to Steve later to strengthen the defense legions. The last portion, of course, would be of no immediate use in a short time. That included currency, magic cores, gems, rare metals, precious handicrafts, and so on. After settling the domain affairs, Alan went to the garden. Dinner was to be held in the garden. After a family dinner separated by 5 months, his wives all took it very seriously and unanimously agreed that it should be enjoyed in the sunset, lasting until the stars filled the sky. Alan readily agreed as well. After 5 exhausting months, he absolutely needed to let his weary soul drift free. As the warm dinner drew to its end, the lively laughter and cheerful voices in the garden gradually faded away. Avril looked at her sisters, who still seemed reluctant to part with the moment, her eyes shining with excitement, and proposed that they continue with a bonfire dance. The proposal was met with enthusiastic approval from everyone. It seemed they were all eager to prolong the warmth of this family and pour it into the upcoming bonfire dance. Night hung low, stars dotted the sky. The bonfire blazed in the center of the garden, its flames casting light upon each face. Laughter and cheerful voices rose once more, along with lively dance steps and spinning silhouettes, as a thick atmosphere of joy filled the air. Watching his wives twirl around the bonfire, their flowing skirts like blossoms in full bloom, a happy smile spread across Alan's face. "I think you all need a banquet too. Go ahead. I'll take care of things here. The kitchen is yours to use and the wine yours to drink, just don't let it affect tomorrow's work, all right?" Alan said softly to the head maid. There were 2 head maids in the inner castle, one who had grown up with him and one Lily had brought from Elf City. Both had been trained since childhood. Alan looked at the head maid and said softly. There were 2 head maids in the inner castle, one who had grown up with him and one that Lily had brought from Elf City. Both had been trained from a young age. "Yes, thank you, my lord." The maids departed with great joy, for they too wished to relax a little. Alan walked up behind Wendy, wrapped his arms around her and rested his head on her shoulder, asking, "Wendy, how do you feel after evolving?" Wendy had finished her transformation a week ago, but at that time he had had no energy to pay attention. His mind had been wholly fixed on whether the Abyss calamity would finally end. "Master, I feel excellent. My cultivation speed has improved a lot. I might be able to advance to Tier 5 within 2 years. Wendy lifted her hands and gently laid them over Alan's arms around her, looking deeply content. The complete fire dragon bloodline was extremely powerful. The intensity of bloodline flame had doubled and her cultivation speed had essentially doubled as well. No wonder dragons after hatching needed only about 10 years to rise to Tier 5. Now she too possessed that terrifying talent. That's good. Alan turned Wendy around with a smile, drew her into his embrace and asked, "Will you be my wife?" At those words a trace of anticipation flashed in Wendy's eyes. She said nothing, only nodded resolutely. Now she was Alan's woman, but she was not yet counted as his wife. She also yearned to be called "Milady" by the maids just like Avril and the others, and to bear children for Alan. Alan kissed Wendy once more, then beckoned Karina, who had been standing nearby eavesdropping, to come over. "I'll make the announcement after the dance." "Thank you, master." Wendy and Karina exchanged a glance and stood on tiptoe in perfect accord. They would finally become Alan's true wives. The bonfire party ended late in the night. Alan cleaned up the garden, and before his wives returned to their rooms he announced the matter of Karina and Wendy, giving them an official status. Both rewards arrived at the same time. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is platinum rank, magic aptitude is platinum rank, overall rating platinum rank. Congratulations host, you have obtained 190-year battle chi cultivation card, 190-year magic cultivation card, 1 tier 7 weapon exchange card, 1 tier 7 staff exchange card, and a dragon origin tree sapling. Detected increase in family population. This concubine's battle chi aptitude is bronze rank, magic aptitude is bronze rank, overall rating bronze rank. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 15-year battle chi cultivation card, 1 15-year magic cultivation card, and 1 tier 4 healing potion. Karina's rewards were unremarkable. But Wendy's rewards went beyond Alan's expectations, and in the best way possible. He had originally thought that getting a gold rank would be good enough, but it turned out to be platinum rank. One could only say that the dragon race was simply too overpowered. Dawn of the following day arrived. Alan left the Lord's quarters puffing on his demon essence cigarette as he ascended to the top floor of the bell tower. Next came the customization phase. As usual, he checked his cultivation first. 105 years of battle chi cultivation, insufficient to break through, so he kept it accumulating. However, his 105 years of magical power cultivation was more than adequate. He advanced directly to a 4th stage moonlight mage, bringing his magical power cultivation once again in line with his battle chi. Next came 2 7th grade equipment cards. Alan hesitated for a moment before selecting the soul-devouring spear and the Amatsunaka staff, one of dark attribute, the other of light. His current dark attribute configuration consisted only of a 6th stage black hole gun and a 5th stage dark armor set, which fell somewhat short in power. The 9th stage black magic gun was indeed formidable, but trump cards must not be played recklessly. This 7th stage soul-devouring spear was perfect for bridging the gap and serving as a transition. As for the 7th stage Amatsunaka staff, there was nothing more to say. It would far surpass his best light attribute staff, the 5th stage holy radiance staff, that ancient relic long overdue for retirement. Lastly, the dragon essence tree sapling. Alan tossed it aside casually. He was thoroughly familiar with this thing and saw nothing to research. He would hand it over to Iwei along with the discarded equipment shortly. In terms of attributes, he would cultivate it into a light essence tree. Dezhuang was a 6th stage early phase light dragon, massive as a small mountain and occasionally shedding some blood for fertilizer posed no problem at all. Speaking of fertilizer, the flame essence tree's supply would last at most half a year longer. Alan needed to find a new fire attribute fertilizer as soon as possible, or else the 3 little fire dragons at home, the 1 dragon and the 2 sub-dragons, would have to suffer. Actually, Mauchio was older and had higher cultivation, making him more suitable for bloodletting. But Alan did not know whether the flame essence tree could absorb different attribute dragon blood, so he had never dared to try. A treasure tree like this could not be used for experiments. What the hell? Just as Alan was about to go find Iwei, a brown flash caught his peripheral vision. He turned his head and saw a small brown speck in the sky above the Qingshui River. A magical beast. Here to cause trouble. Alan studied it for a while. It appeared to be a raptor magical beast, but it was too distant and too high to identify the species clearly. However, he noticed that the raptor was circling around near Qingshui River and refused to leave, seemingly searching for prey. Alan suddenly grew interested. He abandoned his plan to find Iwei, opened the lens-made window, whistled to summon Dezhuang, who was napping in the small grove, and took off in pursuit. Crete. The raptor magical beast above Qingshui River immediately bolted. Dezhuang's massive frame with a wingspan exceeding 500 meters was visible from miles away. Merely his size terrified the raptor. Ha ha ha. Alan couldn't help but laugh at the panicked movements of the raptor. Ah, someone's riding it. In less than 3 seconds Dazhuang closed the distance and Alan finally discerned the species of the raptor magical beast. A common eagle at the mid-phase of the 3rd stage. And perched upon its back was a 1st-stage starlight warrior as thin as a bamboo pole. Seeing this Alan issued a cold command, "Stop or die." At these words the stick-thin figure hurriedly signaled the eagle to land. Against such a powerful dragon escape was impossible. All he could do now was obey and perhaps save his own life. Upon landing he immediately said, "My lord, I am a member of the Pemi Kingdom Scout Battalion." "Pemi Kingdom? Tell me what business brings you to my territory." Upon hearing this Alan immediately formed a guess but pressed on. The stick-thin scout replied, "My lord, after the Abyss catastrophe ended, the Scout Battalion received orders to venture out and assess the devastation across the entire kingdom. My lord, I sincerely apologize for entering your territory without permission, but I truly came with no hostile intentions." That fit perfectly. Alan nodded slightly. He had also dispatched numerous agents to gather intelligence, including to Pemi Kingdom. It appeared Pemi Kingdom had moved faster, likely commencing operations on the very day the Abyss catastrophe concluded. "Fear not. I too am a subject of Pemi Kingdom and will not lay hands on its soldiers. Come down to the ground and speak slowly. I would like to know the current situation of Pemi Kingdom as well." Alan waved his hand gently and leapt down from Dazhuang's head. So powerful. The stick-thin scout's eyes widened. He signaled the eagle to follow and land. Being over 100 meters above the ground, he dared not jump directly. Alan sat upon a large boulder and asked, "You cannot do much alone, can you?" "Well." The scout's face twitched nervously as he obediently nodded. "My lord, I am the squad leader. There are other members who are currently gathering intelligence within your territory. But you can rest assured, we require only information regarding this catastrophe. We would never violate any laws of your territory." "Enough. I said I won't lay hands on the kingdom's soldiers. Tell me about the kingdom's situation." Alan waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, the scout sighed and found another boulder to sit upon. "My lord, you've undoubtedly fought demons yourself. This catastrophe was terrifying. I still feel palpitations just recalling it. At first it went rather well. The kingdom had war kings and we drove the demon tide back relentlessly, even wiping out all demons around the royal capital. But half a month before the catastrophe ended, a 9-headed snake appeared. It possessed the cultivation of an early 9th-stage powerhouse far too strong to resist. The marquisate near the royal capital were all destroyed. Even King Arthur, who had recently ascended, died in person leading the campaign. The 4th and 5th legions were entirely annihilated. Prince Bilbo took emergency succession. He convinced Marquis Orion, who had already resigned as commander of the 1st Legion, to return to the military and gathered every scrap of available strength. But that 9-headed snake was simply too powerful. We could not hold it back. In the end, when the 9-headed snake led the demon horde charging into the royal capital. At this point the scout's eyes gleamed, his expression greatly animated. A strange green light appeared. All of our wounds were instantly healed while the demons collapsed where they stood. None could move. They all perished in an instant. It must have been Goddess Isis who intervened. That explains why the clergy of the Life Church all bowed to the sky at once. Life Goddess above. All because of that damned light pope. If he hadn't interfered, perhaps Goddess Isis would have descended once more on that fateful day. Seeing Thin Rattan's fanatical expression, Alan truly could not bear to crush his spirits. Little brother, which deity would deign to strike at a mere 8-headed serpent? It was most likely the work of the Life Pontiff. The Pontiff had discovered the situation in the Pompeii kingdom and simply exhaled a breath toward it. However, this fellow was clearly a fervent believer of the Life Goddess, so it was best not to involve religion in the conversation. It would be like playing lute to a cow. Compared to that, Alan was more concerned about the current state of the Pompeii kingdom. And so Alan handed Thin Rattan a bottle of red wine and continued questioning him. Seeing that Alan harbored no ill will and maintained a genuinely amiable demeanor, Thin Rattan relaxed and spoke without reservation, revealing everything Alan wished to know. Many events had transpired, but Alan cared about only 3 matters. First, the old Prince Bilbo had ascended and become the new King Arthur. Second, both Orion and Lola were unharmed, with the former resuming his position as commander of the 1st Legion. Third, the Pompeii kingdom had lost 2 entire legions, namely the 4th and 5th legions, in the catastrophe, leaving only 3 legions intact and significantly diminished in strength. These three matters were straightforward and the underlying problems were not difficult to discern. Newman had been installed as a puppet king by Bilbo's forceful intervention, and his death during a catastrophe of the abyssal calamity tier was hardly surprising. Whether it was sheer misfortune or Bilbo's handiwork remained unclear. But Bilbo, newly elevated to power, faced a mountain of chaos to clean up and needed greater support. The Orsini family, which had been severely suppressed by the previous two kings yet never persecuted by Bilbo himself, was the perfect ally to secure. This abyssal calamity had drastically weakened the Pompey kingdom's national strength. Two war kings held tremendous strategic importance, especially since Lola served as a regional archbishop of the Church of Life. Later Alan inquired about the condition of each duchy. As for Idle Duchy, there was no need to mention it, it had already been annihilated by the Vesuvius fire clan. Numbers Duchy fared the worst, effectively ceasing to exist as a functional state. Within 3 days of Thin Rattan's search through the duchy, he found only the town of Alvis County still operating normally. Neva Duchy and Lucy Duchy were hardly in better shape, reduced to their capital cities alone. Bari Duchy and Gruo Duchy fared somewhat better, for their proximity to the Titan Mountains and Dragon's Nest spared them from large-scale demonic tides. Titans and ancient dragons were far more terrifying than demons, the demonic tide did not dare pass through those regions. Demons, though fierce, were hardly without wits. In summary, the losses were catastrophic. The Pompey kingdom retained only its royal city intact, while Idle and Numbers duchies had perished. Lucy and Neva duchies were reduced to their capitals, and only Bari and Gruo duchies remained largely unscathed. Within a mere year the kingdom's national strength had declined by at least half. Having gathered all the intelligence he desired, Alan withdrew a case of red wine and a wooden box containing approximately 2,000 gold coins from his system space, handing them all to Thin Rattan. There is no need to gather intelligence in secret. Remember, we are all people of Pompeii, we are family. My lord, this. Thin Rattan had not expected such warmth from Alan, especially after his own earlier rudeness. Alan smiled and patted Thin Rattan on the shoulder. If we were to travel 5,000 years back in time, our ancestors might well have been the same person. Find a tavern and relax properly. Food may be difficult to come by, but fine wine will never be in short supply. Thank you, my lord. Hearing Alan's words, Thin Rattan abandoned further pretense and gratefully accepted the gifts with visible excitement. Now things were looking up, he could relax freely while gathering intelligence openly. This lord before him truly was a kind man. Go on then. Alan nodded slightly, tapped the ground once and bounded high onto Dagswang's head, retracing his path back. On the way back Alan had Dagswang slow his pace and glanced back once more. Thin Rattan, that fellow was indeed heading toward the most densely populated area. Excellent. Little brother, enjoy yourself and gather whatever information you can. I've already taken down a mid-stage stage 7 demon. Once that feat reaches Pompey City, what will Bilbo offer me in return? Returning home, Alan found Eve and handed over the gear he had exchanged along with the Dragonheart tree, instructing her to arrange everything. Time passed swiftly, a month slipping by like a white pony flashing past a crevice. In that unremarkable yet eventful month the Alvis County experienced a period of recovery and rebirth. Through a month of rest and recuperation the livelihoods of Alvis County had renewed their vitality and returned to normal. Agriculture, mining, fisheries and livestock, every sector of industry resumed production, breathing life back into Alvis County's economy and restoring it to the healthy state it had enjoyed 6 months prior. Just as Alan was preparing to shift his focus from governance to personal cultivation, his maid informed him that a visitor had arrived at the outer fort claiming to be a member of the Pompey Kingdom Scout Corps who knew Alan personally. Alan immediately recognized who it was, Thin Rattan. Clearly Bilbo had already learned of his achievements, though the purpose of this particular visit remained unknown. Alan proceeded to the outer fort and received Thin Rattan in the reception hall. My lord. Thin Rattan's face lit up upon seeing Alan and he rose immediately to bow respectfully. Do take a seat. Alan patted Thin Rattan's shoulder and asked, it is not easy to travel from the royal city. Are you here to gather intelligence again? Not at all. Thin Rattan hurriedly shook his head and exclaimed, my lord, King Arthur himself has learned of your contributions to the kingdom and wishes to invite you to a royal banquet. All the powerful nobles within the kingdom will attend this royal banquet, which is scheduled for half a month from now. Upon returning last time I reported the intelligence to my superiors. The very next day I was summoned by the King Arthur. It seems His Majesty holds you in very high regard, you may receive a promotion. How wonderful. Alan feigned enthusiasm, fully aware of Bilbo's intentions, dividing the spoils, earning goodwill and consolidating his royal authority. Bilbo's ascent to the throne had been anything but honorable. Though victory legitimized his rule, he feared potential uprisings. Thus this banquet extended invitations exclusively to the kingdom's highest-ranking nobles. With the pretext of a legitimate royal gathering, Bilbo intended to distribute the vacant territories and titles, those left unclaimed after the calamity, to these top nobles, signaling his benevolence. As long as they remained loyal and caused no trouble, their holdings would only grow. I understand. I will attend the banquet on time. Alan agreed readily. Upon a moment's thought, why decline an opportunity filled with benefits? Numbers Duchy represented a substantial prize, and he too wished to take his share. If not for the fact that the Pompey kingdom still retained half its former strength, even a dying camel surpasses a horse in size, Alan would have marched into Pompey city and played the role of Dong Zhuo long ago. After seeing Thin Rot 10 off, Alan returned to the inner fort and relayed the matter to his wives. Over the next few days Alan settled all family and territorial affairs. On the 11th day after receiving the banquet invitation, he rode Little Grey and left his domain. Alan brought no one along. Alvis County was too far from Pompey city. Once the party grew large, it would not be a display of prestige but a drag on speed. When they entered the Tucker wasteland, Alan had Little Grey slow down. He spent an entire day getting a clear picture of the current situation in the wasteland. It was terrible. After a whole day the living people he had seen totaled less than 10,000. First came the demon cultists' massacre, then the abyssal calamity. Now the Tucker wasteland was truly wasteland. Although what he saw was not everything, perhaps some people still hid in deep mountains or shelters, their numbers could not be large. The total population was estimated to be at most 50,000. He felt a slight regret at not finding the group of demon cultists who had once wounded Diana. Alan had lingered in the Tucker wasteland for a day precisely because of them. That group of demon cultists was quite powerful. It was unlikely they had perished in the abyssal calamity. They had probably found shelter long ago. He spent the night in a random cave and set out the next morning for Pompey city. The banquet would begin on the evening of the 4th day. 4 full days were enough, and Little Grey did not even need to fly at full speed. At noon on the 5th day of travel, Alan arrived smoothly at Pompey city. Tisk tisk. He had Little Grey circle the city once and found that Pompey was in even worse condition than Skinny Pole had described. The outskirts had completely become wasteland. Even the territory walls and the outer city were more than half destroyed, and the demon tide had nearly broken into the inner city. Soon Alan had Little Grey land at the northern gate of the outer city. "My lord, you are." A squad of soldiers immediately ran up, their faces tense. Who was this big shot powerful enough to use a fallen white tiger as a mount? Alan Alvis. Alan handed over the invitation Skinny Pole had given him. The leading soldier saw it and immediately relaxed, saying respectfully, "Count Alvis, the banquet is held in the royal palace. I will take you there now. Don't worry about your mount, the magical beast stables of the royal city have already been fully rebuilt." Ahem. Alan nodded and looked up at Little Grey. "Little Grey, go with them. By the way, when you go out to play, don't go near the highlands and volcanoes in the south. There's a large group of titans there." "Got it." Super magic beasts simply could not stand each other. Their feuds had stretched back for countless years, as irreconcilable as fire and water. Alan gave Little Grey a serious reminder. "Roar!" Little Grey made a sound in response, curiously looking around Pompey city. This was its first long trip with Alan and everything seemed fresh. Next Alan followed the squad of soldiers, entered Pompey's inner city and finally arrived at a separate courtyard in the royal palace. Actually, it looked somewhat like a palace from his previous life, with no overly tall buildings and a rather classical elegance. "Count Alvis, here we are. This is the banquet hall. Although the banquet doesn't start until evening, everything needed for the feast has already been prepared. Your residence is courtyard No. 7. If you want to rest first, the attendants in the banquet hall can show you the way." The leading soldier pointed to a palace straight ahead. "MMIC." Alan tossed him a small pouch of gold coins, then entered the palace with his hands behind his back. The palace was enormous, about 20 to 30,000 square meters. The architecture was lovely, classical and elegant, giving one a sense of inner peace. Scanning the room, Alan saw that he had not arrived early. There were already many people in the palace. They all wore family crests on their clothes, clearly nobles who had also been invited. He didn't recognize a single person. But that was normal, Alan only knew the nobles of the Duchy of Shussi, and those nobles were basically all dead. If the Archbishop Bishop Bess had spoken of hadn't taken the nobles along when evacuating Elven City, he wouldn't see a single familiar face here. Oh, a handsome young man has arrived. As soon as Alan entered the palace, several people came over to greet him, all wearing bright smiles. Hello, I'm Alan Alvis. Alan smiled in response. Before entering, he had known exactly what would happen after he walked through the door. Those who could attend this banquet were essentially local bigwigs, none of them fools, and naturally they wouldn't miss such an excellent social occasion. Now that the Duchy of Shussi was finished, Alan needed a new social circle. Not that they could help with anything major, but at least he could open a few economic channels and make future business dealings a bit more convenient. So Alan mingled around the banquet hall. In an hour he got to know all the nobles present and offered each a bottle of fine red wine. An hour later Alan asked an attendant to lead him to courtyard No. 7. The royal banquet would last 3 days, and he would stay there for those 3 days. It wasn't that he was tired and wanted rest, but that he didn't want to waste time in the banquet hall. Those nobles were not highly cultivated. Among the 30 or so people, not a single one had a higher cultivation than his. Clearly the big names hadn't arrived yet. So a quick greeting just for form's sake was enough. Alan took an image recording crystal from his system space, replenished its magical energy with a magic core, then activated it to project the images stored inside. This memory crystal was a gift from Lily, containing a group photo of Lily and her parents. This trip to Pompeii City, Alan had 2 tasks. The first task was one he set for himself, to seize the Ace region along with several surrounding regions. The second task was assigned by Lily and Vivi, asking him to deliver letters to Orion and Laura. To ensure Alan would personally deliver the letters to Orion and Laura, the princess pair, mother and daughter, had given Alan many new experiences the day before he left home. It was truly a journey through every mountain pass and every fork in the road. As evening fell, the sky had not yet darkened completely, but the royal palace was already ablaze with lights. Alan changed into formal attire, put on the dark heart necklace, and left his residence for the banquet hall. There were over 300 people in the hall, even children. Clearly some nobles had brought their families. There. Alan scanned the room and spotted Orion and Laura in a corner. Orion's legs were intact. It was hard to tell whether the War King truly had the power to regenerate severed limbs, or whether Laura, as the High Priestess of Life, had healing abilities that were simply too strong. Alan held the 2 letters and walked toward Orion and Laura. Mr. Orion. Ms. Laura, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I am Alan Alvis. So you're the one. Orion's originally good mood instantly soured. His old face wrinkled as he sized Alan up, then said coldly, "Boy, if it weren't for them saying in the letters that they came willingly, I would definitely twist your head off and kick it like a ball." Hearing this, Alan smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Honestly, even if Orion were to stab him right now, he could understand. "Alan, may I call you that?" Unlike Aurelian, Lola was exceptionally warm and amiable, giving Alan the sense of a caring elder. "Of course. These are the letters Lily and Vivi wrote for you." Alan sat opposite Aurelian and handed over the 4 letters, 2 for each of them. Aurelian reached out to take them, but Lola swatted his hand away. Apparent fear of Lola, he turned his head with a sullen expression and refused to speak. Lola did not immediately read the letters. Instead she collected them all and stored them in her extension ring, remarking, "Alan, I have already heard about the incident in Alwise County. You are outstanding. I am at ease and trusting Lily and Vivi to you. TCH. At this moment Aurelian snorted coldly and muttered under his breath, "A mid-stage demon of the 7th rank, I myself am not certain of victory. And him. A 4th rank Moon Radiance warrior defeating a mid-stage 7th rank demon. Only a fool would believe that." Lola shot Alan an apologetic glance, then whispered, "Alan, I am also quite curious about this. May we know?" Only then did Alan fully understand. These 2 had clearly coordinated their approach, one playing the gentle role, the other the stern one, testing him. However, they likely held no ill intent. Perhaps they worried about their daughter and granddaughter, fearing they might fall prey to a skillful deceiver. Nevertheless, even if they meant no harm, Alan could not tell the whole truth. The dark magic spear was far too precious. Few in the entire Pompey kingdom could claim to possess one. He could not risk leaking such information. After a moment's hesitation, Alan dispersed his aura to enclose the corner, then said, "Arcane arts. I employed 2 arcane arts. One might also call them forbidden techniques. Fortunately my luck held, the mid-stage 7th rank demon died and I survived. Upon hearing Alan's words beneath the table, Aurelian and Lola's shins bumped against each other. Aurelian's expression improved somewhat while Lola grew even warmer. They believed Alan's account. When fighting across two major cultivation realms, relying on forbidden techniques to stake one's life was the only path to victory. In truth, they had never doubted Alan. Before the abyssal calamity descended, Lily and Vivi had frequently dispatched letters home describing Alan's excellence and how deeply he cherished them. Vivi's naivety was one thing, but Lily was far from foolish. The real reason they asked was simply to observe how Alan would respond, whether with sincerity or deflection. Now it was clear. Lily and Vivi had indeed found a suitable match, one possessing both promise and admirable character. From this point onward the conversation among the three grew naturally. Aurelian and Lola had already accepted Alan as their son-in-law and grandson-in-law, and the topic gradually drifted toward daily matters. However, their conversation did not last long. 10 minutes later an elderly man in blue robes entered the banquet hall, drawing the attention of nearly everyone. "That is the current King Arthur." Lola leaned close to introduce him to Alan. Alan nodded. He had guessed as much. A 7th rank war king was indeed formidable, though he had not released his aura. An invisible pressure radiated from him, undeniable and palpable. The moment Bilbo appeared, a crowd of nobles immediately converged upon him. As the strongest figure in the kingdom of Pompey and the host of this banquet, it was precisely because of him that so many nobles had gathered. Faced with the nobles' overtures, Bilbo made no pretense of authority. He responded warmly and personally to each, for the purpose of this banquet was after all to consolidate royal power. After conversing with the nobles for a while, Bilbo ascended to the central dais in the banquet hall, spoke of the hardships endured over the past half-year, and finally declared the banquet open. "Aurelian, my old friend, what are you doing sitting over here?" After descending from the dais, Bilbo immediately made his way to the corner of the banquet hall. Though addressing Aurelian, Alan sensed that Bilbo's attention rested upon him. Whether it was intuition or something more he could not say. In fact, Alan's intuition was correct. Aurelian and Lola were both old acquaintances of Bilbo. They could converse privately at any time without need for formalities at such an occasion. Bilbo had come specifically for Alan. Ever since learning of the Alwise County incident, Bilbo had launched an investigation into him. Due to past neglect and the difficulty of information flow at present, Bilbo had gathered little, only that Alan was a Moon Radiance warrior and the grandson-in-law of Aurelian. Glancing over just now and noticing a young man of Moon Radiance cultivation beside Aurelian and Lola, it did not take long to deduce his identity. And for what reason? Simply Alan's strength. Bilbo's reconnaissance corps was no idle organization. They had already confirmed Alan's combat record as genuine. A Moon Radiance warrior eliminating a War King level demon, regardless of method. If truly accomplished, then Alan possessed War King level combat power. A mid-stage 7th rank demon ranked equivalent to a 6th rank War King. Bilbo himself was only a 7th rank War King, yet Alan had demonstrated the ability to slay a 6th rank War King. And slaying a 6th rank War King did not necessarily represent Alan's limit, it merely reflected the cultivation level of the particular demon he had slain. In plain terms, Alan might currently possess the ability to kill him. And given Alan's talent, he would certainly grow to possess that ability in time. Considering further, Alan, capable of killing him and simultaneously the grandson-in-law of the kingdom's 1st Legion commander and the great Bishop of Life, posed a significant threat. A dangerous individual. Extremely dangerous. Yet considering various factors, Bilbo did not wish to regard Alan as an enemy, unless Alan chose to become one. "Your Majesty the King, I have arrived late. All the fine seats have been taken by others. But this position is hardly poor, at least here I may eat and drink freely without fear of being observed. By the way, Your Majesty, this is my grandson-in-law Alan Alwise. You may recall Vivi, he is her husband." Aurelian pulled Alan to his feet to bow in greeting, while Lola also nodded respectfully toward Bilbo. "I certainly know who he is. The most outstanding young man in the kingdom of Pompey. He guarded the Duchy of Shoes for me, otherwise it would have shared the fate of the Duchy of Idle." "Young man, well done." Bilbo feigned surprise, then warmly embraced Alan. "It is my duty, Your Majesty the King." After parting, Alan bowed once more. This Bilbo was indeed a seasoned veteran. His words flowed with practiced elegance. "Let us all be seated. I am famished, my stomach pressed against my spine. There are too many vacant territories within the kingdom right now. I have spent 3 days addressing them and am far from finished." Bilbo sat beside Alan, seized a loaf of barley bread and devoured it voraciously while speaking. Upon hearing the word territories, Alan's heart stirred. He already understood what Bilbo sought. It seemed this time he would return handsomely rewarded. Just as Alan expected. Bilbo muttered to himself for a moment, drank a cup of wine heartily, then looked at Alan and asked Alvis, almost all the territories of the Duchy of Shussi are masterless now. I imagine you lost many friends in this war. Alas. Alan sighed gloomily, his expression mournful, and said, Marquis Goya of the Leia region was my father-in-law. He died in the kingdom's war against the Vesuvius fire tribe, and his family was later wiped out while defending the kingdom against the demon tide. Marquis Thomas of the Sualine region was my closest friend. The only reason my AC region managed to survive the abyssal calamity was his excellent arms, but he and his family did not survive this disaster. Then there was Marquis Zaire, the lord of the Seaton region. He was an elder I deeply respected. He even wanted to marry his daughter to me, but the disaster came too quickly. At Alan's words the faces of the other three at the table all twitched. Leia region, Sualine region, AC region, Seaton region. The Duchy of Shussi had only 10 regions in total, yet Alan asked for 4 in a single breath. Young man, how greedy. After saying this, Alan paused for a while, then poured down a cup of wine and sighed, damn this abyssal calamity. I just wanted to guard my territory and live in peace. Hearing this, Bilbo's smile returned and he patted Alan on the shoulder. A young man ought to have some drive. But since you like this kind of life, go on living it. Nothing is better than peace of mind. I like this kind of life too. I still have other guests to receive, so I won't chat with you any longer. Later I'll have someone send you a specialty of the kingdom of Pompeii. For regions it was then. Anyway, they were all wastelands that the demons had already raised flat. Let Alan fund the construction himself. As king he only needed to wait at ease for the tax revenue. It was a good deal. After Bilbo left, Orion used battle chi to isolate the surrounding area and said sourly, how generous indeed. My fief is only 1 region and usually I can't even live there, I can only stay in the military camp. Laura, however, was a little worried and cautioned Alan, you ask for too much. He may now see you as a target for suppression just like he did Orion in the past. Don't worry. Alan lit a demon-essence cigarette and sneered, he is old. He may not have realized that the best way to secure royal power is to kill me today at any cost. If he misses this chance he will never have another. He will never run into a me this week again. Orion and Laura exchanged a glance, their eyes full of shock. Was this kid's ambition really that great? But after all, he was one of their own. If it really came to that, they would definitely side with family over reason. Afterward more nobles came to talk with Alan. With war king level combat power, no one in the entire kingdom of Pompeii dared to ignore him. Alan refused no one. As long as they came to build a connection, they were all his best friends. There were also quite a few nobles who wanted to form marriage alliances with Alan and marry the eligible girls of their families to him, including even Duke Rex of the Duchy of Lucci. Alan did not agree immediately, nor could he. He had just asked Bilbo for benefits, agreeing now would be like declaring allegiance. How could he turn around and start building factions right under Bilbo's nose? But not agreeing did not mean refusing, just arrange a time for detailed talks. 4 hours later. It was midnight and the first day's banquet came to an end. Alan said goodbye to Orion and Laura and returned to courtyard no. 7. Count Alvis, His Majesty the King ordered me to give this to you. An old man was standing at the door of the reception room. Judging by his clothes he seemed to be some sort of steward, and he handed Alan a small wooden box. All right, I understand. Alan took the box, gave the old man a rank for magic core, and entered the reception room. When he opened the box and saw what was inside, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. It was a parchment made from magical beast hide. This was a patent of nobility. The title written on it was Marquis, and the Marquis's fief was the 4 regions Leia, Sualine, AC and Seaton. At the end there was also a line of small print, both the right to collect taxes and the right of administration were included, with the duchy tax waived for 3 years. Duchy tax. From the look of it, Bilbo has already decided who should be the next duke. Alan couldn't help but laugh at the patent. Who knew what that damn duke would think? It was bad enough that Alan had taken 4 regions from him, and now he couldn't even collect the taxes for those years. Putting the patent into his system space, Alan began to consider how to develop the new territory. The 4 regions were well located and together formed one continuous piece of land occupying the entire right half of the Duchy of Shussi. Wait. He had almost forgotten, there was also Baigu Forest, and Baigu Forest was his territory too. First he had hunted magical beasts for energy for the magic energy cannons, then several waves of demon tides had passed through Baigu Forest one after another. Now Baigu Forest had already turned from a magical beast forest into shrubland. That being the case, he would simply include it in the new territory's construction plan. Also he could occupy some land in the Take Wasteland. The Duchy of Neva had never administered the Take Wasteland, just as he had been unable to administer Baigu Forest, and did not even know how large the land was. Taking advantage of the Duchy of Neva being left with only a single main city and no energy to spare for the Take Wasteland, he directly occupied the tract of land closest to Xingu Town. Leia region, AC region, Sualin region, Sidon region, Baigu Forest plus a large piece of the Take Wasteland. The combined area of these lands was larger than the other 6 regions of the Duchy of Shusi put together. A duke. Duke my ass. This is awesome. I'll just use the construction panel to build a territory wall and enclose all these lands, or else I won't feel safe. But materials and manpower are both huge problems. For such a massive project he'd probably have to hollow out the entire Blackrock mountain range to get enough. Alan lay on the bed sighing with a troubled expression. He still had to increase the territory's population first, otherwise he couldn't do anything. But the abyssal calamity had just passed and the Duchy of Shusi had so little population left. Restoring it would take forever. First pull all the wasteland refugees from the Take Wasteland over here. Though the number might not exceed 50,000, they could still build up a few small towns. Then he could offer long-term tax exemptions and land reclamation benefits to transfer some people from the current AC region to develop the new territory. Good thing I'm the boss. If I had to keep an eye on all these things myself, my head would explode. Alan smiled and shook his head, pulled a small blanket over his belly button and went to sleep. The following 2 days passed. Ai Luan spent them just as he had the first, making acquaintances among the nobility, eating and drinking with a completely relaxed mood. Compared to the first day's banquet, the atmosphere in the following 2 days was even stronger. Most nobles were beaming and far more enthusiastic. Clearly they too had received Bayerbois specialty gifts. After the 3-day royal banquet concluded, Ao Ruyan and Luo La invited Ai Luan to stay for a few days at the Aorixani family estate in Pangbei City. Ai Luan politely declined, citing too many affairs in his territory, and set out for home early on the 4th day. Xiao Huihui traveled at full speed, departing in the morning and arriving home before midnight. At this hour several of Ai Luan's wives had not yet gone to bed, chatting in the living room. Seeing Ai Luan return, they immediately gathered around him, chattering all at once. Ai Luan, have you eaten dinner? Lord Ai Luan, did the trip go well? Sensing his wives' thoughtfulness, Ai Luan hugged each of them, then sat down on the sofa and pulled Ai Lin, who was nearest, into his arms. It went very well. I have good news for you. I need a map of the Shusi Duchy. I'll get it. An Ni immediately ran out of the living room, moving so quickly that she looked nothing like a woman nearly 8 months pregnant. In less than a minute an Ni returned. Ai Luan took the map, picked up a pen from the table, drew a circle on it and handed it to an Ni. From now on this is our territory. Also from now on address me as Count Erwizi. While his wives huddled around the map, Ai Luan took out the enfeoffment letter, slapped it onto the table with a smug expression and planted a firm kiss on Ai Lin's cheek. Lord Ai Luan. Ai Lin's face broke into a blissful smile as she rested her head on Ai Luan's shoulder. Ai Luan, is this really true? Here is the Take Wasteland. The enfeoffment letter doesn't mention the Take Wasteland. After examining the map, Ai Wire sat down beside Ai Luan with a puzzled expression, pointing at the map. I say it's mine, so it's mine. You all know what the Take Wasteland is. Now that the Nyewa Duchy has only one main city left, this is the perfect opportunity for us to expand our territory. Ai Luan took the red wine that Fu Liya had poured and said calmly. Hearing this, the women all understood. That small half of the Take Wasteland had been added by Ai Luan himself. It had been wrested from the Nyewa Duchy. Ai Wire exclaimed, I never expected the king to be so generous, actually granting you such a vast territory. Add the Baigu Forest and the wasteland you asked for and it's larger than the other 6 regions of the Shusi Duchy combined. The difficulty of building it up is equally huge. Money and resources aren't the problem, the cash at home and the resource points in the territory are enough, but we're far too short on population. Ai Luan sighed and leaned back into the sofa, his right hand unconsciously slipping into Ai Lin's sheer nightgown. Sensing the warmth in front of her and the teasing looks from her sisters, and Ni blushed and said quietly, "Lord Ai Luan, you could go to countries with large populations to take in people. When Tina and I were mercenaries, we met many people who wanted to start over, some because of poverty, some because of feuds. As long as they can see hope, many will choose to join even if it means leaving their homeland." Tina also agreed, "Lord Ai Luan, this is a chance for those who live in hardship to change their fate." After hearing that, Ai Luan was startled. It was a brilliant idea. He had thought of spending money to attract people but never of spending money to poach people from others. Then that's how it will be, forge a genuine dream of the Erwizi Marquis 8. The next afternoon, Ai Luan gathered his trusted subordinates, told them about his elevation to the nobility, and distributed the construction tasks for the territory. The night order needed to spread the news throughout the new territory, followed by long-term patrols of the entire domain and unceasing expansion. As for absorbing the surrounding population, he left that to Tang Mu's 3 sons, while Tang Mu continued to oversee the basic livelihood of the territory. As for the poaching Ai Lin had proposed last night, he didn't intend to have his own men do it. He would simply post a quest at the mercenary guild. The kingdoms or duchies that still had large populations were all too far from his territory, and the territory was in desperate need of people right now. Leaving it to the mercenary guild was just right. With the Baigu forest gone, mercenaries' incomes had fallen sharply and they were exactly in need of quests. Wait, there's one more thing. As he announced the dismissal, Ai Luan called Tang Mu and the others back. For this territory construction, I need a detailed roster of contributions. I'm sure you all know that a marquis's domain can be called a marquisate, and a marquis has the right to directly enfeoff barons. You are the ones I trust the most, don't let me down. Yes, Lord Marquis. At Ai Luan's words, Tang Mu, Sherpaik and the others all breathed heavily and bowed to him with bright eager eyes. They all got the message. As long as they did the job well, they could become nobles. Indeed, following the Erwizi family was definitely the right move. Go ahead. Ai Luan waved a hand lightly. After Tang Mu and the others left, he shook his head with a smile. He had always been very generous to his subordinates. The upper and middle managers of his territory were all tycoons, and the few he trusted most had more wealth at their disposal than an ordinary baron's entire estate. But he had never granted them fiefs, land manors and other properties. Now he thought about it, there was no need to hold on to land so tightly. This world was different from the one he had lived in his previous life. As long as the Lord was powerful enough, rebellion and insurrection were nothing but nonsense. Since this territory construction was the perfect opportunity, he would properly reward his capable subordinates and at the same time make them take this project more seriously. Thinking about the territory construction, Ai Luan couldn't help but sigh. This was reclamation in the truest sense, opening up wild land without even a population. He had no idea how long it would take to complete. It was foreseeable. For a long time to come he wouldn't receive rewards in the territory construction category. Fortunately, there was still room to increase the family's population. He had met so many nobles in Pangbei City a few days ago, and half of them had wanted to build a relationship with him through marriage. The timing was about right. He estimated that starting a week from now, quite a few people would send messengers one after another to invite him for visits. Oh, tomorrow he should have the maids clean up the side building. The second side building, referred to as Building No. 2. These girls, married solely for system rewards and social connections, would simply be assigned a building of their own. On the 8th day since Alan had returned home, a delegation of envoys arrived at Alwise County, inviting Alan to the capital city of the Duchy of Luchi to attend a banquet hosted by Duke Rex. Alan rode Duzhuang, departing at noon on the first day and returning by noon the next, going alone but coming back as a pair. Aisha, the 8th daughter of Duke Rex, was taken directly. On the 11th day 2 marquises from the Duchy of Neva arrived together, personally presenting their most beautiful daughter before Alan. On the 12th day several delegations of envoys from the duchies of Bari and Gru arrived in succession, inviting Alan to visit the Duchy of Bari. This journey took considerably longer, 5 full days, and he returned with the daughters of 5 marquises and 2 counts. In the latter half of the month, a large contingent of nobles below the rank of marquis, accompanied by the most beautiful marriageable aged girls from their families, came one after another. Even many nobles whose families had no eligible daughters arrived. While they couldn't arrange marriages, they still had the means to offer gifts. Too many nobles wished to cultivate good relations with the Alwise family. In just 1 month Alan had taken 16 concubines, racking up substantial family population rewards and collecting over 1 million gold coins in the process. To be honest, he felt a bit awkward, not because his appetite was growing larger but because of the manner in which those nobles greeted him. The moment they spoke it was always, "Marquis Alwise, my daughter is truly very beautiful." Or, "Marquis Alwise, my younger sister is the most beautiful maiden in the region." No one ever mentioned how lofty their daughter's cultivation talent was, how capable they were at managing affairs, or how worthy they were as marriage partners. Damn it, was he really that kind of man? He admitted he was. But having it all laid so bare was still somewhat embarrassing. Alan could only laugh and sigh, unaware of when his preferences and tastes had spread throughout the entire Pompeii kingdom. But precisely because of this Alan nearly accepted everyone who came. It was all known anyway. Come challenge my weakness if you dare. These 16 concubines all possessed decent cultivation talent. The weakest had at least dual intermediate levels as a foundation, while the strongest Aisha even reached dual silver level, bringing Alan abundant rewards. A total of 200 years of chi cultivation. A total of 210 years of magic cultivation. 1 6th tier weapon exchange card, 1 5th tier set exchange card, 1 5th tier spell exchange card, 2 5th tier staff exchange cards, plus several rewards below 5th tier. Additionally, 2 concubines in building 1 had given birth to 2 children for Alan, yielding 2 bronze level rewards here. A total of 40 years of chi cultivation. A total of 40 years of magic cultivation. 1 bronze tier chi talent card, 1 bronze tier magic talent card, 1 manual of the artisan of spells, 1 4th tier spell book. Alan had been hoarding these rewards all along, and only when no nobles came calling in recent days did he prepare to put them to use. Perhaps in the period ahead marriage alliances would still come knocking, but due to the distances involved and the time required for travel, Alan no longer wished to wait. On the last day of the month, after accompanying his wives through lunch, Alan climbed to the top floor of the bell tower. In his pouch, chi cultivation had already accumulated to 345 years, more than enough for a breakthrough, and even his comparatively modest magic cultivation stood at 250 years. Refreshing. With 345 years of chi cultivation, 2 bottles of 3rd-tier spirit-enhancing potions, and over a month's worth of accumulation, he broke through 2 minor bottlenecks directly. From a 4th-tier Moon Radiance Warrior to a 6th-tier Moon Radiance Warrior. His magic cultivation was relatively low, the spirit-enhancing potions were exhausted, and he hadn't cultivated much ordinarily, so he only broke through 1 minor bottleneck. From a 4th-tier Moon Radiance Mage to a 5th-tier Moon Radiance Mage. For equipment cards he chose a 6th-tier Thunder Sword, for surely kept the 5th-tier set card for later, handed the Artisan of Spells manual to the Merfolk tribe, and gave the 4th-tier spell book to his wives. The 2 bronze-tier talent cards, 1 for chi went to Tina, 1 for magic to Freya. Starting with those who had weaker talents, within a few years he could raise all his wives' and children's talents to dual bronze level. The rest had little further use, so he stored everything in the treasure vault. Comfortable, Alan rolled over and sprang onto the bed, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the azure sky with a smile playing on his lips. This month's rewards had been excellent. And next month's would surely be even better. 5 wives were due to give birth next month: Anya, Annie, Shueli, Lily and Karen, the concubine from building 1. Even Anya and Karen, with the poorest talents, each possessed 1 high-tier attribute. Shueli, blessed with the finest talent, had golden tier chi talent. Most crucially, before any of them became pregnant, Alan had already obtained golden tier chi talent and silver tier magic talent. The children born from next month onward would possess extraordinarily potent talents. While they might not inherit Alan's cultivation talent with absolute certainty, there was a high probability they would not fall short. Since territorial rewards are hard to come by, I should focus on earning more family rewards instead. These newlywed wives who recently joined the household, I should make sure their bellies are attended to promptly. I can't let them think I favor others. Alan gazed at the sky and muttered to himself, a wicked smile curling his lips. Honestly, he used to deeply despise such men. On television and in novels he would pounce on screenwriters and authors alike, trashing their work and leaving scathing reviews. But now that he himself had found himself in such a position, he discovered this life was genuinely comfortable, pleasurable and empowering all at once. Who could refuse? Nobody could refuse. Wait, no, that wasn't right. He wasn't that kind of person. He was merely completing the system's quests, that was all. Blame the system entirely. Master Alan. Just as Alan was about to head to the second building for some indulgence, a soft call drifted from the staircase and a petite pink-haired head peeked around the corner. Aisha, come here. Alan gave a gentle wave, realizing he wouldn't need to descend the stairs after all. Aisha hurried forward with quick steps and threw herself into his arms, nuzzling her head against his chin like a playful kitten. "What brings you to me, Aisha?" Alan stroked her pink hair gently and settled into the sofa with her cradled in his arms. Among his younger wives bearing the A.I. name, Aisha held a special place in his affections. Aisha was the daughter of Duke Rex. At first he had considered keeping his distance, unwilling to let her touch the core of the family, but within just a few days he changed his mind. Aisha's devotion to strength ran especially deep, even more so than Karina's, with her entire world centered on him as her husband, treating him as her everything. So after letting the maids observe her for about a month, he had her move into the main building. "I'm perfectly fine, Master Alan, I just want to be with Master Alan." Aisha shook her head and straddled his lap, her eyes shining with radiant contentment as she gazed into Alan's. Alan sighed softly. "I wish I could stay with you too, Aisha, but I had some matters to attend to, otherwise I would have come to you already." "What troubles you, Master Alan?" "For the sake of our family I've accepted far too many marital alliances lately. Among all these people only Aisha do I truly trust. I have no idea what the others' intentions might be. I'll keep an eye on them for you, Master Alan." A blink of an eye and 2 years had passed. Throughout those 2 years Alan had earnestly devoted himself to just 3 things, and nothing else. First, to expand his territory. Second, to focus on cultivation. Third, to spread his seed with full effort. Let us begin with the first point, his domain, which spanned half of the Duchy of Shoes. No, that name was obsolete now. It was the Duchy of Doolin. The Duchy of Shoes had been renamed the Duchy of Doolin a year prior. The Duke was Jason Arthur, the eldest son of the current King Arthur Bilbo. His territory, which had claimed half of the Duchy of Doolin, was already taking shape. The original combined population of these regions had been less than 1.5 million, but now it had surged to nearly 10 million. It was Alice's counsel that proved brilliant. Under a web of tax exemptions and welfare benefits, even though land reclamation was grueling labor, hundreds still flocked to his domain. Their thoughts were uniform. If life back home was so unbearable, why not seek a better place and stake a fortune? In the Marchionty of Erebus, as long as one had ability, one could cultivate as much land as desired, with rent and taxes waived for 3 full years. Not only that, gold coins were awarded for building houses and even for bearing children. Where would one not go to such a place? Looking even further ahead, the Marchionty of Erebus now lacked lords for numerous settlements. With sufficient diligence they might even rise to nobility. Even if nobility was beyond their reach, working more land and raising more children could still make one wealthy. Thus Alan's territory gradually regained its vitality. Within a few more years prosperity would surely bloom across this land once more. As for the second point, cultivation. Alan had trained diligently over these 2 years, breaking through several minor milestones despite not using a single cultivation card. Battle Aura 9th rank Lunar Radiance Warrior. Magic Power 10th rank Lunar Radiance Mage. The reason his magic power surpassed his battle aura rested in the Saint-grade magic talent Xavier had bestowed upon him. Xavier was the son born to Alan by Diana. The boy was a prodigy, possessing a platinum-grade battle aura talent and a Saint-grade magic talent. Because he had received a Saint-grade magic talent enhancement card, Alan's magical cultivation had advanced so remarkably. He could only sigh in astonishment. It was simply magnificent. No wonder Diana had already reached the first-rank Solar Radiance Warrior stage. If Saint-grade talents were this formidable, how much more extraordinary would divine-grade talents prove? Could one ascend to godhood within merely a century? His battle aura talent lagged behind his magic talent considerably, now only reaching the silver grade, achieved solely by feeding him 4 golden grade talent cards. Turning to the third point, spreading his seed. After attending the banquet hosted by Bilbo, numerous nobles had approached him regarding marriage alliances. Aside from Alice, all his other consorts had been settled in Building No. 2, totaling 21 in number. Including Alice, the 21 principal wives resided in the main building, while the 8 consorts in Building No. 1 remained unchanged. Adding them together, the total came to exactly 50. Each of these 50 wives had borne him a child, and owing to 3 sets of twins, Alan now had 53 children. Not a single second child yet. The first year had been deliberate. He had not wished for his wives to bear children so soon. Though the presence of battle aura and magic power made the people of this world physically robust, his mindset remained anchored in his past life, where he believed an interval of 1 or 2 years between children was prudent. Yet by the following year he discovered how difficult it truly was to conceive. Upon asking Diana, he learned that the stronger one's cultivation, the lower the probability of bearing offspring. By the time he reached the solar radiance realm, it was quite possible his wives might not conceive for a decade. Moreover, with so many wives, cycling through them required at least half a month, and timing rarely aligned perfectly. Still, Alan felt deeply content. Of his 53 children, 39 had been born within these 2 years. The accumulated rewards were extraordinarily generous: talent cards, dragon eggs, dragon source trees, and other blessings that were best utilized swiftly. All remaining rewards, however, he had saved. Territory population bonuses and strength enhancements alike were hoarded, reserved for use once the territory wall encircling his domain was completed. Hoarding rewards was simply Alan's habit, particularly when immediate need was absent. Much like his dining custom of saving the most tender morsel of meat for last, lest the meal feel unsatisfying. But it would soon be sufficient. He estimated the territory wall could be completed within the coming days. Having gathered materials for over 2 years, the Black Rock Mountains were on the verge of being entirely excavated. Originally over 10,000 miners worked the seams, now more than 400,000 labored in unison. Fortunately, Alan's domain was vast, its resource nodes plentiful, so he harbored no fears of shortage. In the heart of summer, on the day after celebrating his youngest daughter's birthday, Tom approached Alan with news: the final batch of black rock had been collected. Upon hearing this, Alan immediately mounted Little Gray and set out. Enough. He circled above Black Rock Town and smiled with satisfaction. To conserve manpower, all the black rock extracted from the Black Rock Mountains had been piled onto the wasteland adjacent to the range. Countless black rocks of varying sizes were stacked together, forming a new mountain range upon the barren land, a black dragon-like ridge, as though the Black Rock Mountains had simply relocated. After recording this spectacular sight with a crystal stone, Alan opened his territory construction panel. Ding. Insufficient materials. Ding. Insufficient materials. Yet upon several successive attempts the same warning persisted. Rather than frustration, Alan felt a touch of embarrassment. He had drawn the boundaries too broadly, hoping to reserve extra space. With so much material accumulated, how could he bear to waste it? Ding. Territory defense wall construction has begun. Territory defense wall remaining time 23 hours, 59 minutes 59 seconds. After over a dozen attempts, Alan finally determined a perimeter that would perfectly consume all his materials and initiated the construction. It would once more traverse along the Qingshui River waterway with a canal lock planned to seal the breach. A single day acceptable? Alan nodded slightly. This territory wall would be far longer than the one built 2 years prior. Even if it required 7 or 8 days, he could understand. However, its greatness lay primarily in length and scale. Its height and thickness fell far short of the previous wall. It was unavoidable. A wall stretching over 10,000 kilometers encircling an entire territory demanded astronomical quantities of materials. The specifications could not be high. Alan ultimately set the dimensions at 8 meters in height, 7 meters at the base width, and 6 meters at the top. Compared to the wall constructed 2 years earlier, this one had been reduced by more than half. But it would suffice. Treating his territory as a royal capital, he planned to build a superfortified inner wall first, then a standard outer wall. Once the domain expanded further, a national border wall could follow. After circling his domain on Little Gray, Alan returned home utterly satisfied. The wait for tomorrow. This entire 2-year period of suppressing his level had prepared him for an ultimate evolutionary surge of power, the kind of explosive breakthrough that would arrive tomorrow. Ding. The territorial defensive wall construction is complete. Detected that the family territory's strength has increased and it has been rated as a purple gold tier. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 150-year battle energy cultivation card, 1 150-year magic power cultivation card, 1 tier 7 battle skill exchange card, 1 tier 7 magic exchange card, and the bramble heart. The following afternoon the system notification sounded again. Done. Alan, who had been waiting at the territory's edge for a long time, watched the territorial wall materialize out of thin air and pumped his fist in excitement. It looked just like the Great Wall, exuding an extraordinary sense of security. But the rewards were a bit meager. For a purple gold tier evaluation there are only these few reward items. Is the bramble heart the real prize? Alan considered the possibility that this mysterious object must be incredibly powerful, given that the purple gold tier rating itself was tied to it. Let's get to work. Alan squeezed into a valley with pleasant scenery and took out all the rewards he had accumulated over the past 2 years. In total his battle energy cultivation amounted to 1670 years. His magic power cultivation totaled 1530 years. The numbers were indeed large yet not at all exaggerated. After all, the children born during these 2 years all came after he had obtained his golden tier battle energy talent and silver tier magic power talent. Virtually every child was born with at least a silver tier magic power talent as their foundation, and half of them possessed a golden tier battle energy talent. Some children had not inherited his talent, but there were few of them. Only 4 children had bronze tier talents. Additionally, the increases in the territory's total population, the expansion of the Knight Corps, and the enlargement of the Defense Legion were all platinum tier, yielding abundant rewards. Let's get to work. Alan did not rush to inventory the other rewards but prepared to deal with them one by one. It took him approximately half an hour to exhaust all those cultivation cards, most of the time being spent on breakthroughs. Dual cultivation had once again reached equilibrium, bringing them both to the 3rd stage of the Sun Crown realm. Upon careful calculation, the difficulty was exceedingly great. For Sun Crown tier cultivation, even the initial breakthrough required nearly 500 years of accumulated cultivation. It would undoubtedly become increasingly exaggerated from there. The War King bottleneck might well demand 1000 years. Damn it, this is going to wear my back to pieces. Why can't it give me some kind of instant success buff? Alan shook his head with a wry smile and turned his attention to the remaining offspring rewards, saving the territory rewards for last. 1 Tier 9 Staff Exchange Card, 1 Tier 9 Magic Exchange Card, 2 Tier 7 Battle Skill Exchange Cards, 2 Tier 7 Magic Exchange Cards, 8 Tier 6 Battle Skill Exchange Cards, 12 Tier 6 Magic Exchange Cards, and 23 Lower Tier Battle Skill and Magic Exchange Cards. It looked a bit sparse. That was because the most formidable items had already been used. His family now owned 9 dragons: an ice dragon, a fire dragon, a dark dragon, a light dragon, a rock dragon, a thunder dragon, a water dragon, a wind dragon, and a wood dragon. Only a poison dragon remained, and then he could collect all 10 elemental attributes of dragons, the 10 attributes he knew of. As for the dragon essence tree, 5 had already been planted. They were the flame essence tree, the light essence tree, the dark essence tree, the thunder essence tree, and the ice essence tree. There were 4 defensive necklaces similar to the Dark Heart necklace currently entrusted to Eve for distribution. Anyone heading out would wear one as a precaution. There were also various battle energy seeds and magic power seeds. Alan had now achieved full elemental mastery, possessing both battle energy and magic power across all elements. Of course, he had not obtained rare attributes such as the evil attribute, the spatial attribute, or the life attribute. Those were not attributes a normal person could possess. Even so, he had only acquired one rare attribute, the death attribute, which he had obtained 2 years ago through the power of the undead. He had dozens of talent cards which he had already used long ago. Alan had upgraded his own battle energy talent from golden tier to platinum tier, while the rest had all been allocated to his wives. The majority of the wives in the main building had been equipped with golden tier talents, while a few had temporarily received silver tier ones. The concubines in the side buildings had also been provided for. The few who trained hardest were given silver tier talents, while those content to simply enjoy life were left unattended for now. The children had no need to consider this so early, for they could only begin cultivation at the age of 10. Therefore all these equipment cards and skill cards were merely the leftovers. For the Tier 9 staff and Tier 9 magic, Alan chose the Melody Staff of the Light attribute and the Holy Light Bind Song. He specifically selected them to counter the undead and demons. Regardless of whether he would actually need them, he had to prepare for every possibility. That is what one might call firepower deficiency phobia. And that was exactly it. The 4 Tier 7 battle skill and magic cards were examined briefly. After a moment's consideration, Alan selected a thunder battle skill, a dark magic, a storm battle skill, and an ice magic. It was not that he refused to focus solely on light and dark, but the options in the exchange cards were random and one could not always stumble upon desired choices. As for the remaining stacks of Tier 4, 5 and 6 cards, there was no need to examine them closely. He could simply pick at random. Since he now possessed all elemental attributes, any card he chose would be usable. Being versatile was advantageous, as it allowed him to handle special situations requiring elemental counters. This round of upgrades was absolutely an epic level enhancement. In future battles there would be no need to bother with Tier 5 battle skills. He could simply start with Tier 6 enough to frighten his opponents into submission. The only slight regret was the absence of high-tier elemental sets, because the offspring rewards focused on potential and had never provided elemental sets above Tier 5. Finally came the rewards for expanding the territory: the Bramble Heart, the War Melody Scroll, and the Teleportation Array blueprints. The rewards for strengthening the territory had initially been abundant, but most had already been consumed, leaving only these three. What had been used were the large blue gold or vein exchange card, the Tier 6 Origin Energy Array exchange card, and the Tier 7 Weapon exchange card. Blue gold was a magical metal with average conductivity for both battle energy and magic power, yet its hardness was exceptionally high, making it an excellent primary material for armor. As for the Tier 6 Origin Energy Array, there was no need for elaborate explanation, its effects far surpassed those of the Tier 3 array, effectively replacing it entirely. It continued to enhance the cultivation speed of the entire territory's population. Calculated by distance from the core, the maximum boost was 60% and the minimum was 20%, with the array core still positioned within the inner fortress. For the Tier 7 Weapon exchange card, he had chosen a fire attribute spear for Diana. The War Melody Scroll was a temporary buff item. Once activated, including the Lord himself, every member of the territory would experience a surge in combat strength, with both battle energy and magic power intensity doubling. The effect lasted for 1 hour. The effect was extraordinarily potent, currently unused and hoped never to be needed. The Teleportation Array blueprints, the name itself revealed its purpose, indicating it could be used to construct a teleportation array. However, this particular teleportation array had severe limitations. It was a point-to-point fixed teleporter comparable to a door between a room and a hall. To connect the entire territory, at least a dozen such arrays would need to be built. Each construction required dozens of types of magical metals, and the quantity needed was enormous. Enough materials for a single teleportation array could forge dozens of mana cannons. This was precisely why Alan had never considered building them. The items were indeed excellent, but their cost-effectiveness at this stage was not high. He was not yet wealthy enough. Lastly, there was the Bramble Heart he had just obtained today. Alan picked up the card representing the Bramble Heart and looked up at its description. Thorn Heart, an early Tier 5 magical beast that guards the territory wall. Its roots extend as the wall expands. It grows by feeding on magic cores and obeys only its host's commands. Oh. After reading the description, Alan suddenly understood. This was a supporting reward prepared specially for the territory wall. What a treasure. The outer wall was over 10,000 kilometers long. If he relied only on ballistas and arrow towers to defend it, he would need 8 or 10 years just to build them. But now it was fine, he would set up the Thorn Heart first. As an early Tier 5 magical beast, it possessed combat power just entering the Moonglow realm. It was already an excellent source of ready-made combat strength, and it could still grow. Pop. Alan walked up to the nearest territory wall and crushed the card. A small green bean appeared in his hand. The little green bean wobbled twice, then burst open like popcorn, turning into a mass of plant roots that fell to the ground. The next moment, the roots swiftly burrowed into the soil and shot toward the nearest territory wall, leaving a faintly raised trail on the ground. Alan stood where he was, watching curiously. The Thorn Heart stopped the moment it touched the territory wall, then began to grow wildly, covering a long stretch of the wall's surface like creeping ivy. About 5 seconds later, the Thorn Heart withdrew all its thorny vines and vanished underground. When Alan extended his senses to inspect, he found that its root system had already grown 4 or 5 kilometers long and was still expanding at high speed. What a treasure! Alan marveled. He had thought the Thorn Heart would grow slowly like the Dragon Origin tree, but it had actually grown this big in one go. He stepped forward, took a batch of magic cores from his system space and tossed them onto the ground at the base of the wall. They ranged from Tier 1 to Tier 5, included every attribute and even demon cores. He wanted to see what the Thorn Heart's taste was like. Bang! A huge mass of thorns burst out of the ground, wrapped up all the 100+ magic cores and plunged back into the earth. Not picky. That's a good habit. Alan threw out another batch of magic cores and called out, "From now on you'll be called C.I. Dan. Don't stuff yourself, I'll come and feed you every once in a while." As Alan's voice faded, a thorn vine poked out of the soil and bent gently, as if nodding in response. Ah, now this is what a pet should be. Damn it, if it's disobedient you have to hit it. No hitting, no obedience. Alan was so satisfied with C.I. Dan that he could not help but sigh. As long as C.I. Dan grew a little bigger and he arranged the Defense Legion and defensive installations, this second territory wall would become unbreakable. At the same time, in the underground wine cellar of the inner keep, Mao Chiu, who had drunk himself into a stupor with a group of dragon underlings, suddenly jolted and looked dizzily toward the entrance that had been excavated to more than 10 times its original size. Seeing that no one had discovered what was going on, Mao Chiu relaxed again and casually chomped down a whole barrel of white ale, not even spitting out the wooden barrel. Half an hour later Alan returned home. He had flown back on his own, not using the wings of the night but tapping into the natural battle chi and natural mana between heaven and earth to fly with his physical body. This was the signature ability of the solar corona realm. His flight speed was extremely swift. At Alan's cultivation his top speed could reach 300 meters per second. Although it was still a little slower than De Zhuang and Xiao Huihui, this speed was actually explosive, a little faster, and it would reach standard sonic speed. Clan leader Alan Alvis. Age 23. Cultivation 3rd Order Solar Corona Warrior 3rd Order Solar Corona Mage. Talents Platinum Grade Battle Chi Talent Saint Grade Mana Talent. Arcane Art Seal Release Heart of Ares Embrace of the Mother Goddess. Combat Skills Tier 9 Dark Roaring Eye Tier 7 Thunderstorm Impact Tier 7 Roaring Dance. Magic Tier 9 Holy Radiance Tier 9 Holy Light Binding Him Tier 7 Ice Age Tier 7 Dark Barrier. Items Tier 9 Black Demon Spear Tier 9 Melody Staff Tier 7 Soul Reaving Spear Tier 7 Heavenly Song Staff. Alan took a look at the character panel he had not checked in over a year and he felt so comfortable he could float. This panel was truly impressive. Solar Corona Warriors corresponded to Tier 6. In general, being able to use Tier 6 equipment was already good enough, but him. He had Tier 9s and Tier 7s all over. That was a demigod's loadout. Even demigods would find it difficult to obtain Tier 9 weapons, for divine smiths capable of forging Tier 9 weapons did not appear in every era. Ah! Alan grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the table, chilled it with ice attribute mana and downed it in one gulp. This whiskey was his own brew. He had obtained the recipe nearly 5 years ago, but brewing took too long. It had only just been taken out of the cellar 1 year ago. Solar Corona 3rd Order. How did you do it? Did you get a high-tier mana amplification potion from that ruin? Diana entered the hall carrying Xavier. She had been playing with the little golden flame eagle in the outer keep with their son, and seeing Alan fly across the sky had immediately hurried back. Yes, I drank a very powerful potion. The ancient script on the bottle was really hard to read. I could only recognize the characters for Battle Chi and Holy. Its smell was exactly the same as a mana amplification potion, so I drank it. Good boy, come to daddy. Alan dispersed the smell of alcohol from his body with Battle Chi, stepped forward and scooped up his son. It should be the Battle Saint Heart Potion. Its main ingredients are a Tier 8 Titan Magic Core and a Tier 8 Titan Heart. It is a Tier 8 potion whose crafting difficulty rivals Tier 9 potions. No wonder you broke through so many bottlenecks at once. I'm supposed to be the deity, yet I've fallen so far behind you. Diana said with envy, though what shone in her eyes was mostly pride. Of course she hoped her husband would be stronger than her. It gave her a powerful sense of security, made the future feel radiant, and even revenge could be achieved with ease. Maybe this is what talent looks like. I often want to be an ordinary person, but my strength just won't allow it. Alan said smugly, walked over, put his arm around Diana and led her to the sofa. When she felt a hand slip under the hem of her clothes, Diana was expectant, but she whispered a reminder, Xavier is still here. Hearing Diana's words, Alan smiled at Xavier and said, Xavier, your older brothers and sisters are all playing in the garden. Do you want to go? Sister. Sister. Xavier clapped his hands, his big eyes sparkling with excitement. The moment Alan set him down, the little one, just 13 months old, staggered toward the door. Seeing this, Alan gestured to the maid waiting beside him to follow them, then gave Diana a smug look. Jessica, 3.5 years old, was quite mischievous, perhaps because she spent too much time with Mao Chiu. She loved leading her younger siblings around on wild adventures, which made her very popular among them. Now Xavier is gone. After their son ran out of the hall, Alan wrapped both arms around Diana. Diana looped her arms around Alan's neck and pressed an eager kiss to his lips as Alan carried her toward the Lord's chamber. After a moment of tenderness, when Diana's breathing had steadied, Alan asked, My dear, how is the academy progressing? Quite well. There are about 30,000 students this year, more than last year. Diana thought for a moment before replying. The academy's dean was Alan and she served as vice dean. However, neither of them visited often, so daily affairs were handled by the academy director Puis. Indeed. Knowledge can elevate the comprehensive abilities of the next generation, so it must be closely monitored at all times. Hearing there were 30,000 students this year, Alan's mood improved further. The Free Church and Free Academy he had once proposed Diana had begun preparing for the previous year, establishing the Alwise Future Academy. Located not far from the west shore of Clearwater Lake, it was a boarding academy converted from an entire town. Tuition was relatively low, leaving little room for profit. It could only sustain the academy's basic operations. The academic program was divided into 3 stages. The first stage, ages 6 to 9, focused on literacy, history, and other foundational knowledge. The second stage, ages 9 to 12, prepared students for cultivation and guided them through the threshold. The third stage, ages 12 to 15, combined cultivation practice with hands-on experience to accumulate practical knowledge. At 15, students reached adulthood. Upon graduation, their minds would be sufficiently mature to consider their future paths. Of course, not everyone was suited for cultivation. Before entering the second stage of study, the academy would assess each student's cultivation talent and share the results, allowing students to make their own choices. For students pursuing strength, they would enter the cultivation camp. For those preferring a peaceful life, they would join the skills camp. The cultivation camp's curriculum was straightforward: basic cultivation techniques, manuals on demonic beasts, demon catalogs, and occasional exposure to low-tier demonic beasts. The skills camp offered a more diverse curriculum with specialized classes in blacksmithing, mining, carpentry, construction, and more. As long as students studied diligently, they could secure their livelihood with a learned trade upon graduation. As for the exceptionally talented students, regardless of their area of aptitude, they would receive additional support from the academy to increase their chances of success. Regarding his own children, Alan planned to open a separate class. It was not that he wished to shield them from peers of lower status, but rather that with so many children, centralized management would be more convenient. If each child were placed in individual classes, chaos would surely ensue. The special treatment from teachers and classmates alike would significantly impact the children. The curriculum would remain unchanged. His children would study alongside the regular students, and only after graduation would he impart advanced battle techniques or magic. In essence, it was a replica of his past life's 9 years. This year marked the academy's second enrollment, and next year's registrations might well be even higher. The primary constraint was the strict age limit. Even as a newly established institution, it only accepted students under the age of 10. Otherwise, given Alan's reputation, commoners would without hesitation send their children to the academy simply to support their benevolent lord. Following Lord Alwise was always the right choice. After dinner, Alan ventured out once more to inspect the domain walls. The freshly constructed walls grew more pleasing with each glance, instilling a profound sense of security, as if even their very scent was refreshingly clean. Alan flew along the nearest section in a circle and discovered he was not the only one admiring the domain walls. Some of the newly arrived commoners in the Alwise Principality, seeking to cultivate more land and earn greater wealth, had chosen to settle at the domain's periphery where land was less sought after. These people were the first to notice the mysteriously appearing domain walls. While Alan admired them, they were filled with wonder. Good heavens! In the brief span of bending over to hoe the field, how had such a lengthy wall materialized beside them? Simultaneously astonished and apprehensive, they gathered at a distance to observe, none daring to approach. Even the boldest children were struck down. The domain walls could indeed protect them, but since they had appeared so strangely, who could say whether they were a blessing or a curse? Do not worry. I created these using a major earth element magic spell. You may share this news with family and friends, allowing them to live in peace. Seeing that these subjects had lost even the desire to till the fields, Alan descended from the sky and addressed them softly. Greetings, Lord Alwise. Upon seeing Alan appear, all the farmers bowed deeply, their doubts and concerns entirely dispelled. Alan nodded and rose back into the sky, but before departing he added, I have witnessed your diligence. With 3 years remaining in the tax exemption period, the choice between prosperity and continued hardship lies in your own hands. Yes, my Lord Alwise. After Alan's figure vanished into the horizon, an older farmer waved his hand and shouted, You idlers, stop standing around foolishly. The sun has set, it is the perfect time to work. The Lord speaks true. We shall become wealthy. We shall send our children to reside within the Lord's castle. At the old farmer's cry, everyone grabbed their farming tools and sprinted toward their fields. Deep down they all understood. They had journeyed from distant homelands, did they not, to turn their fortunes around? A full 5-year exemption from all taxes and land rent, the freedom to lease as much land as desired upon registration and assessment, and even free seeds and farming tools. This was an extraordinarily profitable endeavor. This might be their only chance in this lifetime to ever become wealthy. Returning to Alwise County before going home, Alan made another visit to the academy. He placed great importance on the academy. Setting aside his own children, the children of common folk were equally vital to the future prosperity of the domain. Hardship could be endured, but not across generations. If the common people were reduced to scraping, by what purpose would there be in the Lord feasting on meat? To walk the streets and see vagrants everywhere, more desolate than the Tark wasteland, what use was such a barren domain? Concealing his presence, Alan completed his tour with satisfaction. At this hour most students were resting in their dormitories, though some remained awake in the library. Moreover, they were not reading light novels or history books with compelling narratives, but rather foundational texts related to cultivation. Regardless of talent, as long as one possessed ambition, the future would undoubtedly be bright. As long as several hundred outstanding students emerged each year, the domain would never lack talent. Finding Puey still organizing teaching materials in the director's office, Alan chatted for a while, inquiring about the academy's specific operations and student conditions before making his way home. 53 children were many, but he needed even more. Ancient ruins. Are you serious? In the reception room of the outer fortress, Alan looked at Jerry with a mix of shock and suspicion. He had just finished breakfast, planning to play hide-and-seek with the children in the small forest behind the main building, when Jerry arrived at his door bearing news. A mercenary, it was said, had found ancient ruins in the lava mountain range of the Rio region. Lacking the strength to deal with them, he could only send word back to the guild. Of course it's true. Alvis, believe me, that man is one of mine. He wouldn't lie to me. If I weren't worried that I couldn't handle it, I might already be on the road. Jerry spoke with great seriousness. All right, tell me what happened. I need to judge the reliability of the information. You know, I have a lot on my plate right now. Seeing Jerry so certain, Alan grew interested and asked for details. Jerry nodded and said, after the Baigu forest disappeared, our hunting territory became the lava mountain range. You know that, right? 20 minutes ago a former member of my mercenary squad came to me and said he'd run into a small accident while hunting in the lava mountain range. While pursuing a magical beast, he found an ancient ruin. The writing on the gate was an ancient script with no records at all in the present day, so ancient that he couldn't recognize a single character. He is a Star Radiance warrior, so he pushed open the door easily enough, but he was attacked right away. According to him, it was a living flame with strength at the early 5th rank. At this, Jerry's voice dropped even lower. But that flame didn't kill him. It merely drove him out of the ruin. Before he was thrown out, he saw a long, wide corridor behind the door, just like a palace. I think you can already sense the problem. Magical beasts wouldn't be that friendly. It might be a treasure vault left behind by some ancient kingdom, or a legacy palace left by some mighty expert. Because of the rules, I have to send this news to Pompeii City. But the message takes 5 days to get there, and even if the Platinum Hunter King personally set out from Pompeii City, it would take half a day to reach the lava mountain range. Alan understood at once. Jerry wasn't as honest as he appeared on the surface. A grand feast could be shared with his superiors, but before they could carve it, Jerry would first cut off a piece of meat for himself. But because that piece of meat was hard to chew, Jerry had no choice but to ask someone more capable than himself for help. Still, that was only human nature. If I found a gold mine, I'd hand it over, because I still want to keep my place here. But before handing it over, I'd definitely dig out enough gold for myself first. After thinking for a moment, Alan agreed. Fine. Wait for me at the training ground. We'll set out in 10 minutes. But as for the gains from this trip, you decide. Jerry answered at once, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Alvis, everyone knows you're a true knight, and I'm no exception. I trust you. If there really are gains, I don't mind you taking them all. Just give me a little compensation. I rather like 6th rank combat arts and weapons, and you have plenty of those, don't you? 6th rank. Alan rolled his eyes and said with exasperation, talk about that after we come back alive. An ancient ruin isn't a lover's inn. You'd better take good care of your own life. I don't want to become the murderer of the regional president of the Assassins' Mercenary Guild. Jerry gave an awkward laugh. Alvis, you've misunderstood me. Although a third person knows about this, I can guarantee he won't spread it around. 10 minutes later, Alan settled his family and territory affairs, then set out riding the Golden Flame Eagle. The Golden Flame Eagle had been queen of the Lava Mountain range for a long time, making it more suited to this trip than Little Grey and Dajwang. Though it flew a little slower, 5.5 days would still be more than enough. Besides, his power was growing stronger and his territory was flourishing, gradually posing a threat to Bilbo's royal authority. Under these circumstances he had to guard against Bilbo. It was better to keep his high-tier combat power at home as much as possible. He and Jerry did have a good relationship, but it was not yet at the level of complete trust. What if it was a trick to lure the tiger from the mountain? To be safe, he even left behind a 9th-rank black demon spear. It could also be a ruse to draw the snake out of its hole, but with his current strength he didn't need to worry too much about his own safety. Without the black demon spear he still had the melody staff. Moreover, his usual soul-devouring spear and heavenly cluster staff were powerful enough on their own. With 7th-rank equipment and a solar corona realm cultivation base, he could unleash 9th-rank combat arts and magic. He probably wouldn't even need the melody staff. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. He just always liked to plan for the worst when thinking things through. In truth, he often worried for nothing because those things never happened. At nightfall they reached the Lava Mountain range. The Golden Flame Eagle's cultivation had reached mid-5th rank and it flew extremely fast, covering in a single day a distance that would have taken Honey 5 full days. Alvis, now we head north. This is the map he drew. Once you see the Lava Mountain range from the front, follow it to the left until you see 3 volcanoes in a row. The foot of the middle one is the place. It's not far. His mount is a 3rd-rank lark, and even so it only took an hour or two. Jerry sat on the Golden Flame Eagle's back, carefully studying the hand-drawn map in his hands. Screech. At that moment the Golden Flame Eagle let out a clear cry, immediately wheeled around and sped forward as if it knew exactly which place Jerry meant. Alan held a cigarette in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. This was why he had brought the Golden Flame Eagle. This place was the eagle's home turf. After flying for about 10 minutes the Golden Flame Eagle stopped. Alan looked down. Indeed, 3 volcanoes stood in a row, quite neatly arranged, with craters belching smoke just like the smokestacks of an old cruise ship. Jerry stood beside Alan and said excitedly, "Alvis, this should be the place." Golden Flame Eagle, you don't need to follow. Just don't go too far." Alan waved his hand, releasing fire battle chi to envelop Jerry, then jumped straight down toward the middle volcano. This volcano was active, but it hadn't erupted recently. With no lava or volcanic ash covering the ground, the terrain could be seen quite clearly. Alan circled the volcano only once before finding the target, a cave with many traces of battle scattered around it. Jerry stepped forward, examined it carefully, and then said excitedly to Alan, "It's a cave dug by a magical beast. The digging marks are quite old. The entrance is piled with many fist-sized broken stones, and there are quite a few battle scars. The clues match. This is the cave. Then what are we waiting for?" Alan strode into the cave, the soul-devouring spear appearing in his hand. Even the thing guarding the gate was at the early 5th rank. This ruin was definitely not going to be easy. "Alvis, is that a tier 7 weapon?" Walking behind Alan, Jerry caught a glimpse of Alan's new weapon and a flicker of envy passed through his eyes. That fellow is positively rich. It was one thing to use tier 5 and tier 6 weapons before, but now he's even carrying a tier 7, a weapon that corresponds to the War King realm. Right now he just hoped the ruins wouldn't be empty. He wasn't asking for much. As long as he could get a tier 6 weapon corresponding to the Corona realm, he'd be satisfied. "Cool, right?" Alan gave the soul-devouring spear an ostentatious spin, then held it out before Jerry. Jerry reached out to touch it, but in the end he sighed and lifted his gaze to meet Alan's. "Alvis, this one is yours, but I hope I can have one that belongs solely to me." "Of course." Alan beamed and looped an arm around Jerry's neck as they walked. "But a tier 7 is no easy task, unless I can get a tier 8 here." No, Alvis. I'm not as ambitious as you. I only want a tier 6. Relax. As long as we don't return empty-handed, your share won't be missing. How about we set your standard 1 tier lower than mine?" "Perfect. That's exactly what I want." Alan and Jerry chatted as they walked. Some 10 minutes later a passage appeared in the cavern's rock wall. The wall was built of greenish-blue stone blocks with a hole collapsed in its middle, apparently scraped out by a magical beast while burrowing. "The adventure begins," Alan murmured, slipping into the passage, soul-devouring spear in hand. Jerry too drew the long sword from his back and followed behind Alan with a wary expression. The passage was not particularly long, some 5 kilometers to its end, but it was steep, descending ever deeper like a slide. Just then, Alan finally laid eyes on the ruins Jerry had mentioned that morning. It was a colossal cave, circular in outline, but only half of it was visible now. In the center of the cavern a colossal stone door stood across the space, splitting it into 2 halves. This is it. Jerry, brimming with excitement, hurried over to the great door to examine it. Alan scrutinized it as well, but found nothing of value. He could not make head or tail of it. The great door bore many inscriptions, but they were extremely blurred. He could barely tell that they were not from a recent era, for no ancient records mentioned them, at least none of the ancient books in Alan's home contained any account of them. There were relief carvings as well, but these were even more indistinct than the characters. From their outlines they seemed to depict weapons such as hammers and shields, or perhaps clan emblems. Alvis, how about we pick up the pace? After feeling around the door for a while without finding any mechanism, Jerry decided to force it open with brute strength. He asked Alan's opinion before acting. Go ahead. Alan nodded, leveling the soul-devouring spear at the great door, ready to strike at any moment. Boom. Infusing his body with battle chi, Jerry gave the great door a gentle push and it swung open. The moment it did, a dull rumble rolled through the air. The very next instant, a ball of flame materialized out of thin air and hurtled toward Jerry. What the hell is that? Alan looked closely. Sure enough, it was a flame that truly possessed cultivation, exactly as the intelligence Jerry had obtained indicated, early tier 5. Radiant slash. Jerry gave a cold shout and swept out a slash, blasting the flame apart in an instant. He was a tier 6 moonlight warrior, and he wore a mixed tier 4 and tier 5 attribute equipment set. Dealing with an early tier 5 creature was trivial. After disposing of the strange flame, Jerry turned to Alan and asked, Alvis, do you know what that thing was? Alan shook his head. Never seen anything like it, not even anything similar. It felt to me like an ordinary flame, just one carrying mana. I think so too. It didn't even have self-awareness, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to destroy it so easily. Jerry nodded with deep agreement. Compared to a living creature, that flame was more like a battle technique or a spell, only its sudden appearance out of thin air was genuinely strange. Let's go, take a look inside. Alan stepped straight through the great door. This astonishing place was making him more and more interested. 5.5 days, now less than 5 remained. Time was urgent. Whoosh! No sooner had they entered the great hall behind the giant door than a burst of light enveloped them, plunging their vision into darkness before they could even look around. But the anomaly passed as fast as it came. In the blink of an eye their vision was restored. In that moment, however, they each realized the other was nowhere to be seen, as if the other had suddenly vanished. Teleportation. Both Alan and Jerry thought of teleportation at once, for the scene before them had changed. The great hall had become an ordinary stone chamber, albeit one of considerable size. Jerry, don't you dare die. Alan prayed for Jerry inwardly as he scanned the stone chamber. If Jerry died, he would almost certainly be saddled with the blame, and that would bring no end of trouble. Boom. Suddenly a dull sound echoed from ahead and a ball of flame appeared out of thin air. It was much like the previous flame, but its cultivation was higher, early tier 6, about the same as Alan's. Grand Meteor Jade Spear. Alan casually thrust out the soul-devouring spear. Opening with a tier 5 battle technique, he slew the flame instantly. At the same cultivation level, let alone this kind of blindly attacking flame, even a super magical beast like a dragon would be thoroughly thrashed by him. Damn. The next moment Alan stumbled backward. When the flame burst apart, a mass of darkness attribute battle chi shot toward him at terrifying speed. Even though he had retreated the moment it appeared, he was still struck by the dark battle chi. It moved so fast he didn't even have time to defend. That's not right. Sensing the abnormality in his body, Alan frowned. There were no internal injuries, no external wounds, and no curse. On the contrary, the battle chi he had expended had been restored, and the stone chamber had not been damaged by his power. A trial. A relic left by some master to choose a successor. Numerous possibilities flashed through Alan's mind. Such an inconceivable phenomenon could only be managed by the divine realm, even a holy warrior would be incapable. But regardless of the truth, this was good news, wasn't it? As far as he could tell, this was not a tomb, and whoever had constructed it had no ill intent. Otherwise, with such formidable methods, he and Jerry would have been finished the moment they stepped into the palace. Crack. At that moment the wall at the far end of the stone chamber shuddered and a stone slab toppled over, revealing a pitch-black narrow passage behind it. Forget it, we're already here. Whatever it is, we'll face it. Besides, there's no way out. Let's just do this. Alan hesitated for a moment, then quickly made up his mind and strode toward the passage. The passage in the rock wall was only a dozen meters long. As soon as Alan stepped in, he could see what lay at the other end, a chamber filled with many stone racks on which magical metals were displayed. The room was no more than 20 square meters. Together the magic metals on the shelves were worth roughly 100,000 gold coins. Like tomb raiding. Alan shook his head with amusement, then stowed all the magic metals into his system space. Tomb raiding was just a joke, he actually felt this was a reward room. Many novels had this kind of plot: pass some senior expert's trial and receive a reward. Otherwise it just didn't make sense. After checking and finding nothing left behind, Alan continued forward. There was another passage on the wall ahead, really like level clearing. Going in, sure enough, it was another stone chamber much larger than the previous one, covering at least 6,000 or 7,000 square meters and over 30 meters high. Boom! With a familiar muffled thunder, the familiar flame appeared again. Exactly as Alan guessed, the flame this time had already reached mid-rank 6. Right sacrifice. No. He was just about to begin a rank 6 battle technique when Alan's mind flashed with inspiration and he stopped. After clearing a stage, battle chi consumed in combat could be restored. But could magic power, stamina and injuries also be restored? And so, Alan switched to the Heavens Cluster staff, casually released a round of rank 3 magic, led the flame on a lap around the room and even let it brush against his left hand. Then he blasted the flame apart with a single right sacrifice spear. After the flame exploded, several orbs of energy shot at Alan. Got it. As the energy entered his body, Alan's eyes lit up. Not only his battle chi and magic power, but also his injuries and stamina, all consumption had been restored. Did that mean he could use arcane arts as he pleased? His cultivation was far higher than 2 years ago, and his opponent was just a flame that knew no tactics at all. If he first used the Mother Goddess's embrace to outlast the enemy, then opened his seal and fought head-on with the rank 9 melody staff in hand, he might even be able to kill a late rank 7 enemy. Charge! Alan's fighting spirit rose at once and he ran toward the passage at the end of the stone chamber. This reward room held magic cores, about 1,000 or so, not a huge number, but the quality was decent. The lowest were rank 3 and the highest was one rank 6. Next came another trial room. The flame's cultivation had risen again from mid-rank 6 to late rank 6. But it was still no trouble, 3 rank 6 battle techniques killed it. Alan hadn't been idle these 2 years. He had cultivated the Heart of Ares to a higher level and his battle chi power had reached 4-fold. The 4-fold battle chi power of a rank 3 Corona warrior had already reached the battle chi intensity of a rank 1 war king. Alan had tested this with Orion. The next reward room was an equipment room. 50 sets of rank 4 attribute gear, 5 sets of rank 5 and 1 set of rank 6, all fire attribute. Damn. Why isn't any of them dark attribute? After putting away all the sets, Alan sighed regretfully. The dark attribute set he used now was still rank 5 and he really wanted an upgrade. Tough, huh? Entering the next trial room, Alan was immediately on full alert. The flame in this round should be at early rank 7. Boom. As if answering Alan's thoughts, a mass of early rank 7 flame appeared. Moreover, as soon as the flame appeared, it condensed into a humanoid shape standing opposite Alan without attacking immediately. It clearly had intelligence, or at least combat experience. Spear of Wings. Alan opened with a large area battle technique as a simple probe. While countless dragon shadows appeared, the flame humanoid also moved at that moment, dodging at extreme speed. For the dragon wings it couldn't avoid, it blasted them away with fire, dealing with the Spear of Wings without difficulty. Pretty fierce. But its battle chi intensity is about the same as mine, just barely reaching the War King realm. I reckon I can fight it to death without using arcane arts. Alan distanced himself, figured out a tactic, then charged straight in. Whoosh! The flame humanoid also met Alan head-on, with its arms waving. The whole chamber was engulfed in flames as if it wanted to swallow Alan in one gulp. Thunderstorm impact. Lightning radiance erupted from Alan's body, and as he was about to crash into the blazing fire before the flame humanoid, he thrust the soul-devouring spear directly out. ZZZ. Boom. Thick streams of lightning plasma emerged from the tip of the soul-devouring spear, biting at the flame humanoid like venomous snakes, while a visible thunder shockwave also swept toward it like a thunderstorm. Boom! In the face of this rank 7 battle technique, the flames on the flame humanoid's body rapidly deepened in color from dark red to a beautiful sky blue, and then its entire body exploded. Damn! What the hell fire is this so hot? Alan felt his entire body burning, so hot that he began to feel pain as if he were back facing the dragon blood fire of the fire dragon. But this time he had plenty of moves. Ice Age. With the Heavens Cluster staff in hand, Alan opened with a rank 7 ice magic. The surging ice magic power was not inferior to the flame humanoid's blazing fire at all. In the blink of an eye it turned the stone chamber from a firebox into an icebox. All the flames were frozen at that moment, and the flame humanoid was no exception. Though the ice was already melting, those few seconds were enough. Roaring Dance. Alan swung the soul-devouring spear, spinning it in his hand. With each spin, countless wind attribute battle chi surged out, quickly forming blades that swept like a hurricane and enveloped the flame humanoid, which was already trapped in ice. Bang! 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 The number of wind blades was so large that it nearly filled the entire stone chamber. Under such a large-scale attack, the flame humanoid had no way to dodge and was quickly cut into pieces along with the ice encasing it. But when the flame humanoid was cut into pieces, Alan saw its body segments fly out of the ice. It seemed to have used this very attack to break free from the freeze. Damn, War King realm is durable. Alan took a deep breath, gave the soul-devouring spear a final spin, then thrust out with all his might. A mighty wind attribute battle chi condensed in front of the soul-devouring spear, spinning at terrifying speed, and smashed into the flame humanoid like a drill made of wind. Boom! With that move, the flame humanoid's body, which had not yet refused, burst into countless tiny flames on the spot. Alan had intended to finish with a few rank 5 battle techniques, but when he saw the familiar multicolored energy appear, he withdrew his battle chi. That energy was restorative. Health packs were here again. Awesome. This time Alan squinted with a comfortable expression. Although he had used only 4 moves, 3 of them were rank 7 and 1 was rank 5. Moreover, he had poured out battle chi and magic power to the utmost. The consumption was indeed a bit large. A book. Entering the reward chamber, Alan discovered only a single shelf upon which rested a lone tome. The volume exuded an antique charm, its leather binding inlaid with arcane metalwork and crowned by an unfamiliar gemstone that radiated a faint aura of magical power. Alan opened the cover and found the script utterly incomprehensible. Yet through the abundance of illustrations scattered throughout its pages, he gradually deduced the book's true nature. An artificer's secret manual. He already possessed one such tome, but this version was clearly far superior to what he currently held. His current edition covered only 1st through 5th tier equipment crafting, yet even midway through this new volume he had already encountered blueprints for 6th tier gear. As Alan tried turning further, he found the pages refused to budge. Alan pondered this. Perhaps his cultivation level was the barrier. The Sun Crown Mirror corresponded to 6th tier equipment, meaning he would need to reach the Battle King realm before unlocking the rest. Precious treasure. Alan closed the Artificer's manual and stored it within his system space. Judging from its substantial thickness, it likely contained blueprints for 9th and even 10th tier weapons along with their forging methods. This was no ordinary Artificer's manual, it was the God Artisan's Codex. No wonder his earlier rewards consisted entirely of finished equipment and crafting materials. This place was clearly the remnant of a legendary master craftsman. Alan had never intended to pursue craftsmanship, but with the God Artisan's Codex in his possession, perhaps becoming a divine artisan wouldn't be so bad after all. Between cultivation sessions, picking up additional skills couldn't hurt, more tools only made him stronger. At minimum he should study alchemy and enchanting, whether he used them or not. The key was mastering them first. Bang! The moment the God Artisan's Codex left the shelf, another stone slab crashed down from the wall. Damn it! Staring at the space revealed behind the fallen slab, Alan squeezed his eyes shut and groaned upward. These endless trials tested him relentlessly. He had already surged past an entire major realm in power, yet if this strength still proved insufficient, the God Artisan's standards must be impossibly lofty. But despite his complaints, Alan steeled himself and entered the next chamber. There was no turning back, the path behind was sealed shut. Even if a pit of waste lay ahead, he had no choice but to leap into it. A flame golem materialized once more, familiar yet far more formidable. This iteration was mid-tier 7th rank. Confronting such an adversary, Alan spared no caution, deploying only 6th-tier combat techniques and magic as his minimum arsenal. Yet even so, Alan found himself overpowered. His battle aura intensity rivaled a 1st-tier battle king, while the flame golem's magical power reached the caliber of a 5th-tier archmage. In both quality and quantity he could not match this mid-tier 7th-rank opponent. High-tier techniques and spells granted him the ability to resist but not to vanquish. It seemed he would have to resort to arcane arts. Fortunately the gap wasn't insurmountable, he need not invoke his sealed releases. Mother Goddess's embrace would suffice, a technique he had mastered nearly 2 years prior, now finally proving its worth. From ancient silence all things return to their source. By the Mother Goddess's decree I awaken the slumbering earth. Surging forth like tidal waves. Earth's heart your will endures forever. Alan stowed his 7th-tier soul-reaping lance and drew his 9th-tier melody staff, bringing his right foot down heavily upon the stone floor. Earth, lend me your strength. As the final incantation echoed through his mind, the stone chamber quaked violently as though reality itself threatened to collapse. Countless streams of battle aura and magical energy materialized from the air, then surged into Alan's body with feral intensity. Exquisite. Black sigils spread across Alan's face like living tattoos. His drained reserves of battle aura and magic fully replenished, restoring him to peak condition. Meanwhile the flame golem seemed to pause and deliberate, retreating to a safe distance where it stood motionless, assessing the transformed warrior before it. Radiance of the Holy. Alan's voice rang out like forged steel as he raised the melody staff high. In an instant the black sigils upon his visage were cleansed by divine power, transmuting into dazzling platinum light. Then came the resonance. Alan's body harmonized perfectly with the staff, both radiating pure golden white luminescence. The radiance merged with Alan's form, becoming a single devastating beam of light like the brightest meteor streaking across the night sky. In the next moment the holy radiance erupted outward in every direction, releasing tremendous energy as an indescribable shockwave of pure light exploded from Alan's position. Wherever the shockwave touched, the chamber walls trembled violently, their carved runes pulsing with luminous energy as if bearing witness to a miracle. This marked the first time Alan had ever shaken the very stones of this chamber. Brother, do you know what they call monetary power? Under the Mother Goddess's embrace Alan continuously channeled holy magic, driving his 9th-tier melody staff and 9th-tier radiance of the holy to their absolute limits. No 7th-tier mid-phase flame golem could possibly withstand such an attack. Yet as Alan anticipated the reward chamber beyond, a wave of warmth washed over him. The scene before his eyes shifted dramatically. His 3rd-tier solar magus cultivation, wielding a 9th-tier holy weapon to cast a 9th-tier light spell, simply vanished from existence. All light extinguished completely and the flame golem contracted inward, shrinking into a mere ember-warm ball of fire. Blast. Arcane or magic? Alan stared in shock. Though he could not fathom what had transpired, one thing was certain: his finishing move had been blocked by the golem. If this proved insurmountable, he would be forced to unleash his sealed powers. He could only hope his arcane abilities recovered after clearing this trial. The backlash from sealed releases was far more severe than Mother Goddess's embrace. 2 or 3 days of exhaustion he could endure, but half a month of debilitation would create insurmountable complications. Just as Alan prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, a deep resonant voice whispered directly into his ear. Mother of the Gods. That is the power of the Mother of the Gods, yet she has never descended upon this world. Are you her chosen successor? Or perhaps the heir of Ares? Who? Alan's scalp prickled with terror as the sudden voice sent ice-cold shivers cascading down his spine. The floating ember that had hovered before him was nowhere to be found. He had been watching intently, yet somehow failed to witness its disappearance. Suddenly fragmented scenes flooded Alan's mind, classic movie moments reserved for expendable background characters. Drawing a steadying breath, Alan gripped his melody staff tightly and slowly turned his head. Upon turning, Alan's tension eased marginally. It was merely a person, a towering 3-meter-tall middle-aged brute with disproportionately harsh features. Clad in a craftsman's garb, he held a blacksmith's hammer in his left hand and a pair of tongs in his right. Boss. Alan formed a hypothesis. This massive figure must be the master of this place, an extraordinarily powerful artificer. Young man, would you answer my question? The burly man rested his hand on Alan's shoulder, his tone still serene. Of course, milord. Faced with an inquiry from such an exalted figure, Alan had no right to refuse. He nodded quickly, but before offering an explanation he feigned a tremor of fear and asked, Milord, may I know who you are? Very well. In truth, the fear was not entirely feigned, perhaps it was genuine, for he could feel his body growing disobedient. The words of that seven-headed serpent 2 years ago finally made sense to him. If you are mighty, standing before a being mightier still will show you in an instant just how vast the gulf truly is. Confronting this burly man, Alan could not summon even the faintest will to fight. His essence, energy and presence were suppressed on every level. Hephaestus, Hephaestos, Whitos. I have many names, perhaps you have heard a few. Address me by whichever you prefer. The burly man was perfectly amiable, showing not the slightest contempt for Alan's weakness. It felt like old friends exchanging casual banter. Hephaestus. Alan's entire body jolted. Eyes wide he stared at the burly man and said with some uncertainty, "My lord, no. Are you the god of fire and the forge?" "Not entirely." The burly man shook his head, a trace of regret drifting across his face as he smiled. "He has long since died. I am merely a memory he left behind millions of years ago. Now then, young man, time to answer my question." At that, Alan recalled the miraculous encounters and rewards he had gathered along the way. The trial of flame, the bounty of the artificer, all corresponded to the god of fire and the forge. Besides, a supreme being of this caliber had no reason to deceive a mere ant in the corona realm like himself. So Alan drew a deep breath and said, "My wife told me that war broke out among the divine realms and she was slain in battle. Yet with the aid of a god she was reborn in this world, at the cost of her body and divine power, leaving only a wisp of divinity in her soul. All my arcane arts were taught to me by her." Hearing this, the burly man's face lit up with delighted surprise and he pressed eagerly, "Who? Was it Aphrodite?" "I'm sorry, it was Diana." Alan shook his head. Seeing the burly man's reaction, he could be certain that this fellow was indeed a memory left behind by Hephaestus. Hephaestus had but one wife, Aphrodite. Even though Aphrodite cuckolded him with Ares, he still forgave her, not even daring to blame her too harshly. In matters of the heart he was a thoroughgoing doormat. All of this came from Diana, who had known the truth. There was no mistake. Artemis. It must be Apollo who saved her. Apollo has already glimpsed the true essence of light. The power of hope is formidable indeed, more than capable of restoring a divine soul. No wonder Apollo's power has waned. It was all for Artemis. A flicker of regret passed through Hephaestus's eyes, but his spirit quickly brightened again. "Young man, tell me, how is Diana faring these days?" "Rest assured I bear you no ill will. Though my mother disliked Diana's mother, I have always cherished this lively little sister. The bow she once carried, I forged it for her myself." "Of course." Alan made a long story short, recounting Diana's experiences over the years to Hephaestus and explaining that he and Diana had already married. Finally Alan asked more about the war among the divine realms. It turned out that the conflict had already concluded, or rather it had shifted from a war of life and death to a cold war. The non-divine realm was overwhelming in might. Even with the chaos divine realm allied with the Emer divine realm, they were far from a match for the non realm. A divine war spanning 100,000 years claimed the lives of hundreds of gods across the three realms, yet the majority were from the chaos and Emer divine realms. Just when the chaos and Emer divine realms teetered on the verge of annihilation, two ancient gods who had long since departed to explore the cosmos returned. The mother of the gods of the chaos divine realm, the goddess Gaia. The ferryman of the underworld of the Emer divine realm, lightning Farbuti. These two deities were supremely powerful. One was the daughter of the creator god who had forged the chaos divine realm, the other was the son of the primordial giant who had brought forth the Emer divine realm. Together these two ancient gods directly vanquished the three ancient gods of the non-divine realm, Ra the sun god, Ra the dusk sun god and Ra the sovereign god. That was where Hephaestus's knowledge ended, for his true body had perished in that final battle. But before his death in battle he had seen the goddess Gaia and lightning Farbuti join forces to defeat the three incarnations of the non-realm's primordial creation power. Though each of the three divine realms possessed creators even stronger than the ancient gods, those three primordial deities had left their realms tens of millions of years ago, and had never returned. So when the ancient gods decided the victor, the war of the divine realms was decided as well. 100 years ago. The Hephaestus before Alan received a message from the goddess Gaia. The goddess Gaia's message said that the war was over and that the chaos and Emer divine realms were now negotiating with the non-realm, demanding reparations. There would be no resolution anytime soon. To replenish the power the divine realms had lost, every god who had left an inherited memory in the mortal world and had died in the divine war received a command from the goddess Gaia. Awaken the inheritance and select successors. Diana once told me it had been an eternity, yet I never imagined it would be this long. Her restoration took a full 80,000 years. Alan said with a sigh. Ha ha ha. That girl died a mere 20,000 years into the war, I on the other hand held out for 90,000. If not for the war goddess Sekhmet, the very daughter of Ra the sun god, taking the field, I would never have died. You see, she is older than even our creator god Chaos. If my divine core is the size of an eye, then hers is the size of a head. The chasm in divine power reserves is simply too vast. Hephaestus roared with laughter, mocking Diana on one side while boasting of his own might on the other. Had Diana died, he would never have said such things. But Diana was alive. So these words were merely an elder brother's teasing of his younger sister. I'll convey your words to her when I return. But why not speak with her in person? I promise, you will see her within a day. Alan rose to his feet, his tone laden with expectation. He could already imagine how thrilled Diana would be. What a wonderful surprise. I cannot hold out until then. Hephaestus rose as well and said with regret, the moment I appeared this inheritance had already begun. What can I do? Alan asked, his expression solemn. Judging by the situation, the god of fire and the forge was truly about to fade from existence. Help me deliver a letter. Hephaestus raised a hand and tapped the air, and a small flame appeared. He then spoke to the little flame. But Alan couldn't hear a word, he couldn't even make out Hephaestus's lip movements. Clearly Hephaestus didn't want him to hear. He went on for about 5 minutes before finally stopping. With a gentle pat, the small flame landed on the back of Alan's right hand, turning into a fiery red hammer emblem, and then quickly vanished. After that, a flash of firelight flickered across Hephaestus's body and his figure slowly faded as if he had become a ghost. Hephaestus said, tell Diana that the key is the name of that bow. I will. Alan nodded solemnly. This was Hephaestus's final message. Alan, now it's time for my inheritance. Before you accept it, I want to know what your goal is, because that determines whether my inheritance can help you. Hephaestus wore a serious expression for the first time and asked in a deep voice. Alan answered without hesitation, the strongest. The strongest in the truest sense. Stronger than the creator gods of the 3 divine realms. And freedom without the slightest restraint. Hephaestus laughed despite himself and encouraged him. That's a dream, not a goal. But every cultivator thinks the same, and I'm no exception. I hope you succeed. Alright, let's get down to business. The god of fire and craftsmanship has died in battle, so there's no divine core here, only the gains I obtained through trials after being driven out of the divine realm. So the legend is true? Alan asked curiously. There were many legends about Hephaestus. Not to mention his wife Aphrodite, even the stories from his childhood alone were fascinating. Because he was extremely ugly, his birth mother Hera, Zeus's lawful wife, personally pushed him from the divine realm. He fell into the Sea of Love, the predecessor of the Endless Sea, and was finally rescued and adopted by the sea goddess Thetis, a close friend of his mother's. Am I really that ugly? Hephaestus touched his face with a helpless expression. The moment Alan's gaze fell on his face, he knew exactly which legend Alan meant. Of course not. You're just a little special. Alan quickly waved his hands, but a doubt in his heart had been resolved. Hera, queen of heaven, really is ruthless. She treats even her own son like that. No wonder Diana said she and Apollo had been bullied by Hera. Special, ugly, right? Hearing that, Hephaestus looked even more melancholy. After joking with Alan for a moment, Hephaestus continued, since you know so many legends about me, you must also know that I became a god in the mortal world without relying on my parents' power. So my inheritance is quite solid. With your talent, if you make good use of it, you will surely become a god by your own strength, not just a powerful god but a divine smith capable of forging the aegis of Zeus. But precisely because you must become a god by your own strength, I will condense the portion of my inheritance related to fire power into a pure divine source. The divine source will help you when you strive for the god realm, but in return it can't raise your current strength. Do you understand? Understood. Alan nodded seriously. This divine source was essentially a tier 11 magic boosting potion. It could be used once his cultivation reached the 10th rank quasi-god level. Take out the book you obtained earlier. Hephaestus pressed his hands together against his chest and a strange brown energy rose from his palms. Alan immediately took out the Divine Smith's book from his system space. The name Divine Smith's book had originally been his own invention, but now it had become a true Divine Smith's book, for it had been left behind by the god of craftsmanship. What a remarkable storage ability, I didn't even sense any spatial fluctuation. Hephaestus praised, then gently pressed both hands onto the divine smith's book. Hum. The brown energy in his hand seeped into the divine smith's book and the pages began turning on their own without any wind, flipping at tremendous speed. When the last page turned over, 100 more pages appeared out of thin air after it, making the already extremely thick book even thicker. All my knowledge is inside, the knowledge I had before returning to the divine realm. The forging materials I left here are also inside, including some weapons made to aid my inheritor, and the most important thing, the divine source. It's a pity I didn't leave my forging tools here, otherwise I could have helped you much more. As he spoke, Hephaestus moved his hands, tracing a few gentle lines in the air. A small hole appeared in the spine of the divine smith's book and a metallic chain materialized out of thin air, threading through it. The whole book then rapidly shrank and turned into a tiny book necklace. After hanging the necklace around Alan's neck, Hephaestus gave him a proud look. I forgot to tell you something, this was forged after I became a god. You know Hephaestus never makes shoddy goods. I suggest you don't take it off, it may just be your aegis before you become a god. A divine artifact. Alan cried out and quickly grabbed the divine smith's book strung on the necklace. Perhaps because the gap in rank was too great, he couldn't sense anything special about the divine smith's book at all, it was like an ordinary exquisite ancient volume. Seeing how excited Alan was, Hephaestus smiled with a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. In truth, his inheritance was far more than this. These were merely external aid. The most precious part of the inheritance was a thread of primordial divine power drawn from the divine core. It allowed one to charge into the god realm without any shackles, directly elevating the flesh and soul into a divine body and divine soul. Though he was satisfied with Alan, Alan's younger sister was still alive. Alan had said before that his sister had condensed a fire body, and the primordial divine power from the fire god's divine core was precisely the aid a fire body needed most. Thank you, Lord Hephaestus. Alan carefully tucked the necklace into his clothes and thanked him solemnly. This brother-in-law really came through, and he was practical too, actually leaving a divine artifact for his successor. If this were the Yi-Hei world, it would be an emperor weapon, the confidence and ticket to compete on the emperor road. You can call me brother now. Honestly, I can hardly imagine Artemis choosing to marry. It seems she is very pleased with you. Of course I'm very pleased with you too. Thank you for proving to Artemis that love exists, this means a lot to me. Hephaestus looked up at the roof, deep emotion in his eyes. Alan followed his gaze but could see nothing. But it wasn't hard to guess, Hephaestus was probably thinking of Aphrodite. Diana's marriage proved that she had come to understand the Aphrodite she had once hated most. I'm not dead. At the entrance to the ruins, Jerry first examined his own hands, then looked at the already sealed great gate. He took a deep, lingering breath of relief. He had successively defeated the flames of the mid-5th stage and late 5th stage, obtaining a great deal of magical metal and magic cores. But after that he encountered a flame of the early 6th stage. That flame, possessing combat power at the solar corona level, was not something a mere 6th stage lunar radiance warrior could overcome. Though he held out for a considerable time, he was ultimately defeated. Just as the flame was about to strike him, a flash of fire passed before his eyes and he found himself back here. Jerry, what are you staring at? At that moment a hand clapped down on Jerry's shoulder. Jerry was so startled he nearly lost his soul, but he quickly recognized the voice as Alan's. Panting heavily, he turned around and said with a grimace, Alves, you nearly scared me to death. I understand. Alan hooked his arm around Jerry's neck and asked in a low voice, you also encountered the trial of flames, didn't you? Yes. I passed 2 trials and obtained some magical metal and magic cores, but I lost on the 3rd to a flame of the early 6th stage. What about you? Jerry's body stiffened, but he immediately relaxed again. No kidding, someone as wealthy as Alan would never covet his meager gains. Only 2. I did slightly better, I passed 3 trials and obtained an artificer's arcane tome. On the 4th I faced a flame of the early 7th stage and couldn't hold out. Damn it. The stone chamber was too small. If we'd been in the open world I definitely would have killed it. Alan took the artificer's arcane tome out of his system space, cursed through gritted teeth, and wore an expression of immense regret. This artificer's arcane tome had long since been thoroughly studied by the mermaid tribe, so they had returned it to him. Now it served perfectly as an excuse. An artificer's arcane tome. It seems this ruin was left behind by a powerful artificer. Jerry looked and saw that it was indeed a book recording forging knowledge. As Alan casually flipped through its pages, Jerry even caught glimpses of methods for forging weapons. You came out later than I did. I thought you might have passed more trials, but it turns out we barely got anything. Alan sighed with a mournful expression and patted Jerry heavily on the shoulder. Alves, you should be satisfied. I didn't even get an artificer's arcane tome. Besides, this is extremely precious knowledge. You know how difficult it is to nurture an artificer. This is exactly why you could never recruit one before. They're all prima donnas who lack nothing in fame or fortune. With this book your territory's strength is about to surge again. Jerry cast an envious glance at the artificer's arcane tome in Alan's hands. This blasted trial was far too difficult. He was certain that very few people in the world could pass 4 trials because the 4th trial forced you to fight across an entire major realm. That's true. Alan nodded, casually tossed the tome into Jerry's arms, rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the great gate of the ruins with a smile. But can you really accept leaving empty-handed? I refuse to go back with nothing. Territory strength is nothing compared to the Lord's own power. With that, Alan gathered his battle chi and pushed hard against the enormous gate. Jerry agreed wholeheartedly with Alan's words, so he went up to help push the gate as well. But before joining in, he secretly flipped through the tome to confirm it was genuinely an artificer's manual. Then with a sigh he set it down on the ground. It was real. The legacy of an artificer, what a pity. 10 minutes later. Alan and Jerry sat on the ground drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Alves, I think we should give up. Perhaps each person only gets one chance to undergo the trials. The artificer who built this place was too powerful, we can't possibly break the rules he left behind. Jerry wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke. Though he longed to squeeze out a few more benefits, insufficient ability was simply insufficient ability. There was no point in wasting more effort. I suppose that's all we can do. Anyone capable of creating even a flame of the early 7th stage is clearly not to be trifled with. We'd better not trigger some anti-theft mechanism or we'll be in serious trouble. Alan sighed and lay down on the ground, his expression one of displeasure. His face showed frustration, but in his heart he was delighted. Near the end of his conversation with Hephaestus had asked him how to deal with Jerry and whether he wanted the ruin sealed into the Divine Smith's tome as well. After considering it, he decided not to lay a hand on Jerry. Nor did he want the ruin, now nothing but an empty shell. First, Jerry hadn't schemed against him in the slightest, which greatly raised his opinion of Jerry. Although Jerry's motive had been to gain more for himself, there was no denying that Jerry's first choice of partner had been him. That was a sign of considerable trust. Second, the fact that he had come to this place with Jerry was known by a third person, or perhaps even more. If Jerry died, wouldn't he be the prime suspect? The mercenary guild was definitely not to be taken lightly. Besides, when people eventually came here and discovered the ruins had vanished, just how much unwanted attention would fall on him. So he had asked Hephaestus to help stage a little act. He had Hephaestus hold Jerry back and took a batch of resources out of the Divine Smith's tome so that Hephaestus could use his remaining power to keep the ruin operating. That was why he came out earlier than Jerry, to make it seem like he hadn't passed many trials. And from now on, whenever anyone came, they would still receive some rewards as long as they passed the trials. However, the rewards wouldn't be substantial, just resources below the 6th stage, mostly gold coins and magic cores, which wouldn't do much to enhance one's strength. Hephaestus's power could probably sustain the ruin for about 5 more years. After 5 years the ruin would collapse. But by then everyone would only be paying attention to who had obtained the legacy of the ruin's master and to those who had entered on that day, not to him who had come 5 years earlier. His best friend Jerry could testify that he hadn't stayed inside long and that when he came out the ruin was still intact and its power still present. Alves, I want to head back. What about you? After resting on the ground for about 10 minutes, Jerry asked. He had nearly fully recovered from the strain of pushing the gate. Let's go back. It's not like we can just sit here staring at the gate, right? But I'm not letting this go. I plan to come back in a few days, maybe by then we'll be able to enter again. Alan stood up, his gaze burning as he stared at the colossal gate. Makes sense. Jerry also leapt to his feet, exclaiming excitedly, with the magical metal and magic cores I obtained, I can complete my full 5th stage attribute set. If I can enter once more, I'm confident I can take down that early 6th stage flame. It merely possesses formidable magic power, it has no combat experience whatsoever, and it didn't even cast a single spell. Exactly. Alan nodded in deep agreement. After gazing at the colossal gate for a while longer, he and Jerry made their way back along the same path. At noon the next day Alan and Jerry parted ways at the great gate of the family castle. Once inside the inner keep, the displeased expression on Alan's face was instantly replaced by a natural smile. This trip had yielded far too much. The divine artificer's tome itself was a divine artifact. Although he didn't know how to use it, Hephaestus had said that the book could protect him. It must be a defensive divine artifact. Moreover, the divine artificer's tome was also a high-grade storage container. The space inside was enormous, comparable to the ultra-large crude oil storage tanks he had seen in his previous life, possibly exceeding 100,000 cubic meters. Let's take 100,000 cubic meters as a rough estimate. Even so, more than half of that vast space was already filled with supplies. Magic metals, mana cores, gold coins, antiques, equipment, and a host of items he couldn't even recognize. They were piled up like a mountain, too numerous to count. Just on the surface layer alone he spotted several 7th-tier mana cores and even a piece of 7th-tier equipment, enough to show how priceless this trove was. Hephaestus said that before returning to the divine realm he had left behind all the supplies he no longer needed. By that time he had already ascended to godhood. What a god didn't need might still be invaluable to mortals. In the eyes of a god even a 10th-tier weapon was merely not bad. Hephaestus said, "Brother, even the crumbs that fell from my lips would be more than enough for you to feast on, let alone what I deliberately left behind." Alan's anticipation was about to explode. It didn't matter if there were no true divine artifacts, even 9th-tier demigod artifacts or 10th-tier quasi-divine artifacts would do. As for divine essence, he wouldn't need it for a while, and he had no mind to bother with forging for the time being. 10 minutes later, Alan told his wives a sanitized account of his trip to the ruins, played with the children for a while, and then took Diana into the treasure vault. This hall was simply too immense, and it was connected to the god of fire and craftsmanship, so he planned to keep it from his wife and children for now. "Alan, there's something wrong with the ruins, isn't there?" Seeing that Alan had brought only her, Diana had a vague suspicion that what Alan had told everyone in the living room was not the whole truth, or at least there was more to it. Alan shook his head without speaking. After entering the treasure vault, Alan locked the door tightly and even wrapped the entire vault with his battle aura. Only then did he look at Diana and say, "Diana, that was Hephaestus's inheritance ruin." Inheritance ruin. Diana's pupils contracted as she stared blankly at Alan. After a long silence a bitter smile tugged at the corner of her lips. A divine inheritance does not open easily. So he also fell in battle, didn't he? Yes. He said you were too weak. You died after fighting for only 10,000 years while he fought for a full 90,000 years and even witnessed the return of the Earth Goddess. Sensing Diana's grief, Alan spread his hands and teased, "Mother Goddess has returned." Diana exclaimed, her whole body trembling with excitement, and pressed on, "Did we win? This information isn't cheap." Alan crossed his arms and smiling offered his right cheek to Diana. "We won." Diana let out a cry, flung her arms around Alan and kissed him fiercely on the cheek. Just from the look on his face she knew the ending was good. "Indeed we won. Hephaestus said that your mother of all gods has returned, and the underworld ferryman of the Emer divine realm has also returned. They joined forces." Over the next few minutes Alan told Diana everything he knew. When it came to the divine realm war he still found it hard to believe. What kind of war could last 100,000 years? Clearly gods had grown powerful beyond mortal comprehension. At the very least time could no longer easily erase their lives. Wonderful. When Alan finished, Diana cheered excitedly, clinging to him like a sloth and refusing to let go. It was also the first time Alan had ever seen Diana act in such a little girl manner. He carried her to the sofa, sat down and gently patted her back. "Alan." After the initial joy Diana's expression turned apprehensive. "It was only 70,000 years after my death that the Mother Goddess returned. In those 70,000 years how many more fell in battle?" "This. Many." Recalling what Hephaestus had said, Alan steeled himself and answered, "The stronger a god was, the more numerous and powerful the opponents they had to face. The reigning king of the gods, the nurturing goddess, the god of light, the god of war, the god of wine, the god of the lyre, the messenger of the gods. They all fell in battle." "All of them fell?" Diana murmured, her eyes vacant, those names echoing in her mind. "No one will fall in battle anymore. Goddess Gaia has already returned, hasn't she?" Alan held Diana close and whispered softly in her ear. The titles he had mentioned were all people bound to Diana by blood. The king of the gods and the nurturing goddess were Diana's birth parents. The god of light was her full brother, while the rest were her half-brothers on her father's side. They were all blood kin. Some of the others who had fallen while not members of her immediate family were still close relatives sharing the same bloodline, cousins and kinsfolk. That was the nature of the divine realms. No matter which realm it was, it could be understood as one divine clan, and all the gods within shared the same origin of blood. They might all still be alive. Even I could be revived. There's no reason why those stronger than me couldn't. Especially now that we have the Mother of all Gods' help. Do you know how great the Mother of all Gods is? After a moment of silence, Diana looked at Alan with a pleading expression in her eyes. Of course. Alan nodded firmly. Goddess Gaia's power is beyond doubt. There is nothing she cannot do. If your brother could save you, how could she fail to save anyone else? Everyone knows that Goddess Gaia is 100 million times stronger than Apollo. Even though Apollo was your own brother, that is simply the truth. As he said this, Alan sighed silently in his heart. Hephaestus had told him that the fallen could never return because those who killed them were gods more powerful than they were, beings with the power to utterly destroy divine cores and laws. Originally Apollo might have had a chance to survive. The powers he governed, light, prophecy, law, medicine and others, had been gradually merging, transforming into a greater power, hope. But that power of hope was condensed by Apollo into a seed of light and used to revive Diana, which drastically reduced his strength and led to his final fall in battle. How could he bring himself to say that? He could only go along with Diana, spinning everything in the best possible light. Of course. The power of the Mother of all Gods is beyond our imagination. With Alan's affirmative answer, Diana responded at once, a glimmer of hope rising in her heart. In truth, she herself didn't quite believe what she was saying, but for now choosing to believe was all she could do. Oh right, Hephaestus gave me a letter. It's on the back of my hand. He said the key is the name of that bough. After comforting Diana for a while and seeing her mood begin to lift, Alan held the back of his right hand up in front of her. The bough's name. Diana thought carefully for a few seconds and then said a little uncertainly, ugly. The moment Diana's words died away, a small flame drifted out from the back of Alan's hand, then swelled into a large mass and flew into Diana's forehead. What kind of bough had a name like ugly? Alan laughed helplessly, and as Diana's temperature climbed higher and higher, let go of her and stepped back a few paces. At the same time, azure flames burst from Diana's body, rapidly condensed into a cocoon and wrapped her completely within. I'd better get to my own work. Alan stretched and began taking stock of the supplies in the divine craftsman's tome. His treasure vault had been remodeled twice, first because of the abyssal cataclysm and then because of the 5 dragon origin trees. It now covered an area of 10,000 square meters and remained 30 meters high. A storage space of 300,000 cubic meters was enormous. But the divine craftsman's tome held too many things. They occupied somewhere between 70 and 80,000 cubic meters. If he dumped it all out, it would cover the entire floor of the treasure vault and pile up 7 or 8 meters high, leaving no room even to stand. Moreover, the treasure vault had already been filled with many things. 2 hours later, Alan sat with a manna smoke between his teeth, his face wild with excitement and his eyes bloodshot. The divine craftsman's tome had been sorted. The supplies within were far beyond his imagination, more than 700 million gold coins stacked over 1,000 cubic meters. Because his extension rings were insufficient, he placed only 100 million gold coins into the treasure vault. He recognized only half of the magical metals, but even that half was enough for him to forge 10,000 mana cannons, which is to say worth 1 billion gold coins. There were only a little over 500 magic cores, but their ranks were extremely high. The lowest were rank 7 magic cores, and among them were 8 rank 10 magic cores and 49 rank 9 magic cores. These magic cores were priceless treasures. Starting from rank 7, magic cores could no longer be bought on the market, and no one was willing to sell them, so their value could not be measured in gold coins. Assorted gems, antiques, paintings, calligraphy and the like filled 3 extension rings with a total value likely exceeding 1 billion gold coins. There were also about 300 bottles of magic potions which, like the magic cores, started at rank 7. They too were fine goods that money could not buy, absolutely priceless. Among them were 4 bottles of rank 10 and 33 bottles of rank 9. There was also a massive batch of odds and ends, pots, pans, bowls, dishes, clothing, furniture, molds, furnaces and skeletons of unidentified creatures, stacking up to several thousand cubic meters. None were set with magic cores and none gave off fluctuations of battle chi or mana, yet their materials were all indestructible. So he did not take them out, he simply stored them in the divine craftsman's tome, thinking they might come in handy later. Finally, it was the turn of the equipment Alan valued most. They were all elemental sets. However, unlike the ones given by the system, the elemental sets Hephaestus had forged contained no spears or swords. Their weapons were war hammers and war shields. 40 sets in total. 10 sets were rank 7, 10 were rank 8, 10 were rank 9, and 10 were rank 10. The attributes were ice, fire, darkness, light, earth, lightning, water, wind, wood, and poison. For each rank there were sets of 10 different attributes. It was clear Hephaestus had crafted them specifically for his collection, or perhaps to leave them to his successor, which was why the attribute coverage was so complete. As for the set Hephaestus had originally used himself, he had long ago reforged it into a divine artifact. Yesterday he had mentioned that he took his personal forging tools back to the divine realm, and his personal battle equipment was certainly no exception. They had probably all been destroyed in the divine war 100,000 years ago. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Brother-in-law, you're too generous. And you still say you regret there being no divine artifacts. To me these 40 sets are all divine artifacts. But to a god these things might really be no different from tofu. In a fight they would shatter at the slightest touch. They simply weren't qualified to be worn. Alan was beside himself with excitement, smoking one mana smoke after another. Yet the mana smoke which usually calmed his mind and steadied his spirit now seemed to have become pure excitement. The more he smoked the more excited he grew, and he simply could not settle down. He wanted to shout. How could he ever use up so many incredible sets? He could at least equip his wives with them, though only the rank 7 sets could be brought out for use. The rank 8, 9, and 10 sets would have to be kept as trump cards for survival. Too precious. Rank 8 equipment corresponded to the Saint Realm, and the Saint Realm was the most powerful realm below the Demigod Realm. Because high-tier arcane smiths were exceedingly rare, many Saint warriors probably could not even assemble a full set of rank 8 equipment. If they discovered that the Alvis family possessed rank 8 sets, they would absolutely come to seize them by force. Rank 7 though was no problem. The Saint Realm looked down on it, and the War King Realm could not snatch it away. Boom. Suddenly the azure flame cocoon encasing Diana let out a muffled bang, then transformed into fire attribute battle chi and burst apart. Diana. Alan, who had been crouching in the corner grinning foolishly, rushed over at once. Holy crap. He stopped in front of Diana and stared at her in astonishment. Diana was still Diana, but her cultivation and her attire had completely changed. Her cultivation had shot from a rank 1 Corona warrior straight to a rank 5 Corona warrior. Her dress had also turned into battle armor and a war skirt. In her left hand she held a long spear, and in her right a longbow. It did not take a genius to know this was Hephaestus's gift. The increase in cultivation was understandable, but what was going on with this strange equipment? There were no magic cores, no aura of battle chi or mana. They looked like ordinary ironware, yet they gave him a deep and terrifying feeling. Brother-in-law, you. Alan had a vague guess Diana's equipment was the most precious treasure in the legacy of the god of fire and craftsmanship. But he could understand it, and he could accept it. He understood because a sister was indeed more important than a successor, and he accepted because the one who benefited was his wife. If it had been an outsider, understanding was one thing, but accepting it would have been difficult. It would have already been generous not to curse Hephaestus to death. Moreover, he had guessed long ago that Diana's gain would be great. When Hephaestus condensed that little flame back then, his entire figure had become almost transparent, clearly showing how much it had cost him. Clearly the elder brother had given his younger sister an enormous gift. Seeing that Alan was very interested in the equipment she was wearing, Diana lowered her head guiltily and murmured, "Alan, I think I've been holding you back." Hephaestus's legacy. Before Diana could finish, Alan pressed his index finger against her lips. The next moment Alan pulled Diana into his arms and gently patted her back. "If I were him I would have left everything to you. After all, I have already obtained something even more precious, you. Nothing could be luckier than that." Hearing Alan's words, Diana said nothing, merely leaning quietly against his chest with a faint subtle smile curving at the corners of her lips. After embracing for a while she whispered softly, "My husband, it seems my gains have been far greater than yours." "That's not necessarily so." Alan released Diana and gestured casually with a turn of his palm. "You go first, but no bragging. The bottleneck at the divine realm has vanished. In terms you'd understand, as long as I accumulate enough battle chi I can ascend to godhood directly. And there's this divine progeny war armor. Its rank grows alongside the wearer's power, ultimately transforming into the embryo of a divine artifact, usually forged by gods for their own descendants. If I were to release the seal now, it might become a tier 8 set. Below the saint realm no one could defeat me. Diana spun around in front of Alan with a triumphant look. Hearing this, Alan planted his hands on his hips and sneered, below the saint realm no one can defeat you. What about me? Foolish Artemis, don't forget that it was I who taught you seal release. As for that divine progeny war armor, you can only enhance to tier 8 for now. Before my weapons it's nothing more than a newborn mouse whose eyes haven't even opened, too weak, truly too weak. As Alan's words fell, 2 war hammers materialized in his hands. The moment they appeared, the ground beneath his feet fractured instantly and immense dark magic and flame magic erupted, sweeping through the entire treasure vault. The next instant Alan retracted the 2 war hammers, his hands trembling slightly and shock written all over his face. Terrifying. Tier 10 weapons were incomparably more powerful than Tier 9 ones. He had merely held them for a single second, yet his entire body nearly went numb, like being struck by lightning. Without using seal release it was already difficult for him to even lift them now. Truly worthy of a Tier 10 quasi-divine magic core, the most powerful energy source beneath the divine cores. Tier 10. He gave you 2 Tier 10 weapons. Diana cried out in shock, suddenly feeling that the divine progeny set wasn't so appealing anymore. The divine progeny set could transform into the embryo of a divine artifact, and its preciousness went without saying. But that was for the future, a future very, very far away. As things stood now, when it came to immediate combat power, a single Tier 10 weapon far outclassed the entire divine progeny set. Seeing Diana's astonished expression, Alan was somewhat surprised and asked, "They're only Tier 10 weapons? Didn't you have plenty of divine artifacts before?" "Plenty of divine artifacts? What are you thinking?" Diana rolled her eyes and explained seriously, "Forging a divine artifact requires drawing upon the origin divine power within a godhead. It's like cutting out a piece of your own heart. You won't die from it, but you'll be weakened for a very long time. If one frequently draws upon origin divine power, the weak period lasts even longer. A full divine artifact set would leave a god weakened for at least 10 million years. The weakened period is extremely dangerous. We're not without enemies. Demon gods like Typhon of the 100 Heads have been watching us all along. Besides, not every god is capable of forging divine artifacts. Even my father couldn't do it. His aegis was forged by Hephaestus. My father gave me a divine spear, his dear friend Pan gave me a divine hound, and Hephaestus gave me a divine bow. I only possess these 3 divine artifacts. Right now divine artifacts are far too distant for me. Even if I had them I couldn't use them. A Tier 10 weapon is already the most powerful thing I can wield. You could say it's even stronger than a divine artifact." "Is that so?" Alan nodded thoughtfully. If divine artifacts were this rare, then he absolutely needed to learn all of Hephaestus's forging skills. Who knew whether the system would grant him divine artifacts later? If it didn't, he could forge them himself. And even if it did, it certainly wouldn't give too many. He'd take care of the shares for his wife and children. "What's wrong?" Seeing Alan spacing out, Diana waved a hand in front of his eyes. "Nothing." Alan shook his head, gave Diana a gentle flick on the forehead and said mysteriously, "Guess how much equipment he left for me." Diana's eyes immediately lit up with delight. If Alan was asking this way, it meant that Hephaestus had left far more than just 2 Tier 10 pieces of equipment, likely many more than 2. "I can't guess." "Darling, just tell me." Diana rarely acted spoiled, clinging to Alan's arm and swinging it back and forth. "Ew." Alan deliberately turned his head away in mock disgust. Only when Diana nestled into his arms did he affectionately pull her close and whisper, 10 sets of Tier 7 equipment, each with a different attribute. 10 sets of Tier 8 equipment, each with a different attribute. The Tier 9 and Tier 10 sets are the same, 10 sets each with a different attribute." "What?" Diana exclaimed, staring at Alan in disbelief. With so many high-tier sets, the Alves family would have enough to rule the entire world. The only thing they truly needed was time. As long as she and Alan stepped into the quasi-divine realm combined with their supreme arcane arts and Tier 10 sets, no creature in this world could stand against them. By the Mother Goddess. Because I detest Aphrodite, I rarely visited Hephaestus's home. This is the first time I've learned just how wealthy Hephaestus truly is. Diana closed her eyes and repeatedly slapped her forehead, overcome with excitement. "You said it yourself, he could even forge the aegis. How could a divine smith of that caliber possibly be poor? Besides, all of these were forged before he returned to the divine realm, specially left behind in the ruin for an heir. That's why there are so many ranks and so many attributes. Everything was done to ensure the heir received the best possible protection." Alan remarked with deep emotion. Thank goodness it was the legacy of the god of fire and craftsmanship. If this had been a legacy left by Diana, the final reward would probably have been just a little puppy in a bow, and she might even have made him swear never to marry before receiving it. Darling. I want a set of both the Tier 9 and Tier 10 flame equipment. Diana wrapped her arms around Alan's neck, stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek, and gazed at him with burning intensity. In the past, as the moon goddess, she would never have deigned to look at anything below divine artifacts, they were merely toys to her. But now she was only a Tier 5 coronet warrior. For a Tier 5 coronet warrior, a Tier 10 set was overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that it could elevate one's confidence to an entirely new level. What exactly was an invincible heart? Will and conviction? No. Will and conviction were nothing but nonsense. The true invincible heart came from having the foundation to back yourself up. As the most powerful Tier 10 sets beneath divine artifacts, they were exactly the kind of foundation that could sustain an invincible heart. In this world you had to command influence and wield backing. Alan and Diana discussed it and discovered that Diana shared his thoughts. These equipments were far too precious, the news absolutely must not leak. Therefore the distribution required careful consideration. The consorts in buildings 1 and 2 could be disregarded if they spent the entire year enjoying life within the inner fortress and rarely stepped outside, having no need for such gear whatsoever. For the primary consorts in the main building, those with territory affairs in hand, a modest arrangement would suffice. Selena, Shirley, Nami, Isabella, Lily, Karina, Wendy. Each would receive one Tier 7 set plus a Tier 9 shield to be used only in emergencies. In daily life they would continue relying on their scattered Tier 5 and 6 equipment. Diana already possessed the Divine Air set, so she only required the Tier 9 and 10 fire sets. The remainder would be stored within the Divine Artisan book kept under Alan's personal custody. As for Alan himself, the Tier 7 dark and light sets would suffice, perfectly complementing his soul-devouring spear and heaven palm staff. Although he currently possessed the capability to wield Tier 8 sets, he would never allow outsiders to learn of his Tier 7 and above equipment until his cultivation advanced to the War King realm. 5 days had passed since their return from the Lava Mountains. That afternoon Jerry arrived once more, this time accompanied by a distinguished figure. Clement, the sole Platinum Hunt King in Pompeii Kingdom. To outward appearances he resembled an ordinary old farmer, yet in truth he was the regional guild master with cultivation reaching the 5th tier War King stage. The timing and nature of this visitor left little doubt. Alan knew immediately that Clement had come regarding the ruins. Outer Fortress Reception Hall. President Clement, it has been half a year since we last met, hasn't it? Alan greeted Clement warmly. Over the 2 years following the abyssal calamity, Alan had interacted frequently with the prominent figures of Pompeii Kingdom, often meeting to conduct business, and thus they had grown reasonably familiar. 7 months, Alvis. I imagine you've already guessed why I've come. After embracing Alan, Clement winked at him with a smile. Just figured it out. Alan nodded, a trace of interest flickering across his face as he said, if you intend to go personally, then I shall accompany you. I wish to have another attempt. No need to rush. Tell me first what you observed. Your findings may differ from Jerry's. To gain more, one requires more intelligence. Clement chuckled heartily and then turned to the matter at hand. When I entered the door. Alan had anticipated this question and delivered his prepared account without hesitation. In truth, everything he said was genuine, he had merely omitted the portion regarding his gains, making his story virtually identical to Jerry's. It appears to truly be an inheritance ruin. After Alan finished, Clement stroked his beard and murmured with narrowed eyes. He trusted Jerry and believed there had been no collusion between them. If Alan spoke thus, then this must be the truth. Nevertheless, confirmation was necessary. He needed to verify whether the ruin was still operational, for that would determine whether the inheritance remained. President, I can serve as guide. Seeing his direct superior show interest, Jerry promptly volunteered. Alan also spoke at this moment. Let us go together. Give me 10 minutes, I shall ride my light dragon. We can arrive within 3 or 4 hours. The actor was once again stepping onto the stage. Taking Strongman along and departing now, they would arrive by sunset. As long as they did not linger too long within the ruin, they could return home before midnight. Very well. Jerry, we shall return to the guild to make arrangements. Clement nodded at Alan, then turned to Jerry and instructed. 10 minutes later. Mounted upon Strongman, Alan picked up Clement and Jerry at the mercenary guild before setting out once more toward the Ruya region. Strongman's speed far surpassed that of the golden flame eagle. What had taken the eagle an entire day of flight Strongman accomplished in barely 3 hours. The arrival of the Tier 6 early-stage light dragon drew the attention of the entire lava mountains. After a great uproar, numerous fire-affinity magical beasts fled in panic, rendering the area surrounding the ruin unnaturally desolate, devoid even of beast roars. Jerry located the cave entrance and led them all the way to the ruin's great door. Ancient ruin. Sensing the primitive aura upon the massive gate and gazing at those utterly incomprehensible inscriptions, Clement gravely uttered 4 words. As the person in charge of the mercenary guild in Pompeii Kingdom, he had pored over countless ancient texts and could recognize more than 10 varieties of ancient script. Yet not a single character upon this magnificent door could he decipher. Clearly this ruin dates to an extraordinarily ancient era, so remote that even the language of that time had long since been swallowed by the sands of history. President, let me try first. Extremely excited and still harboring hopes of gaining further benefits within, Jerry stepped forward to push the door directly. However, this time, no matter how much strength he exerted, the massive door remained utterly motionless, as though fused with the earth itself, immovable and unyielding. Let me assist. Alan's acting skills came to the fore as he eagerly stepped forward to help, but the result was no different whatsoever. It simply would not budge. Only one person may enter. That is quite reasonable. Observing that even Jerry and Alan combined could not push the door open, Clement nodded inwardly. A ruin left by an ancient powerhouse to select a successor should indeed operate this way. Only one opportunity exists, and failure means no second chance. Allow me to attempt it. Clement asked Alan and Jerry to step aside, then unleashed a surge of ice elemental battle energy, pressing both hands heavily against the stone door. To his surprise, before he had even begun to exert force, the massive door showed signs of trembling. Clement therefore withdrew his battle energy and applied only a gentle push. Creak. The double-wide massive door naturally parted on one side, revealing an opening wide enough for 2 people to enter side by side. Clement did not immediately step inside, but instead leaned forward to peer into the interior. Nothing unusual. Merely an ordinary grand hall, though its architectural style appeared ancient, as if abandoned for countless years. President, you may enter directly. Jerry walked up beside Clement and tentatively reached a hand toward the doorway. Yet the moment his hand extended, a surge of fire elemental battle energy emerged from within, pushing him backward. Witnessing this, Jerry said with regret, "It seems neither I nor Alvis can enter." Alan also attempted it and encountered the same result. He was pushed back by a fire elemental battle energy barrier, much like an invisible wall. Then you two wait here for a moment. Seeing that neither Jerry nor Alan could enter, Clement's smile broadened considerably. He had not misplaced his trust in Jerry, and Alan had not deceived him. The heir of the ruin had not yet appeared. Only time would tell how far he could progress. He did not believe his potential exceeded Alan's, making the possibility of obtaining the inheritance rather slim. The Grand Master has been inside for 10 minutes. Alvarez, how many trials do you think the Grand Master can pass? After Clement entered the ruins, Jerry was extremely nervous, pacing back and forth and occasionally asking Alan. Probably twice. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the flame they encounter. A 5th rank battle king first encounters a mid-7th rank flame, then a late 7th rank flame, and the third time would be an early 8th rank flame. Alan analyzed calmly. Twice, huh? Jerry nodded. Actually, he thought the same but didn't dare say it. After all, Clement was his superior. Flames have low intelligence. Relying on combat experience and equipment, crossing a few minor ranks isn't difficult, but fighting beyond one's realm is extremely hard. Moreover, the major realm Clement needed to surpass was the Saint realm, so the probability of passing was almost 0. Swish. Almost at the moment Jerry turned around, Clement's figure appeared at the door. Grand Master. Jerry immediately ran over. Alan also put on a curious expression and stepped forward to ask President Clement, how did it go? Clement regretfully shook his head. It is indeed an inheritance ruin, but the trials set by the ruin's master are too difficult. I only passed 2 rounds. The flame in the 3rd round was at the early 8th rank stage. I was no match for it. Perhaps only those with lower realms have a chance to pass all trials. Hearing this, both Alan and Jerry nodded. The lower one's realm, the higher the probability of winning when fighting beyond one's realm. It only requires some powerful equipment as well as high-rank battle skills and magic. Inheritance ruin, huh? Clement felt somewhat unwilling and gazed longingly at the giant door. He had passed 2 trials and obtained some magical metal and blueprints for low-rank weapons totaling about 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins wasn't a small amount. Before the abyssal catastrophe arrived it could even buy around 25th rank magic cores. Many viscounts didn't have that much assets. But he was a 5th rank battle king. Which battle king would lack such money? As he thought, Clement's eyes lit up. He looked at Alan and asked Alvarez, "You haven't told this news to too many people, have you?" "I only told my family." Alan shook his head, then put on a surprised expression and pretended to be excited. "If not too many people in the mercenary guild know either." "There aren't too many who know. Let's discuss in detail when we return." A meaningful smile curled the corners of Clement's mouth. Near midnight the trio returned to the county of Alvarez. The mercenary tavern. Clement brought Alan and Jerry to his temporary room. As soon as he sat down he said, "Alvarez, we can team up, but you know this intelligence was ultimately obtained by the mercenary guild. Normal gains belong to whoever obtains them. But if your people can obtain the inheritance, I hope you can share it with the mercenary guild." "Let's do it then." Alan extended his hand to Clement, a very natural smile on his face. He hadn't really thought of this before. Doing so could stir up the situation and allow him to completely extricate himself. With 2 forces sending people into the ruin together and so many people knowing about the ruin, mistakes were inevitable. If information leakage was also quite normal, right? "You're the big shots, I won't compete with you, all right." Moreover, before the news accidentally leaked, he as the organizer could still recover a portion of the rewards. Although the total value of the rewards was only around 100 million gold coins, who would complain about having too much money? After discussing the specific details, Alan went to the Family Legion station and handed the tasks to the 6 regiment commanders. After 2 years of development, Alan's army had initially taken shape. The Knight Order numbered 40000 in total, divided into 4 legions. The average cultivation had reached Great Warrior and Archmage, with each person having a set of 3rd rank attribute gear. The commanders were Spike, Jerry, Dunn and Thor. The first 3 were all Alan's trusted aides, having followed Alan for many years with formidable cultivation and profound seniority. When another year or 2 passed and new talents rose in the Knight Order, Alan would let these 3 veteran commanders retire to become barons and enjoy life. Thor was a super genius with platinum-level talent. That large star or vein initially found by Thor. Not yet 15 years old, Thor's cultivation was already at the 4th rank Starlight Warrior level, so Alan began to focus on training him and appointed him as the commander of the 4th Legion. The 5th commander was Steve, the earliest 1st Knight commander. Responsible for the Territory Wall Defense Legion, totaling 50000 people. Subsequent arrangements were the same as Spike and the others, also to be ennobled. The 6th commander was Howard, responsible for the Militia Legion, totaling 200,000 people. Howard was Shirley's 3rd uncle and his cultivation had already entered the Moonglow realm. Alan planned to support the Goya family, then grant several baron titles, letting them help manage the real area, which would also be doing justice to the old Goya. The next day at noon, Alan and Clement personally led the team, bringing over 100 mercenaries and over 100 knights, heading together to the Lava Mountains in the Ruya region. They rode Storm Eagles and Golden Flame Hawks, so the speed was slightly slower, but each trip still took less than 2 days. In merely half a month, Alan and Clement had sent over 1,000 people into the ruin. The harvest was quite good. Both the Mercenary Guild and the Alvarez family obtained materials worth at least 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins was a drop in the bucket for the current Alan, but it was undeniable that this amount was considerable in this world. Many newly ennobled marquises didn't have total assets this high. The happiest was Clement, this platinum hunter king. Although low-grade materials were of little use to him, having made such a huge contribution to the Mercenary Guild, what he received would be greater. When the Purple Gold Hunter King from the Zeke Empire passed away or retired, he might even have a chance to fill the vacancy and get promoted. However, Clement soon stopped smiling. 1 month after the operation began, news of the ruin leaked. Not only did the nobles in the Pompey Kingdom learn about it, but even the Fargan Kingdom sent quite a few scouts over to gather information. Regarding this, Clement was furious, but in his heart he also understood. After all, they had already sent so many people into the ruin, with so many mouths it was difficult to manage, and keeping the news sealed for a month was already quite good. It was just a bit regrettable that this cake had to be divided with others. When Clement found Alan and mentioned that they couldn't eat alone in the future, Alan smiled and expressed that he would definitely support Clement. In any case, all of this had nothing to do with him, it was all the Mercenary Guild's idea. running back and forth for this month, one side being the territory and the other the lava mountains. He was already a bit tired of it. Next, just casually design something, then return home to enjoy life. After concluding his discussion with Clement about the ruins, Alan returned home and found Tom. Tom, keep doing what you've been doing this past month. By the way, you can craft some more exciting tales, how an apprentice warrior obtained a tier 7 weapon in the ruins, or how a mage awakened elemental mana there. Let people know that no matter whether their cultivation is high or low, they can gain something from the ruins. This is a chance to change one's fate. Alan drank his wine, gazing at Tom with a meaningful expression. I understand, Marquis. Tom nodded with dawning comprehension and immediately went to make the arrangements. Though he didn't know why Alan wanted to leak information about the ruins, he knew that following Alan's orders was always the right choice. He simply carried them out. As for what Alan had just said, he could fully understand it. This was about boosting the territory's economy and even its population. The two cities closest to the lava mountain range were Alvis County and the capital of the Duchy of Luch. And Alvis County, being the first to spread news of the ruins, would become the explorers' first choice to settle down. Most of those seeking fortune in the ruins would come to Alvis County to gather intelligence. 10 days later in the afternoon. At the entrance of the ruins, dozens of ornately dressed people gathered, with even the weakest among them at the Moonblaze stage. Present were the current King Arthur Bilbo, the archbishops of the 3 major churches, the Grand Dukes and Marquises, and envoys from the Kingdom of Fagin. Alan and Clement were also among them. The purpose of this meeting was simple: to increase the number of people entering the ruins and to jointly take full control of the entrance. Clement, Alvis, you two have truly done something momentous. Bilbo remarked with emotion as he gazed at the ruins gate. He hadn't expected that the kingdom of Pompeii harbored such a magical ruin, and that he as its king would only lay eyes on it a month later. Fortunately, the inheritance of the ruins was still intact, otherwise he truly wouldn't know what to do. One was the mercenary guild, whom he absolutely couldn't afford to offend, the other was a prodigy whose wings had grown too strong for him to risk making an enemy of. It's no great feat, we merely explored a ruin we found ourselves. Compared to us, what you're all doing is far more significant. So many of you coming together like this, are you trying to carve flesh from me and Alvis? Backed by the mercenary guild, Clement was hardly afraid of these churches and nobles who had come to snatch a share. He spoke in a mocking tone. I think so. Alan nodded, along his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. He casually tossed the tier 7 soul-reaving spear in his hand and said with a sardonic smile, looks like we're in for a big showdown. I wonder if anyone still remembers the fate of that tier 7 mid-stage demon. No one stirs trouble on my turf, especially venomous snakes that come with ill intent. Alvis, don't be so tense. Duke Rex of the Duchy of Luch stepped forward at this moment and gave Alan a warm embrace, explaining, I wouldn't lay a hand on my dear son-in-law. However, what you said just now isn't quite right. The lava mountain range lies within the borders of the Duchy of Luch. Strictly speaking, it's my territory. Of course, since you two were the ones to discover this ruin first, we'll offer appropriate compensation. 1 share for each of you. How about 2 million gold coins each for the mercenary guild and the Marquisate of Alvis? Ha, 2 million gold coins. Clement clicked his tongue in disdain, then turned to Alan and asked, Alvis, our earnings over this period have exceeded 2 million gold coins, haven't they? Alan nodded. Our combined harvest has reached 20 million gold coins. Both Clement and Alan were bluffing. Over the past 40-odd days their actual total gains were only around 5 million gold coins. But that was how business worked: ask for the sky, settle for the ground. Your gains are that substantial? Bilbo feigned surprise, then looked toward the archbishops of the 3 major churches and the envoys from the Kingdom of Fagin. In truth, they had already privately agreed before coming here. To avoid sparking a war and to develop the ruins as quickly as possible, they could offer the mercenary guild and the Marquisate of Alvis some compensation. But 10 million gold coins per party was quite steep, double the maximum compensation they had originally discussed. After exchanging their opinions, everyone nodded to Bilbo. That made a total of 20 million gold coins. 20 million gold coins was no small sum, but not a single person present was strapped for money. Shared among everyone, each party only needed to contribute a few 100,000 gold coins at most. They would recoup their losses in no time once they dug into the ruins, so it was entirely acceptable. Clement, Alvis, we're all old friends here, there's no need to make things so tense. Since your harvest over this period has been 10 million gold coins, how about we set the compensation at 10 million gold coins for each of you? Honestly, we should give you more, but as you know, the Abyss calamity only passed 2 years ago and we're all a bit short on funds. Bilbo said with a genial smile. All right. Alan and Clement exchanged a glance, then both nodded. Alan's thinking was simple: anything was fine, just settle it quickly so he could rush home and have dinner with his wife and children. Clement, however, had far more to consider. Fighting was certainly out of the question. Though the mercenary guild was powerful, it couldn't afford to completely sever ties with the 3 major churches and the 2 great kingdoms. All he could do was grab as much as possible before the pie shrank. Marquis. Just then a knight rushed over and whispered something into Alan's ear. They're looking for death. Alan flew into a rage, then ordered the knight, stay here. When those inside the ruins come out, tell them to return to the territory immediately. I'll leave a flying beast with you. With that, Alan turned to Bilbo and the others, saying, everyone, you can continue the discussions without me, I have urgent matters to handle. By the way, I expect to see that compensation soon. The next moment Alan gathered the waiting knights and promptly rode back the way he came. What's going on? Seeing Alan in such a hurry, Bilbo and the others were puzzled. But they soon learned the reason. A mercenary entered the cave and delivered intelligence to Clement. Alan's territory had been attacked by a necromancer. There had been 3 tier 6 mid-stage undead creatures in total, and although they had already been dealt with by Alan's wife, the necromancer himself had yet to be found. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. A necromancer who could summon 3 tier 6 mid-stage undead at once was no small fry. He might even be able to summon far stronger horrors. Except for Laura, who felt a bit worried, Bilbo and the others were all delighted. Including Clement, who had once enjoyed friendly cooperation with Alan. They all hoped that the necromancer would keep Alan's territory pinned down, leaving Alan no energy to focus on the ruins. That way they would have one less competitor and a larger slice of the pie. You all fight over it as you please, I'm heading back to enjoy myself. Alan led his squad of knights away, and as the storm eagle soared into the sky, he cast one last glance at the cave mouth in the volcanic foothills. A necromancer. He was exactly that. In this day and age, the only necromancer daring to stir up trouble in the Duchy of Alves was Alan Alves himself. Ah, bliss! Once the storm eagle had flown far from the lava mountain range, Alan lit a magic-enriched smoke and sat down in high spirits. The ruin would hold for nearly 5 more years. And during those 5 years, Bilbo and his ilk would focus all their attention on it, leaving them no time to keep tabs on him. Once Tom had fully spread the news of the ruin, his territory was bound to experience an explosive surge of population. All he had to do was scatter a few gold coins to lure plenty of outsiders into settling down. 5 years. That was more than enough time to fully develop his domain. And 5 years later his cultivation would definitely have stepped into the War King realm. By then Bilbo would receive plenty of intelligence reports. For instance, the Marquis of Alves has the strength to slay a high-tier 7th order magical beast. Alan Alves is only a Marquis, the Arthur family is suppressing the Alves family. The Marquis of Alves is dissatisfied with his rank and is carrying out a massive recruitment drive within the duchy, suspected to be plotting to overthrow the Arthur family's rule. Once these reports came out, wouldn't Bilbo piss himself in fear? Not asking for much, surely a duke's title wasn't too much to ask, right? Bilbo would agree, because Bilbo didn't have the strength to refuse. At the royal banquet 2 years ago, Alan had said to Orion and Rora, he's old. He may not realize that the best way to secure his throne is to kill me today at any cost. Once he misses this chance, he'll never have another. He will never again meet an Alan as weak as this. Now whatever Alan wanted, Bilbo had to give. On the afternoon of the 5th day after arriving home, Jerry came to visit Alan. Alan, who was having afternoon tea with his wives, put away his smile, put on a displeased expression, and went to the outer fortress to meet Jerry. Alves, it seems those necromancers have given you no small amount of trouble. Seeing Alan's expression, Jerry said teasingly. These past few days undead had been attacking the border walls of the Duchy of Alves every single day. Moreover, their cultivation levels were quite high, mostly between the 3rd and 5th order with the occasional 6th order one. Although Alan could handle them, the necromancer's attacks were so frequent that he couldn't leave his territory at all. Anyone with eyes could tell that these attacks were more than likely deliberate. Perhaps the Alves family had offended the necromancers and was now facing retaliation. Trouble. No one can cause me trouble. I swear if I ever catch those necromancers, they'll regret ever being born into this world. Alan's face darkened, his voice dripping with murderous ferocity. Jerry was startled. This was the first time he had ever seen Alan this angry. Feeling the chaotic, nearly explosive torrent of fighting aura radiating from Alan, Jerry immediately decided to drop the subject of necromancers. "Alves, don't worry, I'll help you root out those filthy rats. But today let's talk about something pleasant. Your compensation has arrived. The total value exceeds 10 million gold coins," Jerry said with a cheerful smile, handing Alan an extension ring. "Is that so?" Alan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed as he took the ring and inspected it. The 10 cubic meter space was packed to the brim with gold coins and gems, indeed worth over 10 million gold coins, maybe a little more. From this one could also see the petty schemes of those factions. It had been less than 2.5 years since the Abyss calamity ended and prices had yet to return to reasonable levels. Magic metals and magic cores were the true hard currency. But Alan didn't care about the slight difference in purchasing power, otherwise he wouldn't have left behind supplies worth a total of 100 million gold coins inside the ruin. His original goal had simply been to extricate himself from the ruin affair. Now that the goal was achieved, he was free of burdens and in an excellent mood. "By the way, there's another thing I need to tell you. According to historical records, some ruins have a limit on the number of entrants. If the number of challengers reaches the cap before obtaining the inheritance, the ruin will either close or be destroyed. So King Arthur and the others decided to establish entry quotas. Only 150 people can enter each day. Additionally, to prevent the inheritance from being lost, they must enter one by one and they cannot bring extension rings. You've been allocated 10 slots. Only the Church, the Kingdom and the Mercenary Guild have more than you. All the other nobles including dukes only got 2 to 5 slots. Seeing Alan's expression turn from cloudy to clear, Jerry pressed the advantage quickly. However, when the topic of quotas came up, Jerry felt a twinge of guilt. Alan's strength was there for all to see, so no duke or marquis dared to object to him receiving 10 slots. But it was precisely because Alan's past achievements were so terrifying that Jerry worried Alan might not be satisfied with just 10 slots. After all, among the war kings still reluctant to leave the lava mountain range, not a single one would likely be a match for Alan if a real fight broke out. He was also in an awkward position as the messenger. Moreover, the news about the ruin had probably been leaked by the Mercenary Guild. After all, a mercenary's creed was gold, and everyone knew that a mercenary's mouth was all too easy to pry open. And now he was representing the Mercenary Guild to tell Alan that Alan's quota was smaller than the guild's. Wasn't that just inviting hatred? "I only have 10 slots." Seeing Jerry's anxious expression, Alan deliberately put on an unhappy face. "It was decided by King Arthur and the envoy of the Kingdom of Fagan. The Mercenary Guild objected. We believed you should have 15 slots alongside us. But you know how it is, King Arthur is the strongest in the Kingdom of Pompeii and Queen Maya of the Kingdom of Fagan is even stronger. The Grand Master almost came to blows with King Arthur, but since you weren't there I could only hold him back." Jerry immediately shifted the blame, wearing an indignant expression and slamming the table twice. Hearing this, Alan's expression improved slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Thank President Clement for me, he truly is my dearest friend. Since those two kingdoms have already joined forces and the Church won't meddle in such matters, there's no need for us to fight them to the death. Let it be. Jerry, I can't get away these next few days. For 1 week, my entire week's quota, I'll hand it all over to the Mercenary Guild. Alves." Jerry jumped to his feet in excitement and said warmly, "We would never take advantage of a friend. As a gift in return we'll give you something splendid. Thank the necromancers." That was what Jerry was thinking right now. If it weren't for that bunch of necromancers keeping Alan tied down, why would Alan give up such precious slots? Over the following week, Alan held a grand martial arts tournament in his domain. The competition was divided into 2 rounds. First came an internal tournament, and all the participants were Alan's direct subordinates, most of them from the Knight Order, the Defense Corps and the Militia Corps. Then came an open tournament with no restrictions on status. Whether or not one was from the Alves Marquisate, anyone who signed up could compete and no entry fee was required. The open tournament had many divisions grouped according to cultivation realm. From the Apprentice realm to the Moon Glow realm, each realm would produce its own champion. The winner of each realm would receive a spot to enter the ruins. If there were vacant spots in the Moon Glow realm competition, they would be filled internally. Alan had originally intended to stop concerning himself with the ruins and had even considered selling all future spots to the Mercenary Guild, but he ultimately changed his mind. His army had not seen real combat for a long time. He hoped this tournament would ignite the fighting spirit of his troops and foster a competitive atmosphere within the army. The other 5 spots served as a publicity tool. Entry to the ruins was controlled by the 2 great kingdoms and the 3 great churches, so lone adventurers who wanted to enter the ruins had to come to the Alvis Marquis to compete for the public spots. This move would not only improve the army's internal competitiveness but also boost the prosperity of the territory. However, Alan did not pay much attention to such tedious matters. Tom, Spike and the others would handle all the details, including determining the number of spots and the operation of the rules and mechanisms. When the 8th day arrived, Spike led the first group of winners on their journey heading toward the lava mountain range. Alan had originally wanted to tag along and watch the excitement, but he was temporarily stopped by an unexpected incident. Jerry came again. This time, however, Jerry's visit was unusual. He had brought a surprising gift. At the outer fortress reception hall, Alan's gaze was firmly drawn to Jerry's gift. He approached the gift and asked with some surprise and confusion, "Jerry, are you sure?" The gift Jerry had brought was actually a cat-eared beast girl. She had a face as exquisite as a painting, gracefully elegant contours and an enchanting figure, truly a beauty of the highest order. Although her appearance gave the impression of mature cold elegance, a closer look still revealed a faint trace of childishness around her. She seemed only 15 or 16, just stepping into the years of adulthood. "I'm sure. As I said last time, as a return gift we would send you a beautiful gift. Alvis, I know what your tastes are. Trust me, no gift could be prettier than her." Seeing how interested Alan was in the catgirl, Jerry chuckled. Hearing this, the smile on Alan's lips stiffened and he slammed his hand hard on the table. "Rumors. Jerry, as the regional guildmaster of the Mercenary Guild, how can you believe such baseless and stupid rumors? I am Alan Alvis, the dragon-slaying knight who has slain a dragon and the champion of light who has killed a mid-7th rank demon. My tastes are certainly not women." Pfft. A light cheerful laugh suddenly rang out, and at that moment the catgirl could not help revealing her emotions. Earlier, when she had met Alan's gaze, she had felt his scorching fire-like stare as if he wanted to brand her onto his heart. But at this very moment, the catgirl's expression suddenly changed and her earlier delight was replaced by fear and dread. She quickly knelt to the ground, her heart filled with panic and unease. She was only a slave of lowly status, and the interesting nobleman before her was about to become the master of the rest of her life. Any slave who dared to mock her master would face a miserable fate. She no longer dared to look at Alan. She simply knelt silently with her head lowered, praying in her heart that she could get through this moment safely. "Alvis, I'm sorry. Perhaps I was mistaken. If you don't like her, we have many other choices." Jerry was also startled by the catgirl's action, and he could not help breaking into a cold sweat. Mocking Alan in the Alvis family castle was truly asking for death. "Forget it." Alan shook his head with a stern face. "Jerry, you are my best friend. I cannot refuse a friend's goodwill. I'll take her. But I'm curious, she is beastfolk, isn't she? Where did you find her?" "You don't know." Jerry was somewhat surprised and explained, "To the north of us are the Fangorn Kingdom, the Dwarf Kingdom and the Elven Forest." "You know that, right?" After Alan nodded, Jerry continued, "Further north of the Dwarf Kingdom lies the Beastfolk Kingdom. The Beastfolk Kingdom has a very good geographical position. To its north is the Vian Sea, and to its east, west and south lie the Elven Forest, the Dwarf Kingdom and the Fangorn Kingdom respectively. Because of this, the Beastfolk Kingdom was not badly affected by the Abyssal Calamity and preserved most of its strength. After the Abyssal Calamity ended, the Beastfolk Kingdom wanted to expand its territory, so it went to war with its 3 neighbors. Beastfolk are not very bright. They thought they could win by fighting 1 against 3, but not long after the war began they found themselves at a disadvantage. She was one of the prisoners. Perhaps it could be said she was the prettiest prisoner. After more than half a year of training she has become a qualified maid. She was given to King Arthur as a gift by an envoy of the Fangorn Kingdom, but the Grand Guildmaster bought her and now presents her to you. Don't worry. I'm referring to noble maid training courses in daily etiquette and duties. She is completely pure." After hearing this, Alan nodded slightly. He really had not known about this matter, but the war probably was not very intense or the news would have spread across the continent long ago. "Jerry, I accept the gift. Please convey my thanks to Guildmaster Clement." Alan stood up and gave Jerry a hug. "I will. Alright, I should be going. More and more mercenaries have been coming to the Alvis Marquis lately and I have plenty of work to do." Jerry laughed heartily, said goodbye and left. Alan sat back down and said softly, "Come here and massage my shoulders." "Yes, master." The cat girl immediately stood up, walked behind Alan and carefully massaged him, afraid that Alan might be dissatisfied. "From now on you are my personal maid. Do you know what to do?" After enjoying the bestiared girl's service for a while, Alan raised his right hand and pointed to the red wine on the table. "I understand, master. I will do whatever my master commands." The cat girl hurriedly poured wine for Alan, held the glass with both hands and personally brought the glass to Alan's lips. Alan nodded with satisfaction. First a succubus maid, then a bestiared maid. Next would it be an elf's turn. "What is your name?" "My name is Angel, master." The next morning, Alan woke up in the room at the top of the bell tower, and seeing Angel curled up in his arms like a kitten, he could not help the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had not felt anything so razor-sharp in 2 years. That little kitten, that little tail, that wildness. What bliss! After holding Angel for a while longer, Alan got up and dressed. The open tournament of round 2 of the martial arts competition began today. This open round was more formal, with a more relaxed schedule than the first. With more than 30,000 contestants registered, he planned to go over and take a look. Each round lasted half a month, and the winners were the top 150. Together with the top 150 from the internal competition that would decide 300 places for the ruins in half a month, leaving the remaining half month to prepare for the next round. "Master." The moment Alan moved her out of his embrace, Angel woke up and immediately got out of bed to help Alan dress. Her cultivation talent was good, and she had already become a rank 2 great warrior soon after coming of age. Her physique was not weak. Although last night had still hurt quite a bit, after waking from a full sleep the pain had become almost negligible. Alan smiled and stroked the cat ears on top of Angel's head. Feeling the warmth on her head, Angel pressed her lips together, feeling a quiet relief in her heart. When she had been a slave, she had taken many maid training courses and heard many rumors about nobles. She knew that many nobles enjoyed torturing their slaves. But her master had never beaten or scolded her. Instead, he had very gently told her that this would be her home from now on. It seemed her luck was good, for she had met a good master. Precisely because of that, she could not afford to let her guard down. She had to do everything a maid ought to do, or she might lose the secure life she now had. After breakfast, Alan headed for Hot Spring Town. The open tournament of the martial arts competition was held on the outskirts of Hot Spring Town, and because it was a tourist town, its commercial systems were very mature. Since he was here anyway, why not scatter some gold? "Master, is this the human city?" On Little Gray's back, Angel leaned against Alan and looked curiously at everything below. Alan toyed with Angel's jade-like hand and asked, "Don't beastfolk kingdoms have cities?" "I've heard they do, but I've never been there." Angel shook her head and explained, "I have always lived in a village and have never seen the outside world. Later dwarves attacked the village and I was captured. The dwarves gave me to the elves, but the elves said I was too ugly to be worthy of staying in the elven forest, and then they passed me on to humans." Alan was at a loss for words for a moment. Honestly, in his eyes, even leaving aside the extra appeal of a bestiared girl, Angel was a top-tier beauty. How could the elves say she was too ugly? Perhaps it was a matter of racial tradition. Like merfolk, elves were also among the most beautiful creatures in the world. Although they showed no trace of arrogance on their faces and could get along with most races, they were extremely proud in their bones. They always believed that elves were the noblest and most beautiful creatures bar none. Soon they arrived at the outskirts of Hot Spring Town. There were 5 competition grounds arranged by cultivation realm. The apprentice realm ground was the smallest and the moon glow realm ground was the largest. By now all 5 grounds had begun their matches and the surrounding area was packed with spectators. Looking down from the sky, it was a dark, dense sea of people. There had to be 500,000 or 600,000. Seeing this, Alan sighed with emotion. 2 years ago the entire population of Albus County had been less than 400,000. And now even a competition whose news had not yet fully spread could attract at least 500,000 people. The gap was staggering. As for the total population of his territory, it had already surpassed 10 million. Absolutely breakneck development. "Master, your territory is enormous." Angel rested her head on Alan's shoulder, her voice full of admiration. Flying from the castle to here, she had seen so much. For her master to possess such a large and prosperous territory, he must be very noble and powerful. "I'll take you around when I have time." Alan smiled and stroked the cat ears on Angel's head. This was nothing yet. The areas they had just flown over were not even considered large within the Ace region, let alone the entire Marquisate. Still he rather liked Angel's simple honest nature, being with her was relaxing. "Thank you, master." Angel answered joyfully, straightened up, planted a firm kiss on Alan's cheek, then leaned forward to look at the competition below. No matter what it was far more interesting than her hometown. Lord Marquis Alvis. When all 5 matches had concluded, the referees, contestants and spectators, hundreds of thousands of people, looked up in unison and saluted Alan. Little Grey was not flying very high, and everyone knew it was Alan's mount. The moment it appeared, it had already been spotted by the people below. But since matches were underway, no one had dared to interrupt, so it was only now that they saluted. Alan nodded slightly to the crowd below and gave a light wave. Whoosh! 5 streams of light shot out from his hand and in an instant landed in the 5 competition grounds, all stabbing into the edges of the grounds at the same time. They were 5 weapons, all longswords. 1 was a rank 3 weapon, 3 were rank 4, and 1 was rank 5. The 5 final victors of this round may take these 5 longswords and go to my castle to receive 100,000 gold coins from my steward. Continue then. After saying this, Alan let Little Grey head back the way they had come. Mid-competition, a contestant had broken through on the spot, which suddenly reminded him of something very important that he had forgotten. He had 300 bottles of high-rank magic potions in his pocket. The energy of rank 8, rank 9 and rank 10 potions was too potent for him to handle at the moment, but rank 7 potions were still manageable. He had not drunk a single mana-boosting potion this year, so his body had not built up any tolerance. It was time to push toward a higher minor step. A rank 7 mana-boosting potion corresponded to the War King realm and in general was enough for a War King to break through one minor step. If he took a rank 7 mana-boosting potion at the Corona realm, at least 2 minor steps wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? After Alan left, a burst of cheers rose from the outskirts of Hot Spring Town. With a casual flick, he gave out a rank 5 weapon with rank 4 and rank 3 weapons thrown in as bonuses. Generous, far too generous. It really had to be Alan Alvis, the kindest and most generous noble in the legends. Even though most of the people had not participated in this round, they still cheered for Alan. Everyone was glad that their own lord was a good lord. Maybe when it was their turn to compete, Alan would bring out rewards too. As for the contestants in this round, they were even more excited. Staring at the final victors' prizes at the edge of the grounds, their eyes nearly turned red. The prize for the Apprentice realm was a rank 3 weapon. For the Warrior realm, Great Warrior realm and Starlight realm, the prizes were rank 4 weapons. The prize for the Moon Glow realm was a rank 5 weapon. Whether it surpassed their realm or was exactly right for every contestant, it was an extremely generous reward. Afternoon by the riverside of Qingshui. The scorching sun blazed over the earth like fire and the cicadas chirped with thunderous intensity. Alan lay beneath the shade of a tree, hands folded upon his abdomen, legs crossed, his head resting softly on Angier's long slender legs as he meditated and adjusted his state of mind. Angier leaned against the tree trunk, gazing quietly down at Alan's handsome face. Throughout this period of tension, her anxious heart finally found complete peace. Time flowed slowly onward. Unbeknownst how long had passed, sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves and gently fell upon Alan's face. Feeling the warmth upon his face, Alan's brows twitched slightly and his closed eyes slowly parted, revealing a gaze of tranquil calm. After taking a deep breath, Alan rose from Angier's lap, stood and stretched lazily, feeling revitalized and in high spirits. That long-awaited nap had brought Alan's condition to its peak. After quietly gazing at the river scenery for a while, he turned and gently patted Angier's head, speaking softly, "I'm about to break through. Your cultivation is too low, stay away from me." "Yes, master. Master, you will surely succeed." Angier obediently nodded, wrapped her arms around Alan and bestowed a tender kiss before stepping aside. This is the feeling. Watching Angier's graceful retreating figure, a faint smile played upon Alan's lips. A deeply special sense of fulfillment. He had felt the same when first claiming Karina and Wendy, a desire to keep them by his side every day. Fortuitously, Karina and Wendy had been preoccupied with the children recently, and Angier had arrived at just the right time. After finishing a cigarette infused with demon chi, Alan sat beneath the tree and flicked his palm, conjuring a magic potion shimmering with battle aura. A 7th rank battle aura enhancing elixir. Opening the stopper, Alan drank the entire bottle in one go, leaving not a single drop. The moment he swallowed the potion, Alan could clearly sense a massive surge of battle aura erupting within his body. His perception of natural battle aura grew significantly stronger, as though mere cultivation alone would yield considerable progress. Thump. Thump. Faint muffled sounds echoed continuously within his body. A flush of red rose to Alan's face and he immediately began to control that immense battle aura. As the battle aura circulated through his body, the pain grew increasingly intense, but Alan had long grown accustomed to such sensations. Approximately 10 minutes later, Alan's face was somewhat contorted, his mouth twitched and he violently spat out a breath of turbid air. It was done. The elixir had been fully digested and all absorbable battle aura had been channeled into his battle chi acupoints. The effect was excellent. His battle aura cultivation had reached the 5th rank of Sun Crown Warrior and he was not far from the 6th rank. Not much time had passed since his last breakthrough, so this was equivalent to advancing 2.5 ranks. Next came the 7th rank magic power enhancing elixir. This round took considerably longer, half an hour before completion, though it also yielded a gain of 2.5 ranks. Alan was far more adept at battle aura than magic power and his control over the latter was slightly inferior. He suffered considerably during the breakthrough. Double 5th rank. Alan stretched contentedly. This cultivation level had now caught up to Diana's. However, he still had over 30 bottles of 7th rank battle aura enhancing elixirs which he would surely arrange for Diana, meaning he would likely fall behind again soon enough. Done. After adapting to his new cultivation, Alan waved toward Angier in the distance. Congratulations, Master, on your successful breakthrough. A smile bloomed across Angier's face as she hurried toward Alan with light joyful steps, stopping before him to bow in respect. A glimpse of snow-white skin caught his eye. Alan's gaze flickered and he pulled Angier directly into his embrace, his right hand wandering restlessly beneath her clothes. Master, Angier's lips curved upward as she glanced around. Finding no one in sight, Angier's eyes narrowed like a contented cat. She tilted her body slightly to give Alan's hand better room to move, yielding completely to his touch. An hour later, Alan held Angier's hand as they strolled leisurely back toward the family castle. Angier kept her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with rosy color. A smile of happiness and fulfillment rippled across her face and she occasionally licked her lips as if savoring something sweet. Angier, were there many captives? Along the way, Alan glanced at Angier's cat ears and asked suddenly. Captives. Angier paused, then quickly understood what Alan meant and replied, Master, there must have been many. When I was captured I saw the dwarf army marching farther away. Later I heard that mixed-blood half-orcs are very valuable. Handsome males are bought by noble ladies and beautiful females by noble lords. And dwarves are inherently greedy, they would never let such a profitable opportunity slip away. Master, if you wish to purchase slaves you might send someone to the dwarf kingdom. Fangong kingdom may also have them, but the elf forest certainly would not. Angier understood that Alan intended to acquire another batch of maids much like herself. She had originally considered saying she did not know, for if there were too many maids like her Alan might not dote upon her as he did now. But thinking that this might save some of her kin, her enthusiasm returned and she even spoke the word slave despite her distaste for it. I see. Alan nodded slightly and turned to instruct Tom to go purchase a batch. If he could find someone as exquisite as Angier he would take her directly. Those of slightly lesser quality would suffice as maids in the inner castle, occasionally varying his tastes was not without merit. Beastier girls after all. Just looking at them brought joy, and one Angier was hardly enough. Upon traveling a bit further Alan noticed Angier had fallen quiet, saying not a single word. Turning his head he saw that the little one seemed quite displeased, her head bowed, lips pouted, her spirits visibly dampened, resembling a stray cat deprived of food. Alan pondered for a moment and quickly guessed the reason. Stopping in his tracks he pulled Angier into his embrace and whispered softly in her ear, Angier, I plan to purchase more maids. Once these maids arrive home I will place them under your management. As my most cherished maid, do you feel confident enough to handle this task? Hearing these words Angier's eyes instantly lit up. She was Master's most beloved maid. Overcome with emotion Angier hugged Alan's waist tightly and rubbed her cat ears against his neck, saying gratefully, Master, I can do it. As long as you do not cast me aside I will accomplish anything. Of course I will not cast you aside. Alan gently patted her back. You will need some helpers to assist with trivial matters so that you may remain by my side always. Do you understand? Master, I will serve you faithfully. Angier was nearly intoxicated with joy. Wrapping her arms around Alan's neck she rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. Alan accepted the kiss passively while inwardly praising himself. Handled perfectly, such a young girl, so naive. Returning home, Alan found Diana playing with the children in the garden and handed her a bottle of Tier 7 mana boosting potion. Then Alan found Lily, Selena, Karina, Wendy and Shirley in turn, giving each of them a bottle of Tier 7 mana boosting potion as well. Their cultivation had not yet reached the Solar Corona realm, so they could not handle a mana boosting potion that rivaled the War King realm. Among Alan's wives, only these 5 were at the Lunar Radiance realm, and since they trained diligently, Alan gave it to them first. A few more years of hard work and they would be able to use it. After having dinner with the children, Alan slipped into the Bell Tower library, pulled the latest territory map from the bookshelf and studied it carefully. It had been a while since he had received any system rewards. The most recent one was the territory wall reward 3 months ago, so he planned to look for more places to develop and earn some rewards. The territory wall won't work, materials are too scarce. Even just thickening it would require another year or so of stockpiling. Defensive weapons can be arranged. With all the magic metal I have on hand, I can make the outer wall's defenses even fiercer than the inner walls and maybe even earn a platinum tier reward. The canal lock also needs to start construction connected directly to the territory wall. Oh right, there are also arrow towers in the construction panel. Although they're just ordinary watchtowers, the outer wall is so long that building only frost towers is simply unrealistic. Tomorrow I'll build 8 or 10,000 of them. Alan marked several spots on the map while thinking. He had already claimed the territory wall reward many times, and each time it was harder. If he wanted it again this time, he would have to reinforce every aspect that could be reinforced, quite a lot of projects. Besides the territory wall, there was room for improvement in both population and military. But he didn't need to issue more orders for those. He had already told his trusted subordinates not to set any headcount cap. As long as suitable candidates appeared, they could accept them directly. The only thing needing his personal attention was the territory wall. Wait, it seemed he had missed something. The golden flame eagle nest had been in his hands for 3 years now, producing 360 golden flame eagle eggs, and the vast majority had already hatched into eaglets. Although these eaglets' cultivation hovered at Tier 1, their flying ability was still decent. He could form a scout battalion from them. Oh right. The territory's population has soared from 350,000 to 10 million, and I still have several hundred empty rooms in my inner castle. As he rolled up the map, Alan gently bit his lip. He would have Tom arrange it. With an intermediate talent as the baseline, the threshold was not low, but it was certainly not high either. Even factoring in age, marital status, appearance and other conditions, there were bound to be quite a few in the territory who met the standard. With even a few more accepted, he could gain hundreds or even 1,000 years of cultivation. Does this count as an imperial consort selection? The thought made Alan laugh out loud, and he decided to handle it as soon as possible. After all, his hobby had already spread completely. Practically everyone knew. Now he didn't even need to keep a low profile. These next 2 days all he had to do was eat kidneys. He wondered whether whiskey could steep a whip. Although his body was sturdy enough, he would be going down to the fields more and more often from now on, so he still needed to prepare. Master. At that moment a soft call from Angel came from outside the door. Angel walked in carrying a bowl of soup and explained, "Master, this was prepared for you by Lady Shirley. Lady Shirley said this sleep-inducing soup will let you have a good night's sleep." Sleep-inducing soup. Alan gave it a scoop with his spoon. It turned out to be chicken kidney stew. At the sight he couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't Shirley wanting him to sleep well. It was clearly Shirley who wanted a good night's sleep herself, using this soup to urge him over to do his husbandly duty. Fine then. It had been over half a month since he had kept Shirley company, and he rather missed that haughty, coquettish air about her. He would head over a little earlier. But before the main course he wanted a small appetizer first. Alan set the chicken kidney stew on the table, pulled his chair back slightly, sat down and gave his knee a light pat. A flush crept onto Angel's delicate face. She gently kissed Alan on the cheek, then slipped beneath the table. Not bad. Alan drank the soup with a spoon in his right hand while rubbing Angel's head with his left, feeling thoroughly at ease in body and mind. The next morning. Warm sunlight spilled into the room through the window. Alan opened his eyes, gently moved Shirley out of his arms, got out of bed, dressed and washed up. Master. Angel was waiting just outside the Lord's chamber. Seeing Alan come out, she cheerfully stepped forward to greet him. "I told you don't need to get up so early," Alan said with a smile, affectionately rubbing Angel's cat ears. Angel hastily shook her head like a rattle drum. "Master, I am your personal maid. Wherever you are I will be there. Very well. Come on, let's go eat. Alan wrapped his arm around Angel's shoulder and strolled leisurely toward the dining hall. After breakfast Alan went to the council chamber in the outer castle and had someone summon Tom Spike, and the others then handed out the tasks he had planned the day before. Just as Alan was about to head to Qingshui River to find Nate, Jerry arrived again. This time Jerry brought Alan another piece of news. But this time the news was bad. The magical beasts on the Vesuvian Plateau and Mount Vesuvius had gathered again after nearly 3 years seemingly preparing for war. Around the Vesuvian Fire Tribe's territory the only kingdom was the Kingdom of Pompeii. So the Fire Tribe's movements were most likely aimed at the Kingdom of Pompeii. Although he didn't know why the Kingdom of Pompeii had provoked the Vesuvian Fire Tribe again, the intelligence obtained by the Mercenary Guild couldn't be wrong. Clement had personally gone to confirm it. The Vesuvian Fire Tribe's magical beasts were massing on the Vesuvian Plateau, and their numbers were so great that they had already formed a beast tide. To find out the reason, Clement had even approached an early Tier 7 magical beast hoping to ask what had happened and avoid war. But the moment Clement got close, that early Tier 7 beast ordered the beast tide to attack. If Clement's cultivation had not been high enough he would have been devoured to the bone. Although he had learned nothing just from the reaction of that early Tier 7 magical beast, one could guess the gist of it. The Vesuvian Fire Tribe's preparation this time was most likely directed at humanity, that is at the Kingdom of Pompeii, the only power around the territory that could really be considered an opponent. As he saw Jerry out of the castle, Alan shook his head at Jerry's retreating figure. It was indeed a major matter, but it had little to do with him. It was the same as ever, the distance was too great. No matter how fierce the Vesuvian Fire Tribe was, it couldn't fight its way over here unless its goal was to unify the right landmass of the Sumer continent. But that was clearly impossible. The Vesuvian Fire Tribe didn't have that kind of strength, nor was it that foolish. The mid-tier 8 flame three-eyed Titan giant was indeed powerful, but on the Sumer continent its strength probably couldn't even rank in the top 10. Back to the point. If the Kingdom of Pompeii really did clash with the Vesuvian Fire Tribe again, Alan wouldn't mind going over to help. But that could only be help, risking his life was absolutely out of the question. In the blink of an eye a month slipped by. During that time Alan had kept a close watch on the movements of the Vesuvius Fire Tribe. Once its beast tide had massed, however, the tribe did not attack the Pompeii kingdom, instead it wheeled about and pressed farther south. That land lay along the southern shore of the Sumer continent, home to only 2 regions, the Blood Mist Desert and the ancient Dragon Mausoleum. Both were exceedingly vast, each spanning 4 or 5 times the territory of the Pompeii kingdom. The former was a desert veiled in poisonous mist dominated by a monstrously powerful worm. Ancient records claimed that even holy warriors might fall there, a clear measure of its peril. The latter was the largest dragon lair on the Sumer continent. It harbored countless dragons of devastating might. Rumor had it that several of them were rank 8, with even rank 9 and rank 10 ones among their number. Alan did not believe the Vesuvius Fire Tribe would dare provoke the ancient Dragon Mausoleum. Thus their true objective was most likely the Blood Mist Desert. The conflict between the two sides must have been particularly intense, leaving the Vesuvius Fire Tribe seething with rage. That was why they had been so aggressive. Clement had nearly been beaten just for gathering information. However, since the Vesuvius Fire Tribe's target was not the Pompeii kingdom, there was little need to keep watching them any longer. A few days later the inner castle held a week-long banquet. They were all birthday banquets. Alan had 3 children celebrating their 3rd birthdays that week, Jane, Vinny and Terry, his children with Nami, Lisa and Isabella respectively, all born within the same week. On the evening after Terry's birthday banquet, Alan arrived at the outer castle's banquet hall. Not bad. As soon as he stepped in, the corners of his mouth curved up. There were 32 young women in the hall, all looking youthful and beautiful. Although their average cultivation was only around the level of a rank 5 great warrior, it was already quite impressive at their age. Each had at least an intermediate grade talent to build on. We pay our respects to Marquis Alvis. The banquet hall had been abuzz with chatter. The girls gathered in 2s and 3s, some excited, some anxious, discussing whether they would be chosen. But the moment Alan arrived they hastily fell silent, formed a line and bowed. Alan frequently toured his territory and mingled with his subjects, so his appearance was no secret. Many people knew what he looked like. Woe quadruplets. Alan's eyes lit up immediately. He had not noticed it before, but when the girls all faced him directly he spotted 4 of them who closely resembled one another. They were nearly identical, only their attire and eye color set them apart. My Lord Marquis, they are quadruplets from the Spencer family. The Spencer family is currently the largest private weapons manufacturing family in the Marquisate. Its head is Marico, an artificer capable of forging rank 4 weapons who moved here from the Duchy of Lucci a year ago. Seeing Alan's interest in the quadruplets, Tom, who was at his side, quickly introduced them. Alan nodded slightly and said, Tom, you have placed me in a difficult position. To stabilize the weapons economy within the duchy, it seems I have no choice but to accept them. My Lord Marquis is wise. Tom quickly bowed his head, but as he did the corner of his mouth tugged up uncontrollably. He understood his liege all too well. This had nothing to do with economics or the like. With the Alvis family around, who would dare stir up trouble in the duchy? However, he was the steward. Whatever the Lord said, the correct course was to echo him. At that thought, Tom then said, My Lord Marquis, these girls all have clean backgrounds and are all quite exceptional. If you do not find it disagreeable, perhaps you could take them all in. I know this may be a bit of an imposition, but I believe you could look after them. If they are not chosen, they will certainly be blamed by their families once they return. Sigh. Alan looked troubled. After a moment of silence he nodded and said, When you put it that way, what more can I say? I cannot disappoint my people nor let my admirers suffer. Let us do as you suggest, send them all to the inner castle. Angel will handle the arrangements. Yes, my Lord Marquis. Tom responded at once, then lowered his voice and added, My lord, the selection is not over yet. There will be another batch next month, and it will be far larger than today's. Make the arrangements. Alan waved his hand, turned and walked straight out of the banquet hall. That old Tom really knew how to play the game. No wonder the work of a steward was not something just anyone could do. Lord Alvis. My Lord Marquis. Seeing Alan leave without saying a word, the girls' faces all turned pale. Several even cried out aloud, looking utterly wronged. Quiet. Seeing this, Tom raised his hand and shouted, drawing the girls' attention to himself. He then said, I know what you are thinking. You may have come bearing your family's expectations and hopes, and the Marquis has taken note of that. The Marquis originally planned to select only 5 mistresses. But considering that those who were not chosen might be blamed by their families, he has decided to accept every one of you. I hope you will remember the Marquis's greatness and generosity. I will soon escort you into the inner castle. Do you know what you should do from now on? The moment Tom fell silent, cheers erupted in the banquet hall. Most of the girls wept with joy, and a few bold ones raised their hands at once. Mr. Tom, I know. I will serve the Marquis attentively. Do what a mistress should do, take good care of the Marquis. Mr. Tom, don't worry, my mother has already taught me. Mr. Tom, when do we set off? All the girls knew that they would soon become Alan's women, rising to nobility overnight, and that even their families would receive favors in every regard. Still they spoke to Tom with great courtesy. Everyone knew that Tom was the steward of the Alvis family. The Alvis family was immensely powerful, and as its steward Tom wielded more hidden influence than even a viscount, so no one dared to show him any disrespect. Let us depart now. Seeing the girls' attitude, Tom was quite satisfied. He was not pleased merely because they had respected him, rather he was pleased that these girls understood how to behave, that they would not displease the Marquis or the ladies, and that they would not make him seem incompetent in his duties. He had already received Alan's promise that he would be made a baron in 2 years, receiving 2 towns worth of territory in a single stroke. And his position as steward would be inherited by his eldest son Butch. Thus these 2 years were absolutely crucial. He could not afford to make any mistake. Anyone or anything that might cause him to err would become his enemy. Soon Tom led the girls to the inner castle. Of course Tom himself could not enter the inner castle. The girls would be handed over at the inner castle entrance to Angel, the newly appointed 3rd head maid, who would see to their arrangements. The next day, Alan woke up in his bed in the Lord's quarters, a grin stretching almost ear to ear. He said it before and he'd say it again, he absolutely loved this world. The specifics couldn't be spoken, the almighty power of the Harmony God had already suppressed this passage 4 times. As a mere Corona realm cultivator he was truly helpless. After lounging for 5 minutes, Alan quietly got up, dressed and headed to the top of the clock tower. Time to tally the rewards. Yesterday he had taken 32 concubines, all housed in Building 1, and received 32 family population rewards. The rewards were of fairly high quality: 3 bronze tier, 15 advanced tier and 14 intermediate tier. In total he obtained 180 years of battle aura cultivation and 220 years of magical power cultivation. There was also a large pile of low-tier items that he no longer cared for nor had any use for. Although the average rating was decent at the Corona Realm 5th tier, this cultivation was nowhere near enough to break through to the 6th tier, even combined it fell short. He could only save it up for now. But next month it should come in handy. The tasks he had assigned were being carried out well by Tom, Spike and the others. Within the next 2 months all the rewards big and small combined might reach 100. When that time came, breaking through 1 or 2 minor steps would be absolutely no problem. Before breakfast Alan made a trip outside his territory. Not long after, a legion of the undead led by a 6th-tier mid-phase undead tiger began assaulting the outer wall of Albus County. Alan happened to pass by just then, wiped out the undead horde and walked away amid a wave of cheers and praise from his people and the defenders. Within a few days the news would spread across the entire territory. This incident was staged by Alan himself. It wasn't the first time he'd pulled such a stunt. Keep a low profile while growing strong. He wanted Bilbo and those people to know that he was in serious trouble now, too occupied to pay attention to the ruins and without even the energy to strengthen himself or his territory. For a while afterward Alan's life returned to calm. Spending time with his wives, playing with his children, cultivating, farming, building the territory, patrolling the lands, his days were quite fulfilling, as if he had gone back 3 years. As for forging, Alan had started learning that too. When he paged through the Divine Artisan's tome, carefully studying every word and diagram, he realized just how terrifying this book truly was. For personal equipment, nearly every piece of gear he could imagine had manufacturing methods for all attributes and all categories. But personal equipment wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying was the military machinery. Starting from the 5th tier, a small number of beyond standard war machines appeared. 5th tier elemental ballistae, elemental spear chariots, elemental catapults, and so on. The attacks of these machines were determined by the element of the magic core used. In simple terms, they were all attribute fully upgraded mobile magic cannons and frost towers. 6th tier elemental airships, elemental heavy chariots, elemental submarines, elemental hand cannons, elemental bombs, elemental artillery wagons, and more. All were also all attribute war machines with attacks depending on the element of the magic core. The names, images and descriptions of these weapons were truly beyond the standard. This was a full land, sea and air set, even including hand cannons. It was no exaggeration to say that just these 5th tier and 6th tier war machines were enough for him to raise an otherworldly modern-style army. Bomber swarms plus tank formations supplemented by handheld energy cannons and grenades. With these weapons coordinated with his troops, he could definitely sweep across the continent. Materials were no concern at all. He had far too many magical metals on hand. If he used them all to forge elemental heavy chariots, 800 to 1,000 units would be absolutely no problem. But there were plenty of difficulties too. The sheer manufacturing difficulty and usage thresholds alone meant this idea could not be realized within the next few years. So, until his legions gained the ability to use these war machines, Alan's task was to improve his own forging skills as quickly as possible. He had originally wanted Nate to work harder, but Nate said he was too old. All kinds of bottlenecks were difficult to break through, and forging 4th tier equipment was already his limit. That was also the main reason Alan decided to take up forging himself. Otherwise he hadn't planned to touch it so early. After all, cultivation was the most important thing. To ease the future workload, Alan planned to add another course at the academy next year, magic forging. The textbook would be that manual, The Artificer's Secret Codex. Although it only covered the teaching of 1st tier to 5th tier equipment crafting, it was more than enough for students. Calling it overkill wouldn't be an exaggeration. Some parts might even need to be trimmed. Time quickly passed to 1 month later. Detected improvement in the family territory's strength. Rating Platinum. Congratulations host, you have received 1 100-year battle aura cultivation card, 1 100-year magic power cultivation card, 1 6th tier attribute equipment exchange card, 1 7th tier combat technique exchange card, and a dragon origin tree sapling. 1 month before turning 24, Alan received a platinum tier reward. This reward came from the territory wall, an early birthday gift. The outer wall stretched over 10,000 kilometers, so it took over a month to finish reinforcing it. Arrow towers, frost towers, explosive ballistae, magic cannons and other military installations had all been set up. As rewards went, it was average. The items were all nice, but for someone at his current level this reward could only be called decent, far from the standard of a pleasant surprise. But this was exactly the reward he had been waiting for. Before strengthening the territory wall was complete, Tom had helped him select another batch of residents for building 160 in total. As usual, he accepted them all and received 60 family population rewards, bringing the total residents of Building 1 to a full 100. The total rewards were 390 years of battle aura cultivation, 460 years of magic power cultivation, and a pile of miscellaneous items that had already been sent to the 3 legions for use. These newly acquired cultivation years combined with what he had saved up last month brought his unused battle aura cultivation to 670 years and his magic power cultivation to 780 years. That was no small amount. Combined with his recent training, it was more than enough to break through to dual Corona Realm's 6th tier. That afternoon Alan swapped in a 6th tier lightning attribute set for Shirley. His mount was a 5th realm initial phase 5 Thunder Eagle possessing lightning of 5 colors. The darker the color, the stronger its power, ranking it mid to upper among fierce bird-type magical beasts. Its strength was about 70% of a dragon's, quite impressive. Afterward Alan went to his little water dragon, which he had named Little Water, and collected a small bucket of its blood. This was for planting the dragon origin tree still in the treasure vault. This time Alan chose the water origin tree. Counting this one, he now had 6 dragon origin trees at home, an absolute delight. Over the past 2 years the first 5 dragon origin trees had produced a total of 79 dragon origin fruits, and in 2 months another 60 would ripen. But Alan no longer needed dragon origin fruits, so he distributed them all to his wives and children. Since more of his wives and children had awakened elemental battle aura one after another, by next year when the 6 dragon origin trees bore fruit together there would basically be enough for everyone to have 1 fruit, with even some to spare. After dealing with the tier 6 equipment set and the dragon origin tree, Alan greeted his wives and entered the top floor of the bell tower alone, preparing for a breakthrough. Consuming cultivation cards was so much more comfortable than downing magic potions. He could use them one by one, easily controlling both battle chi and mana with little pain and a much faster breakthrough. In less than 10 minutes Alan was done. His battle chi cultivation consumed 650 years in total, reaching the 6th rank Corona Warrior, leaving 20 years of cultivation in reserve. His mana cultivation consumed 690 years in total, reaching the 6th rank Corona Mage, leaving 90 years in reserve. The consumption of cultivation was absurdly large. Counting the training over this period, it took an average of 700 years of cultivation to raise 1 rank, and the amount needed would only grow larger from here. Alan could now be certain for a 10th rank Corona Warrior to break through to the War King realm. 1,000 years of cultivation was unavoidable. Damn talent. A person with intermediate battle chi talent would need at least 1000 years of cultivation before the battle chi they produced was barely enough for a 10th rank Corona Warrior to break through to War King. Truly, comparisons kill. Alan often thought that if he had possessed an advanced battle chi talent when the system first appeared, he would have been at least a War King by now. But having poor innate talent didn't matter. As he had thought at the very beginning, taking the Indra route wasn't bad either. A single punch with 100,000 years of power. No. Now his goal was a punch with 1,000,000 years of power, or even 10 million years. There was also a 7th rank battle skill exchange card. Alan browsed among 10 selectable battle skills and finally chose Abyssal Tide. It was a large-scale water-type battle skill very similar to Wrath of Dawn Transfiguration. It could attack anywhere he pointed, leaving no blind spots as it swept through. Patriarch Alan Alvis. Age 23. Cultivation 6th rank Corona Warrior, 6th rank Corona Mage. Talent Platinum grade Battle Chi Talent, Saint grade Mana Talent. Arcane Art Seal, Release Heart of Ares, Embrace of the Mother Goddess. Battle Skills 9th rank Eye of Dark Roar, 7th rank Thunderstorm Impact, 7th rank Roaring Dance, 7th rank Abyssal Tide. Magic 9th rank Sacred Radiance, 9th rank Song of Holy Light Binding, 7th rank Ice Age, 7th rank Dark Barrier. Items Book of the Divine Artificer, 9th rank Black Demon Spear, 9th rank Melody Staff, 7th rank Soul Stealing Spear, 7th rank Heavenly Tsome Staff. Looking at the status panel again, it had become even cooler. Actually, it could be even cooler, but the tier 10 set was inconvenient to take out, so it had been kept in the Book of the Divine Artificer, never even touched once. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. After celebrating the 4th birthday of his eldest daughter Jessica, Alan's 24th birthday arrived as well. On the day of his 24th birthday banquet, Alan received 4 special gifts. Karina and Wendy were pregnant, and Lily and Vivi were pregnant too. Alan was overjoyed when he got these 4 pieces of news. The more powerful the creature, the lower the chance of bearing offspring. Before these 4 wives conceived, no one in the 3 buildings had been pregnant for 2 years. As expected, hard work paid off. Now he possessed Platinum grade Battle Chi talent and Saint grade Mana talent. And those 4 pregnant wives had all had their talents enhanced with talent cards. Wendy's talent was dual platinum grade, while Lily, Vivi and Karina each had a gold grade mana talent and a silver grade battle chi talent. With parents possessing such powerful talents, the children's talents definitely wouldn't be lacking. 10 months later Alan would welcome 4 extremely generous offspring rewards. The best outcome would be 4 saint grade rewards. The mere thought was delightful. Moreover, the successful pregnancies of these 4 wives reignited Alan's hope of intensely farming offspring rewards. Keep up the momentum. However, his carefree days soon ended as bad news arrived from Blackrock Town. The mining foreman in charge of extracting minerals for the Alvis family was named Morton. While excavating the Blackrock Mountains, Morton found a small amount of gold ore. Thus Morton concluded that a gold mine might lie beneath the Blackrock Mountains. After hollowing out the mountains, he led his men to dig even deeper. When they reached 300 meters underground, Morton found a gold mine, a colossal gold vein. A colossal gold vein like that could at the very least yield enough refined gold to mint 10 million gold coins. Morton was thrilled on the spot. This was a great achievement. As the planner and executor of the undertaking, he would receive at least a 5th rank equipment as a reward. So Morton personally led the operation to mine the gold while sending someone back to report. But the mining process was not smooth. When Morton blasted the ore vein inside the tunnel, undead inexplicably appeared in the tunnel. No one could figure out where they had come from. At first Morton was not alarmed, as those undead were extremely low in cultivation, barely deserving to be called first rank. Any random miner could handle them. Perhaps some low-ranked necromancers had sneaked into the team. But as time passed, not only did the undead in the tunnel grow in number, their cultivation also climbed higher, with 2nd rank and 3rd rank undead beginning to appear. Morton soon sensed that something was wrong. Although he was a 4th rank Starlight warrior who could easily slay 2nd rank and 3rd rank undead, what if 4th rank or even stronger undead emerged? What's more, all the undead that had appeared were materializing out of thin air. Even after he assembled the miners, he found no necromancer among them. Without a necromancer, where were these undead coming from? Could they have dug into an undead pit within some ruins? Thus Morton halted all mining operations and personally came to report to Alan. It shouldn't be an undead pit. Undead from an undead pit wouldn't appear out of thin air. Could it be a planar rift from the undead abyss? After Morton laid out the whole story, Alan's expression hardened as an ominous feeling arose in his heart. In this world there existed many underground creatures. Cursed undead wraiths, puppet spirits, ogres, gnomes, earth spirits, cave dwellers, earth-type magical beasts, and so on. But these creatures were much like humans in nature. They were simply social beings that lived underground. Even cursed undead were naturally nurtured from the corpses of living beings by earth mana. Appearing out of thin air was simply impossible. If it really was an abyssal rift, that would be troublesome. After a moment of consideration, Alan decided to investigate personally. The Abyss calamity had only passed a little over 2 years ago. He didn't want to go through it again. Blackrock Town was very close to Clearwater Town, and both belonged to Alvis County. Although he was a necromancer, he had no desire to be neighbors with undead of unknown origins. After saying goodbye to his wives, Alan took Diana to Blackrock Town. Being cautious couldn't hurt. With Diana assisting, even if an 8th rank undead appeared, as long as it wasn't past the mid-8th rank, they wouldn't suffer a setback. 10 minutes later Alan and Diana arrived at Blackrock Town. Lord Marquis, this way. Morton, carried along by Alan's battle aura, began leading the way the moment he landed. The mine where the undead had appeared was a large cavern shaped like a bowl, wide at the mouth and narrow at the bottom. Many standard mine tunnels branched out around the base. After about 10 minutes of leading the way, Morton stopped in one of the tunnels. Lord Marquis, this is the place. From here on, every tunnel ahead has had undead appear in it, and the farther you go the stronger they become. Go out and don't let anyone in. Alan nodded, then began checking his surroundings. On the rock walls on both sides of the tunnel there were faint traces of dull gold here and there, giving it a distinctive look. It was indeed a gold mine. Alan. I sense a very familiar death energy. Diana's face turned pale, and with a rare flustered look she instinctively grabbed Alan's hand. Alan's expression became serious at that moment. After a pause he asked, "You mean this place has something to do with a god?" "Yes." Diana nodded solemnly, immediately took out the godkin spear from her extension ring and added, "You know what I'm thinking, don't you?" "Of course. Undead underground divine aura and your familiarity with it. You think it's the one who killed you, right?" Alan took a deep breath. Diana was referring to Anubis. Anubis, the death god of the new and divine realm. The ruthless figure who had killed Diana once during the Divine Realm War 80,000 years ago. That's right. Remember, some names must not be spoken. Among those beings there is one who rules over writing, and language may be part of that too. Alan, I suggest we give up on this place. Big Hammer has already left us more than enough. There's no need to take risks here. Diana held Alan's hand tightly and looked at him nervously. Alan smiled and shook his head. Diana, I understand, but we can't be sure yet. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. I have death energy too. Most importantly, this place is only a few steps away from our home. Are we really going to move away? If we don't move, then we have no choice. Look on the bright side, the son of ruins is about to encounter the third ruin. After saying that, Alan kissed Diana. His first ruin was the system, the second was the inheritance relic of the god of fire and craftsman, and the third was right in front of him. Diana said hesitantly, I understand, but I can't go in with you. If the divine memory of that being exists here. Trust me, I love you. Don't overthink it. Alan tapped Diana on the forehead, then fondly drew her into his arms and whispered in her ear, I know you're afraid you might harm me. Do you think I'm just a naive kid who hasn't grown up? Diana let out a soft hum and leaned against Alan's chest without another word. After holding each other quietly for about 5 minutes, Alan let go of Diana and hung the divine craftsman's book necklace around her neck. Be careful. Diana realized what Alan intended and tucked the divine craftsman's book necklace inside her collar. Things left by Hephaestus would definitely be recognized by Anubis. Whether it was the divine craftsman's book itself or the equipment inside it, none of it could be used. Don't worry. Alan replied, took out the Tier 6 holy light set from his system space and began putting it on right there. Don't always think of the worst. Even if he really ran into trouble, he still had the black demon spear and the melody staff on him, likely more than enough. If even that wasn't enough, then having a Tier 10 set wouldn't matter. Because the enemy was already beyond what equipment could handle, like the terrifyingly powerful divine memory left by Hephaestus. Go back and notify Selena and Shirley and the others. Watch over the territory until I come out. Also personally lead a night order to seal this place. No one is allowed in or out, Morton included. Then ask him how many people know about this but aren't here. Don't worry. Give me 1 day. After putting on his equipment, Alan kissed Diana again and said seriously. Diana's face tightened. I will. No one will disturb you. All you need to do is come back safely. Then see you later. Alan smiled, turned around, raised his hand in a wave and walked deeper into the tunnel. 5 minutes later, as Alan walked on, a dozen or so Tier 2 undead rushed out from the corner ahead and lunged at him with claws bared. Scram! Alan casually waved his hand and a surge of powerful holy light magic poured out from his palm, crushing all the Tier 2 undead into powder. Shadows of the Nether, heed my call. Let the night be the pact blood, the oath, in the name of the dead, come with me. After dealing with these small fry, Alan silently chanted the spell in his mind and lightly raised his palm. Boom! At that moment the ground began to tremble. At spots 2 meters ahead of and behind Alan, the ore bulged up and burst apart, leaving 4 small pits on the ground. 4 human figures appeared beside Alan. They were none other than 4 Tier 5 mid-stage human undead. Clear the way. Alan ordered softly, then sauntered forward. The undead here were too weak, so weak that he had no interest in dealing with them personally. He could simply leave them all to his undead. His talent as a necromancer was formidable. In just 2.5 years he had fully mastered the Book of the Dead. Now, even without using sacrifices, he could summon Tier 6 mid-stage undead. The only issue was that it consumed a fair amount of magic power. If he were willing to use a large number of living creatures as sacrifices, he could probably summon Tier 7 mid-stage undead. A Tier 7 mid-stage undead was an entire major realm above his own. If it weren't for the fact that necromantic energy could not be exposed and was completely unusable under ordinary circumstances, he truly would have wanted to cultivate it as his main path. He rested while the undead did the legwork. How comfortable would that be? And so Alan advanced, turning whenever he reached a spot where no undead appeared and deliberately choosing tunnels where undead were frequent. 10 minutes later Alan stopped. The tunnel had come to an end. However, as he had gone deeper and encountered more undead, he had also found some clues. At the edge of this massive gold vein wisps of necromantic energy seeped from the mine walls. The undead that appeared out of thin air seemed to be formed from this necromantic energy. This was strange. How could there be necromantic energy in a gold vein? Judging by the gold ore stored in the tunnel, this was indeed a standard gold vein and everything dug out was gold ore. But looking at it from a different angle it became understandable. Could there be something hidden in the vein that contained necromantic energy? And so, Alan ordered his 4 undead minions to step back and began inspecting the mine wall at the end of the tunnel. The necrotic energy here is the strongest. After feeling along the ore wall for a while, Alan stopped where the golden tint was most concentrated. Whoosh! The next instant a flame blade more than a meter long appeared in Alan's hand. He thrust it straight into the ore wall, cutting through it as easily as tofu. As the flame blade danced, chunks of gold ore tumbled down one after another, carving a small hollow in the mine wall. Suddenly Alan spun around and slashed with the flame blade. An early 4th rank undead that materialized out of thin air was split in two. It had appeared and struck so swiftly that not even Alan's 4 undead minions could react. Useless dead things. Alan muttered in disgust, simply recalling his 4 undead minions. As he turned he dismissed the flame blade and his entire body blazed with icy blue light. The moment the icy blue light appeared, crystals of frost covered the mine walls all around him. Then with every step Alan took, a section of the wall burst apart and collapsed into powder. As Alan advanced, undead kept emerging from the tunnel behind him. But their cultivation was not high, at least not by Alan's standards. Almost all of them were early 4th rank or mid 4th rank. He did not see a single late 4th rank one. A mere breath would have annihilated them. In no time Alan had walked several hundred meters into the gold vein. The deeper he went the graver his expression became and the slower his pace. Here the mine walls could truly be called golden walls, for every visible inch was gold ore. It was as if he had burrowed into a real mountain of gold. An ordinary gold vein would never be like this. Something was profoundly wrong. Boom. When another section of the wall turned to powder and fell, Alan's half-raised foot froze mid-step and his pupils contracted sharply. A colossal cavern appeared ahead of him. Its interior was cubic, with each side at least 500 meters long, a volume of at least 120 million cubic meters. He had never seen a cave so vast. At the center of the cavern stood a pyramid 100 meters high, made entirely of gold. At its summit rested an exquisite statue of a jackal's head. So that's it. Seeing the solid gold jackal-headed statue, Alan's taut nerves finally relaxed. Diana had guessed right, but only half right. What lay here was indeed connected to Anubis, yet it was not made by Anubis himself but by Anubis's worshippers. This pyramid was called Hamunaptra, the legendary city of the dead. Ancient records stated that Osiris, the underworld king of the New-End divine realm, had once ruled this world. Later Osiris returned to the New-End divine realm and entrusted this world to Anubis, the jackal-headed god of death, Horus the falcon-headed guardian god of the pharaohs, Wadjet the serpent-headed protective goddess, and the other gods. Through this long inheritance the names of the New-End divine realm's gods continue to endure in this world. Isis, the life goddess venerated by the Church of Life, was in fact a deity of the New-End divine realm. The goddess Isis was the wife of Osiris, the underworld king, and the mother of Horus, the guardian god of the pharaohs. These gods loved pyramids. Whether for dwellings or tombs, they favored pyramids, and this unmistakable preference had been handed down through the ages. After all the gods from the New-End divine realm had departed this world, human powers began to rise. The division of nations into empires, kingdoms and duchies, as well as the distinction between nobles and commoners, all appeared in that era. The humans who stood at the summit of the world feared that their actions would anger the gods, for this world had once been ruled by deities, yet it was now ruled by them. Seize territory from the gods. A death wish. And so they began to curry favor with the gods, starting by imitating the gods' preferences and learning everything they could. Houses, tombs, monuments, all were built as pyramids. Culture, attire, beliefs, all were copied from the gods. They even mummified their dead and erected countless pyramid-shaped temples to the gods across the world. The whole point was to curry favor. Oh, look at me. I am your fanatical devotee. When even the rulers of the world did this, the middle and lower classes needed no further prompting. Everyone imitated them, believing it set them apart and made them appear noble. In such an atmosphere the culture of the New-End divine realm spread across the world. Hamunaptra was one manifestation. Hamunaptra were tombs built by human emperors. Some human emperors believed that because they had revered the gods so devoutly they might be rewarded by Osiris the underworld king and Anubis the god of death and return from the dead. So they built Hamunaptra, leaving their treasures inside for use after their resurrection. At first only emperors did this, but later it became something every powerful and influential person did. By now the nature of Hamunaptra was clear: noble tombs. But why had noble tombs become the city of the dead? In that distant age very few people possessed attributes, and 9 out of 10 of those awakened the death attribute, the power of the undead. That was why the strongest cultivators of that era were necromancers. For necromancers, tombs using the undead to guard against tomb robbers was the most natural thing in the world. Tomb robbers greedy for burial goods repeatedly excavated these ancient tombs, and most of them fell to the undead. Thus these tombs gradually came to be called Hamunaptra. Because later generations spoke different languages, the name was translated as the City of the Dead. As for the familiar aura, Diana had sensed it was most likely the necromantic magic used to create the undead guardians of the tomb. The necromantic magic of ancient times had almost all been passed down from Osiris the underworld king and Anubis the god of death. All arts shared a single origin, so of course it felt familiar. Besides, the scale did not match. This pyramid was indeed a colossal Hamunaptra in Alan's eyes, but that was only by his own standard. If it were meant to bury a god, it was truly too small. And its tomb defenses would not have been so weak. At the very least an insignificant Corona warrior like him would never have been able to reach the entrance. As a divine residence it was even more unlikely. True, those gods did like to use pyramids as residences, but they would never have built their residences underground. Who would want to live underground? Besides, when returning to the new and divine realm they could simply take it along. It was not as if they lacked the power. Alan speculated. This Hamunaptra had been left behind by some ancient emperor or some ancient necromancer. Before he had even reached the entrance a horde of 4th-rank undead stood guard. Money alone could not have achieved that. The owner must have possessed personal strength or the loyalty of powerful warriors. Kings and dukes did not have that kind of capability. At that thought Alan grew excited at once. He took out the holy radiant staff and slowly reached out to touch it. He was determined to claim this Hamunaptra no matter what. Old tower, don't let your buddy down. Mwahahaha. There's not a single weak point. After circling the pyramid once, Alan couldn't find a single gap. The pyramid's outer shell was monolithic with no flaw at all. But the grander the scale, the more excited Alan became. Just like the ancient tombs from his previous life, the more impressive the tomb, the greater the owner's power and status, and the more burial goods it was sure to contain. After thinking it over for a moment, Alan decided to barge straight in. He would first try digging a few holes from the outside to see if he could disable some of the anti-theft measures. There was plenty of space outside, much better than having to act once he was already inside. Standing about 10 meters from the base of the pyramid, Alan casually tossed out a ball of flame battle chi. Crack. Unexpectedly smooth. When the flame battle chi struck the pyramid it met no resistance at all. In an instant it melted a large patch of gold, sending molten gold splashing down onto the ground. Boom. Just as Alan was about to strike while the iron was hot and open a hole in the pyramid trembled slightly. A wave of necromantic energy spread outward from the pyramid. The ground of the enormous cavern began to tremble and crack, and swarms of undead crawled out from beneath it. There were roughly 1,000 of them. The weakest were early stage 2 undead, and leading them were 5 mid-stage 5 undead. Altogether they made for a fairly decent lineup. Radiance. Unhurriedly Alan took out the Tian Song staff from his system space and lightly swept it before him. Hum. Radiant mana blossomed on the Tian Song staff. Every undead touched by that light collapsed limply to the ground as if all strength had been drained from them. Radiance was only a stage 3 spell. But Alan's setup was simply too strong. A stage 6 solar corona mage wielding a stage 7 light attribute staff. These undead, whose highest cultivation was only mid-stage 5, simply couldn't withstand it. After clearing out that wave of undead, Alan lit a mana cigarette on the spot. When he finished the cigarette and saw no more undead appear, he continued burning the pyramid. A minute later Alan stopped. On the side of the pyramid facing him he had burned 5 large holes, each large enough for a person to walk in upright. Looking inside, all he could see were walls made of gold which seemed to form a corridor. Let's go. Alan took a deep breath, picked one of the openings at random and entered. After entering, Alan immediately turned back to check. Just as he expected. The walls were embedded with many Earth attribute magic cores, all at least stage 3, along with many inscriptions he couldn't identify. The magic cores and inscriptions were linked together into a complex large-scale formation. Gold had decent toughness and ductility, but its hardness was extremely poor. The pyramid's outer shell was only about 20 centimeters thick, yet it could support a pyramid of this scale, all thanks to this formation. Good stuff. Alan pulled out a batch of image recording crystals and captured every inscription on the wall. The teachings in the Book of the Divine Artificer were comprehensive. To become an excellent magic artificer, one first had to become a novice enchanter and alchemist. This formation was worth recording, he could use it for his own home later. That done, Alan continued forward. Navigating the pyramid was quite troublesome. The outer ring of the first floor had only one passage leading inward, and he had to circle all the way around before finding it. Damn it! Once he entered the first floor, Alan immediately frowned. In a space of 30 to 40,000 square meters there were only 3 kinds of things. Thin walls of cast gold around the perimeter, several rows of massive stone load-bearing pillars inside, and countless mummified corpses. This was a damn sacrificial burial pit. Pfft. Alan bared his teeth and lit a mana cigarette, floating left and right above the sea of corpses as he carefully scanned the area for a passage leading up. Soon Alan found the stairs. A trapezoidal boulder was set against the corner of the wall. There was no door at the end, he could go straight up to the second floor. Unfortunately, the second floor brought Alan no surprises. It was exactly like the first, filled with mummified corpses. Clearly it was another burial layer. After 2 consecutive floors like this, a guess formed in Alan's mind. This pyramid might have 2 parts. The above-ground section was the sacrificial burial zone, while the true tomb owner's area lay underground. To verify this idea, Alan quickened his inspection. The pyramid had only 10 floors in total, and the higher he went the smaller it became. So it didn't take Alan long to inspect them all. He guessed right. All 10 floors were filled with mummified corpses. The real tomb chamber was underground. So Alan returned to the first floor, burned all the mummies to ashes with flame battle chi, and then carefully examined the ground. The ground, like the stairs and the load-bearing pillars, was made of stone. Only the walls were a layer of gold about 20 centimeters thick. The stone floor was not easy to inspect because traces of gaps between the stone bricks were everywhere. To find a hidden passage, he would almost have to feel across them one by one. Alan had originally planned to dig down by brute force, but on second thought he abandoned the idea. He had read tomb raiding novels. Every tomb owner thought the same: anti-theft came first. Especially powerful tomb owners who lacked neither manpower nor resources would absolutely use countless means to protect their mausoleum. There might even be self-destruct mechanisms or sealing mechanisms inside the tomb. He wasn't short on time now, so why take the risk? What if he accidentally smashed some treasure? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? After feeling along the ground for over 10 minutes, Alan finally found the problematic spot. At the deepest part of the tomb chamber, behind the load-bearing pillar nearest the right corner, 4 stone bricks were emanating necromantic energy and mana. The intensity wasn't high, perhaps it didn't even reach the stage 2 apprentice realm. But in the entire tomb chamber only those 4 bricks were abnormal. The answer was already obvious. Whether it was a secret passage or a trap, one thing was certain: there had to be something beneath those 4 bricks. The gaps between the 4 bricks were narrow. Afraid of shattering them, Alan didn't use his hands directly. Instead he gently pried with the tip of the soul-reaping spear. Bam! The moment the soul-reaping spear pried at one of the slabs, all 4 slabs burst apart at once. A powerful surge of grey energy rushed out from beneath them. At around mid-stage 6 in strength, it shot toward Alan with the force of a thunderbolt. Damn! Necromantic energy. Alan's face tightened, but he stopped after just 1 step back, throwing a heavy punch at the grey energy. A surge of grey energy burst from his fist as well. Damn it! Once he had a spear in hand, he easily forgot. He was also a necromancer, mere necromantic energy. Who didn't have some? Rumble. The 2 surges of necromantic energy, roughly equal in strength, clashed head-on, unleashing a violent explosion. The shockwave spread outward and the ground trembled slightly. After amplifying his necromantic energy output, Alan easily blasted away the incoming necromantic energy. In terms of energy intensity, his necromantic energy was also mid-stage 6. But he had plenty of necromantic energy within him, while the slabs had contained only a single lump. He handled it without much effort. As usual, he waited outside for the time it took to smoke a cigarette. After finishing it and detecting no danger, Alan finally peeked into the cave. Oh, this is a real ancient tomb. After carefully inspecting the area, Alan discovered that the underground room was completely different from those above ground. The chamber beneath this cave entrance spanned roughly 1,000 square meters. It was completely empty inside, but the walls featured numerous bas-reliefs and several doors, suggesting a suite layout, unlike the 10 levels above, each consisting of a single vast space. I hope there's a burial goods chamber. With anticipation, Alan followed the stairs down to the first underground level. Since the room was empty, he immediately began examining the bas-reliefs on the walls upon entering. There were no characters at all, only illustrations, so Alan could only guess the general meaning based on the pictures. 10 minutes later. After finishing the bas-reliefs on all 4 walls, Alan sat in the center of the room, lit a stick of mind-calming demon origin smoke, took out paper and pen and began carefully organizing the content depicted in the reliefs. The reliefs were exquisitely crafted, making the content relatively easy to understand. Long, long ago the deities ruled this world and took certain humans as their followers, teaching them divine culture and divine mysteries. Later the deities departed this world alongside their followers, plunging the realm into chaos. Their descendants, determined to carry forward their ancestors' glory, resolved to reunify the world that had lost divine rule. The descendants of the 5 divine followers each led their own clans and adherents to rule over separate continents. The occupant of this tomb was among their lineage. His ancestors had ruled the Sumer continent, and he himself later inherited that land. The subsequent content held little interest. It recounted entirely how valiant the tomb's owner had been, how many dragons and titans he had defeated, how many times he had saved the continent, and how deeply his subjects revered him. Now I understand. Alan rose to his feet with a cigarette between his lips, his gaze sweeping across the bas-reliefs. These bas-reliefs served as an encyclopedia of the tomb's owner. By the archaeological standards of his past life, this was a tomb chronicle, a record dedicated to documenting the magnificent deeds of the interred. Of course, the content of one's own tomb chronicle would naturally be determined by the tomb owner themselves. They could write whatever they wished, yet might not reflect actual history, serving only as a reference. Alan only cared about what benefits he could obtain. What he could now confirm with certainty was that within this Hamunaptra tower treasures were piled like mountains, because this was an imperial mausoleum tower. An ancient emperor's relic. The tomb of a divine follower's descendant. After comprehending the contents of the tomb chronicle, Alan left the chamber. To conceal the secrets of the imperial tomb, these bas-reliefs could not be left intact, but not now. It might trigger mechanisms. He would destroy them when departing. Stepping out of the room, he confirmed his earlier guess. This level consisted of a suite with several adjacent chambers. Alan began exploring the nearest rooms one by one with caution. The second chamber was equally barren, containing only the skeletal remains of an unknown creature coiled in a circle resembling a serpent, with a total length of approximately 2 kilometers. With such a massive size, it was likely a magical beast. He would retrieve the Book of the Divine Artisan from Diana later and take it home as a collection piece. The third room resembled a dining hall furnished with numerous stone tables and chairs, as well as many bottles and jars, most crafted from gold. These smaller items could easily fit into his extension ring alone, so Alan collected them directly. The fourth chamber was quite large, resembling a closet. Inside stood hundreds of stone shelves piled high with clothing, though these garments were ordinary and had rotted completely, retaining only their shapes, crumbling at the slightest touch. The fifth chamber was the largest and the final room. It housed over 1,000 golden statues, most depicting human figures with animal heads or purely animal forms, with only a few representing normal humans. The Dominion of Nguyen. As Alan examined each statue in turn, 4 words surfaced in his mind. These statues all depicted deities. The largest one portrayed waves, undoubtedly representing Nguyen, the creator god of the Dominion of Nguyen. Legend held that Nguyen's true form was an endless sea. Next were 3 slightly smaller statues representing the 3 manifestations of Nguyen's power: Ra the sun god, Ra the setting sun god, and Ra the Lord god. Further down stood the serpent god Apep, the war god Mut, the morning sun god Aten, and others. Deities like Incubus, the god of death, wouldn't even rank highly here, occupying only mid to lower positions. The final statues, more realistically carved, depicted humans adorned with crowns and luxurious garments, all presumably the ancestors of the tomb's owner. Since the tomb owner's own statue was positioned last and matched the earlier bas-reliefs exactly, it was easily recognizable. So this is a genealogical record. Judging by the arrangement of the statues, the tomb owner was the 38th emperor of the empire. Not particularly ancient, conquering the realm had nothing to do with him, and he may have even inherited the throne passively. But whether he was truly powerful or not was irrelevant. As the lord of an empire, the burial goods in his tomb were bound to be plentiful. Alan shook his head and began examining the entire chamber. He had already inspected the first 4 rooms without finding anything unusual, so the entrance to the next level must be hidden within this statue room. This time proved smoother, and Alan located the secret passage in just 3 minutes. Directly before the new end statue, necromantic energy emanated from the stone slabs, for adjacent pieces forming a large square identical to the passage on the floor above. Armed with prior experience, Alan kept his distance this time. Stepping back 50 meters, he withdrew a Tier 3 light gun from his system space and hurled it directly at the junction where the 4 stone slabs met. Bang! The stone slab shattered on impact, but no further movement followed. No anti-theft measures. No impossible. Alan's brows furrowed and he slowly approached the opening while gripping the Tiansong staff. An emperor's tomb could hardly be so easily breached. If there were no traps here, they would likely await on the next level, growing increasingly difficult to navigate. Peering down from the entrance, Alan noticed the second underground level differed from the first. It had reverted to a vast open space like the 10 levels above ground. Within this enormous space, 5 colossal stone sarcophagi were arranged separately, surrounding the position directly below him in a perfect pentagon. No wonder. No traps at the entrance, the danger lies within. A smile curled Alan's lips at the sight. The moment he descended, he would find himself encircled by these 5 stone coffins. The entities resting within those sarcophagi were likely undead, and their power would certainly surpass the mid-tier 6th stage necromantic energy he had encountered earlier. Yet this knowledge brought him a sense of relief rather than dread. In an ancient tomb untouched by mortal understanding, the greatest peril lay in the sheer uncertainty of what dangers might await. But once that threat became known, it could be met. Just do it. Click. A faint sound echoed. Alan bounded down to the second underground level, then swiftly darted toward the corner. However, the anticipated trouble failed to materialize. Despite Alan deliberately creating noise, the 5 colossal stone sarcophagi remained utterly motionless. Swift and decisive. Alan lightly waved the Amaterasu staff, releasing 5 beams of radiant light that struck each of the 5 colossal stone sarcophagi. Bang! The moment the radiant light made contact, all 5 colossal stone sarcophagi exploded in unison. Alan entered a combat stance at that instant, his battle aura and magical power surging forth together. The soul-devouring spear in his right hand, the Amaterasu staff in his left, dual-wielded without hesitation. Detected. 5 level 6 mid-stage undead. The moment the stone sarcophagi shattered, 5 bursts of undead energy erupted outward. Their paper combat levels were roughly comparable to his own, approximately daylight sun tier level 6. As expected of an emperor's tomb. Barely past the entrance before taking more than a few steps and already encountering tomb guardian undead of this caliber and quantity. One could only imagine how formidable the anti-intrusion defenses deeper inside must be. But regardless, this emperor's tomb was as good as his. He would deal with whatever he could handle and withdraw early to call for reinforcements when facing an insurmountable obstacle. As long as he and Diana fought together, none below the 8th level mid-stage could pose a match. Wrath of Dawn's conversion. Alan's voice turned icy as he raised the melody staff horizontally before him. The next instant, white gold radiance burst forth, transforming into a fan-shaped ripple of energy that expanded outward, engulfing all 5 undead within its reach. Whoosh! The 5 undead had barely initiated their assault toward Alan, hadn't even caught his scent, when they simultaneously dissolved, crumbling into fine dust that drifted to the ground. I'm simply too powerful. Witnessing this, Alan cracked a broad grin. At the same cultivation realm with equipment and attribute suppression combined, it wouldn't just be undead, even 5 dark dragon lords would be dispatched in an instant. In truth, his battle aura would yield even better results. His battle aura had been tempered by the heart of Ares, its power now approaching 5 times its original strength, far surpassing his magical power. Yet precisely because it was overwhelmingly powerful, he intended to conserve his state and reserve it for truly formidable opponents. Against mere minions, both approaches would suffice, eliminating them in one stroke. Then came the familiar routine. Searching for the entrance to the next level. Alan had never quite understood why emperors across both worlds liked to leave passages within their imperial tombs. Wouldn't sealing them completely be the safest approach? But with years spent reading ancient texts, he had gradually come to understand. First, to allow descendants to enter for ancestral worship. Second, specially prepared for himself after resurrection. Third, to provide bait for tomb raiders, luring them into traps rather than allowing them to desecrate the mausoleum wantonly. Much like himself currently, completely ignorant of tomb raiding techniques, he could only obediently follow this path to avoid damaging the burial offerings. The secret passage on this level proved exceedingly difficult to locate. It was not on the ground but hidden within the walls. Alan spent half an hour searching before finding it. Moreover, the passage was lengthy and far from straight, winding continuously downward into the depths. Even moving half running and half flying, it took several minutes to reach the end. But this third underground level more than rewarded Alan's efforts. A vast stone chamber spanning at least 10,000 square meters lay before him, everywhere piled with mountains of gold, silver and precious treasures, including numerous ancient pearls and gemstones whose varieties Alan could not identify. Though he did not recognize them, he was certain they were all magnificent treasures. An emperor who had once ruled an entire continent would never have been buried with trinkets. Truly lavish. This chamber alone must be worth 100 little golds. Alan approached the nearest pile of treasure, scooping up a handful of gold coins with an expression of sheer astonishment. If the treasures in this stone chamber were spread across the ground, they would undoubtedly raise the floor level by at least 1 meter, occupying a minimum of 10,000 cubic meters of space. Calculating at 700,000 gold coins per cubic meter, 10,000 cubic meters equaled 70 billion gold coins. Adding the more valuable gems and pearls, the contents of this single room were worth no less than 100 billion gold coins. Absolutely extravagant. Understanding it, however, was not difficult. To a family that had personally witnessed a divine descent and subsequently ruled the continent, wealth had long lost all meaning. It hardly constituted wastefulness, for this might equally serve as an alternative family treasury. Suddenly a phrase came to his mind, one perfectly applicable to his current situation. The pleasures of the wealthy are beyond your imagination. Now I'm a rich man too. Alan chuckled, shaking his head, then began searching for the entrance to the next level. There was far too much gold and treasure here to collect at once. He would need to return later and bring Diana's Divine Craftsman book. For now there was no rush. For the following half hour Alan remained in a state of shock, his heart pounding so fiercely he feared a cardiac episode. Because the fourth and fifth underground levels mirrored the third exactly, every chamber filled with gold, silver and treasures of comparable total value. One level worth at least 10 billion, 3 levels meant a minimum of 30 billion. Alan did a quick calculation and discovered that the monetary gains from this expedition were truly heaven-defying. And this 30 billion was far from the entirety. The previously encountered colossal gold vein with increasingly pure ore combined with the solid gold pyramid exterior of this Hamunata plus the 30 billion from these 3 levels. The total value would surely not fall short of 50 billion gold coins. Such explosively fruitful gains. Throughout the entire Sumersu continent only the Zeke kingdom could possibly possess such wealth. Top-tier wealth rivaling a nation. Should I head back first? Alan hesitated for a moment, then ultimately decided to return and find Diana. His original intention had been to collect the wealth here only at the end, but as the discoveries kept mounting his patience simply could not hold. Only money safely secured in one's own pouch truly belongs to you. Remember, secure gains first. Furthermore, he had already been inside for 2 or 3 hours. Returning earlier to report his safety would also ease Diana's worries. At full speed Alan quickly returned to the initial mining tunnel. March on. Seeing Alan emerge from the tunnel, a squadron of knights immediately offered their salutes. Alan. Hearing the knights' synchronized cry, Diana, who had been lost in thought sitting upon a gold ore, snapped back to reality and hurriedly ran over, throwing herself into Alan's embrace. Diana, you guessed wrong. Alan gently stroked Diana's head, whispering softly beside her ear. Guessed wrong. Diana immediately deduced that Alan's gains had been enormous upon hearing this. However, with so many others present she could not inquire in detail, instead asking only, is it settled? I need the necklace. A subtle smile played upon Alan's lips as he gave Diana a suggestive glance. I understand. May I accompany you? Diana quickly removed the Divine Craftsman book necklace and placed it around Alan's neck, her curiosity overwhelming. So demanding the use of the Divine Craftsman book, what kind of haul could possibly warrant such measures? Of course. Alan smiled, wrapping his arm around Diana's waist, then turned to the knight squad guarding the tunnel entrance. If my memory serves correctly, you are knights of the 4th Legion. Inform Solar that he is now in charge here. Mission continues as planned. Additionally, tell him there are traces of necromancer activity in this area. Do not let your guard down. Yes, march on. The moment Alan's words fell, two knights immediately broke from the formation to deliver the message to Solar, who was patrolling on the surface above. A dozen or so minutes later Alan brought Diana before Hamunaptra. Diana exclaimed in surprise, so it is actually Hamunaptra. It was built by the fanatical followers of those beings to imitate their temple. No wonder I sensed such familiar necromantic energy. Walking here, that necromantic energy is becoming more and more obvious. The ones who built Hamunaptra used the necromantic magic created by those beings inside it. Alan nodded. I have already seen it. Very miraculous, but it is still far inferior to what is at Heth the Big Hammer's place. Of course. Although Hamunaptra is called the City of the Dead, in the end it is only a counterfeit built by necromancers. Diana took Alan's hand and after making a full circuit around Hamunaptra slipped through an entrance Alan had burned open earlier. She was very familiar with the Nun divine realm. Especially after her resurrection, she had even devoured the legends and tales of the Nun divine realm. Something like Hamunaptra could be recognized at a glance and its origin recalled as well. Out of curiosity, Diana toured all 10 above-ground levels before following Alan down to the first underground level. This is the lineage sequence of those beings. As soon as she entered the first underground level, Diana's gaze was drawn to those 1,000-odd golden statues. I'm curious. Although their family was founded quite early, isn't it a bit excessive to have this many members? You said it yourself. Even Moon Radiance warriors above rank 5 find it hard to produce offspring. Alan asked while using the Divine Artificer's Codex to collect the golden statues. Because not all of them are. Diana wrapped her arm around Alan's and said meaningfully, a fish that conquered its creek and finally reached the sea after immense hardship discovers that the one who was the darling of heaven in the creek can only become prey in the sea. The best outcome is to join the school of fish and become the lowest-ranking fish. But even the lowest-ranked fish is still an unattainably high existence for weak plankton. That's why there are so many statues here. My family is actually the same. We don't have that many big fish. Most of us are small fish, and the small fish are further divided by cultivation into servants, envoys and officials. But it's still too early to talk about this. I'll remind you when the time comes. Don't enter the sea too soon. I understand. Alan was stunned for a moment, feeling wistful. That saying was quite true. A cultivator who had endured countless hardships and successfully ascended to the immortal realm ended up becoming one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers sent to encircle and suppress Sun Wukong. After taking away all the golden statues on the first underground level, Alan took a rank 7 radiant set from the Divine Artificer's Codex, put it on and continued downward with Diana. The second underground level was the anti-theft layer. The third, fourth and fifth underground levels were piled with enormous amounts of gold, silver and treasure. Alan was not picky at all. As long as it was stored on those 3 levels he took it. Whether he recognized it or not, whether it looked valuable or not, everything was thrown into the Divine Artificer's Codex. He had organized the Codex several times before leaving nearly 50,000 cubic meters of storage space, which was more than enough to carry away all the treasure here. Even Diana was somewhat overwhelmed when she saw the mountains of gold on those 3 levels. She used to be a goddess and had never cared about money, which could only be used as decoration. But now she knew too well how important money was in the mortal world. A fortune counted in tens of billions of gold coins was terrifying. For a noble it was even enough to build a prosperous empire. The only problem was whether one's territory was large enough. She and Alan only needed to cultivate properly and raise their cultivation realms. Once their strength reached a certain level, they could directly take the Sumerian continent. Found it. In the central area of the 5th underground level, Alan took a careful look at the several stone slabs 2 paces away, then beckoned to Diana, who was inspecting the wall nearby. What should I do? Diana stood beside Alan and took out the God-born spear from her extension ring. Just follow me. Alan pulled Diana back a few steps, then hurled a ball of battle chi at the target stone slabs. The 4 slabs instantly shattered under the battle chi. A stream of murky chi rushed up from beneath them, but after that there was no further movement. Accustomed to such things, Alan walked straight over. Looking more closely, Alan found that this hidden passage was completely different from the previous ones. It was rather strange. This hidden passage was a deep well that went straight down. It was so deep that even with his rank 6 solar corona cultivation he couldn't see the bottom at all. Why is this level so far away? Diana walked over to Alan and peered into the passage. Maybe it's to protect the tomb. Alan said uncertainly, then put his arm around Diana's waist. Diana leaned into Alan's arms and said thoughtfully, the next level likely contains powerful undead. That's why the tomb chamber was placed so far away, to reduce the chain reactions caused by battle. The underground is indeed very suitable. Prepare for battle. The defensive measures here are very strong. Maybe we'll soon be facing rank 7 undead. Alan nodded, then held Diana close and jumped straight into the passage. Levels 3, 4 and 5 were filled entirely with gold, silver and treasure. The next level would most likely be another anti-theft layer requiring at least late rank 6 strength. After jumping in, Alan found that this passage was far longer than he had expected, with several turns along the way. In total it must have exceeded 100,000 meters. He had guessed right about the 6th underground level. This level was unlike the previous 5. The first 5 levels were normal tomb chambers, only larger in area and volume, while this one looked like a naturally formed giant cavern. Its area was probably 100,000 square meters, making it look even larger than a dozen football fields put together. The height was also 200 to 300 meters. A large number of magic cores were embedded in the rock walls, connected by inscriptions. They were very similar to those on the previous levels and should also be formations for reinforcing or summoning the undead. Strangely, the cavern was completely empty, without a single thing inside. There were no coffins and no treasure. If one set aside the formations on the rock walls, this place seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary huge cave. Also, the exit was obvious. Behind them was the hidden passage entrance they had come through, and on the rock wall directly ahead was an opening leading further forward. Could this level really be this simple? Careful. Alan warned in a low voice and led Diana toward the opening ahead. Puff. When they reached the center of the cavern, the ground at the spot where Alan and Diana had just walked suddenly bulged upward and spewed out a stream of necromantic energy. Ready for battle. Alan casually dispersed the stream of necromantic energy and warily scanned his surroundings. Almost as soon as Alan's words fell, a patter of footsteps came from the cave ahead, and then 5 figures appeared. Tap. Tap. The appearance of these 5 figures made Alan tense up at once, goosebumps rising all over his skin. They were all mummies. 5 mummies wrapped in tattered cloth, the rags stained with heavy yellow blotches and bloodstains. They looked utterly revolting, and their heads were a bit too long, downright eerie. Although they were human undead, he had seen mummy horror films in his past life, and at first glance his heart truly shuddered. Their cultivation was at the early rank 7, all 5 of them. 5 undead of the War King class beneath the 4th rank. Yet before him and Diana, the cultivation base of early rank 7 could barely be considered a real threat. They didn't even need to use arcane magic. Should we use warhammers? Alan took out 2 light attribute warhammers from the Divine Artificer's tome, one rank 7, one rank 8, and looked at Diana as he asked. No need. I'm not used to warhammers, and I don't have any corresponding combat techniques. Besides, they're only early rank 7 undead. There's no need for high rank equipment. By the time we need high rank equipment, the enemy won't be someone a little attribute advantage can overcome. Diana shook her head, looking completely at ease. All right. Alan smiled and put away the 2 warhammers. The soul-reaving spear and the melody staff reappeared in his hands. Diana was right. Attribute advantages only worked in the early and middle stages. By the late stage, no attribute was weak, it all depended on one's own combat strength. But Diana's words also reminded him. Hamyonaptra had 10 comparatively unimportant burial offering layers above ground, while the most important main burial layers underground were surely many, at least another 10 he estimated. They were only on the 6th underground level, and undead at early rank 7 had already appeared. The following levels would not be easy to break through. If he and Diana fought together, early rank 7 and mid-rank 7 enemies were easy. But for late rank 7, they would need Embrace of the Mother Goddess. For early rank 8, they would need Seal Release and a rank 10 weapon. As for mid-rank 8, they definitely weren't a match. Even fleeing would be difficult. So he had to pay attention to the pattern of difficulty increase. At first it rose from early rank 6 to mid-rank 6, but now it had jumped straight to early rank 7. The realm of the next level's opponent was crucial. If it was mid-rank 7, that was fine. After killing it they could go one more level deeper. But if it jumped to late rank 7, they would have to withdraw after killing it. Because after late rank 7, the next level would be at least early rank 8, and most likely mid-rank 8. Alan had no intention of taking risks. After all, Hamunaptra wasn't going anywhere. They could come back after breaking through to the War King realm. Ha! In the space of that one thought, the 5 early rank 7 undead, claws bared and teeth gnashing, charged at Alan and Diana. I'll handle this. Alan stepped forward and lightly tapped the celestial cluster staff on the ground. Abyssal tide. Dark mana erupted behind Alan and surged forward like great waves. Within the black tide, phantom images of countless creatures emerged: fire dragons, hydras, thunder eagles, stone giants, all magical beasts or demons Alan had personally slain in the past. Abyssal tide, a rank 7 dark magic spell. Roar. Screech. Along with a raucous din of beast roars, the black tide drowned the 5 undead. Each undead was being torn at by swarms of magical beasts and demons. In just one moment, the 5 early rank 7 undead were pinned down by the abyssal tide. Seeing this, Alan continued casting. Ice Age. Surging ice mana swept through the cavern, freezing everything, including the abyssal tide and the 5 undead already ensnared within it. Some time ago, Alan had crossed blows with an early rank 7 flame in the inheritance ruins of Hephaestus. So he knew how hard it was to kill an opponent at this realm. Its health bar was especially thick, and the power of a single rank 7 spell was far from enough. Hunting arrow. At that moment, Diana gave a cold shout, took the longbow from her back, drew it full and tensed the string. Bang! When Diana released the bowstring, a sonic boom roared by their ears. A fiery red orb of light materialized in the void and blasted violently toward the 5 frozen undead. Sensing how terrifying this technique was, the 5 undead erupted in panic, their undead power flaring fiercely. But Alan had used 2 rank 7 spells in succession, so they couldn't easily break free. By the time these 5 undead broke free of the ice, Diana's attack had already struck the undead standing at the very center. Boom! At that moment, the fireball exploded, blasting the undead hit head-on into pieces. Then the fiery wave rolled outward, engulfing the other 4 undead. That doesn't look like a combat technique. Sensing that the arrow's power could rival a rank 7 combat technique, Alan looked at Diana and asked. It's a way of using battle chi. With your talent, you might not even need 100 years before you can casually unleash a strike that's already a high-rank combat technique. Diana put away the god-born bow and smiled as she explained. 100 years. Then I'll just use combat techniques. Alan smiled and shook his head. This was a lot like muscle memory. It required years of accumulated practice, and there was no way to manage it in a short time. While the couple chatted, the undead began to stir. Of the 5 undead, Diana's move just now had killed 3, leaving 2. Ha! These 2 undead were extremely savage. Steeped in undead power from head to toe, they turned themselves into grey misty figures and unleashed their deathly energy at Alan and Diana. Roaring Dance. Alan directly met it with a rank 7 combat technique, scattering the incoming undead power. The next moment, the latter half of Roaring Dance arrived. Wind blades gathered at the tip of the soul-reaving spear into a massive spiral, which Alan drove into one of the undead. Unsurprisingly, the undead that was struck died on the spot, like a fish churned by a ship's propeller, leaving only fragments behind. For the last one, Alan used neither a combat technique nor magic. He took out a rank 8 light attribute warhammer from the Divine Artificer's tome and simply went up and smashed it. Using only his physical strength and the mana of the rank 8 light attributed magic core, he easily killed the last early rank 7 undead. Afterward, Alan and Diana searched the cave. After confirming there were no hidden passages, they entered the cave mouth they had spotted first, hand in hand. The next level was the 7th. Going by the earlier pattern, this 7th level should be filled with burial goods. The passage was not very long, about 10,000 meters. Leaving the passage, Alan and Diana arrived at a new cavern. It was much smaller than the previous one, perhaps only 600 or 700 square meters, with a height of merely 7 or 8 meters. Many stone shelves stood in the cavern, and most of them held stone tablets the size of cigarette packs with a faint fluorescence flickering on their surfaces. Alan, this is an inheritance. Remember how I gave you the heart of Ares? These stones work the same way. To achieve this requires extremely precise control over battle chi. Setting aside someone like me, at the very least a holy warrior would be needed to accomplish it. Diana held Alan's hand and said, "This is a good thing for us. I suspected from the beginning that this place is not only the tomb owner's burial chamber but also a treasure vault left for his descendants. Now it can be confirmed." Look, those shelves are empty, which indicates that the two mourners' descendants have been here to take burial objects. Many items on the upper levels may have already been taken away. Alan placed his hand on Diana's shoulder and went up to examine those stone tablets. Diana leaned her head against Alan's shoulder and asked, "So you think the security level here isn't very strong?" "Quite likely." Alan nodded and explained, "As you can see, apart from the undead there are no anti-theft formations here. It may be to better preserve the burial objects. Of course, this doesn't mean the path ahead will be easy. The two mourners' descendants may have the ability to avoid traps, but we don't. So we still need to be cautious." "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Diana shot Alan a glance, pulled his hand off her shoulder and directly jumped onto Alan's back, making him carry her. "How can that be nonsense? The mindset of going all in is completely different from advancing when the opportunity arises. We'll decide the outcome." Alan chuckled, gave Diana's buttocks a pat and then focused on examining these stone tablets. There were 31 stone tablets in total. The techniques recorded on them were all combat arts and magic, with most being undead magic, while the remaining combat arts and magic all belonged to the side of light. 21 undead magic spells, including 3 at the 8th rank and 18 at the 7th rank. 5 light combat arts with 1 at the 8th rank and 4 at the 7th rank. 5 light magic spells with 1 at the 8th rank and 4 at the 7th rank. There were only 2 types of attributes, death and light. This was quite understandable, as there were too many undead mages in the era when the two mourner was alive. As the empire that ruled the Sumer continent, its main monopolized attributes were undoubtedly death and light, the former as its innate attribute, the latter used for countermeasures and suppression. Damn it. Although the haul was substantial, Alan felt quite regretful. These stone shelves were not identical. The higher the skill rank placed on them, the taller the shelf. Among the 19 empty stone shelves, 5 were the tallest in the entire area, clearly designed for 9th or even 10th rank items, while the remaining 14 were all for 8th rank. Thinking carefully, the previous levels might originally have had equipment, but it had all been taken away. Damn. The two mourners' descendants were truly useless, reduced to digging through their ancestors' tomb for belongings. If mud can't be plastered on a wall, the empire deserved to fall. After storing all these stone tablets into the Divine Craftsman's book, Alan continued forward with Diana on his back. Combat arts and magic couldn't be mastered with a single glance. Entry required time, and the higher the rank, the more difficult it was to learn. So Alan planned to review them upon returning. For now they needed to keep going down and deal with this imperial tomb as soon as possible. This level, like the one above, had no secret passages. The passage to the next level was in the rock wall. Soon the two arrived at the 8th underground level. The 8th underground level was safe, like the one above, used for storing burial objects. The burial items were varied: tables, chairs, beds, wardrobes, bookshelves, and so on, as if the tomb owner had personally selected items he liked. Without a doubt these items were precious, genuine antiques. However, they were now mostly rotten and unusable. Time was formidable. These mundane objects, none containing magic cores, couldn't withstand the erosion of time. After collecting the better preserved items, Alan looked at the cave in the rock wall. "Alan, what's wrong?" Seeing Alan's serious expression, Diana asked softly. "We might be approaching the main tomb chamber." Alan took a deep breath and explained, "From the moment we entered until now, all the architecture and decorations we've seen have been symmetrical, including the stone platforms here. It can be inferred that in the architectural style of that era, symmetry was quite important. There are 10 levels above ground, so there might be 10 levels underground as well. If it's indeed 10 levels, then we've already reached the 8th level. Going further ahead would be the 9th level, and the 10th level would be the main tomb chamber. Whether the main tomb chamber has dangers aside, getting into it won't be easy. The 9th level must be an anti-intrusion layer. We only have 2 paths to take," Diana said calmly, and walked toward the cave first. "Indeed." Alan followed with a smile, though he gripped his soul-devouring gun tightly. The previous encounter had been 5 undead at the early stage of the 7th rank, so this one should be undead at the mid or late stage of the 7th rank. But plans couldn't always go smoothly, which was why he had hesitated for a moment. Diana's words, however, strengthened his resolve. How easy was it to break through to the Battle King realm? A mountain of gold was right in front of him. Telling him to leave was impossible. There was no second path, there was only one road forward. Just do it. Soon Alan and Diana arrived at the 9th underground level. As soon as they emerged from the cave, they stopped in their tracks, their expressions grave. Similar to the 6th underground level, this floor was also a massive natural cave. In the center of the cave stood an undead creature nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a golden wolf head battle helmet, fully armored and holding a slender scythe. This set of equipment depicted Anubis, the god of death. And its cultivation level was as high as the early stage of the 8th rank. This damn thing was an undead at the paladin realm. Alan, we should be able to handle it, but we'll need to use seal release and the 10th rank war hammer. Diana's eyes gleamed with excitement as she spoke eagerly. I know, but don't forget where we are. We still can't confirm if it's safe here, and we can't afford to go through our weakness period in this location. So we can't use seal release simultaneously. I'll use it first and you decide based on the situation whether to use yours. Remember, once we both use seal release we must kill it as quickly as possible and then retreat immediately. We won't be going to the 10th level. Alan said with a grave expression. Under the circumstances where they couldn't stay here to endure the weakness period, time was crucial. Merely killing this early stage 8th rank undead wasn't enough. They had to withdraw from the mine tunnel before the weakness period hit, otherwise even the minor undead minions along the way could kill them both. Understood. Hearing Alan's words, Diana slightly reined in her battle fervor and stepped back. I'm going. Alan let out a cold shout, took out the 9th rank black magic gun from his system space, activated the arcane mother goddess's embrace and charged straight at it. Against an opponent of this level, elemental advantages were negligible, so he didn't use the melody staff and instead chose the weapon he was most proficient with, the gun. Moreover, the Ares heart enhanced his combat aura. His combat aura reached the Battle King level, but his magic power was still at the Corona level, completely insufficient to harm an undead at the Paladin level. Therefore he could only rely on combat aura for a direct confrontation. The 9th rank combat art, the 10th rank war hammer and seal release, these trump cards would be used as the situation demanded. Roar dance. Though it was his first time facing a holy warrior tier opponent, Alan could sense how formidable that level was, so he opened with a tier 7 combat skill. The ultimate art, Mother's Embrace, allowed the earth to provide him with an unending stream of battle chi, perfect for this style of overwhelming resource-heavy combat. Whoosh. Facing the sky-covering wind blades, the tier 8 undead finally moved. Crimson light blazed within its hollow eye sockets as it swept its scythe in a heavy arc. A slash condensed from undead power erupted forth, shattering every wind blade in an instant before surging toward Alan with unstoppable momentum. Explode. Alan hastily unleashed the second stage of Roar Dance, spiraling wind blades upward to meet the attack. Wind attribute battle chi clashed with undead power, two utterly different forces collided and churned against each other, triggering one violent explosion after another. The stalemate lasted only a moment. In the end, the tier 8 undead's deathly energy proved superior, utterly shattering Alan's tier 7 skill. Too fierce. Alan dodged the trailing edge of the slash and let out a long breath. A tier 8 early stage undead was indeed formidable. Even with Mother's Embrace he couldn't withstand a frontal blow from it, not even a single strike. The qualitative gap in energy was too vast to be bridged by sheer quantity. Thunderstorm impact. In the next moment Alan pressed forward with another tier 7 combat skill. The tier 8 undead was simple and brutal, again sweeping its scythe to unleash a slash, crushing Alan's tier 7 skill through raw head-on collision. Diana used ranged attacks, no arcane arts. Alan snapped, following up with Abyssal Tide. A tier 7 skill couldn't overcome the tier 8 undead slash, but his advantage lay in his sheer reserve of battle chi. Before Mother's Embrace ended, his battle chi was practically inexhaustible, while the undead's power was not. He needed to drain as much of the tier 8 undead's deathly energy as possible. In the end, with seal release plus a tier 10 light warhammer, there was no way he couldn't bring down a mere tier 8 early stage undead. Bang! As Alan unleashed Abyssal Tide, Diana began attacking with her demigod bow as well. Without arcane arts, Diana couldn't truly shake the tier 8 undead. Yet the undead couldn't simply stand there and take hits, it still had to expend deathly energy to block. Seeing this, the corners of Alan's mouth curled upward. He had lost count of how many times he had used this attrition tactic, but there was no denying it was incredibly effective, especially against a dullard like this. This tier 8 undead had very low intelligence, clumsy, only knowing how to hack and slash. It had likely been summoned by some anti-theft formation rather than called forth directly from the nether realm by a necromancer, making it far less troublesome. With Diana providing harassment, Alan's plan progressed smoothly. Every attack they made together drained some of the tier 8 undead's deathly energy. By the time Mother's Embrace was nearing its end, Alan could sense that the undead's deathly energy had thinned noticeably. The battle soon reached the 5th minute. Boom! Another brutal clash sent Alan flying backward. He skidded dozens of meters across the ground before flipping over and rising back to his feet. Feeling fatigue creeping in, Alan shook his head vigorously and shouted to Diana, "I'm starting now, get ready." "Understood." Diana replied, activating Mother's Embrace as fiery red markings spread across her entire face. Release. Alan put away his soul-reaving lance and activated Seal Release while drawing a Tier 10 light attribute warhammer from the Book of the Divine Artisan. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble. Two terrifying energies surged from Alan's body. One was his own bursting light battle chi, and the other was the light magic power flooding out from the Tier 10 warhammer. Amazing! After 2.5 years, Alan once again unleashed Seal Release. Last time he used it, his cultivation was only at Moonblaze Tier 3, and now he had soared to Coronal Tier 6. The difference between the two was immense. This time, as he activated Seal Release, Alan truly felt as though he could do anything. The battle chi within him was colossal, a full month of cultivation accumulation erupting in this single moment. This was a technique charged for an entire month. Even the Tier 10 warhammer, which had once been difficult just to lift, now obeyed him far more readily. Though he couldn't claim complete mastery, swinging it was absolutely no problem. With battle chi and a weapon like this, I don't need fancy techniques anymore. Alan coldly eyed the Tier 8 undead. The next instant he vanished from where he stood, leaving behind a deep crater stamped with his footprint. Die. In the blink of an eye, Alan appeared at the undead's side. He swung the Tier 10 light warhammer, wreathed in near-solid light battle chi and light magic, smashing down toward the undead's head with the force of a mountain crashing upon it. The might contained within was enough to shatter an entire mountain, absolute overwhelming power. Ha! Sensing the attack from its flank, the Tier 8 undead reacted with startling speed. With a mere lift of its right hand and a slight tilt of its scythe, a barrier formed from deathly energy materialized between it and Alan. The very next instant, Alan's Tier 10 light warhammer slammed heavily into the undead's barrier. The two energies violently collided and ground against each other, causing even the surrounding air to tremble. A powerful shockwave swept through the entire cave. "You think you can block this?" Alan gritted his teeth, shifting to a two-handed grip on the warhammer and pushing forward with all his might. At the same time, he amplified his battle chi output and forced the Tier 10 light warhammer to continuously unleash the magic power stored within its magic core. Boom! The moment the Tier 10 magic core's own power erupted, the undead's barrier shattered. The Tier 10 light warhammer crashed into the right side of the undead's head. In that instant, Alan even saw the creature's skull cave inward. A quasi-divine magic core, terrifying beyond words. Now this is a weapon. Alan's heart soared with elation. The moment he sent the undead flying, he chased after it at full speed. The Tier 10 light warhammer in Alan's hands moved like a whip, transforming into a streak of platinum light that rained down on the undead again and again. Alan was pouring every ounce of his strength into the assault. His attacks were as ferocious as a torrential downpour, giving the Tier 8 undead not a single breath of respite. With Diana still helping and occasionally loosing opportunistic arrows, the Tier 8 undead could do nothing but endure the beating. In an instant, the tide of battle had completely turned. Earlier, although Alan had been attacking, he had barely managed to block and evade. Now it was the Tier 8 undead's turn to suffer. In less than a minute, Alan had battered one arm and half the skull off the Tier 8 undead. However, undead vitality was incredibly tenacious. Until its head truly burst apart, it couldn't be killed no matter how much it was struck. At most, its mobility would degrade. Alan knew this well, which was why he fought so ferociously. Seal Release lasted only 5 or 6 minutes, so he had to end the fight as quickly as possible. 2 minutes had passed since Alan activated the Seal Release. He had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the 8th tier undead, and terrifying shockwaves from their battles continuously crashed outward, overwhelming even the formation-reinforced cave. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground while sections of the ceiling continually collapsed. Yet these were trivial matters easily dismissed with a casual wave. None of them could disrupt the battle between the two humans and the undead. After 2 minutes of continuous combat, the cavern, which was already enormous, had expanded to a size that could now accommodate an entire volcano. Through these 2 minutes of clashes, Alan had thoroughly assessed the true strength of this 8th tier undead. Its spiritual power was formidable and its physical durability matched that tier, but it possessed no combat techniques or magical abilities. It fought solely through brute force, moving like a robot executing a single command. If not for its overwhelmingly superior cultivation realm, it would already have been crushed by now. Thud. After another collision, Alan shattered both the scythe and the right hand of the 8th tier undead in one strike. Time to end this. Alan stowed his 10th tier light hammer and drew his 10th tier dark hammer. The undead was now stripped of its weapon and both arms left with only its head, torso and legs, fairly easy to finish off. Diana, don't let it come near me. Before making his move, Alan issued a warning. The technique he intended to use was the Dark Roaring Eye, a single-target explosive combat skill that required a brief charging period. Against an 8th tier undead it was impossible to execute without cover fire. Spirit of all beasts. Diana immediately understood and drew her Divine Blood Bow with all her might. As the Divine Blood Bow was drawn to its fullest, countless phantom images materialized behind Diana, dragons, titans, white tigers and more. Thousands upon thousands of phantoms, each carrying surging fire attribute battle aura. What an top-tier version of Abyssal Tide. Alan felt a pang of envy. Though most of Diana's techniques couldn't be learned, they required experience and personal comprehension. In the next instant Diana released the bowstring. Countless phantom beasts and spirit animals leaped from behind her, charging toward the 8th tier undead. At that exact moment Alan unleashed the Dark Roaring Eye. Darkness, gather within me. Night, I obey my command. Sky-rending power, light of destruction. Alan focused his spirit and channeled his dark battle aura, chanting the incantation in his heart while fully activating the 10th tier magic core embedded within his dark hammer. At this moment the 8th tier undead seemed to sense the threat. Its undead energy erupted instantly, its entire body dissolving into a wisp of grey light as it shot toward Alan at blinding speed. But before it could travel far, it was blocked by Diana's assault. Countless phantom beasts and animal spirits collided head-on with the undead, drastically slowing its advance. Although each phantom shattered on impact, Diana invoked the Mother Goddess's embrace, drawing an endless supply of battle aura from the earth into her body, allowing her to sustain her assault continuously. These few exchanges were more than enough for Alan. His eyes turned completely black as vast quantities of dark battle aura poured from his eye sockets, enveloping his entire figure. As the dark battle aura erupted, an eyeball forged from pure darkness materialized above Alan's head, continuously swelling and expanding. When the diameter of the dark giant pupil reached a kilometer, it suddenly trembled violently, unleashing a devastating aura that struck terror into the soul. Hum. A pitch-black ray shot from within the dark giant pupil, aimed directly at the 8th tier undead. Meanwhile the undead was still dealing with Diana's large-scale assault. In the next instant the dark ray joined the battlefield, obliterating all of Diana's phantom images, and then struck the 8th tier undead dead-on. A scene that filled Alan with immense satisfaction appeared once more. The dark ray moved with the swiftness of starlight, shattering the undead's defenses in the blink of an eye. Whether it was the undead's 8th tier physique or its 8th tier spiritual energy, neither stood a chance against the dark ray. It was as fragile as thin paper. The moment the dark ray touched the 8th tier undead, it was as though the world itself erased it. In an instant it vaporized without so much as a trace of ash remaining. Diana, let's go. After confirming the 8th tier undead was dead, Alan approached Diana, scooped her into his arms and immediately headed back. The path back had been completely blocked by collapsed rock, but to Alan ordinary bedrock was no more substantial than tofu. He simply smashed through it with his battle aura. Alan, aren't we going to the 10th floor? Diana, resting against Alan's chest, looked up and asked. We'll go in half a month. Alan shook his head. Although the seal release still had nearly 3 minutes of usage time remaining, he didn't want to take the risk. Besides, the 10th floor wasn't going anywhere. Moreover, Diana's condition was poor. The side effect of the Mother Goddess's embrace was exhaustion. While she could still activate seal release, Alan, having used it prematurely, would become a burden to her. What if there was an early stage 8th tier undead on the 10th floor? Even with both of them fighting together, it certainly wouldn't be defeated in under 3 minutes. If he hadn't finished it before entering his weakened phase, the situation would force Diana to fight while simultaneously protecting him, certain defeat. Soon Alan carried Diana out of the mine. Lord Marquis. Lady Diana. Seeing their lord and lady emerge, the knights hurriedly bowed. With a stern expression, Alan feigned anger and commanded, notify the mercenary guild. The bounty for quests targeting undead mages is now doubled, along with a 6th tier weapon reward. Also go to the castle and inform Lady Karina and Lady Wendy, Have them come help me clear out these undead. Oh, and you, just guard the surface. The undead here are beyond your capabilities. Do not approach. Understood. Understood, my lord Marquis. The knights' hearts trembled as they immediately signaled their comrades to leave the mine. So there were some vicious creatures hiding down there. The Lord Marquis and Lady Diana hadn't even cleared them out in one go together. Phew. After the knights departed, a trace of exhaustion appeared on Alan's face as he slumped onto the ground. Alan, are you all right? Diana quickly sat beside him and pulled him into her lap. Alan smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. It's just the arcane exhaustion phase. I've been through this many times before. How are you feeling? Just a little tired. Diana also shook her head. The side effect of the Mother Goddess's embrace wasn't too severe, and she had used it at least 1,000 times since childhood. She was well accustomed to it. Alan gave a soft reply, closed his eyes and rested his head against Diana's shoulder, preparing to take a nap. But barely had his eyes closed when he opened them again. Alan reached into the Divine Artisan's book and withdrew a 7th-tier healing potion. The healing potion that Hephaestus kept for personal use could not be doubted in its efficacy. Let's down a bottle. Gulp. Alan opened the bottle cap and downed the entire bottle of 7th-order healing potion, not a single drop left. The 7th-order healing potion was indeed effective. Within 3 seconds of it going down, he felt the soreness and stinging all over his body vanish and his strength recovered slightly. Good stuff. Alan's eyes lit up. He left Diana's embrace, stood up and took a couple of steps. Though he still couldn't use battle chi or mana, his basic mobility had mostly recovered. At this rate, the weakness that would have lasted half a month might end within 5 days. How is it? Seeing Alan's delighted expression, Diana asked curiously. Alan sat beside Diana, pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, the healing effect is excellent. I might fully recover within 5 days. As he spoke, Alan took out another 7th-order healing potion and handed it to Diana. I don't need it. My fatigue period only lasts 2 or 3 days and it's just exhaustion. My combat power won't be affected much. By the time you recover, I'll have been fully restored for a while. Keep it and use it only when things get serious. Diana shook her head and pushed the 7th-order potion away. I told you to drink it, so drink it. Don't be such a girl, it's not like we can't afford it. The Divine Smith's book even has 10th-order ones. Alan shoved the 7th-order potion into Diana's arms, then kissed her red lips heavily. But I'm a girl. Diana muttered, but she still obediently drank a bottle of the 7th-order healing potion and her eyes immediately lit up. Seeing this, Alan pinched Diana's pretty cheek and said with a smile, not bad, huh? Diana exclaimed. The fatigue vanished completely and there is a gentle water-attributed mana continuously nourishing my body. This is not a potion that humans could create. If I'm not mistaken, this should have been obtained from the sea by the big hammer. I think so too. Alan nodded. It must have been prepared by the sea goddess Tethys for Hephaestus. Half an hour later, Karina and Wendy arrived riding Little Grey, and they even brought Avril along. Alan, what happened? Avril had been very worried, but seeing that both Alan and Diana were in good condition, her heart settled. She was simply curious what was down in the mine that even the two of them together hadn't been able to handle. Good news. Diana and I found some good stuff, but we haven't finished retrieving it yet. Once the arcane side effects are gone, we'll need to go down again. Alan took out a golden wine jug from the Divine Smith's book and tossed it lightly. Death God. Taking a closer look, Avril saw that the golden wine jug bore a painted image of Anubis, the death god. Anubis, the death god, was the most evil of the evil gods, with a reputation even more fearsome than the 7 deadly sin demon gods. No one dared to use such a drinking vessel openly, or they would be branded as demon cultists. Thus this item must date back to a very, very long time ago. Once it appeared, it wasn't hard to guess what Alan and Diana had found beneath the mine. It was either an ancient tomb or ruins. But in her opinion, the size of the harvest didn't matter. What mattered was that her husband and her sisters were safe. After carefully checking and confirming that Alan and Diana had no serious injuries, Avril asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Take care of the children. We'll be back in a few days." Alan hugged Avril and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. "All right then, I'll head back." Avril gave Alan a kiss, hugged Diana, then jumped onto Little Grey's back and signaled for Little Grey to go home. In truth, she really wanted to stay and help, but her cultivation had not yet reached the moon radiance realm and she knew she couldn't be of much help. Staying would only distract Alan and Diana. Master, what should we do? After Avril left, Karina and Wendy hooked their arms around Alan's from left and right, asking in unison. Diana and I are in the arcane weakness period, so our combat power won't be very high for the next few days. There might be undead in the tunnels. Our safety is in your hands. Feeling the warmth and softness coming from his arms, Alan said with a chuckle. In reality, after a bottle of 7th order healing potion, Diana's condition was nearly at its peak. She was only slightly tired mentally. But since they had come all this way, he couldn't just send Karina and Wendy back that quickly, could he? Perfect, they would stay and take care of him. His condition was far worse than Diana's. Alan, I want to go back to check on Xavier and also fetch some ancient texts from the bell tower. There might be information that can help us. Seeing the pair of succubi clinging to Alan and Alan wearing a mischievous grin, Diana decided to step aside for a while. Sometimes she truly believed that Alan was a dragon transformed into human form. His desires were exceptionally strong. He had only just become a marquis, yet he already had over 100 wives at home. Would he accumulate thousands in the future? Of course, this was not a shortcoming. In her understanding, the strong deserved to possess everything. As Alan's wife, she would support all of Alan's decisions. It was just a small complaint in her heart. At this rate, the family castle would probably need to be expanded soon, otherwise there wouldn't be enough room. All right, and bring all the empty extension rings from home as well. Alan patted Diana's head. The remaining storage space in the Divine Smith's book was limited, and it might not be enough to carry away the entire golden shell of that Hamunaptra. I'll go organize the treasure vault. Diana nodded, then transformed into a streak of fire and shot into the sky. Seeing this, Karina's hand, which was linked around Alan's arm, slowly slid upward to wrap around his neck, and then she blew a breath toward the surroundings. Purple mana spread out, forming a ring of fog walls around them, which also sealed off all the mine tunnels. Wendy was equally in sync. She took out a thick magical beast fur blanket from her extension ring and spread it on the ground, then stood on tiptoe and whispered softly in Alan's ear, Master, you've worked hard. Would you like to relax? 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Alan's period of weakness had ended this morning, and after spending half the morning getting himself back into condition, he prepared to enter the Imperial tomb once more. Over the past few days, Alan had been doing quite well, with his wives coming to see him from time to time. Time to set out. Once everything was ready, Alan hugged Karina and Wendy in turn, then took Diana's hand and entered the mine tunnel. Master, we won't let anyone disturb you too. Master, be safe. Karina's and Wendy's voices came from behind. Alan smiled and raised his left hand in a wave. What do you think about the 10th level? After entering the mine tunnel, Diana immediately entered a state of combat readiness, her expression extremely serious. It should be the last level, the main burial chamber. To protect the tomb owner's corpse, the main chamber could be the most dangerous, but in order not to damage the tomb owner's corpse, it could also be very safe. I'm more inclined toward the latter, because I find it hard to imagine undead of tier 8 or above existing in such an ancient tomb. Alan speculated seriously. Diana nodded. I think the same as you. It shouldn't be very dangerous. Unless it was a god, no necromancer could make the undead he summoned last that long, even a tier 10 quasi-god couldn't. The undead we encountered before were probably summoned by formations, and formations weaken as the magic core's energy dissipates. That tier 8 initial stage undead from a few days ago might even have started as a tier 10 initial stage undead, but as time passed, only its tier 8 initial stage cultivation remained. As for the rest, I'm not very sure. I didn't grow up in this world, and the time I descended here was not long either, so I don't know much about things below the divine realm. Knowing that Diana thought the same as he did, Alan felt much more at ease. There were certainly no tier 9 or tier 10 undead. If the tomb owner had such formidable means, then the empire of old would have had no trouble passing down its legacy to the present day. 10 minutes later, Alan and Diana arrived at the 9th underground level. The entrance to the 10th underground level was right before them, a cave completely blocked by rubble. Alan and Diana exchanged a glance and nodded to each other, then simultaneously used battle chi to crush the rubble blocking their way and slowly entered the cave. The cave bore obvious traces of artificial excavation. After the rubble was cleared away, one could see that it was a semicircular cave, much like a tunnel. At the start of the cave, the rock walls were composed of natural ore. But as they continued forward after several kilometers, the rock walls changed noticeably. The originally hard ore walls gradually disappeared, replaced by walls built of bluestone, as if the tomb passage had been pieced together. The tomb passage was richly decorated. Many stone statues were set into the walls, and beside them were exquisite reliefs and murals along with formations meant to preserve and reinforce the structure. The further they advanced, the grander and more formal the tomb passage became. After traveling nearly 10 kilometers, a light appeared ahead in the passage. A dazzling golden light like sunlight appeared, making it impossible to see clearly what lay ahead. "We're here." Alan and Diana quickened their pace and finally walked out of the cave. The space before them was extraordinarily vast, filled with golden light everywhere. This was a palace forged from gold. Even the load-bearing pillars were made of gold, an extravagance beyond the ordinary. The interior of the palace was extremely empty, without any ornaments. Only at the far end of the palace stood a circular golden platform built in stacked layers like a round pyramid with 10 tiers in all. Atop the highest tier stood a golden throne upon which sat a richly dressed figure with 10 small golden chests at his feet. "Damn it! Don't tell me this bastard is the boss." At the sight of the scene on the platform, Alan's heart suddenly leapt. The man on the throne was undoubtedly the tomb owner. The tomb owner was plain-featured and slightly plump, but he bore no trace of decay whatsoever. He looked as if he were merely taking a nap and might open his eyes at any moment. Even the undead guarding the door had a Tier 8 initial stage cultivation. If the tomb owner were to rise from death, what kind of big mummy would he become? At least Tier 8 mid-stage, right? But the 10 chests at the tomb owner's feet should contain the most precious treasures of this imperial tomb. Even if it was only for those treasures, he had to go up and investigate. At that moment Diana suddenly took Alan's hand, and a single quiet sentence put him at ease. "Don't worry, it's just a corpse." "Can you be sure?" Alan was a little surprised. Could he have guessed right, and was the main burial chamber truly without danger? "I can. You know, my soul is very special. I haven't sensed any energy fluctuations here, except of course for those chests. There should be formations inside them blocking my perception." Diana nodded and said affirmatively. "Then it's simple. Pack up and get out of here. But we must not be careless. I'll go up first and take a look." Alan's eyes instantly lit up, and he walked toward the platform at the far end of the palace. After all this trouble over so many days, it was finally about to be over. Before the platform, Alan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed his surroundings. The surrounding aura was calm and still, no churning battle chi, no surging magic power, no eerie aura of undead energy. Everything was so peaceful that Alan sensed something amiss. The main burial chamber of an imperial tomb couldn't possibly be this easy to break into. The quieter it was, the more wrong it felt. Alan directly activated the embrace of the Mother Goddess, took out a Tier 10 hammer of light from the Divine Artificer's Codex, and only then slowly climbed the platform. Really nothing at all. Although he had predicted danger, he went all the way up to the 9th tier without encountering the slightest obstruction or attack. Standing on the 9th tier, he could already clearly see the scene on the 10th tier. The tomb owner carried no marks of time. He simply sat peacefully on the throne with his eyes closed, a smile still at the corner of his mouth which gave Alan an ominous premonition. Forget it, get it in the bag. But since he had come this far, Alan didn't overthink it. He reached straight for the nearest golden chest. Whether there was danger here or not, he would take the treasures first. Worst case, he would grab them and run. Crack. A crisp sound broke through the stillness of the palace, sounding especially abrupt. Alan's hand brushed lightly against the surface of the golden chest. At that instant a sense of foreboding made his expression change drastically. Had the tomb owner risen from the dead? Alan's heart jolted and every inch of his muscles tensed instantly. Battle chi erupted, turning into a powerful thrust that sent him springing backward at lightning speed. The moment he leaped away, the source of the sound became clearly visible. On the tomb owner's head rested a dazzling golden crown studded with countless brilliant gems. At the very center of that crown was an extraordinary gray gemstone. It was larger and more ancient than the other gems, and at this moment it was flickering with an eerie light. Then the gray gemstone burst apart violently, unleashing a fierce fluctuation of energy. A massive torrent of undead power gushed from the shattered gem fragment, surging through the entire space with a cold, dreadful aura of death and shooting toward Alan with the momentum to annihilate everything. That undead power was so overwhelming that Alan could clearly feel its immense pressure. Unblockable. Touch it and die. Tier 9. Alan's scalp went numb and goosebumps exploded all over his body. He knew that this was no ordinary equipment. It was a special item similar to the dark heart necklace, capable of storing tremendous energy and unleashing it all at once in a critical moment. Alan made a quick decision, channeling his battle chi through his body and rapidly condensing a solid protective shield in front of him. His mind was completely focused, ready to stake everything on activating seal release. Buzz. Suddenly the gray light's speed skyrocketed. It loomed larger and larger before Alan's eyes, as if it would arrive in the next breath. Faced with such an inconceivably fast attack, Alan felt as though time had frozen at that moment and everything around him had become unbearably slow. He didn't even have time to activate seal release, nor could he raise the Tier 10 light hammer in his hand. The gray light shot toward him at meteoric speed, easily piercing his protective shield and streaking straight for his chest. Damn it! At this moment only one thought filled Alan's mind: he had still underestimated this Imperial tomb. But even going all out, he probably couldn't stop an attack whose power far exceeded Tier 8. Bang! The gray light slammed into Alan like a raging torrent. Yet, to his surprise, he felt no pain at all. Instead, a warm current flowed through his body and his vision was flooded with a dazzling light. The next moment Alan saw the Book of the Divine Artificer float up lightly. The Book of the Divine Artificer seemed to come alive, turning its pages on its own. With every page turned, fire-attributed battle chi surged out like a scorching torrent of flames, sweeping across the entire palace in an instant. In an instant, the entire golden platform seemed to evaporate in the blazing flames, vanishing into thin air. The tomb owner on the golden throne did not escape either and was reduced to nothing along with it. Only 10 golden chests remained suspended in midair, as if telling of their former glory. All of this seemed to happen in a single instant, yet Alan felt as though an eternity had passed. Thump. When Alan hit the ground, all the turmoil in the palace had already subsided, as if nothing had ever happened. The 10 golden chests also fell to the floor at that moment, releasing a series of dull thuds. Alan. What happened? Diana rushed over at that moment, looking around warily and shielding Alan behind her. Alan was stunned for a moment. Grasping the Book of the Divine Artificer, which had shrunk into a necklace on his chest, he asked, "Didn't you see that just now?" "See what?" "All I saw was you suddenly falling, and then the whole platform vanished along with the tomb owner, leaving only these chests." "Alan, what exactly happened?" Diana asked, utterly confused. Alan took off the necklace-form Book of the Divine Artificer and said with deep emotion, "The tomb owner's crown was special attack equipment. It unleashed an attack of at least Tier 9. I thought I was done for. The attack was so fast that I didn't even have time to block it with the Tier 10 weapon. Just as that attack was about to hit me, the Book of the Divine Artificer took the blow for me. Everything after that is what you saw. No wonder Hephaestus told me not to take it off and said it might be my aegis before I become a god. This is special defensive equipment. A demigod-level attack." Diana's pupils dilated. She immediately pulled Alan up from the ground, circled around him and inspected his body. "I'm fine." Still deeply shaken, Alan lit a mana cigarette and stroked the Book of the Divine Artificer in his hand. After confirming Alan was unharmed, Diana finally relaxed and said joyfully, "We really have that guy to thank. What do you say we name our second child Heffy?" "Of course, but that has to wait until we actually have one." Alan laughed heartily and kissed Diana on the cheek. He had always believed the Book of the Divine Artificer was defensive equipment, it just had never been put to use. After wearing it for so long, he had nearly forgotten about that. He never expected its defensive power to be so formidable. A true divine artifact was unlikely. Hephaestus had made it quite clear back then that he hadn't left a true divine artifact in the inheritance ruins. But even if it wasn't a divine artifact, it certainly deserved to be called a quasi-divine artifact. After all, it was the Book of Inheritance forged by Hephaestus after he became a god. It absolutely couldn't be inferior. As for the fire-attributed battle chi, earlier Hephaestus must have stored it inside. Otherwise it wouldn't have been powerful enough to obliterate that terrifying undead force the instant it appeared. He just didn't know how many more times it could be used. The unfamiliar gem on the cover had dimmed slightly, probably indicating consumption. "I'll try pouring some fire-attributed battle chi or magic power into it later to see if it can replenish what was used up. For now, the 10 chests are lying right there, let's loot." Seeing Alan's gaze fall on the 10 golden chests, Diana speculated the Book of the Divine Artificer destroyed both the tomb owner and the platform. Perhaps the danger lay with the tomb owner and the platform. The remaining chests might be safe. Alan thought so too, but he remained cautious. He led Diana over to the nearest golden chest ready to open it from the rear. Creak. The first golden chest opened without anything unexpected happening. Alan and Diana stood behind the golden chest for a few seconds, then moved to its side and peeked inside. Damn. Alan's smile froze because there was nothing in this golden chest. No treasure was one thing, but there wasn't even a trap. You'd know something was off just by thinking with your toes. It must have been taken away by the two Moner's descendants. Damn, is this how you leech off your ancestors? Again. Alan felt he had suffered a great loss, so he opened the second golden chest. What the hell? At this moment Alan's mood darkened completely because the second golden chest was empty as well. Don't tell me they're all empty. Alan asked grimly, then opened the third golden chest. After the third chest was opened, his expression finally improved. Inside the third golden chest was something, an aged metal pyramidion resembling the capstone of a pyramid, but so small that it was no larger than two fists placed together. Even though he didn't know what it was, at least it wasn't an empty chest. Alan, this thing seems to have been forged by a deity. Diana picked up the metal pyramidion, examined it carefully, and then said in astonishment, a divine artifact. Alan was just about to feel excited but quickly shook his head. It can't be a divine artifact. If it were, the two Moner's descendants would have taken it out for use long ago. With a divine artifact guarding the realm, that ancient empire couldn't have been destroyed. I didn't mean a divine artifact. Diana pinched Alan's cheek, then pointed at the armor she was wearing. Equipment similar to the demigod armor. Alan immediately understood. He injected battle chi into the metal pyramidion, trying to activate it. That's quite possible. Anyway, this thing is definitely a treasure beyond any monetary value. Otherwise the two Moner wouldn't have kept it by his side. After injecting battle chi, the metal pyramidion showed no reaction. Then Alan injected mana, but it still didn't react. Frowning, Alan injected necrotic energy. In the era when the two Moner lived, the most powerful attribute was the death attribute. If even necrotic energy couldn't activate this thing, then he truly had no other way. The instant necrotic energy flowed into the metal pyramidion, it began to tremble. Seeing this, Alan hastily threw the metal pyramidion away, then took out his 10th rank light hammer and shielded Diana behind him. After trembling for 2 or 3 seconds, the metal pyramidion rapidly expanded and grew before Alan and Diana's astonished eyes, finally turning into a cone-shaped small tower nearly 10 meters tall. At this moment a large number of inscriptions appeared on the tower's body, none of which Alan could understand. Battle chi and mana of various attributes lit up as the inscriptions emerged. The inscriptions flashed faster and faster until finally a wisp of necrotic energy rose from them and drifted slowly toward Alan. At that moment Alan seemed to reach a tacit understanding with the small tower. He didn't know why, but he felt a special intimacy. Subconsciously he reached out and absorbed that wisp of necrotic energy into his body. Obelisk. Diana didn't stop Alan because when the metal pyramidion grew larger she had already recognized its true identity. Obelisk. Or rather the obelisk, the giant god. A couple of days ago she had read in an ancient text that human empires of the distant past would erect cone-shaped obelisks at the founding of their empires as symbols of imperial authority and also as symbols of worship for Ra, the chief deity. But now that the obelisk before her had awakened, she realized the ancient text wasn't entirely accurate. This obelisk was stained with divine power, true divine power. It couldn't have been made by humans. It must have been specially crafted by the followers of the gods for later generations to use before they departed to the divine realm, just like Hephaestus's Book of the Divine Smith. It was not a divine artifact, but it wasn't much worse than the weakest tier of divine artifacts either. Now this obelisk regarded Alan, the one who had revived it, as its master. Like Diana, Alan now knew that the metal pyramidion was the legendary obelisk. However, he hadn't learned it from ancient texts. The obelisk had transmitted its information directly to him. This obelisk was very much like the demigod armor said it would grow stronger as his power increased, except that rank 10 was its limit. It could never transform into the embryo of a divine artifact. However, the obelisk's functionality was exceptionally strong. It could change forms, possessing 3 forms: the humanoid giant god form, the armor form, and the user's clone form. Moreover, the obelisk was all attribute. Apart from its inability to evolve into the embryo of a divine artifact, it had no shortcomings whatsoever, and it was applicable at every realm before the divine realm. Obelisk, the giant god. This is truly a childhood dream come true. A trace of nostalgia appeared on Alan's face and he casually reached out and beckoned to the obelisk. The 10-meter-tall obelisk instantly transformed into a swirl of purple-gray mist, then spun and shifted in the air, finally becoming a humanoid creature 10 meters tall. Giant God. Alan and Diana both cried out at the same time, Alan with excitement, Diana in amazement. Diana, are you seeing this? Alan joyfully circled the giant god several times, his delight beyond words. This thing really feels so nostalgic. It's hard not to see something that big. Would you really like it? Diana wrapped her arm around Alan's and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. She hadn't seen him this happy in a long time. Yeah. It reminds me of a happy time and its functions suit me perfectly. Alan spun Diana around, then told her all about the obelisk's abilities. Then Alan beckoned again and the giant god shifted once more. In just an instant the giant god turned into a person who looked exactly like him with the same cultivation level, dual corona mirror stage 6, but his skin remained purple-gray as if cast from steel. When Alan beckoned a third time, the obelisk's avatar transformed into armor form, a complete 6th rank suit of armor though without any weapons. Alan took off his 7th rank light armor set and put on the obelisk armor set. His battle chi strength was at the War King level, but he was currently in a period of fatigue, so his battle chi had dropped considerably and the obelisk armor set was only at the 6th rank. Once he got through the fatigue period, the obelisk armor set would rise from the 6th to the 7th rank. And when he used seal release, it would rise from the 7th to the 8th rank. Just like Diana's demigod armor set, it could be used as everyday equipment openly and without concern. Diana touched the obelisk armor set and asked expectantly, can it evolve into a divine artifact? No. That's all right. Once my cultivation is high enough, I'll craft a set of divine artifacts myself. Alan shook his head dismissively. This obelisk had already satisfied him. Even if all 7 of the remaining golden chests were empty, he wouldn't regret it. A set. My foolish husband, the difficulty of forging a divine artifact lies not only in the skill of the divine smith but also in the rarity of the materials. Even for just one divine artifact, the materials required often take a world hundreds of thousands of years to nurture, sometimes even searching an entire world one cannot gather all the materials needed to forge a single divine artifact. Diana let out a regretful sigh. Is it really that hard? Hearing Diana say this, Alan, who had been satisfied a moment ago, now felt a faint trace of regret, yet far more of it was relief. Fortunately this thing was not a divine artifact, otherwise how could it have fallen to him? As for divine artifacts later on. As for the magical metals Hephaestus had left him, all the ones he could not identify had been placed into the Divine Artificer's Codex. Perhaps some of them were materials for forging divine artifacts. No rush. The Divine Artificer's Codex was sure to have records of them, he simply could not turn all its pages yet. It would not be too late to study them later. Once his excitement had somewhat subsided, Alan continued opening chests. The 4th, 5th and 6th golden chests were all empty. It was not until the 7th that Alan saw something. The thing in the 7th golden chest was very strange. It looked like a magical beast egg, but its shell was stone as if it had fossilized. However, the moment Diana saw the stone egg, she became excited, her beautiful eyes opening wide. Alan, I want it. Take it if you like. Do you know what it is? Without another word, Alan handed the stone egg to Diana. Diana carefully hugged the stone egg to her chest and asked excitedly, have you ever heard of the winged dragon? The one known as Ra's divine dragon. The mount of Ra, the sun god. Alan was taken aback. He had just got an obelisk and now a winged dragon appeared. Yes, that one. The winged dragon is a divine bird bred by Ra, the sun god. It was born from a light dragon and a flame dragon, which is why it is called the winged dragon. The first winged dragon absorbed the divine blood of Ra, the sun god, and became known as the primordial winged dragon. Its power was immense, at least stronger than I was in the past. And its descendants often possess 4 attributes: holy, death, fire and earth. You should understand how powerful such a talent is. Before I fell in battle, the non-divine realm had more than 30 winged dragons that had ascended to the divine realm. I never expected a winged dragon egg to be here. It seems the 2 Moner's ancestors were extremely powerful and highly regarded by those beings. Diana was wild with excitement and told Alan everything she knew. Since the winged dragon's potential is so high, why didn't they hatch this egg? Besides, the egg has already turned to stone. Can it still hatch? The more Alan heard, the more curious he became. Magical beast eggs, the sooner they hatch the sooner they can be nurtured. Had the tomb owner been out of his mind to bring an egg of this level into the tomb? Of course they wanted to hatch it. But the primordial winged dragon was an extremely powerful god, and every winged dragon egg born afterward can be considered a divine descendant. Just like Hephaestus's inheritance ruins, not just anyone who walks in can succeed. It is waiting for its master. A single drop of blood is enough to awaken it. Diana explained in detail, then held the winged dragon egg out to Alan. Seeing this, Alan was rather moved, but he immediately pushed the winged dragon egg away and said breezily, "Count me out. The furball has already given me psychological trauma. I absolutely don't want to care for another little one. The furball really deserves a beating." Diana burst out laughing, then used battle chi to cut her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the winged dragon egg. Crack. The instant the blood hit the shell, cracks appeared on it. Layer by layer the stone shell peeled away, gleam after gleam golden light burst forth. About 10 minutes later all the stone shell had fallen from the winged dragon egg, revealing its true form, an egg the size of a human head glowing like a light bulb. How long until it hatches? Alan was not at all surprised that Diana could awaken the egg. Diana's battle chi talent and magic talent were both saint rank, and her soul still retained a trace of divinity. If even she could not awaken it, then no one in this world could. I'm not too sure either, since I've only heard of it. But I don't think it will be slow. Listen, there's already a sound coming from inside. Diana held the winged dragon egg to Alan's ear. Alan listened, and sure enough there was quite a crunching sound, as if the baby winged dragon was scratching at the shell with its claws. After patting the winged dragon egg, Alan turned his attention back to the golden chests. There were still 3 unopened. Alan reached out without hesitation. 2 in a row proved empty. Only the last one remained. There's something. Alan opened the last golden chest very slowly. Peering through the gap he could see that something was inside. 3 out of 10, not bad luck. Alan breathed a sigh of relief and flung open the lid of the golden chest. It was a palm-sized golden plaque engraved with many characters. Alan did not recognize a single one, and when he showed it to Diana she did not recognize them either. Recalling how he had activated the obelisk earlier, Alan immediately poured battle chi into the golden plaque. Whoosh! The moment the battle chi entered, the plaque began to react. A wisp of sacred battle chi rose from the golden plaque and traced out a scroll in midair. The avatar of Osiris. Before Alan could even make out the scroll, Diana cried out again. Alan looked closer and realized that this was actually the sky dragon of Osiris. However, the sky dragon was neither equipment nor a dragon egg, but an arcane art. An arcane art that allowed one to transform into the form of the sky dragon. Jackpot! Alan was overjoyed. He hurriedly recorded the scroll with a recording crystal while also committing it to memory. Above the firmament's sacred radiance. The dragon's bloodline awakens within the heart. In this forbidden instant I am reborn. After recording everything, Alan put away the recording crystal and looked at Diana. What does the avatar of Osiris mean? It is another form of Osiris, the king of the underworld. Diana said solemnly, Osiris was originally the god of agriculture, but his own brother Set, the god of drought, killed him and dismembered him. After falling into the underworld, Osiris ruled it and created the divine position of king of the underworld. During his rule his most powerful opponent was the sky dragon. Possessing the 3 attributes of holy, evil and thunder, the sky dragon was the underworld's original ruler and was exceedingly powerful. To obtain the sky dragon's power, Osiris devoured its corpse and created the sky dragon incarnation form. Without a doubt this is an arcane art left behind by Osiris. We do not have the ability to devour the sky dragon, so we cannot obtain its true power. After dragon transformation we may not gain the sky dragon's attributes and can only fight relying on our own attributes. Still, the sky dragon was once the ruler of the underworld. Even if it is only a bodily dragon transformation, it is no different from a divine art to us now. Just like the heart of Ares, Ares created it based on his war god's heart. You know very well how powerful that is. Understood. After Diana finished speaking, Alan was already beside himself with excitement. All 3 phantom gods in one trip. He hadn't expected the emperor's tomb to be this bountiful. From now on he should keep an eye out for news of ancient mausoleums. Perhaps he could start from here, use this spot as the center and dig outward. Who knew, he might even unearth a queen's tomb or some other grand burial site. I'll make arrangements when we get back. For now let's wrap things up. Take all the valuables, not a single copper coin left. Time flew by and it was already noon. Alan wrapped an arm around Diana's slender waist, a brilliant smile on his face, and walked out of the mine tunnel thoroughly satisfied. Master. Karina and Wendy, who had been waiting outside the mine tunnel, joyfully hurried over and asked, Master, did this trip go well? It went smoothly. We'll talk about it back home. Alan smiled and nodded, then waved to a night squad patrolling the edge of the mine pit above. This hall was enormous. After clearing the main burial chamber, he and Diana had spent another 2 hours melting down the entire Hamunaptra. It had originally been estimated at 50 billion gold coins, but because there was a giant golden palace on the 10th underground floor, another 10 billion gold coins had to be added. In other words, this single trip yielded 60 billion gold coins in monetary gains alone. If he was willing to spend time choosing buyers, that 60 billion could even become 100 billion. An ancient golden wine flagon was only worth 100 gold coins by gold content, but selling it to a wealthy noble or consigning it to an auction house could easily fetch 10,000 gold coins. After this one job, combined with the assets already at home, Alan truly no longer lacked money. As long as he had enough territory and manpower, he could even build an empire within 10 years. At the thought of the title Emperor Alvis, Alan's heart burned with fervor. In the time ahead he had to step up his efforts. Neither sowing his seed nor cultivation could be neglected. He needed to advance to the War King realm as soon as possible, then take a trip to Pompeii to remind Bilbo. Back home, Alan rested soundly for a day. The next morning he expanded the treasure vault, organized the Divine Artisan's book, took a stroll around the mermaid tribe, and added some magical metals to the workshop warehouse. All kinds of weapons and equipment in the territory were already overflowing, but Alan still didn't let the mermaid tribe stop production. Arms were never something one could have too much of and make as many as possible. Sooner or later the day would come when they would be put to use. In the afternoon Alan found Tom, Spike and the others, asked about the progress of territory development, then rode Little Grey to the lava mountain range. Although he had already extricated himself from the inheritance ruins matter, he couldn't extricate himself too cleanly. He had to go over from time to time so Bilbo and the others would know that he wasn't indifferent to the ruins, he simply had more important things on hand. That evening Alan returned home. After having dinner with his wives and children and sowing his seed in Diana's chamber, Alan walked to the bell tower wrapped in moonlight. The monetary gains from the Emperor's tomb had already been sorted, but the battle arts and magic had not yet been touched. It was time to sort through them. There were 31 stone tablets in all. 5 were of the 8th rank, 26 of the 7th rank, among them 21 recorded necromantic magic. First, necromantic magic. Necromantic magic was not as diverse as elemental magic, and its utility was rather poor. Thus among the 21 necromantic spells, they were all either death magic that drew on the power of the undead, or summoning magic that called forth the undead, easy to remember. The threshold for use wasn't high either, as long as one's cultivation realm was high enough all of them could be used. Yet these necromantic spells could not be used openly. Alan placed far more importance on light magic and light battle arts. Battle Arts 8th rank Starfall, 7th rank Holy Shift Impact, 7th rank Holy Soul Right, 7th rank Resonant Ember, 7th rank Solar Roar. Magic 8th rank Divine Roar, 7th rank Boundary Line, 7th rank Blessing of Protection, 7th rank Holy Sacrifice, 7th rank Song of the Gaze. As soon as these battle arts and spells came into his hands, Alan's skill pool was instantly full. Now he really could lead every attack with a 7th rank skill, and if he didn't care about expenditure, starting with an 8th rank one was not out of the question. Opening the status panel to look, he saw Clan Leader Alan Alvis. Age 24. Cultivation 6th rank Corona Warrior, 6th rank Corona Mage. Talent Platinum Grade Battle Aura Saint Grade Mana. Arcana Seal Release Heart of Ares, Embrace of the Mother Goddess. Battle Arts 9th rank Eye of the Dark Roar, 8th rank Meteor Fall, 7th rank Holy Shift Impact, 7th rank Solar Roar. Magic 9th rank Holy Radiance, 9th rank Holy Light Binding Song, 8th rank Divine Roar, 8th rank Touch of Death, 8th rank Realm of the Undead, 8th rank Myriad Ghost Prison. Items Divine Artisan's Book Obelisk, 10th rank Light Warhammer, 10th rank Dark Warhammer. Unbelievable. This panel was practically stronger than Tyson and faster than Bolt. Aside from his cultivation, even a quasi-god might not necessarily be stronger than him. If actual wealth were included, he was absolutely the richest person in this world. Even a quasi-god was nothing but a country bumpkin before him. Damn it. But as he kept looking, Alan started complaining again. The battle arts column wasn't particularly luxurious, there was still room for improvement. That Hephaestus fellow, although his main divine seat was the god of craftsmen, also moonlighted as the god of fire. Why didn't he leave some high-rank battle arts behind in the ruins? Next Alan turned his attention to the arcana. What he had obtained from the Emperor's tomb, Osiris the Sky Dragon. Alan had reaped many gains from the Emperor's tomb, but if he were to name his favorites, the first was Obelisk the Giant God Soldier and the second was the Sky Dragon Arcanum. This was a dragon transformation. Starting from this other world he would become the Dragon King. Diana had said that the Sky Dragon was a dragon even more powerful than a giant dragon. Even if he couldn't use the Sky Dragon's attributes after transforming, he had already amassed every attribute other than the special ones, and he even possessed the death attribute. His short-term goal was to master this arcanum. If he ever wanted to do something shady later on, he could turn into the Sky Dragon form and do it out there. He could even put on a little act in Sky Dragon form to reap more benefits and fame. Heh heh heh. Alan held the golden arcana tablet and a sinister curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Master, just then Angel's gentle call came from the stairway. Alan turned to see Angel carrying a bowl of soup. The scene was somewhat familiar, so he couldn't help asking, which madam made this bowl of sleep-inducing soup? Master, I made it. Lady Diana said you have been weak these past 2 days and need a magic potion to recuperate. Angel obediently knelt beside the bed and held up the soup bowl with both hands. From this angle Alan caught a glimpse of snow-white wickedness and his heart instantly blazed. It had been a week since he had last taken Angel to his bed. Tonight was the night. As for the Sky Dragon Arcanum, learning it tomorrow wouldn't be too late. Cultivation required balancing work and rest. Blind bitter training alone was wrong. I'll drink it later. Alan put the soup bowl on the bedside table and lightly brushed his finger over Angel's red lips. A flicker of joy passed through Angel's eyes and she immediately lowered her head. After returning from the Emperor's tomb, Alan fell into a profound silence. No one knew what he was doing, and even his subjects rarely saw him. They only occasionally spotted his mount soaring through the skies. It was not until 3 years later that a terrifying pressure swept across the entire Alvius region. Alan reappeared before the people, by then having reached the War King realm, specifically the Dual War King realm. Word of Alan's breakthrough to the War King realm sent shockwaves through the Pompeii kingdom and even rippled into the Fangan kingdom. The rulers of both kingdoms understood that they might no longer stand any chance against Alan. Consequently, both kings began to extend conciliatory gestures. Territory, wealth, beauties, they offered virtually everything within their means to Alan. Thus Alan was enfeoffed as Duke of Alvius, governing 20 districts twice the size of an ordinary duchy. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With both kings behaving so discerningly, Alan had no intention of attacking either kingdom, at least not at present. After all, 20 districts provided ample ground for him to develop for several years. 10 years later, bolstered by nearly 100 billion in assets and the system's assistance, Alan forged his duchy into an unbreakable fortress, its overall strength far surpassing that of a kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan's cultivation had also advanced to the dual holy warrior realm. He merely took a ride on his mount, which had already reached rank 7, and by the next day 4 kings, including the elf queen of the elf forest, came personally to present gifts. Following a simple banquet, Alan brought the eastern continent of Sumer under his rule without shedding a single drop of blood. When he and Diana revealed their holy warrior cultivation and simultaneously produced 2 rank 9 weapons, no kingdom dared oppose them. King Arthur, King Maya the Dwarf King, and the Elf Queen each submitted in turn. All were willing to cede their territories, requesting only that they retain one city for their family line. The request was reasonable and Alan agreed. As for the Orc Kingdom, they failed to show proper deference and sent no envoys with gifts, which displeased Alan greatly. The very day after the establishment of the Alvius Empire was declared, Alan charged into the Orc Kingdom alone, slaughtering its royal family and military forces to the last, and ordered the knights to temporarily take control of the territory. Over the following decades, Alan devoted himself to building the empire and sharpening his forces. On the centennial celebration of the empire's founding, Alan successfully broke through to the demigod realm. He personally led his army, defeated the Titan Mountains and the Lesser Dragon Nest in the west, and declared war upon the Zeus Empire on the western continent of Sumer. The war began swiftly and ended just as quickly. Although the Zeus Empire possessed 2 demigod powerhouses, Alan was a demigod who wielded wealth as his weapon, invincible beneath the rank of true god. With that, Alan conquered the entirety of the Sumer continent. As for the Vesuvius Fire Clan, the Blood Fog Desert, and the ancient dragon mausoleum, Alan had no intention of attacking those magical beasts. As long as the beasts remained within their territories and kept the peace, he would let them be. The world needed magical beasts after all, otherwise it would grow dull. Afterward Alan bestowed the title of Great Emperor upon his most steady and composed son, and with his wives vanished from the eyes of mortals, entering a slumber that spanned tens of thousands of years. It was not until the abyssal calamity arose that Alan re-emerged into the world, vanquishing the calamity and bringing the remaining 5 continents under his dominion. At this point Alan's cultivation had reached rank 10 quasi-god, only one step away from true godhood. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it was not merely Alan at this realm, even his hundreds of wives had reached the same level. To obtain the power to slay gods, the moment he attained godhood, Alan had been accumulating strength. When the title of Great Emperor Alan had been passed down for a full 100,000 years, Alan and his wives finally began their ascent into the divine realm. The most powerful among them, Alan and Diana, each created 4 divine positions, their strength being unprecedented. The manifestation of hundreds of gods did not go unnoticed by the divine realms. Yet Alan chose not to join any existing divine realm. Instead he forged the familial divine realm of the Alvius family. Thereafter Alan waged war upon the Nuon divine realm, utterly destroying it and avenging Diana's grievance from over 100,000 years past. In the blink of an eye 100 million years had passed. On that day Alan, who had been slumbering within the starry heavens, opened his eyes and lightly traced a finger across the void. A planet materialized from nothingness in the cosmos, its colors shifting continuously until it settled into a blue-green living world. The universe trembled at that moment. Threads of golden radiance seeped from the starry expanse and fell gently into Alan's palm. At the same instant every deity throughout the universe bowed deeply toward the starry firmament. All the gods understood the sovereign of the universe had been born.